Under the clear blue sky, a convoy was moving slowly across the vast wasteland. The convoy consisted of about 50 people, with 10 knights in the front and 5 carriages behind them, 4 of which were full of goods and tightly wrapped in oilcloth. Suddenly, the carriage curtain was lifted, and a fair, young face appeared in everyone's sight. The boy looked no more than 17 or 18 years old, but his black eyes were full of vicissitudes of life. This young man's name is Su Fan. He does not belong to this world. An accident changed everything for him. Originally, Su Fan was an ordinary person. One day, on his way to the library, a sudden car accident disrupted his peaceful life. Just as he thought he was about to die, a strong light descended from the sky and enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he had traveled to a magical world and became the son of an earl. Su Fan thought he would live a comfortable life, but he didn't expect that the whole world would change drastically in the following year. A red moon suddenly rises on a clear day, a plain door appears in the Arctic ice field, and alien races invade the major human kingdoms. Because the Su family was too close to the front line, the city was eventually broken and the clansmen were unable to escape in time. Su Fan became the only survivor. At this moment, a system suddenly appeared in Su Fan's mind and began to issue tasks. Rewards could be obtained by completing the tasks. The emergence of this system became the key to Su Fan's survival. After completing countless tasks, Su Fan's fleet gradually grew stronger. The team consisted of 10 knights, 40 peasants, and 4 wagons loaded with supplies. All of these were rewards he had received through system tasks. Su Fan lay in the carriage, closed his eyes, and a task panel appeared in his mind, showing a task. Main quest. Find a suitable place to settle down as the foundation for the development of the territory. Quest reward. 10 acres of high-quality grain fields. Very good. We can officially begin right away. Su Fan's mouth curled up slightly. Just as he was about to make the next move, he suddenly heard a hurried shout from the front. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Su Fan got out of the car immediately and looked at the hill in front of him, where more than a dozen monsters appeared. They were the centaurs in the alien invasion. The aura emitted by these tall centaurs made Su Fan feel frightened. They walked towards Su Fan's convoy in an orderly manner. Although he had spent a year in this world and experienced several life-and-death battles, the current situation still made his heart beat faster. Quickly adjusting his mindset, Su Fan began to formulate a battle plan. At the same time, the system in his mind also issued a new task. Temporary mission. You encountered a strong team of centaurs. Defeat them and the mission reward will be Enchanted Longsword 1. Having time to check the mission rewards, Su Fan quickly commanded the convoy to fight. The centaurs began to charge at the caravan. Although the peasants were frightened, they still stood in formation, holding their spears tightly. Faced with the spear formation, the centaur was not afraid at all. He swung his battle axe and chopped at the farmers. In an instant, 3 farmers fell to the ground. The fear brought by real combat brought great pressure to Su Fan, but also made his adrenaline surge. The light cavalry quickly drew their scimitars and struck at the centaurs head-on. Although the centaurs were powerful, their equipment was poor. Because they had no protection, the sharp blades of the light cavalry's scimitars quickly caused the centaurs to suffer, and they fell to the ground screaming. After a fierce battle, although 2 of the 10 light cavalrymen were killed and 2 were injured, they finally killed 6 centaurs by relying on efficient kite tactics. Then they turned back and helped the peasants to clean up the remaining enemies. After half an hour, the battle was finally over. More than a dozen centaur corpses were scattered across the wasteland, and the remaining 4 centaurs fled in panic. Su Fan did not command a pursuit. Looking at the corpses scattered across the ground, Su Fan felt heavy-hearted. Of the 40 peasants, heavy casualties had been sustained, leaving only 12 alive. Of the 10 light cavalrymen, 8 were injured. Su Fan sighed. A dozen unprotected centaurs actually beat us like this. At this time, a cavalryman walked up to Su Fan and asked, "My lord, what should we do with these corpses?" Su Fan thought for a moment and replied, "There's no need to deal with these corpses for now. We're still in danger. Protect yourself first, pack up your things as quickly as possible, and move on." The convoy continued to move forward, and when it climbed over the last hill, the scenery in front of them suddenly became open. Instead of gravel and jungle, there was a vast plain. The terrain dropped steeply, and the blue sea could be seen in the distance. The coastline draws a perfect curve like a crescent moon, and a river winds down from the hilly wasteland, crossing the land like a blue ribbon and finally flowing into the ocean. It can be seen that this plain was formed by the alluvial deposits of this river, forming an excellent bay. This is the southeast corner of the continent, the mouth of the Silver Moon River and the Silver Moon Bay under the jurisdiction of the Moon God Empire. Su Fan waved his hands excitedly, his heart filled with excitement. As someone from Earth, he knew exactly what a good bay plain meant. With one side leaning against the mainland and the other against the sea, it has unlimited potential. At the beginning of his exile, Su Fan had carefully studied the map and determined the location of this place. It is located in the southeast of the continent, far away from the front line, which not only gives him enough time to develop, but also there are almost no dangerous monsters around, making it a relatively safe place. Su Fan led the exhausted caravan on for another day and night. When everyone felt they could no longer continue, they finally reached the center of the plain. The geographical environment here is quite advantageous. There is a big river to the north, barren hills to the west, a vast plain to the south, some areas covered by forests, and the sea not far to the east. This was an ideal starting point. The convoy stopped. Su Fan got out, stood in front of everyone, and announced loudly, "We're settling here. Long live the Lord." Enthusiastic cheers came from the crowd. A long-lost smile appeared on everyone's face, and the feeling of fatigue seemed to dissipate in an instant. "Rest here. We will start working tomorrow to build our own home." Su Fan continued. The people were already exhausted, and after hearing this order, they all began to rest. Although there were no houses, the tents on the carriages were enough to shelter them from the wind and rain. Su Fan walked aside, closed his eyes, and silently said to himself, "Receive the reward. Beep. Congratulations on receiving the enchanted longsword 1, and congratulations on receiving the reward, 10 acres of high-quality grain farmland." Following the system prompt, 2 new icons appeared in Su Fan's backpack panel. One was the icon of a grain field with a quantity of 10, and the other was the icon of an enchanted longsword with a quantity of 1. Main quest update. The beginning of a territory is extremely difficult. Please quickly build houses for your people to protect them from the wind and rain. Quest reward, Bizance 50. Su Fan glanced at the new task and found it unremarkable. Even if the system didn't prompt him, he would have planned to build a house first. Now his main concern was the grain fields and the enchanted sword. Su Fan immediately took out the enchanted sword from his backpack. The long sword shone with light, and the blade was engraved with exquisite runes and patterns, like a work of art. Su Fan grasped the hilt, feeling its heaviness, and swung the long sword. In an instant, a flaming moon blade whizzed out and slashed towards the big tree in front, instantly splitting the trunk in half. The remaining roots were still burning. Amazing! Su Fan was shocked, and his heart was filled with confidence. With this enchanted sword, I can easily deal with enemies like the Centaur Squad. Feeling the cold touch of the sword and the magical aura it contained, Su Fan finally felt more confident. He put the sword back into his backpack and began to arrange the grain fields. 10 acres of high-quality grain fields were not too large, so Su Fan arranged them neatly together. With a flash of light, the designated land changed its appearance. Green seedlings were arranged neatly, the soil was plowed, the color became deeper, and it looked full of vitality. High-quality grain field, seedling stage. Time remaining to harvest, 60 days. Su Fan frowned when he saw this line of small words. 60 days to harvest? That's too long. Although he still had some supplies, they could only last for a month at most. If 50 more farmers were added after the mission was completed, more food would be needed. Su Fan sighed inwardly. Forget it. Now that we have the grain fields, we have to put them there sooner or later. At worst, we can send the light cavalry to hunt and gather wild fruits starting tomorrow. The next morning, the sun streamed into the camp, and everyone stretched. After a long journey, the rest of the previous day had restored much of their strength. Su Fan also got up, called everyone together, and announced the task for the day. All the farmers went to cut wood and build houses. The 8 light cavalrymen were divided into 2 groups. One group went hunting and collecting wild fruits, and the other group went to survey the surrounding terrain and draw maps. Everyone obeyed the order and got busy. Su Fan looked at these people and nodded with satisfaction. He knew that these people were not emotionless machines, but normal people with their own thoughts and emotions. Despite this, They are very loyal to Su Fan and have strong execution capabilities. For example, when fighting with the centaurs before, although the farmers were afraid, they still did not give up fighting. However, Su Fan also knew that the loyalty of these people was not static. If their loyalty declined, the consequences would be disastrous. The early stages of territory construction were very difficult. Su Fan's current supplies were limited to some food, water, simple clothes, and tents in 4 carriages, which were simply not enough to support long-term development. Now, he only has 12 farmers. Although they are small in number and have limited combat effectiveness, their abilities in resource collection and house construction should not be underestimated. By the end of the day, the farmers had cut down a total of 100 sturdy trees, trimmed the trees, removed the branches and leaves, and piled them into a wood pile. Su Fan was very satisfied with the results. Don't waste these branches and leaves. Collect them and make them into hay and firewood. Our food needs calories. At this moment, 8 cavalrymen also returned. One group was a hunting team, bringing back pheasants, hares, and even a wild boar. Great, we'll eat meat tonight, Su Fan said with a smile, and everyone cheered. After the long journey, they hadn't eaten oily food for a long time. Su Fan looked at the second group of cavalry again. What are your results today? A cavalryman handed Su Fan a piece of parchment. Su Fan unfolded the map and saw that the main landmarks were marked on it. Although the accuracy was not high, it at least gave Su Fan a clearer understanding of the surrounding environment. According to the map, there is a big river about 30 kilometers to the north, the sea to the southeast, a forest 20 kilometers to the south, and barren hills to the west. After knowing the current environment, Su Fan determined the strategy of infrastructure construction and developed it step by step so that he would have stronger capabilities to compete with alien races in the future. 5 days later, the farmers had built 2 wooden houses. Each was 20 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 3.5 meters high, and could accommodate 50 people. Together, the 2 houses could accommodate 100 people. After the wooden houses were completed, Su Fan and 8 cavalrymen moved into one, and 12 farmers moved into the other. Although there were no beds, they were much better than tents. Complete the main mission, housing construction. Your people have been initially guaranteed a living. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Farmers 50, the system voice sounded. At this time, Su Fan looked up at the distant west, and at the end of his vision, a large number of figures appeared and were running toward Su Fan. The 2 cavalrymen nervously drew their scimitars and were about to call for people to prepare for battle. But Su Fan stopped them with a smile. It doesn't matter. They are our people. He looked at the group of approaching figures with a gentle gaze. These people were strong and all men, carrying heavy packages filled with sickles, axes, and other farming tools. As a lord, Su Fan warmly welcomed these newcomers, cared about their situation, and by the way, gained the goodwill of the farmers. After properly settling these people, Su Fan began to check the task system. At this time, the main task had been updated. Main quest: you've built a house, have people, and everything is going in the right direction. However, food is the most important thing for people, and you're running out of food. Next, please use all means to collect enough food of any kind. Mission reward: Light Infantry 10. It has just started and the task is relatively simple. As the number of farmers increases, the efficiency of food collection will be greatly improved. Su Fan is confident that he can complete this task soon. The next day, Su Fan woke up before dawn with obvious dark circles under his eyes. These farmers worked hard during the day, but had no habit of cleaning at night. Some even talked in their sleep. Su Fan was tormented by these conditions all night and realized that he must have an independent cabin and could no longer live with these people. Soon, the others woke up too. These farmers had very regular work and rest schedules, so there was no time to sleep in. Su Fan immediately gathered everyone together and assigned new tasks. The farmers were divided into 3 groups. The first group continued to cut down trees and build more long houses. Su Fan planned to build more houses. In addition to the house, the Su Fan needed a granary, a storehouse, a well, a watchtower, and a wall. The second group continued to cut wood and collect firewood. The third group was responsible for collecting food. As for the 8 cavalrymen, Su Fan still arranged them into 2 groups. The first group was responsible for continuing to survey the surrounding terrain, and the second group was responsible for hunting. Capturing large beasts such as wild boars and wolves is not something that farmers can handle, so Su Fan specially arranged a group of soldiers to carry out the task. After everyone was busy, Su Fan walked to the north of the camp and inspected the 10 acres of high-quality grain fields. He grabbed a handful of soil that smelled of green grass, carefully observed the seedlings, and muttered to himself, if only these crops could mature sooner. As if Su Fan's thoughts were heard, the task system was updated again. Side quest. Food is the basis of all production. Please reclaim enough wasteland to provide a solid foundation for the start of the territory. Reward for completing this task. Get 5 primary crop growth acceleration cards. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Fan's eyes. If he had a crop growth acceleration card, he could speed up the growth of crops and complete the main task in a short time. He immediately instructed the farmers to put down their current work and start reclaiming the wasteland, which was not an easy task. The ground was overgrown with weeds and had a dense root system, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Therefore, Su Fan decided to use the most primitive yet efficient method, slash-and-burn farming. After 2 days of hard work, a piece of black soil appeared. Together with the 10 acres of land rewarded by the system, the area of this land has reached a full 100 acres. Side quest completed. You have reclaimed enough wasteland. Congratulations on receiving your reward. 5 primary crop growth accelerator cards. Su Fan excitedly opened his backpack and saw 5 green cards. He couldn't wait to click and use them. Primary crop growth acceleration card. Effective range 100 acres. This is a primary card. I believe there will be intermediate and advanced cards in the future. The effects and scope of application will be even greater than. Su Fan was secretly looking forward to it. As Su Fan clicked the use button, the 100 acres of land in front of him instantly flashed with green light, and the crops began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, the green light faded, and the land before them was ripe for harvest. All right, everyone, hurry up and harvest the grain, sort it, and put it in the granary. Sufankemandith. Although we are busy with land reclamation these days, other supporting facilities have not been neglected. Wells, irrigation ditches, granaries, and other facilities have been successfully built. Without machinery, everyone had to harvest by hand with sickles, so the harvest was slow. It took another 2 days before all the grain was finally stored in the granary. Su Fan looked at the warehouse full of grain and asked the farmer beside him, "How many kilograms of grain have you harvested in total?" The farmer replied, "Your Excellency, we harvested a total of 32,000 kilograms. Su Fan calculated that with a population of 60, these 30,000 pounds of grain would be enough for them to eat for half a year. He breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the food problem has been solved. Next, we can continue farming and harvesting as planned. He still had 4 primary crop growth acceleration cards left, but he didn't plan to use them immediately. After all, he might encounter more urgent situations in the future, so he decided to save them for critical moments. In this way, the food problem is solved and the main task should be completed. Su Fan opened the task system and saw that the task had been marked as completed. Main quest completed. You have harvested enough food. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Light Infantry 10. Chapter 5. The centaurs attack again. After completing the mission, Su Fan saw a group of people appearing in the distance. He knew in his heart that these are the 10 light infantrymen rewarded by the system. In fact, Su Fan was already accustomed to this kind of reward. This silent appearance not only prevented him from being too surprised, but also prevented the civilians from panicking if they saw a group of armed troops suddenly appear. 10 light infantrymen soon arrived in front of Su Fan. Each of them was tall, at least 1.8 meters tall, wearing light gray leather armor, holding spears over 2 meters long, and each of them had a dagger hanging around his waist. It was clear that they were quite well equipped. Finally, we have some defensive power. If we encounter the enemy again, we'll have some ability to protect ourselves. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He had been feeling anxious in recent days because the camp was only guarded by 8 light cavalrymen. If they encountered a strong enemy, they might be defeated in an instant. Now, with these 10 light infantrymen, although the number was small, they were at least regular troops, and their defensive capabilities were greatly improved. Su Fan was no longer alone, and the territory's infrastructure was progressing rapidly. A new longhouse had been built, bringing the total to 3. So he arranged for 10 light infantrymen and 8 cavalrymen to live in 1 room, and 62 peasants to live in 1.5 rooms. As for himself, he still had to squeeze in with a group of rough people. After a few days, Su Fan's eyes turned into panda eyes. He secretly vowed, "Now that we have more manpower, I must build my own house first and not squeeze in with these people anymore." Su Fan opened the quest panel and saw that the main quest had been updated. Main quest. Your territory has begun to take shape. Next, please improve the infrastructure. Reasonably distribute the peasants, build mills, canteens, warehouses, toilets, and the Lord's exclusive building, the Executive Hall. Mission reward, Peasants 100. Su Fan was immediately troubled by the task. The task required the construction of a functional building, which was obviously more difficult than a longhouse and required more resources, manpower, and time. Moreover, the construction of the Executive Hall was even more complicated, requiring a conference room, a guardhouse, and a room exclusively for the Lord. After some thought, Su Fan decided to build a 2-story Executive Hall, which would both meet the functional requirements and showcase his status. For the sake of the future, I'll just have to endure it and share a bed with these people. Su Fan patted his thigh and made up his mind. In the next few days, Su Fan's territory entered a period of rapid development. The farmers were divided into 4 groups, one to gather wood, one to gather stone, one to tend the fields and continue clearing the wasteland, and the last to focus on building houses. Meanwhile, 8 cavalrymen were divided into 4 groups to patrol and create more detailed maps, while 10 light infantrymen assisted the farmers in building houses. With the help of the system, Su Fan made a detailed plan for the territory. To the north were farmlands, mills, and granaries. To the west were farmers' residences, and to the east were the armed forces' dormitories, which would be transformed into military camps in the future. A canteen and warehouse will be built in the south, and the most important one, the Executive Hall, will be built in the center, which can not only ensure safety, but also highlight Su Fan's status as the Lord. The territory gradually became bustling with activity, with the sounds of hammering and sawing echoing from the construction site. According to Su Fan's requirements, the farmers made a variety of tools, such as wheelbarrows and flatbed trucks, which greatly improved efficiency. 3 days later, Su Fan's territory underwent significant changes. Wooden buildings rose from the ground, and wood and stones were neatly stacked on the open ground. Farmers in the fields also began to plow the land, because the low-productivity land required a lot of effort to ensure high yields. 10 light infantrymen temporarily put down their spears and knives and began to help carry the supplies. Although their construction skills were far inferior to those of the farmers, they were still useful in carrying supplies. Su Fan, holding a scimitar, practiced basic sword techniques with his bare upper body in the open field. As the son of an earl, although he had not been in this world for long, he still inherited some of the skills of this body. Now is a time of chaos, when the strong prey on the weak. Su Fan needs to become stronger and stronger in order to defend his territory. Su Fan practices very hard. Just as Su Fan was concentrating on practicing his sword, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried horse hooves from the north. 2 cavalrymen hurried to Su Fan and reported urgently, "My lord, something bad has happened. A centaur monster has appeared in the north." "What?" Su Fan was startled and immediately asked, "How many are there?" "Almost 20 or so. They are rushing towards us, and they seem to be intending to attack us. Quick, go call the other cavalry back to the team. We need cavalry support to fight the centaurs." Su Fan hurriedly commanded, and then immediately organized a defense. "All farmers, pick up your weapons and assemble." Su Fan immediately organized the peasants into a circular formation. The light infantry formed a second circle next to the peasants' circle, cooperating with each other to resist the powerful enemy. Everyone in the territory sprang into action. The peasants and light infantry quickly formed themselves into 2 circles, forming a tight defensive line. Su Fan stood in the middle of the light infantry circle, holding an enchanted longsword. The sword shone with light, and the runes on it emitted a mysterious, magical glow. Temporary mission announced. Sentinels have spotted a centaur squad. Please eliminate them to protect the territory. Mission reward, 10 archers. Although the system issued a temporary mission, Su Fan didn't have time to examine it carefully. He knew the enemy was approaching. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of horse hooves grew closer, and the enemy gradually appeared in the north of the territory. Su Fan looked at the tall and majestic centaur team. This time, the number of enemies was twice as large as last time. Each centaur was bare-chested and poorly equipped, but wielding a 2-handed battle axe. They held a menacing presence. If struck by an axe, there was no chance of survival. As the enemy drew closer, Su Fan knew this battle would determine the future of him and his domain. Chapter 6 Upgrade. Last time, more than 10 centaurs had already killed 40 peasants. Now the number of enemies is greater, and Su Fan's defense force is only 10 light infantry, and the defense line seems extremely weak. Su Fan held the enchanted longsword, his palms sweating. He kept looking to the west, anxious in his heart. My cavalry, you have to come quickly. Although light cavalry did not have an advantage when dealing with centaurs, their mobility could attract a large number of enemies and reduce the pressure on other soldiers. But now, the light cavalry were out on patrol and clearly couldn't return. The situation grew increasingly dangerous, and Su Fan could only wait anxiously. Roar! Soon, the centaurs were approaching. Their appearance resembled that of humans, but they were more rugged and ferocious, especially their vertical pupils, which resembled snakes and were chilling. Over 20 centaurs, divided into two groups, charged towards the opposing positions, axes raised, ready to strike a fatal blow. At this moment, Su Fan was the first to strike. He swung his enchanted longsword, and a flaming moon blade instantly appeared. The flaming moon blade, imbued with powerful magical force, sliced through the air and struck the centaur in the front, severing it in half. As the corpse fell to the ground, blood and flames gushed out, significantly affecting the attack rhythm of the other centaurs. Seeing that this attack was effective, Su Fan relaxed his guard slightly, and then swung out 4 or 5 flaming moon blades in succession. The fire element was dense around him, and a strong wind blew up. Several centaurs fell one after another. However, the enemy did not retreat, still holding the huge battle axe high, and brought it down with a bang, causing casualties in an instant. The battle became more difficult, and Su Fan knew in his heart that due to the lack of cavalry support, this time it was more difficult than before. However, to his surprise, the performance of the 10 light infantrymen far exceeded his expectations. They formed a formation, like the ancient Macedonian phalanx, raised their spears, and blocked the attack of the centaurs. Although the centaurs were incredibly powerful, their battle axes snapping 2 of their spears with a single blow, the remaining infantry quickly counterattacked, stabbing the centaurs until they bled profusely. Su Fan didn't hesitate, remaining at the heart of the formation. He wielded his enchanted sword like a magical turret, striking the enemy with precision and killing them instantly. On the other hand, the peasants fared less well. Although they were the largest group, their equipment was poor, and they even threw axes and sickles as hidden weapons. When they engaged in battle, they also used spades and shovels to swing desperately, and although they killed a few centaurs, they also looked a bit chaotic. Finally, Su Fan's light cavalry arrived in time and joined the battle. By this time, there were only a few remaining centaurs. After a 3-way encirclement, all the enemies were eliminated. After the battle, the soldiers quietly cleaned up the battlefield. The corpses and bloodstains scattered across the ground, as well as the strong smell of blood in the air, once again reminded Su Fan of the cruelty of this world. Enemies were approaching at any time, and danger was everywhere. Just like the law of the jungle, the strong preyed on the weak. There were no casualties among the light infantry or cavalry, but 22 peasants died, which was within an acceptable range. Although this battle was not a complete victory, it could be considered a successful one. Su Fan's enchanted longsword played a crucial role, almost single-handedly wiping out over a dozen centaurs, earning him the title of MVP. Mission completed. You successfully commanded your troops to defeat the invading centaur squad. Mission reward: 10 archers. After Su Fan received his reward, 10 archers quickly appeared before him. They wore light leather armor, wielded meter-long bows, carried quivers on their backs, and sported short swords and daggers at their waists. Unlike the other soldiers, their gazes were exceptionally sharp. However, Su Fan wasn't focusing on the new recruits at the moment. His gaze was fixed on the 8 cavalrymen. Ding! A member of your unit has gained enough experience. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade, Su Fan said in surprise. The soldiers summoned by the system can actually be upgraded. He chose upgrade without hesitation. The 8 cavalrymen flashed with golden light, their demeanor changing instantly. Their bodies grew stronger and more powerful, their eyes becoming fiercer. Their original leather armor was transformed into hard armor, with helmets, shin guards, and wrist guards. The scimitars in their hands became 2-meter-long spears, and the scimitars were still slung at their waists. The cavalry's horses were also strengthened, with cloth armor added to their foreheads and bellies, giving them a more imposing appearance. It was clear that these cavalry were now completely different from before. Lancers. These are the main force, armed with lances. Their armor and steeds are as strong as a fortress, and their lances are indestructible. Train these cavalrymen, and they will be your spearhead in breaking through the enemy lines. The system's introduction gave Su Fan a boost of confidence. The previous light cavalry were just mounted infantry, highly mobile but lacking in impact. Now, they have finally become lancers and can truly charge into battle. In ancient warfare, the greatest strength of cavalry wasn't mobility, but its ability to charge into battle. The force of a cavalry charge could easily crush a heavily armored infantryman. These 8 cavalrymen were the first to follow me. They've experienced 2 battles and carried out many missions, so they were able to level up the fastest. It seems that the soldiers summoned by the system are indeed very valuable for training. I need to train more veterans in the future to allow them to continue to advance. After this battle, there were only 40 farmers left, 8 lancers, 10 light infantry, and 10 archers. Together with Su Fan himself, the total population of the territory reached 68. Bury the fallen comrades and throw the bodies of the centaurs into the pit to prevent the spread of the plague. Also, collect the weapons of these centaurs. These battle axes have a high iron content and can be melted down to be used. After Su Fan commanded everyone to clean up the battlefield, he came to the north of the territory alone, looking at the mountains vaguely visible in the distance with a frown. This is the southeast corner of the continent, quite far away from the alien battlefield in the north. Logically, these monsters should not appear here. Could it be that? His heart sank as he pondered the reasons for his 2 consecutive encounters with centaurs. This centaur attack has seriously threatened the security of his territory. Obviously, there must be a passage in the north that allows these monsters to come directly from the distant battlefield. Chapter 7. Flaws in the northern defense line. Su Fan had just quelled the centaur attack and felt a sense of unease. The system seemed to have heard his thoughts and immediately popped up a side quest. The 2 appearances of the centaurs have aroused your suspicions. There must be a defensive loophole in the northern part of the territory. Please investigate the cause as soon as possible and eliminate the potential threat. Mission Reward, Professional Construction Team 1. There's also a construction team. Su Fan was stunned, but he didn't have time to study this new unit for the time being. He just murmured, "Looks like I have to go to the north myself." He immediately made arrangements, leaving 10 light infantry and 10 archers to guard the territory to protect the farmers who were working, while he himself set out with 8 cavalry, heading straight for the north. About 30 kilometers away, a large river lay ahead. The cavalry had only reached this vicinity during their earlier reconnaissance. This time, Su Fan personally visited and truly witnessed the might of the river. He had walked across the Yellow River and climbed the Yangtze River Bridge before him, and the scene before him now bore a striking resemblance to those majestic scenes. Steam rising, a fierce wind swirling, as if the roaring river was the only thing left between heaven and earth. The river is so wide, no one should be able to cross it easily. How did the centaur get through? He frowned, unable to come up with a reasonable explanation. "My lord, we found a raft." A cavalryman rode up to report. Su Fan was startled and immediately led his men over. They stopped at the riverbank, about a kilometer away. There lay a massive raft, dozens of meters long, tied securely with thick ropes. Despite its rough construction, it managed to float and even had oars still attached. What shocked Su Fan even more was that there weren't just one such raft, but 6. Are these all built by centaurs? Su Fan gasped. He had thought these aliens were simple-minded, but he hadn't expected them to be able to build rafts to cross the river. Their intelligence was no less than that of humans. Come to think of it, the long-handled battle axes in the hands of these centaurs are well-made and definitely not something that primitive barbarians can possess. They must have formed their own civilization long ago. Su Fan pondered and reflected on himself. He had underestimated these alien races before. At this time, a cavalryman asked, "Lord, are we going to cross the river?" Su Fan looked up at the other side of the river and said in a deep voice, "Of course we should cross. I want to see where these centaurs came from." After all, Su Fan was born into a noble family and received higher education since childhood. He knew that the world was vast and there were many areas that had not yet been explored by humans. Before the alien races appeared, the human world was the stage for 2 great empires, the Moon God Empire and the War God Empire. These 2 empires fought for nearly 500 years, but the outcome was still unclear. Beyond this, the continent boasts 6 major kingdoms and countless smaller factions scattered around. While each operates independently, their marginal location has always elicited the disapproval of the two empires. Originally, a certain balance had already been established in the world, so even if friction arose, it was unlikely to cause significant disturbances. Until a year ago, a terrifying void gate cracked open in the Arctic ice. A blood moon rose into the sky, and alien races surged out. Initially, the War God Empire was completely unprepared for the north, and 3 provinces fell overnight. Troops were urgently dispatched, but the situation was irreversible. Just as the War God Empire was losing ground, the Moon God Empire to the south took advantage of the situation and attacked from both sides. In just 6 months, the War God Empire, covering tens of millions of square kilometers, collapsed. The king fled, the nobles split, and many even surrendered. Even the Dragon Kingdom, a vassal state to the east of the War God Empire, was not spared and was completely wiped out by the alien race. At that time, everyone believed that the Moon God Empire would become the ultimate overlord of the continent. However, they underestimated the power of the alien race. The Moon God Empire had originally intended to rely on the War God Empire's capital for defense, but within 3 months, the alien race had captured the capital and launched a massacre, leaving rivers of blood. Refugees flooded south, and the Moon God Empire itself suffered repeated defeats. Su Fan's father, who was the Earl of the Moon God Empire at the time, died heroically in that melee. Su Fan only had a partial understanding of the overall situation. After all, in troubled times, news transmission was extremely slow, and those in the rear did not even know what was happening on the front lines. The Gulf territory where Su Fan is now is still under the name of the Moon Goddess Empire, but it is located in the southeast and is barren and undeveloped. To the north is an entire eastern coastal mountain range, which is completely different from the terrain on Earth. This mountain range that runs through the continent is called the Ancient Gods Mountains. Stretching from east to west, it acts like a massive natural barrier, blocking humanity's progress toward the Eastern Sea and hindering the expansion of civilization. The central part is a fertile plain that nourished 2 great empires and is the cradle of civilization, while the western part has complex terrain and hides 4 kingdoms: the Thunder Kingdom, the Storm Kingdom, the Giant Kingdom, and the Dwarf Kingdom. Su Fan knows little about them. Further west, no human has ever set foot on the land, making it a completely unknown territory. To the southeast lies the mysterious kingdom of the Paus Islands, which worships sea gods and is said to be very different from land civilization. To the south is an endless primeval forest. It is said that after passing through it, there is another civilization with a completely different style. Unfortunately, the journey is difficult and almost impossible to reach. Su Fan and his cavalry boarded the raft and took an hour to successfully cross the river. Then, he led his men on a gallop, crossing the woods and hills, heading straight for the mountains. 2 days later, they arrived at the southernmost tip of the Ancient God Mountains. When he stood at the foot of the mountain, he finally understood how the centaurs had crossed this natural barrier. Before my eyes, a vast mountain gorge loomed, flat, almost grassless, and about 1 kilometer wide. It snaked through the valley like a giant snake, leading to the unknown north. Towering mountains on either side of the gorge formed a natural passage, a rare, narrow passageway. On the outskirts of the canyon, Su Fan also found 2 tents of strange styles with an extinguished campfire next to them, as if someone had been stationed there. Chapter 8. This is called professionalism. Su Fan stood outside the canyon, looking at the 2 tents and the remains of the campfire. He was almost certain that these were traces left by the centaurs. He stared at the canyon in a trance, wondering, could it be that they came here through the Ancient God Mountains? The Ancient God Mountains stretched across the continent, unexplored by humans for countless years. Su Fan knew nothing of its terrain, but intuitively, he sensed this wasn't a coincidence, but a carefully planned operation. Those tents, campfires, rafts, this wasn't a random raid, but a well-prepared expedition. Ding! Side quest completed. You've discovered the Centaur invasion path and confirmed a vulnerability in the northern defenses. Quest reward: Professional Construction Team 1. Immediately afterwards, the system refreshed a new quest. Side quest update. You realize the Centaurs may have a larger plot threatening your territory. Please quickly find a suitable location to deploy your defenses and build a security barrier. Quest reward: Light Infantry X 100. Note: Please deploy your defenses flexibly based on the geographical location. Do not react blindly. Wow, 100 light infantry. Su Fan's eyes lit up. Previous missions had only given him 10 at most, but this time it was a truly massive undertaking. He looked back at the canyon, a thought forming in his mind. If I could build a fortress here, one man could hold the fort against 10,000. Even 1,000 centaurs would die here. But he quickly shook his head. The reality was cruel. We don't have enough soldiers. Even the garrison is a problem, let alone the major projects, and this place is too far from the territory. It's too late to provide support in time. So Su Fan decisively abandoned this ideal location and spent 2 days with his men retracing their steps, crossing the river again, and returning to the south bank. Standing on the bank, he looked out at the surging river and muttered to himself, "This is the only reliable place to build a defense line." Silver Moon River. This is the name of this great river, known as the Mother of Water in the Moon God Empire. Its reputation is far-reaching, and the river is wide and fast-flowing, making it a perfect natural barrier. Those centaurs have no navy at all, and it's impossible for them to cross the mountains and rivers with large ships. It's not stable to rely on rafts alone. Su Fan analyzed the pros and cons. If I set up defenses on the south bank, if they want to cross the river, I can ask for help immediately. Maybe they will still be floating on the water when the reinforcements arrive. When he thought of this, he suddenly felt that the plan was sound, and his confidence increased. After returning to the territory, Su Fan was surprised to find that in just 5 days, the territory had been completely transformed. Vast tracts of farmland are lush and green. The sown crops have already broken through the soil, windmills are slowly turning high up, and infrastructure such as wells, granaries, and canteens have also begun to take shape. Several huge longhouses rose from the ground, the most eye-catching being the central building, the Executive Hall. This 2-story building covered over 300 square meters, with a pointed top shaped like an ox's horn, making it particularly eye-catching in the sunlight. What surprised Su Fan was that the first floor of the building was made entirely of stone, which was a miracle in this wasteland with a shortage of supplies. What happened in the past few days? Su Fan frowned. He remembered that there were only 40 farmers in the territory, and even with the guards, there were only 60 people. Why did it look like there were so many people now, several times more than before? Looking more closely, these new recruits were dressed in uniform, holding various building tools in their hands, and had mud and gravel on their faces. They were obviously not ordinary people. Just as he was wondering, a man in smart clothes stepped forward and saluted. "Respected Lord, I am Kong Ding, the captain of the professional construction team." Su Fan then remembered that he had indeed received the mission reward from the construction team, but he had completely forgotten about it because he had been investigating the centaurs outside. "How many of you are there?" "Your Excellency, there are 100 of us, all experienced craftsmen. We can build residences, kitchens, city walls, and even large-scale buildings of spectacular proportions." Su Fan was shocked after hearing this. He had thought it was just a small team of a few people, but he hadn't expected it to be a professional team of 100. Now, all the territory construction problems had been solved. Kong Ding added with a smile, "Over the past few days, we have built the Executive Hall, the windmill, and the infrastructure. At this rate, the Executive Hall will be completed tomorrow." Su Fan nodded in approval and praised. "Well done. I plan to take you to the north tomorrow to build a defensive position on the south bank of the Silver Moon River. I will follow your orders, sir." Then, Su Fan sat aside and quietly observed the work process of these professionals. He immediately understood what professionalism is different meant. Each of them has a set of special tools. Not only are they efficient, but they also know how to mix materials. For example, they can mix hay, resin, and mud into a cement-like mixture to firmly bond stone and wood, making it windproof and rainproof, and sturdy and practical. The construction of the Executive Hall was carried out efficiently with only 50 people. The remaining workers were not idle either, but simultaneously built more houses and living facilities. Kong Ding took the initiative to report, "Sir, I have observed that the existing longhouses are not suitable for long-term residents. They're simple in structure and lack comfort. So I have begun to organize manpower to build new types of houses, 2-story buildings with small courtyards. Each house can accommodate 4 people. Although the space is smaller, the comfort is significantly improved, and the loyalty of the residents will also increase accordingly." After listening to the report, Su Fan was very satisfied and patted him on the shoulder. "Well done. From now on, you will be the chief construction commander of my territory." Kong Ding was extremely excited and immediately knelt on the ground. I swear allegiance to you until death and will never let you down. Chapter 9, Establishing the Northern Defense Line. Kong Ding is the first person in Su Fan's territory with captain-level capabilities. His independent consciousness and strong execution ability makes Su Fan full of trust in him. Looking at this independent construction captain, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. Although the soldiers I summoned before also had independent consciousness, most of them were not capable enough to take on important tasks. Nowadays, the territory has more and more people, and relying on himself is already stretched. Although he faces the trouble of how to distribute power, Su Fan knows that he cannot hand power to those incompetent people. But compared with these troubles, Su Fan's biggest concern is the problem of the Northern Defense Line. The next day, the executive hall was finally completed. This pointed roof building stood in the center of the territory. Su Fan pushed open the door and entered the hall. The space was extremely spacious, enough for various meetings and activities. At the back of the hall was a small room, suitable for confidential conversations. A spiral staircase leads to the second floor, where Su Fan's private space is located. It includes 2 bedrooms, a study, a living room, a dining room, and a separate bathroom. Although the room is now empty, the layout is clear and the functional divisions are very reasonable. Looks like I need to send someone back to procure some much-needed supplies. Su Fan lay in bed, staring at the wooden ceiling, rubbing his temples and sighing. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Although my territory is still poor, it's much better than when I first arrived. Now we have farmers, soldiers, and construction workers. Everything is developing in a positive direction. Ding! Main quest completed. Your territory has undergone a large-scale renovation, including the construction of a kitchen, dining hall, mill, toilet, and executive office. Congratulations on completing the quest. Reward: Peasants X100. Main quest update. As your territory grows, you discover abundant resources around you. Utilize these resources wisely to build logging and quarrying facilities to provide a solid supply base for your territory. Quest reward: Sea salt drying and extraction technology. Sea salt production technology. Su Fan couldn't help laughing after hearing this. That's great. We can use seawater to make salt, and the territory can also accumulate wealth. Salt is a necessity of life, especially in this world with low productivity. Salt and iron are both strategic materials and have been in short supply for a long time. After the alien invasion, Su Fan had worried about a lack of trade materials, but now, the sea salt production technology gave him hope. Soon after, the 100 farmers rewarded by the system arrived in the territory, bringing the number of Su Fan's farmers to 140. With the addition of 100 construction workers and 28 soldiers, the total population of the territory reached 268. Su Fan approached Kong Ding and instructed him to focus on building the wall. This place is relatively safe, and there are no obvious enemies for now. We can start with a wooden wall to save time and effort, and then convert it to a stone wall later when we have more resources. Kong Ding nodded, indicating that he would follow Su Fan's instructions. I've already designed the initial construction drawings. The wall is designed to accommodate the development needs of 10,000 people. That's great. This will be enough to support us through the initial stage. Su Fan nodded with satisfaction, sighing in his heart. It's really worry-free to have someone like Kong Ding. No wonder big companies and organizations all say they want to attract talent and conduct training. If I have a chance in the future, I must discover more of these professional talents. So, Su Fan took Kong Ding and others and set off for the north again. This time, he brought 10 farmers, 10 builders, 10 archers, 10 light infantry, and 4 lancers, along with ample rations and tents, and headed north toward the southern bank of the Silver Moon River. Their pace was slow, and they didn't reach the southern bank until it was completely dark, finding a suitable location to begin building their new home. The emphasis here was on defense and observation, with farming not being a priority. Su Fan instructed the farmers to cut down trees and search for stone, while 10 construction workers were busy constructing infrastructure, such as watchtowers, longhouses, granaries, and canteens. 5 days later, everything had begun to take shape. The defenses here were gradually taking shape. A watchtower soared into the sky, a full 20 meters high. Atop, it was a small attic, offering protection from the elements while providing a clear view of the north. 3 archers could coordinate their long-range strikes from within the tower. The surrounding infrastructure has also been gradually completed, with wells, warehouses, canteens, public toilets, etc. Workers have even started building the wall, and a wall several hundred meters long is under intensive construction. This was undoubtedly a huge project, but it was extremely necessary. Considering that there might be a passageway for foreign tribes hidden in the north, Su Fan decided not to expand northward for the time being, but to consolidate the existing defense line. After 5 days of construction, Su Fan personally took up residence at the northern defense line, directing the work and deploying the troops. 10 light infantry and 10 archers were responsible for defense. 10 farmers ensured food self-sufficiency, and 10 construction workers continued to strengthen the defense line. The 4 lancers were responsible for delivering messages, traveling back and forth between the territory and the northern defense line. Su Fan also found time to return to base camp and handle some matters. Finally, the system announced the completion of the side quest. Beep. Side quest completed. You've established a solid defense line north of the base camp, possessing a certain level of defensive capability. Unknown enemies from the north will have nowhere to hide. Quest reward. Light Infantry X 100. 100 light infantry. This was a significant reinforcement. Su Fan's original defense force was only 28, and suddenly there were 100 more, which was a threefold increase. The light infantry must have been added to the base camp. Su Fan felt a surge of pride in his heart. With soldiers and food, who can stand against me? He couldn't wait to take 2 lancers with him and rush back to the base camp in over an hour. Standing outside the territory, he looked at the changes before him and couldn't help but sigh. In 10 days, the base camp has undergone tremendous changes. Chapter 10. Territory transformed. The entire base camp now resembled a large construction site, bustling with activity. In addition to the several buildings already completed, there were at least 6 or 7 more under construction. A log fence had already been built to the north and west. Standing in the distance, Su Fan could see farmers and construction workers sweating as they moved logs, a sign that the fence was still under construction. Despite the short construction period, several dozen meters had already been built, and the quality was remarkably good. Logs were neatly erected on the ground, connected with vines and wooden strips, and supplemented with clay, making the wall extremely strong. Unless equipped with siege equipment, it would be almost impossible for ordinary soldiers to break through the defense line. The most significant change was the increase in the territory's population. Su Fan saw many newly arrived soldiers patrolling. They were dressed in gray leather armor, armed with spears and daggers slung at their waists. They were well organized and impressive. He quickly realized that these soldiers were the 100 light infantrymen rewarded by the system's side quest. Seeing Su Fan return with his team, the people of the territory cheered enthusiastically and rushed forward, their faces filled with excitement. Kong Ding stepped forward and proudly reported to Su Fan, "Lord, while you were away these past few days, my workers and I have been working day and night, not slacking off. We have now built 3 new houses and a sturdy 60-meter wall. Please inspect them." Su Fan waved his hand. "Well done. Meet me in the executive office later. I have a new mission." Kong Ding responded and quickly left. Su Fan looked at the light infantry and asked, "Is there a leader among you?" The soldiers looked at each other, but no one stepped forward. Su Fan sighed upon seeing this. Alas, talent is so hard to come by. He had originally thought he might find someone like Kong Ding, capable of leading a team on his own, but it clearly didn't happen. He shook his head and sighed, offering a few words of comfort to those around him before returning to the executive hall, surrounded by his companions. Returning to the executive hall, Su Fan discovered that there were many more pieces of furniture. Although there weren't many daily necessities compared to before, there was already some infrastructure. The current territory could only be considered a primitive society, without the ability to produce materials, and the entire executive hall was still simple. After a tiring day, 2 peasants brought in dinner. Now that the territory had a kitchen and dining hall, they could have a hot meal every day, but the quality was disappointing. A bowl of white rice, a piece of grilled meat, and some lettuce, simple and unpretentious. This was the Lord's meal. "The food in this world is really not that good," Su Fan muttered. "I remember when I was in the family. Although the dishes on the table were not rich, they were at least better than now." Although he was not very satisfied, his stomach was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back, but Su Fan still wolfed down this simple meal. After eating, Su Fan leaned back on the chair Kong Ding had specially made for him, patted his stomach, and said with a smile, "Although this world is backward, it also has its own unique features. The meat of these beasts is delicious. Even if it is simply roasted, it is delicious without any seasoning. After dinner, Su Fan lay on the bed, his hands behind his head, closed his eyes, and began to think about the future of the territory. The population of the territory has reached 369 people. With the addition of the new light infantry, we can finally do something big. We can continue to strengthen the northern defenses. All that remains is to complete the main quest, building the quarry and lumberyard. The sea salt production technology rewarded by the system is also very important. Once we develop to a certain level, we can start trading sea salt. However, completing these tasks will take time. The territory's development has reached a bottleneck, and we urgently need a large amount of daily necessities and supplies. Farm implements, weapons, and tools are all damaged, and we are also in dire need of kitchen utensils, salt, oil, etc. The problem is, I'm completely out of money. Su Fan was feeling down. His family's wealth had been completely lost during his escape, leaving him with limited funds. He had spent nearly all his savings on emergency expenses along the way. Now, he could only procure enough supplies for 4 wagons, and the gold coins he had brought with him were dwindling, barely enough to buy a few sets of clothes. The next day, Su Fan summoned Kong Ding. Kong Ding clasped his fists and said, "Lord, what can I do for you?" Su Fan pointed to the hand-drawn map on the wall and said, "I plan to build a quarry and a lumberyard. Where do you think would be a good place to build them?" Kong Ding looked at the map, thought for a moment, and said, "Sir, with all due respect, the timing for building these 2 places may not be appropriate." "What?" Su Fan asked. Kong Ding cleared his throat and explained, "The territory currently has only 140 farmers and 100 construction workers. These people also have to manage the crops, reclaim wasteland, cook, and build. We are really short of manpower. If we add the construction of quarries and lumberyards, the overall development of the territory will stagnate." Su Fan was silent for a moment and nodded. "You are right. We must concentrate our efforts to complete the current construction tasks first." Kong Ding expressed his understanding and immediately began to replan the construction tasks. Chapter 11. Great Harvest. Kong Ding said to Su Fan, "My lord, with all due respect, even if we build a quarry and a lumberyard, we don't have enough manpower to cut wood and quarry. Now, these 2 places are basically just for show." Su Fan nodded. Kong Ding's concerns were not unfounded. Currently, the territory's timber and stone were collected from surrounding resources. Resources close by could be used for other tasks. However, if quarries and logging sites were truly established, they would inevitably require more dedicated workers, and the territory's current manpower was severely limited and simply could not support them. "Well, you do have a point." Su Fan frowned, "but I still decided to build these 2 places. There are enough houses, and food is not a problem. I will put other construction on hold for now and build these 2 places first." Although Kong Ding was somewhat dissatisfied at his heart, he still said respectfully, "I obey your command. Remember, you can build the main structure of the quarry and lumberyard first, and the tools and facilities inside can be added later." "Understood." After seeing Kong Ding off, Su Fan stood at the window on the 2nd floor of the executive hall, looking down at the territory. The scene here was orderly, with farmers, soldiers, and construction workers each doing their job and working in an orderly manner. The sea salt production technology is so tempting. Once I get this technology, not only can I be self-sufficient, but I can also make a lot of money by exporting sea salt. Su Fan thought to himself, but immediately frowned. But now what I urgently need is real supplies. Although he longed for the wealth brought by sea salt production technology, the most important thing at the moment was to organize a caravan to go to the cities of the Moon Goddess Empire in exchange for daily necessities that the territory urgently needed. If you want to do business, you need money. Su Fan felt a headache, but now the territory is poor. What can I use to exchange? Looking at the farmland around the territory, Su Fan had a new plan in his mind. The expansion of farmland has been rationally planned. The territory will expand to the southeast and south, while the farmland will develop to the north and west. After this period of reclamation, 100 acres of farmland have been newly reclaimed, planted with basic coconut and wheat, and 10 acres have been set aside for growing fruits and vegetables. Although the seeds had been planted, they were not yet bearing fruit. Su Fan, accompanied by 2 light infantrymen, came to the edge of the field and watched the farmers diligently tilling the fields. Seeing Su Fan coming, the farmers stopped their work and greeted him with a smile. "Good morning, Lord. Have you eaten, Lord?" Su Fan also responded with a smile and said with emotion, Every time I see your smiling faces, I feel that what I do is very meaningful. Seeing the farmers working so hard, Su Fan came up with an idea. He asked everyone to stop what they were doing, take out the 4 primary crop growth acceleration cards from his backpack, and use them quickly. Use! A green light enveloped the entire farmland, and everyone witnessed this miraculous sight. Instantly, the seeds in the ground began to grow at an incredibly fast rate, visible to the naked eye. The seedlings of grains, fruits, and vegetables grew rapidly. In less than a minute, the entire farmland was filled with mature crops. Wow, this is really a miracle. Long live the Lord. The farmers cheered excitedly. Su Fan smiled and said, "Hurry up and harvest these grains and vegetables and send them to the granary." In just a few minutes, Su Fan used 2 acceleration cards to make all the crops in the 200 acres of farmland mature, and a total of 60,000 kilograms of grain and 4,000 kilograms of vegetables and fruits were harvested. The harvest filled the newly built granary, and even the warehouse was full, so some grain had to be stored outside. This bumper harvest greatly improved Su Fan's territory's food reserves, enough to support the needs for the next period of time. During this time, Su Fan instructed Kong Ding to arrange for construction workers to build 30 large carts. Each cart could carry 1,000 kilograms of supplies. Together with the 4 carriages brought earlier, a total of 40,000 kilograms of supplies could be transported at one time. Su Fan also mobilized 60 farmers to transport supplies, 40 light infantry, 5 archers, and 4 lancers, forming an armed caravan of a total of 110 people. Finally, the caravan was ready. Su Fan mounted his warhorse, donned leather armor, and slung an enchanted long sword across his waist. He looked like a young general, full of vigor. To avoid conspicuousness, he holstered the enchanted long sword, masking its magical aura. Behind the caravan were 30 carts and 4 horse-drawn carriages, loaded with grain, fruits, and vegetables. On either side of the procession were fully armed light infantry and cavalry, their gazes as sharp as hawks, scanning the surroundings. "Let's go!" Su Fan waved his hand, and the caravan began to move forward. The weather was clear, the north wind was gradually rising, and the autumn air was getting deeper. Su Fan led the caravan on the journey to the city of the Moon God Empire. Chapter 12. Violet City, Su Fan's territory, is located on the alluvial plain of the Silver Moon River. The further west you go, the more the terrain changes. After walking 40 or 50 kilometers, the terrain suddenly becomes complicated. Hills, swamps, deep pits, overgrown weeds, poisonous barriers, and endless wild beasts. Because of this, the Moon God Empire never expanded here. For millennia, this wasteland became a hiding place for rebels and criminals. Although these fugitives managed to survive here, they ultimately failed to establish a large-scale settlement due to a lack of supplies. In the area between the plains and the human cities, there are bandits, criminals, and pagans. This wasteland is almost a place where no one dares to set foot, and even Su Fan has to be in awe of it. "I will definitely conquer this place." Su Fan looked up into the distance with great ambition. "This wasteland, which has never been conquered by anyone, will eventually become my territory. In the future, it will have the widest concrete road. From a human city to my territory, it will take less than half a day." With the system support, Su Fan felt that everything was possible. He was filled with confidence, and his steps were more determined. Because of his previous experience, although this time crossing the wilderness was still difficult, his mentality was much more relaxed. 10 days later, Su Fan's caravan had already crossed most of the wasteland and was sitting down to rest. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. "Main quest completed. You have built a quarry and a lumberyard. Congratulations on receiving the quest reward. Sea salt drying and extraction technology. Main quest update. You've discovered that your territory is running low on resources and urgently need to import external resources to support its development. Please complete a trade with an external party to open up a new market. Quest reward. Farmers X 100. Then, the system released a new quest. Side quest announced. Sea salt drying and extraction technology will undoubtedly bring you a lot of wealth. Please quickly build a sea salt drying yard to lay the foundation for sea salt production. Quest reward. Enchanted longbow X 1. Suddenly, a large amount of knowledge flooded into Su Fan's brain. This knowledge was transmitted through his nerves, causing him to have a splitting headache for a while, as if his entire brain was about to explode. Su Fan groaned, his scalp tingling, his vision blacking out, and he nearly fell. The surrounding soldiers were horrified and quickly supported him, giving him water and patting his back. In the chaos, Su Fan finally recovered. He let out a long breath. It was incredibly painful to force this information in, but the results are also obvious. The sea salt drying and extraction technique has been deeply engraved in my mind. After recovering, Su Fan asked for paper and pen. It's worth noting that this world lacked paper. Writing was usually done on animal skins or cloth, with some nobles even using silk. This made the cost of information transmission and learning extremely high, making it unaffordable for most commoners, leading to significant class divisions. Su Fan wrote 3 full pages on ordinary sheepskin and handed it to a lancer. Take this parchment scroll back to the territory and give it to Kong Ding. Have him immediately arrange for the construction of a sea salt drying yard. He will follow the instructions inside. Yes. The lancer cupped his fists, took the parchment, and quickly mounted his horse and departed. Information transmission is so slow. It will take at least 2 days for Kong Ding to receive this parchment. Su Fan sighed, but he still had great confidence in Kong Ding. He estimated that by the time he returned to the territory, the sea salt drying yard would be almost complete. At this moment, Su Fan stood at the front of the caravan, watching his territory gradually being built, and a sense of creation came over him. He felt that every decision he made was changing this land. An hour later, the caravan continued on its journey. 2 days later, they finally emerged from the wasteland. Standing at its edge, Su Fan saw the endless stream of villages and towns on the western horizon. In the distance, a magnificent city stood tall in the wind. Violet City. This city is the southernmost city in the Moon God Empire. It is of moderate size, with a population approaching 300,000. Including the surrounding villages and towns, the total population within the Violet City area approaches 500,000. This is a very large population in an ancient society where most people only had one-story houses. Violet City has a rich history. Legend has it that 500 years ago, the city was attacked by a wave of beasts from the southern primeval forests, slaughtering over a dozen villages and towns. In that critical moment, a magician stepped forward, using his powerful magic to repel the beast's attack. In the final battle with the Beast King, the magician fell to the ground seriously injured. When he was dying, the magical energy in his body was released and turned into purple floral fragrance that filled the surroundings. Violets grew on the land outside the city, and the fragrance spread for 30 miles. To commemorate the magician's heroic deeds, the people of the city spontaneously named the city Violet City, and violet became the symbol of the city. Standing on the edge of the city, Su Fan's heart ignited greater ambitions. The prosperity and history of Violet City deeply attracted him, and he knew that this would be an important step in realizing his dream. Chapter 13, The Strangeness of the City. Su Fan and his group walked out of the wilderness and headed towards Violet City along a small path. In the outlying villages and towns, Su Fan and his friends had already seen violets planted everywhere, in farmers' homes, at the gates, under fences, and along the paths. It's hard to imagine that the scenery here is so beautiful, like a fairy tale world, but at the same time, in the far north of this continent, there is an apocalypse. The refreshing fragrance entered the nerves, making Su Fan and others unable to help but take a deep breath. It smells so good. It would be wonderful if I could live in this city. The farmer with the cart couldn't help but admire it. Su Fan looked back at him from his horse and said with a smile, "It won't be long before our homeland and our territory will become like this." The farmers were convinced and responded with a smile. "We believe that the Lord will lead us to build the best home." Su Fan passed through several villages and towns, but discovered an unusual scene. Along the way, he could not see the smiling faces of passers-by, nor the leisurely look of the civilians. Everyone had a deep sorrow on their face, and they walked in a hurry, looking very anxious. Especially at the gate of Violet City, there were many beggars, ragged and smelly. Several of them huddled together, leaning against the gate. There were a lot of beggars, at least hundreds of them. Su Fan could even see some of them staring intently at the people entering and leaving the city gate. There was viciousness and greed in their cloudy and weathered eyes. Su Fan frowned slightly and said to the people around him, "Let's go into the city quickly and be careful." There were many soldiers standing on the walls of Violet City. They were wearing brown leather armor, with a purple tassel tied on their chests, holding spears in their hands, and patrolling the surroundings. There was a large flow of people at the city gate, and more than 10 fully armed soldiers were guarding the gate, checking everyone before they entered, meticulously and looking very strict. When it was Su Fan and his group's turn, these soldiers looked at the 4 lancers in Su Fan's caravan, as well as the archers and light infantry holding spears and short swords on their waists, and they instantly lost their composure. "Stop! Who are you? Why are you holding weapons?" The soldiers at the door of the car became nervous instantly. They held spears and pointed them at Su Fan and his group, shouting loudly. This shout attracted the attention of beggars, passers-by, and soldiers on the city wall. Su Fan frowned slightly, pointed at the caravan beside him, and said, "It's so obvious. Can't you see it? We are a merchant caravan, here to trade." "Caravan? Trade?" The city gate guard said, "We haven't had a proper caravan come here in a long time. Where are you from? Who are you?" Su Fan said, "I am the eldest son of the Imperial Earl Su, the Baronine, and I come from the Silver Moon Bay in the east." He was not wrong. His father in this world was an earl and a well-known figure in the capital. Although he did not have the chance to inherit his father's earldom because of his escape, he was the eldest son in the family, so he was given the barondom when he was born. Dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons are the lowest class, but there are also nobles after all. In the social structure of the Moon Goddess Empire, ordinary people must be polite when meeting nobles, otherwise they may be imprisoned in the police station for contempt of nobility. "Oh, the earl's son." Hearing this, the guards at the city gate were stunned. Their hard faces softened a little, and they put away the spears in their hands. "Then may I ask, Baron, you said you came from Silver Moon Bay in the east? As far as I know, Silver Moon Bay is rarely visited by people, and you have to pass through the Great Wasteland where there are no human settlements," said the guard. Su Fan said, "I came to Silver Moon Bay to stay temporarily in order to avoid the attack of the alien race. As you said, Silver Moon Bay is sparsely populated and supplies are scarce, so I came here to exchange for some supplies." The city gate guard nodded. This explanation was quite convincing. Now, a large number of refugees and nobles fled from the north every day. Not to mention the earl's son. Even the actual earl, they have taken in several. "So, may I ask, sir, what goods do you want to trade?" the city gate guard asked casually. Su Fan replied, "Food." "What? Food?" The guards at the city gate were shocked, and passers-by around them also cried out in surprise. The large number of beggars who had been guarding the city gate and paying attention to this place were also in an uproar, and many of them even stood up. Seeing this, Su Fan frowned and asked, What do you mean?" "No, it's meaningless." The guards at the city gate smiled awkwardly, their attitude softening suddenly. They put on a fake smile and approached Su Fan, asking in a low voice, "Baron, are the carts behind you filled with food?" "Su Fan Nadif." "Oh, that's wonderful." The leading city gate guard saluted and said, "Baron, please follow me to see my lord. I believe my lord will give you a satisfactory and fair price." "Meet your lord." Su Fan was stunned. "I'm just selling a few carts of grain. This amount of grain is not even as much as a grain and oil store in a big city. Is it necessary to go to see your lord?" "That's right. My lord's name is Fording, and he is a hereditary viscount. He is friendly and loves making friends." The guard talked incessantly, arranging his men to deliver a letter to the city, while pulling Su Fan into the city. Su Fan had no choice but to follow the man in with the caravan. Before entering the city, the gate guard shouted to the beggars outside, "This baron is now a guest of Violet City. Don't even think about attacking him. Otherwise, I will not let you go." After hearing this, the beggars who were ready to move began to look uncertain, but in the end, many of them sat down again. Su Fan saw this scene, thought about it, and called over a lancer. He whispered a few words in his ear. The lancer nodded and left the team without a trace. The long caravan followed several guards into the city, but the scene inside the city was very different from what Su Fan had imagined. I still remember when Su Fan fled from the north and entered Violet City to rest and recuperate. At that time, Violet City was bustling with traffic. Shops and stalls on both sides were next to each other, and men and women in brightly dressed were shoulder to shoulder. It was simply synonymous with prosperity and noise. But now, in just 2 months, the streets in the city have become extremely deserted. There were still many pedestrians on the street, but most of the shops on both sides were closed. At a glance, only a few tailor shops, pawn shops, and clinics were open. The street vendors squatting on the roadside have completely disappeared. In the past, Countless caravans came and went on this street, with carts, horse-drawn carriages, mule-drawn carriages, etc., almost forming a continuous line. But now, only Su Fan's caravan is left here. Chapter 14. Raising the Price. Su Fan asked, "Why did this place suddenly become like this?" The leader of the gate guards leading the way was named Bon, the captain of the Violet East Gate, responsible for all matters entering and leaving the city every day. Bon said, "Your Excellency the Baron, you may not be aware that the war in the north is becoming increasingly intense. His Majesty the Emperor has ordered all leaders to mobilize young men to join the army. A large number of the young men originally living in the city have already been armed and sent to the front lines." Su Fan's heart tightened. He didn't expect that the Moon Goddess Empire had been forced into a stage of all-out war. This was not a good sign. Once everyone became a soldier, the Empire's regime would be under immense pressure. Whether it could withstand the terrifying influx of foreigners was one issue, but the Emperor's subjects would also undoubtedly oppose him. Su Fan knew full well that in this social structure, a mix of slavery and feudalism, it would be difficult for civilians to be inspired to feel patriotic. Of course, some people didn't want to go to the front lines, so they took their families and left the city early. That's why the city seems so deserted now. As Bon was speaking, he had already arrived at the executive hall with Su Fan and his party. The executive hall of Violet City is much more magnificent than Su Fan's executive hall. It is a tall, pointed roof building with 7 or 8 stories high. It is made of white jade and has carved railings and jade bricks like a magic castle. Outside the executive hall is a large garden and a large reception square where many guards and soldiers are standing. "My Lord Baron, our Lord has learned of your arrival and expressed his willingness to receive you." Su Fan stopped in the square. Bon went in to report the news, then came out and said to Su Fan, "You can take 2 guards in. The others should stay in the square for a while. We will serve tea and let them rest." Su Fan nodded. At this time, the lancer he sent out came back and whispered in Su Fan's ear. Bon frowned when he saw this scene, but said nothing. After listening to the report from a lancer, Su Fan waved his hand and asked him and another lancer to dismount and follow Bon into the executive hall. On the way, Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "It seems that my guess was right. All the grain stores in the city are now closed. There is no grain left in the city. I believe this is one of the reasons why there are so few people in the city." When Su Fan saw that Violet City attached so much importance to him and seemed to be eager for him to appear in the executive hall immediately, he already had some guesses in his mind. When he entered the city, he sent cavalry into the city to collect some information. As a result, he found that, as he expected, the food in the city was in short supply. Now, those who still stayed in the city had to rely on their lords to distribute porridge to them every day, except for some surplus food at home. You didn't mention the food shortage in Jincheng. You're probably afraid I'll raise the price if I find out. You're really calculating." Su Fan sneered in his heart. He had previously thought that he was just selling grain, and it would be good if someone bought it. But now it seemed that the situation was completely the opposite. He was now carrying tens of thousands of kilograms of grain, which was even more enviable than carrying tens of thousands of kilograms of gold. In this way, he instantly felt more confident. He entered the executive hall with 2 guards. The magnificent hall was covered with a long red carpet. On both sides stood 2 rows of warriors. These warriors were obviously better equipped than the city guards. They wore shiny armor, helmets, wrist guards, and knee pads. They held a spear in one hand and a long sword on their waist. They looked majestic and imposing. At first glance, they were the real elite troops of Violet City. When they saw Su Fan coming in, these warriors stared at him with contempt, which made Su Fan feel very uncomfortable and felt like he was falling into the hands of the enemy. "I'll avoid this kind of place next time if I can. I hate the feeling of being manipulated." Bon led Su Fan into the hall, where 4 or 5 officials were sitting. Sitting in the main seat was a pot-bellied old man with a yellow beard. He was wealthy and was looking at Su Fan with a smile. "My Lord Baron, this is our Lord Fording." Bon introduced. Su Fan nodded, saluted the Lord of Violet City, and said, "Baron Su Fan greets Viscount Fording. This world is strictly hierarchical. Slaves must prostrate themselves when seeing nobles and are not allowed to look up. Commoners must kneel on both knees when seeing nobles and can look into their eyes. Nobles are equal among themselves, and those with lower titles only need to salute those with higher titles. I heard you're from the north. The war there is truly horrific. You're truly blessed to have escaped. Viscount Fording laughed heartily, his manner quite familiar. Baron Sufan, I heard you brought over 30 carts of food. Is that true? Sufan nodded and said, That's right. I brought 40,000 kilograms of food and wanted to exchange it for some daily necessities in your place. Viscount Fording opened his arms and laughed loudly. Of course not, my friend. My territory is rich and prosperous, and my Violet City has everything you desire. Sufan nodded and said, Then, how would you like to trade, Lord Viscount? Fording smiled and said, 40,000 kilograms of food. I'll pay you 1,000 gold coins. How about that? Sufan frowned upon hearing the price. 1,000 gold coins would have been a normal price, perhaps even higher than usual, but now, after learning of the food crisis in Violet City, the price was incredibly low. This Viscount Fording really wants to trick me. He thought I knew nothing. Sufan thought about it, waved his hand, and said, This price is too low. Low? No. If you go to a grain store and sell it, I'm afraid they'll only pay you 800 gold coins. You and I are both nobles, serving the great emperor together, so I'm willing to buy your grain at a higher price. Fording looked at Sufan with a smile, as if he had heard a joke. Sufan said, Really? In that case, I'll just go to the grain store and sell it. I believe those grain stores out there will definitely reopen with all the grain I have. Upon hearing this, Viscount Fording's face changed, and he quickly said, No, my friend, you may have misunderstood me. How about this? To show my sincerity, I will increase the price by another 500 gold coins. What do you think? The price was suddenly increased by 500 gold coins, which made the price of food twice as high as usual, which was already very high. However, Sufan still shook his head. Chapter 15 Negotiation. When Viscount Fording saw Sufan shaking his head, his smile finally froze and he sat down again. At this time, an old noble beside him said slowly, So, how much do you want? Sufan stretched out 5 fingers. Viscount Fording and his subordinates' expressions changed as they flatly refused. 5,000? Impossible. Sufan shook his head and said, No, it's 50,000. What? 50,000 gold coins? Are you crazy? This guy has a hole in his brain. That's impossible. Viscount Fording and others were in an uproar. Viscount Fording didn't smile at all this time. He stared at Sufan with a droopy face and said, Do you know what the concept of these 50,000 gold coins is? Sufan nodded. Of course I know. 50,000 gold coins can buy 2 million kilograms of grain, buy a 2-story courtyard at the foot of the imperial city, and build 1,000 sets of standard equipment for the soldiers. A noble stood up and said, And we can even summon a magician to help us. What? Baron, do you think your food is worth this? Everyone was staring at Sufan, and a powerful aura pressed down and enveloped Sufan. The 2 lancers beside Sufan moved at this time, standing in front of Sufan, holding the hilts of the sword at their waist tightly with their right hands, ready to draw their swords and attack at any time. Sufan patted his men's shoulders, signaling them to relax, and then said to Viscount Fording, This price is very expensive, but in this day and age, it is very reasonable. Isn't it? Viscount Fording said leisurely. Reasonable? Then do you know that if I wanted to, I could get all this food without spending a cent? This was already a naked threat. When the elite warriors at the entrance of the hall heard this, they also reacted and shook their armor. Sufan, however, remained calm and said, Oh, do you want to keep all the 40,000 kilograms of grain without any distribution, or do you want to do long-term business with me and get more grain continuously? Viscount Fording was taken aback and asked hurriedly, Do you have more food? Sufan raised his head and said, Of course. Lord Fording asked, Where are they? How many are there? Sufan smiled and said, Don't worry about where it is, but we can sign an agreement. When I have food in the future, I will give it to you first, and the price can be lower in the future. Viscount Fording thought for a moment and held up 3 fingers. 10,000 gold coins. Sufan shook his head. No, at least 45,000. 20,000. No, the minimum is 40,000. I can't go any lower. Nothing is impossible. I can have someone take you to the city to purchase the supplies you want. The price is much lower than the market price, which can help you save a lot of money. Well, okay, 35,000. 30,000. In the end, the negotiations between the 2 sides ended in a friendly atmosphere. Viscount Fording bought all 40,000 kilograms of grain from Sufan at a price of 33,000. And Sufan also promised to come again and continue to provide food to Violet City in the future. When walking out of the executive hall, the two lancers following behind Su Fan each carried a linen bag full of gold coins. Su Fan glanced at the 2 bags of gold coins and smiled. The final transaction price was 33,000 gold coins, which had already exceeded Su Fan's expectations. When he came here, he thought that would be good if he could sell it for at most 1,000 gold coins. Haha, it seems I forgot something. These are turbulent times. The natural disasters and apocalypse in the north have weighed down the entire continent. The demand for food has reached an extremely dire situation. Food has become the most scarce resource. If the war in the north gets any more intense, even gold will collapse and depreciate, and food will replace gold. Thinking of this, Su Fan secretly clenched his fists, thinking that he must vigorously develop agriculture after returning to the territory this time. On the one hand, it would accumulate resources for himself and be able to feed more people. On the other hand, it could also be used to exchange for a lot of wealth. Master Su Fan, I have arranged for someone to take away your caravan. Please follow me. I will take you to the merchants who will sell it to you at the lowest price. Bond suddenly appeared on the side. This was arranged by Viscount Fording and was also part of the verbal contract between the two parties. Su Fan nodded and pulled out a parchment scroll, densely packed with the things he needed. There were many kinds of things, from small things like pots and pans, clothes and bedding, salt and seasonings, to large things like various iron tools and engineering supplies. Basically, Su Fan had listed everything that could be used in the territory. Bond looked at the list and said in amazement, Master Su Fan, you are moving, so why are you missing everything? Bond only knew that Su Fan was temporarily staying in the Eastern Bay, but he didn't know that he had already established his own territory there. Su Fan did not tell him either, because from the legal perspective of the Moon Goddess Empire, Su Fan had no right to establish his own territory in the No Man's Land. If he really asked carefully, he might even be charged with treason. But now the world has changed. Aliens are invading, natural disasters are coming, and everyone is busy taking care of themselves. As long as you don't act too high profile, no one will care about these things. Su Fan smiled and said, Don't worry about this. I have a use for all these things. Okay. Bond curled his lips and said nothing more. He took Su Fan and his group to start shopping in the city. Inside the executive hall, Viscount Fording was gathered with a group of his subordinates and several old nobles, having a heated discussion. My Lord Viscount, to be honest, your decision is not wise. 40,000 kilograms of grain for 33,000 gold coins. That's an outrageous price. When did gold coins become so worthless? Yes. Besides, there's no way to find out whether that person is a noble or not. What if they only have this little food and don't send us any more food in the future? Wouldn't we lose a lot today? Many people were dissatisfied, believing that their lord's decision was too hasty. 33,000 gold coins was a huge sum of money, even for high-ranking officials like them. Viscount Fording laughed and said, No, you're wrong. Do you know where he came from? Silver Moon Bay in the east. It's very far from here, taking a full 2 weeks to walk across the wasteland, avoiding wild beasts and swamps. Yet they transported 40,000 kilograms of grain from there. Think about it. Why is that? Silver Moon Bay, how is that possible? Although the place is nice, it's blocked by the vast wilderness. Apart from a few bandits and criminals, there's no human habitation. 40,000 kilograms of grain? Could it be that they've taken root there and cultivated the land? Finally, someone thought of this. Viscount Fording smiled and said, If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid this is the truth. Chapter 16, Random Hero Summoning Card. Being able to produce 40,000 kilograms of grain, it seems that Baron Su Fan has a big business in Silver Moon Bay. Lord Fording, we must be vigilant. Violet City is originally the easternmost and southernmost city, so we only need to defend North Wind City to the north and Black Rock Duchy to the west. Now, a new force has suddenly appeared in Silver Moon Bay to the east, and we have to be on guard. Viscount Fording agreed deeply, nodded, and said, Yes, I think so too. Then why are you still paying him such a high price? Viscount Fording said, This price is actually very reasonable. Food is hard to come by even with money right now, and our city's granaries are already running out of money. 40,000 pounds may not be much, but it can quench our thirst. If he takes this money and purchases supplies, his power will surely grow rapidly and pose a threat to us. Some subordinates worried. Fording smiled and said, There's no rush. I'll send someone to Silver Moon Bay to see how far he's come. I want him to be tempted by the high prices and continue to expand his business to produce food for me. All of his living supplies and lifeblood are in my hands. Once he's fattened up and his food supply is plentiful, I'll send troops to harvest this fruit. By then, Silver Moon Bay will no longer be a wasteland, but the back garden and granary of our Violet City. Hearing Viscount Fording say this, his subordinates all gave him a thumbs up and began to flatter him. On the other hand, Bond took Su Fan to the city to make large purchases. Nowadays, only the price of food is soaring, but the prices of other supplies are still relatively normal. Su Fan had 33,000 gold coins in his hand, making him the coolest guy in the city. He could basically take whatever he liked, which made Su Fan feel like a big boss for the first time. Oh, I wish I had this kind of opportunity when I was on Earth. Cell phones, computers, cars, houses, fancy meals, whatever I wanted to buy, that would be a real treat. Su Fan thought. Soon, more than 30 carts were filled with goods, and Su Fan spent a total of 15,000 gold coins. Then Su Fan had a big meal in Violet City, and the morale of the farmers and soldiers who followed him on the journey was boosted. After Su Fan finished shopping and everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they left the city immediately. Bond wanted to ask Su Fan to stay in the city for one night, but Su Fan politely refused. What a joke. Su Fan is feeling very uncomfortable staying in the city right now. He feels like he is being watched. Besides, he has a huge sum of money on him, so it is not certain that anything bad will happen if he stays overnight. Ding! Main quest completed. You've successfully completed a foreign trade transaction, which is crucial to the development of your territory. Congratulations on earning 100 farmers. Main quest update. Your territory is in its infancy and requires a large amount of manpower. Please do everything you can to bring in enough people for your territory. Completion 0/1000. Mission reward. Random hero summoning card 1. Random hero summoning card? What the hell is that? Su Fan was shocked, then excited. Is this going to give me a hero? As a veteran gamer, Su Fan was no stranger to the term hero. In games, heroes often represented strength and core, each capable of standing on their own. However, to complete this task, we need to introduce population from outside, and the farmers rewarded by the system will not count. What should we do? Su Fan frowned and thought deeply. By this time, their convoy had already left the city. Bond saw them off to the gate and said, "Then I won't see you off any further. I hope to see you again, Baron." Su Fan nodded and suddenly saw the group of beggars still leaning at the foot of the city gate. As if thinking of something, he asked, "Bowen, are these people refugees fleeing from the north?" Bond said, "That's right. They're all homeless and have come here, but the Lord has ordered them to pay 10 gold coins before entering the city. These people can't even afford to eat, so how can they afford to enter the city? So they've settled here. We've mercifully given them a month to leave. Then why not let them into the city? Aren't these people laborers?" Su Fan was puzzled. Bond scoffed. "These people are penniless, have no property, and no houses. Once they enter the city, they will inevitably steal and rob. We'll have to feed them and provide them with shelter. Of course, the Lord won't do that. So let them stay here, without giving them food. Here, if we don't feed them, these guys will probably rebel on the spot. But we don't have enough food in Violet City either, so distributing rice porridge to them once a day at noon is considered a good thing for them." Bond said, then looked at the group of beggars and suddenly cursed. "What are you looking at? You eat my food, you take my things, and you dare look at me like that? Do you believe that I won't give you food at noon today? You bunch of idiots." The group of beggars turned their heads away woodenly after being scolded. Seeing this, Su Fan asked, "How many refugees like this are there in your area?" "Who knows? No one has bothered to count them. But there must be at least 1,000 or 2,000, Bond answered casually. "Well, Captain Bond, I want to recruit some people here to take back. I still have a large area of wasteland that no one has cultivated. It's a good opportunity to let them do the hard labor. What do you think?" Su Fan said, and handed Bond a bag of gold coins. Bond was stunned. Accepting refugees? This was the first time he had heard of such an offer. These refugees had fled all the way from the north, and which lord wouldn't be desperate to avoid them? Some might even fear that the refugees would revolt. Now, this guy was actually trying to recruit refugees. This was completely out of character. Are you sure?" Bond was afraid that he had heard it wrong. Su Fan smiled. Of course, no problem. If you can recruit refugees back, it would be an honor for them, and it would also help us reduce the burden," Bond said. "How many do you want to recruit? Is 100 enough?" Su Fan shook his head, and Bond asked, "What about the 200? Su Fan continued to shake his head. Bond frowned. 500? Su Fan stretched out a finger and said seriously, I want 1,000. How much? How much? Bon almost bit his tongue. His eyes widened in disbelief. Su Fan asked, what? Is there a problem? With all due respect, this is no longer something a small captain like me can decide. I have to go back and ask the Lord. Please go ahead. I'll wait for your news outside the city. Su Fan said. Shopta 17, Medchich Svaltsman Kav. In the executive hall, Viscount Fording heard Bond's report and twirled his yellow beard, saying with a smile, this is truly a pleasant surprise. Go tell Baron Su Fan that I have no objection even if he recruits all of them, let alone 1,000. In his eyes, Su Fan was already his prey, just a lamb to be slaughtered. Now that the lamb needed meat and to grow up, he would naturally support it with all his strength. A grown lamb would have more delicious meat and would be more satisfying. What's more, recruiting 1,000 refugees would solve a big problem for him, allowing him to save a lot of food and greatly reduce the risk of rebellion. This is absolutely a matter of great benefit with no harm at all. Why not agree to it? As for worrying about Su Fan becoming too powerful, please, do you really not take the regular troops in your hands seriously? He could have crushed Su Fan to death before he could reach that point. Yes, my lord. Bon was about to turn back when Viscount Fording stopped him. Wait, Bon, you did a great job. You brought 40,000 kilograms of grain to our city and sent away 1,000 refugees, reducing our pressure. It's a great achievement. So from tomorrow on, you won't have to guard the city gate anymore. Report to the Foreign Affairs Office. Bon was overjoyed, kneeling on the ground and excitedly saying, Thank you, Lord, for your support. The Foreign Affairs Office is a high-level department that can connect with external forces and greatly expand one's network of contacts. The salary is also very generous, which is not comparable to that of a small city gate captain. Outside the city, when Bon was leaving the city, he found Su Fan directing the farmers to build a platform. He came to Su Fan and informed him of Viscount Fording's decision. Su Fan nodded and smiled. Everything went smoothly this time, thanks to Captain Bon. Thank you very much. No. It's an honor for us commoners to work for you, my lord. Although Bon spoke modestly, he was actually quite pleased. He felt like today was his lucky day. He'd been promoted and made a fortune, and both nobles were praising him, making him feel like a big shot. At this time, the platform had been set up. Su Fan, surrounded by the soldiers he brought with him, stepped onto the platform and said loudly to the beggars outside the city, that is, the refugees, I am Su Fan, the son of an earl, with the title of Imperial Baron. Like you, I fled from the north. Those terrible monsters and alien races trampled on our homeland, destroyed our century-old Su family, and my father died on the battlefield, sacrificing his life for our country. I know what you have been through and understand your sufferings. I am willing to help you and lead you to a new place to start a new life. There will be plenty of food, shelter from the wind and rain, no slaves, no oppression, and I will lead you to build a home of your own. Su Fan's words were eloquent and extremely touching. These were actually his true feelings. He had personally experienced the invasion of foreign races, the destruction of his home, and fleeing thousands of miles. He dare not think about that kind of suffering again. More and more refugees and beggars gathered around Su Fan, and many of them were moved and their bodies were trembling. I will stay here for another 3 hours and take in 1,000 people to go east with me. If anyone is willing to follow me, please sign up now. After Su Fan finished speaking, he walked down from the stage. The refugees looked at each other and raised their hands. I'll go. Sir, I want to sign up. Count me in. I'll go with you if you give me something to eat. The enthusiasm of the refugees exceeded Su Fan's imagination. A large group of people gathered around and asked to sign up. Su Fan arranged his soldiers to maintain order, while he opened the parchment and recorded the information personally. It is not possible not to register in person. None of the guys rewarded by the system can read. The entire territory is illiterate. Only he, the Lord, has some culture. Half an hour later, people were still signing up. Su Fan lay on the table, too lazy to raise his head, and asked the next question directly. Name? Identity? Carl, the demon swordsman. Okay, WH what? Demon swordsman. Su Fan looked up suddenly and saw a middle-aged man with a very standard figure standing in front of him. The man had a brown beard and his curly hair was casually scattered, but his face was very resolute, especially his eyes, which looked like a ferocious beast, giving people a sense of wildness and murderousness. He was about 1.9 meters tall, and his arms were almost as thick as Su Fan's thighs, but his clothes were tattered and smelled bad. There was also a long scar on his exposed arm, which looked very hideous. Su Fan frowned and said, "Are you really a magic swordsman? There are magicians in this world who can manipulate various elements, wield thunder and fire, and bring destruction and hope. Among them are some people who are not only magicians, but also powerful warriors. They use magic to temper their bodies, give up the elegance and long-range attacks of magicians, and specialize in close combat and weapon fighting. These people are called magic swordsmen. In fact, the entry threshold for a magic swordsman is much lower than that for a magician. One only needs to have an affinity for magic, and the rest is to use magic power to temper the body. In addition to having an affinity for magic, a magician must also constantly learn magic spells, which is a subject that is almost divine. Therefore, the number of magic swordsmen is actually much greater than that of magicians. However, when it comes to high-end combat power, magicians still have more. However, even if the magic swordsman is relatively common, he is still a magic swordsman. He is an absolute highlight wherever he is and the absolute main force in any force. How come the one in front of him has become like this and become a refugee? What? You don't believe it? The down-and-out magic swordsman in front of him, Carl, seemed a little impatient when he saw that Su Fan was taking a long time to register. You don't seem to be very impressed by me? Su Fan said with a smile. I am a noble, and you are a commoner. Logically, you should bow to me when you see me. Carl said calmly. The Empire has laws that anyone favored by magic can enjoy the same treatment as a noble. So I don't need to salute you. Besides, you don't have the strength to convince others right now. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Okay, I like your personality. I will remember you and look forward to your performance, Carl. After saying that, Su Fan quickly registered Carl on the list. After this little episode, recruiting became smoother and smoother, and soon, 1,000 people had been recruited. Ding! Main quest complete. You've recruited enough people for your territory. These people will become the cornerstone of your territory's development. Treat them well, and they will fight for you. Completion, 1,000/1,000. Congratulations, mission reward. Random hero summoning card 1. Chapter 18 Scoring Task. Main quest update. Your team has grown tenfold since your arrival, making you a bigger target and more vulnerable. Please proceed with caution and successfully bring your recruited team back to your territory. System reward. Unknown. Tips. The system will rate the host based on the degree of completion. The higher the rating, the richer the task rewards. This mission is quite interesting. Su Fan was taken aback. Previously, the missions issued by the system were fixed, giving you a clear goal and a fixed reward. But this mission now required a score and rating based on the completion status, and the reward was still unknown. Moreover, the content of this task is also very intriguing. Bringing someone back to the territory successfully could be considered a mission. Is it really that simple? Su Fan frowned and thought deeply. It seems that the journey back to the territory will not be too peaceful. Su Fan looked up at the sky. The sky was gradually getting darker. The night was about to fall, and his heart was cast a shadow. Baron, are you really not going to spend the night here? Bon asked again. Su Fan shook his head and said, No, there are still many things waiting for me to deal with. I must go back as soon as possible. Well, I wish you a safe journey. Okay, see you next time. After bidding farewell to Bon and leaving Violet City, Su Fan set off with a large team of 1,100 people. Soon, night fell and the team had been walking for 2 hours, so Su Fan let everyone rest. While recruiting, Su Fan temporarily purchased enough tents and 10 horse-drawn carriages so that the weaker refugees could take turns to rest. As for food, Su Fan had prepared 2 months' worth of dry rations for 100 people when he set out. Now that the number of people has increased tenfold, he can only drink porridge every day. Oh, if I had known this would happen, I should have kept some food instead of selling it all. Su Fan felt a little regretful. As night fell, the refugees ate very little food and went to bed early to conserve their strength. They were in the outskirts of the city, close to villages and towns. When the villagers saw so many people coming at once, they did not dare to accept them at all. They closed their doors and windows as if they were facing a great enemy. Su Fan naturally would not disturb them, so he arranged the 50 soldiers he brought with him to be divided into 2 shifts to stand guard and light a bonfire. Su Fan was warming himself by a bonfire. It was already autumn and the nights were very cold. He would catch a cold without a bonfire to keep warm. At this time, a light infantryman came over with a man. "My lord, the people have been brought here." Su Fan nodded, looked at the man, and smiled. "Carl, please sit down." "That's right. The person who came was the magic swordsman, Carl." Carl sat down without any restraint and asked, "What do you want to see me about?" Su Fan smiled and said, "I want to hear your story." "My story? What story do I have?" Carl frowned. Su Fan said quietly, "A magic swordsman in Violet City would be the leader of the city's defense forces. There couldn't possibly be more than 5 magic swordsmen in the entire city. You, a fan of the magical element, became a refugee. There must be something unusual going on." Carl remained silent. Su Fan continued, "I'm always very good at judging people. You're not a villain. You even have a soldier's temperament. What do you think? Am I right?" Carl was silent for a while, and finally said, "You are right. I once served in the First Legion of the War God Empire and served as the captain." "Oh, the War God Empire, the First Legion?" Su Fan was surprised. He was not surprised that Carl was from a foreign country, but the name of the First Legion. Although Su Fan's time traveling was not long, based on the previous memories of his body, he knew clearly that the War God Empire had 9 legions, among which the First Legion was the elite among the elite, the absolute ace, stationed at the foot of the imperial city, guarding the emperor. Every soldier in it was a fan of magic, either a magician or a magic swordsman. It is precisely because of this that the First Legion of the War God Empire is also called the Magic Legion. Su Fan didn't expect that the down-and-out man in front of him had such a powerful background and could even serve as a team leader in the Magic Legion. That was incredible, and it showed that his abilities were truly recognized. "Then why have you fallen into such a state?" Su Fan was puzzled. Carl said with a frustrated look on his face, "The War God Empire was invaded by a natural disaster from an alien race, and the northern defense line collapsed. His Majesty sent our First Legion to defend it. We fought hard in the north, and a large number of our compatriots died on the battlefield every day, but we finally stabilized the defense line. Just when we thought that the rear would take this opportunity to mobilize forces to aid us, we never expected that the Moon Goddess Empire would suddenly launch a war. We were attacked from both inside and outside, and our 1,000-mile defense line was destroyed. The War God Empire was destroyed, and my body was severely damaged. The magic core in my body was affected, and I can no longer use magic power. I am now just an ordinary person." After listening to this, Su Fan also sighed. He was currently in the rear, but he had heard of the war in the north. He had even witnessed the alien army attacking and plundering cities before his escape. The scene was too horrific, and now he didn't want to recall it. The fact that Carl had survived on the front lines was a miracle in itself. "Then why don't you go and serve the Moon Goddess Empire?" Although the Moon Goddess Empire is constantly losing ground, it has not completely collapsed after all. Su Fan said, "The Moon God Empire? Humph. I'd rather die than serve the Moon God Empire. They're a bunch of short-sighted reptiles, a bunch of good-for-nothings who only care about pursuing their own interests. If humanity truly perishes and alien races rule the world, the Moon God Empire will absolutely bear the greatest responsibility." When the Moon Goddess Empire was mentioned, Carl's nose became crooked with anger. Su Fan nodded, patted Carl's thick shoulders, and said, "I sympathize with you, Carl. Although you can no longer use magic, you are still a soldier and a small captain. You have real skills. I now sincerely invite you to join my territory and work for me. Are you willing?" Carl shook his head decisively and said, "No, no. I'm following you now only because you promised to give us food and a good home. You are also a noble of the Moon God Empire, and I cannot violate my principles." Su Fan stood up, put his hands behind his back, and looked down at Carl. "Carl, do you think the concept of nation is outdated in today's world?" Carl was stunned and asked, "What do you mean? I don't understand." Su Fan said quietly, "Have you not seen it yet? In just 6 months, the War God Empire was destroyed. In less than a year, the Moon God Empire will also completely collapse, not to mention the kingdoms to the west, which are not worth mentioning at all. By then, the entire continent will be a paradise for alien disasters. The world will sink and doomsday will come. In that situation, what we need is not a country or a force, but a savior, a god." "Savior god?" Carl murmured. "Yes, savior." Carl looked at Su Fan and said, "You mean you want to be the savior?" Su Fan smiled, but remained silent. He simply said, "When you arrive on my territory and observe for a while, you will naturally understand. I am simply telling you that I will do my utmost to drive out the alien races and close the Void Gate. Both the Moon God Empire and the War God Empire are a thing of the past. I will establish a brand new world order and usher in a new era." Carl was stunned. In all his years in the military, he had never heard anyone utter such words. Those nobles, those generals who in the past didn't talk about money and power. Even at the end of the world, even when natural disasters struck, these nobles continued to scheme and fight among themselves. This was the real reason why Carl didn't want to serve the Moon God Empire. He was tired of this state of affairs. Seeing Carl's expression, Su Fan couldn't help but laugh and said, "What? You don't believe it?" Carl stood up abruptly, clasped his fists, and said, "Baron, regardless of whether you are a savior or not, your idea alone has transcended national boundaries. Your vision is unprecedented in my life. I, Carl, am willing to join your army and serve you." "Ah, good." Su Fan patted Carl on the shoulder and said, "From today on, you will be my military advisor and assist me in managing the army." Yes. Carl was a little excited. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him would give him such great power. This suddenly made him feel like a 1,000-mile horse meeting a good horse trainer. After that, he had a long talk with Carl, and Su Fan also learned some things about the magic swordsman from Carl. As one of the two major magic professions, the magic swordsman has a mature training system like the magician. The lowest level of magic swordsman is called the Black Iron Swordsman. This level of magic swordsman can only use magic energy in a preliminary way to temper the body, which is only equivalent to a strong warrior. Above them are the Silver Swordsmen, who can use magical energy to infuse their weapons, perform combat skills, and greatly enhance their combat effectiveness. After that are the Golden Swordsmen, who are even more powerful. Each of them is the backbone of the Imperial Legion and the most important main force. After the Golden Swordsmen, there is the Earth Swordsman and the legendary Sky Swordsman. Legend has it that these two levels of magic swordsmen have surpassed the scope of ordinary magic swordsmen. They have tended to another state and are the supermen of this world. Each one is a strategic level treasure. Carl is a Silver Swordsman. When he was at his peak, he could fight against 100 ordinary soldiers at once. He was very powerful. However, that was only in the past. Now his magic power was damaged, and he could not use magical energy. He could only rely on his strong body and agile skills to fight the enemy. He could only be regarded as a Black Iron level magic swordsman. This was the only regrettable thing, but Su Fan soon felt relieved. It was a pleasant surprise to find a magic professional in Violet City. He was just the right person to join the team and could share some of the work and manage some of the things for him. This was the most important thing. It was already late at night when the two men finished talking. The soldiers on duty and patrol had already changed their posts. Su Fan also got into the carriage and lay on the soft mattress. Before going to sleep, he opened the system backpack, and an icon appeared in it, shining brightly and uniquely. Random Hero Summon Card 1. Note: using this card summons a random hero from myth and legend. He will join your territory and fight for you. The summoning of mythical heroes will be accompanied by strange phenomena in heaven and earth. If you don't want to cause a sensation, please use it with caution. Su Fan looked conflicted. The explanation of this card was very tempting. That was a hero from mythology. No matter which country's mythology system it was from, it must be very powerful. But the last sentence, summoning heroes will cause phenomena in heaven and earth, this is a bit annoying. His team now had 1,000 refugees. Unlike the peasants summoned by the system, if they saw a strange phenomenon, wouldn't they be scared away? Or would they spread the news and make him a target of public criticism? No, I can't summon you now. Let's wait until we get back to Silver Moon Bay. Early the next morning, after drinking the porridge, Su Fan's team set out again and headed towards Silver Moon Bay. The journey is very long, and they have to cross the harsh wilderness. Their team cannot move very fast. Su Fan estimates that it will take at least half a month to reach Silver Moon Bay. Su Fan had already sent a lancer to gallop back to the territory and organize 40 light infantrymen to carry food and march towards them. This way, as long as they could hold on for another 10 or 8 days, they would be able to get supplies and their journey would be smoother. Soon, 5 days passed, and Su Fan and others had entered the wilderness and had traveled nearly half the distance. Everyone was already exhausted because they only drank porridge every day and had only one meal a day, which kept them just barely above starvation. So everyone's physical strength was very poor. Su Fan's own rations had been reduced by half. In order to demonstrate his sincerity and boost the morale of the refugees, Su Fan only drank a bowl of porridge every day and gave up his carriage for those who were exhausted to rest. Alas, I still lack experience. A good trade trip turned into such a hard march. Food, I need food. Su Fan realized the importance of food for the first time. At this moment, a lancer who was patrolling the perimeter came running over and said urgently, "My lord, the enemy has been spotted ahead." Su Fan frowned. "Who are they? How many are there?" The lancer said, "They look like bandits. They're well armed. Some are even on horseback, and there are a lot of them. Over 100. More than 100 people. That's a lot." Su Fan was shocked. At this time, the magic swordsman Carl came over and said, "The bandits in the wilderness must have discovered your team and saw you transporting so much cargo, so they sent so many people." Su Fan snorted coldly. "If it were a foreign race, I'd still be a little wary, but if it's just some bandits, I'm not afraid. Pass my orders. All refugees gather together, using the carriages and carts as cover. 5 archers stand on the carriages to provide fire support. The remaining light infantry will be divided into 3 teams to form a defensive line. We must not let those bandits get past us and massacre the refugees." After saying this, Su Fan looked at Carl again and said, "Carl, it's time to show your ability. How about leaving this line of defense to you to command?" Carl patted his chest and said loudly, "I will do my best." Su Fan nodded with satisfaction, then slowly drew out the enchanted sword hanging from his waist. Carl saw the magic light and the exquisitely crafted sword. His eyes gradually widened and his breath quickened. "I never thought the sword slung around the Lord's waist would be a magic sword." Chapter 20, The Bandit Ramir. Su Fan smiled and said, "Why? Is it weird?" Carl shook his head and said, "I just didn't expect to see magical items here. With this magic sword, our chances of winning are much better." Su Fan said, "Of course. As long as those bandits don't have any magical items, we will definitely win this time. But what I want to do is not to win for sure, but to minimize casualties." Carl said, "That's probably difficult. We have too few combat forces to keep everyone safe." Su Fan gave a mysterious smile. "Really? Then we'll wait and see." Inside the team, the refugees had huddled in a circular shelter made of carts and carriages. They were huddled together, not knowing what was happening and filled with fear. At this time, a large number of people suddenly appeared on the hills in the distance. Some of them were riding horses, wearing various clothes, with messy hair, holding various weapons. They had no formation and were in disarray, but they had a wild aura that was intimidating. Ramir was riding a horse, wearing a 3-cornered hat and a very old chainmail. In his hand, he held a chipped longsword, and a short flag was stuck on his back. He looked at the huge caravan in the distance, his body trembling with excitement. "How long has it been since I last ate meat? Now, prey has finally been delivered to my door. It must be God's help. Brothers, charge over and kill them all. Don't leave them alive. Take their weapons, and all their supplies are ours." The group of bandits roared like hungry wolves, and everyone had an excited look on their face. Su Fan stood at the front of the team, with Carl and 20 light infantrymen responsible for the front line of defense beside him. This time, Su Fan brought a total of 4 lancers, 2 of whom were sent back to the territory. Only 2 cavalrymen were left and could not play any role at all, so he simply asked them to dismount and use them as infantry. Carl's hand holding the sword was slightly sweating. Although he was a veteran of the battlefield, his position in today's battle was different. If he made a mistake and caused casualties, he would definitely lose points in Su Fan's heart. So he must give it his all and be fully focused. As the enemy drew closer, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly tense. Everyone felt as if the Grim Reaper was watching them from above, unsure who would be taken away in the battle. "Archers, get ready!" Carl shouted, raising his arms high. The 5 archers standing on the carriage drew their bowstrings to their full length and raised them high. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 5 breaths, the enemy finally entered the archers' attack range. Carl suddenly lowered his arm and shouted, "Shoot!" Brush, 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 brush. 5 sharp sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and the arrows rose high in a parabolic posture, then fell at a high speed, and then pierced into the bodies of the 5 bandits. The screams poured cold water on the bandits. Ramir couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, these guys even have bows and arrows. That's too much. Brothers, don't be afraid. They don't have much defense. As long as we charge in, they'll be lambs to the slaughter. Charge! Kill! Su Fan was also intimidated by the aura of these bandits and could not help but smack his lips and said, "They are really a group of fierce bandits, so fierce." Carl grinned and said, "That's nothing. It's just people dying for money and birds dying for food. When it comes to being fearless and daring, they're still far from it." At this time, the second and third waves of arrows had also been shot out, but this time the enemy was prepared, and many people successfully dodged them. Only 4 unlucky guys were shot and fell to the ground. Su Fan also held the enchanted longsword, feeling the surging magical aura on the sword. Su Fan roared and swung it fiercely. A flaming moon blade whizzed out, directly cutting one man in half. Then, without slowing down, he cut the 3 bandits behind him in half one after another. The broken bodies of those who were hit were engulfed in flames, and screams were heard from the flames. The bandits around were stunned by this scene. This is magic. The power of magic. Oh my God. They have a magician among their ranks. Run, run. A bandit screamed and tried to escape, but Rammer cut off his head with a sword. He held the head in his hand and shouted, "No one is allowed to run. Look carefully. They don't have a magician. It's just a magic item. It's no big deal. We are strong in numbers, and nothing can stop us. Keep charging, or don't return to the village." The bandits were obviously afraid of Rammel, and had no choice but to grit their teeth and continue charging. That's quite interesting. Carl said, "Their commander is quite capable." Su Fan asked, "Is it possible to recruit them?" "Don't do that, my lord." Carl shook his head and reminded Su Fan, "A dog will always eat shit, and a cat will always steal fish. These bandits will never change their habits." Su Fan nodded, indicating that he had learned his lesson. His territory was really short of people, and he wanted to recruit any talent he saw. Soon, the enemy rushed to Su Fan's team with magic and arrows, and they paid the price of at least 30 people. The 2 armies finally engaged in battle. Carl was quite surprised that the 50 soldiers did not show any fear when facing hundreds of bandits. Well, with such a fearless warrior, it seems that Lord Su Fan is truly no ordinary man. Carl was not mistaken. Carl became more confident. At this time, many enemies came to him. Carl roared and killed them with a long sword in his hand. As the captain of the 1st Legion of the Ares Empire, Carl had more combat experience than anyone present. His reaction ability, combat skills, and swordsmanship were all top-notch. Brush, brush, brush. Sword shadows flew everywhere, and Carl killed all 3 bandits as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. This Carl is really strong. Su Fan was amazed when he saw Carl killing people. The bandit leader Rammer naturally noticed Carl as well. He snorted coldly and rushed over on his warhorse. Kill! The bandits made way, and the horses charged straight towards Carl. The powerful impact was so powerful that it frightened people. Naturally, Carl would not confront him head-on, so he rolled over to avoid the attack. However, 2 bandits behind him took the opportunity to attack, and 2 spears pierced Carl's back. Just when the 2 bandits were overjoyed, Carl roared angrily, and a powerful energy suddenly burst out from his body. A flame suddenly rose from his body, blowing the 2 bandits away alive. Chapter 21, Great Victory. Everyone was stunned by Carl's sudden outburst. Carl slowly stood up, with a hot red light rising from his body, like a flame, but not a real flame. Rammer also turned around on his horse at this time. Seeing this scene, his eyes widened. Damn it, this is the magic swordsman. He was really depressed. He had finally discovered a caravan with thousands of refugees in it, and the defensive force consisted of only a few dozen people. He had originally thought of taking advantage of this big piece of fat meat, but first he encountered archers, then saw magic items, and now there was even a magic swordsman. This is fucking unlucky. I'm so unlucky. But even if we complain, the 2 armies are now at a stalemate, so we can't retreat now, even if we want to. No matter what kind of magic swordsman you are, you must die. Ramir rode his warhorse towards Carl again. Carl seemed like a different person at this time. His muscles were solid, and he seemed to be a few inches taller. His body was shrouded in red light, emitting a mysterious and powerful magical aura, especially his eyes. If you look closely, you can see that there is a complex magic circle slowly rotating in his blue eyeballs. Motaz D. Carl raised the long sword in his hand and chopped it hard, actually cutting off Ramir's sword directly and also leaving a huge wound on the warhorse. SHHHHHH. The warhorse let out a mournful cry, and the great pain made it fall directly to the ground. Rammer jumped up and landed steadily on the ground. The demon swordsman is truly powerful. Ramir gritted his teeth. Then he led his men to charge towards Karl again. While Ramir and Karl were fighting fiercely, on the other side, Su Fan's battle was also very intense. In fact, Su Fan's fighting ability is not that good, and he cannot compare with these bandits at all. However, he has an enchanted sword, which itself has a deterrent effect on the bandits, so he has the upper hand. Boom! There is another violent explosion. The terrifying magical energy was no less powerful than gunpowder. It directly blew a large hole with a diameter of 3 meters on the ground, and more than a dozen bandits were blown away. The 40 light infantrymen were the main force of the battle. They were responsible for defense, like a solid wall of steel, leaving the bandits no chance to massacre the refugees. In fact, these bandits are now stuck in a stalemate battle and have no intention of slaughtering the refugees. Their goal is to plunder and rob supplies, and they don't have much interest in the refugees. The 5 archers performed very well. They fired their bows one after another, specifically targeting those difficult and aggressive bandits. Secondly, they rescued their comrades. When a person was besieged by 2 or 3 bandits, he would give priority to helping these comrades and provide long-range fire support. Finally, there were the 2 lancers. They were equipped with the best equipment, wearing armor, holding spears and swords in their hands. Although there were only 2 of them, they were like 2 door gods and became a defense point that the bandits were most reluctant to attack. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. Ramir's sword was cut in half again, and a wound was cut on his body, and he was bleeding profusely. He watched his men around him fall down one after another, while the strong man opposite him remained as steady as a rock, as if he would never fall down. This made Ramir almost faint from anger. "Everyone retreat," Ramil shouted. When the bandits heard this, they were so excited that they almost cried. They cheered and began to retreat. Su Fan sneered. "Come as you please, leave as you please? How can it be that easy? Everyone, chase them for 500 meters. Archers, provide support. Lancers, chase them for 1,000 meters. Yes, yes." All branches of the military responded. And so, the nightmare of the gangsters began. Because they were retreating and had lost their fearless spirit and spiritual support, they had no desire to fight. In addition, the light infantry were constantly chasing them from behind, so the bandits on horseback were fine, but it was a pity for those bandits who were not on horseback. The distance of 500 meters was like a natural chasm for them, and it was difficult to cross. Su Fan's archers and 2 lancers specifically targeted the bandits on horseback. In fact, these bandits on horseback were not cavalry at all. They had no lances and were not good at riding. They could only be considered infantry on horseback, so they were no match for the lancers. When they fled, the lancers chased them from behind. When they wanted to surround and kill a lancer, the lancers would stay away from them. The gap between real cavalry and mounted infantry was vividly demonstrated at this moment. When these bandits completely escaped the pursuit distance set by Su Fan, Ramil covered his injured arm, lay on his horse in a mess, and was led by his subordinates. Looking at the only 20 or so people left around him, he fainted in anger. On the other side, Su Fan was also counting the casualties. This battle can be said to be a great victory. The bandits left a lot of corpses. Su Fan sent people to count them, and there were probably more than 90 corpses. On their side, 13 light infantrymen were killed. The 2 seriously injured were already unconscious, and it looked like they could not hold on any longer. There were also several lightly injured. All in all, it cost 15 people, and none of the refugees were killed. Although he had one, Su Fan's face wasn't looking good. Each of these soldiers summoned by the system was a precious treasure. They were loyal, brave, highly disciplined, and highly trainable. They were simply perfect soldiers. 15 of them died at once, and he felt his heart bleed. Beep, someone in your troop has gained enough experience. They can now level up. After going through the test of blood and fire, do you want to level up? Su Fan was stunned. Someone can upgrade? Su Fan was about to choose yes, when he suddenly remembered that there are so many people and eyes around now. Upgrading the troops will cause earth-shaking changes. If someone finds out, it will be troublesome. So, Su Fan had no choice for the time being and put it aside. Karl walked over at this time, clasped his fist towards Su Fan, and said, "Lord, what should we do next?" His face looked very bad, because his magic core was damaged and he couldn't use magic. Now, he was forcibly using magic. Although it was only used to increase his strength, and he didn't use any combat skills, it also put a huge burden on him. Now, he was breathing rapidly and felt like he was about to fall apart. Su Fan patted Carl and said, "Carl, you did a good job. You proved yourself with your strength. Next, we still need to hurry up and get on with our journey. I know there's a forest not far ahead. Maybe we can find some wild fruits there." "Understood." Carl nodded. Next, Su Fan and others cleaned up the battlefield and continued to move forward. When night fell, it was already late at night. When everyone, including Carl, was asleep, Su Fan called the soldiers together and chose Troop Upgrade. Chapter 22, Sword and Shield and Longbowmen. Brush. A golden light flashed, and all the light infantry present, a total of 25 people, and 5 archers were all upgraded. Soon, the golden light dissipated, and the upgraded lineup was revealed. Today's light infantrymen each wore a leather helmet, thin chainmail, and wrist guards and shin guards. They held a round shield in one hand and a sword in the other. Their figures had suddenly become more imposing and powerful, with a minimum estimated height of 1.9 meters, making them considered burly men. Their eyes had also become sharper, carrying a hint of murderous intent that made people afraid to approach them. Sword and shield soldiers. They wield a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. They are better equipped and more experienced in combat. They can attack or defend, and can unleash immense power whether fighting alone or as a group. They're the most perfect infantry formation. Please train these sword and shield soldiers vigorously. They will become the main force of your army. Looking at the upgraded archers, the 5 of them were wearing light armor, with key parts also protected by armor, and they also wore leather helmets on their heads. The bows in their hands became bigger and more powerful, and the quivers behind them also increased from 1 to 2. Longbowmen. These archers have a significantly increased range, reaching 500 meters, with an effective kill range of 300 meters. Their endurance has also been greatly increased. They carry 2 quivers with a total of 60 arrows, providing you with even more powerful firepower support. Looking at the 30 soldiers after the upgrade, Su Fan was extremely surprised. This meant that the combat effectiveness of his troops was even stronger. It was a bit regrettable that the 2 lancers hadn't been upgraded. They had made contributions in the battle and played a huge role in chasing the enemy, but they still hadn't been upgraded. It seems that if I want to upgrade these lancers again, I still have to go through a few more battles. Su Fan thought to himself. No words were spoken that night. The next day, many people noticed the changes in these soldiers, and Carl also came to ask, but Su Fan just smiled mysteriously and did not give any explanation. Seeing this, Carl could only retreat and guess on his own. This is the power of a leader. No one will ask you questions, and no matter how absurd or mysterious everything you do, there will be people who support you. The rest of the journey was much easier. On the 10th day, a convoy came from the opposite side. It was 40 light infantrymen from his territory. They brought food and water. When the soldiers in Su Fan's team learned that the supplies had arrived, they cheered thunderously. They followed Su Fan because of his promise, hoping for a better future. However, they encountered bandits along the way, suffered from food shortages, and endured the hardships and fatigue of the march, bringing their spirits to the brink of collapse. If Su Fan hadn't constantly encouraged them, described a bright future, and promised them equal status in land, they would have surely deserted the main force long ago. Now that the supplies have arrived, Su Fan is not stingy and arranges for people to set up a pot to cook. The big pieces of meat and the fragrant noodle porridge make everyone, including Su Fan, salivate. There was no encouragement or speech. This meal was the biggest reward. After finishing his meal, Su Fan rubbed his round belly, then casually laid down on the grass and asked a light infantryman who came from Silver Moon Bay, "How is the territory developing now? Has anything big happened?" The light infantryman thought for a moment and said, "No, Mr. Condon has been organizing people to build a salt field on the coast according to your arrangements, and the farmers have continued to reclaim the wasteland according to your orders. We have been patrolling and helping to cut trees and carry stones. Nothing else has happened." "Oh, how's the construction of that sea salt field going?" "I haven't been there either, but I've heard from construction workers who occasionally come back for their shifts that the construction of the sea salt field is going very smoothly. The main structure has been completed, and it will probably be put into use soon." Su Fan nodded in satisfaction and suddenly asked, "Is there anything wrong on the northern defense line?" "Are you talking about the defense line on the south bank of the Silver Moon River?" "No, no one has come here." Su Fan said, "Oh," and felt relieved. During the time he was away from the territory, What he was most worried about was the northern defense line, which led to the ancient God Mountains. He didn't know when a wave of alien monsters would appear, so he had to be on guard. The journey went very smoothly for the next 5 days. Although the food they brought was not much, it was enough for 1,000 people to have one meal a day. Each meal was dry and could last for 5 days. And in the past 5 days, we have not encountered any bandits or robbers. By noon that day, Su Fan's team finally walked out of the wilderness. Looking down, they saw the fertile plains, the beautiful Silver Moon River in the north that looked like a silver ribbon, the lush and wild primeval forest in the south, and the bay in the distant east that was as graceful as a girl's figure. Moreover, in this paradise-like land, we can see a human territory that is striving to develop. Is this our destination? Is this Baron Su Fan's territory, where we will live together from now on? So beautiful, so spectacular. This place is so beautiful. It's like a dream paradise, the mythical moon goddess's back garden. I can already smell the crisp sea breeze. This smell is truly fascinating. There's a lot of noise among the refugees and the team, and they all seemed very excited. Seeing this, Su Fan smiled and said, "Everyone, this is our destination. Do you see that settlement? That's my territory. From now on, we will develop here with peace of mind. We want to build this place into the most beautiful and prosperous place in the world. What do you think? Good. Long live the Lord. Long live Baron Su Fan." After a round of cheers, the team continued to move forward. This time, one could even clearly feel that everyone's pace had become much lighter. By noon the next day, everyone finally entered Su Fan's territory. The current territory is significantly different from when Su Fan left. The first thing is the increase in the number of people. During his absence, Su Fan completed a trade, and the system rewarded him with 100 farmers, so the territory is now more lively. Secondly, there are changes in the walls. Now the walls on the north and west sides of the territory are longer than before, almost covering the entire territory, and there are 2 openings in the middle to serve as entrances and exits. A gate will be built here in the future. Chapter 23, Food Crisis. The wall is very high, nearly 10 meters high, and the thick logs are tightly tied together with clay and vines, giving people a very strong sense of oppression. After arriving at the territory, the system finally issued a prompt to complete the task. Main quest completed. You have successfully brought the recruited population into your territory. They will work hard to build your territory. They will become the first residents in your territory. Please treat them well and let them fight for you. Mission rating, S. Mission reward, primary magic book. Main quest update. Your territory has gained enough population, and you can finally make a big move. Please use your wisdom and make reasonable arrangements to expand your territory to 10 times its current size. Mission reward, cement production technology. I opened the system backpack and found a green book icon inside. It was noted, this is a book that records basic magical knowledge. It represents the origin and beginning of the mysterious path of magic. Study it carefully to lay a solid foundation for your magical journey. Oh my God, it's a book of magic. Doesn't this mean that I can also practice magic? Su Fan was very excited. But now is not the time to look closely. Su Fan still has a lot of things to arrange. The territory was very lively. Everyone would greet Su Fan happily when they saw him, and Su Fan would respond with a smile. These people are so loving. Yes, these people all look energetic and cheerful, completely different from us refugees. It seems that Lord Su Fan is truly a nobleman who loves his people like his own children. It seems we made the right choice. Although the refugees were in dire straits, there were some smart people among them. They had figured out many things based on the details they had seen. Where's Kandin? Su Fan grabbed a construction worker and asked. Captain Kongding is still in charge of the construction of the sea salt field on the beach and is not here. The construction worker replied. Oh, Su Fan felt somewhat helpless. There was no one in the territory to take charge of the overall situation. The only construction team leader with some talent, Kongding, was still working on the beach. The huge territory was full of headless flies. There was no other way, so Su Fan had to take charge and make arrangements himself. He allocated houses to the 1,000 refugees, distributed bedding and clothes, as well as some daily necessities purchased from the city, such as pots, pans, etc. By the time he finished all this, it was already dark. Su Fan returned to the executive hall with a sore back and tiredness. The development of the territory cannot be separated from the support of data and the statistics of information. So this time, Su Fan bought a large amount of parchment and ink. After lighting the oil lamp, Su Fan lay on the table and began to record some data. There are currently 240 farmers, 100 construction workers, and 1,000 refugees in the territory, for a total of 1,340 people. In terms of armed forces, there are 70 light infantry, 5 archers, 25 sword and shield soldiers, 8 lancers, and 5 longbowmen, a total of 113 people. All in all, the total population in the territory has now reached 1,453. This is actually a very impressive number. You have to know that Violet City is a medium-sized city in the Moon Goddess Empire. Some villages under it have less than 1,000 people in total, and some prosperous towns have only more than 1,000 people. At this point in time, this population is more than enough. The entire world is in dire need of food, and if we have too many people here, we won't be able to support them. Now that we have a population, it's time to vigorously develop our territory. Su Fan thought for a moment and continued writing on the parchment. Currently, there are 300 acres of cultivated grain fields, 30 acres of vegetable fields, and 30 acres of fruit fields in the territory. However, the harvest time is still a long way off. It will take at least 2 months before there is a harvest. Thinking of this, a hint of worry appeared between Su Fan's brows. It was indeed my own fault for not thinking carefully before, as I sold 40,000 kilograms of grain at once. Before, there were only 200 or 300 people in the territory, so it didn't seem to have much of an impact. But now, the number of people has suddenly increased to nearly 1,500, and the loss of 40,000 kilograms of grain has become extremely important. Assuming 2 kilograms per person per day, 1,500 people would consume 3,000 kilograms of food a day. There were still 10,000 kilograms of food left from the first harvest, plus the 20,000 kilograms stored from the second harvest, for a total of 30,000 kilograms of food. Hiss. Thinking of this, Su Fan leaned back suddenly, felt a buzzing in his head, and his vision went dark. So, this amount of food I have is only enough to last for 10 days. After calculation, he came to this conclusion, which scared Su Fan. Even if he still had 2 primary crop growth acceleration cards left, which could produce a maximum of 60,000 kilograms of grain, that could only sustain it for 20 days. Including these 10 days, he could only produce food for 30 days at most. But even so, there is still a 1-month gap. What should we do after this month? Su Fan couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and paced around his room. He walked to the window and looked down at his already large territory. Suddenly, he punched the wooden window. Damn it, what's there to be afraid of? I have the sea to the east, the river to the north, and the forest to the south. How can I starve to death? Su Fan, his heart raging, returned to his desk and continued writing under the dim light of the oil lamp. The food problem can be solved in many ways. There are plenty of wild animals in the southern primeval forests, and if you're lucky, you can even find wild fruits. There are also abundant aquatic resources in the Eastern Ocean and the Silver Moon River in the north, which can all be mined. Anyway, if we can hold off until the harvest in 2 months, we can barely get through the winter. In addition, the territory's infrastructure also needs to be sorted out. We currently have 50 longhouses that can accommodate 2,500 people at full capacity and 5 new houses, which are more than enough for living. There are 3 wells. The groundwater here is very abundant and the water layer is very shallow, so drinking water and irrigation are not a big problem. As for the industrial situation, there's a quarry, a logging site, and a sea salt mine under construction. However, none of these 3 mines are in use and are generating any income. Su Fan paused writing here. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly slapped his thigh and said to himself, "What's there to be afraid of? Just do it." He opened the system backpack, and inside was a card with a multicolored glow, shining brightly, just as eye-catching as the magic book. Random Hero Summoning Card 1. Note: using this card summons a random hero from myth and legend. He will join your territory and fight for you. The summoning of mythical heroes will be accompanied by strange phenomena in heaven and earth. If you don't want to cause a sensation, please use it with caution. Chapter 24 Summoning. The Perfect Goddess Arrives. Su Fan had always been worried before. He was afraid that after using this card, it would really bring about some strange phenomena in the world, which would surprise the refugees he brought with him, and then spread the news everywhere, which would easily cause unnecessary trouble. You must know that in this world, in addition to secular royal power, divine power also occupies a large proportion. We can get a glimpse of this from the names of the Moon God Empire, and the war god empire. The moon goddess empire believes in and worships the moon goddess alone, while the war god empire believes in and worships the war god Cyril. At the same time, the moon goddess empire has the moon god cult, and the war god empire has the war god cult. These are the two largest sects in the world with the largest number of believers. Even Su Fan's own family, as nobles, are devout believers of the moon goddess alone. Therefore, Su Fan was afraid that the vision brought about by this card would be regarded as a miracle by some interested people, and then publicized, attracting the covetousness and curiosity of the moon god cult, the god of war cult, and even other sects. The struggle of faith is more terrifying than war. But now Su Fan had figured it out. His territory's development was limited, approaching a bottleneck, with a ton of problems waiting to be dealt with. He was exhausted every day. The system had rewarded him with this mysterious random hero summon card, but he was hesitant to use it because of some concerns. This was simply unacceptable. Su Fan slapped himself and cursed inwardly. I have the system, yet I'm still hesitant and indecisive. Damn it, do it! After Su Fan figured it out, he felt like a huge stone had been removed from his heart. He instantly felt much better, and all his depression disappeared. Use! Su Fan clicked to use it, and saw that the random hero summoning card turned into colorful streams of light, condensed into substance, and then exploded in Su Fan's room. Immediately afterwards, the colorful light rushed out of the room and straight into the night sky. The darkness in the sky was instantly broken, and a brilliant golden light shone down, illuminating the entire territory as bright as day. Many people were awakened from their sleep and saw the golden light shining straight into the executive hall where Su Fan was. Oh my God, what is that? This golden light. This is a miracle, a miracle. Oh, moon goddess, it must be Lady Alun who has taken pity on us and bestowed divine grace upon us. That's our Lord. He has received God's gift. Haha, I told you, we didn't choose the wrong person. Our Lord is the lucky one chosen by God, and we are lucky too. Everyone was very excited, including the farmers, construction workers, and soldiers who were rewarded by the system. All cheered excitedly. Carl looked at this astonishing light and smiled with satisfaction. My lord, I increasingly feel that you are right. If there really is a savior in this world, it must be you. On the second floor of the executive hall, in Su Fan's room, golden light shone in from the window and gradually condensed into a graceful figure in front of Su Fan. Su Fan's heart paused, looking at the exquisite curves and seductive proportions in the golden light. A strange feeling rose in his heart. When the golden light faded, the randomly summoned hero finally revealed his true appearance. She is about 1.7 meters tall, with a graceful figure and exquisite curves that will make your blood boil. Her almost perfect body proportions make people admire that this is a work of art created by the creator. She wore a moon-white, light skirt with a gold ribbon tying her waist. Her slender and powerful thighs were exposed under the moon-white skirt, and her moon-colored high boots with gold edges made her legs look even more graceful. Her perfect and delicate facial features, large areas of snow-white skin exposed, long eyelashes blinking, and blonde hair made her look mysterious and cute. Her arms were completely bare, one hand holding a golden scepter, the other holding a golden dagger hanging from her waist, and a small golden crown on her head. She looked like a respected princess, but also like a general galloping on the battlefield. The combination of these two completely different styles in one person looked really weird. However, the moment she opened her eyes, when Su Fan saw her sharp golden eyes, these two completely different styles merged perfectly together. Valkyrie. This is the first and only word that came to Su Fan's mind. The moment she opened her eyes, she no longer had the fragility and tenderness of a princess, but was instead filled with a fierce and decisive aura. Athena, greetings to the Lord. The girl knelt on one knee, holding a golden scepter in one hand. The sound was like the collision of metal, but it sounded particularly pleasant. You are Athena? Su Fan's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the one he summoned was the most famous goddess in the Greek mythology system, Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war. Yes, only Athena, the perfect goddess who combines wisdom and war, can possess such a unique temperament. After Su Fan was surprised, he was delighted. He hurried to help Athena up. When he touched Athena's arm, the silkiness, softness, and snow whiteness made Su Fan almost drunk. Athena, in Greek mythology, is primarily the goddess of wisdom, and her secondary attributes are the goddess of war, crafts, and art. However, unlike the god of war, she commands wars for the sake of peace. This is a goddess with a compassionate heart. She has an exquisite appearance and is radiant, but she is not proud of her beauty. In the mythology, she desires independence and rejects the pursuit of all male gods. She is noble and aloof with a unique personality. Su Fan couldn't help but ask, "Athena, do you know where you come from?" Athena tilted her head and thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "I seem to have some impression, but I can't remember clearly. I only know that I came here because I sensed your call. I came here to fight for you and obey all your orders." "Will you obey all my orders?" "Any orders?" Su Fan smiled very evilly. Athena nodded. "Yes, any order is acceptable. My loyalty is known to all." Hearing this, Su Fan was eager to make a move, but he suppressed his excitement and said seriously, "So how is your strength now?" Athena said distressedly, "My divine power has been sealed for some reason. Now I can only use a tiny bit of it, and my strength is very poor." Su Fan felt a little regretful. He had originally thought that if Athena really maintained the full strength of a god, he would be able to conquer the world. After thinking for a while, Su Fan said, "Come with me. I'll take you to test it." Chapter 25: Athena's Abilities. When Su Fan took Athena out of the council chamber, the outside of the council chamber was already surrounded by people. More than 1,000 people surrounded the place. When they saw Su Fan coming out, everyone shouted loudly, "Miracle! Miracle! Long live Lord Su Fan! Long live the Lord of Silver Moon Bay!" Su Fan smiled and signaled everyone to be quiet, then asked Athena beside him, "What do you think of these people's strength?" Athena said, "Just a bunch of mortals." Su Fan pointed at Carl in front and asked, "What about this guy? He's a magic swordsman who can manipulate magic." Carl was stunned. He had just noticed this beautiful girl. Her appearance was almost perfect, even more perfect than the statue of Elun, the moon goddess in the moon temple. After taking a look, he didn't even dare to look at her again because it would make him feel like blasphemy. Athena glanced at Carl and shook her head, saying, "There are some magical fluctuations, but the energy core in his body is already broken and cannot compare with my divine power at all." Su Fan asked, "Can you defeat him?" Athena didn't say anything, but slowly raised her snow-white right arm. Her slender jade fingers suddenly opened. An invisible force gushed out. Carl felt like he was hit by an elephant, and the huge impact force threw him directly into the air. However, he did not fall down. Instead, he was held tightly by this force and suspended in the air in an awkward posture. Carl looked at Athena in horror and exclaimed, "This is the power of a magician." Su Fan also looked at Athena in surprise. She said that her divine power was sealed and she could only use a small amount, but she didn't expect it to be so powerful. The other people were also in an uproar, especially the refugees, who were all shocked. "Oh my God, this is the legendary magician." "That's what I was saying. How could an ordinary person be born so beautiful? How impressive. I never thought there was a magician in our territory." "Who is she? Why would a magician willingly come here?" "Fisk, didn't you see that he came out with our Lord? What's the relationship?" "It's obvious, okay." "Oh, it turns out to be our Lord's wife. TSK. Our Lord is so lucky to have such a beautiful and powerful wife." Shut your stinky mouth. Be careful, or the Lord will hear you and pull out your tongue." Athena waved her hand, and Carl landed gently on the ground without any injuries. However, the look in Carl's eyes when he looked at Athena was filled with fear. Athena waved her hand and said, "Your energy core is damaged. If it were repaired, you would still have some strength. Perhaps you wouldn't be in such a mess like you were just now." Carl's breath quickened. His eyes widened as he asked, "Master Magician, do you have a way to repair my magic core?" Athena said calmly, "Of course you can, but I'm not strong enough right now. I have to wait until I break the seal and gain enough power." Carl got a positive answer and was even more excited. He prostrated himself beneath Athena's moon-white skirt and said, "If you, Master Magician, can help me repair my magic core, I, Carl, will serve you like a slave and never regret it." Su Fan was stunned, watching from the side. Is this the charm of the goddess Athena? Bowing down and being treated like a slave? He also wanted this kind of treatment. Athena said, "I'm not a magician." Su Fan interrupted and said, "Okay, let's talk about this later. Don't worry, Carl. I remember your pain and will let Athena heal you when I have the chance. Carl clasped his fists and said, Thank you, Lord. After sending this group of people away, Su Fan took Athena back to the executive hall. Su Fan asked, What's the difference between your divine power and the magic of this world? Athena said, My divine power is innate and comes from the Godhead. As long as the Godhead is immortal, the divine power will not disappear. As for magic, I don't know much about it yet. However, through my investigation of Carl, I sense that magic should be derived from a natural element and rely on mobilizing this element to cast spells. But in terms of power, magic can never compare to divine power. Su Fan asked again, Does that mean I can't cultivate divine power? Athena shook her head and said, I'm sorry, but no. No one except those born as gods can cultivate divine power. Okay. Su Fan felt very disappointed. He decided to just study magic. By the way, how can I remove the seal of your divine power? Su Fan suddenly thought of it. Athena shook her head in distress. I don't know either. This kind of seal is very strange. I've never seen it before. Maybe it will be released when some opportunity arises. Oh, Su Fan was helpless. It seemed that his idea of relying on Athena's divine power to conquer the world was difficult to achieve. Su Fan talked with Athena and stayed up all night, and Su Fan also got to know more about this mythical goddess of wisdom. My divine power can speed up the growth of crops and the construction of buildings. If there were no seal, I could even build a city in a day. My divine power can bring back those on the verge of death from the clutches of the god of death, and I can heal any injury, no matter how severe it is. Just these 3 points are enough to drive Su Fan crazy. What does this mean? This means that Athena is simply a human time accelerator and also a peerless medical saint. Moreover, this Valkyrie is both civil and military, combining wisdom, military power, and kindness. She is simply a perfect minister who can perform any duty. The next morning, Su Fan, despite his panda eyes, was still full of energy. He said to Athena, I am now going to give you your first task. Athena nodded. Please give your orders. Su Fan said, I brought 1,000 refugees from Violet City. There are many talented people among them, including blacksmiths, carpenters, tailors, chefs, etc. I want you to use 5 days to register these people, classify their talents, and assign them jobs according to their talents. Our territory is just starting out, and we need everyone to give their best effort. Athena held up 2 fingers and said, It doesn't take 5 days, it only takes 2 days. I promise to complete the task. Su Fan smiled and said, Okay then, 2 days. I believe you have the ability. Athena accepted the task and turned to leave. Looking at the goddess's graceful and alluring back, Su Fan leaned back in his chair, holding his head with both hands. He let out a long sigh and smiled. This is what a leader is like. He doesn't need to handle small matters personally. He just needs to arrange them. He doesn't focus on the process. He only looks at the results. It feels so good, so relaxing. Chapter 26. Unable to escape the clutches of mathematics. Su Fan closed his eyes and thought to himself, Through this investigation, I'm sure I'll find a few more talented people. Then I can bring them in to strengthen my executive office, making it truly operational. The next day, Su Fan got up early in the morning and went to the grain fields in the north first. Su Fan used the last 2 primary crop growth acceleration cards to make the 200 acres of farmland mature instantly. According to past experience, he could harvest about 60,000 kilograms of grain. Su Fan arranged for the farmers to harvest and store the crops, and then he no longer cared about the matter. Afterwards, Su Fan found Carl, who was practicing sword in the open space, and took Carl to the East Bay. The center of the territory is only 10 kilometers away from the bay, and it takes less than half an hour to get there by horseback. When Su Fan and Carl arrived at the beach, they found that there were nearly 100 people working hard here. Su Fan soon saw Kong Ding directing the construction workers. Kong Ding looked much darker than when Su Fan left, and his whole body was shiny and greasy. My lord, long time no see. Kong Ding was extremely surprised to see Su Fan. He immediately put down his work and came to greet him. Su Fan smiled and said, Kong Ding, you've worked hard and you've become darker. Kong Ding scratched his head sheepishly and replied with a smile, My lord, please forgive me for making fun of you. This is my duty as a subordinate. Su Fan nodded and said, How is the construction of the sea salt field going? Kong Ding said, My lord, The construction of the sea salt field is more difficult than expected. It's not due to technical reasons, but because we need to dig salt ponds and dry them, which requires large-scale equipment, which is exactly what we lack. So we can only use the most clumsy method, using manpower and shovels to dig, so progress is slow. Su Fan asked, "How many days will it take to complete the construction?" Kong Bing thought for a moment and said, "It will be completed in 5 days and can be put into use immediately after completion." Su Fan said, "Okay, I will transfer 100 workers here in 5 days. They will be responsible for the production of sea salt. I hope you won't leave them waiting in vain." Kong Ding stood at attention and said loudly, "Please rest assured, Lord, the sea salt field will definitely be put into production in 5 days, and the supporting workers' dormitories, canteens, and toilets will also be completed." Su Fan smiled and said, "Okay, after the sea salt field is completed and put into use, I will hold a celebration banquet here to entertain you and your construction team." Kong Ding smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord. I'm looking forward to that day." After leaving the coast, Su Fan took Carl to the northern defense line on the south bank of the Silver Moon River. This area was now staffed with 10 peasants, 10 light infantry, 5 archers, and 4 lancers. It had 2 watchtowers, a warehouse, a mess hall, and dormitories. Everything was available. Soldiers patrolled here, making it a veritable frontline position. Seeing Su Fan coming, everyone gathered around. After a round of greetings, Su Fan asked, "How is it? Have you found anything unusual on the other side recently?" An archer said, "The day before yesterday, we found traces of centaurs on the other side of the river. There were a lot of them, probably hundreds of them." "What?" Su Fan was shocked. The archer continued, "But the centaurs only stayed by the river for a while and then left." Su Fan sighed inwardly. The thing he was most worried about finally happened. Across the Silver Moon River, in the ancient God Mountains, there is a passage leading to the far north. Those agile centaurs traveled thousands of miles to the southeast corner of the continent and discovered this weak point in defense. They will definitely not give up. They will definitely come again. Su Fan thought about it and said to Carl, "The defense line here must be strengthened. Carl, go back and mobilize 40 light infantrymen to come here and station them to strengthen the defense." "Yes." Carl clasped his fists. Su Fan returned to the territory with Carl, feeling worried. They saw that the refugees brought from the territory were already lined up in long queues and registering in an orderly manner. Athena was standing aside, looking pretty, with 2 swordsmen and shield men following behind her. Both in appearance and clothing, she seemed out of place with the surroundings. Although she had lost her divine power, her deity-like temperament, and her noble and aloof, ethereal feelings still made people feel amazing. Su Fan walked over to Athena and asked with a smile, "How is it? Is it going well?" Athena said, "It's going very smoothly. I first selected a group of people who can read and write and asked them to be responsible for the registration. Now half of the registration is done. It's going even smoother than I expected. It won't take 2 days at all. We can finish this work before sunset today." "You did well, Athena." Su Fan smiled and patted Athena's shoulders, saying, "I'll wait for you in the executive hall tonight." Seeing that everything was going smoothly in the territory, Su Fan instructed Carl, "Carl, for the next period of time, your mission is to reinforce the northern defense line. In addition, you must choose a suitable location for the barracks. Once the sea salt field is completed, I will arrange for Kong Ding to build the barracks." "I understand, Lord. I will complete the task." Carl nodded in agreement. After returning to the executive hall, going to his room, and closing the door, Su Fan finally had time to open his system backpack and take out the elementary magic book that was emitting green light and read it carefully. This book records basic magical knowledge. It represents the origin and beginning of the mysterious path of magic. Study it carefully to lay a solid foundation for your magical journey. This magic book is very large and is made of dark yellow, very hard paper. It is very thick, but it actually does not have many pages. There are many strange symbols on the cover of the book, which look like oracle bone inscriptions or a magic circle, and it is difficult to understand the meaning. Su Fan couldn't wait to open it. There were a few big words written on the ancient dark yellow paper. Chapter 1, The Origin of Magic. Su Fan read it carefully. This magic book explained the basic knowledge of magic in a simple and easy-to-understand way, which was very friendly to newcomers like him. According to the book, this world is full of various magical elements, including light, darkness, thunder, fire, water, wood, earth, wind, These elements mainly represent this fantasy world. A magician, in essence, communicates with these elements in a special way and casts magic by controlling the arrangement of the elements. It sounds a lot like chemistry, with all kinds of equations and theorems. Oh my God, even in this different world, I can't escape the clutches of mathematics and physics. When Su Fan saw a formula called Origin Formula, recorded in the magic book, he felt sick when he saw those unique symbols and numbers. Chapter 27, Divine Power Acceleration. Just as Su Fan was frantically thinking about the formula, there was a knock on the door, and Athena's cold and powerful voice came. Lord, the mission has been completed. I am here to report to you. Su Fan then realized that it was completely dark outside. He stepped out of the magical fantasy world, rubbed his eyes, and said, "Come in, Athena." A beautiful figure came in front of Su Fan, and the whole room seemed to be brightened up by her presence. Su Fan couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration, "Athena, every time I see you, I think I've seen an angel." Athena smiled. "I'm honored to receive your praise." Su Fan smiled and said, "How is it? Mission completed?" Athena handed Su Fan a piece of parchment and said, "There are 1,000 people in total, including 780 males and 220 females. There are 66 children under the age of 16 and 32 people over the age of 70. This is the basic population data. I asked them to register their occupations before they fled. Among them, 58 were officials in northern towns, but their positions were not high. The highest one was just a mayor, and they had no aristocratic blood. There are a total of 388 craftsmen of various types. They are all valuable professionals. I have registered them separately and managed them separately. There are also 40 men who have served in the military around the world whom we might be able to recruit to bolster our garrison. The rest of the people do not have fixed occupations, such as merchants, farmers, chefs, etc., which are quite scattered, and all of them are registered on it." Su Fan took a look at the parchment and couldn't help but sigh. Athena worked so efficiently that there was nothing wrong with her. Every word she said touched his heart. Su Fan even felt that if he gave the position of Lord to Athena, Athena would do a better job than he did. After all, the most popular person in his territory now is not himself, but this goddess who is both beauty and strength. You've done a great job, Athena. I now need 30 people to work in my office to maintain the office's operations, handle official business, and set up various departments. I need you to choose for me a Secretary of State for Agriculture, a Secretary of State for Industry, and a Secretary of State for Commerce. I also need to select 100 people from among them to form a guard team for the territory. In addition, you must arrange for those craftsmen to build their own workshops as soon as possible. I need them to forge weapons, farm tools, and various daily necessities for me." Athena nodded. "I'll make a note of that." Su Fan thought for a moment and then said, "You can take your time with these things. There's no rush. I have something more important to tell you." Athena was stunned. "What is it?" Su Fan then told about the food crisis currently facing his territory. "Athena, I need your divine power to help the crops grow faster." Athena frowned and said, "My divine power is sealed now, so I'm afraid the range in which it can be effective is very small." Su Fan said, "It doesn't matter, we can give it a try." "Good." Su Fan brought Athena to a grain field that was in the seedling stage. Athena stretched out her lush white arms, and then stars emanated from her hands and landed in the grain field in front of him. Then, this grain field was like using a crop growth acceleration card, and the grain seedlings grew and matured at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a minute, the grain field was fully ripe. "Success," Su Fan said excitedly. The grain field in front of him was also a full 100 acres in size, which meant that in just a short while, Athena had made his territory produce 30,000 kilograms of grain, enough to feed the 1,500 people in the territory for 10 days. But when he turned his head, he saw Athena's pale face. "Athena, what's wrong with you?" Athena held her flawless forehead in her hand, her voice sounding a little weak. "I've consumed too much divine power, and I feel a little dizzy." As she spoke, Athena's body softened, and she was about to fall down. Su Fan subconsciously reached out to catch it and held it in his arms. The warmth and softness of the girl in his arms made Su Fan both intoxicated and distressed. "Okay, that's all for today. I'll take you back," Su Fan said. Athena closed her eyes and hummed softly. In the next few days, Su Fan's territory entered a high-speed operation mode. Farmers were busy in the grain fields, holding sickles, and pushing carts of grain into the granary. There are a total of 300 acres of grain fields. After using 2 primary crop growth acceleration cards and 1 time of Athena's divine power acceleration, all 300 acres of grain fields are mature, which can bring a total output of 90,000 kilograms to Su Fan. In addition to the several thousand kilograms of grain stored now, he doesn't have to worry too much about food for at least the next month. However, Athena's divine power is not unlimited. According to Athena herself, she can only use her divine power once every 5 days. Otherwise, it will damage the foundation of her godhood. Athena slept for a whole night. After waking up, she immediately started to do what Su Fan had told her to do. 1,000 people are actually very easy to manage, and talents are also easy to select. With Athena's superb wisdom, within 1 day, through self-recommendation, recommendation, and interview, Athena has selected 30 people. They will serve as officials of the executive office, responsible for assisting Su Fan and Athena in managing this land. These people are educated, can read and write, have clear thinking, and have a good reputation among the refugees. In addition, 100 young and strong men were recruited to form a separate force, which Su Fan named the First Garrison. Their current main tasks are defense and patrol. Athena also made reasonable distribution of the remaining people. Craftsmen and merchants continue to stay in the territory to engage in territory construction, while the rest who had no special skills and professional skills were assigned to the sawmills in the south and the quarries in the west. The development of the territory requires a large amount of resources. Now that the resources around the territory have been almost collected, Su Fan urgently needs to put this quarry and lumber yard into operation to transport stones and timber to the territory continuously. Once the main mission is completed and I obtain the cement production technology, I must build the cement road as soon as possible. The 4 directions of east, south, west, and north all need the support of regular roads. Otherwise, transportation will be too difficult. Su Fan sat in the executive hall, rubbing his brow and thinking. At this time, Athena came in with a large group of people and said to Su Fan, "My lord, these are the selected officials of the executive office. I will bring them to see you." Su Fan nodded and looked at these people. They all had good temperaments and light in their eyes. They were obviously cultured and sensible people. Chapter 28, Forming a New Department. Athena pointed at the 5 people standing in the front and said, "My lord, these are the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Commerce, the Minister of Industry, and a veteran with military command experience who I have selected. He may be able to assist Karl in commanding the troops." Su Fan said, "I believe in your judgment, Athena. Now, the 4 of you can introduce yourselves." The 4 men stepped forward and began to introduce themselves. The Minister of Agriculture elected is named Xiao Sa, 38 years old. He was once the mayor of Gushan Town in the God of War Empire and has deep insights in agriculture. The Minister of Industry is named Philin, 45 years old. He used to run a blacksmith shop and managed more than 100 blacksmiths. It is said that he also forged swords for the Duke of the Moon Empire, and his skills are superb. The Minister of Commerce is named Gould, who is 27 years old. Although he is young, he is the eldest son of a large consortium in the God of War Empire. When the alien race invaded, he was almost about to take over the position of head of the family. Unfortunately, with the invasion of foreign races, no matter if they were rich or poor, nobles or royals, they were all finished. Some died and some fled. Gould fled alone with the refugees. The Moon God Empire avoided these refugees from the War God Empire and did not allow them to enter the city at all. As for the last one, his name is Paladin. He is 30 years old this year and is a veteran of the Moon Empire. According to him, he was also a cavalryman and had fought against the War God Empire many times. In fact, 30 years old is the age of bravery and strength, and capable people should not retire. However, according to Paladin himself, he was forced to retire because he angered his superiors. After listening to their self-introductions, Su Fan walked over, patted each of them on the shoulder, and said, "I believe in Athena's vision, but you must prove yourselves with achievements. My territory may be small, but it doesn't breed termites. I hope you understand this." These people immediately expressed their stance. "Rest assured, Lord, we will fulfill our duties conscientiously and will not neglect them." "Very good. Next, Xiao Suo, you will be responsible for establishing the Ministry of Agriculture and serving as the Minister of Agriculture, responsible for managing the territory's agricultural production and food reserves. I don't want a food crisis to occur in my territory. You can come to me to coordinate manpower when necessary. I understand. Xiao Suanodjid. Fill in. You will form the Minister of Industry, responsible for managing the various artisans within the territory and guiding them to establish various workshops. In addition, the quarries, lumberyards, and soon-to-be-completed sea salt fields outside the territory will also be under your management. I hope my territory can produce sufficient supplies. Yes, Lord. Your order is the direction I will follow. Philin responded. Su Fan looked at Gould again. Gould, you will be responsible for establishing the Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Finance, and guiding people to establish a commercial system. Although we are small in number now, we should also get rid of the state of barter and establish a monetary system that is connected to the outside world. Understand, my lord. Gould smiled, looking like he had everything under control. Finally, Paladin. Su Fan looked at the handsome man, who was only 30 years old, but already had a golden beard. The newly recruited First Guard, a total of 100 people, will be trained by you first. I want them to develop a combat capability that is no less than that of the regular army within 3 months. Can you do it? Paladin saluted and said loudly, Please rest assured, my lord. I will complete the mission. Excellent. Athena, select 5 more people to form a general affairs department. You will lead it yourself and be responsible for coordinating the work of all departments. Yes. Athena nodded. Soon, the 30 people brought by Athena were divided up, and 5 rooms have been separated on the first floor of the executive hall, with signs of the General Affairs Department, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of Finance, and the Ministry of Industry hanging on them respectively. The staff had already moved in, and operations were about to begin. Looking at the bustling ruling hall, Athena stood behind Su Fan and exclaimed, Lord, your method is truly brilliant. After categorizing things like this, we will all be much more relaxed, and everything will slowly get back on track. Yes, as managers, we only need to grasp the general direction. If we have to worry about every detail, we won't be able to sleep well. Su Fan smiled and said, Also, we need to open 2 more rooms here. Oh, 2 more. Athena wondered. Su Fan said, Of course, I plan to let Kong Ding set up the construction department and let Carl set up the military department. Okay, I'll arrange it. Athena nodded. After dealing with these things, Su Fan returned to his room and began to practice and learn magic. Taking out the elementary magic book, Su Fan began to try to use his thoughts to communicate with the magical elements according to what was written in the book. But, unfortunately, just the first step of mobilizing the mind is already very difficult. Ordinary people are simply unable to control their thoughts. Only those with particularly strong mental powers have the opportunity to use their mental thoughts to connect with these magical elements floating in the air. But how rare are such people? If there is 1 person in 10,000 who meets the requirements, it is already very good. It is precisely because of this that the number of magicians is so small. Each one is a treasure of the country and is given the status and treatment of nobility. Su Fan tried for a long time, but failed, and instead made himself very tired. Do I really have no talent for magic? Su Fan was very frustrated. He looked at the magic book in his hand and suddenly thought of something. He called Athena in and asked, Athena, didn't you say that your divine power is omnipotent? Athena nodded. Of course. Then can you use your divine power to help me strengthen my spiritual strength? Su Fan looked at the mythical goddess with anticipation. Athena gave a charming smile. Lord, you want to learn magic, right? Su Fan nodded and said, That's right. But my spiritual power is too weak to communicate with the magical elements at all. That's easy. It's not a problem. Look me in the eyes. Look into your eyes. Su Fan was puzzled and looked at Athena. He felt that his soul was sucked in by a powerful force and entered a fantasy world. This world is dominated by black, supplemented by various colorful colors. It is so bizarre that it is difficult to tell the real from the fake. Su Fan no longer knew whether he was in a dream or reality. At this moment, Athena's unique voice came in. Lord, calm down and don't let your imagination wander. What you see now is the essence of this world. The essence of this world? Su Fan murmured. Yes, these colorful lights and shadows are magical elements. Try to communicate with them. Chapter 29 God? Athena had never been exposed to magic, but at this moment she was like a teacher teaching Su Fan earnestly. Su Fan calmed down and carefully felt these colorful magic elements. Suddenly, He remembered the theorems and formulas recorded in the magic book. At this moment, they suddenly came to his mind, making him suddenly enlightened. According to a certain formula, Su Fan extracted and stripped the red light from this bizarre world, and arranged the red magic elements according to a certain relationship. When the arrangement was completed, Su Fan heard a whoosh sound in his ears and felt a scorching heat. Su Fan suddenly opened his eyes and walked out of the bizarre essential world. He was surprised to see a small flame dancing on his fingertips. I succeeded. This is magic. Su Fan was surprised. Then he looked at Athena, couldn't help but pull her into his arms and hugged her, and said excitedly, Athena, thank you. Athena blushed and smiled. You're welcome, Lord. With this first experience, as long as you practice diligently, I believe you will soon master the principles of magic. Su Fan nodded and smiled. Your divine power is truly omnipotent. I just wonder if you can help all my soldiers awaken their magical talents. Athena shook her head and said, Your idea is good, but it's difficult to realize. Just now, when I was helping you communicate with the magical elements, I sensed a mysterious power. Mysterious power? That's right, that power is very similar to my breath. I strongly suspect that when I was helping you just now, the gods in this world sensed something and were spying on us. Athena's expression was serious, and her words were equally shocking. What? Su Fan was shocked. You mean, the god in this world? Athena shook her head. I'm not sure. That was just a slight feeling. Perhaps I misjudged it. But I still suggest that you don't abuse my divine power. Perhaps one day, it will lead to an unpredictable disaster. Su Fan was silent for a long time, then said, I understand. Athena, don't worry. From now on, besides using your divine power to help accelerate my territory, I won't force you to do anything else. Athena left the room, but Su Fan had no intention of practicing magic anymore, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Su Fan had long known that there was magic in this world. According to legend, the most powerful magician in the Moon God Empire was called the Grand Mage, named Keldarin, and honored with the title of Flame Messenger. However, this kind of strength was acceptable and within the scope of his cognition. But once it is confirmed that there are gods in this world, it will be a big deal. Does that mean that the moon goddess Alun, the god of war Serral, and the gods revered by other forces all really exist? However, if these gods really existed, then when alien races invaded, the war god empire was destroyed, the capital of the moon god empire fell, large tracts of land were lost, and countless lives died, why didn't these gods come out to save the world? There must be many reasons that Su Fan doesn't know about. What Su Fan is most worried about now is whether he will be accepted by the gods once they appear. If the gods appear to be evil, will his efforts be of any use? No, I must make myself stronger. With the system, everything is possible. Su Fan secretly made up his mind and began to calm down and continue learning magic. The elementary magic book devotes a lot of space to explaining the principles and origins of magic, just like a first-grade elementary school textbook. Its main purpose is to guide readers into the field of magic. Therefore, this magic book records very few specific spells and incantations. The only few spells are just the most basic ones, such as arcane rays, fireballs, ice spears, etc., which have little power and limited effects. Seaside. White waves constantly beat on the beach. The azure sea and the sky are connected together, making it difficult to distinguish between heaven and earth. Seagulls are circling in the air, and the fresh air is mixed with a faint smell of the sea, making everyone who comes here feel relaxed. A group of low wooden houses stand on the seashore, next to which is a salt drying pond that has been artificially separated like farmland. Kong Ding and dozens of construction workers, all shirtless with their dark upper bodies exposed, were holding various tools and looking at the large sea salt field in front of them. Everyone showed a look of pride. Su Fan came here with Athena, the Minister of Industry, Philin, several officials from the executive office, and a large group of workers. Beep. Side quest completed. You've built a fully functional sea salt farm, which will bring you immense wealth. Congratulations on receiving the quest reward. Enchanted Longbow 1. Side quest update. The ocean is synonymous with wealth and adventure. Please build a coastal fishery. Using fishing nets and rafts can bring you a lot of food. Mission reward. Light Cavalry 100. Kong Ding smiled at Su Fan and said, My lord, I have fulfilled my mission. The sea salt field has been completed and can be put into use at any time. Su Fan patted Kong Ding's shoulder and said, You did a great job, Kong Ding. Tonight, I want to celebrate for my Minister of Construction. Minister of Construction? Kong Ding was stunned. Faline smiled and said, "You heard right, Kong Ding. The Lord has established a new department of power, and you will be the Minister of Construction." "Thank you so much, Lord." Kong Ding was very excited. Su Fan smiled, then said to Faline, "Faline, you already know the production techniques of sea salt." Faline nodded and said, "I've made a note of this. I'll use the next few days to train a group of technical backbones and pass on this knowledge to them." Su Fan said, "The production of the sea salt field is of vital importance. You must standardize the system, unify the process, and personally monitor it. Eat and sleep with the workers until the first batch of sea salt is successfully produced." Faline bowed and said, "I understand. Once the workers here are able to carry out production independently, you can select a factory manager from among them and submit it to me for approval." Yes. Faline was slightly excited, as this meant that he had gained the right to recommend and nominate personnel matters, which was quite a lot of power. Right now, the territory is still small, so it's hard to withdraw much. But once the territory grows, he, the Minister of Industry, will definitely be a heavyweight. At the same time, he also felt that his lord was really courageous. He had just promoted him and given him such great power. Not everyone has such courage. Chapter 30: Winning over the People. The sea salt making method that the system rewarded to Su Fan is the very classic salt field method. This method requires constructing salt pans on flat coastal mudflats in areas with high temperatures and ample sunlight. Salt pans are generally divided into two parts: evaporation ponds and crystallization ponds. Using the power of high tide or artificially dug irrigation canals, seawater is introduced into the evaporation ponds of the salt fields. When it evaporates to a certain extent through exposure to the sun, it is then introduced into the crystallization ponds and continues to be exposed to the sun. Over time, the seawater gradually becomes a saturated solution of salt. Continued exposure to the sun will gradually precipitate salt crystals. The crystals at this time are coarse salt. The crude salt obtained is actually edible, but Su Fan asked Kong Ding to build a purification room that can filter it several times to obtain fine salt with relatively high purity. The fine salt purified in this way does not require the assistance of chemical agents and certainly cannot be compared with modern table salt, but the standard is already very high. The salt that Su Fan eats now was purchased for Violet City at a high price. The price is 4 or 5 times that of grain. Moreover, the texture is very rough, the grains are large, and the color is yellow. It is easy to get angry after eating it, and it is not good for the stomach. Therefore, Su Fan is confident that once his fine salt is produced, it will cause a sensation in Violet City and even in a wider area. As long as the output can keep up, he can occupy the entire salt market with almost no effort. There's a large house in the sea salt field, which was used as a warehouse, but is now used as a venue for a celebration banquet. Tables were put together, filled with steaming food. There were all kinds of barbecue, mixed rice, fruits, brown sugar cubes, and various stir-fries. Although these meals looked very simple to Su Fan, they were already a feast for the workers. A lampstand was placed in the room, and an oil lamp was lit. The dim light swayed like the figure of a young girl, and it looked breathtaking at this moment. Workers and construction workers came in a stream, carrying plates and cutlery, smiling, and talking and eating and drinking in groups of 3 or 5. This time, Su Fan also took out 5 barrels of rice wine, all of which were purchased for Violet City. At a time when food is scarce, the price of these rice wines is also very high. Su Fan looked at the lively scene in front of him and smiled with relief. After finishing a piece of barbecue, he wiped his mouth and stood up. As a lord, his every move would attract the attention of the whole audience, so everyone looked over and the noisy voices became much quieter. Su Fan raised his glass and said loudly, "Everyone, today we celebrate for Kong Ding and his construction workers. They work day and night to build this sea salt field. He will bring huge wealth to our territory and will be an invincible sword for our territory." Everyone listened quietly and was soon infected by the emotions in Su Fan's words. Su Fan raised his glass and said to Kong Ding, "Kong Ding, I, Su Fan, toast to you and everyone on your construction team. Thank you for your hard work." After saying that, Su Fan drank the wine in the glass. Kong Ding and the construction workers' eyes instantly moistened, and they shouted, "Lord, have mercy! Long live Lord Su Fan." Su Fan filled his glass and raised it again. This second glass is for the workers who will be stationed at the sea salt field. The environment here is not good, with wind, sun, and salt erosion. But I will work hard to help you improve your living conditions. Once things are on the right track, we will also adopt a rotation system. Here, I want to thank you all in advance. After saying that, Su Fan drank it all again. These workers were selected from among the refugees. Their reaction was even greater than that of the construction workers, and many of them couldn't help crying. Wow. The Lord is so kind to us. Really? All the nobles I've met before were so arrogant and ugly, looking down on us commoners. I never thought there would be such a kind noble like our Lord. I'm so touched. Well, I really think the most correct thing I have ever done in my life is to follow Master Su Fan here. I have decided that I will follow Master Su Fan for the rest of my life. Wherever he goes, I will go. Me too. How lucky I am to live under the rule of such a noble. The atmosphere of the entire banquet suddenly changed from being lively and cheerful at the beginning to being sentimental now. By the end of the banquet, the 5 large barrels of rice wine had been drunk, and many people fell drunk on the ground and fell asleep. Although Su Fan really disliked the rice wine in this world and thought it tasted terrible, it was still wine after all, and he was a little dizzy now. Kong Ding's face flushed, and he followed Su Fan drunkenly out of the banquet hall. Su Fan said, "Kong Ding, take your people back tomorrow and start setting up the Ministry of Construction. I need to build 2 barracks and a coastal fishery on the beach." Okay. Kong Ding nodded hesitantly. Seeing his condition, Su Fan smiled and shook his head, saying, "You should have a good rest. I'll go back first." "My lord, please, take your time," Kong Ding said with a thick tongue. Su Fan and Athena left the sea salt field, and Philin was also left behind. On the way back, facing the moonlight, Athena looked at Su Fan, her eyes not moving away for a long time. Su Fan's face flushed, and he touched his nose and smiled. "What's the matter? Why are you always looking at me?" Athena said, "My lord, I suddenly feel that you are greater than I imagined." "Great," Su Fan said, "just because of the few words I said today." Athena nodded. "Haha, then the threshold for the word great in your mind is too low. Athena, I may be a noble, but I am not superior to others. They work hard for the development of the territory, so how can I not care about them?" Athena was silent for a long time, then suddenly smiled widely. "What a nice view." Su Fan swallowed his saliva and was deeply intoxicated by the goddess's peerless beauty. The next day, Su Fan left Athena in the executive hall to handle official business, and took Carl to the quarry and sawmill for a physical inspection. Around the quarry, Su Fan saw hundreds of workers holding pickaxes and pulling carts, working extremely hard. Su Fan said to Carl, you should take people to check nearby in the next few days to see if there is any limestone and clay. I want to build a limestone mine and a clay mine in these 2 places." The reward for his main mission this time was cement-making technology. Su Fan didn't understand the cement-making process, but he knew that the main raw materials of cement were limestone and clay. Iron or powder was not easy to find nowadays, but limestone and clay were still widely distributed. By then, the construction of the territory will be inseparable from cement, and the demand will be astonishingly large. So Su Fan must make preparations in advance and lay a solid foundation. Chapter 31. Flame Fairy and Flame Holy Grail. Between Silver Moon Bay and Violet City is a vast wasteland. It takes an ordinary person half a month to walk across this wasteland. This unnamed wasteland had long been a hiding place for criminals, rebels, and thieves from the Moon God Empire. Because of its desolate, barren landscape and complex terrain, Violet City had no interest in maintaining it, leading to its transformation into a den of filth and corruption. Low hills dotted the wilderness, and nestled among them stood a fortress of formidable proportions, built to the terrain's edge. The fortress had 4 or 5 stories, with corridors, rooms, and squares winding through the building, each clearly defined. The shouts of men could be heard everywhere. In front of the stronghold, several people were patrolling with weapons, and there was a fierce light in everyone's eyes. In a hidden room on the 5th floor of the mountain stronghold, the carbon stone in the basin was burning fiercely, and there were many men sitting around. Each of them looked fierce and burly, and looked like someone who was not to be trifled with. But the leader was a woman wearing a red dress and looking extremely charming. The woman had fair skin and was lying on her side on the couch in the middle with an enchanting posture, like a beautiful snake, incredibly beautiful. Lady Enchantress, this is what happened. I have already found out where they are. They're in Silver Moon Bay, where a settlement has already formed. As long as you lend me the Holy Grail of Fire, I will defeat them, and I will present 80% of the treasures I get to you. A man was lying in the middle, with his head lowered deeply, not daring to look at the extremely enchanting and charming woman on the first seat. Oh, Ramir, you're also a veteran who's fought for me for many years. Even Violet City couldn't do anything to you, yet you were beaten like this by those guys of unknown origin. Isn't it just a magical item? Is it worth me taking out the Holy Grail of Fire? The woman opened her red lips slightly, and her voice was extremely lazy, but for some reason, what she said made people feel cold. A femme fatale, nothing more than that. Ramir said, Lady Enchantress, they have more than one magic item, and they also have a magic swordsman. Oh, the woman known as the Enchantress finally showed some interest and asked, what level of magic swordsman? This? I don't know either, but I can fight him for a few rounds. He is very strong, with magical light shining on his body, and he has an imposing aura. Ramir told everything he saw. Hearing this, the interest that had just been piqued by the Enchantress vanished without a trace. He's just a dark iron rank magic swordsman. Is it worth making such a fuss about him? Okay, I can lend you my Holy Grail of Fire, but I want you to hand over 90% of the wealth you gain. This, Ramir was torn. He had come to the village of the infamous Flame Fairy, partly to seek revenge and save face. He also saw the vast stores of supplies within the settlement. The 80% he'd mentioned earlier had already made him feel bad, but he hadn't expected the Flame Fairy to go so far as to demand 90%. My Lady Yaoji, if I hand over 90% of the supplies, the remaining 10% may not even be enough to cover the cost of sending troops. The Flame Fairy snorted coldly. Since you feel disadvantaged, then forget it. I also don't want to consume the power of the Flame Holy Grail. Oh, no. Ramir was dejected and said helplessly, Okay, Lady Enchantress, I am willing to hand over 90% of the supplies I obtained. That's more like it. As she spoke, the Flame Fairy took out a red goblet of exquisite texture. It looked very much like a glass for drinking red wine, except that the outside of the cup was engraved with a large number of golden runes, flashing with mysterious light. As soon as she took it out, the temperature in the entire room seemed to rise by several degrees, and a hot breath filled the air. Seeing this thing, everyone present was very jealous, because it was a magical item, and the level was not low. This fire enchantress was able to gain a foothold here and make all the surrounding villages obey her orders, not only because of her own powerful strength, but also because of this Holy Grail of Fire. Having obtained the Holy Grail of Fire, Ramir left the Flame Fairy's village, extremely excited. He said to his subordinates, Go inform Bon and Bill. We'll start the operation in 3 days. Yes. So what if you have a magic swordsman guarding the area? As long as the Holy Grail of Fire appears, any other means will be futile. Ramir was full of pride. Once we take over Silver Moon Bay, I'm going to settle there too. I'm going to replace that lousy baron and become a lord myself. Before Su Fan came, these thieves and bandits in the great wilderness relied on plundering and invading villages within the jurisdiction of Violet City to make a living, and Violet City had no good solution to this problem. Although these bandits guarded a large and prime alluvial plain in Silver Moon Bay, they had neither the desire nor the ability to farm. In their opinion, a comfortable life is to eat and drink on weekdays and rob when there is no food. As for farming, these guys are not willing to pick up the hoe and work in the fields. Because of this, although Silver Moon Bay has a good environment, it is an uninhabited area. Although the Great Wasteland has a poor environment, it is full of filth and people. But things are different now. Ramir had seen from afar the territory established by Su Fan. There were neat grain fields, water wheels, mills, irrigation canals, long houses, and a 2-story government hall. It seemed that it had developed into a small village. In this situation, as long as Ramir rushed over, killed the baron and his soldiers, and then turned all the farmers into slaves, his quality of life would be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Ramil felt excited again. Soon, 3 days passed, and hundreds of bandits gathered in Ramil's own village. Ramir, we have brought all our brothers here. Are you sure you can afford to pay us enough? Asked a burly man with his big copper bell eyes. Yes, Ramil, we came to help you because we have been friends for many years. Would you like to pay us some compensation first to boost the morale of our brothers? The other bandit leader was of a more even build, but he often squinted his eyes, looking like a smiling tiger. Okay, Porto Bill, don't you believe what I say? As long as this deal is successful, I will give you enough wealth. I, Ramir, never lie. Ramir patted his chest and promised. Chapter 32, Trap. Sufan's territory once again ushered in a climax of construction. The 1,000 refugees gathered from Violet City were assigned to various posts, with half assigned to Minister of Agriculture Xiao Sa, whose primary task was to reclaim wasteland, and the other half to Minister of Construction Kong Ding. Sufan sat in the executive hall, listening to Kong Ding's report. 2 barracks are currently under construction in our territory. According to your instructions, one will be a cavalry-only barracks. The other will be a regular barracks. Each barracks will be equipped with a perimeter wall, watchtowers, a parade ground, a drill field, dormitories, offices, a kitchen, a water room, an armory, and toilets. In addition, a stable and a hayfield will be built in the cavalry barracks. Kong Ding flipped through the parchment in his hand, detailing it like a treasure. These 2 barracks are a massive undertaking. I will deploy 100 men to each. Assuming there's enough wood and stone, we expect them to be completed in a month. Sufan Nadif. These workers were no better than professional construction workers. Their work efficiency was normal. Being able to complete the project within a month was already very good efficiency. What about the coastal fisheries? Sufan asked. He was most concerned about the fishing grounds because it was the main quest, and his biggest reliance was the system. Only by completing the main quests as quickly as possible could he continue to receive quest rewards and maintain the rapid development of his territory. Otherwise, no matter how powerful Sufan is, it would be impossible for him to build a wasteland into the metropolis of his dreams without decades. Kong Ding said, I have arranged 70 construction workers and 50 workers to speed up the construction. The location of the coastal fishery was determined after consultation with Minister Fillin. It is 1 kilometer away from the sea salt field. We are also building 3 fishing boats, but due to manpower and technical constraints, these 3 fishing boats will be very small, and each boat will only be able to accommodate 5 people. Sufan asked, I want the coastal fishery to be completed within 5 days. Is that difficult? Kong Ding thought for a moment and said, No problem. I will recruit another 50 workers from the territory and work in 2 shifts day and night to ensure that the task is completed on time. While the 2 were talking, Carl suddenly walked in. He was fully armed and looked solemn. My lord, there is an accident in the quarry. Sufan frowned. What's going on? Carl glanced at Kong Ding and said in a deep voice, When our cavalry patrolled the quarry on their daily patrol, they discovered that all our quarry workers had been killed. What? Sufan stood up suddenly, with anger rising from his feet to his head, which scared Carl and Kong Ding. Sufan stared at Carl intently and gritted his teeth. Who did it? Carl said, It's not clear yet, but judging by the injuries of the deceased, they were probably killed by human swords. Snort. Sufan immediately said, Carl, organize a team immediately and follow me to the quarry to take a look. No matter who they are, I will make them pay with their blood. Yes. Half an hour later, a team of hundreds of people had been organized at the gate of the territory. 20 light infantry, 5 longbowmen, for lancers, 25 sword and shield soldiers, and 50 regular soldiers drawn from the garrison. There were a total of 104 soldiers, fully armed, and the atmosphere was solemn. Sufan was also riding a horse, and beside him were Athena and Carl. Paladin also came, but his mission was to guard, and he was not needed in this expedition. Paladin, you must strengthen your defense and be vigilant. Once you discover any enemy situation, you must immediately light the signal smoke. We will come back to help you. Sufan warned. Understood. Lord, don't worry. I will defend the territory to the death. Paladin patted his chest and promised. Then let's go. Wherever Sufan pointed his sword, the army of 100 men set off in a mighty force. The quarry is located at the junction of the western alluvial plain and the wilderness. It has a unique geographical location, and a large amount of rock can be mined. It is just a little far from the territory, and it takes 2 hours to walk there by horse. When Sufan and his group arrived near the quarry, they already smelled a strong smell of blood. Sufan's face became even worse, so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out of it. Athena suddenly said at this time, My lord, I think we should stop moving forward. Sufan asked why. Athena explained. Think about it. The enemy slaughtered all the workers in the quarry, yet we haven't seen any enemy along the way. Is that normal? Could it be that they're just here to plunder the quarry's stones? Su Fan frowned. You mean, there might be a trap here? Athena nodded. If I'm not mistaken, these enemies of ours are likely to have set an ambush and are waiting for us to enter. Carl said, My lord, Lady Athena is right. This is a common tactic used by bandits to deal with government troops. I suggest we send an advance team over there to investigate the situation. Perhaps we can lure them out directly. Su Fan nodded and said to the 4 lancers, You 4, go check around the quarry to see if there are any enemies. Remember not to make contact with them, and return immediately if you find any. Yes, yes. 4 lancers galloped over. The other side, Ramir and his soldiers hid in the low hills around the quarry. When he saw Su Fan and others coming, he thought he had won the battle because there were traps set up in the quarry. Once he entered one of them, he would surely win. But I didn't expect that these people would just stand there and not take another step forward. Damn, these guys are so alert. Ramir cursed. Bodo asked from the side, What should we do? Look, they have already sent cavalry here. It's only a matter of time before we are exposed. Ramir snorted. If that's the case, then why not attack them before they gain a firm foothold? We can catch them off guard. Good. Ramir stood up, drew his sword, and shouted, Go, kill them all. Kill. Su Fan and others were organizing the soldiers into formations at this time, with sword and shield soldiers in the front, light infantry and garrison in the second formation, and longbowmen at the back. It was simple but effective. Then, they saw a large number of enemies appearing behind the low rocks not far away. They were so densely packed that there were at least hundreds of them. Seeing this, the 4 lancers knew that they had no offensive capability on their own, so they immediately turned around and headed back. Su Fan's expression changed, and he shouted, Archers, get ready. Chapter 33, The Battle Begins. Su Fan didn't expect that there would be so many enemies this time. The number of several hundred people already looked very terrifying and imposing. Judging from the way these people were dressed, they were similar to the group of bandits we encountered when we came back from trade last time. Moreover, there were at least 30 cavalrymen among them. Carl drew out the enchanted longsword, and the enchanted longsword was shining with light and golden runes. Holding the magic sword in his hand, Carl felt that the thin magical energy in his body began to become active and couldn't wait to rush out of his body, to be released to fight. This was given to Carl by Su Fan. Carl is steady, and his loyalty can be guaranteed after getting to know him. In addition, with Athena's protection, the probability of Carl rebelling and threatening himself is almost 0. That's why Su Fan dared to give Carl the enchanted longsword. This way, he could not only gain Carl's loyalty, but also significantly increase the combat effectiveness of this black, iron-level magic swordsman. At least in front of ordinary people, Carl equipped with a magic sword was like a human tank, capable of defeating 100 people alone. Su Fan himself is now a magician. Moreover, he also has a magical equipment, an enchanted longbow. The enchanted longbow was a reward for completing the side quest and building the sea salt field last time. Su Fan had never used it and didn't know its power. When Su Fan took out the enchanted longbow, Carl and ordinary soldiers all looked over here. This enchanted longbow is purple all over, like a piece of purple jade. It has no arrows and needs to use magical energy to infuse it to act as arrows. This is the biggest difference between the enchanted longbow and the enchanted longsword. Ordinary people can use the enchanted longsword, but only those with magic powers can use the enchanted longbow. Carl glanced at the magic sword in his hand, then looked at the purple longbow in Su Fan's hand, secretly clicking his tongue. The Lord is really unfathomable. He even has a magical equipment. He had initially thought Su Fan was just a down-and-out nobleman who had fled to this remote corner of the world. However, these past few days, from the appearance of Athena, to Su Fan's awakening of his magical talent, from the appearance of the enchanted longsword to the appearance of the enchanted longbow, Carl had become increasingly aware of Su Fan's mystery. He felt that he could not see through this young lord at all. Su Fan pulled the magic longbow, and the magical energy in his body seemed to be summoned by something. Stars of light gathered on the enchanted longbow, forming a purple magic arrow. Call out. The magic arrow broke through the air and flew straight into the crowd opposite with a sharp whistling sound. That is, the bandits only saw a streak of purple light flying towards them at an extremely fast speed. Before they could see what it was, the purple magic arrow had already hit one of the bandits. Then, accompanied by the gangster's screams, his whole body exploded, blood and flesh flying everywhere. That's not all. As he exploded, a powerful and huge impact force swept out in all directions, causing huge damage within a 5-meter diameter area. 4 or 5 bandits in this area were blown away, and their bodies were also riddled with holes. This scene shocked everyone who saw it. Su Fan was surprised that the magic arrow was so powerful, like a cannonball. The bandits were shocked by the explosion. Many of them were instantly frightened and said tremblingly, "This is magic. There are magicians among them." Bodo grabbed Rammer's collar and said viciously, "Idiot, you didn't tell us that the other side has a magician." Rammer, however, remained calm and said, "What are you afraid of? If I had told you in advance, would you still dare to follow me?" Bill also frowned and said, "Ramiel, are you crazy? Do you think we can defeat the magician with our numerical advantage?" Rammer smiled and said, "Of course not. But since I dare to bring you here, I must have something to rely on." "What do you rely on?" The 2 bandit leaders, Bodo and Bill, were very puzzled. Rammer did not answer them, but took out a red goblet, and a strong magical scent instantly filled the air. "This is Lady Enchantress's holy grail of fire," Bodo and Bill exclaimed. They finally understood where Rammer's confidence came from. This was the most powerful magical item of the mighty Flame Fairy, and it was notorious throughout the Great Wasteland. Over the years, countless unfortunate bandits, criminals, and rebels have been slain by this flame holy grail simply for angering the fairy. Rammer looked at the red goblet in his hand with a hint of enthusiasm. He raised it high and said loudly, "Don't be afraid. The holy grail of fire is here. No one can defeat us." When the bandits who had originally thought of retreating saw the holy grail, they regained their confidence and roared as they charged towards Su Fan's camp. Su Fan frowned. "What is that thing?" Athena said, "A very powerful magical item." "Impressive? How does it compare to my enchanted longbow?" "Very strong. It's not even on the same level." After hearing what Athena said, Su Fan finally showed a serious expression. At this time, hundreds of bandits had launched the most violent charge, and a longbowman had shot out 4 or 5 waves of arrows. The arrows shot by these longbowmen had a longer killing distance, higher accuracy, and a faster shooting frequency. However, their number was too small, only 5 people, and they could not play a big role. Especially the cavalry of those fierce bandits. They were incredibly fast and rushed to the front in the blink of an eye. "Go to hell." Carl held the enchanted longsword and slashed it hard on a horse, actually cutting the tall horse into 2 pieces, and even the knight sitting on the horse was cut in 2. This kind of power, this kind of explosion, and this bloody scene made the bandits terrified. Boom! Soon, dozens of fierce bandit cavalrymen and sword and shield soldiers collided with each other. Fortunately, these fierce bandit cavalrymen were not well equipped, without armor or lances, while Su Fan's sword and shield soldiers were wearing armor and had shields to block the attack. Therefore, although the formation was broken up, there were no casualties. On the contrary, when the impact of those fierce cavalrymen was relieved, the infantry surrounded them in an instant, stabbing them with spears and lances, and more than half of the 30 cavalrymen fell down in an instant. In the end, only 3 cavalrymen escaped, and the rest were all killed. At this time, the fierce bandit infantry finally arrived. However, the number of these bandits was too large, more than 4 or 5 times that of Su Fan's side. The oppressive feeling made Su Fan very uncomfortable. However, he still has high-end combat power on his side. Carl, holding an enchanted longsword, is like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex, charging left and right, and no one can stop him. Chapter 34 Sea of Fire. Besides Carl, Su Fan also performed very well. He took the enchanted longbow and fired a burst of arrows, gradually discovering that the power of the magic arrows could be adjusted according to his own wishes. When you infuse enough magic energy into the magic arrow will be extremely powerful. When you infuse less magic energy into it, the power of the magic arrow will be similar to that of an ordinary arrow. Therefore, Su Fan fired bursts of fire at the enemies in the melee, and fired with all his strength at the places where the enemies gathered in large numbers. Each explosion could take the lives of 3 or 4 bandits. Sometimes a bandit would rush into the crowd and come to Su Fan. At this time, Su Fan would slap out with his palm, and a beam of energy as bright as the galaxy would shoot out, hitting the bandit and knocking him away for a long distance. Arcane Ray. This is the most basic and most commonly used method for magicians to release magical energy. It cannot be considered a spell, but the principle of release is very simple and the magic power control is stable. It is most popular among magicians, especially junior magic apprentices. The destructive power of arcane rays was not high, but it had a certain impact force, capable of sending a person flying and, if lucky, causing internal organ damage. However, this only affected magic apprentices. If it was a high-level magician, a mage, or even the most powerful grand mage of the Moon God Empire, Keldrin, the arcane rays released by them would also have terrifying lethality. Finally, the most eye-catching person on the battlefield is Athena. This goddess in Greek mythology, who possesses both wisdom and strength, displayed strength that shocked everyone. Whenever a soldier was injured and tried to retreat, Athena would summon a dazzling golden light to cover him. In just a short moment, the soldier would recover and be able to continue fighting. This tactic greatly reduced the death rate of Su Fan's soldiers. Moreover, Athena held a golden scepter and a complex star array appeared behind her. Countless golden angel elves flew out from this star array, flying towards the bandits. The bandits screamed and waved their swords to resist, but it was all in vain. The golden angel elves enveloped them, and then golden flames ignited on this person's body, instantly engulfing him. Athena, Su Fan, and Carl were like three sharp knives that the bandits could not resist at all. In the back, Bodo and Bill shouted anxiously, "Lamel, you idiot, use the holy grail of fire quickly. Damn it, we have brothers down there. They have 3 spellcasters. We're courting our own deaths." The 2 bandit leaders were so anxious that they were jumping up and down. They had handed over all their troops to Rammer's command. Now, the bandits were dying one after another, and most of them were their men. Rammer's face was calm. He didn't even look at them, just staring at the battlefield. "No hurry. Wait a little longer." "Wait a minute, Rammel, you bastard." "Lamel, I'm going to kill you." Bodo and Bill cursed loudly, but did not take any action because Rammel, who was holding the holy grail of fire, was not someone they could afford to offend. "Run! Retreat!" On the battlefield, 20 minutes after the battle began, the bandits finally couldn't stand the pressure from the 3 spellcasters and began to collapse and retreat. Seeing the 2 armies begin to disengage, Rammer finally smiled, a smile that contained an undisguised cruelty. "Baron Sufan, come and meet the wrath of the god of fire." As he spoke, he pointed the opening of the red holy grail in his hand towards Su Fan, and then large flames began to spew out of the holy grail. Rammel was hundreds of meters away from Su Fan and others, but the flames gushing out of the holy grail instantly crossed the distance of hundreds of meters and turned into rain of fire and fell down. In the vision of Su Fan and others, the entire sky was covered by flames. The scorching heat made their skin ache slightly. The roaring sound of the flames in their ears was like a dragon's roar, and a sense of fear arose spontaneously. The hundreds of meters long sea of fire and the falling rain of fire refreshed Su Fan's understanding of magic. This was his first time coming into contact with this level of magic. He tried his best to release a cloud of ice mist, hoping to use the ice element to dissolve the flames. However, compared with the vast sea of fire, the small cloud of ice mist he released was like a child playing house and was completely ineffective. At this moment, Athena took action. She stretched out her arm, as white as a jade lotus root, and the tip of the golden scepter burst into a strong golden light. Then, Athena could be heard chanting softly, "With the wisdom of all things, bless the goodness of all beings. Wisdom bless." A dazzling barrier of gold and silver suddenly appeared, covering Su Fan's entire side. Fire rain fell continuously, hitting the protective barrier, causing ripples, but it never broke. However, Athena's face turned paler in an instant. Su Fan knew that this was because Athena had used too much divine power and was no longer able to continue. Su Fan looked at Ramir in the distance and asked Carl beside him, "Carl, with your arm strength, how far can you shoot the arrow?" Carl was stunned and said, "About 500 meters." Su Fan pointed at Ramir and said, "I want you to shoot him. Is that okay?" Carl frowned and said, "It's difficult. The distance is already over 500 meters. Su Fan said, "Then we will help you advance to a distance of 500 meters. Carl said, "Then there will be absolutely no problem." Athena said, "But then I will not be able to protect you." Su Fan said, "No need, you just need to protect most of us." Su Fan and Carl exchanged equipment. Su Fan raised the magic sword in his hand and shouted, "Everyone, follow me and charge." This time, there were only Su Fan, Carl, and 4 lancers, a total of 6 people, all on horseback, and they rushed out in an instant. As soon as he left the range of Athena's protection, raging flames came down, and the rolling heat wave made Su Fan cry. Wind. Su Fan used the wind element to summon a whirlwind, which blew away most of the flames in front of him and barely opened up a passage. Su Fan and others took the opportunity to speed up their horses and continue moving forward. Rammer also noticed this. He grinned and said, "What do you want to do? Want to rush in front of me? Want to kill me? Haha, no chance." Holy Grail of Fire summoned the Fire Serpent Guard. The Holy Grail of Fire released 6 rays of light, which transformed into 6 upright fire snakes with their tails sticking into the ground, looking lifelike and vivid. This 6 fire snakes swayed their bodies and sprayed out 6 lines of fire at extremely fast speeds, hitting Su Fan. Chapter 35. After the War. Earth Shield. A huge rock suddenly appeared in front of Su Fan, blocking the 6 fierce lines of fire. However, immediately afterwards, 6 more lines of fire shot towards him. Damn, what kind of skill is this so powerful? Although Su Fan was not injured, he was beaten to a pulp and was in a panic. Boom! 6 more fire lines spurted out, but this time Su Fan made a mistake and the magic was not released. He was about to be hit by the fire lines when 2 lancers stood in front of Su Fan. The 2 lancers were instantly engulfed in flames. Su Fan was furious and roared. A moon blade condensed from ice elements shot out and directly swept away the 6 fire snake guards. Now Carl. Su Fan shouted loudly. They had advanced at least 100 meters and were now a big step closer to Ramir. Carl gritted his teeth, pulled his warhorse, bent the bow, and pulled the string. Stars of light appeared, and a magic arrow condensed on the longbow. Ramir noticed this and immediately pointed the end of the Holy Grail towards Carl. Endless flames turned into a sea of fire and rushed over. It was unknown how many bandits were burned to death along the way. This made Bon and Bill's eyes red. "Ramir, you are crazy. You don't even let your own people go," Porto said angrily. Ramir turned a deaf ear to it. In front of him, the entire battlefield had turned into a sea of fire. The soldiers in Su Fan's camp and the bandits under his command were all engulfed in flames without exception. At this moment, Rammel, an ordinary person, seemed to be possessed by the god of fire, crazy yet powerful. Looking at his masterpiece, Ramir laughed wildly. "With the Holy Grail in hand, no one can stand against me. Baron Su Fan, you'll be buried in the sea of fire." However, just as he finished speaking, he heard a sharp whistling sound, and a bright light roared out from the sea of fire. Boom! The meteor-like light quickly magnified in Rammel's eyes, and the feeling of death descended upon him, causing Rammel to shout in despair. No. However, it was too late. The magic arrow pierced Ramir's body accurately, and then he exploded into countless pieces, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. A strong impact swept around, and Porto and Bill beside him were also affected and were instantly swallowed by the magical energy. Snap! The Holy Grail of Fire lost control and fell to the ground. The Sea of Fire, which was composed of magical elements, gradually dissipated. Su Fan and Carl walked out of the Sea of Fire with their bodies charred black. They came to Ramir's body. Su Fan picked up the Holy Grail of Fire mixed with flesh and blood and snorted coldly. "This is the price you have to pay for daring to attack my territory." When they looked back, the flames had mostly died down and the ground was littered with charred corpses, but they were all the bandits. Ramir's mad move, indiscriminately distinguishing friend from foe, had pushed all his men into the Sea of Fire. Su Fan reunited with Athena and others. Although he won a complete victory this time, and the enemy was completely wiped out, Su Fan did not seem happy at all, because he suffered a huge loss. The quarry's 100 workers, all strong laborers, were a significant blow to his territory. The territory's 1,000+ employees were already fully staffed, and any further manpower deployment would mean delays for other projects. In addition to those workers, Su Fan also suffered considerable losses in this battle. A total of 15 light infantrymen, 30 garrison soldiers, and 4 lancers were killed. A total of 104 people were brought out, and now 49 of them have died. The casualty ratio is almost half, which is very serious. Beep, someone in your troop can be upgraded. Do you want to upgrade? It can be upgraded. This is the only good news. But now is not the time to upgrade. Su Fan took Athena and others into the quarry. After clearing the traps inside, they saw a tragic scene. The huge mine was filled with stinking corpses. Judging from their clothes, they were obviously workers from Su Fan's territory. Tools such as hoes and pickaxes were thrown on the ground at random, and each corpse had a hideous wound. Su Fan walked up to a corpse and squatted down. Seeing the man's eyes wide open with an expression of extreme fear and despair, he couldn't help but clench his fists. My lord, there must be many bandits in this wilderness. Carl was also very angry when he saw these corpses. He was originally a soldier, and he couldn't bear to see his comrades and civilians being killed by the enemy. Of course I do. Su Fan's voice was filled with uncontrollable anger. I will deal with these bandits sooner or later. Beep. Limited time mission released. There are countless vicious bandits and murderers lurking in the west of your territory. They seriously threaten the security of your territory and trade. Please eliminate all dangerous people within 1 month. Mission reward. Moonwell 1. I didn't expect a quest to actually be triggered, and it's a time-limited quest I've never seen before. It's just that I only have a month, so I'm a little nervous. And what about this quest reward? What is this Moonwell? Su Fan accepted the task, so there were 3 tasks in his system, a main task, a side task, and the current limited time task, all of which were waiting to be completed. However, Su Fan was a little depressed because the armed forces in his territory seemed to be insufficient. Centaurs were spotted again on the north bank of the Silver Moon River, and there were over 100 of them. This was not good news. Su Fan sent another 40 light infantry reinforcements there. Now the northern defense line had a total of 50 light infantry, 5 archers, 10 farmers, and 4 lancers. A total of 59 soldiers. It was the place with the most defensive forces in the territory. Now, there are only 50 garrisons led by paladin guarding the territory. These 50 people have just been recruited. They are all refugees with very poor military quality and cannot form effective combat power. Finally, there are the remaining soldiers around Su Fan, 5 longbowmen, 25 sword and shield men, 20 garrison soldiers, and 5 light infantry, a total of 55 people. Carl, take your men to bury these bodies next to the quarry. When conditions are right, I will build a cemetery here to commemorate those who sacrificed for me. Su Fan said. Yes. Carl clasped his fists, but he admired Su Fan very much in his heart. This was the first noble he had seen who could treat civilians like this and value his subjects so much. Now he felt that Su Fan was even more kind. With heavy hearts, Su Fan and others left the quarry. This quarry was the westernmost stronghold of the territory. A defense system must be established as soon as possible, and workers must be replenished as soon as possible. Alas, 1,000 people is still a little too few. Su Fan was very depressed. He used to think that 1,000 people were enough to do a lot of things, but now he found that 1,000 people still made him feel overwhelmed and unable to move forward. Chapter 36, The Ultimate Soldier appears. Su Fan returned to the territory, found an opportunity, and chose to upgrade his troops. A golden light flashed on the 5 light infantrymen, and their overall momentum changed. They put on shiny armor, holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, and seemed to have been upgraded to sword and shield soldiers. The original 25 sword and shield soldiers were not upgraded, probably because they had not accumulated enough combat experience. But in this way, Su Fan now has 30 sword and shield warriors. But the most unexpected thing was that all 5 longbowmen were upgraded. After the upgrade, each of these longbowmen has a more muscular build and wears beautiful silver light armor with exquisite cloud patterns engraved on it. The longbow in his hand shrank into a moderate-sized wooden bow. He carried 2 quivers on his back, wore a clouded leopard helmet on his head, and had a dagger and a short knife hanging around his waist. His eyes were fierce, and he looked like a leopard ready to pounce. Sharpshooter, the ultimate soldier. These are veterans who have experienced the test of blood and fire. They are familiar with blood and death, and can face all challenges. Wow, it's the ultimate military force. This was a small surprise for Su Fan. Although he had not yet witnessed the power of these so-called ultimate military forces, Su Fan was already very much looking forward to it. Letting the soldiers go back and rest, Su Fan came to the executive hall and sat alone on a chair, tapping his thighs with his fingers, thinking. Of the 3 missions now, the most urgent one is the time-limited one. I'm not sure what the Moonwell reward is, but I think it won't disappoint me. However, with my current military strength, I'm still far from completing this time-limited mission. Su Fan turned his attention to the side quest. Side quest. The ocean is synonymous with wealth and adventure. Please build a coastal fishery. Using fishing nets and rafts can bring you a lot of food. Mission reward. Light Cavalry 100. That's him. Su Fan's eyes lit up and his thoughts gradually became clearer. To complete the time-limited mission, he must first complete this side quest. Once these 100 light cavalry are in place, he will have the strength to sweep across the great wasteland. Wait 5 more days. Su Fan muttered to himself and called Carl at the same time. Carl was now ordered to establish a military department to manage the deployment of all military forces within the territory. When Carl entered, Su Fan said, "Carl, send someone to the northern defense line to retrieve the 4 lancers and send them out to scout the Great Wasteland. I want to see all the bandit strongholds in the Great Wasteland within 5 days." Carl frowned and said, 5 days is a bit stressful. Su Fan said, 5 days, no less. After 5 days, I will let you and Athena lead a team each to clear these strongholds. Carl clasped his fists and said, I understand. I will definitely find a way to get a map of the Great Wasteland. 5 days passed quickly. On this day, Su Fan was practicing magic, using a certain principle to attract the magical elements floating in the sky and earth, enter his body, temper his body, and then store them in his body in a special way. The more he stored, the more magic he could use, and the more powerful it would be. Beep. Side quest completed. You've established a fishing ground on the coast. Please arrange for fishermen to move in as soon as possible. They'll bring you plenty of food. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward. Light Cavalry 100. Side quest update. The number of soldiers in your territory is gradually increasing, and they also need more independent space for training and patrolling. Please build 2 barracks to properly house the soldiers. Mission reward. Light Infantry 100. Oh, the coastal fishery is finally completed. Su Fan opened his eyes, a little excited. That's 100 light cavalrymen. If used well, they can be a sharp knife. After this period of development and these 2 actual combats, Su Fan increasingly felt the power of cavalry. In this era of cold weapons, cavalry is definitely the most useful and powerful type of troops. Their powerful mobility allows them to take on tasks such as delivering messages, patrolling, reconnaissance, raiding, and deterring, while their invincible impact force allows them to become the spearhead of breaking through the enemy formation, especially in encounters in the wild, where they can play a very important role. Su Fan left the executive hall and was soon greeted by 100 light cavalrymen. When the black mass of cavalrymen appeared, many people in the territory even thought that the enemy was coming. Su Fan sent people to appease them, saying that these were his own people who were here to protect the territory, and asked them not to be afraid. Carl, Paladin, and others were all excited, especially Paladin, who was a cavalryman himself. When he saw these cavalrymen who looked so imposing, he was shaking with excitement. They did not ask Su Fan and his men about their origins, because they had gradually felt that their young lord must have some shocking secret. They're all smart people, so they don't ask. Su Fan asked Paladin to take these cavalrymen away and settle them down. The cavalry-only barracks and infantry barracks were under construction and would be completed in another 20 days. They would have to endure some hardship during this period. At this time, Kongding also came back. He was in a hurry and brought 2 officials from the Ministry of Construction to report to Su Fan the news of the completion of the coastal fishery. Kongding, you've done a good job. In the next month, you need to allocate manpower and hurry up to build the 2 barracks. Yes. Kongding clasped his fists. Kongding is now much darker and rougher than when he first arrived. Su Fan knew that the person who was most worried in the territory right now was not Athena, but Kandin. He had the heaviest task, and it seemed that he had not had a rest since coming to this world. Thinking of this, Su Fan patted Kongding's shoulder and said, Kongding, don't be too tired. You can select 1 or 2 people and recommend them to me for appointment as deputy ministers. As a minister of construction, you need to manage many construction projects. Don't stay on the front line all the time. Kongding's heart warmed, and he said, Thank you for your kindness, Lord. Although I am tired, I am very happy to see the projects being built one by one under my hands. I have no complaints. Su Fan nodded and said, You can also tell your men that winter is coming in 2 months, so ask them to hold on a little longer. After winter comes, our project construction will be much less, and they can take a good rest for a while. Kong Ding said excitedly, "Thank you for your understanding, Lord. I will definitely pass your thoughts on to my brothers." Chapter 37, Bandit Suppression Campaign. The coastal fishery was built, and 100 light cavalry were in place. Su Fan summoned Athena, Carl, and Paladin. "Carl, do you have a map of the bandit stronghold?" Su Fan asked. Carl took out a parchment scroll, and Su Fan opened it. There were a total of 16 strongholds marked on it. "There are so many." Su Fan was a little surprised. "This is just our preliminary findings. There may be some that we haven't found yet. So what's the situation with these 16 bandit strongholds?" Su Fan asked. Carl pointed at the map and said, "These 16 strongholds have varying numbers of people and strengths. The 3 strongest strongholds have at least 200 people each. Of the remaining 13 strongholds, we've only spotted 6 bandits at the least, and only a few dozen at the most. Such strength poses no threat to us." That means these are the only 3 strongholds that can threaten us, right? Su Fan pointed at the map. There were 3 red marks on it, lined up in a row, not far apart. "I think so," Carl admitted. "If it were just an ordinary person, I wouldn't worry about anything. I'm only worried about the person who gave Ramir the Holy Grail of Fire. Where is he hiding?" Su Fan said as he pulled out a red goblet. It was exquisite, like a work of art, but when Carl saw it, he recoiled in fear. Even after so long, he still couldn't forget the sight of the raging flames surrounding him. At that time, he even thought he would be engulfed in flames. "Do you really think this was given to that bandit named Ramir?" Carl frowned. "What if this is something that Ramir himself possesses? There are countless cases of mortals possessing magical items." At this time, Athena spoke up. "If this is really Ramir's own item, then when he first met us, he wouldn't have been defeated by just a few of us. Furthermore, the madness he displayed during this battle clearly showed that he was unable to control this magical item, and it even seemed as if he was being controlled by the Holy Grail of Fire." Carl stopped talking. Athena's wisdom and knowledge were beyond his reach. Now he regarded Athena as an idol. How could the words and judgments made by the goddess be wrong? Su Fan said, "This time, Carl, you will lead 100 light cavalry and 4 lancers. Utilizing our powerful mobility, we will sweep through those 13 strongholds." "Yes." Carl clasped his fists. Su Fan then said to Paladin, "Paladin, you don't have magic power, but you were once a cavalryman and are more familiar with cavalry than Carl. So you'll be Carl's deputy general. The 2 of you will work together to minimize casualties." "Yes," Paladin said loudly. This was his first time fighting for the territory, and he secretly encouraged himself to perform well and live up to Su Fan's attention to him. Su Fan then said to Athena, "Athena, you will lead 30 sword and shield soldiers, 5 sharpshooters, and 20 garrisons. I will also transfer 50 light infantry and 5 archers from the northern defense line, a total of 110 mixed forces. You will lead these 110 people as the main force to destroy the 3 largest bandit strongholds. Remember, if you encounter any difficulties, don't attack forcefully. Maintain your strength. The 2 of you can join forces and then attack again. This campaign to eliminate the bandits in the wilderness is the first one planned by Silver Moon Bay. You 2 must work together. Athena will be the supreme commander of this campaign." "Yes." Athena, Carl, and Paladin received the order, left the executive office, and began to coordinate their troops and prepare for the expedition. Soon, the people saw a cavalry team marching out of the camp. The sound of horse hooves was like thunder, and the ground was shaking. Athena was dressed in a unique outfit, with long hair draped behind her back. She held a golden scepter and exuded a divine glow. She rode on a snow-white warhorse and set off with a mixed force of 100 people. In the end, only Su Fan and 50 garrison troops were left in a huge territory. Su Fan arranged for 30 of them to rush to the northern defense line. At this time, all the troops on the northern defense line had been withdrawn, and it was empty, so it had to be replenished as soon as possible. The remaining 20 garrison troops did not stay in the territory. They were all arranged to the quarry in the west, which was also the outpost of the territory. There were also workers quarrying there, so there had to be a defensive force station there. Su Fan returned to the executive hall alone and called Minister of Agriculture Xiao Suo and Minister of Commerce Gould. "Xiao Suo, tell me about the agricultural situation in the territory." Su Fan sat on the chair, looking calm. Now, he has gradually acquired the aura of a superior. Although he is less than 20 years old, when he sits there, Xiao Suo and Gould dare not breathe loudly. Xiao Suo reported, "Lord, our territory's agriculture is developing very rapidly. According to your instructions, I will make land reclamation our top priority. Currently, we have 500 mu of grain fields, 100 mu of vegetable fields, 100 mu of orchards, and 100 mu of oil fruit orchards. We estimate that by the beginning of winter this year, we will have 1,000 mu of grain fields." Su Fan nodded in satisfaction. "Well, if we calculate based on a yield of 300 caddies per mu, 1,000 mu can produce 300,000 caddies at a time. Calculated based on 2 caddies per person per day, the one-time output is enough to sustain our 1,500 people for 100 days. Xiao Suo said, "Yes, this is just the output of grain. There are also vegetables and fruits. The output of these foods will reduce the amount of grain used. We've also formed a hunting team of 30 professional hunters to hunt in the southern primeval forests, providing meat for our territory. Now, everyone in our territory can be guaranteed meat every day." Su Fan asked again, "What about the coastal fishing grounds? How are things going there?" Xiao Suo said, "A total of 40 people have been deployed to the coastal fishery. They've already started fishing, but the fishing spots haven't been identified yet, so the yield is still unstable. But I believe that within a month, there will be a steady supply of seafood for our territory." Su Fan said, "In this way, even if we have meat, fish, and fruit in our territory, the oil fruit forest can also produce edible oil next year." "Very good. Xiao Suo, you did a good job." Edding su fane surprise, Xiao Suo smiled. "But meat production can't rely solely on hunting teams. What happens when the animals hibernate in winter? You need to quickly build 1 or 2 formal breeding farms and encourage residents to raise their own livestock at home. Poultry, pigs, cattle, and sheep are all excellent sources of meat." Chapter 38, The Bandits' Plan. "Understand, Lord. I will start building the farm in the next 2 days and try to have it completed and put into use before winter," Xiao Suo assured Su Fan. Then, Su Fan looked at Gould, the handsome and imposing son of a consortium who is now the Minister of Commerce and Minister of Finance. "Gould, I've received news from Philin that the first batch of sea salt has been successfully extracted and is being purified and stored. The preliminary estimate is that there will be 10 tons of refined salt. You must contact Philin in the next 2 days and keep 1 ton as a reserve for our own use. Take out the remaining 9 tons of refined salt as trading capital." Gould cheered up. Since he became the Minister of Commerce and Finance, there has actually been nothing happening these days. There are only so many people in the territory, no real business has been formed, and there's no such thing as financial revenue and expenditure, so he is basically unworthy of the title. He also proposed to Su Fan to conduct a trade, but was rejected by Su Fan. "My lord, are you saying that we are going to conduct a trade?" Gould said excitedly. Su Fan nodded and explained, "The development of our territory requires a large amount of external supplies to help us accelerate development. After Carl and Athena lead the team to clear out the bandits in the wasteland, you can go to Violet City to trade." "Understand. My lord, please rest assured. With 9 tons of refined salt, I can bring you anything you want, including the lover of the Lord of Violet City," Gould said with a smile. Su Fan's face darkened, and he cursed. "Go away. Stop embarrassing yourself in front of me." After sending Gould and Xiao Suo away, Su Fan patrolled the territory again. The current territory, including the soldiers, has a total of 1,500 people. Most of them live in the Longhouse, but new houses are also being built at a rapid pace. Various shops and workshops have also been established with Su Fan's strong support. Now his territory is full of construction sites, with neatly stacked stones, wood, and tools everywhere. Su Fan felt very gratified to see his territory developing rapidly and growing in size. In the wilderness, it was still that hideous-looking stronghold. However, it was different from the past. Before, the shouts and laughter of men could be heard in this mountain village day and night, but now it was silent and the atmosphere was very heavy. The flame fairy sat on the exquisite embroidered couch, wearing a revealing red dress. Her pretty face was as gloomy as water, and she sat there with her legs spread out like a man. Below her sat a dozen fierce bandits, each of them strong and muscular, with a powerful aura. However, at this time, these bandits all lowered their heads and dared not look up, and their momentum was suppressed. A bunch of trash," The flame enchantress cursed. Her voice was pleasant and youthful, but it was filled with rage that could burn everyone present to death if she wasn't careful. In 3 days, 6 villages were destroyed, and you're only reporting to me now. What are you doing here? The flame enchantress was so angry that she threw the wine glass on the table away. It rolled under the feet of a gangster, scaring the strong man. I told you all before that idiot Ramir was killed and the Holy Grail of Fire was lost. I told you to guard it tightly and prepare to unite to attack the barony and reclaim the Holy Grail. But you didn't take my words to heart at all. You haven't completed any of the tasks I assigned to you. The flame fairy pointed at the bandits below and cursed them profusely. Finally, when she was tired of scolding them, she took a breath and looked at one of them. She asked, Tailing, I want you to scout this territory. Do you have detailed intelligence? The fierce bandit named Tylin lowered his head and said, Lady Yaoji, we have already investigated. The owner of the territory in Silver Moon Bay is named Su Fan. He is said to be the eldest son of Duke Su of the Moon God Empire and the heir to the Baron title. After his family was destroyed by foreigners, he fled thousands of miles south alone and established his own territory in Silver Moon Bay. There are about 1,000 people in his territory now, including many cavalry and infantry, totaling about 200 people. In addition, there are 3 spellcasters in their territory, Sufan, Athena, and a magic swordsman named Carl. Everyone present frowned when they heard about the enemy's strength. 200 armed forces were easy to deal with, but the 3 spellcasters completely crushed them. They could only turn their gaze to this peerlessly beautiful enchantress. Fire Demon Diana. The flame fairy leaned back on the couch and said loudly, You don't have to be afraid. I, Diana, as the leader of the 16 villages in the wasteland, will not sit idly by. Su Fan, I will meet him in person. When the bandits heard this, they all breathed a sigh of relief because the fire demon Diana had only taken action twice since she came here 3 years ago, and each time was earth-shattering and changed the situation in the wilderness. 3 years ago, although there were many bandits and criminals in this vast wilderness, it was very chaotic, with constant civil wars and mutual annexation being common. It was often suppressed and beaten by Violet City and had no temper at all. But since the fire demon Diana came here, it took her only 1 month to subdue all the bandit gangs and divided them into 16 mountain strongholds, becoming the true leader of the 16 strongholds in the wilderness. Immediately afterwards, the Flame Enchantress led them to attack Violet City, and actually had a head-on confrontation with the Violet City Defense Forces in the wild, killing 2 of Violet City's magic swordsmen and causing serious damage to Violet City. Since then, Violet City has carried out several cleanups, but none have yielded any benefits, and each time has resulted in casualties. Seeing no benefit, Violet City's lord, Viscount Fording, stopped sending any more troops. The leaders of other villages were well aware of the Fire Demon Queen's methods and strength, so when they heard that she was going to take action personally, they felt relieved. Flame Fairy glanced at everyone and snorted, "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Put away your little thoughts. This battle is different from the past. The enemy is stronger than I imagined. If you don't do as I say, you will die." Everyone below responded in unison. "We will strictly follow Lady Yaoji's orders." "Please give the order, Lady Yaoji. We will fight to the death. We share the same hardship. We are willing to follow the wishes of Lady Yaoji." The Flame Fairy said, "All right, listen to my orders. You must hide the food and supplies, close the village gates, and hold the 3 surviving villages to the west. This will lure them into attacking you. All the troops from the other villages who are able to go to the battlefield must gather at my place the day after tomorrow." Chapter 39, Attacks from Both Sides. Gather. Everyone was puzzled. Are we going to have a decisive battle right away? "Master Yaoji, do you mean to eliminate them all at once?" "I'm afraid it won't be that easy. If they just surround us without attacking, we'll be completely helpless. Their cavalry is well-equipped and very formidable." Flame Fairy stood up and said, "A decisive battle? No, I don't want a decisive battle. Don't ask too many questions, just do as I say." Carl and Paladin led 100 light cavalry and 4 lancers as the vanguard, galloping across the wilderness. Whenever they encountered bandits' hideouts, they would capture them without saying a word. There were 3 strongholds in total, which were not large in scale and had no tall gates. The number of people in each stronghold was between 40 and 50. Carl and Paladin raged like a hurricane, and the 3 strongholds were destroyed in an instant. Some of those bandits were criminals, some were vagrants, some were bandits, and some were rebels and deserters. Karl ordered that all of them should be killed regardless of their identities. So when Karl's cavalry left, all that was left was blood and corpses on the ground. However, what surprised Karl and others was that they found a large amount of gold, silver, treasures, food, wine, and various supplies in these mountain strongholds. Karl knew that these were the most urgently needed things in the territory. So while attacking, he sent people to the territory to pass on a message, asking Su Fan to send people to transport these supplies. Meanwhile, Athena led a mixed force of 100 men, advancing steadily according to the map, and similarly captured 3 moderately sized strongholds. On the 5th day, they finally encountered trouble. In front of them was a tall and sturdy mountain stronghold built on a hill. The weeds on both sides made it difficult to walk. If they wanted to attack the 3 largest strongholds, they had to pull out this nail first, but the people inside refused to come out. After the sharpshooters shot a few people, the people inside didn't even show their heads. "Lady Athena, what should we do now?" a soldier asked. Athena rubbed her forehead and said, "With my current divine power, I can't destroy such a sturdy stronghold. How about this? You use local materials to build a siege tower. Our sharpshooters can stand on the tower and shoot down from above." Yes, the soldiers all had tools with them and immediately dispersed to cut wood, weave ropes, and prepare to build siege towers. Just when the 2 troops sent by Su Fan were attacking fiercely, the bandits formed a large army of nearly 1,000 people and set off quietly. These bandits also have cavalry, nearly 100 of them, and they are equally powerful. Behind the cavalry was the infantry, among which a red carriage was particularly conspicuous. The flame enchantress was sitting in the middle of the carriage, holding a red magic wand in her hand. The magic wand was engraved with a large number of inscriptions and symbols, and a round bead the size of a red date was inlaid on the top. It was translucent and shiny, and a faint light was emerging. That useless Ramir. Not only did he lose his own life, but he also borrowed the troops from the Bodo and built strongholds, and all of them died. Otherwise, we would have more people now. The Flame Enchantress secretly calculated that there were a total of 16 strongholds. In fact, there were not many people in the stronghold where Ramir, Bodo, and Bill were located, with less than 100 people in total. 6 mountain strongholds have been destroyed, and 3 mountain strongholds are following her orders and staying put to lure Su Fan into attacking. So the people she has gathered now are only the strength of 4 or 5 mountain strongholds at most. If it was the heyday of the 16 strongholds, she could even gather nearly 2,000 people. This is a very scary number, enough to threaten the safety of Violet City and make Viscount Fording unable to sleep or eat. "We must retrieve the Holy Grail of Fire as soon as possible," thought the Flame Fairy. She shouted to the people outside the carriage, "Pass my order, speed up the march. Our goal is Silver Moon Bay. I want to rush into Silver Moon Bay before dawn tomorrow, and take advantage of the night and while they are asleep to flatten their territory." "Yes," the person outside responded. It turned out that this Flame Fairy had no intention of engaging in a decisive battle with either Karl or Athena's forces, not even engaging them. Instead, she intended to attack directly and penetrate Su Fan's territory. Su Fan received letters from Karl and Athena in the territory. They found a large amount of supplies after capturing the bandit stronghold, and they had to transport them back as soon as possible. So Su Fan arranged people to form 6 material transport teams and set off with a large number of carts. One of the transport teams, with a total of 30 people, was heading towards one of the strongholds. Etc. Suddenly someone spoke and the team stopped. "What's wrong? What happened?" Everyone was puzzled. The person who spoke was a tall young man with very bright eyes and brown curly hair, which looked very unique. He remained silent, just lying on the ground with his ear tilted to listen carefully. Suddenly his face changed drastically and he screamed, "No, go!" The members of these transport teams were all refugees gathered by Su Fan. They had all fled thousands of miles and had a high sense of danger. Now seeing their companions' behavior, how could they not know what had happened? Are there any horse hooves? Are there cavalry coming? Is it the enemy or one of ours? The young man with the brown instant noodle curls said anxiously, "We're heading to the stronghold captured by Lady Athena. Logically, we shouldn't run into the cavalry led by Lady Karl. So it's very likely they're enemy cavalry. In that case, don't hesitate any longer, run. Run." Leave the cart behind and retreat lightly. These people were already used to escaping, so now they were doing it with ease and ran backwards in a flash. No, we must separate and not return by the same route. Let's take the small road. Whoever returns to the territory first must report to the Lord immediately, said the young man with brown instant noodle curls in a deep voice. 30 people, in twos and threes, fled in all directions. However, this young man thought about it and did not follow these people. Instead, he stayed at the end, found a hill, lay down in the pile of rocks, covered himself with weeds, hid himself perfectly, and stared at the front. Soon, a cavalry unit of 100 people arrived here. Judging from their dress and appearance, they were in a disorganized state and were obviously a group of bandits. They were their current enemies. The leading gangster glanced at the dozens of carts left there and frowned. Strange, why are there so many carts here? Chapter 40, The Last Line of Defense. An old bandit nearby said with a sharp look in his eyes, "Chief, could it be that someone discovered us and ran away early? It's possible. Oh no, if our whereabouts are discovered, the surprise attack will lose its effectiveness. Pass my order, everyone speed up and search in different directions according to the squads. If any unknown person is found, immediately decapitate them." Yes, the bandits' cavalry began to disperse, and the brown-haired young man hiding in the bushes was so scared that he dared not look up. About an hour later, Flame Fairy led a large force here. Seeing this mighty main force of several hundred bandits, the brown-haired young man's face turned very ugly. Looking at this scale, this should be all the bandits in the wasteland gathered here. It seems that my guess was right. These fierce bandits did not fight Lady Athena head-on, but are going to directly attack the territory. No, Lady Athena and Lady Carla brought all their soldiers out. The territory is now empty and can't withstand these attacks. I have to go find Lady Athena quickly. Oh no, I have to find Lord Carl. He's a cavalryman. Faster. Maybe he can make it in time. As he spoke, the brown-haired young man crawled in the grass and ran in another direction. In the executive hall, Su Fan received the report from the transport personnel who had escaped, and his heart sank. What is this? Besiege way to save Zhao. Switching homes? These bandits are really cunning, beyond my expectation. Su Fan felt a little guilty, because this was indeed an oversight in his decision-making. The heavy blow left the territory empty, leading to the current situation. I'm still too young. I don't have enough combat experience. No, I have to go to the quarry to guard it. Su Fan set off and rushed to the quarry. In addition, he sent people to the northern defense line to call back the 30 garrison soldiers stationed there to defend the quarry. On the other hand, he sent people to look for Carl and Athena, and the two main forces must return to support him. By the time Su Fan arrived at the quarry, it was already completely dark. There were 20 garrison soldiers stationed here, including the 30 garrison soldiers transferred by Su Fan, a total of 50 people. They were all wearing leather armor and holding spears in their hands. They had never been on the battlefield, but looking at these fully armed soldiers still gave Su Fan a sense of psychological comfort. Not enough. These people are simply not enough. Su Fan learned from the transport team members who escaped back that the other side had at least more than 100 cavalrymen, and he would lose these few people in one charge. So Su Fan thought about it and gathered all the quarry workers, a total of 100 people, all strong laborers. These quarry workers had already learned that the enemy might come, and their eyes were full of fear. People of Silver Moon Bay. Su Fan opened his mouth, opened his arms, and attracted everyone's attention. We have encountered the most dangerous moment. Among us, some are from the War God Empire, and some are from the Moon God Empire. We all fled thousands of miles south, our homes destroyed by alien races, and we survived to this day with the great grief of the death of our loved ones. We originally thought that we had found a paradise where we could breathe freely and build a dream paradise, without oppression, without war, and without theft. However, things did not go as planned. Now the criminals, thieves, bandits, rebels, and thugs in the wilderness have united to destroy our homeland. Athena and Carl have already carried out my will to attack, but the enemy has also found our weak point. They are coming, and they want to eat us up in one breath. People of Silver Moon Bay, I, Su Fan, am here to ask you to take up your weapons, stand by my side, and fight with me. For our future, for our dream home, so that we can carry out the wishes of our loved ones, strive to live on. Su Fan's voice was rhythmic and full of emotion. At the end, his eyes turned red and his voice became hoarse. The 50 garrison soldiers and 100 quarry workers present also felt their hearts beating fast and their chests heaving as they listened. For our last home, for the Lord. Someone raised the pickaxe in his hand and shouted loudly. This stone instantly caused 1,000 waves, and others responded one after another. For the Lord, let's fight. Let's fight. We have nowhere to run or retreat. Let's show those bandits how powerful we are. Kill, kill, kill. The sound was deafening. Seeing that he had aroused the fighting spirit of these people, Su Fan asked them to replenish their strength quickly, then closed the gate, stood on the wall, picked up tools and weapons, and waited quietly for the arrival of the enemy. That night, the autumn air was thick, the cold dew was condensing, and the cold was oppressive. There was silence and stillness on the dark earth. The unknown danger enveloped my whole body like a thick chill. However, the more than 100 people around Su Fan were feeling hot in their hearts, with a surge of anger waiting to be vented. They tightly grasped the weapons or tools in their hands, and their eyes appeared bright and sharp under the dim starlight, like a pack of wolves hunting in the dark. Around 5 in the morning, it is the time when the darkness is deepest, the night is coldest, and the chill is heaviest. The quiet earth suddenly shook and thunder sounded from afar. Here they come. Everyone get ready. Su Fan stood up, took off his robe to keep warm, revealing his shining armor. At this moment, he was holding an enchanted longbow in his hand, wearing armor, with a sword hanging at his waist. He looked majestic, just like a young general. The others also perked up, and their breathing quickened. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of horse hooves gradually grew louder, and the rumbling sound of thunder struck the hearts of everyone in Su Fan's camp. In the darkness, the field of vision was very limited, but with the help of starlight, one could barely see a black shadow moving quickly on the earth shrouded in darkness. Su Fan bent his bow and drew his arrow. The magic power that had been dormant in his body for a long time surged out, and bits of light condensed on the magic bow into a fiery red energy arrow. Flame arrow go, call out. The bowstring was suddenly released, and a fiery red magic arrow streaked across the night sky like a meteor. During the flight, a raging flame ignited on the magic arrow, and the entire arrow turned into a flaming magic arrow. That is, the fierce cavalrymen naturally also saw the arrow. Their vision was equally narrow, and they did not expect the other side to discover them so quickly. It seemed that they were fully prepared. The so-called night attack did not work at all. Boom! The flaming magic arrows shot into the crowd and exploded. The strong impact directly knocked 4 or 5 horses away, and the knights were also thrown down, either dead or injured. This was not the end. A huge flame suddenly ignited, instantly turning an area with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters into a sea of fire. Chapter 41, The Arrival of the Flame Enchantress. The explosion of the flaming magic arrows illuminated the faces of the surrounding enemies. These usually arrogant bandits now had fear written all over their faces. Damn it, there's actually a spellcaster here. The leader of the cavalry unit was also a village chief. He knew that there were 3 spellcasters in Silver Moon Bay. He thought that the last spellcaster would be stationed in the territory base camp, but he did not expect him to appear here. Don't be afraid. This spellcaster isn't very high level. As long as we rush in front of them, they'll be lambs to the slaughter. The bandit cavalry leader shouted loudly, suppressed his subordinates' fear, and led the cavalry to charge at an accelerated speed. Su Fan also saw the size of this cavalry. There were at least hundreds of people, which looked huge and particularly terrifying in the dark night. We can't let them get over here. I'm the only ranged fighter right now, and the enemy is cavalry. If they charge over, the battle will be over, and I won't be able to turn the tide. Su Fan's mind raced, assessing the situation on the battlefield. I originally thought I wouldn't use it lightly, but now it seems I have no choice but to use it in advance. As he spoke, Su Fan took out a red goblet. Holy grail of fire. When Carl shot Ramir with an arrow, Su Fan got this high-quality magic equipment and tried it privately. It was very convenient to use and could be controlled by ordinary people. If used by a spellcaster, the power would be even stronger. However, there's one bad thing about this thing. That is, it will consume a lot of mental energy when used by ordinary people, and it will consume too much magic power if used by spellcasters. With Su Fan's current strength, he is at most a junior magic apprentice. He can only use his magic power 4 or 5 times before it runs out. Once too much magic is consumed, not only will the recovery be slow and time-consuming, but it will also cause slight damage to the caster's mental strength. Although this kind of damage is relatively minor, it is irreversible. If too much magic is consumed for a long time, the caster's mental strength will be greatly reduced, the realm will decline, and in severe cases, the caster may even lose his magical talent and become an ordinary person. It is precisely because of this that the magicians in this world cherish the opportunity to attack and usually do not fight to exhaustion. The cavalry unit in front of him was obviously just the enemy's vanguard. Su Fan had not planned to use it, but the current situation on the battlefield was pressing. If he didn't use it now, it would be too late to use it when the cavalry rushed over. Su Fan held the holy grail of fire in his hand and pointed the cup at the enemy. The magic in his body surged, resonating with the magical aura emitted by the holy grail of fire in a unique rhythm. The holy grail of fire made a humming sound and trembled slightly. With a boom, a huge fireball was shot out. Boom! The huge fireball was about 4 or 5 meters in diameter and exploded in the crowd at a very fast speed, knocking people to the ground. Billowing flames swept out in an instant. Heat waves rose, and the space was distorted. The cavalry leader's face changed, becoming as black as the bottom of a pot, and sweat began to flow down. He didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful suddenly. The huge fireball just now reduced at least a quarter of his troops. There's no turning back, just charge. Kill. The cavalry leader's eyes were red. He roared and started the final charge without caring about his men. You're so stubborn. Su Fan used the holy grail of fire again, but this time what spewed out was not a huge fireball, but a sea of fire. It was the same trick that Rammer had used before, except that he used magic to help. The sea of fire was larger, the flames were more fierce, and the temperature was higher. The front of the quarry was instantly covered by flames, and countless people and horses were wailing in the sea of fire. The quarry workers and garrison soldiers around Su Fan were originally determined to die, but now they found that all the enemies seemed to have been dealt with by the Lord alone. Oh, long live the Lord! The Baron is so powerful. Burn these bastards to death. Ha ha ha. Finally, when the leader of the bandit cavalry rushed out of the sea of fire with his remaining men, they were greeted by countless spears, pickaxes, and shovels. In the cover of night, the fire demon Diana was still leading the main force of the bandit coalition forces forward rapidly. Look, there's a fire ahead. Someone shouted. The bandits all saw a flash of fire in the darkness in the distance, shooting straight into the sky, with billowing smoke and a quite big fire. Flame Fairy opened her eyes and saw the same scene from the carriage. She murmured, "This isn't an ordinary flame. I sense the presence of magic. Quick, tell them to speed up. Our cavalry must be engaged in battle with the enemy." Yes, the main force of the bandit coalition once again increased its marching speed. A moment later, by the time they arrived near the quarry, the sea of fire was about to dissipate and the battle was nearing its end. The garrison troops and quarry workers who were building a defense line against the quarry fence were all cheering for their victory. Once upon a time, cavalry was the nightmare of these refugees. They were ravaged by the alien Centaur Legion in the north, and later by the cavalry of various rebel forces. But now they finally defeated a cavalry unit of more than 100 people. Su Fan shot the last cavalryman with an arrow, and the man and his horse fell to the ground, covered in blood. Then, Su Fan turned his gaze to the main force of the bandit coalition that came out of the darkness. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them. The most eye-catching one was the red carriage surrounded by people. Su Fan felt a sense of danger from it. This time, it's a bit tricky. Su Fan's heart sank to the bottom, and he couldn't help but look at the darkness in the distance. I hope Carl and Athena can arrive in time, otherwise I will be in great danger this time. Suppressing the many thoughts in his mind, Su Fan bent his bow and shot another magic arrow, which shot directly into the crowd of enemies, taking the lives of 4 or 5 people and causing a commotion among the surrounding bandits. But calm was soon restored. Hey, these guys are more confident and courageous than the previous cavalrymen. Facing my magic arrows, they're not panicked or afraid. Su Fan discovered this, and his premonition became even worse. On the carriage, Flame Fairy calmly observed the scene, a cruel smile playing on her face. Is that all? Magical arrows are indeed powerful, but you're only one person. How can you resist my army of 1,000 men? Chapter 42. In Desperate Situation. She stepped down from the carriage, staff in hand, and addressed the bandit leaders around her, or to the troops. Each camp will disperse according to the original plan. First, surround this area, and then, upon my command, attack together. Yes. Lady Yaoji is wise. They're outnumbered, and if we attack from all sides, they won't be able to resist at all. Lady Yaoji still has a solution. There's a chorus of compliments all around. Soon, Su Fan discovered the actions of the enemies on the opposite side. These enemies did not rush to use their numerical advantage to attack them. Instead, they slowly surrounded them and formed an encirclement. Seeing this scene, the soldiers in Su Fan's camp felt as if someone was strangling them and they couldn't breathe. "Sir, what should we do?" someone asked Su Fan. Su Fan took a look at the surrounding terrain. The quarry was originally built on a hill for the convenience of quarrying, and there were scattered stones everywhere. However, there was a hill to the south of the quarry, and the terrain was steep and peculiar. "We can't just sit here and wait for death. We have to rush out." "Rush out? But my lord, there's so many people on the other side. They're almost surrounding us. Even if we rush out, they will be caught up." Su Fan shook his head, pointed at the low hill, and said, "Everyone, abandon the quarry and follow me to break out of the encirclement. We can rely on that hill to resist the enemy's attack. Carl and Athena will come to rescue us soon." Su Fan said this, but he had no idea what was going on. He sent out 6 men, all on horseback, in different directions, fearing they would be intercepted by the enemy. However, Carl and Athena were too far away, already deep in the wilderness. The time to go back and forth was too tight. "Alas, we can only do our best." Su Fan brought more than 100 people, opened the quarry gate, and rushed towards the southern hills. "They're coming out. Quick, attack with all your forces. Don't leave anyone alive. Kill them all." The bandits responsible for the siege on the south side rushed over shouting. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them under the cover of night, but their swords and guns were bright and flashed a cold light. Su Fan took out the Holy Grail of Fire and summoned a huge fireball with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters. It exploded directly in the crowd. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and instantly opened a path for Su Fan and others. Seeing this scene from the west, the flame fairy narrowed her eyes slightly and murmured, "You're taking my flame Holy Grail and killing my people. Hee. Su Fan, you're going to die miserably." As she spoke, she also rushed toward Su Fan. The Holy Grail of Fire is very powerful, but it is just a magical equipment after all. Facing the bandits rushing towards him from all directions, Su Fan was unable to resist for a while. "Call!" The Holy Grail of Fire once again emitted a sea of fire, blocking the attack from one direction, but the bandits from the other direction rushed forward again. Su Fan and others were instantly engaged in close combat. These bandits are very powerful. They are all professional looters who smash, burn, and rob. They like blood on the tip of their knives, and their heads are always hanging on their belts. As soon as they came into contact, Su Fan suffered considerable losses. Although the quarry workers had the will to fight, their weapons, equipment, and combat qualities were far behind. The bandits were all holding back their anger and fought particularly hard. Next to the sea of fire, 2 groups of people were engaged in a melee. The sounds of metal clashing, swords cutting into flesh, screams, and sounds of people falling to the ground mixed into a bloody symphony. Su Fan held the enchanted longbow and kept shooting, killing the enemies in front of him. On the dark battlefield, he saw energy arrows streaking through the void like meteors, and every time a meteor appeared, it would take away a life. In this way, Su Fan led the troops forward with difficulty alone. Finally, they successfully climbed the hill and gradually stabilized the situation by relying on the piles of rocks and the steep terrain. Although there were many enemies, not many of them could climb the hill, which put Su Fan in a situation where he was alone against 10,000. Surround them. They can't get away. Everyone, don't stop. Kill them. These bandits quickly surrounded the low hills, and more bandits came from other places, like sea water about to flood the reefs. On Su Fan's side, his men also fought desperately. The 50 garrison troops were the main force, and each of them had blood on his face. The quarry workers also had ferocious expressions and were fighting with blood. "Come on, kill me if you can, you useless bastards." The entire battlefield was filled with noise. Su Fan stood at the top of the hill and kept shooting downwards, while at the same time he used the Holy Grail of Fire again. Fire Serpent Guard. A total of 12 fire snakes were summoned, standing upright at the highest point of the hill, with their tails planted in the ground like flagpoles, swaying their bodies. These 12 fire snake guards sprayed out lines of fire, forming a flame net. Any enemies in the path were burned to ashes. No, I can't get through. This is magic. They are in a dominant position, and with the help of this fire snake, we can't defeat them. What can we do? We've already suffered enough losses. Go ask Lady Yaoji for help. Several village chiefs came to the flame fairy and said, Lady Fairy, they have the advantage of terrain and magic. If we go again, we will only die. Please, Lady Fairy, take action and eliminate this threat. Please help, Lady Yaoji. The flame fairy slowly raised the magic wand in her hand and said, Su Fan can't even unleash 1/10 of the power of the flame holy grail. Humph! This is not how you play the fire snake guard. She waved her magic wand, and the magical aura surged, summoning more than 20 fire snake guards. These fire snake guards were more than 3 times the size of the ones summoned by Su Fan. Each one was more than 20 meters tall, huge in size, and their image was more condensed and realistic. Roar! What these 20 or so fire snake guards spewed out were not thin lines of fire, but pillars of flames that hit the low hills and blasted holes in them. The fire snake guards summoned by Su Fan were destroyed in an instant, turning into fire elements and dissipating into the air. Kill! Seeing this, the bandits knew this was a good opportunity and rushed forward like a swarm of bees. Everyone around Su Fan was in despair. Many of them began to lose their fighting spirit and knelt on the ground, giving up resistance. However, some individuals had a look of madness in their eyes. They no longer hid and stood up, picked up their spears, and launched a counterattack. Su Fan didn't say anything to these people because the situation was hopeless. There were only dozens of people left around him. Facing the enemies that were surging like a tide, no matter how much he did, it would be useless. Come on, at worst I'll die, and everything will be in vain. Su Fan's fighting spirit was still high. He bent his bow and drew his arrow, no longer caring about the magic power in his body. He turned into magic arrows and poured them out as if they were free. Rays of light exploded among the enemy crowd, and Su Fan struggled to resist the enemy's crazy attack with his own strength. At this moment, in the dark night on the distant land, the sound of horse hooves was heard again. This time the sound was heavier, more powerful, and more rapid. Chapter 43 Upgrade. Upgrade. Boom, boom, boom. The clatter of horse hooves in the night hammered at the hearts of the bandits. Flame Fairy frowned and said to a bandit leader beside her, Deploy some more men and strengthen the defense. These are enemy cavalry. Cavalry? Aren't they attacking our 3 western camps? How come they came back so quickly? The bandit leader was puzzled. I'm not sure. I think it has something to do with the carts we found. It's very likely that they informed the main force in advance. Don't worry about those things. Our situation is already decided. As long as we can hold off the enemy's cavalry and wait to kill their lord, Baron Su Fan, everything will be over. The Flame Enchantress was very calm. This composure was obviously the result of countless life and death experiences. Soon, the bandits mobilized about 300 people to set up a defense line against the cavalry. In this way, the pressure on Su Fan was instantly reduced a lot. It's Carl. Su Fan also saw a cavalry unit coming out of the night. The heavy sound of horse hooves and the inspiring sound of royal horses made Su Fan feel hope again. It's our cavalry. Carl has brought his men to support us. Citizens of Silver Moon Bay, please take up your weapons and fight this final battle with me. Hold on, we will win. Su Fan raised the longbow in his hand and shouted loudly. The dozens of remaining people around him all shouted loudly. Those who had just lost their will to fight also regained their spirits, picked up their weapons, and stood up. Su Fan used the holy grail of fire again and summoned a sea of fire, enveloping the hill where he was, forming a wall of fire between the 2 armies, temporarily blocking the enemy's attack. After doing all this, his magic was exhausted and he could no longer use the holy grail of fire. The other side. The cavalry troops rushed out in the cover of night and finally arrived at the battlefield. Against the backdrop of the flames, the bandits saw the true appearance of this cavalry unit. There were hundreds of cavalrymen. Each of them was extremely strong, holding a scimitar in their hands and wearing leather armor. The 4 leading men were also wearing shiny armor and holding lances in their hands. Beep. Someone in your unit has gained enough experience and gone through the test of blood and fire. Would you like to upgrade? On the hill, the voice of the system suddenly rang in Su Fan's ears. Can I upgrade now? Su Fan was delighted and chose yes directly without any hesitation this time. Brush. The hundreds of cavalrymen who rushed out were all instantly covered by golden light, like a sun. The bright light stunned the bandits. What's going on? This golden light. Not only the bandits, but even the fire demon queen frowned, and an ominous premonition rose in their hearts. The golden light quickly dissipated, and all the bandits discovered that these cavalrymen had undergone a drastic change. Their figures seemed to become more sturdy and powerful, their eyes more fierce, and the temperament of each cavalryman was greatly improved. Apart from that, their biggest change is their equipment. The leather armor he was originally wearing was replaced with shiny armor, and he put on a helmet, shin guards, and wrist guards. The scimitar in his hand was replaced with a 2-meter-long lance, and he still had a scimitar slung around his waist. The horses, which originally had no protection, now had cloth armor added to key parts such as the forehead and belly, making them look much more energetic. The equipment we have now, compared to before, is completely the difference between regular troops and bandits. Lancers, a mainstay unit armed with lances. Their armor and horses are as strong as a fortress, and their lances are indestructible. Train more of these powerful cavalrymen. They will be your sharpest weapon to break through the enemy lines. Oh my god, they actually changed in an instant. Who are they? Are they the legendary moon goddess's cavalry? The bandits were stunned by this change. Flame Fairy could no longer maintain her composure, her rosy little mouth opening into an O shape. Even though she is a magician and has witnessed all kinds of brilliant and magical magic, even though she has experienced the test of blood and fire, she can remain calm even when facing a crisis. But the scene before her was beyond her expectations, beyond her knowledge, shattered her 3 views, and made her feel like her brain had short-circuited. Beep. Someone in your unit has gained enough experience and gone through the test of blood and fire. Would you like to upgrade? This time Su Fan was also stunned. He didn't expect that these cavalrymen could be upgraded again. I think these soldiers have been fighting outside and have accumulated enough experience during this period. Now they have returned to the territory, so they have been sensed by the system. Su Fan didn't think much about it and chose yes again. Brush. Another wave of golden light emerged from these lancers, and this time the golden light was even more dazzling than before. Soon, the golden light dissipated and everyone opened their eyes wide. They had majestic figures, thick black armor, wrist guards, shin guards, breastplates, and winged helmets. Everything was missing. Most striking of all, they wore black visors, their faces grimacing and terrifying, like demons from myth and legend. They held 3-meter-long lances in their hands, a 2-handed sword hung on their waists, and a small round shield on their backs. Their war horses were now fully armored. The black armor had clear layers, like dragon scales. There's also a sharp spike on the visor on the forehead, which functioned like a rhinoceros horn and was extremely lethal. Heavy cavalry, the ultimate troop. They are veterans who have experienced the test of blood and fire, the ultimate form of cavalry. They can clear all obstacles that block your progress and are the nightmare of all enemies. It's actually the ultimate type of soldier, evolved into heavy cavalry. Su Fan was shocked. At this moment, all the gangsters were dumbfounded. Now the image of these heavy cavalrymen, the oppressive feeling as heavy as a mountain, and the fierce aura brought by the devil's mask, all made them feel deeply powerless. They didn't even know how to resist this army with their own mortal strength. Even in the Moon God Empire, there are few cavalrymen equipped with such excellent equipment. This is the voice of all the bandits. Flame Fairy's face was also icy. She gritted her teeth and gripped her magic wand tightly. She was now completely devoid of confidence and courage. This army had just undergone 2 shocking changes, like miracles, leaving her unable to comprehend them. She had no idea if her magic was still working. Chapter 44. Sea of Fire. The Flame Enchantress waved her magic wand, condensed it into a big fireball, and threw it over. But the heavily armored cavalrymen took out the round shields behind them. There were clear magic patterns on the round shields, and densely packed strange symbols all over them. Magic resistance shield, the Flame Enchantress exclaimed. As a magician, she naturally knew what these magic patterns and symbols represented. They were symbols of magic resistance. These shields actually had magic resistance. Boom! A huge fireball was thrown over, but was blocked by the shield. The huge impact force made the surrounding knights unstable, but the heavy armor on their bodies allowed them to stabilize their bodies and prevent them from falling. Damn, what the hell is this thing? Flame Enchantress was very annoyed. What she just shot out was not an ordinary fireball, but more advanced fire blast. However, this spell was powerless against these guys, making her feel powerless. My lady, what should we do? Should we run? We obviously can't beat them. My lady Enchanter, please act quickly. The bandits watched these cavalrymen getting closer and closer to them, and their hands holding their weapons began to tremble. It would be fine if they were facing mortals of the same level, but when they were asked to face these monsters with fully armored bodies, they had no desire to fight at all. Stop arguing, you bunch of rubbish. The flame fairy scolded angrily. Then she gritted her teeth and said, if that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. She just slammed the magic wand in her hand into the ground. Ripples spread out, and a huge magic circle appeared under the feet of the Flame Enchantress. The surrounding flames, the sea of fire created by her, and Su Fan spells before, seemed to be summoned by something and gathered madly around the Flame Demon Queen. It was a very spectacular scene. All the flames on the battlefield were flying and flowing, and were attracted by the Fire Enchantress like a whirlwind. Carl, holding an enchanted sword, watched this astonishing scene and shouted, this is advanced magic, raging flame sea. Everyone, scatter, attack, and rush to her. The magic will be ineffective. At this moment, Carl's rich experience and advantages were revealed. He once served in the First Legion of the War God Empire, where there were many magicians. Naturally, he recognized this magic trick, but he didn't expect that the extremely beautiful and enchanting woman in front of him was actually a high-level magician. Magic professionals in this world are all ranked. After thousands of years of continuous optimization, the magic swordsman can finally be divided into black iron swordsman, silver swordsman, gold swordsman, earth swordsman, and sky swordsman. There are 5 levels in total. Magicians are also divided into junior magic apprentice, intermediate magician, senior magician, magician, and grand magician, a total of 5 levels, corresponding to the magic swordsman. And a high-level magician is already very rare. The heavy cavalry obeyed Carl's command and accelerated their advance again. They lay on their horses in a low posture, holding a shield in one hand and a 3-meter-long lance in the other. All the bandits who blocked their way were picked up and crushed one after another, like a harvester entering a wheat field, with only screams and wails. At this time, the Fire Enchantress's magic was also ready. She threw out a terrible flame, which instantly turned into a sea of fire. This sea of fire was many times more powerful than the one summoned by Su Fan. The terrifying high temperature, terrible smoke, and the fire were even more intense, making the heavy cavalry feel their armor getting hot in an instant, as if they were being roasted. Carl knew that this was no ordinary flame. It was created entirely from magical elements. While a normal sea of fire could be summoned, this raging sea of fire required the caster to continuously cast spells to sustain it. Call! Call! The raging sea of fire made roars like tigers and dragons, like the roaring of monsters or the wielding of the god of death scythe. Charge! Charge out! Carl shouted frantically. Burn marks had begun to appear on his face, and the armor on his body was already burning hot. 100 heavily armored cavalrymen charged left and right, but the fire was too fierce, and they could not break out. Seeing Carl and the others in danger, Su Fan was also very anxious on the hill. He bent his bow and wanted to use magic arrows to interrupt the Fire Enchantress's spell, but the distance between the two sides was too far, and his fire arrows could not work. Haha, they're going to die. These guys are still no match for our Lady Enchanter. Lady Yaoji is too strong, we win. The gangsters cheered and looked relieved. However, at this moment, a brilliant golden light cut through the void and fell from the sky. The golden light also contained a terrifying high temperature. The Flame Enchantress had no choice but to give up casting the spell and move to avoid the golden light. Damn it! Without the support of the caster, the temperature of the raging sea of fire dropped instantly. Charge! Carl had a chance to catch his breath and led the heavy cavalry to charge again. The Fire Enchantress was about to cast magic again, but another golden light came down. Although it missed her target, it still made her look miserable. Who is it? Flame Enchantress looked up, but saw no one. At this time, Carl and others had already rushed out of the encirclement of the raging flames and fire. Everyone had a smell of burning and was holding back their anger and wanted to vent it. Wherever the iron hooves stepped, The bandits fell one after another. The lance swept through, and no one was left alive behind. Pyroblast. Another big fireball was thrown over. This time, perhaps the cavalrymen were really exhausted, and they were hit all at once, falling off their horses and causing chaos. In a weak state, the heavy cavalry suffered continuous casualties. The Flame Enchantress was like the god of fire in the world, throwing out all kinds of magic as if they were free. She was the one who killed the most heavy cavalry. However, in the end, the cavalrymen broke through the numerous obstacles, and one of the cavalrymen pierced the Flame Enchantress's shoulder bone with a gun and lifted her up alive. The Flame Enchantress felt pain and couldn't help but let out a wail. Her dress was instantly soaked with blood, and the magic wand fell to the ground. Carl approached the cavalryman, glanced at the Flame Fairy, and said, "We finally found their leader. Don't kill him yet. Take him to the Lord and let him decide his fate." "Yes." The cavalryman smiled, and just like that, he picked up the Flame Enchantress with his spear, let her body hang in the air, and walked towards the hills. "Those who surrender will be spared." Carl shouted loudly, seeing their own enchantress defeated. How could those fierce bandits still have the heart to fight? Many of them were far away and slipped away secretly, while many others were caught in a melee with the cavalry and had no chance to escape, so they could only surrender obediently. Chapter 45, Another Magical Equipment. The battle finally came to an end. When Carl and others came to Sufan, they found that there were only less than 20 people left around Sufan, and they were all ordinary quarry workers. All 50 garrison troops were killed in the battle. "My lord, I am late." Carl knelt on one knee, looking remorseful. Sufan said, "I don't blame you. I thought you would not be able to make it in time." Carl said, "Besides me, Lady Athena is here too." "Oh, Athena is here too? Where is she?" Sufan's eyes lit up, and after a careful look, he discovered that Athena had just arrived with a main force. Sufan thought of the golden light that fell from the sky at the critical moment just now, that sacred aura, and that stunning spell, which only Athena could cast. Soon, Athena led her troops to the front. Seeing the miserable state of Sufan, Carl, and the others, she felt a little distressed and said, "Lord Carl, are you all okay?" "Fortunately, you arrived in time." Sufan smiled, revealing his white teeth. "Athena, it's a good thing you interrupted that guy's spell just now. Otherwise, Carl and the others might have been wiped out." Sufan said. Carl also clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, Lady Athena, for your help. Carl will remember this in his heart and will never forget it." Athena said, "You're welcome. I was too far away just now, and I could only interrupt her spell." Sufan said, "Athena, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." It was normal for Carl, a cavalryman, to be able to arrive, but it was beyond Sufan's expectation that the infantry troops led by Athena could also arrive. Carl smiled and said, "My lord, this is a long story. You must thank someone this time." "Oh, thank someone? What does that mean?" Sufan was puzzled. After some explanation, Sufan realized that Carl was attacking the enemy's stronghold, and the enemy was holding on tightly, which gave Carl a headache. At this time, a brown-haired young man found Carl breathlessly and told him the movements of the enemy's large force. Carl immediately decided to return to provide assistance and sent someone to inform Athena as soon as possible. Halfway through the journey, Carl met the knight sent by Sufan to ask for help. On Athena's side, with the help of the siege tower and her own divine power, she quickly broke through the stronghold and learned the intentions of the fire demon from the entrenched bandits. Athena also returned immediately and soon connected with Carl and the knights sent by Sufan. In this way, Carl and Athena were able to foresee the situation. If they had waited until the knights sent by Sufan arrived before returning to provide support, it would have been too late. "Oh, you said that the brown-haired young man is a member of the transport team I sent out." Sufan was surprised. He didn't expect that the turning point and key of this battle actually came down to a civilian he sent out to pick up supplies. "Ah, yes. Lord, do you want to see him?" Carl asked. Sufan nodded. "Of course. I will also personally pour him a glass of wine at the celebration banquet. However, now is not the time to chat about family matters. We have more important things to do." As he spoke, he looked at the flamed demoness who was kneeling on the ground, her clothes disheveled, her hands and feet bound. In order to prevent her from suddenly using magic, the soldiers around her held spears and short swords against her body, ready to stab her into a sieve at any time. "My lord, What are you going to do with this guy? Carl asked. Su Fan stood in front of the flame fairy, looking down at her with an indifferent expression. He asked, "Who are you? What's your name?" The flame fairy was seriously injured at this time, and the wound on her shoulder was still bleeding, but she did not show any sign of surrender. Instead, she sneered and said, "I am the master of this great wasteland, the flame fairy Diana." Su Fan said, "You are very strong. I almost died in your hands." Diana said, "You are too weak. If these strange soldiers hadn't suddenly appeared, you would have been killed by my sword long ago." Su Fan closed his eyes and said, "You are very strong, but unfortunately you are my enemy. The Great Wasteland is a place I must occupy, so you must die." Carl looked at Su Fan in surprise. In his opinion, his young lord was young and strong, full of vigor and vitality. When he suddenly met this most beautiful and charming woman in the world, the first thing he would think of was to take her for himself. Now that the fire enchantress has been subdued and cannot resist, no matter what she does, how many young people can resist this temptation? The Lord is beyond our comprehension. Carl sighed in his heart. Flame Fairy also looked at Su Fan in surprise. She had the same idea as Carl, believing that what awaited her was a hellish torture, perhaps a lifetime of darkness. She had even despaired. But she had not expected Su Fan to be so clean and efficient, without any such thoughts at all. "Call." Flame Fairy breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Thank you." Su Fan was stunned. "Thank you?" He was about to chop her up, and she still said thank you? This woman must be mentally ill. Soon, several cavalrymen pulled the flame demoness away and stabbed her in the body with a gun. Blood gushed out, and such a beautiful body was destroyed. The other soldiers also began to clean up the battlefield and count their own losses in this battle. Su Fan came to a large house in the quarry, drank a few sips of hot water, and played with the fire enchantress's magic wand. The red magic wand is about 1.5 meters long. It is exquisitely crafted and has a hard texture. A round bead the size of a red date is inlaid on the top. It is translucent and shiny, and a faint glow is emerging. Su Fan gently injected magic power into it, and saw the magic wand glowing red all over. A large amount of fire elements gathered, and the temperature in the whole room began to rise. So sharp. Su Fan was surprised. After some thinking and experimenting, he soon understood the function and effect of the magic wand and couldn't let it go. This magic wand is also of a very high grade, one level higher than Su Fan's enchanted longsword and enchanted longbow. When using this magic wand, it consumes less magic and has greater power. The most important thing is that the casting time is shortened. You know, a lot of magic, especially advanced magic, needs to be prepared in advance, and it requires gathering a huge amount of magic elements to meet the conditions for starting the spell. This magic wand can shorten the casting time. The Holy Grail of Fire, the Staff of Fire, the Enchanted Longsword, and the Enchanted Longbow. I now have 4 pieces of magic equipment. Sufansmaïd. With these equipment, his combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. Chapter 46 of Beauty. As an important industrial facility in the Silver Moon Bay territory, the quarry has stored a lot of resources, especially food and water reserves. Now that the war had just ended, Carl arranged for his men to prepare a large pot of rice, including animal meat, fresh water, vegetables, fruits, and white rice. They were allowed to eat as much as they could, so that the soldiers who had come from a long distance could enjoy a delicious meal. At this time, the sky was already getting light, sunlight could be seen in the east, and the night was slowly fading away. Carl brought a brown-haired young man to Su Fan's house, but was stopped by Athena. "Carl, the Lord is still sleeping." "Oh, I'll come back later." Carl was about to leave when Su Fan's slightly tired voice came from the room. "I'm awake. Come in." Inside the room, Su Fan rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw Carl and the brown-haired young man walk in. He asked, "Are you the beauty that Carl mentioned?" The brown-haired young man was tall and had bright eyes. He was a little reserved when he saw Su Fan, but he did not seem flustered. "Yes, Lord. My name is a beauty." Su Fan smiled and said, "I want to hear what you were thinking at the time. Everyone else was passing the message back, but you thought of looking for Carl first. This is very simple, because you have already sent out all the main forces. It would be difficult for a good cook to cook without rice if we return to the territory at this time. If we want to rescue you, the fastest and most effective way is to find Lord Carl and lead the cavalry back to support you." A beauty said calmly. Su Fan looked at the young man with a smile. This principle was simple to explain, but it was actually not easy to be the first to discover the arrival of the enemy cavalry in that situation and to take the most correct approach. A beauty, you are a smart man. Tell me about your life story. Su Fan felt as if he had discovered another talent. Regardless of anything else, just looking at his thinking, he was qualified to be an official in any department of the executive office, not to mention that he had made such a great contribution. He must be rewarded. A beauty said, I come from the Fengling province of the War God Empire, a remote countryside. My father is a priest of the War God cult, and my mother is a doctor. When the aliens invaded, both my father and mother were drafted to the front lines to help treat the wounded, but they were both killed by the aliens. At this point, a beauty's voice became a little low. Su Fan asked again, Can you read? A beauty nodded. I can read. My father is very knowledgeable. I learned the teachings of the god of war and world history from him, and I learned medicine from my mother. I also went to college when I was young. When I was 13, I followed my uncle to do business. We did business until the natural disaster came and the aliens invaded. Oh, I didn't realize you're so young. You have quite a lot of experience. Su Fan said with a smile. My lord, you are joking. I am just a stray dog who has escaped thousands of miles to get here. It is you, my lord, who gave me hope to live. Su Fan looked at him with a smile and said, I plan to give you a position, a beauty. Which position do you want to take? A beauty was stunned and didn't react. Su Fan said, If you hadn't discovered the enemy and delivered the message in time, Carl and Athena wouldn't have arrived in time. You have made great contributions, so I will reward you. Tell me what position you want, and I will satisfy you. A beauty was flattered and waved his hands repeatedly. No, Lord, this is what I should do. I don't want any reward. Su Fan raised his hand to interrupt him and said, There will be rewards for merit and punishments for mistakes. You don't have to think too much, and you don't have to be polite. Well, okay. A beauty pondered for a moment, looked at Su Fan and said, My lord, I'm not good at anything. I could do any job. It's all up to you. Su Fan said, Okay, from today on, you will be responsible for the construction of the Northern Defense Line. There, you'll command troops and prepare for war, reclaim wasteland, and build fortifications. Remember, the Northern Defense Line is extremely important. If there is an alien invasion, you must respond promptly and correctly. A beauty's expression was serious. He clasped his fists and said, Please rest assured, my lord. I will manage the Northern Defense Line well. After sending a beauty away, Su Fan asked Carl with a smile, Carl, what do you think of this beauty? Carl thought for a moment and said, He's a smart guy, very smart, and he doesn't have many ulterior motives. He can be relied upon. Most importantly, he's only 17 years old and has great potential for development. In short, he's worth cultivating. Su Fan nodded. What Carl said was exactly what he was thinking. He thought he was always good at judging people. This beauty was young, but his eyes were very bright. He was very determined and calm. He was a good seedling. Let him train on the Northern Defense Line first. It won't take long to tell whether he is a mule or a horse. Su Fan thought to himself. Then, Carl began to report on the business. According to Carl's statistics, in this wilderness bandit suppression campaign, Su Fan lost a total of 76 quarry workers, 30 heavy cavalry, 20 light cavalry, 20 light infantry, 8 sword and shield soldiers, and a total of 60 garrison troops. The total loss was 214 people, which was undoubtedly a heavy loss. It is worth mentioning that in Athena's army this time, the soldiers summoned by the system have also been upgraded to the highest level. The 5 archers were directly upgraded by 2 levels and evolved into sharpshooters. The light infantrymen that Athena took away also evolved, and together with the previous sword and shield soldiers, they evolved into the ultimate form of infantry. Heavy infantry. Heavy infantry, the ultimate troop, they are the gods of death who reap lives, and they're the main force that defeats all invading enemies. They have experienced the test of blood and death, and have a strong fighting spirit. Powerful equipment gives them invincible abilities. Expand. Attack. With these ultimate troops, you will be invincible. The heavy infantry that evolved to the final version was also wearing black armor, a demon mask, holding a 2-meter-5 spear in both hands, a shield on his back, a long sword hanging on his waist, and a dagger tied to his shin guards. It can be said that they are armed to the teeth. They just stood there, exuding an unparalleled aura of strength. As a result, the current defense force in Su Fan's territory consists of 54 heavy cavalry, 52 heavy infantry, 10 garrison troops, and 10 sharpshooters, a total of 126 people. Although the number of people has decreased, these remaining soldiers are all ultimate soldiers. The combat effectiveness is many times stronger than before. Su Fan said, "The enemy's main force has been destroyed. Carl, you will lead 54 heavy cavalrymen. Athena will lead 40 heavy infantrymen, and there are 10 sharpshooters. Divide into 2 teams and wipe out the remaining bandits. Remember, you must complete the mission before the end of this month." "Yes." Carl clasped his fists. Chapter 47. The Heaven-Defying Moonwell. Leaving 10 garrisons here to defend, Su Fan returned to the executive hall. The quarry will not be able to send any more workers for the time being. This place is in a miserable state. People have been killed twice in a row. If we recruit people in the territory now, I'm afraid they won't be very enthusiastic because most people are very timid. However, at the end of the battle, dozens of bandits surrendered, and Su Fan demoted them to slaves, leaving them to do hard labor. There are slaves in this world, but most of them are criminals, rebels, and members of destroyed hostile forces. These people are demoted to slaves. Women are generally used as tools for venting, and men are reduced to coolies. In short, they all live a miserable life. What Su Fan is doing to these captives now is the most normal practice in this world. After all, Su Fan himself didn't have much food stored, so it was impossible for him to lock them in a cage and keep them fed for nothing. For the next period of time, Su Fan's territory was very stable, and all the work in the territory was running in an orderly manner. Su Fan practiced and studied magic every day, studying the Book of Elementary Magic, and occasionally went out to listen to the reports of Xiao Suor, Feilin, Kong Ding, and others. His days were boring but fulfilling. Half a month later, with the full support of Feilin and Kong Ding, the 2 barracks were completed. Beep. Side quest completed. You have built 2 barracks, providing your soldiers with excellent training grounds and living space. This will help them maintain their loyalty to you. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward. Light Infantry 100. A cavalry-only barracks and a regular infantry barracks rose from the ground, equipped with all necessary facilities. According to Su Fan's request, a cavalry-only barracks was built on the north side of the territory, which would help the cavalry take care of both the west and north at the same time, while the infantry barracks was built on the west side of the territory, which would help the infantry defend against invading enemies from the west. Although these 2 barracks are called barracks, they also have defensive functions and are equipped with complete walls, gates, and watchtowers. Soon, Su Fan welcomed 100 light infantrymen. He placed these 100 light infantrymen in the infantry battalion. After a period of development, Su Fan would appoint battalion commanders of the 2 barracks. That will be a reform of the military system in Su Fan's territory. Then Su Fan asked Kong Ding to take the construction team to build clay mines and limestone mines to lay a solid foundation for cement production. As Minister of Industry, Feilin coordinated the supply of wood and stone, while focusing on sea salt production in the salt drying yards. The task Su Fan gave him was to produce 50 tons of refined salt before winter. A few days later, the 2 teams of Carl, Paladin, and Athena returned victoriously. After these days of fighting and clearing, all kinds of bandits and criminals in the wilderness were wiped out again and again. 16 mountain strongholds were uprooted and burned to ashes. The large amount of supplies stored in them were continuously sent to Su Fan's territory. In addition to these 16 mountain strongholds, there were also some small gathering places for criminals and caves for exiles. They were all found, questioned about their origins, and executed on the spot. In short, for the past month, the entire wilderness has been in chaos and extremely lively. They also brought more than 200 captives. Su Fan arranged some of them in the quarry to fill the quota of 100 workers, and the rest were given to Kong Ding, who had projects one after another and needed a large number of manpower. To maintain the captives' efficiency, Su Fan told them that after 10 years of service within his territory, they would be granted civilian status, leaving or staying as they pleased. If they performed well, this period could be shortened to a maximum of 5 years. If you slack off at work or secretly try to escape but are caught, the time limit will be increased with no upper limit. This set of policies made the nearly 300 prisoners lose their original careful thoughts and work extra hard. Beep. Time-limited mission completed. You mobilized your army, relied on your wisdom and courage to clear the wilderness, and completed the task within specified time. From now on, your path forward will be unimpeded, so quickly connect with the outside world. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward. Moon, well won. Finally, the mission completion notification has been released. But what on earth is this moon well? Su Fan was puzzled. He had never heard of this name before. Curious, he opened his system backpack and saw a well icon inside. When Su Fan clicked on it, a note appeared. Moonwell, a building exclusive to the elves. It absorbs the essence of moonlight at night and condenses it into well water. Drinking it can cure all diseases and has a strong healing effect. It can also restore magic and slightly increase magical talent and understanding. Oh my god, such an incredible effect. Su Fan was stunned. Drinking well water could restore health and mana, and even increase magical talent? This was too powerful. Su Fan walked out of the executive hall and couldn't help but want to try out the effect. He found a vacant space, and when he chose to use it, a dialogue box appeared. Once the moon well is placed, its location cannot be changed. Do you decide to place it? Can't change it. Su Fan thought about it and decided to leave it there. This place is located behind the executive hall. There are no residents or houses here, so it is a very suitable place to place this well. My territory will develop, and my administrative office may be relocated in the future, but this will always be the location of the moon well. Su Fan clicked place and saw a shadow appear on this open space. The moon cast a cold light, which was cast on the shadow and gradually solidified. Soon, a structure about 1 meter tall and 2 meters in diameter appeared on the open ground. It was made of green stones, but each stone was engraved with complex rune symbols. This well is simple and unpretentious, but it gives people an ancient and mysterious temperament. Is this the moon well? Why is there no water? Su Fan took a look and found that the well was empty. He was very disappointed. However, at this moment, the runes on the surface of the moon well began to flicker. The frequency was very slow, the light was very dim, and it was not conspicuous, but it made people feel as if the well had life and was breathing. The annotations say that the moon well absorbs the essence of moonlight to condense the water. Does that mean the well is working now, condensing the water? Su Fan guessed that he would not see any results today, so he asked people to fence off the open space and planned to start construction during the day to build a yard for the well first. Chapter 48 Meeting. The weather is getting cooler, and a thin mist has begun to appear every morning. The sky and the earth are covered in white, and it is impossible to see anything clearly. Su Fan stood in front of the window, wearing a fleece coat, and muttered to himself, "In another month, winter will come." The arrival of winter means that the pace of all production and life will slow down, especially in this world of low productivity. Many things need to be prepared before winter. For some unknown reason, ever since the Void Gate descended upon the North and alien races invaded, the world's climate has become extremely extreme. It's as hot as an oven in the summer, and so cold in the winter that it could freeze people to death. Although I've only been in this world for a little over a year, it's clear that this world is slowly changing in an unpredictable direction. I still need to develop as quickly as possible and strive to gain the power to protect myself as soon as possible. Su Fan thought, "My lord, all the lords are here." A servant from the executive office came over and said with his head down, "Okay, let's go and get ready for the meeting." Su Fan wrapped his coat, walked down the stairs, and met all his subordinates in the territory in the large conference room on the first floor. Athena, Karl, Paladin, Xiaosaw, Philin, Kandin, Gould, and the new chief of the Northern Defense Line, a beauty. They sat upright at the conference table, looking extremely formal. Well, it's getting more and more presentable. Su Fan was very satisfied. His territory finally began to get rid of the initial petty quarrels and was no longer as childish as children playing house. Su Fan sat at the head of the group, cleared his throat, and said, "I called everyone here today to listen to your reports and discuss the next steps. Xiaosuo, you go first." Xiaosuo is the Minister of Agriculture, and agriculture is the foundation of the territory's development, so he is the first to speak. Xiaosuo said, "Agriculture in our territory is developing very well. Farmers are constantly reclaiming wasteland. Before the first snow of winter arrives, we can harvest about 150,000 kilograms of grain, 30,000 kilograms of vegetables, and 30,000 kilograms of fruit. This is enough to ensure that our current population can survive the winter smoothly. In addition, the coastal fisheries and hunting teams are also on track, which can provide us with a large amount of fish and animal meat to ensure our meat needs. Finally, The 2 new farms you arranged for me to build have been completed with the assistance of Lord Kongding, but we don't have suitable breeding pigs and cattle in our territory, so they haven't been put into use yet. Su Fan thought for a moment and said, this problem can be solved during our next trade. Although food is in short supply in Violet City, breeding pigs and cattle should still be available. After Xiao Suo finished his report, it was Industry Minister Farron who spoke. Your Majesty, I'll report on the industrial situation. The sea salt drying yards, quarries, and logging sites in our territory are all operating at full capacity, more than enough to meet the needs of our territory's construction. We've already extracted 25 tons of refined salt from sea salt. Su Fan said, Philin, winter is coming soon. You must have the workers at the lumberyard prepare firewood for the winter. I don't want my people to go out and chop firewood in the cold winter. Fei nodded. I'll take note. Then came the Minister of Construction, Kongding. Kongding said, My lord, the clay mine and limestone mine are both under construction at an accelerated pace. However, we are still very short of manpower. It will be difficult to complete the construction before winter. Su Fan frowned. Is it difficult to build these 2 mines? The 2 barracks we built before also took only 1 month to complete. Kongding smiled bitterly and said, My lord, the territory is in need of manpower. Those with skills have gone home to build their own small workshops, and the remaining strong laborers are all reclaiming wasteland and gathering resources. I only have about 200 slaves left here, besides 100 construction workers. So Fanfronith, the population of the territory has increased now, but the manpower is even more scarce. All walks of life have begun to develop, including agriculture, industry, and budding business. People are needed everywhere. He really couldn't forcibly transfer people from other places. Otherwise, it would not only cause dissatisfaction among these people, but also delay other work, which was not what Su Fan wanted to see. Su Fan closed his eyes and tapped the handle of the chair gently. Everyone else lowered their heads and looked at the table. They knew that their lord was planning and making a decision. Xiao Suo, Athena, and the others cleared out the strongholds in the great wilderness some time ago. How much food did they bring back? Su Fan suddenly asked. Su Fan knew that each mountain stronghold stored a large amount of food and supplies, and was extremely rich. These strongholds also had their own grain fields, vegetable gardens, and orchards. The transport team sent by Su Fan took more than half a month to transport all the food back to the territory. There are not only grains, but also cotton clothes, fine wine, various daily necessities, decorations, handicrafts, and a large number of ironware and gold coins. Xiao Suo said, For ease of counting, I have placed the food we brought back in a separate warehouse. There are approximately 400,000 kilograms of food in total, and 100,000 kilograms of vegetables, fruits, meat, etc. Oh, a total of 500,000 kilograms of food, more than what we have in stock in our territory right now. Su Fan smiled and said, Adding the 150,000 kilograms of grain that will be harvested soon, the food in our territory is quite sufficient. In that case, we will gather another group of refugees. Collect another batch of refugees. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Suo hurriedly said, My lord, please forgive me for being blunt, but the food in our territory is barely enough to last. These hundreds of thousands of kilograms may seem like a lot, but they're not enough to last. If we encounter extreme weather and crop production decreases, we'll be relying on this stored food. Phelan also said, Yes, Lord, our territory is under construction, and everything has just gotten on track. If we take in a group of outsiders, I'm afraid we will have to readjust the division of labor, which will affect our work efficiency. Su Fan glanced at them and said, What about the others? What do you think? Carl clasped his fists and said, My lord, I only know that there's strength in numbers. Now that we have enough food, we should expand as soon as possible. This is the hard truth. Su Fan nodded and looked at Athena again. Athena said, I also think we should take in new people. Winter is approaching, and those refugees who fled south are in urgent need of settling down. Moreover, by taking them back, we can build and develop faster. Perhaps we can even reclaim some more wasteland before winter arrives. Su Fan pondered for a moment, glanced at everyone, and said, I've made up my mind. Gould, you will take 10 tons of refined salt and set off immediately to Violet City to trade and take in a group of refugees. Each department, please make a list of the supplies you need and give it to Gould. Yes. Yes. Xiao Suo and others agreed. Chapter 49, Repairing the Magic Core. In terms of military affairs, there were no major changes in the territory during this period. The main reason was that the entire garrison had been defeated, leaving only 10 men guarding the quarry. Su Fan deployed 50 light infantrymen and 10 sharpshooters to the northern defense line and asked the Beauty to lead them and keep an eye on the movements on the north bank of the Silver Moon River at all times. The heavy cavalry and heavy infantry had nothing to do, so they had a good time. However, this trade was of great importance. Gould carried 10 tons of refined salt. It was conceivable that once these salts appeared on the market in Violet City, especially in these days of food shortage, it would definitely cause an uproar. So for safety reasons, Su Fan ordered Paladin to bring 50 heavily armored cavalrymen as escort. Soon, Gould set off with his caravan. They were expected to return in a month. If all went well, Gould would bring back a vast amount of wealth, much-needed supplies, and of course, a large number of people. Su Fan returned to the executive office and opened the system panel. There is only one main quest on the task panel. Main quest. Your territory has gained enough population, and you can finally make a big move. Please use your wisdom and make reasonable arrangements to expand your territory to 10 times its current size. Mission reward, cement production technology. There was a progress bar next to this task, and at this moment, it was already more than half full, proving that Su Fan's territory had been expanding continuously during this period and was now more than 5 or 6 times its original size. This main quest has taken almost 2 months, and it's still not completed. It's really difficult. Su Fan rubbed his eyebrows. His territory was developing very fast, but this was not enough. He needed a leapfrog development. He needed to develop his territory into the most fertile land in the shortest time possible. The foreign tribes in the north won't wait for anyone. Su Fan glanced at the sky in the north. There was the Silver Moon River, the ancient God Mountains, the fallen areas of the Moon God Empire, and the destroyed War God Empire. There are now countless alien races wreaking havoc there, including centaurs, demonized orcs, skeleton undead, and dark wizards. They are powerful, cruel, and have no morals or humanity. The War God Empire is no match for them, and neither is the Moon God Empire. His current peace and stability was only temporary. If the Moon God Empire didn't show any strength, perhaps those alien races would reach Violet City next year. Therefore, Su Fan always has a sense of urgency in his heart, and the pace of development must not slow down. An independent courtyard with a peculiar well inside, engraved with a large number of runes, ancient and mysterious. The well was full of water and emitted mist. Su Fan just stood next to the well and felt the magical elements in his body jumping happily. What a magical moon well! After observation, Su Fan determined that the moon well could condense a full well of water in 7 days. Su Fan poured himself a cup and drank it all in one gulp. He felt it was sweet and delicious. The water in this well actually contained a large amount of magical elements, which resonated with the magic power stored in his body. Su Fan closed his eyes and felt the changes after drinking the well water. It took him 5 full minutes before he opened his eyes. What an intoxicating feeling. Su Fan felt that the magic in his body had increased slightly. Although it was very small, he could indeed feel it. Apart from that, the biggest change was the recovery of his physical strength. Su Fan only felt that his mental state was better than ever, and the magic in his body was also very full. Su Fan tried to summon a flame and let it dance on his fingertips. He could clearly feel that it was smoother and more fluid than before. This moon well is really a good thing. Su Fan took a deep breath. Just by standing here, he felt comfortable all over and didn't want to leave. I've decided that this place needs to continue to be upgraded and renovated, and I'm going to live here from now on. Su Fan smiled, believing that if he stayed here for many years, his magical talent would become stronger and stronger. After practicing for a while, Athena and Carl arrived here. As soon as they entered the yard, Carl took a deep breath, widened his eyes, and said happily, "Here, there is such a strong magical atmosphere." Su Fan smiled and said, "Of course, I called you here to see if I can use the power of this well to cure your stubborn illness." When Carl heard this, he was excited and moved. Athena and Carl came to the moon well, and both drank a sip of the well water. "How do you feel?" Su Fan asked with a smile. Carl nodded and said in surprise, "I feel like the long-dormant magic core in my body seems to be nourished. This feeling is great." Athena also said, "The water in this well contains a large amount of magical elements and is very pure. Perhaps I can use the power of this well to help Carl recover his strength." "Really?" That's great, Su Fan said with a smile. Then what should we do? Athena said, first, we need to find a large wooden barrel, fill it with well water, and then have Carl sit in it. I will use my divine power to help him absorb the magical elements contained in the well water in a short period of time. The magic core in his body will also close and repair itself. Okay then, I'll have someone prepare it right away. Soon, everything was ready. The big wooden barrel was filled with water from the moon well. Carl sat in it, and a misty magical vapor rose out, which was magnificent. Athena stood aside and pointed with one finger. A small magic circle appeared in the void, and a colorful ray penetrated into Carl's body. Then, Carl felt the magic in the well water begin to flow into his body frantically, and the magic core in his body began to tremble slightly. From Su Fan's perspective, Carl had formed a magic vortex with himself as the center, and a strong wind was blowing throughout the courtyard. The color of the moon well water in the wooden barrel faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the mist gradually disappeared. This state lasted for a full half-hour. Finally, the moon well water in the wooden barrel became the same color as ordinary well water, and no more mist escaped. The violent wind died down, and the swirling magical elements in the air calmed down. Sitting in the barrel, Carl suddenly opened his eyes, a powerful aura emanating from him. In his vision, a hexagram slowly rotated. Ah, is this a success? Su Fan felt that the current Carl was the real Carl, strong, confident, and mysterious. Chapter 50 Special Price Salt. Carl stood up and suddenly let out a long roar towards the sky. A mighty magical aura burst out from his body, and his entire body was covered with a layer of light red light. Such a strong magical aura. Su Fan was shocked by the aura and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Athena smiled and said, "It worked. Carl's magic core has been repaired. Not only has his strength been restored, but he has become even more powerful." Really? So he's a silver swordsman now? I think so. Athena nodded with a smile. Su Fan waved his fist excitedly. In this way, the high-end combat power in his territory would be even stronger. A silver swordsman, a sealed god with divine nature and power, plus himself. I'm afraid Violet City can't find such a powerful combination. After the long roar, Carl's face flushed and he felt refreshed. He knelt down in front of Su Fan and said excitedly, "I have no way to repay the kindness of Lord and Lady Athena." Su Fan laughed heartily. "Don't be polite, we are all family. If your strength increases, my territory will be more secure." Carl patted his chest and said loudly, "Don't worry, my lord. From now on, I, Carl, will do my best. Wherever your sword points, that is the target I will conquer." Haha, okay. Su Fan was relieved, patted Carl's thick shoulders, and said, "Let's go. Let's have a big banquet tonight to celebrate for you." Violet City. Outside the city, Gould and 50 farmers pushed carts filled with goods, all covered with oilcloth, making it impossible to tell what they were. They parked their convoy on the side of the road and had not yet entered the city, but the long lines still attracted the attention of countless passersby. After all, the current world situation is very grim, and it is rare to see caravans going out to trade. Gould did not let Paladin and his 50 heavy cavalrymen follow him, but asked them to wait for him at the edge of the wilderness. Those heavily armored cavalrymen were too conspicuous, especially when wearing the demonic masks. They looked just like the legendary Death Knights. If they followed him, they would definitely attract the attention and vigilance of the Violet City Defense Forces. Gould sat in the carriage, gazing at the towering city not far away. His brow furrowed, he bit a piece of weed and muttered quietly, "These 10 tons of refined salt can certainly be sold to the Lord's Mansion for a high price. But the salt currently on the Violet City market is all produced by Viscount Fording Salt Factory, and both the price and output are monopolized by Viscount Fording. If I go to him directly, I'm afraid he won't give me a high price. Maybe he will even buy it at wholesale price, and I will be led by the nose. No, I have to think of a way to turn the tables and let me control the price of salt." After thinking for a while, Gould smiled and said to the people around him, "I got it. You guys stay here and guard these goods. I'll go into the city." Yes, Erwin is the butler of a noble lord, responsible for purchasing daily necessities for the Baron Thorn's mansion. However, in recent months, affected by the situation in the north, prices in Violet City have skyrocketed, especially the price of food, as well as necessities such as salt, sugar, and oil, which are simply outrageously high. Alas, the Baron's fortune is in decline. He only gave me 100 gold coins this time, and asked me to buy 100 kilograms of salt. This is nonsense. You really don't know how expensive firewood and rice are until you manage the household. The price of salt in the city has already skyrocketed. Erwin smiled bitterly, but as a servant, he was too embarrassed to say such words. Never mind. I'll just have to try my luck. If that doesn't work, I'll just have to buy coarse salt. I bet coarse salt will be cheaper. There are two kinds of salt circulating in the market today. One is refined salt, which is made through a series of processes such as purification, drying, and filtering. It is well preserved, as white as snow, and looks great, but it is also ridiculously expensive. Not to mention ordinary civilians. Even ordinary nobles can't afford it. The other type is what Erwin calls coarse salt. This salt is mostly collected from rocks or saline soil. It's difficult to filter, has many impurities, is burnt yellow, and has a poor flavor. However, this type of salt is inexpensive, and sometimes ordinary people can find a piece of saline soil and extract it themselves. However, in this day and age, the price of coarse salt is also soaring. Erwin brought 2 servants to the market and came to a grain store he often went to. However, before he could enter, he was stunned by the scene before him. I saw that a lot of people had gathered in front of the grain store. They were crowded, chaotic, and noisy, as if they were fighting over something. What's going on? The price of food has dropped. Alvin thought of this possibility and hurriedly squeezed in with 2 servants. Give me a pound. I want 3 pounds. 3 pounds. Oh my God, who stole my bag? It's mine, you bastard. I want 5 pounds. I want more. Boss, please fill it up for me first. Damn it. I got here first, okay? Boss, I've been waiting here for half an hour, and you still haven't installed it. Believe it or not, I'll turn your store upside down. Relying on his martial arts trained body, Alvin squeezed to the front, only to find that people were fighting over salt instead of food. There was a wooden sign placed in the most conspicuous position of the store, which read, "Today's special offer on refined salt, 1 gold coin per pound. Hurry up if you want to buy. While stocks last, no bargaining allowed." Erwin's eyes widened, dumbfounded. The price was so low, he couldn't even buy coarse salt anywhere else. A pound of refined salt for only 1 gold coin. Boss, I want 100 pounds. Wow. The people around were frightened by Owen's words, and many people shouted angrily. What are you doing? You want 100 kilograms at once, and your family eats salt as food. The boss also looked embarrassed and said, Erwin, I only have 100 kilograms left. If you take it all, there will be nothing left for others to buy. What? You only have 100 pounds left? Well, I'll take whatever you can give me. Alvin was very disappointed. In the end, Alvin got 10 kilograms of refined salt for only 10 gold coins. But when he got the refined salt, he found that the quality of the salt was very good, white, and looked very delicate. Erwin took out a little and tasted it, saying in amazement, "This salt is so pure, there's not a single impurity." Elsewhere, in the Lord's mansion of Violet City, Viscount Fording slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "What's going on? What's going on? Why is there so much cheap salt suddenly appearing in the city?" He was furious because the sudden appearance of this batch of discounted salt disrupted the market rhythm. His salt industry was also affected, and he didn't sell a single bag of salt the whole day. Chapter 51, Gould Negotiations. Viscount Fording tilted his nose and asked, "How is it? Have you found out? Who provided this batch of specially priced refined salt?" An official below said, "Your Excellency, the case has been investigated and the person has been found. However, just what? Now that we've found the person, order the city defense forces to tie him up and bring him to me." Viscount Fording had already made up his mind to kill. His salt factory had been stockpiling goods for a whole day, but he hadn't sold a single one, causing him to lose at least thousands of gold coins. "My lord, that man is already standing outside the door," the official whispered. His lord might appear to be smiling, but when he got angry, he could be brutal. Imperial laws were nothing but scraps of paper in his eyes. Just outside the door? Interesting. Let him come over to see me, said Viscount Fording. Soon, Gould walked in. He saluted Viscount Fording and said, "I am Gould from Silver Moon Bay. I wish you all the best, Viscount Fording." You're from Silver Moon Bay? Viscount Fording thought of the guy who came to him more than 2 months ago to sell 40,000 kilograms of grain, cheated him out of 33,000 gold coins, and said that he would provide food regularly in the future. As a result, after waiting for 2 months, there was no sign of him. Viscount Fording grew even more enraged at the thought. He pointed at Gould's nose and cursed. "Well, you're one of Baron Souffon's men, aren't you? You've come just in time. Today we're settling old scores and new ones together. Come on, take 'em out and chop 'em off. Gould smiled and said, "Why are you so angry, Your Excellency? I'm here to do business with you." Viscount Fording said, "How can you do business like this? Selling refined salt at a low price without any prior notice, disrupting the market. Tell me, do you deserve to die?" Gould said awkwardly, "Your Excellency, calm down. I'm new here too and have no experience. I thought a pound of refined salt sold for 1 gold coin was expensive, but I didn't expect it to be sold at a special price here. From the perspective of your people, it's a real bargain. So when I learned about this, I immediately came to you and asked for your forgiveness." Viscount Fording looked at Gould suspiciously, trying to read something from his face, but Gould's expression of apology and sincerity made Viscount Fording mutter to himself, "Is that really the case?" Gould nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Indeed. I came here on the orders of my Lord Baron to seek trade. You have all the supplies we need here. How dare I offend you? It would be like cutting off my own retreat." Viscount Fording nodded. That was true. This guy seemed to have no reason to deliberately sell refined salt at a low price. Not only would he not make any money, but he would also anger him. There was no benefit at all. "So what kind of business are you here for this time? Did Baron Sufan ask you to bring some food?" Gould said, "Your Excellency, my lord has said that food will be provided to you sooner or later. This time, I am here to sell you refined salt." Viscount Fording asked, "Is this the refined salt you put on the market? But don't forget, I have my own salt works and I don't need your salt." "Haha, you're wrong. The whole country is in turmoil right now. Salt, like grain, is a top-tier strategic reserve, and no amount is sufficient. I see that the people in the city, especially the poor, can no longer afford salt. They don't even have the money to buy coarse salt. I believe that Your Excellency, the Viscount, is compassionate and doesn't want to force these people into a desperate situation." Gould spoke eloquently, saying that these were all things he had personally investigated and were facts that Viscount Fording could not refute. This guy is just as annoying as Sufan. Everything he says hits my weak spots, and I can't refute him. Viscount Fording was quite unhappy. No, this guy seems to be even more difficult to deal with than Sufan. Due to reduced trade and fewer foreign caravans, his salt works were struggling to meet the needs of the city's residents, hence the high price of salt. However, he also didn't want the lack of salt to lead to adverse consequences for the city's residents, such as widespread illness or rebellion. As a lord, he also needed the support of his subjects. "Of course, my subjects are all very precious. Whenever possible, I hope they can eat and drink well every day." Viscount Fording leaned back in the soft chair and said, "Then tell me, how much refined salt can you provide me?" Gould said, "I brought a total of 10 tons of refined salt. I have already put 1,000 kilograms of it into the city, so now I have 9.5 tons left." Viscount Fording was surprised. "So many. Did your Baron Sufan also discover the salt fields?" "Salt fields are not so easy to find. If Baron Sufan really has a salt field, then he should consider sending troops in advance to capture Silver Moon Bay. Salt and iron are absolute strategic resources in the eyes of any force." Gould said, "I have no comment on this. I am only here to trade under the orders of the Baron. I know nothing about the development of the territory." "All right." Viscount Fording curled his lips, not believing Gould's nonsense at all. "Then how do you want to trade?" Gould took out a bag of refined salt, placed it in front of Viscount Fording, and opened it. "Look, this is the refined salt I brought. It's as white as snow, of excellent quality, and has been filtered through layers of filtration, leaving no impurities. Try it. It's delicate and refreshing, not spicing. It's definitely the best of the best." Viscount Fording dipped his tongue in it, put it in his mouth, and tasted it. He could clearly feel that the quality of this refined salt was much better than the salt in his own salt field. Gould smiled and said, "This salt is better than anything else on the market. As far as I know, the best refined salt in your territory now costs 5 gold coins per pound." Viscount Fording said with a dark face, "So what? What? Are you planning to sell it to me for 5 gold coins as well?" No, of course not." Gould said, "I said I came to trade with you in good faith, so I plan to sell it to you at the price of 2 gold coins per pound of refined salt." 2 gold coins. Viscount Fording narrowed his eyes and said, "This price is a bit high." Gould smiled and said, "Yes, the cost of this salt is not even worth a gold coin. But now it is different from the past. If you own this salt, you can lower the price of coarse salt and alleviate the living pressure of poor residents. At the same time, you can keep the price of ordinary refined salt high and continue to sell it. In addition, you can sell the top-grade refined salt I brought you at a higher price than it is now, as a luxury product to the nobles and wealthy. Chapter 52, The Situation in the North. Gould's words made Viscount Fording fall into deep thought. Indeed, the price of salt he was selling was very high, which resulted in low sales volume, and even the nobles could not afford it. Therefore, he also urgently needed foreign salt merchants to help him lower the price of salt in Violet City. Gould's appearance just met his expectations. As long as he gets this batch of high-quality refined salt and puts it on the market, the price of crude salt will drop significantly, and he can also adjust the price of refined salt according to market demand so that it will not drop quickly. In this way, not only did he solve the problem of salt shortage, but he also continued to make money. But I still think that the price of 1 gold coin seems more reasonable, Viscount Fording said, staring at Gould and reading his expression. Gould's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, please don't be so insulting. Given the current situation in Violet City, I can definitely put this batch of salt on the market privately, just like I did today. However, if I do that, the salt market will plummet, and you won't be able to make any money. But I didn't do that. Instead, I took the initiative to seek cooperation with you. My sincerity is obvious. I will never agree to the price of 1 gold coin." Gould threatened. "Well, okay, then I'll take the price of 2 gold coins." "I agree." Viscount Fording finally compromised. Gould smiled slightly upon hearing this, and breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, what he had just said was just a casual remark. There was no way he would actually sell it at a low price. If he did that, Viscount Fording would surely kill him. What he had done before was just to increase his bargaining chips. From the very beginning, this transaction could not bypass Viscount Fording, and the only buyer had to be Viscount Fording. At 2 gold coins per pound, Gould had 9.5 tons left, earning a total of 38,000 gold coins. "Your Excellency, we actually have a batch of refined salt for sale in our territory. If you're interested, I can come back before winter." "Of course, no problem. Gould, I'll take whatever you have. Next time, I can buy it for 2 gold coins as well." "Then it's settled. Your Excellency, it's a pleasure to work with you." "It's a pleasure to work with you." The trade was completed, and Gould made a lot of money. The profit margin was more than 10 times the price of 2 gold coins, and it also opened up the salt market in Violet City. Gould was quite satisfied with the result. Salt is a strategic resource. If there's any way, they won't let anyone interfere with their salt and iron market. Gould, however, was able to grasp Viscount Fording's weakness and convince him to continue his cooperation, which was already quite difficult. With a large amount of gold coins, Gould went on a shopping spree in Violet City. Xiao Saw, Philin, Candin, Athena, including Carl and Paladin, all gave him a long list. The long-dormant business of the entire Violet City has regained some vitality and vigor because of Gould's arrival. Various shop owners, wealthy men, and industry giants all took the initiative to find Gould and sell their products. At this time, Gould showed his advantage as the eldest son of the consortium. He was very good at dealing with people, and he could say different things to different people. He even took a day off to host a banquet, inviting many celebrities in Violet City. He spent a lot of money at the banquet and signed many orders. At this point, Gould had deservedly become a rich man in the eyes of the upper class in Violet City, and a big rich man at that. At the same time, Gould also recruited several people locally and bought a shop located in the city center at a crossroads with 4 floors and a considerable area. There was a sign hanging above it, Silver Moon Territory's office in Violet City. There is also a line of small words below, main business scope, trade, sheltering refugees. Before leaving, Gould contacted Bon, the captain of the city gate guard who Su Fan had met when he came here to trade last time, and now an official of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When Bon heard that Gould was from Silver Moon Bay, he was very enthusiastic and ran around for Gould, and soon took in 1,000 refugees. Alas, the situation in the north is now devastating. I heard that the foreigners have captured the capital, Moon God City. His Majesty the Emperor fled south, and most of the Imperial Guards were killed or wounded. More people have fled here recently. Bon, with a look of worry on his face, complained bitterly to Gould. A large number of refugees have poured into the area surrounding Violet City. Dozens die of hunger and cold every day. It's simply a tragedy. Gould also looked melancholy. His Majesty the Emperor is fleeing south? Where's he going? I don't know. I heard that His Majesty the Emperor is going to Sun City and defend it by taking advantage of the Sunset River. Huh, so fast. Gould was surprised. Sun City was the largest city in the southern part of the Moon God Empire, densely populated and thriving commercially, and only 1,000 kilometers away. The Sunset River is located 100 kilometers north of Sun City. It is the dividing line between the north and south of the Moon God Empire. The river is wide and the water flows fast. At the same time, it has developed shipping. It was once the main artery for communication between the Moon God Empire and several major kingdoms in the west. If the royal family flees south to Sun City, it means that the entire northern part of the Moon Goddess Empire will fall. If Sun City is also lost, then the terrible alien disaster will be unstoppable, and what will greet them will be death and destruction. So, if you in Silver Moon Bay really have the ability, please take in more refugees. Maybe our country can save more strength. Bunzite. Gould nodded and said seriously, "Don't worry, I will convey this news to the Lord." Half a month later, the weather became even colder, with thick white fog rising every morning and visibility being very low. Sufan's territory welcomed a bumper harvest. A total of 500 acres of grain fields brought him 150,000 kilograms of grain. There's also a good harvest of vegetables and fruits, filling several granaries. This is the last harvest before winter, and the next harvest will have to wait until next summer. The farmers are still working hard to reclaim the land. Now they have reclaimed 1,000 acres of grain fields, 500 acres of vegetable fields, and 500 acres of fruit orchards. Under Xiao Sua's command, the farmers are stepping up sowing and watering, striving to sow grain on all the reclaimed land before the snow falls. From afar, a large area of wasteland to the north and west of the territory has been transformed into farmland, which is neat and uniform and pleasing to the eye. Gould also returned to the territory, bringing Sufan the supplies and 1,000 refugees that the territory urgently needed, and reported to Sufan the current situation in the north of the Moon Goddess Empire. Chapter 53, New Main Quest. Gould brought Sufan news from the north, which made Sufan feel even more urgent. From the looks of it, the Moon God Empire is no match for the alien race. I can only give them a year. No, half a year at most. Sufan clenched his fists, and a hint of gloom appeared between his brows. The total population of Sufan's territory has now reached 2,500 people, and all food, clothing, and daily necessities need to be rearranged. This process lasted for 3 days. Under Athena's coordination, each department was allocated sufficient staff, with the most allocated to Xiaosua's Ministry of Agriculture and Kongding's Ministry of Construction. Agriculture needs to be developed. Only with farmland can we produce food, and only with food can we have a larger population. Construction requires workers. Only with workers can the system tasks be completed faster, and Sufan can become stronger with the help of the system's capabilities. Now these two departments are considered Sufan's right-hand men. During this period, Sufan also had Carl reselect 190 young and strong men to form a garrison. Together with the 10 who survived the previous battle, the total number was 200. These 200 people were led by Carl himself, who was responsible for daily training. The 10 survivors were promoted to team leaders, each managing 20 recruits. In this way, the veterans could lead the recruits and form combat effectiveness more quickly. Time passed bit by bit, and soon another month had passed. It's almost the end of the year, the weather is getting colder, and Silver Moon Bay has welcomed the first snow since the beginning of winter this year. The ground was covered with white snow, but the Silver Moon territory was still very lively. Farmers, workers, workshop owners, and officials from the executive yuan were all in a hurry, busy with their own affairs. Everyone has a job and can receive their own food on time every day. Each person gets 1 pound of grain per day and 1 pound of vegetables, fruits, meat, and fish, which together means 2 pounds of food per person per day. For people who work very hard, it is not enough to fill them up, but they will not go hungry either. Moreover, the variety and richness of the food made them less likely to get hungry. The food they ate when they were refugees gradually faded, and they started to eat healthier food. Today's territory is getting bigger and bigger, and there are even 5 vertical and 5 horizontal streets. They're all compacted and flattened with broken stones, and there are special people to clean them, so it is very neat and tidy. During this period, Gould went to Violet City for trade again. This time he brought a total of 20 tons of salt and exchanged it for 80,000 gold coins. These 80,000 gold coins allowed Gould to exchange for a large amount of supplies. Because he was rich and generous, Gould directly bought 50 armored bulls in Violet City to pull carts and transport goods. The ironclad bull looks like a cow and is covered with thick armor. It is the most common transport livestock in the world. It is a docile and omnivorous animal. When it grows up, it can grow to 2 meters tall, has a fat body, and has excellent physical strength. It can pull 3 tons of cargo at a time. With these armored bulls, the carrying capacity of Silver Moon Territory's caravan has increased significantly. 50 armored bulls can carry up to 150 tons of cargo. On this day, Kong Ding and Fei Lin reported to Su Fan on the progress of the clay mine and limestone mine. Now the 2 mines have been completed and cover a large area. Fei Lin has transferred 200 workers to the mines, and the 2 mines have started operation a few days ago. Beep. Main quest complete. After your painstaking efforts, your territory has grown to a substantial size, with industries gradually improving, businesses beginning to flourish, and the population increasing significantly. You have become a true lord. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward, Cement Production Technology. The main task is finally completed. Su Fan was delighted. This main task had been delayed for more than 3 months, and now it was finally completed. A huge amount of knowledge entered Su Fan's mind, making him feel dizzy. However, perhaps because Su Fan had awakened his magical talent, the uncomfortable feeling did not last long and soon ended. I got the method of making cement. Su Fan immediately ordered Kong Ding to speed up the construction of a cement plant and 2 brick kilns, and to complete them before the ground was completely frozen. It is worth mentioning that there is brick and tile production technology in this world. The large blue bricks produced are of high quality, simple process, and large production volume. Su Fan can find many skilled workers producing brick kilns in his own territory. With cement and bricks, Su Fan could use the entire winter to store and produce enough cement and bricks. Then, in the spring of next year, he could start a new round of construction. City walls, cement brick houses, and regular roads all require large amounts of cement. Main quest update. Sea salt brings you wealth, cement brings you cities, and the ocean brings you endless treasures and a wider world. Build a dock and shipyard, and begin your seafaring journey. Mission reward. Clipper sailboat production blueprint. Su Fan saw this new main quest and muttered, "The territory has just started, and I'm asked to develop the shipping industry? This is too fast." However, although he was secretly complaining, Su Fan still had to follow the system's tasks. So the task assigned to Kong Ding became heavier, from 2 construction projects to 4. However, now that the population in the territory has increased, there is more labor force. In addition, the farmers have suspended their reclamation work and can be mobilized to build docks and shipyards. So there is still sufficient manpower. On this day, a golden light shot up into the sky from near the executive hall, and passersby nearby stopped to watch. In front of the moonwell, Su Fan, Carl, and Athena all smiled as they looked at the paladin in front of them. "Paladin, congratulations! You are now a true magic swordsman." Su Fan smiled. Under Su Fan's arrangement, Paladin drank the water from the moonwell for half a month in a row, and finally gained enough magical talent today and awakened successfully. However, at this time, Paladin was glowing with golden light and had a sacred aura, which seemed to be different from Carl. Carl asked doubtfully, "Have you awakened the legendary magical talent of divine light?" Paladin looked at his body and smiled. "I think so. I feel like my body is filled with the power of divine light. This is consistent with the records." Su Fan asked, "Carl, what is the holy light magic talent?" Carl explained excitedly, 5,000 years ago, there was a glorious church in our world called the Holy Light Church. They worshipped the sun god, established the great Sun Empire, and almost ruled the entire world. Afterwards, the Sun Empire and the Holy Light Church disappeared in the long river of time, but this sacred magical talent was hidden in the blood of some people and passed down. Paladin was able to awaken this magical talent, which means he is a descendant of the Sun Empire and the Holy Light Church. Chapter 54, Another Special Mission. A paladin has such a powerful background. Su Fan was surprised. Paladin scratched his head sheepishly and said, "My lord, it's not that exaggerated. This happened so many years ago. Who can know who their ancestors were 5,000 years ago?" Su Fan asked, "Is this holy light magic talent strong?" Carl nodded, looking at the paladin with some envy, and said, "Very strong. Holy light, illuminating everything. Not only does it have healing skills like a priest, but it also has powerful defense. At this time, a system prompt appeared in Su Fan's ears. Beep. Special mission released. A person with divine light talent has appeared in your territory. Please use this opportunity to create the Holy Knights of Light. Mission requirements. Select 100 mortals and have them awaken their magical talents. Mission reward. Holy Book of Light. Progress. 0/100. Su Fan was stunned when he saw this task. This Holy Knights of Light sounds very powerful. However, asking him to train 100 people with magical talents is a bit ridiculous. He certainly had the moon well cheat, but it took 7 days to fill a well. Paladin had consumed 2 full wells of water before awakening. At this rate, it would take a full 1,400 days, or more than 3 years. What's more, as a scarce strategic material, Su Fan needs to stockpile some moon well in case of emergency. This makes it even more difficult to complete this special task. Oh, how annoying. Su Fan felt helpless. But even though the mission was difficult, he still had to do it. Perhaps there would be a second moon, well, as a reward later? Who knew? As for the selected personnel, they will naturally be selected from the system troops first. Su Fan is also worried about letting others perform magic awakening. He now had a total of 54 heavy cavalry, 52 heavy infantry, 10 sharpshooters, and 100 light infantry. After weighing it for a moment, Su Fan decided to let the 54 heavily armored cavalrymen use the water from the moon well to awaken their magic first. After all, it is a knightly order. It would feel a bit weird if the infantry were awakened and then rode on horses to become knights. He really wanted to see what these system soldiers, who were the ultimate level 3 soldiers, would become after their magic was awakened. The Holy Knights of Light. I'm really looking forward to it. 7 days passed quickly. During these 7 days, all the well water was provided to the same heavy cavalrymen. Then something unexpected happened to Su Fan. On the 7th day, the heavy cavalryman actually awakened his magical talent, which shortened the time by half than Su Fan had expected. At the beginning, Su Fan thought this was a special case, affected by personal talent factors, but when the 2nd and 3rd heavy cavalrymen only took 7 days to awaken their magical talents, Su Fan knew that he had picked up a treasure. The soldiers summoned by these systems have twice the magical talent of ordinary people. This means that in less than 2 years, he can train 100 magic knights to complete this special mission. Haha, with this moon well, my territory can continuously produce magic professionals. This is so cool. Su Fan was very excited. You know, magicians and magic swordsmen are very rare. In the entire Violet City, there are no more than 5 magicians, and his territory already has 7. Although the strength of these people, including Su Fan, is still very weak now. One day they will become powerful and become a magic force that is no less powerful than the First Legion of the War God Empire and the Guards Legion of the Moon God Empire. There is no New Year's Eve or Spring Festival in this world, but there is a festival of praise in winter, which is mainly to praise the Moon Goddess alone. Su Fan calculated that the time of the Festival of Praise to the gods is equivalent to the end of December and the beginning of January on Earth. On this day, Su Fan's territory was also decorated with lights and colors. Workers, farmers, workshop owners, soldiers, and officials of the executive office all had holidays. The streets were decorated beautifully. People wore new clothes, holding a statue of the moon goddess Alun in their hands, muttering to themselves with happy smiles on their faces. Hey, Aaron, how's it been lately? 2 men met on the street and started chatting about family matters. My good friend, long time no see. I heard that you moved out of the long house some time ago. Is that true? Yes, the manager of the logging camp saw that I worked hard and never asked for leave, so he applied to the Lord for a new house for me. Now my wife and I have moved in. As he spoke, Aaron showed a satisfied smile. I really envy you. I came late and was assigned to the northern defense line. There's nothing to do there, and there's nothing to build right now. I don't know when I could get a house of my own. The man looked very depressed. Aelin comforted him. My friend, there's no need to be like this. The Lord will take care of us. There's not much to do on the northern front right now. You can go to the blacksmith shop as an apprentice. I heard that the blacksmith shop is the most popular place in our territory, with officials from the executive office coming in and out every day. Perhaps you can find an opportunity there. Thank you so much. I'll treat you to a drink later. I just bought a bottle of coconut beer with my work points. It's made in Violet City. When Aelin heard there was wine, his eyes widened. Really? Then I won't be polite. No problem. You're always welcome. There are countless conversations like this on the streets. and hope and light can be seen on the faces of every resident living here. They were refugees who had fled thousands of miles, and it was Su Fan who took them in, gave them jobs, and provided them with food and shelter. Moreover, there was no oppression from the nobles, no exploitation from bullies and hooligans, and everyone had a high sense of happiness. Almost all of them have a strong sense of belonging to Silver Moon Bay. It's worth mentioning that Sufan currently doesn't have a currency. The gold coins commonly used in the Moon God Empire are currently invalid. Sufan currently implements a work point system. Everyone is assigned a task, and completing the task earns a minimum number of work points. Exceeding the target can earn more work points. Work points can be exchanged for any material goods, including food, clothing, various daily necessities, fine wine, and so on. Perhaps it is precisely because there is no currency that fairness and justice are guaranteed to the greatest extent. As long as you are willing to work hard, everyone can live a good life. This is the most important thing. On the Festival of Praise to the Gods, Su Fan also held a grand banquet in the executive hall. The long table was filled with delicious food and fine wine, and the surrounding walls were hung with colorful silks and decorations, making this slightly simple hall look particularly warm. Chapter 55, Temporary Mission, Alien Invasion. In the executive hall, Su Fan, Gould, Shao saw Athena, Kandin, Philin, Paladin, and Abdi, a group of senior officials, were toasting each other. Servants were coming in and out with new dishes and fruits, and there was even a dance troupe playing musical instruments and singing. It was very lively. My lord, I offer you another toast. Without you and Athena, I, Paladin, would probably never have any connection with magic in my life. Paladin was already drunk, and his face was red as he clinked glasses with Su Fan. Su Fan smiled, said nothing, and also had a drink with Paladin. Your Excellency, the Lord has a great alcohol tolerance. Yeah, I didn't expect that at his young age. Paladin, Carl, and Gould had never drunk with him. Zizizi, otherwise I am a noble, O Lord. Xiao Suo and Feilin were whispering to each other. In fact, for Su Fan, the wine and drinks in this world are similar, with a low alcohol content, bad taste, and a lot of impurities in them, which makes the experience not good. Once there's enough food, I'll make a batch of good, high-proof wine. It'll be a big seller then. Su Fan pondered in his heart. Just as the banquet was in full swing, Su Fan's ears suddenly heard the system's voice. Temporary mission released. A large alien army is about to appear on the north bank of the Silver Moon River. Please strengthen your defenses to resist the invasion of the alien army. Mission requirements. Resist the first wave of attack from the alien army. Mission reward. Archer 100. Alien invasion. North bank of the Silver Moon River. Su Fan stood up suddenly with a very unhappy look on his face. The others were confused by Su Fan's unusual behavior. Paladin was even more bewildered, muttering, "Isn't it just a drink? Why are you reacting so strongly?" Su Fan said loudly, "Friends, the banquet has come to an end. We have more important things to do." Carl quickly mobilized the troops. Aside from the 50 garrisons stationed at the quarry, all remaining armed forces must gather at the northern defense line and await further instructions. Although Carl was confused and didn't know why such an order suddenly came, he still carried it out. Xiao Suo, Feilin, Kong Ding, and Gould, the four of you will be in charge of the territory. From now on, you will not only maintain the daily operations of the territory, but also be responsible for its security. The population has increased, and people's hearts are unpredictable. We must be on guard. If there are any troublemakers or those spreading rumors, they must be arrested immediately. Yes. Soon, the soldiers received orders, and the army headed towards the northern defense line. It was freezing cold, and there were no proper roads, so walking was extremely difficult. To save the soldiers' energy, Su Fan arranged for them to ride in carts pulled by armored bulls, which could barely be considered a mobile unit, and they moved at a leisurely pace. On the way, Su Fan looked at the dark clouds in the north and sighed in his heart. What is coming has finally come. A long time ago, traces of more than 100 centaurs were discovered in the north. Since then, he has been worried about whether a large number of alien races will appear. However, the aliens have not appeared in the past few months. In addition, winter is approaching and the weather is cold. Su Fan actually felt a little lucky and thought that the possibility of aliens appearing in winter would be smaller. But obviously, he was wrong. The system says I have to hold off the first wave of attacks. Does this mean there will be several more waves of enemies to come? Su Fan was wondering in his heart. By the time they reached the northern defense line, the other troops had already arrived, including the three generals Paladin, Karl, and Athena, as well as the current chief of the northern defense line, a beauty, all of whom were there. What is the current situation? Su Fan asked. A beauty followed Su Fan and said, We haven't found any trace of the enemy yet. That's good. Su Fan felt a little relieved. He climbed up the watchtower and looked down at the vast Silver Moon River. Now the surface of the Silver Moon River was covered with a layer of ice and was frozen, which made Su Fan very uneasy. Can you get past people on these ice? A beauty replied, Yes, it can be crossed. I've measured it, and the ice is about 10 centimeters thick. As long as you don't force a march, you can cross it. This is even more difficult. Sufan murmured. A beauty hesitated for a moment and said, Lord, are you so sure that there will be enemies coming? And they're from a foreign race. Su Fan nodded and said, Of course I hope my judgment is wrong. Even if it is just a futile effort, it is better than the enemy actually appearing. That's okay. A beauty, don't be complacent. There must be a passage leading to the north in the ancient God Mountains in the north. If I'm not mistaken, this alien race is coming with great force. We must go all out. A beauty's expression turned serious, and he said, I understand. I will strengthen the defense. Su Fan asked, How many troops are there here now? A beauty said, 54 heavy cavalry, 52 heavy infantry, 10 sharpshooters, 100 light infantry, and 150 garrisons. A total of 366 people. It's still a little. Su Fan was helpless. You know, those alien races are not as fierce as the bandits in the wilderness. They are bloodthirsty and strong, and there are even magical races such as Dark Wizards and the Void Clan. Su Fan's current military force is really not enough. Among the heavy cavalry, 8 have awakened their magical talents. Including us, there are a total of 12 magic professionals. I hope we can hold off the first wave of attacks. Only these magic professionals can make Su Fan feel a little at ease. Standing on the watchtower and looking down, you can see that there are now all kinds of defense facilities here, which are much more complete than before. There was a barracks, a parade ground, and a training ground, as well as farmers' dormitories, dozens of acres of grain fields, warehouses, and an arsenal, all neatly arranged and with everything you could need. There are 5 arrow towers, a watchtower, and a 3-kilometer-long wall built with a mixture of mud and wood. It is 3 meters high and 2 meters wide, so soldiers can stand on it and defend from a high vantage point. The most important thing is that there are 3 crossbows on the wall. This was the result of painstaking research by Minister of Industry Philin and Kongding. Philin was a master blacksmith who had crafted various weapons for the Luna Empire's military and was skilled in making powerful crossbows. So, after much research, the two of them finally created this ballista. However, the materials needed for the crossbow are too expensive and need to be purchased for Violet City. It is also complicated to make, so far there are only 3 in Silver Moon territory, all of which are placed here. After testing, the 3 crossbows they developed can shoot 25-kilogram heavy spears with an effective range of 800 meters. Chapter 56, on the verge of breaking out. How was the defense line arranged? Su Fan asked. Abdi said, after discussing with Karl and Lady Athena, we have arranged for 10 sharpshooters to be stationed in the arrow tower, heavy infantry and light infantry to be stationed on the wall, and heavy cavalry to be mobile to prevent the enemy from bypassing the defense line and attacking. 150 garrisons will establish a second line of defense at the rear barracks. Once the wall is breached, we can immediately activate the second line of defense, using the barracks walls and watchtowers to continue defending. Su Fan nodded and said, This arrangement is quite reasonable. How is the logistics support? There's enough food for over 300 of us to last a month. There are 2 wells in the barracks, and there's plenty of fresh water. We also have ample supplies of arrows, spears, and even heavy spears for crossbows. There's more than enough for us to squander. Well, that's good. Su Fan was very satisfied with the beauty's work and felt more and more that this guy was a talent. He was only 17 years old, the same age as him, and was weak and powerless, but he could make clear military arrangements. Su Fan used him more easily than Karl and Paladin. Su Fan also thought about letting a beauty use the moon well to awaken his magical talent, but was rejected by a beauty. I'm not one to fight on the battlefield. I prefer to use my brain. So, my lord, please put the water from the moon well to good use. These were a beauty's original words, so Su Fan didn't force it. Look, something's happening. On the watchtower, the soldier in charge of observing the enemy situation suddenly shouted. Su Fan and a beauty looked in the direction of the voice and saw a gray shadow suddenly appear at the entrance of the canyon with a narrow gap in the sky at the foot of the ancient god mountains on the north bank of the Silver Moon River. What is that? Sufan Fronith. At this time, Carl and Paladin also came up. The distance between the two sides was still far, several kilometers. In addition, the white mist formed by the snow blown up by the cold wind affected their vision. So even though they had awakened their magical talents and their five senses were far superior to ordinary people, they could not see each other's true faces. Everyone, prepare for battle. The walls are filled with heavy infantry and light infantry. In order to prevent attacks from long-range monsters, Su Fan has equipped them with giant shields in advance. Each soldier has a shield made of black iron vines, which can be used as a cover for fighting. The alarm bell sounded in the watchtower, and the soldiers became alert. The heavy soldiers and heavy cavalry put on thick armor and demon masks. The momentum changed instantly, and a murderous atmosphere filled the air. The world was quiet, with only the howling north wind and the flying snow remaining. A moment later, the gray shadow arrived at the north bank of the Silver Moon River, and the two sides faced each other across the river. With their super eyesight, Su Fan, Carl, and others finally saw the true appearance of these alien monsters. That's a demonized orc. There are also thunderbears, centaurs, damn it, and dark wizards. Carl was the only one among them who had fought against the alien army head-on. He had rich experience, so he immediately recognized the names of these alien monsters. Carl's face turned very ugly. Su Fan's heart sank to the bottom. These monsters in front of him turned out to be a mixed coalition, which was very rare because there were racial distinctions among these alien races, and they usually attacked in units of race or tribe. The demonized orcs are 2 meters tall, with fat heads, ferocious faces, mouths full of sharp fangs, immense strength, bloodthirsty, and aggressive. They're the most numerous race among the alien races. These demonized orcs wore animal skins like primitive people and held mottled giant axes or wooden sticks in their hands. Ordinary people would die on the spot if they were hit by them. The thunder bear is a creature similar to a bear, but it is very large, 3 meters tall, and walks clumsily. Its fur is snow white, and the colder the weather, the more comfortable it is. The biggest feature of these guys is that their bodies can be covered with electric currents. Although these currents will not knock people unconscious, they will be very uncomfortable if touched. Not to mention the centaurs. Su Fan had dealt with them twice and was very helpless against these natural cavalrymen. The last one is the dark wizard. There are very few of them. Su Fan only saw 2, but these 2 guys are the most difficult to deal with. They were wrapped in black magic robes, sitting astride the giant thunder bear, ignoring the crackling electric currents, with triangular felt hats covering their faces, holding a short magic staff in their hands, and following at the end of the team. According to preliminary estimates, this team has about 2,000 people. Crossing the river. They're starting to cross the river. The soldier on the watchtower shouted. Su Fan also said to the 3 people around him, "Let's go. Let's take our positions and prepare for battle." Yes, yes. In the southeast corner of this continent, in the rear of the Moon God Empire, the battle between humans and a small coalition of alien races is about to begin. On the icy river surface, the aliens were panting and moving slowly forward. I didn't expect that the defense line would be set up so quickly here. A dark wizard made a hoarse voice, and the language he spoke was completely different from the languages of the major human kingdoms. So what, they're not that numerous. As long as we cross the river and occupy the other side, we can report to the Lord and send more troops. Haha, humans don't understand how to unite. How can they possibly withstand the power of our entire world destroy them? And this place will become our home. I will build a dark tower here and use their souls to refine my dark sphere. Soon, these aliens reached the middle of the Silver Moon River. Because of the ice, they did not dare to walk too fast, which gave Su Fan an opportunity. Archers ready, free fire. Su Fan gave the order. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 sharpshooters stood on a tall arrow tower, which provided them with a broad field of vision, allowing them to shoot arrows farther and with greater power. The sharpshooters shot their arrows accurately, and sharp arrows kept flying out and piercing the body of the centaur walking in the front. Blood was everywhere, and 10 centaurs fell to the ground in an instant. At this time, the crossbow also showed its power. The 3 crossbows all use heavy spears and require 2 people to operate them together. When they are fired, they can make the sound of tiger roars and dragon roars. Boom! A heavy spear pierced through a giant thunder bear and stabbed it hard into the ice. The flowing blood dyed the snow-white fur red and flowed on the icy river surface. The giant thunder bear roared and tried to break free from the restraints, but the power of the heavy spear was too great and it could not pull it out with its strength. His companions wanted to help him, but before the heavy spear that pierced his body could be pulled out, the thunder bear died from excessive bleeding, and the tiny electric current in his body was extinguished. Chapter 57 Countermagic. Sufan's attack was very fierce. The crossbows and bows and arrows made these aliens extremely angry, but they had no way to stop them. Sufan said to Carl, "Carl, use the enchanted longbow to shoot the ice." Good. Carl picked up the enchanted longbow, and the vast magical elements gathered on the bow to form a magic arrow. Now, he is more adept at using the magic longbow than before, and the magic arrows he condenses are also thicker and larger. Call out. The magic arrow hit the ice surface of the Silver Moon River, causing an explosion. The huge impact force caused the ice surface to crack instantly. Rumble. The broken ice soon caused a chain reaction. A large area of ice around it began to collapse. Many alien races had no time to react and fell into the icy river, roaring and thrashing. Sufan also took out the flame scepter. The magic power in his body communicated with the magic elements floating in the air through the scepter, condensing into a huge fireball with a diameter of 3 meters. Go! This was no longer an ordinary fireball spell, but a higher level of pyrotechnics. The pyrotechnics flew over a distance of several hundred meters, slammed into the ice surface, and turned into a sea of fire that began to burn fiercely. This is a flame formed by magic, which is completely supported by magical elements and does not require a physical medium to support combustion, so the fire is still fierce on the ice surface. The flames formed a sea of fire, blocking the aliens. The scorching heat melted large chunks of ice, boiling the river water and steaming up a large amount of white mist. Many alien races struggled out of the water, soaked all over, and looked at the melted river surface in front of them, roaring angrily. Snort. At this time, the 2 dark wizards who were wrapped in dark robes raised their staffs and chanted unknown spells. Call. A cold wind suddenly formed, and a large amount of flying snow appeared and was gathered here, covering the sea of fire. It is to use ice magic to extinguish the flames. A strange landscape formed on the vast surface of the Silver Moon River. Ice and fire were in fierce confrontation, and both Sufan and the Dark Wizard were madly pouring out their magic power. However, as a result, the alien tribes stopped crossing the river and returned to the shore, quietly waiting for the outcome of the battle between the 2 sides. At this time, another Dark Wizard also moved. A huge blood-red eyeball appeared above his head, like a devil's eye, emitting an evil and violent aura. Then, the sea of fire summoned by Sufan seemed to be pulled away and broke away from his control. It turned into a fire dragon, covered by a dark aura, and flew towards the south bank of the Silver Moon River. Damn, what kind of magic is this? Sufan quickly shot out 3 fireballs, which collided with the fire dragon and shattered it. But his method of using a sea of fire to prevent the enemy from crossing the river was also cracked. Carl said with a serious face, "That is the Eye of Darkness, the favorite move of these dark mages." The Eye of Darkness? That's right. This eye doesn't actually have any lethal power, but can render the enemy's magic ineffective, allowing it to be controlled by the Dark Wizard. It's a type of countermagic. Is there no way to break this? Sufan. This was the first time he had heard of such strange magic. It's actually very easy to crack. You just need to be higher level than a caster. This dark eye cannot control magic higher than its own level. Carl replied. Sufan was speechless. Isn't this the same as not saying anything? If he had the realm and strength of the Grand Mage Keldern of the Moon Goddess Empire, he could just use a fire spell to blow the entire alien army into ashes. Why would it be so difficult? Let me try. Athena stepped forward and said, I think this so-called Eye of Darkness cannot counter my divine power. As she spoke, she raised her snow-white jade arm, and a small magic circle appeared on the top of the golden scepter, slowly rotating. A golden spear formed on the magic circle, emitting a sacred light. Call out. The golden spear suddenly shot out crossed the Silver Moon River, which was several hundred meters wide, and actually flew directly to the other side, rushing straight towards a dark wizard. The dark wizard was obviously frightened by this move. He didn't expect the opponent's attack range to be so long. A dark barrier blocked his way. The golden spear hit the dark barrier and turned into a golden flame, which continued to corrode the barrier. Another dark wizard summoned another dark eye, and the huge eyeball stared at the golden flame. Boom! But to their surprise, the golden flame was not only not under control, but exploded violently, directly shattering the dark barrier. Then large pieces of golden flame came down on their heads. The poor dark wizard could no longer resist and was enveloped by the golden flame. He let out a shrill wail, but in just 2 seconds his entire body was burned to ashes. Good. Su Fan waved his fist excitedly. As long as he killed these 2 spellcasters, he could use the Silver Moon River as a natural barrier to block this wave of enemy attacks. The aliens were obviously frightened. Another dark wizard quickly retreated, then looked at the river in front of him with a gloomy expression. Paladin smiled and said, "I think they don't dare to come here again." Carl nodded and said, "The dark wizards are a group of cunning and cowardly guys. I'm afraid they won't attack again until they come up with a better plan." Really? That's good. Su Fan felt relieved. As long as he could hold off this wave of attacks, he would have a full 100 archers, which would make his defense line more solid. As if to verify the guesses of Carl and Paladin, the remaining dark wizard waved his hand, and all the aliens around him let out an unwilling roar, then slowly left, looking back every few steps. Beep. Temporary mission completed. You have resisted the alien attack, but please be aware that this may only be the enemy's outpost. Please continue to strengthen your defenses and pay attention to the enemy's movements. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward. Archer 100. Haha, mission accomplished. Su Fan laughed, and he immediately ordered a heavy cavalryman to go to the territory to bring the newly arrived 100 archers over to strengthen the defense line here. In fact, Su Fan also explained these system troops to Carl and others. He said that these people were from a moon god empire and were the legacy left to him by his father, the Duke. They had all been blessed by the moon god and had special abilities. They were ordered to come and join him. This explanation is certainly not convincing, but Carl and others wisely did not ask too much about it. They also secretly observed that these outsiders looked the same as the people of the moon goddess empire, and their language, expression, and even living habits were no different from those of ordinary people, so Carl and others were no longer worried. Regardless, these soldiers with mysterious origins are powerful, highly skilled, and disciplined, making them easy to use. Most importantly, they are absolutely loyal to their territory. Chapter 58 Worry. Temporary mission update. The enemy's attack will not stop here. When they attack again, they will be fully prepared. Mission requirements. Resist the second wave of attack from the alien army. Mission reward. Archer 500. Sure enough, where there's a first wave, there will be a second wave. Su Fan clenched his fists and said to a beauty, "From now on, all soldiers will work in 3 shifts. Organize the defense line tightly, and pay attention to the enemy's movements. The cavalry will be divided into 2 teams to patrol the upstream and downstream areas. If any traces of aliens are found elsewhere, report immediately." Okay, I'll arrange it right away. In fact, their current location is close to the sea, opposite the ancient God Mountains. As long as someone comes out of the narrow passage in the ancient God Mountains, the watchtower on the South Bank defense line will be able to discover it, so there's no need to worry too much about the enemy suddenly appearing from the upper or lower reaches of the Silver Moon River. However, Su Fan still sent out a cavalry team to patrol, just in case some stupid aliens really crossed the mountain and came around from upstream or the seaside, so that he could respond in time. After the first wave of aliens retreated, Su Fan and others ushered in a relatively quiet period. The farmer stationed here brought cooked food, including broth, meat chunks, animal milk, and animal eggs, all of which were high-energy foods. Soon, 100 archers arrived, and Su Fan arranged them on the wall. In this way, his long-range firepower was finally completed. There are a total of 466 people deployed on the defense line here. There are walls and barracks forming the front and back lines of defense. They are fully equipped with 3 types of troops: bows, infantry, and cavalry. In addition, there are a total of 12 magic professionals. This kind of strength should not be underestimated. In a hall of the barracks, Su Fan called Carl, Athena, Paladin and Abby together and asked, "Let's discuss the purpose of these aliens coming here. What are your thoughts?" Paladin first said, "This place is located in the rear of the Moon God Empire. The enemy must be planning to bypass our Silver Moon territory through the ancient God Mountains and build us into a bridgehead to open up a second battlefield." Carl echoed, "Exactly. I thought so too. Given the Moon God Empire's strength, it's still unclear whether they can withstand a head-on attack. If the enemy opens up a battlefield here, the Moon God Empire will surely collapse." Su Fan nodded slightly. This was also his idea. These alien races were very smart. They even knew how to make a detour and find another way. Their current fighting style was a bit like the stalemate on the Soviet-German front during World War II and the Allied forces' Normandy landing. Carl, you've dealt with these alien races before. Can you tell me more about their specific situation? What races are they from? What are their strengths? What are their patterns? Carl pondered for a moment and said, "Well, I'll tell you what I know. However, these are just rumors that circulated on the battlefield when I was in the War God Empire. I can't say for sure whether they are true or not." Su Fan smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. Even if we know some rumors, it's better than being completely confused like we are now. I previously thought that contact with the alien races would come much later and that our main goal now was development. But reality has proven me wrong. The current world situation is bleak, and alien races have infiltrated every corner. We could face a large-scale alien attack at any time. So all of us here need to thoroughly study all we can about alien races, even if it's just rumors. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles." Su Fan is now unsure because he does not understand his enemies and does not even know the characteristics of those terrible monsters. So, Carl began to spread the knowledge. About a year ago, in the northern border of the War God Empire, there was a vast ice field. It was dark for half a year and bright for half a year. Even the great magician could not survive there all year round. It was called the Arctic Ice Field. A huge portal suddenly appeared, and countless alien monsters walked out of it. The largest number of them were the centaurs, skeleton undead, and demonized orcs. But in terms of strength, the strongest are undoubtedly the cunning dark wizard and the powerful hell demon. These alien races usually act independently as racial units. Their attacks are irregular, and sometimes they even fight among themselves and kill each other. They have no mercy on humans, and humans caught by them will only die. They have no communication or exchange with humans, only destruction. They want to completely exterminate us humans." Su Fan frowned and said, "But what we saw today was a mixed force of several races." Carl said worriedly, "That's exactly what I'm worried about. This means these aliens have changed their previous attack methods. I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of?" Su Fan saw that he was hesitant to speak. Carl said, "I'm afraid that among these alien races there will emerge a lord who can command all the other races and make them fight together." Su Fan's heart skipped a beat. This was truly bad news. Previously, when the alien races fought each other, they were able to defeat the humans and force them to retreat again and again. Now, if a lord-level monster really appeared, how could humans withstand it? "I really hope this guess is not true." Sufan Saith. Athena suddenly frowned and asked, "Who is that dark wizard?" Carl was stunned and said, "I don't know. The spells cast by these dark wizards are similar to our magic, but not exactly the same. It is said that the energy they control has a corrosive force. We humans call this energy dark magic." Su Fan noticed Athena's strangeness and asked, "Is there any problem?" Athena shook her head and didn't say much, but Su Fan clearly felt that Athena was worried. Next, Carl explained the strengths and weaknesses of the most common centaurs, demonized orcs, Void Clan, as well as the Thunderbear and Dark Mage that appeared today. Paladin and Su Fan took notes carefully in their notebooks, while Athena, on the other hand, held her cheek with a feather pen in her hand, her beautiful eyes staring into the air in a trance. When the meeting was over, Su Fan kept Athena and said, "Athena, it's just the two of us now. If you have any findings, you can tell me." Athena glanced at Su Fan and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the Lord is so observant." Su Fan smiled and said, "Of course. Given our relationship, I'm naturally very sensitive to any changes in you." Athena rolled her eyes at Su Fan, ignoring the provocation of this stinky rogue, and said, "Today, when I was killing that dark wizard, I sensed an aura similar to mine." "A similar aura?" Athena nodded. "It's the breath of the gods." Chapter 59, Su Fan's Strategic Planning. Su Fan was surprised and asked, "You mean that dark wizard is also a god?" Athena scoffed, "Of course not. How could a god so easily appear in the mortal world? I mean, that dark wizard has the aura of a god. What's going on?" Su Fan was puzzled. Athena hesitated for a moment and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the dark wizard should have a piece of equipment blessed by the gods. If I can get this equipment, then maybe my seal will be lifted a little." "Huh? That guy actually has such powerful equipment." Su Fan was shocked, then frowned and said, "But it seems that his companions picked up his equipment. Didn't you say they would come again? That might be a good opportunity. I can give it a try." When Athena said this, she seemed eager to try, and her whole temperament changed. Athena seemed a little lazy in everything she did before. She seemed to care about nothing, and no one or anything was worth her attention. She could complete the tasks assigned to her by Su Fan very quickly, as if there was no challenge at all. But this time it was different. The interest and confidence in Athena's eyes made Su Fan's heart beat faster. This is what a Valkyrie is like. She focuses on one thing and tries her best to complete it, instead of being indifferent and lazily like before. Su Fan sighed, and even wondered if he had been too nice to Athena before, burying the goddess's talent. After saying this, Su Fan discussed the future development strategy of Silver Moon territory with Athena. Some things can be discussed in meetings, but Su Fan can only talk to Athena about deeper thoughts, including his evaluation of a certain senior figure. Because Athena was loyal enough to him, he didn't have to worry about betrayal. Su Fan said, "This winter I will accumulate as much strength as possible, including various material reserves, military strength, and economic strength. After this winter, in the spring of next year, I will expand the territory by leaps and bounds." Athena asked, "How exactly do we do this?" Su Fan sat at the top, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, and slowly spoke out his deepest thoughts. "This winter, the dock and pier will be completed, and I plan to build 5 clipper ships before spring as the main force for sailing. The current candidate for the naval commander is a beauty. Southeast of us lies the kingdom of the Paus Islands, not too far away. I understand the temperatures there are high and food is plentiful. I plan to sell my goods there in exchange for a large quantity of food. At the same time, after the spring, I will quickly build a road from Silver Moon territory to Violet City. Through this main road, Silver Moon territory will accept a large number of refugees who will provide sufficient labor for my territory. At the same time, I will build a checkpoint fortress on the north bank of the Silver Moon River at the entrance to the ancient God Mountains. This checkpoint will block all foreign races that may come from the north." Su Fan told his plan, which made his mouth dry. He drank some water and then glanced at Athena. "How about my plan?" Athena smiled. "It's a perfect plan. I know you're eager to make our territory the best in the world, but don't you think this is too hasty? I'm afraid we don't have the energy to do so much. Building ships, roads, and fortresses, none of these 3 things are easy to accomplish." "Of course I know, Athena, but the situation is pressing, and I have to do this." Su Fan spread his hands and said, "In fact, I wanted to build a checkpoint fortress in the Yixianshan Grand Canyon from the beginning. It is obvious that it is the key to blocking the northern alien races. Before, due to lack of manpower, we could only rely on the natural barrier of the Silver Moon River for support. Things will be different after this winter, because I will build the world's strongest barrier there, where one man can hold the fort against 10,000. Su Fan naturally had wild dreams, launching 3 major projects at once. His confidence mainly came from the support of the system, Athena's divine acceleration, the powerful performance of cement, and the magical power of this world. He also wanted to see what kind of results would emerge from combining these 4 plug-in-like factors. Athena smiled and said, "Once everything is ready, you will take the initiative to attack, right?" "So fan laughed heartily." "You're really smart, Athena. Of course I'm going to attack, but not necessarily militarily. It also includes an economic attack. In order to resist the alien army that may attack next year and gain sufficient strategic depth, I've decided to take Violet City first." A raging fire burned in Su Fan's eyes. At this moment, he was full of fighting spirit, as if everything was under his control. Athena smiled and said, "Athena is willing to follow you and fight for you." It snowed heavily on the Silver Moon River for 2 whole days, dyeing the earth white. The ice surface that had been blasted before has frozen again. The cold wind is biting, and the dark clouds are lingering for a long time. That night, torches were lit in Su Fan's camp, and soldiers were patrolling meticulously, fully armed. The spirit of the system soldiers also inspired the garrison soldiers. There are two sharpshooters on the watchtower who are responsible for watching. They have better eyesight and higher alertness than ordinary people. Suddenly, one of them pointed at the dark sky in the distance, pulled his companion over and asked, "Look, what is that?" Another sharpshooter rubbed his tired eyes, took a closer look, and said, "It looks like a bird." "Bird? Have you ever seen such a big bird?" The companion said angrily. "Isn't it? Hey, they also have blue eyes, and there are a lot of them." "Damn it, this is definitely not an ordinary bird. It's most likely that damn alien monster. Oh my God, these huge birds are coming towards us. Quick, sound the alarm." The alarm device on the watchtower is a metal device. It was designed by Su Fan based on the gong, an ancient Chinese musical instrument used to sound the retreat of troops. When struck with a small metal hammer, the sound is sharp and loud and has a wide range of transmission. It is particularly suitable for use on noisy and chaotic battlefields. Dang, 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 dang. A rapid alarm sounded, startling everyone in the barracks. Fortunately, the soldiers on the wall worked in shifts day and night, and they reacted quickly, especially the sharpshooters and 100 archers on the arrow tower. They discovered the strange bird hiding in the night, and immediately drew their bows and aimed at the dark sky. Chapter 60. The Strange Bird with a Human Face. Su Fan, Athena, and others also climbed up the wall as soon as possible, looking at the unknown monsters through the deep night and thick white fog. "Carl, do you know what that is?" Su Fan asked. Carl shook his head and said, "I only know that among the alien races, the hell demons are the only ones with flying units, but those are terrifying hell dragons. They are powerful and brutal, comparable to the dragons of the Dragon Kingdom. But these guys in front of me are obviously not that kind of hell dragons." No one in the territory knew the nature and characteristics of the monster before them, so everyone was more careful. As soon as the monster entered the range, Carl shot an arrow with the enchanted longbow. The magic arrow exploded in the air like a gorgeous firework, lighting up the night sky. But the scene that was revealed shocked everyone. There are actually a huge number of monsters hidden in the night sky, more than Su Fan and his friends could have imagined. These monsters have human bodies, but no arms. Instead, they have a pair of wings. The faces of these monsters are like women, but their mouths are the sharp beaks of eagles. Their eyes were a bright blue, like those of wild beasts, making people shudder. An energy magic arrow succeeded in killing 3 of these strange, human-faced, eagle-beaked monsters, and then other sharpshooters and archers also began to shoot frantically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A total of 110 archers fired crazily, sending arrows raining down into the air. Although the view was unclear due to the night, one could still feel that many monsters were shot down. When these monsters are killed, they will let out a shrill scream, as if a nightcat had its tail stepped on, so shrill and creepy. Su Fan used the power of the Holy Grail of Fire and activated the Holy Grail of Fire's inherent skill, Fire Snake Guard. At the same time, 12 Fire Snake Guards were summoned. They took root in the earth, swaying their flaming bodies. They had the appearance of king cobras and sprayed long, thin lines of fire. These fire lines also have a long range and can kill the human-faced eagle-beaked monsters that are about to rush towards them. On the other side, Athena summoned a magic circle, and countless cute little angels flapped their wings and rushed out, flying into the sky, colliding with these monsters, and then turned into blazing white flames, burning them to ashes. Under the fierce attack of the long-range soldiers in Su Fan's camp, monsters fell like raindrops, and the shrill screams were endless. "There are too many of these guys." Paladin shouted. He was also attacking, but he had no means of long-range attack. He just held a spear, poured the magic in his body into the spear, the power of divine light manifested. The spear emitted golden light all over, and then he threw it with all his strength, and the golden spear broke through the air, shot up a monster, and continued to move forward and shot up the 3 monsters behind in succession before falling down. What the hell? Why are there so many of them? Su Fan was also very depressed. Their attacks were fierce, but it seemed that these alien monsters could never be killed. There were still a large number of monsters rushing out of their firepower network. Many of these monsters soon flew over the wall, and then they flapped their wings and shot out feathers. The originally light feathers turned into sharp killing weapons at this moment, making a series of air-breaking sounds and hitting the defenders on the wall. "Quick, quick! Raise your shields and defend." Paladin shouted loudly and commanded the heavy infantry to raise the giant shields beside them, providing a simple cover for them and the archers next to them. But the sharpshooters standing on the watchtowers and arrow towers suffered. They were only protected by a few wooden boards, which were quickly pierced by the sharp feathers, breaking through their light armor and piercing into their bodies. Cavalry, retreat, retreat. Infantry, hold steady and protect the archers around you. Archers prioritized targeting nearby monsters quick. On the battlefield, Carl and Paladin commanded the troops, constantly adjusting and optimizing the details of the battle. Su Fan and Athena also constantly adjusted their attack targets, and the two were now the main output. Athena, in particular, burst out with super combat power at this moment and cast Wisdom Blessing. A barrier blocked the monster army and prevented a lot of damage for the soldiers. In addition, Athena continued to squander her divine power. She stretched out her jade arm, spread out her 5 fingers, and an illusory eye pattern appeared in the palm of her hand. Then, this eye pattern shot out large patches of golden light. Anyone who was swept by the golden light wailed and fell down. The battle continued, and both sides fought fiercely. Countless monsters were killed and fell on the surface of the glacier or in front of the wall. On Su Fan's side, as Athena's divine power was exhausted, the blessing of wisdom lost its effect, and a large number of casualties began to occur. These feathers were extremely powerful and sharp. Dozens of feathers focused on the same shield, which shattered instantly. The heavy infantry and archers hiding behind it were also pierced into sieves. Damn it! Su Fan's eyes were red, and his heart was bleeding as he watched his soldiers fall one by one. Cruel, so cruel. Feathers kept flying over his head. He put up a magic barrier and used up his magic power to defend against the attack of the feathers. However, this kind of magic barrier consumed a lot of magic, and by now his magic had been exhausted. Su Fan reluctantly took out a small bottle of moonwell water, tilted his head back, and drank it. Then his breath began to recover, and his physical strength, magic, and injuries all recovered to their peak within just 10 seconds. This moon well is still powerful. Su Fan sighed secretly, but the water in the moon well was too little. In order to train magic knights, all the water in the moon well was occupied. He only stored 5 bottles. Athena, Carl, and Paladin each got 1 bottle, and he got 2 bottles. Damn it, never mind. Let's just hold off this wave first. The water in the moon well can be stored for later. Summon, Fire Serpent Guard. Summon, Fire Serpent Guard. Summon, Fire Serpent Guard. Summon, Fire Serpent Guard. Su Fan also gave it his all this time without holding back. The magic core in his body was running wildly, and magic power poured out like money. He held the holy grail of fire in his hand and continuously summoned powerful fire snakes as guards. The holy grail of fire lit up again, and later even began to get hot. The magic power in Su Fan's body was being consumed at a visibly rapid rate and soon reached the bottom. At this time, a total of 48 fire snake guards appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 61 Active Attack. 48 fire snakes guarding. This is Su Fan's limit. As a junior magic apprentice, he can only have such power with the help of the power of the Holy Grail of Fire. Su Fan took out another bottle of moonwell water and drank it all. After he recovered, he summoned the Holy Grail of Fire again. Summon, Fire Serpent Guard. Summon, Fire Serpent Guard. 4 skills were released in succession, summoning 48 fire snake guards. In this way, there were a total of 96 fire snake guards on the battlefield. The 96 fire snake guards gathered together to form an extremely spectacular scene. Carl, Paladin, and others were stunned, and Athena also looked at them sideways. These summoned fire snake guards swayed their bodies and sprayed out lines of fire, 96 lines of fire at a time, which directly swept down a large number of monster armies above Su Fan and his men's heads. On the dark battlefield, these fire summons showed their might, and for a moment they beat the enemy to the point where they could not advance any further. This undoubtedly gave Su Fan a chance to catch his breath. The archers took the opportunity to counterattack. After consuming their magic power, Carl and Paladin also used the water from the moon well to restore their peak condition and continue the attack. The battle lasted for a full half hour. The number of these monsters gradually decreased and were eventually wiped out. When everything quieted down, the battlefield was already in a mess. The corpses of countless human-faced strange birds were scattered around the glacier and the wall, giving a feeling of a sea of blood and corpses. The stench of blood was accompanied by the cold wind. Su Fan and Athena walked side by side on the wall. The soldiers were very tired and leaned against the wall to rest. The garrison on the second line of defense was called over to clean the battlefield and repair the defense line. Ding! Temporary mission completed. You have successfully resisted the second wave of alien attacks. Victory is hard won. Please press on. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward. Archer 500. Temporary mission update. There must be a lair of the alien army in the mountains in the north. Please find it and destroy it. Mission reward. Light infantry 500. Su Fan saw this task and said to Athena, "It seems that it is time for us to cross this river and take the initiative to attack." Athena said, "My divine power has been exhausted. It will take 3 days to recover." Okay, then we'll wait 3 days. Our people also need to recover. Soon, Carl found Su Fan and reported the casualties. In this battle, Su Fan lost 10 sharpshooters, 60 archers, and 40 light infantry, a total of 110 people. The casualties are huge because these are system troops, and each one is very valuable. However, the 40 surviving archers and 60 light infantrymen were upgraded twice and all evolved into ultimate troops. Soon, the newly summoned 500 archers arrived at the defense line, and Su Fan's team expanded again. The original team of 466 people has now become 856 people. 54 heavy cavalry, 112 heavy infantry, 40 sharpshooters, 500 archers, and 150 garrisons. These forces gave Su Fan the confidence to cross the river and take the initiative to attack. He also wanted to see where the alien nest hidden in the ancient God Mountains was. Only by destroying this old nest can we build a city at the mouth of the Yixianshan Grand Canyon. Once the fortress is completed, the North will no longer have to worry. 3 days later, the snow stopped and the weather cleared up. A large army slowly crossed the ice of the Silver Moon River and arrived at the other side. On this expedition, Su Fan brought all the system soldiers, leaving only a beauty and 150 garrison troops to guard the defense line. Athena, Carl, Paladin, and 8 magic knights will all follow. They will be Su Fan's sharp sword in this expedition. Soon, Su Fan and others arrive at the entrance of Yixianshan. They looked up at the huge mountains on both sides that stretched across the sky and the earth. Their steepness was rare in the world. Su Fan and others walked for a whole day, and everyone was a little tired. Just as the troops were resting, several cavalrymen responsible for outpost reconnaissance rushed back and reported to Su Fan, "Sir, aliens have been spotted ahead." Su Fan's heart sank slightly, and he asked, "What kind of monsters are they, and how many are there?" The cavalryman said, "They are all strange birds with human faces, and there are also many centaurs. There are quite a lot of them, but we haven't found their nest yet." Su Fan said, "All troops on alert. Prepare for battle." Swish! The soldiers immediately stopped resting. The infantrymen held giant shields in their hands and formed a shield wall. 540 archers stood behind them, forming 3 long-range fire networks. The cavalrymen put on armor, mounted their horses, held guns, and stood at the back of the team, ready to attack at any time. The 8 heavily armored cavalrymen who had awakened their magical talents became the backbone of this cavalry unit. They emitted a hazy magical glow, appearing mysterious and powerful. While Su Fan was organizing his team for defense, he sent 2 cavalrymen to lure the alien monsters. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and turn the outdoor encounter into a positional defense battle. The cold wind howled and there was silence. Su Fan and others looked ahead nervously. Soon, the 2 cavalrymen returned at a very fast speed. A gray figure followed them closely. They were screaming, showing their fangs and claws with fierce eyes. It was the strange bird with a human face. The earth trembled, the sound was like thunder, and a large wave of centaurs appeared. They were holding battle axes. After seeing Su Fan and his men, they roared and ran even faster. "Archers, prepare." Carl commanded 540 archers, and a burst of dense bowstring pulling sounds rang out. "Put!" Carl shouted loudly, and then he heard a whoosh sound, and a large wave of arrows gathered into a black cloud and flew over. Su Fan now has a total of 500 archers, including 40 ultimate sharpshooters. The long-range firepower is more than 4 or 5 times that of the second wave of defense. Arrows rained everywhere, and large numbers of alien monsters were killed. "Call! Call! Call! 3 consecutive waves of arrows directly killed more than half of the alien monsters rushing over. Sea of Fire. Su Fan held the scepter of fire and summoned a sea of fire to block the two sides. Athena summoned a starlight, which formed a silver light curtain behind the sea of fire, which could also block the enemy's footsteps. What kind of move is this? Su Fan asked. Athena smiled and said, "This is a replica of Wisdom Blessing. It also has powerful defensive power and can be released in any direction." Su Fan was amazed. Even though Athena's divine power was sealed, she could still use such powerful moves. It was hard to imagine how terrifying she would be once her divine power was unsealed. Chapter 62, Go Man. The magic cast by Athena and Su Fan successfully blocked the enemy's attack. The centaurs and the human-faced birds stopped in front of the sea of fire, waving their battle axes and roaring like beasts at Su Fan and the others. This gave the archers long enough to unleash their firepower. Wave after wave of arrows mercilessly harvested the lives of the alien monsters. Soon, the centaurs and the human-faced birds collapsed, leaving behind the corpses of their companions on the ground, and began to retreat. "Everyone follow," Su Fan ordered. "We can't let them go back and have a chance to breathe. We must continue to catch them off guard." Su Fan's troops began to march slowly. In this state of half defense and half advance, the infantry still walked in the front, ready to raise their shield for defense at any time, while the cavalry walked on both sides as flank guards, ready to rush out at any time to confront the oncoming enemy. In the following day, Su Fan's troops suffered 5 waves of attacks from alien monsters in succession, and won every victory. This is the power of the magician, and this is the effect that will be achieved when the number of archers increases. By noon the next day, Su Fan and his team finally saw their target, a huge camp. There are a large number of tents inhabited by centaurs in this camp, caves inhabited by unknown creatures, and various buildings built of stone and wood. The style is primitive and rough, and not all the same. On the mountain walls on both sides, there were a large number of strange birds with human faces staring at Su Fan and the others with pairs of dark blue eyes. A large army of alien monsters, also in neat formation, were waiting for Su Fan and his team. The strong centaurs, the bloodthirsty demonized orcs, and the savage thunder bears all stared at them with their copper bell-like eyes. Behind this army of monsters, a dark wizard sat on the body of a giant thunder bear, wearing a tricorn hat and holding a black crystal ball in his hand, looking quite mysterious. These monsters are indeed waiting for us. Su Fan narrowed his eyes, and his nerves tensed up again. Crash! This time, without any instructions from Carl, Paladin, and others, the heavy infantry placed their giant shields on the snow to form a shield wall. The archers behind immediately formed their formation and were ready to shoot at any time. At this time, the alien army on the opposite side suddenly split up, and a terrifying figure appeared. It is at least 5 meters tall, with a human body but a goat's head and a pair of slender eyes with a captivating look. He has a well-proportioned body, a pair of long and thick legs with goat's hooves, and is covered with dark gray hair, like a beast that has not yet fully evolved. As soon as this monster appeared, the centaurs and thunder bears around it lowered their heads and no longer had any arrogant attitude. The dark wizard hiding at the back also lowered his head slightly, as if to express awe. Athena said in a deep voice, "This guy, with our current strength, he is very difficult to deal with." Su Fan was shocked. This was the first time he heard Athena say that she was very difficult to deal with. When fighting against Flame Demon before, it was so difficult, but Athena was so calm. At this moment, the monster actually spoke. "Human, submit to me, and you will gain immortality." Su Fan's eyes widened. He didn't expect that this monster would go beyond common sense and speak human language. Carl, Paladin, and others were also very shocked, because as far as they knew, the alien monsters fighting against the war god empire on the front line had never spoken, let alone formed a battle formation like this. These monsters seemed to be different from those on the front line. Carl frowned. Su Fan asked, "What kind of monster is this? It has horns on its head. Is it a demon from hell?" Carl shook his head. "No, its aura is very mysterious, completely different from the aura of the devil in hell." "Then what kind of monster is this? It looks like a go man." "I don't know. I haven't seen it or even heard of it." Su Fan felt that it was becoming more and more outrageous. Carl, who had fought against alien races countless times, didn't even recognize that strange bird with a human face and that goat man. What the hell was going on? At this moment, the goat man spoke again. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, like a beast forcing its words in a human form. Join us, and I will give you everything you desire. I will give you territory, servants, and a long life. Su Fan sneered. Just you? How ridiculous. I'm a good person, but I don't want to be your running dog, a goat man. Are you rejecting me? The monster seemed a little angry. Su Fan laughed heartily. Of course, humans are the most intelligent creatures on Earth. How could we be as incomplete as you in our evolution? You want to recruit me to be your second in command? Dream on. Roar. The goat man seemed to be furious. He roared and switched to another language, a language he had never heard before. He said a lot of things in a crackling manner, and then waved his hand. The alien army around him immediately rushed over roaring. On the mountain walls on both sides of the canyon, dense swarms of strange birds with human faces also flapped their wings and rushed over. Archers prepare, fire. As the first wave of arrows poured out, the battle between humans and alien monsters finally began. Su Fan and Athena still followed the previous routine, setting up a sea of fire and a barrier of wisdom between the two sides, which indeed blocked the enemy's attack. However, at this time, the dark wizard hiding at the back of the team suddenly raised his hands, holding a black magic ball in his hands. Ripples emerged, and a black mist suddenly shot out, which directly split the raging sea of fire into two halves, and the protective barrier was also shattered into pieces by the impact of the black mist. Su Fan was shocked. He didn't expect the opponent to be so powerful that he could break both of his moves at once. At this time, Athena said excitedly, "That's it. It's a treasure blessed by the gods. I must get it." As she spoke, the tip of the golden scepter in her hand flickered with light. Athena held the scepter with both hands, summoning runes one after another that appeared out of thin air. Strands of golden energy gathered at the top of the scepter like ribbons, and finally turned into a 10-meter-long golden moon blade, which was very astonishing. Blazing divine light slash. The 10-meter-long golden moon blade whizzed out, sweeping across the bodies of countless centaurs, cutting them into two pieces like a tornado, and then continued to move forward, killing the dark wizard straight away. Roar! However, at this time the goat man moved. He punched out, and his fist turned red with a dazzling red light. It collided with the golden giant blade, and the energy surged and exploded instantly. Chapter 63, Valkyrie State. So strong. Su Fan exclaimed that this goat man could actually use his physical body to fight against magic, and it seemed so easy. After the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, the goat man only took a few steps back, but was not injured at all. This kind of strength made Su Fan, Carl, and others feel depressed. Athena's attack failed, but she was not discouraged. Instead, she was full of fighting spirit. Finally, something interesting. "Let me see how strong you are." Athena roared to the sky. Her body was covered in white light, and her whole attire changed. Originally, there was only a thin white dress, but now there's a set of golden armor outside the dress. He was dressed in battle armor, a celestial mask on his head, wrist guards, shin guards, and combat boots, fully equipped. A red cape fluttered in the wind behind him, adding a touch of heroism to his appearance. The golden staff in her hand turned into a silver spear, and she transformed from a lofty goddess into a Valkyrie who dominated the world and swept through thousands of troops. So heroic. This is Su Fan's evaluation. He really thinks Athena is a perfect goddess with both wisdom and strength. She can serve in the court and on the battlefield. Kill. Athena held a spear in her hand, let out a cry, and rushed out like a cannonball. The goat man also roared, picked up a two-handed battle axe, and rushed out to fight Athena. Athena's whole body was covered in golden light. Her body was agile, and her spear shot out like a dragon, making a whirring sound as it broke through the air. The goat man was no slouch either. He was also very agile and dodged countless fatal blows. He wielded the battle axe in his hand with great vigor and was able to counterattack while defending. Boom! The goat man swung his axe, which grazed Athena's body and hit the ground hard, causing the earth to crack and debris to fly far away. The thick snow was also thrown into the air, forming a snow mist. As Athena dodged, the golden spear suddenly thrust out. The goat man had no time to dodge and was stabbed in the stomach. Roar! However, the goat man did not fall to the ground. Blood flowed down Athena's golden spear, and a bloody energy rose. The goat man's eyes were filled with blood, and his gray fur turned red. Its entire body suddenly swelled up like a balloon being inflated, and soon it became swollen. Athena, be careful. Su Fan reminded from behind that the monster's condition and strength are now obviously much stronger than before. An axe came down. Athena raised her left arm, and a golden round shield appeared to block the axe. But Athena was also knocked back more than 10 meters by the huge impact force. What a strong monster! What great strength! Athena's fighting spirit remained undiminished. White flames ignited on her golden spear. She charged again and engaged in a fierce battle with the bloodthirsty and violent goatman. Lady Athena, you are so powerful. Carl swallowed and smacked his lips, saying, I only thought Lady Athena was a magician, but I didn't expect she was also a magic swordsman. No, it's more accurate to say that Lady Athena has mastered magic to a great degree, and her magical attitude is fully developed. This is truly rare. Su Fan said, we should not sit and wait for death any longer. This is not the time for a duel. What we want is a complete victory. Pass on my order, cavalry, charge. 54 heavy cavalrymen, 8 of whom had evolved and awakened into magic knights, launched an attack under the leadership of Paladin. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever the horses' hooves stepped, it was like thunder. Compared with the various alien monsters with ferocious faces and strong bloody aura, these heavy cavalrymen wearing black heavy armor, black devil masks, and holding sharp lances are not inferior in momentum. As the cavalry moved, the archers cleared the way for them, shooting waves of arrows at the human-faced bird in the sky, killing it continuously. Carl also fired bursts with the enchanted longbow. The energy magic arrows were like rocket launcher shells, causing violent explosions in the wide valley. The cavalry quickly passed through the sea of fire and collided with the alien monster in the front. The sharp lances pierced directly into the monster's body, as if it were made of paper, without any sense of blockage. A lance can penetrate 3 monsters, and then these cavalrymen will abandon their lances without hesitation and draw out a 2-handed sword more than 1 meter long from their waist. The handle is 60 centimeters long, and the blade is 100 centimeters long. The blade is shiny and bright, like the scythe of the god of death. Although they had lost their lances, the terror of these heavily armored cavalrymen was far from over. The horses they rode were also covered in heavy armor, with a spike extending from their foreheads. At this time, the horses lowered their heads with the spikes pointing straight forward, and with the powerful inertia and impact force of their charge, they smashed the alien monsters into pieces. As for the 8 magic knights, they were all in the first row, forming a sharp knife together with the paladin. Magic aura surged on their bodies and covered the war horses under their crotch, making the impact of the first row of cavalry even more powerful and almost invincible. Especially Paladin, who had awakened the sacred power of light. His defense was stronger than that of ordinary magic knights. He took the brunt of the fire and attracted a lot of firepower. The demonized orcs swung their maces and hit him. Suddenly, a golden shield appeared on Paladin's body, separating these attacks. This was Paladin's own unique skill, the Blessed Shield, crafted from the divine power of light. Unlike ordinary magic shields, after being damaged, the power of holy light would automatically repair the shield, minimizing mana consumption while maintaining a high level of defensive effectiveness. Paladin took the lead, holding a golden spear in his hand, charging left and right, killing everyone in his way. The battle was extremely fierce. Everyone joined in the fight, engaging in hand-to-hand combat. If one was not careful, one would die on the spot. Because the fight between Athena and the goat man was too intense, both sides avoided this area, providing them with a large enough space to avoid being affected. Su Fan summoned 12 fire snakes as guards, spewing lines of fire. He no longer had the water from the moon well to replenish his supply, so he had to use his skills with caution this time. On the opposite side, the dark wizard riding on the thunder bear chanted a spell, and suddenly a large cloud of ice fog appeared among the cavalry. The ice fog quickly stuck to the cavalry, making their movements slow down. The surrounding demonized orcs and centaurs took advantage of this opportunity to rush forward and launched a fierce counterattack. Damn, it's that dark wizard again. Sofankirst. The dark wizard had never fought head-on, but he would attack from time to time. Each move was very strange and disgusting, but also very effective, and could reverse the situation on his troops and the battlefield, which made Su Fan very annoyed. Chapter 64, Su Fan's Clever Plan. The Dark Wizard was very difficult to deal with. One shot of ice fog had a wide range and directly caused more than 50 heavily armored cavalrymen to fall into a slow quagmire. There were many dangers, and casualties began to occur. All infantry attack. Su Fan gave the order again. The situation on the battlefield has changed now. There are fewer and fewer human-faced strange birds in the sky, and they are impossible to kill. The archers no longer need the protection of these heavy infantrymen. Letting these human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex join the battle is the best choice. The heavy infantry, led by Carl, quickly joined the battlefield. They prioritized eliminating the enemies around the cavalry, and then killed and reaped together with the cavalry. Su Fan stood at the back to hold the line. He was mainly responsible for protecting the archers and providing fire support with long-range magic. The enchanted longbow was given to Su Fan. Su Fan picked up the enchanted longbow and kept shooting, causing the alien monsters to fly with blood and flesh. Su Fan's side had fewer people than the enemy, and their physical combat power was not as strong as the enemy's, but Su Fan's side had high quality, and they acted in teams. In addition, they were well equipped, and every soldier was armed to the teeth, so they quickly defeated the enemy. Seeing that his team could no longer hold on, the Dark Wizard held the magic ball in his hand. Purple light appeared on the magic ball and gathered into a star cluster, deep and mysterious, as if containing an entire world. Boom! The dark magic ball spewed out a large wave of black mist, which contaminated the alien monsters and was absorbed by the monsters, causing incredible changes. All the monsters that absorbed the black fog began to turn darker, including the goatmen. Their skin began to turn dark tones, and their eyes also became dark, but all the monsters became more bloodthirsty and violent. A demonized orc had its arm chopped off by a heavy infantryman and was bleeding profusely, but it was not afraid at all. Instead, it became even more angry and stronger, and directly smashed the heavy infantryman's head with a stick. You know, these infantrymen are also wearing helmets and demon masks, so ordinary force attacks can't be so terrible. On the other side, a giant thunderbear had its head chopped off by Carl's sword. The huge head was filled with black air and flashes of lightning, and it rolled to the side. Just when everyone thought that this guy was dead, the huge bear head that fell to the ground suddenly opened its eyes and opened its mouth as if it was roaring, but because it had no body and vocal tract, it could not make any sound. This huge head bit a passing infantryman and actually bit him into 2 pieces. Damn it! Carl was extremely angry. He swung his sword and a magic energy moon blade spurted out, smashing the giant bear's head into pieces. Such strange situations occurred countless times in various places on the battlefield, causing great obstacles and casualties to Su Fan's side. No, if we keep fighting like this, the outcome will be unpredictable. Su Fan was irritated, his mind racing. Now we must find a key point to break the deadlock. Either kill the Dark Wizard or kill the Goatman leader. Su Fan assessed the situation. The Dark Wizard was as timid as a mouse. He had been hiding at the back and unable to use his skills. He was out of the archer's shooting range, so it was difficult to kill him. At this time, the Goatman is fighting with Athena to a draw. If an external force intervenes and breaks the balance, I believe it will have a very good effect. Thinking of this, Su Fan first directed the 40 sharpshooters behind him and said, "Listen to my command. Aim at that Goatman. Get ready." The 40 sharpshooters obeyed the order, shifted their targets, and drew their bows and aimed at the 5-meter-tall Goatman. Then Su Fan shouted to Athena, "Athena, hide! Get away from him!" Athena didn't understand why, but out of trust in Su Fan, she still stabbed out a spear. The Goatman dodged, and then Athena took the opportunity to dodge and hide to the side. "Shoot!" Su Fan waved his hand violently, and 40 sharpshooters who had already taken aim at the target released their bowstrings at the same time. A wave of black arrows rushed towards the Goatman. The Goatman was originally immersed in a duel, but suddenly he saw a wave of arrows raining down. For a moment, his brain short-circuited and his reaction was slowed down. It tried its best to dodge, but was still hit by several sharp arrows. There were several arrows in its arms, chest, thighs, and back. Roar! The Goatman felt pain. He steadied himself and looked up to see who shot the arrow, but what he saw was a huge fireball with a diameter of 3 meters. Sufanes Fire Explosion Technique. Boom! This time, he didn't even have time to dodge and was struck by the powerful magic head-on. The boiling fire element exploded on his body, and the scorching flames burned his wounds, making his nerves numb. The intense pain almost suffocated him. Now Athena, Su Fan shouted from behind. In fact, he didn't need to remind her. Athena naturally saw that this was a great opportunity. She held a spear in her hand, and her whole body burst out with dazzling golden light, like a sun, rushing towards the goat-man monster at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The gun shot out like a dragon, making a whistling sound as it broke through the air. The divine power surged, giving the spear tremendous strength. Poor Goatman had suffered continuous blows, and his body functions could no longer bear it. His middle door was wide open, and he was directly hit by Athena. The golden spear pierced his heart, and the surging divine power turned into a blazing white holy fire, directly burning the Goatman to ashes. Haha, it worked! Su Fan shouted excitedly. Attack! Attack! The enemy leader is dead. Our army will win. Kill! Kill! This undoubtedly gave the soldiers strong confidence. Especially after Athena escaped and joined the battlefield, she really killed gods and Buddhas who stood in her way, still maintaining the state of a Valkyrie, holding a spear and continuously charging forward. The burst of combat power made everyone look sideways. So strong. Amazing. Carl and Paladin were completely convinced. Athena was so powerful that they felt they would never be able to catch up, even in 10 lifetimes. At this time, the human-faced bird had been shot down by the archers, and a large number of arrows began to fall towards the enemy troops on the ground. Su Fan could also use the remaining magical power without reservation, one pyrotechnic after another, and at the same time, 24 fire snake guard were summoned, like 24 flaming arrow towers, and the damage caused was no less than that of Athena. The enemy army was losing ground, and the dark wizard hiding at the back was about to flee when he saw the situation was getting worse. Su Fan, with his sharp eyes, shouted, "Don't let that guy get away." Chapter 65, The Magic of Darkness. Athena and Carl were not riding horses, so Su Fan shouted to Paladin, "Paladin, quickly lead the cavalry to catch up with the dark wizard and kill him." Yes, Paladin led the cavalry to charge. The 8 magic knights were invincible. With the blessing of magic power, they could defeat 100 enemies alone. The dark wizard was sitting on the Thunder Bear. When he saw the cavalry troops rushing towards him regardless of everything, he was frightened and quickly controlled the Thunder Bear to run to the back. There really is an alien who escaped. Su Fan had been keeping an eye on this guy from behind because he might have equipment blessed by the gods, and perhaps this equipment could be used to help Athena unlock the seal. The Thunder Bear began to escape clumsily, but it was obvious that its speed was not as fast as the cavalry. Seeing that it was about to be caught up, the dark wizard held the dark magic ball and sprayed out a black mist, blocking the vision of Paladin and others. "Charge in and kill without mercy," Paladin ordered. A group of cavalrymen rushed into the black fog and killed people. When they came out, they did not find the dark wizard. There, Sufan's Chautif. He had been watching the dark wizard's movements. As the enemy army was defeated, he also began to advance step by step with his archers. Paladin and others followed Su Fan's instructions and rushed towards the dark wizard. The dark wizard panicked and even dropped the Thunder Bear. He disliked the bear's clumsy movements and started running around. There was another round of pursuit. Seeing that the opponent was about to catch up, the dark wizard actually knelt on the ground, holding the dark magic ball, muttering something, but he seemed quite excited. Immediately afterwards, Su Fan and the others saw an incredible scene. The dark magic ball turned into a pile of liquid, churning and wrapping up the dark wizard. Then the dark wizard's body continued to expand and change, and finally turned into a centaur. Su Fan's mouth dropped open in shock. What had he just seen? Was that Sun Wukong's transformation technique? It's a crazy world. Su Fan Kirst. This world is a magical one, where anything can happen, and it can't be judged by Earth's common sense. But this transformation technique still shocked Su Fan, because this was no longer just the use of magical energy, but involved the recombination of life genes. What the hell was I thinking? Science? Does the world need this? Su Fan shook off the messy thoughts in his head. At this time, Paladin and the others were also confused. After the dark wizard transformed into a centaur, he quickly joined the battle. Now the battlefield was in chaos, and it was unrecognizable if one was not careful. At this time, Athena stood up and said, "Let me do it." A silver lightning suddenly appeared in her eyes, and her gaze seemed to have substance, forming an illusory, faint light curtain that scanned the battlefield. Athena quickly retracted her gaze, revealed a confident smile, and came to Su Fan, saying, "Lord, may I lend you my longbow?" "Oh, okay." Su Fan handed the enchanted longbow to Athena. Athena took the longbow and rushed to the battlefield again, rushing left and right until she was close enough. Then she drew the bowstring and shot an arrow without any aiming. The arrow flew through the crowd and hit a centaur. Roar! The centaur fell to the ground wailing, and then a lot of black gas came out of its body, and the whole person turned into the appearance of a dark wizard again. However, at this time, the cunning, cowardly, and disgusting dark wizard was deader than dead. There was a big hole in his chest, revealing his white bones, but strangely, there was no blood inside. And beside it, a black magic ball rolled down and lay quietly on the ground. Paladin also arrived with his cavalry at this time. Paladin dismounted and spat. Damn it, he was so difficult to deal with, but in the end he still died under Lady Athena's arrow. After saying that, he picked up the dark magic ball. But as soon as he got it, Paladin was like being struck by lightning and stood there motionless. A black mist flashed in his eyes. At this time, Athena came close to Paladin, took a look at Paladin, and slapped Paladin on the back. Wow! Paladin suddenly exhaled a breath of black air, and then kept coughing, each cough bringing out a large wave of black air. Huh! Paladin, this thing is beyond your control. Athena smiled and took the dark orb from Paladin, saying, "If you hold this dark orb for a long time, you will no longer be a future Paladin, but a dark knight." Paladin looked at the dark magic ball in Athena's hand, his throat rolling, and said, "Lady Athena, can you let me see it again?" Athena was surprised. She looked at Paladin with a gleam in her eyes and said with a smile, "I didn't expect this dark magic ball to be so powerful. You've already fallen for it after just getting it." Paladin's eyes were red, his breathing was rapid, and he stared at the dark magic ball in Athena's hand, as if to snatch it away. "Paladin, wake up!" Athena scolded in a deep voice. She stretched out her fair jade arm. An array of colorful divine light appeared and shot into Paladin's forehead, and Paladin fainted on the ground instantly. The cavalrymen looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. "Take him back, and everything will be back to normal when he wakes up," Athena ordered. Although the cavalrymen nominally obeyed Paladin, they also knew that Athena was the person Su Fan was closest to and trusted the most, so they had no objection and helped Paladin onto the horse and took him away. Without the Dark Wizard and the Goatman leader, the other alien races had been defeated and no longer posed any threat, so the battle ended quickly. Perhaps affected by the blackening effect of the dark magic ball, none of these aliens retreated until they were all killed by Su Fan soldiers. Only then was it over. Stepping on the corpses of countless aliens, Su Fan, surrounded by soldiers, came to the aliens' lair. After checking that there was nothing valuable, Su Fan ordered the alien base to be burned down. Thick smoke billowed, and Su Fan and others rested for a while. After making sure that there were no other alien races around, they began to retreat. Ding! Temporary mission completed. You have found and destroyed the alien lair hidden in the ancient God Mountains, thus winning a period of peaceful development for your territory. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward. Light Infantry 500. Chapter 66, Breaking the Seal. The battle was over. The hidden dangers hidden in the mountains were eliminated, and Su Fan led the victorious team slowly forward in the Grand Canyon. It was already night, and a light snow had begun to fall. The cold moonlight shone down, illuminating the earth and making it appear bright. There were many wounded soldiers in these battles. They were now supported and moving slowly forward. When they returned to the territory, Athena would treat them. At the same time, Su Fan would squeeze out some water from the moon well and use it directly for treatment. On the way, Carl reported to Su Fan the casualties of the battle. A total of 54 heavy cavalrymen were killed in battle, 22 of them. 112 heavy infantrymen were killed in battle, 36 of them. 500 archers were killed in battle, 30 of them, for a total of 88 casualties. This casualty is actually acceptable because they killed about 1,000 alien monsters in this wave, and the casualty comparison is already very strong. Su Fan and his men mainly relied on the advantages of their equipment and the crazy output of the magic professionals. Athena suppressed the Goatman leader, Otherwise, the casualties would definitely be much higher than they are now. In fact, if the Dark Wizard hadn't been so difficult to deal with, Su Fan's casualties would have been much lower. Beep. Side quest released. You have eliminated the threats in the ancient God Mountains. Please build a checkpoint here as soon as possible to serve as your line of defense against the northern alien races. Mission reward. Blacksmith shop. Unique. The system suddenly released a side quest asking to build a level. This was actually part of Su Fan's plan, and construction would begin after the spring. But the reward for this mission feels a bit unfair. Building such a large level required a massive amount of manpower, material resources, and financial resources, yet the reward for the mission was just a blacksmith shop? What kind of gimmick is this? Then, Su Fan saw the detailed description of the blacksmith shop. System blacksmith shop only. System products are of the highest quality. The system's blacksmith shop can provide your troops with forging, repairing, and maintenance services. If you can provide the craftsmen with enough raw materials, the blacksmith shop can even create magical equipment for you. So, it's a blacksmith shop that can forge magical equipment. Doesn't that mean that magic swords and magic longbows can be mass-produced in the future? That's pretty close. Su Fan felt more at ease, and at the same time, he was already imagining a bright future. He imagined his own holy knights of light, each of them wearing magical equipment and galloping across the world, invincible. You have to know that there are very few magic professionals in this world, and there are even fewer magic blacksmiths and enchanters who can create magic equipment. The vast majority of them are controlled by the government, so this has led to a very strange phenomenon. Some powerful old magicians have their magic equipment taken away because they are out of official control, so when they fight with others in the wild, many of them are unarmed or holding ordinary iron swords. It is really unexpected that someone like Flame Enchantress can possess two pieces of magic equipment at once. Or maybe it was precisely because she illegally possessed magical equipment that she had been hiding in the wilderness, occupying the mountain as a king, becoming a bandit, and not daring to go out. There are 3 tasks in the current system task panel. Main quest, build docks and shipyards. The quest rewards Clipper sailboat construction drawings. Side quest, establish a level in the ancient God Mountains, and the quest rewards a special blacksmith shop. Special mission, awaken 100 magic professionals and establish the Holy Knights of Light. The mission reward is the Holy Book of Light. The long column was slowly advancing when suddenly a brilliant golden light shot up into the sky. The shadow of an angel suddenly appeared, dancing in the sky for a while before transforming into tiny specks of light that fell down. The soldiers were mesmerized by the scene, and Carl was even more awed. He murmured, "Is this a god descending to earth?" Everyone looked at Athena. At this time, Athena had returned to the state of the goddess of wisdom. She was wearing a white dress, a small crown on her head, a golden scepter in her left hand, and a transparent crystal ball in her right hand. The aura she exuded was extremely powerful, and she looked bright and radiant as she stood there, attracting everyone's attention. Lady Athena, has she become stronger again? Carl was surprised. Why were the people around Su Fan so mysterious and strange? Not to mention the soldiers who suddenly became stronger, this Athena of unknown origin was also ridiculously powerful. Judging from her appearance, it was obvious that she had broken through the realm. But why did such a strong anomaly appear? Even the legendary promotion to Grand Mage would only bring about this kind of vision. Only Su Fan was extremely surprised. He came to Athena, looked her up and down, and asked in a low voice, "Is your seal lifted?" Athena now seemed to be more beautiful than before. Her skin was whiter, like jade, and her pretty face had a layer of pure glow that could not be desecrated by others. She shook her head and said, "No, the seal has only been broken by a small part, less than 1%. Oh, Su Fan was very disappointed. He originally thought that Athena could break the seal directly and show the extraordinary power of the goddess of wisdom. From then on, she could kill gods and Buddhas and conquer the whole world. Now it seems that I was thinking too beautifully. What? Are you disappointed? Athena looked at Su Fan with a smile. No way. You are already very strong. Now that part of the seal has been released, you can help me even more. I am so happy that I don't have time to be disappointed. Su Fan explained hurriedly. Athena said slowly, "My strength has indeed improved a lot. The divine power I can now mobilize is 10 times that of before. Therefore, I can help you to develop your territory faster." Huh? That's great. Su Fan was ecstatic. What does this mean? It means that Athena can ripen larger areas of grain fields and accelerate larger construction projects. For example, docks and piers, and the ancient god mountain checkpoints and fortresses can all use Athena's power to complete these buildings faster and speed up the completion of tasks. It seems that the one who should be cultivated the most is Athena. Su Fan thought to himself. At this time, Su Fan saw the translucent crystal ball in Athena's hand, was startled, and asked, "Is this the treasure that contains the aura of the gods you mentioned?" Athena nodded. "That's right. So you absorbed the power from this crystal ball? That's how you broke the seal." "Yes. To be precise, I absorbed the divine power left by the god in this treasure. This external divine power resonated with the divine power in my body. The combination of internal and external attacks allowed a small part of my seal to be released." Athena explained. Chapter 67, Rumor Monger. But how could that thing have the aura of a god? Athena, have you discovered anything else? Su Fan asked. He had always been very interested in the gods of this world, and at the same time, he found them somewhat strange. Athena thought for a moment and shook her head. Based on this thing alone, I can't determine the strength and position of this god, but I can sense that this is an evil god. Evil god? Su Fan was puzzled. Athena explained, I don't know how this world defines gods, but in my understanding, gods can be divided into good and evil. Good gods absorb the faith of all races and use life to prosper and strengthen their godhood. Evil gods love destruction and death and absorb the resentful spirits of all races to strengthen their kingdom. And the one I sense this time, behind that dark magic ball, must be an evil god. Su Fan was silent. Since the gods were divided into righteous gods and evil gods, they naturally represented positivity and evil respectively. Now that the human world was about to be destroyed, those righteous gods showed up at no time. What does this mean? Su Fan didn't want to think too deeply about it. This expedition destroyed the alien monster's lair, and Athena also broke part of the seal. The most important thing was to find Athena's future development direction. As long as she continued to search for these treasures blessed by the gods, Athena could continue to be unsealed and become stronger. So Su Fan is now in high spirits and in a very happy mood. After the main force crossed the Silver Moon River, Su Fan left a beauty here and asked him to lead 150 garrison troops to continue defending here. At the same time, he strengthened training and tried to train these garrison recruits into a combat-ready regular army as soon as possible. Immediately afterwards, Su Fan and others headed towards the territory headquarters without stopping. After returning to the territory, Su Fan saw that everything was normal in the territory, and he felt relieved. This time, except for the 50 people guarding the quarry, it can be said that all the people are out, so Su Fan is also worried about the safety of the territory. He was not afraid of foreign invasion. It was winter now, and the roads in the wilderness had been blocked. External forces like Violet City could not get in at all. What Su Fan was worried about was that there would be restless people in the territory who would stir up trouble and rebel from within. There are not just the dozens of people in the territory at the beginning, but more than 2,000 people. These people are all refugees. Although they have undergone preliminary screening when they were recruited, no one can guarantee the character of these people. As long as there is someone with bad intentions among them, it may cause great chaos. Paladin had woken up at this time and rubbed his eyes. After being reminded by everyone, he remembered what happened that day. Thinking that he was almost bewitched by the dark magic ball, Paladin was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. However, his mental state was not good at the moment, and he looked very weak, so Su Fan asked him to lead the soldiers back to the barracks and settle down. Su Fan returned to the executive hall and immediately summoned all the senior officials. Soon Gould, Xiao Suo, Filin, Kong Ding, and others gathered together. Su Fan sat in the first seat and saw that Xiao Suo and the others looked very serious. They did not have the excitement they had when they welcomed Su Fan back victoriously in the past. Tell me, during the time I was leading the troops on the expedition, did anything happen in the territory? Xiao Suo stepped forward and said, My lord, just as you thought, there is a rebellion in the territory. Oh, Su Fan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that he had guessed it right. Who is it? Xiao Suo said, The day after you left, someone suddenly spread rumors throughout the territory, saying that a foreign tribe had appeared in the north, numbering tens of thousands. They said the soldiers you brought with you would be unable to resist them, and that the foreign army would capture this place within 10 days. They told us to leave quickly, and many people were persuaded and even planned to leave. Fortunately, Gould discovered it in time, and we took decisive measures to control the situation. Oh, has the person who spread the rumor been controlled? Su Fan's face was as calm as water. We've got it under control. There are two people who started the rumor. We've questioned them about their backgrounds. They're both from the Starlight province of the Moon God Empire. They're both businessmen and currently run a clothing workshop in our territory, managed by Gould. At this time, Gould also stood up, his face a little ashamed, and said, I recruited both of them. It is my responsibility. Please punish them, Lord. Su Fan waved his hand and said, let's put this aside for now. Xiao So, what is the purpose of these two people doing this? Is there someone who instructs them to do this? Xiao Suo said, they claim to be under Viscount Fording's orders, seeking every opportunity to disrupt the territory's development. Besides this, they also stole the salt production technology from a sea salt factory. Fortunately, the heavy snow blocked the roads, and they didn't have time to leak this technology. Otherwise, our salt advantage would have been gone. Humph, they really were sent by Violet City. Su Fan's face was filled with unconcealed anger. I will settle this account sooner or later. Although he and Viscount Fording served the same emperor and belonged to the same aristocratic faction, and in peacetime they were colleagues, in the face of the current situation, the emperor was overwhelmed and unable to effectively govern the local areas. The trend of each region declaring itself a king was very obvious, and even a number of annexations had occurred. Su Fan himself will definitely go out and conquer the world. The first obstacle blocking his way forward is Violet City. So Su Fan has long had a plan to annex Violet City. And now it seems obvious that Viscount Fording of Violet City also wants to annex him. Haha, this world is becoming more and more murderous. Although Su Fan was smiling, his eyes were cold. Xiao Suo, how did you deal with these two people? Su Fan asked. Xiao Suo replied, we'll imprison them both in a room and keep watch day and night, waiting for the Lord's return to make his decision. Su Fan nodded. Although Xiao Suo and Fei Lin were directly selected by him and did not have particularly outstanding abilities, as time went by, they had become more and more mature in the court, and their abilities were getting stronger. This made Su Fan feel relieved, proving that he still had people available. Athena, interrogate these two men again. If there are no other circumstances, find a good day and execute them in public. I understand, Lord. Athena nodded. At this moment, the system suddenly sounded a prompt. Side Quest 2 release. Your territory has a large population and has formed a certain scale. Please enact laws, build courts and prisons, and distinguish between justice and evil for your people, so that your territory can be put on the right track. Mission Reward. Light Cavalry, 500. Chapter 68, Punishment and Law. Another side quest has been triggered? Can two side quests appear at the same time? Su Fan was puzzled. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. However, this task did serve as a reminder to Su Fan. He had previously considered issuing some regulations as guidelines for territory management, but he was so busy with other affairs that he never had the chance to think about it. Now, the system directly issues the task, and you don't have to think about it. Just follow the system instructions. So, Su Fan said, also, I think we should also enact some laws and regulations. The residents of our territory come from all over, and a considerable number of them are from abroad. We need to unify the standards and let them know what they should and should not do. Kongding stood up and said, my lord, please give your orders. How are the docks and piers being built now? Kongding replied, due to the extremely cold weather and the occasional freezing of the sea, construction is quite difficult and it will take a long time to complete. That won't do, Su Fan said. The construction of the territory cannot be delayed. You must overcome all difficulties. I will ask Athena to help you complete the construction of the dock and the shipyard within 15 days. Kongding was helpless and smiled bitterly. Okay, I will do my best. Su Fan added, the docks and shipyards cannot be used. You also need to build a court and a prison. Build them south of the residential area, a little further away, to keep them away from the residents. Kongding nodded. Both the court and the prison are easy. There's no difficulty. Just give me enough manpower, and they can be completed within 15 days. Well, that's good. Su Fan nodded and looked at Athena again. Athena, I want you to gather a group of educated people to be responsible for studying the formulation of legal provisions that are in line with our current reality. How about this? You lead people to draft a batch of legal provisions and give them to me to review, and then we will discuss and revise them. Athena said, okay, I will give you the draft law within 10 days. The solar terms in this world are somewhat different from those on Earth. After the festival of praise to the gods, it means that the coldest days are over. The falling snow has stopped, but the ground is still covered with snow. After nearly half a year of hard work, the plain of Silver Moon Bay has developed into a small village with rows of wooden houses neatly arranged. In addition to the long house, many new houses have also been built here. They were designed by Kong Ding, with the least resource consumption and the least construction difficulty, but they have everything they need, such as courtyards, walls, and living rooms. Many newly formed families and people who worked hard in the territory moved into these new homes. Several streets were compacted and leveled and were 12 meters wide. By this standard, they far exceeded the largest streets in Violet City and were even comparable to some main streets in the capital of the Moon Goddess Empire. This is the foundation Su Fan is laying for future development. His city is developing rapidly, so he must take a long-term view. There are many shops and workshops on both sides of the street. A blacksmith shop, a tailor shop, a grain store, a bookstore, and even 2 small restaurants. In the north and west of the territory, the walls have been completely built, and there is a gate and 5 arrow towers that can serve as defensive facilities. Outside the residential area, outside the walls, are large tracts of grain fields, neatly arranged and pleasing to the eye. Outside the executive hall is a newly opened square with a flat ground covering an area of about 1,000 square meters. At this time, many residents gathered on this flat land, and the streets were deserted. In the middle of the small square, a stake was set up, and 2 men were tied to the iron pillars. They had disheveled hair, tattered clothes, and terrified expressions on their faces. Below the iron pillar was a pile of dry firewood, with some heavy infantry standing on both sides, fully armed and wearing devil masks, exuding a murderous aura. Athena held a golden scepter in one hand and a parchment scroll in the other. He raised the scepter and shouted. Territory residents Misai and Taldo spread rumors while the Lord was away fighting against the aliens, with ulterior motives. Upon investigation, they were found to be spies sent by the Lord of Violet City. By the Lord's order, they're now sentenced to death by burning at the stake. No, don't burn me to death. I was wrong. Lord Su Fan, I was wrong. The 2 men shouted in horror, screaming at the top of their lungs, struggling constantly, but it was useless. A heavy infantryman threw the torch in his hand onto the pile of firewood, which had been spilled with a large amount of oil. Now, when it encountered the open flame, it immediately exploded, and the raging flames began to burn, soon engulfing the 2 men. The screams coming from the flames sounded particularly terrifying. The residents of the surrounding territories reacted differently when they heard the sound. Some were frightened, some retreated in fear, some applauded, and some covered their eyes and couldn't bear to look at it. Bah, it turns out they are really 2 spies with ulterior motives. I even had a drink with this guy Taldo. I was really blind. A man cursed. They were actually sent by Violet City. How despicable. Their city lord, whose name seems to be Fording, not only did not allow us to settle in the city, but also only gave us a little rice soup every day. We didn't even have a piece of white flour. He wanted us to leave as soon as possible. Now he even sent spies to try to get us to escape from here. What a cold-blooded city lord. Many people transferred their hatred to Violet City, and their perception of Viscount Fording dropped to freezing point. All nobles in the world are the same, of course, except for our lord. Lord Su Fan has been very kind to us and allowed us to build our home here, but we actually believe the rumors. Alas, someone sighed, feeling ashamed. This is the last paradise on Earth. Even if those alien monsters really come here, where can we run to? We might as well pick up weapons and fight to the death. We've been running for so long. Isn't that enough? The residents of the territory were discussing things like this. Soon, the screams stopped, and the 2 spies had been burned to ashes. Athena spoke again. I am following the order of the Lord to promulgate the laws of Silver Moon Territory. There are a total of 170 laws, including 13 death penalty laws, 27 flogging laws, 100 imprisonment laws, and 30 warning and education laws. I will post these laws on every street, and the executive office is speeding up the construction of a prison and a court, and these laws will be enforced with the utmost resolve. Chapter 69 New Department. The formulation and promulgation of laws provide direction for the lives of the residents of the territory. Soon, 10 days later, the court and prison on the south side of the territory were completed. Su Fan selected a rigorous, serious, but capable person from the executive office to serve as the judge of this court. This person's name is Saluo. He is 30 years old and comes from the war god empire. His father is a judge, and his mother is a lady from a wealthy family. He has a good family heritage and is of extremely high quality. Moreover, this person is born with a strong sense of justice and strives to do things to perfection. So Sufan appointed him as the president of the court and the warden of the prison, and at the same time began to set up the Ministry of Justice, which was responsible for the revision of laws, the trial of cases, and the execution of penalties. Ding! Side quest completed. You have enacted laws, established courts and prisons. Congratulations on receiving the quest reward. Light Cavalry 500. The mission was accomplished, and Sufan's military force became even stronger. Adding the 500 light infantrymen he had acquired earlier, Sufan's current troop strength is as follows. 32 heavy cavalrymen, 10 of whom are magic knights. 76 heavy infantrymen, 100 sharpshooters, and 370 longbowmen. 500 light infantry, 500 light cavalry, a total of 1,578 system soldiers. Adding 200 garrison soldiers, Sufan now has a total of 1,778 armed forces. The total population of the territory now only adds up to more than 3,000 people, which already accounts for nearly half of the territory's population, a very high proportion. Fortunately, there is no need to pay military wages for these soldiers now, only to provide them with food. Otherwise, Sufan would definitely not be able to support these guys. However, even so many soldiers still put great supply pressure on the territory. The wear and tear and replacement of equipment, the supply of military rations, food and fodder for war horses, and various military supplies all require money. Soon, it was February. The weather has gradually warmed up, and the temperature has risen. On this day, more than 500 people gathered on the East Coast. This place has been transformed from a deserted beach into a huge building. The pier and the dock are only 1 kilometer apart. 2 roads have been rammed out on the beach, showing obvious signs of development. Today is the day when the dock and the pier are completed at the same time. Sufan came here, and with him came a beauty and Kongding. My lord, this is the best dock and shipyard that our territory can currently build. The dock can accommodate 10 large sea vessels at the same time, and the dock can build 5 large sea vessels at the same time. Kongding explained his work to Sufan, his words full of pride. Not bad. This way, I can build a fleet faster. Sufan has always been very satisfied with Kongding's efficiency. Every member of his professional construction team is an engineering expert, and they work more efficiently than machines. The 3 of them walked past the group of more than 500 people, who all raised their arms and shouted, "Long live Lord Sufan! Long live the Lord! Silver Moon Lord is invincible!" Sufan waved to them and then asked Kongding beside him, "Are these the workers you found to build the ship?" Kongding nodded and said, "That's right. There are 550 people in total. All of them have a certain level of engineering skills. With just a little training, they can start working." Ding! Main quest completed. Sea salt brings you wealth. Cement helps you build cities, and docks and piers help you conquer the ocean. Go on an adventure. There are dangers and treasures in the vast ocean, and only true warriors can get them. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward. Clipper sailboat construction blueprints. A large amount of information flooded into Sufan's mind. Sufan was already prepared. In addition, his strength had increased during this period, so the pain this time was less severe than last time. Clipper boat, hooray! Sufan was already beaming with joy. Sailing technology also existed in this world, but because neither the Moon God Empire nor the War God Empire had vigorously developed the ocean, the Dragon Kingdom in the northeast of the continent and the Paus Islands Kingdom in the southeast had a greater demand for navigation, which resulted in slow progress in ship technology. Clipper sailboat is a type of sailboat that has the advantage of high speed. It originated in the 19th century and has been developed very maturely on the Earth. This type of ship has a small freeboard and fewer superstructures, which not only improves the stability of the ship, but also allows the sails to play their full role. This type of ship has a long, sharp, curved, scissor-shaped bow, which presents a posture suitable for racing. It can cut through the waves at sea to reduce wave resistance, and its momentum is so fierce that it is called a scissor type. This type of ship also has great potential for transformation. As long as it is large enough and has a displacement of more than 3,000 tons, it can travel at high speed and carry people and cargo, just like on Earth. In the 1870s, This type of sailing ship was the main means of transportation for global maritime trade, but it was only after the Industrial Revolution that it was quickly replaced by steamships. It can be said that this type of ship is the pinnacle of traditional ships and the last ray of light of the sailing age. Ding! Main quest updated. Build 5 clipper ships and form your first ocean fleet. Mission reward: papermaking technology. It's actually papermaking technology. This is amazing. Su Fan was surprised. The emergence of paper can greatly speed up the transmission of information and reduce the cost of knowledge dissemination. Compared with cement technology and clipper ship technology, papermaking technology is currently the most powerful technology. Su Fan brought Kong Ding and a beauty to the dock and stood there looking at the sea. The sea and the sky were one color. The sky was clear blue, and there were seagulls circling in the sky, which made people feel very comfortable. Konting, I will teach you the technology to build a new type of sailboat. You must work at full capacity day and night and build 5 new types of ships in the shortest possible time. Su Fan said with his hands behind his back that he planned to build 3 2,000-ton clipper ships and 2 1,000-ton clipper ships, with light and heavy ships complementing each other and cooperating with each other to ensure that they can cope with more complex maritime conditions. Also, a beauty, I appoint you as Minister of the Oceans and Maritime Affairs, responsible for establishing a navy. You must recruit 500 young men who are capable of sailing and train them. As soon as a ship is produced, there will be someone ready to sail it out to carry out my orders. A beauty nodded, thought for a moment, and said, establishing a navy is no problem, but we have too few people in our territory. If I withdraw 500 people, will production in our territory be affected? Su Fan said, don't worry about that. Wait another half month, and when the temperature rises a bit, I'll have Gould go to Violet City to continue recruiting refugees. You have to remember, as long as we have the strength, we won't be afraid of lack of population. Understood. Chapter 70 changes outside Violet City. The large-scale construction of the territory has begun. The cement plant and 2 brick kilns have been completed. Workers are working overtime day and night to produce cement and green bricks, and a very large amount has been stored so far. Clay mines, limestone mines, logging sites, quarries, sea salt fields, and coastal fisheries all never stop working. The Minister of Industry, Philin, who had been leisurely before, has become a very busy man. He is rarely seen every day. He needs to personally supervise the production and supply of every factory. Otherwise, there will be a backlog of raw materials and a waste of manpower and material resources. The shipyard also worked day and night. A total of 5 sailboats were under construction, with more than 500 workers busy at work. Candon personally took charge of the command. Sometimes Athena would come and use her divine power to help them produce the ships. At the dock nearby, on a dozen small fishing boats, 500 selected naval soldiers were wielding swords and practicing sea combat. Based on the books he could find and some information he inquired about, a beauty personally compiled a general guide to naval operations. Although it was still incomplete and lacked various tactics, the book talked about the Navy's strategic thinking and the current main goals. Once it was passed on to each soldier, it would help improve the soldier's cognition. Carl replaced Abdi and went to the northern defense line, while Paladin was responsible for the security of the territory base, but it still seemed stretched and lacked talent. All aspects of the territory were running smoothly. With the assistance of these ministers, Su Fan had a lot of free time. He used his free time to practice hard. He sat next to the moon well every day, absorbing the rich magical aura emanating from the moon well. Finally, Su Fan achieved a breakthrough. He felt the magic core within him suddenly become solid, no longer like a cloud. The appearance of this magic core gave him a sense of fulfillment. He felt the magic power within him surge and prosper, and his control over the magic elements became easier and more natural. In general, he has become stronger, and now he has officially entered the realm of intermediate magician. Half a month later, the temperature rose and the ice and snow began to melt. Gould finally led a caravan to Violet City to trade. Although Su Fan had already developed ambitions for Violet City and was still resentful of Viscount Fording's sending of spies, trade could not be cut off. Throughout the winter, Silvermoon Bay consumed a huge amount of resources, and various daily necessities were in short supply, so Gould's mission this time was very heavy. In addition to procurement, the main purpose this time became recruiting refugees and increasing the population. Spring is about to arrive, and many places in the territory need to be built, such as a second sawmill and quarry, More new houses and warehouses, a northern checkpoint fortress, and roads, all of which require a large population. This time, Su Fan also gave Gould a lot of power, allowing him to recruit up to 5,000 people. To ensure the smooth arrival of these 5,000 men, Su Fan sent Paladin with all the heavy cavalry and all the light cavalry, a total of 532 men as guards. If Viscount Fording did anything bad, Paladin could come to the rescue in time. Violet City. When Gould led the caravan into the territory of Violet City, he was extremely shocked by the scenes before him. After leaving the wilderness, the first place they came to was a small town called Ziyun Town. Gould still remembered that this town was very beautiful. Every household planted violets, which were extremely beautiful when in full bloom, making the place look like a fairy tale world. At that time, working farmers and pedestrians could be seen everywhere, creating a peaceful and tranquil scene. But now, there are refugees everywhere. On both sides of the road and under the big trees, there are refugees with ragged clothes and pale faces. For some unknown reason, all the vegetation here has been pulled out, and even the bark of the big trees has been stripped off, as if they had been gnawed by someone. What was even more terrifying was that Gould found many corpses lying casually on a roadside, almost rotten and stinking, but no one cared. How did this place become like this? It's like the hell in the church murals. Gould was horrified. At this time, the refugees also saw Gould and his group, especially when they saw the 50 armored bulls behind them and the ox cart covered tightly with oilcloth. Many people's eyes showed greed. Master Gould, we can't go any further. A farmer walked up to Gould and said, "Look at their expressions. It's obvious that they're thinking about how to rob us. We can't go any further. I never thought that after one winter, this place would turn into a living hell." Gould sighed to the heavens. He had also fled from the war god Empire, originally one of these people. Now, seeing this scene, while feeling emotion and sympathy, he was also grateful. If the Lord hadn't taken us in, I probably wouldn't have survived this winter. At this time, he saw several wanderers walking towards them. There was undisguised greed in their eyes, and their eyes were glowing green, as if they saw delicious food. This feeling made Gould and everyone around him feel numb. Draw your weapons and prepare for defense. Gould ordered. The paladin and the cavalry did not show up. They were going to follow Gould, but Gould strongly dissuaded them. Gould thought that it was pointless for Paladin and others to follow him into the city. If Violet City really wanted to kill them, Paladin and others would not be able to escape since they were in the enemy camp. In this case, it would be better to let Paladin wait outside the city with the cavalry, so that they can provide support at the critical moment. However, to be on the safe side, Gould and his companions were all armed with weapons, including short knives, long swords, daggers, and everything else. This is also what people in this era should do. Seeing Gould and others draw their weapons, the wanderers retreated unwillingly. Be careful. Let's go there slowly. If something goes wrong, the most important thing is to escape first. Gould ordered. He led the caravan forward carefully. There were wanderers everywhere along the way. Most of them could build a shack with dead branches and hay. They walked along as if they had come to a slum. After finally arriving in Violet City, we found that martial law had already been imposed. Very few people entered and left the city, and everyone was strictly interrogated. The city walls were covered with archers, who glanced down from time to time, full of vigilance. "Stop, what are you doing?" Several soldiers stopped Gould, and Gould smiled and said, "I'm from Silvermoon Bay, and I came here specifically to trade with your lord." "Oh, Silvermoon Bay? Are you here to sell salt?" The soldier asked. He knew that with the increase in the number of vagrants in recent months, the price of food had skyrocketed, but the price of salt had remained very stable, and miraculously, it had fallen instead of rising, making the residents of the city breathe a sigh of relief. During this period, the legend of Silvermoon Bay also spread throughout the city. 3 trades brought food once and salt twice, which are the materials they needed most. So many people began to look forward to when the people from Silvermoon Bay could come again. Chapter 71, Viscount Fording's Plan. After learning that the caravan came from Silvermoon Bay, the soldiers guarding the city showed great enthusiasm. They let them pass without even checking and sent someone to the city lord's mansion to report the matter at full speed. Viscount Fording was currently enjoying himself on his maid's belly. After hearing his subordinate's report, he didn't show any surprise. Instead, he frowned and muttered to himself, "After a whole winter, those guys in Silvermoon Bay still have the energy to bring in salt for trade? Those 2,000 refugees he took in from me earlier, didn't they actually drag Su Fan down? At this time, Bon also came to Viscount Fording and said excitedly, "My lord, I heard that people have arrived from Silver Moon Bay. They brought 50 carts of salt, enough for us to make a lot of money." At this time, Bon was promoted again. He was transferred from the Foreign Affairs Office to the General Office and became a close aide to Viscount Fording. Viscount Fording, however, showed little interest. He asked, "Bon, what do you think of Silver Moon Bay?" Bon was stunned and the smile on his face disappeared. He was also a smart man, so how could he not know what Viscount Fording meant? Silver Moon Bay. I've dealt with their lord, Su Fan, and also with Gould. I think they're both very smart and amazing. Silver Moon Bay is so far away and so difficult to travel to, yet they can actually live there and even support so many refugees. It's incredible. Bon chose his words carefully. In fact, to him, the people in Silver Moon Bay were all very nice to him. Su Fan and Gould both gave him huge bribes, which made it impossible for him to have any other ideas. Viscount Fording stood up and lingered in front of Bon for a moment before saying, "Bon, what do you think a normal lord, with nothing, can achieve in 6 months?" Bon was silent for a moment, then said, "6 months is too short. I'm afraid we've only just begun to settle down." Viscount Fording said darkly, "Yes, half a year is too short. Bon, do you know what happened in the north?" Bon was stunned. He wondered what was wrong with his lord today. Why was he talking about Su Fan and suddenly brought up the situation in the north? The situation in the north is very delicate right now. After thinking for a moment, Bon hesitated and said, "You mean Grand Duke Luo Xiong?" Viscount Fording nodded and said, "Grand Duke Luo Xiong has already sent troops to the capital to defend the emperor. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is a pretense. His true intention is to fight for the throne." No way. Bon was startled and screamed. Viscount Fording glared at him, and Bon realized his loss of composure and quickly covered his mouth. "Grand Duke Luo Xiong is your majesty's uncle. Could he possibly want to seize the throne from his nephew?" Bon didn't quite believe it, because in history, the royal family struggles of major empires were generally struggles between direct and collateral lines, and few relatives could intervene. Who can say for sure? All the major legions of the empire have been beaten to a pulp. The strongest is none other than Grand Duke Luo Xiong in the west. His Lion Legion and Sirius Legion have been stationed at the western border, defending the Thunder Kingdom and Storm Kingdom. They haven't seen any battle so far, and their legions are intact. Furthermore, Grand Duke Luo Xiong is no pushover. Fording said he recalled that when he first came to Beijing to pay homage to His Majesty the Emperor, he had met Grand Duke Luo Xiong at an aristocratic banquet. The man was wearing a fox fur coat, mature and steady, serious and unsmiling, with a domineering aura, and he was the focus wherever he went. At that time, a servant accidentally spilled some wine, which soaked the dress of the female companion brought by Grand Duke Luo Xiong. Grand Duke Luo Xiong became angry on the spot, drew the sword at his waist, and chopped off the servant's head. Viscount Fording still remembers that bloody banquet. He was shocked and knew how cruel and ruthless this man was. Once Grand Duke Luo Xiong truly seizes the imperial power, the already unstable regions will surely erupt into even greater chaos. By then, our country will be invaded by foreign races from outside and be plagued by warlords fighting within. Bon was stunned when he heard what Viscount Fording said. He hadn't expected the situation in the country to evolve to this point. Now that the Moon Goddess Empire has suffered defeat after defeat and has moved its capital to Sun City, it still has to face the struggle for the throne and warlord infighting? Oh my God, how bad will this situation get? Bon was shocked for a while before he recovered and asked anxiously, "Then, Lord, what should we do?" Viscount Fording was silent for a moment, then said, "The current situation could easily lead to a complete collapse, so we must find a way to occupy Silver Moon Bay and make it our retreat. If the Empire blocks the alien race, we will find an opportunity to attack North Wind City or the Blackrock Duchy and establish our own kingdom. If the Empire is defeated and the aliens reach here, we will go to Silver Moon Bay. If that doesn't work, we will go out to sea and go to the kingdom of the Paus Islands. I don't believe those damned alien monsters can go out to sea to hunt us down." Gal, the Lord is wise. Bon flattered him at the right time. "So this time, you will receive the caravan from Silver Moon Bay. You can agree to whatever they ask for and appease them first. I will arrange for people to act at night and behead them all. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Viscount Fording's eyes. Bon moment, good, Zufan, I'm sorry. To be honest, he felt a little reluctant, because Gould and Su Fan were both very good to him, and there was no deep hatred between them. Bon was unwilling to do this from the bottom of his heart, but he also knew that the two sides had different positions, and since he was receiving a salary from Viscount Fording, he had to work for Viscount Fording. After Bon left, Viscount Fording took a sip of wine from his glass and said to the maid, "Send Maggle to see me." Yes. The maid agreed softly and straightened her clothes. The blush on her face had not completely faded. Gould and others received a warm hospitality from Bon. Bon also invited Gould and others to stay in the best inn and had a delicious meal there. "The salt you brought us this time has been a great help to us. Don't worry, we will continue to pay you according to the previous price." Bon said, "I have booked a room for you. You can sleep here tonight." Gould shook his head and said, "No need. We have our own place in the city. Have you forgotten that when I came here last time, I bought a shop in the city center? There are people I hired there who have already cleaned the room for me." Chapter 72, Night Attack. Gould politely declined Bon's invitation. After completing the transaction with Bon, he took his men to the city to make large purchases. The business owners and workshop owners in Violet City were extremely excited after hearing that someone from Silver Moon Bay was coming. They even swarmed to the door of the Silver Moon Bay office building in Violet City, without Gould even having to go there himself. "Sir, take a look at the jewelry I sell. It took a 30-year-old goldsmith a month to make it. It is the only one of its kind in the city." A jeweler was holding a string of gold jewelry to sell to Gould. "Go away. Only a fool would buy your jewelry these days. My lord, we have tea and fine wine here, as well as the finest candles and furniture, all of which are the most practical things. Brother Gould, I have brought a load of sheepskins. They are cheap, and I can give them to you at wholesale price. I have iron, ore, and excellent steel knives. They are extremely sharp. Would you like to purchase some?" Hundreds of businessmen gathered at the door of the building, but Gould did not seem impatient. Instead, he received them one by one and purchased large quantities of what they needed. This time, he came not only to purchase various daily necessities, but also to buy a large number of raw materials. The optimization of docks and piers and the construction of houses all require many rare materials, such as a kind of natural raw rubber produced in this world, which can be used as a sealed suture material after a little processing. The Silver Moon territory has a great demand for this. In addition, there's a large amount of iron, ore, or high-quality steel. The recent battles have caused great damage to equipment, especially arrows. There is a big gap now, and it is urgently needed to be replenished. This lively atmosphere lasted until very late, and it was not until the lights came on that Gould dragged his tired body back to the building. Two local people from Violet City were employed in this building. They were both young and efficient, and were responsible for assisting Gould in handling trade-related matters. At this time, one of the young men came to Gould and whispered, "Sir, how do you arrange the guard duty tonight?" Gould said, "Just like the previous arrangement, send 5 people out and find a place nearby to serve as secret sentries. The others will be divided into 2 shifts to carry out duty. Keep the lights on and the doors and windows sealed." As the son of a wealthy family, Gould has seen the twists and turns of the business world and knows that some people will take risks for wealth. He has experienced too many such cases of people being tempted by money, so he is very cautious. Not to mention that he now has a large amount of gold coins and has purchased a lot of things. He can be said to be the focus of the entire Violet City. After a quick tidy up, Gould returned to his room and fell into a deep sleep. Late winter and early spring. The moon is dark and the wind is strong. On the rooftop next to this building, a dozen people dressed in black wrapped themselves tightly, holding steel knives in their hands, lying on the rooftop looking at the office building. "Don't these people sleep at night? The lights haven't been turned off yet," an assassin said impatiently. They had been waiting here for 2 hours for this assassination. It was so cold and they were wearing thin clothes. Now, they were almost frozen. "Wait a little longer," the leading assassin whispered. "These guys, are they doing this on purpose?" "They are so alert," said an assassin. "The world is so chaotic right now that even walking down the city streets requires carrying weapons. It's normal for this caravan to do so." The assassins chatted intermittently. After a while, it was already midnight. The assassin leader suddenly ordered, "They are too vigilant. We can't wait any longer. Everyone, prepare to attack." "Yes, yes." The assassins were startled, gathered their strength, picked up their cold steel knives, and prepared to attack. "Superior." Whoosh whoosh. More than a dozen black shadows swooped down from the roof like giant birds and rushed towards the office building from all directions. At this time, the sentries hiding in the darkness discovered this scene and were shocked. They immediately beat drums and gongs to sound the alarm. Dang, 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 dang. The violent sound of gongs broke the silence of the night sky, and the barking of dogs in residents' homes was heard continuously. Damn it, we've been discovered. There are their secret sentries over there. Send 2 people to deal with these sentries, and the rest of you follow me in, leaving no one behind. Yes. Gould had also been awakened by this. Someone came running over with a dagger in his hand and said, "There are assassins trying to break in, but they are blocked by our gate. They're trying to break it down." Gould cursed inwardly and said, "Let's get out of here quickly, quickly, and use the underground passage." When he bought the shop, he had a passage dug specifically to store valuable goods and to prevent situations like today from happening. The caravan members were hurriedly preparing to go down the passage, but with a loud bang, the door was knocked open. The leading assassin was emitting a dark yellow light. He was actually a magic swordsman. "Damn it, go!" Gould yelled and jumped into the tunnel, followed by the others. However, there were too many people in the caravan, and before more than 50 people had time to escape, the assassins had already rushed in front of them. "I'm going to fight you. Long live Silver Moon Bay. Lord Sufan will avenge us. Kill." Among these 50 people, many are refugees and some are farmers. They have deep feelings for Sufan and Silver Moon Bay and regard it as their home. So when faced with this situation, these people burst out with unparalleled courage and determination. They fought with the assassins with daggers in hand. The iron gate of the tunnel was closed and locked, leaving them with no way to retreat. "Humph, you don't know how to live or die. Kill them all," the assassin leader said coldly. Gould and others heard the fighting outside in the tunnel and couldn't help crying. They knew that their companions would not be able to fall down because they protected themselves with their lives. "Quick, leave here. We can't let our brothers die in vain." Gould wiped away his tears, hatred welling up in his eyes. These assassins, since they can employ a magic swordsman to lead them, they're most likely sent by Violet City. "Brothers, when we return to the territory, we must report this to Lord Sufan and ask him to avenge our tragically killed companions." Good. The caravan members were also full of hatred, but now was not the time to talk about it, as the iron gate of the tunnel could not hold out for long. Soon, they walked out from the other side of the tunnel. It was only 100 meters away from their residence and was a weedy field. Gould led the rest of the people to continue moving forward in the dark and found a hidden corner to settle down. Chapter 73, Paladin's Actions. In a dilapidated courtyard in Violet City, Gould and his caravan members gathered here. 21, 22. Damn it, there are only 22 of us left. Gould counted the people around him and found that more than half of them failed to escape. Everyone was in a very heavy mood. Someone asked, "Lord Gould, what should we do now? The city gate is heavily guarded, as everyone has seen. We can't escape even if we want to." Gould thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry too much. They've only dealt with me and only know me. It should be fine for you to leave the city." "And you?" Gould smiled bitterly and said, "I'll stay in the city for a few days. Perhaps I can leave once the storm has died down. You should leave the city immediately and report this to General Paladin. Have him inform the Lord that Violet City has broken with us." Good. On the other side, in the executive hall of Violet City, Viscount Fording listened to his subordinates' reports and cursed. "What's that guy McGill doing? He can't even handle such a small matter." A subordinate nearby asked, "My Lord Viscount, what should we do now? Should we seal off the city and find Gould and the others?" "Humph, that's not necessary. He's just a merchant. It's not worth us sealing off the city to capture him. We can just have the city defense forces strictly check everyone entering and leaving the city. By the way, how is the confiscated supplies?" The subordinate replied, "We found nearly 50,000 gold coins, as well as a large amount of supplies purchased by Gould." "Very good. These supplies were provided by merchants in our city. We can't let them know that this incident is related to us, otherwise they will hate me to death. How about this? You send someone from the Ministry of Trade to take these goods to the Black Rock Principality to dispose of them. The price can be lower, but must be kept safe and confidential." The subordinate nodded. "I understand. Also, bring me Generals Major, Long E, and Long G," said Viscount Fording. "Yes, in the vast wilderness, only 5 kilometers away from Xian Town." After several trades, several wooden houses have been built here to facilitate the stationing and stay of the caravan escort troops. Some food is kept here all year round, and a well has been dug. It can be regarded as a small supply station. Paladin ate the roasted rabbit he had hunted and nibbled on some wild fruit, saying, "It's been 5 days. Why hasn't that Gould come back yet?" A cavalry soldier nearby said, "Could something have happened?" Paladin shook his head and said, "That's hard to say. Violet City has sent spies into our territory, attempting to incite rebellion. Their ambitions are extremely inflated. The Lord asked me to bring so many troops this time to prevent any unexpected events." At this moment, a sentry suddenly shouted, "General, someone is coming." Paladin and others quickly put down the food in their hands and walked out of the wooden house. They saw a man staggering towards them. He looked very tired, his clothes were torn, and he almost fell down. "General Paladin, save me." When the man saw the Paladin and the large army, he was so happy that he almost cried, and his voice was trembling. "He's one of ours. Go and bring him here," Paladin ordered, already certain in his heart that something must have happened to Gould's caravan. "Everyone, put on your armor and prepare for battle." Crash! The sound of soldiers putting on armor continued to ring out. The process of heavy cavalry putting on armor was very slow and required preparation in advance. Soon, the man who ran over was brought before Paladin. Seeing Paladin, the man knelt on the ground and cried bitterly, "General, our caravan is finished." When the cavalrymen nearby heard this, their faces all darkened. Paladin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his voice was already cold. "What's going on? Where's Gould?" "Wow, we were attacked by assassins while we were spending the night in the city. Lord Gould led us out through the tunnel, and then the rest of us found a chance to leave the city, but we didn't expect." "Haven't you thought of anything?" Paladin seemed very impatient, and he was already angry. "After we left the city, we thought we were safe, but those assassins appeared again. We fled separately, and most of them were killed. I was the only one who escaped. Who are these assassins? And where is Gould?" "Lord Gould knows that he is conspicuous and many people know him, so he is still in the city. 2 of our brothers are also in the city and did not come out to accompany him. As for those assassins, we don't know where they came from, but the leader is a magic swordsman, so we suspect they were sent by the Violet City Lord's mansion." "Magic swordsman? Humph, in that case, let's go to Violet City to get him." Paladin shouted, "Everyone, mount your horses and follow me." "No, general." The man trembled and said, "Before we left the city, Lord Gould repeatedly told us to send you to the Lord. Violet City has broken with us. How could you have resisted his regular army? This actually makes sense." Paladin brought all the cavalry troops this time, with only 32 heavy cavalrymen, and the rest were light cavalrymen. Their equipment was not much better than that of the regular army of Violet City. Paladin didn't listen. He grabbed a spear, mounted his horse, and donned his own demonic mask. He said, "The Lord has assigned me to protect the caravan. Now they're in trouble. How can I just go back and tell them without saying anything? Okay, you don't have to say anything. I'll assign 2 of them to you. The 3 of you will accompany me. Ride back as fast as you can and tell the Lord what's happened." The man wanted to say something else, but he also understood that he was just a commoner and had no right to change Paladin's decision. Soon, Paladin set off with his large army, while 2 light cavalrymen took the caravan member back to report the news. On the way, Paladin was thinking about how to rescue Gould. It was impossible to attack the city by force, and Gould was not worthy of being rescued at the cost of his life. What he had to do was to find out the strength and military movements of Violet City, and it would be best if he could take some action to force Violet City to release Gould. He looked at the 10 heavily armored cavalrymen around him. They all wore a silver-white crescent medal on their chests. This was specially awarded by Su Fan, representing that they had awakened their magical talents. Including him, there are a total of 11 magic professionals, and this is his confidence. Chapter 74, Cavalry Battle. Paladin arrived at Ziyun Town with a cavalry unit of more than 500 people. When the residents and wanderers of Ziyun Town saw the black mass of cavalry in the distance, everyone panicked. Where did this army come from? Why are there so many cavalry? Look, there are even heavy cavalry among them. Oh my God, are we going to support the front line? People were talking about it. Paladin ignored the doubts and shock of these people and led his troops to bypass the densely populated areas, walk through the wilderness, and soon arrived at the foot of Violet City. Dang, 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 dang. The defending soldiers on the city wall sounded the alarm, and the generals at all levels of the city defense army were in chaos. What happened? Who sounded the alarm? There's a cavalry unit outside. I don't know who they are, but they don't have good intentions. Cavalry? Oh, damn it. Why are there cavalry here? Are they from Northwind City or the Black Rock Principality? I don't know. They are well-equipped and numerous. They look tough to deal with. Assemble, assemble. Close the city gates. Archers, prepare to shoot. On the city wall, soldiers were running around, and many of them were even looking curiously at the cavalry below. For the soldiers of Violet City, they were at the rear of the country and not a strategic location. There had been no wars for years. They had received military pay for several years and had only dealt with bandits or suppressed refugees. This was the first time they had seen an organized cavalry unit appear outside the city. When Viscount Fording heard the news, he was so frightened that he jumped up from the maid's belly and followed the guards to the top of the city with weak steps. When he saw the 500 well-equipped cavalrymen at the foot of the city wall, he was also puzzled. How strange. Where did this army come from? The cavalry of Northwind City is not like this, and the Black Rock Principality doesn't even have cavalry. Where did these guys come from? He still couldn't imagine that these people were from Silvermoon Bay. Who are you standing down there? What are you doing? This is Viscount Fording's territory. Leave immediately, or we will not be polite. The leader of the city defense forces shouted loudly with a simple loudspeaker. Paladin, spear in hand, pointed at the city wall and shouted, "I'm from Silvermoon Bay," ordered to protect the caravan. "I originally wanted to do business with you, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Not only did you rob our property, you also killed our people. If you don't release Gould today, don't blame me, Paladin, for being ruthless." What? These guys said they were from Silvermoon Bay. Viscount Fording thought he had misheard. When did Silvermoon Bay have such an elite cavalry unit? In his understanding, Silvermoon Bay was where Su Fan, the impoverished nobleman, took a group of refugees and built a territory from scratch. He didn't know how he got lucky and discovered the salt pond, and was still reclaiming land on a large scale. Such a force was not in his eyes at all. It was considered good that they had a guard team of 100 people now, but what was the reason for the sudden appearance of such a cavalry unit? Seeing no one responding from the city wall, Paladin snorted coldly. "Didn't you hear me? If I don't see Gould today, you won't be able to leave the city." After saying this, he held a short spear in his hand, poured the power of divine light into it, and then threw it out fiercely. "Call out." The golden short spear shot onto the city wall at an extremely fast speed, and the power of holy light exploded violently, blowing out countless pieces of rubble and stone chips from the city wall. There were no casualties, but the defenders on the city wall were frightened and squatted down. Viscount Fording was also shocked, his eyes almost popping out of his head. This is magic. There are actually magicians in this army. Suddenly, Viscount Fording's vigilance towards this army reached the highest level. At the same time, he became even more puzzled. If this army was really under Su Fan's command, then his judgment of Su Fan would be totally wrong. At this time, the leader of the city defense army, Long E, came to Viscount Fording and said, "My lord, I'm afraid we have to suspend our expedition." Viscount Fording nodded. He had arranged for Generals Maggel, Long E, and Long G to prepare for the expedition to Silvermoon Bay over the past 2 days. Initially, they had planned to organize 3 battalions with a total of 2,000 people, led by Maggel, the magic swordsman. But now it seemed that this plan had to be shelved for the time being and considered in the long run. Long E, Long G, and Major, each of you 3 will lead 500 cavalrymen. Exit from the west, south, and north gates and surround him from 3 directions. I don't believe that 2 magic swordsmen and a magician can't do anything to you." Viscount Fording ordered. "Yes." The 3 generals of Violet City. Long E is the leader of the city defense army. Long G is the leader of the expeditionary force, and Major is the leader of the guards. The 3 have different divisions of labor, but they are all very powerful. Paladin and his men waited outside the city for a long time, but saw no response from the other side. He couldn't help but wonder, are these people so stubborn? Are they determined to fight me to the death? While I was daydreaming, I heard the city gate in front suddenly open and a cavalry unit rushed out. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves was heard in the distance. Paladin looked around and saw 2 more cavalry units rushing out from the north and south, charging towards him. Surround on 3 sides. The tactics were good, But the equipment of these cavalrymen was very ordinary. They only had leather armor protection on their hearts, knees, etc., and the rest of their bodies were completely exposed. He had no helmet, no shin guards or wrist guards, and his warhorse was unprotected. He held a spear in his hand, and a short knife hung at his waist. A bunch of rabble. Paladin laughed disdainfully. He was originally from the Moon God Empire, and was a retired cavalry officer. He knew very well the strength of the so-called city defense forces in these cities. If you were cavalrymen from the Imperial Legion, I would be more respectful of you. But with you alone, I won't retreat a single step. Paladin raised his spear and shouted, "Follow me." 500 cavalrymen began to run. Outside Violet City, a rare confrontation between 4 groups of cavalry occurred. The wanderers hiding outside the city were frightened and fled in all directions, leaving a battlefield for these cavalry. The sound of horse hooves was like thunder. Paladin did not separate his troops, nor did he fight with the enemies charging towards him head-on. Instead, he led everyone to charge towards the enemy in the north. What he had to do was to use the high mobility of the cavalry to defeat the 3 enemy forces one by one. Chapter 75, Fierce Fighting Outside the City. As a result, there was a situation where 2 cavalry units were charging towards each other, and 2 other cavalry units were chasing from behind. Top. 32 heavily armored cavalrymen rushed to the front, holding long lances and lying low on their horses. The eyes revealed in their demonic masks were fierce and fanatical. They are veterans who have experienced the baptism of war and are the true kings of the battlefield. Coming towards them was the city defense army leader Long E, a powerful magic swordsman. As the distance between them narrowed, his whole body was enveloped in magical light. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. When the 2 armies were only 100 meters apart, Paladin suddenly shouted, "Kill!" The 10 heavily armored cavalrymen behind him suddenly had a magical halo rising from their bodies. Oh no, it's the magic cavalry. The leader of the city defense army, Long E, had a pale face and his heart sank to the bottom. He wanted to stop the troops and quickly distance himself from these damn guys, but both sides had already started the final sprint. If they were forced to stop now, it would be tantamount to suicide. Damn it, are these guys really the Silver Moon Bay troops? Why are there so many magic cavalry? Long E had cursed countless times in his heart, and at this moment, the 2 sides had collided. Although they were all cavalry, one side's vanguard wore light armor, while the other wore heavy armor. One side was composed of mortals, while the other was composed of magical cavalry. This gap doomed Violet City to failure from the very beginning. Metal clashed, blood and flesh splattered, and men and horses flew everywhere. Heavy cavalry originally relied on impact force, and now with the addition of magic cavalry as the vanguard, it is as unshakable as a mountain. The opponent's horse was directly knocked away, and the long spear pierced through the opponent's body, throwing him high up and then dropping him high down, and finally he was stepped on by the horse and instantly crushed into a puddle of mud. Only Long E controlled the power of magic and rushed forward. He found that although these magic cavalrymen had awakened, their strength was very average, and they were just starting out. According to the classification of magic swordsmen, they were only considered black iron magic swordsmen, which was far inferior to him. But even so, Long E alone would not be able to achieve any results. The Silver Demon Swordsman is still far from reaching the terrifying level of being able to wipe out an entire army by himself. In just a short moment, his cavalry formation was broken into pieces, and almost all of his most elite vanguard soldiers were killed. His heart was bleeding, because these cavalrymen were trained at great expense by Violet City. The Emperor of the Empire had issued 5 transfer orders, but Viscount Fording was reluctant to send these cavalrymen to the front line. But now, these cavalrymen who were regarded as treasures were being crushed by the enemy, and were being killed mercilessly, with screams coming one after another. The cavalrymen under his command had no killing power at all when facing these heavily armored cavalrymen, and their spears could not even penetrate the armor. Only Long E rushed into the enemy's formation alone. After killing 3 light cavalrymen in a row, he met Paladin. Paladin's strength was not that strong, not as strong as Carl, and belonged to the category of black iron level. But the sacred power of light he possessed gave him extremely high defense, forming a circle of golden shield on his body surface, wrapping himself like an egg. Long E was holding a mace in his hand, and when he hit it with a mace, the golden round shield only shook twice and was repaired in an instant. Your opponent is me. Paladin led a group of people to attack Long E and stopped Long E from continuing to kill. However, after a fierce fight, they soon separated. Although Long E was strong, he did not dare to stay in the enemy's formation for long. The Paladins did not want to fight to the death with this guy. They wanted to quickly disperse this wave of cavalry and then turn around to attack the other two waves of troops. After Long E broke out from the encirclement, he found that there were only more than 30 people left around him. The rest were either killed or dispersed. Watching Paladin and others go away, Long E was also very scared. He was surrounded by 11 magic professionals just now, and he would be killed if he was not careful. He never wants to experience something like this again. At this time, Long Ji and Maggle also rushed over with their men. Long Ji was a magician, holding a staff in his hand and wearing a blue robe. He came to Long E and asked, "Brother, how are you? Are you hurt?" It turns out that these two generals of Violet City are actually brothers. Long E shook his head and said, "I'm fine, but they have 11 magic professionals." What? Longji and Major were both stunned. Their Violet City has a population of over 300,000 people, and after so many years of development, they have only gathered 3 magic professionals. The other side is just a troop of impoverished nobles, hiding in a corner like Silver Moon Bay. How could there be so many magic professionals? A question arose in the minds of the 3 people. Since when did magic knights become so worthless? At this time, their 3 armies had gathered together, and the cavalrymen who had just been dispersed had also returned to the team, but their number was not large, less than 100 in total. In just a short moment, just one charge, 400 cavalrymen were killed or injured. This kind of hurt made Long E want to cry, but had no tears, and also made Long Ji and Maggle feel the seriousness of the matter. They also saw that Paladin and others had stopped, turned around, and reorganized the formation again. There were 11 people with magical light on their bodies, which made them feel cold in their hearts. Major cursed under his breath. Damn it! How come there are so many magic knights in Silver Moon Bay? Are they regular troops withdrawn from the Imperial Legion? Long Ji said, "It seems the intelligence is seriously wrong. This Silver Moon Bay is much more powerful than we imagined. In this case, let's not make any more unnecessary sacrifices. Everyone, follow my orders and retreat." Major frowned and said, "Longji, what do you mean? We have more than 1,000 people against their 500. Are you afraid we can't win?" Longji said calmly, "Of course we can win, but many people will die. There is no need for us to do this." Major snorted, "With so many people watching us inside and outside the city, are we going to return empty-handed? Don't you plan to redeem yourself for the loss you just made?" Long E cursed, "Miguel, you idiot, what do you mean? There are 11 magic professionals on the opposite side. Can you beat them?" Long Ji interrupted their quarrel. "All right, I'm the highest military commander of Violet City. Everyone must obey me. Retreat." Major snorted coldly and returned to the city with his men, followed closely by Long Ji and Long E. Boom! The city gates were closed, and Paladin and others saw that the other side had fled without a fight. They felt that they had no place to use their strength, and their punches were like hitting cotton. He originally wanted to fight the enemy, severely inflict a heavy blow on them, and force Violet City to release Gould under pressure. But now that the enemy did not fight him, he immediately had no solution. Siege? That's unrealistic. He only has 500 people, all of them cavalry. It's impossible for them to camp here overnight. In addition, food is in short supply here, and supply is also a big problem. Chapter 76, Another Expedition. Silver Moon Collar. Su Fan sat in the executive hall, listening to the report from the caravan member who had escaped back, his face looking very bad. "Wow, Lord, you must rescue Lord Gould and avenge our dead brothers." The caravan member burst into tears. I didn't expect Violet City to take action so quickly. It's really beyond my expectations." Su Fan waved his hand and said, "You go down first. I will rescue Gould and avenge you." "Thank you, Lord." After the caravan member left, Su Fan said to the official of the executive office, "Go and call the ministers over to discuss important matters." Yes. Soon, Athena, Carl, Abdi, Xiao Sua, Philin, Kong Ding, and the new Minister of Justice, Sarah, gathered together. "You all know the whole story. I called you here to determine our next steps." Su Fan glanced at everyone and said, "What I mean is that we should send troops to Violet City in advance and capture this city." There was silence below. In their strategic planning, it was still far from the time to go to war with Violet City. Their most pressing tasks at present were to build roads, construct checkpoints, and form a fleet to go out to sea in search of food. During the month that Gould was away, the 5 clipper ships had been mostly built with the help of Athena's power and the day and night work of Cantine and others. Construction of cement roads has also begun. The section from the territory base to the quarry has been completed. Workers are working hard to build the road from the quarry to the wilderness. The total mileage of the road has reached 30 kilometers. The road surface is 12 meters wide, which is the standard of a 4-lane road on Earth and a rare wide road in this backward world. According to their previous expectations, they would have to wait until the road was built out of the great wilderness and the checkpoints and fortresses in the ancient God Mountains were completed and there were no more troubles at the base camp before they could set out to attack Violet City. Because in that way, the distance and time between Violet City and Silver Moon Bay would be greatly shortened, and it would be very convenient for the two sides to support each other. So when many people heard Su Fan say this, they actually did not agree with it. Seeing that no one spoke, Su Fan called out his name. "Carl, you speak first." Carl stood up helplessly and said, "My lord, I don't think now is a good time to send troops. We need to wait at least another 3 months. That's when attacking Violet City will be most stable, maximize the benefits, and avoid all kinds of conflicts and problems." Su Fan nodded and looked at Abdi again. This guy was the smartest among these people, except Athena. He had a quick mind and was better than Athena in finding ways to solve problems. A beauty sensed Su Fan's gaze and stood up and said, "My lord, I think the question now is not whether to attack Violet City or not, but whether to save Gould and how to save Gould." Su Fan nodded with satisfaction. A beauty hit the nail on the head, which was exactly the purpose of him gathering everyone here this time. When a beauty saw Su Fan nod, he knew he was right, so he became more confident and continued. According to the caravan member, Gould has not been captured. He is hiding in a small, dilapidated house in the city. As long as he doesn't come out, Violet City probably won't have the time to capture him because he is not worth it. This way, we can proceed steadily. I suggest sending troops to establish a camp outside Violet City. While we wait for the road to be built there, we can ask Violet City to find Gould and hand him over to us. This way, we can withdraw our troops. Otherwise, we can use force to keep them awake every day. Su Fan hummed, then looked at Athena and asked, "Athena, what do you think of this idea?" Athena replied, "I think Abby's idea is great. After we get there, we won't have to storm. We can first force Violet City to release its inhabitants while we bide our time. While we wait for the road to be built, we can also build large-scale siege equipment. Once the road is completed, we can take Violet City without hesitation." Su Fan pondered for a moment and said, "If that's the case, then let's do it this way." Next, Su Fan discussed and arranged the details with them, and determined that the main goal of this expedition was to rescue Gould, threaten and force Violet City, and if there was an opportunity, directly attack Violet City, which was the secondary goal. At the same time, they would carry a large amount of food, gather at least 5,000 refugees back, and replenish the population of the territory, which was the third goal. This time, Su Fan led the expedition himself, accompanied by Athena. A total of 870 soldiers, including 500 light infantry and 370 longbowmen, were selected. Of the remaining 200 garrisons, 150 were transferred to the quarry for defense, and 100 sharpshooters and 76 heavy infantry were transferred to the northern defense line for guard. The distance of this expedition is very long, and it will take at least a month to build the road there. So Su Fan asked Carl to stay and be in charge of military affairs, and a beauty replaced Athena as the acting general minister, in charge of coordinating all matters in the territory. A beauty was extremely nervous about this and repeatedly declined because the preferential treatment Su Fan gave him was too great. Among the ministers, except for Saluo, he was the latest and the youngest. Now all matters in the territory were directly handed over to him to manage. To put it bluntly, he was exercising the power of the Lord on his behalf. This made him feel both moved and uneasy. "It's okay, a beauty. I trust you. Just go for it. Focus on the road construction. Once the main road to Violet City is completed, you must immediately organize the forces to build the ancient God Mountain checkpoint fortress. The blueprints have been given to you. You must complete them meticulously, ensuring both speed and quality." Before leaving, Su Fan gave a beauty earnest instructions. Well, thank you for your cultivation, Lord. I will definitely ensure the stability and rapid development of the territory. A beauty said emotionally. Soon, Su Fan set off with Athena and 870 soldiers. Following them were 50 garrison soldiers. They carried a large amount of food to protect the front line and to accommodate refugees. Walking along the spacious cement road, Su Fan felt unprecedented comfort. Because there are no cars or large trucks in this world, the cement road does not need to be as thick as on Earth. It is only 10 centimeters thick. This is also what Su Fan arranged, considering that there will be a large number of caravans and carriages passing by in the future. If it is just marching and people walking, I am afraid not even 10 centimeters will be used. Chapter 77 Su Fan arrives. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Because there was a 30-kilometer cement road, and Su Fan was leading an army instead of a caravan this time, the travel speed was much faster. When they crossed the wilderness and were about to reach Violet City, they saw a stronghold. Wooden walls, sharp thorn pillars, a few wooden houses, and a watchtower, all neatly arranged, looked like a small military camp. There were several guards on the watchtower. When they saw Su Fan and the others, they were overjoyed and shouted excitedly, "It's Lord, our reinforcements have arrived." Then Su Fan and the others saw Paladin and his men walking out of the military camp. "My lord, you are finally here." Paladin was extremely surprised. Su Fan looked at the stronghold and said, "Did you build this?" Paladin nodded and said, "Yes, I fought them at the foot of Violet City, and then those bastards refused to leave the city again. I have few people here, so I didn't dare stay for long. So I upgraded the resting place we had before into a stronghold. It's close to the Great Wasteland, so we can attack or defend." "Well, good job, Paladin," Su Fan said. "Where is Gould? Has he been rescued?" Paladin's face turned bitter, and he said, "I'm sorry, my lord. The enemy has closed the city gates and is ignoring me." "Humph, what a bunch of stubborn guys." Su Fan's face darkened, and he said, "Let our soldiers rest and go to Violet City to issue a declaration of war. If we don't see Gould in 3 days, we will occupy Xian Town. If we don't see Gould in 7 days, we will attack Violet City." Paladin was stunned, as if he couldn't believe it. "My lord, are we really going to attack Violet City?" Su Fan smiled and said, "What else? What do you think I brought so many soldiers here for?" Paladin frowned and said, "But the enemy is very powerful. There are at least 3,000 defenders in the city, plus auxiliary troops. I'm afraid we are no match for them with our limited numbers." Su Fan brought 870 people, plus his 500 cavalry, a total of less than 1,300 people, which was less than the number of soldiers defending the city. This made Paladin have no confidence. Su Fan suddenly said mysteriously, "Have you seen Let the Bullets Fly?" "Let the bullets fly? What does that mean?" Paladin was stunned. "What is this?" Su Fan smiled and said without explanation, "A city may be able to withstand 1,000,000 troops, but cannot withstand the human heart." Paladin didn't understand the meaning of this sentence, but Athena listened thoughtfully beside him. "Athena, within these 3 days, you have to spread rumors and incite the emotions of the refugees outside the city. You have to say how great our Silver Moon territory is, and then strongly condemn Violet City for disregarding their lives and not allowing them to enter the city. You also have to spread the news that there are large amounts of grain stored in Violet City." Su Fan said, "But with just these refugees, I'm afraid they don't have the courage or the ability to attack Violet City for us," said Athena. Su Fan smiled and said, "We don't need them to attack Violet City for us. What we need to do is plant the seed of resistance against oppression in their hearts. As long as we keep watering it, it will surely sprout." "Okay then, I'll do my best," Athena agreed naively. In Violet City now looks even more desolate because the city gates are closed. Due to the deteriorating situation in the north, a large number of caravans disappeared and trade was blocked. There are no more people in Violet City, except for a large number of wanderers. The streets are now extremely desolate. A large number of stores have been forced to cease operations. Only grain and oil stores and salt stores are still holding on. However, the high prices of grain and salt have deterred most city residents from buying. In the executive hall, a fully armed warrior rushed in, holding an arrow and a letter in his hands. "My lord, this is bad." The soldier ran into the hall and, ignoring the gazes of the officials, said hurriedly, "The enemy outside the city shot a letter. Please take a look." "Show it to me." Viscount Fording had dark circles under his eyes, as if to prove that he had not slept well in the past 2 days. His subordinates were already arguing over the matter of the 500 cavalrymen in Silver Moon Bay. The leader of the Imperial Guard, Major, strongly advocated marching out of the city to fight and repel the 500 cavalrymen, a decision supported by some officials and staff. However, the brothers Long E, leader of the city defense forces, and Long Ji, leader of the expeditionary forces, believed that the enemy possessed too many magicians and that a hasty march would result in heavy casualties. In these turbulent times, they needed to conserve their strength as much as possible. They also advocated handing over Gould in order to calm the situation, but few staff members supported them. Viscount Fording was in a dilemma. Emotionally speaking, his Violet City had a population of over 300,000, including over 3,000 armed soldiers and over 5,000 auxiliary troops. Yet, they were frightened by mere 500 cavalrymen and dared not leave the city. If he were to tell anyone about this, he would lose face and become a laughingstock among the aristocracy. But rationally speaking, he also knew that Long Ji and Long E were the most correct solutions at the moment. He could easily blame Gould's case on a group of assassins and deny that he sent them out. There was no direct evidence in Silver Moon Bay, so as long as he showed weakness, the two sides could continue to maintain trade relations. As for the plan of conquering Silver Moon Bay as his own backyard and retreat, he no longer dared to think about it. The fact that there were 11 magic professionals on display so far showed that the Baron of Silver Moon Bay was not to be trifled with, not to mention that Su Fan might have an army at his disposal. Holding the arrows and parchment letter handed over by his men, Viscount Fording frowned, and his expression became very ugly. When the officials below saw this, they all had a bad feeling. "Lord, what does the letter say?" Bon was also sitting down below. He was now rising rapidly in the world, and he was now qualified to sit here and discuss matters, even if it was only at the end. Viscount Fording put down the letter and said, "Su Fan has arrived. He has threatened that if he doesn't see Gould within 3 days, he will occupy Ziyun Town. If he doesn't see Gould within 7 days, he will capture our Violet City." What? How outrageous! These guys really think they're so powerful. Wouldn't it be better for them to stay in that poor place like Silver Moon Bay? How dare they provoke us? The officials below were so angry that they were shaking and banging their heads on the table. Major stood up and said, "Everyone, I think we don't need to argue anymore. The enemy is using this as an excuse to conquer us. Are we just going to sit there and wait for death? I want to see how powerful that so-called Baron Su Fan is. He dares to speak so arrogantly." Chapter 78, Gathering Refugees. McGregor expressed the thoughts of most people present, including Viscount Fording. After finishing speaking, Major glanced at the two brothers Long Ji and Long E. Long Ji was still very calm, but Long E had a gloomy expression and looked at him unhappily. Viscount Fording also looked at the brothers Long Ji and Long E and asked, "Long Ji, you're proficient in strategy and military tactics, and have made great achievements in battle. What do you think we should do now?" Before Long Ji could say anything, Long E jumped in and said, "Of course we can't fight. We suffered heavy casualties against their 500 cavalrymen before, and now they have another army coming. If we go out, we will die. Of course we should defend the city, and then find an opportunity to attack their weak spot." "Humph. That's because you're afraid of fighting and don't know how to train your troops. The other side suffered only a few casualties, but your 500 cavalrymen suffered 400 casualties, and you still have the nerve to bring this up." Major sneered. "You?" Long E was furious and stood up to fight, but was stopped by Long Ji. Long Ji said calmly, "The battlefield situation changes every moment. Now that the enemy army is attacking, we, as subjects, naturally obey the orders of the Lord. As long as the Lord gives the order, we will go through fire and water without hesitation." Viscount Fording twirled his beard, nodded slightly, and said, "All right, in that case, the 3 of you will leave the city. Long Ji will command the central army, Long E will command the cavalry, and Major will lead the archers to provide flank support. Gather all the troops in the city and teach the enemy a lesson." Viscount Fording's eyes also blazed with fire, and he said coldly, "I also want to see how capable this Baron Su Fan is." Ziyun Town. The current Ziyun Town can be said to be a refugee town. On weekdays, you can hardly see any local residents, only countless refugees who are hungry and have sallow faces. Not to mention food, even wild vegetables and tree bark have been eaten up here. A woman was holding a little girl in her arms. The little girl had her eyes closed, her face was haggard, and there was an abnormal flush on it. "Mum, I'm hungry." The little girl murmured, her voice hoarse. The woman patted the little girl's back gently and said, "And Lee, bear with it for a while. Daddy will be back with food soon." When the little girl heard this, her hope of life seemed to be rekindled, and the abnormal blush on her face faded a little. At this time, a man came over, and the woman asked in surprise, "How is it? Did you get the food?" The man was furious and cursed. "That damn city lord is such a stingy bastard." He said that when we go to war, we must first ensure that the army has enough food, and he won't distribute any more relief food within 7 days. Then we won't be able to eat for 7 days. The woman's eyes went dark, and she felt the last bit of her strength being drained away. Who says it isn't? Now someone is giving a speech under the city wall, threatening to storm the city and capture the city lord whose conscience has been eaten by dogs. Many people are following suit. The man said, and he was also eager to try, but only has a high fever and is very weak. If she doesn't have food to replenish her strength, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on. The woman was completely panicked and kept crying. The man became even more upset and said, "Okay, stop crying. I'm worried too. If nothing works, I'll go check out another town. I heard they caught the mayor of Jinlong Town yesterday, who was trying to escape into the city. They found a cellar in his house with a lot of food hidden there. If we're lucky, maybe we can get some food there." After saying this, the man's eyes became even more melancholy because he knew that the chance of getting food from there was almost zero. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "The Lord of Silver Moon Bay is hiring workers. Anyone who signs up will receive a pound of dry food. 5,000 spots available. First come, first served." What this person said was like a bombshell exploding in the crowd. Recruiting? Where? Where can I sign up? Is this true? Just by signing up, I can get a pound of dry food? Oh, by the grace of the moon goddess Alun, there's actually something so good going on here. People followed the man's instructions like crazy and ran towards the east. No one asked him what specific work he was going to do, and no one asked where Silver Moon Bay was. As long as they could get food, they would do anything. Soon, the man came back and said to the little girl's mother, "Quick, let's take Only with us. You can also get a pound of food. They can also treat Only's illness." Enli's mother was stunned, then burst into tears and said excitedly, "Is this a manifestation of Lady Alun? We are so lucky." The man thought back to the beautiful figure he had just seen, nodded subconsciously, and said, "Perhaps it really is Lady Alun appearing." On the other side, in the temporary base, the soldiers were busy cleaning their weapons, while Athena led a troop to set up tents near the stronghold and line up to register, with some of the food brought by Su Fan placed next to them. If you observe carefully, it is not difficult to find that only the cavalry are actively preparing for war in the stronghold, and no one knows where the infantry and longbowmen brought by Su Fan have gone. Don't rush. Everyone gets a share. Register first, and we'll mark you. Take the food and go back to rest for the night. Come back here tomorrow. We'll set off for Silver Moon Bay, where there's plenty of food, enough for everyone. We only need 5,000 people. We don't know when the next batch of workers will be recruited. We have to wait for the Lord's notice." "What? You're asking about my Lord? He's a savior sent down from heaven. He led us to build our homeland, reclaim wasteland, and develop from scratch to where we are today. There's no oppression, no deception. It's a paradise straight out of myth. These soldiers worked hard to promote Silver Moon Bay, and the refugees were so eager to rush to Silver Moon Bay right away to enjoy the fun and freedom of paradise. Merciful adults, please save my child." Only's parents hurried over, carrying her on their backs. The soldier stepped forward and asked, "What's going on?" Only has a high fever and hasn't eaten for a day. Now she's exhausted and has fainted. Only's mother said, crying. The soldier pointed at Athena and said, "Go to Lady Athena. She will treat you." Athena. And Lee's mother also saw this dazzling goddess. Her grace, her peerless elegance, her sacred and inviolable demeanor, and her flawless face all made her feel intoxicated. Could this be the moon goddess Alun descending to earth? Inri's mother thought that this Athena was so similar to the moon goddess Alun described in mythology, both in appearance and posture. Chapter 79, Ambush. Inri's parents approached Athena and said, "Please, Lady Athena, please save our child's life. We are willing to serve you wholeheartedly." Athena smiled slightly and said, "No problem. She stretched out her white jade hand and lightly tapped it. A ray of colorful light appeared and penetrated into Little and Lee's body. Then, Little and Lee was completely enveloped by a silver light. She seemed to be sleeping soundly inside and murmured, "Mom, it's so comfortable. Oh my God, it's magic." This goddess turned out to be a great magician. Not only were Enli's parents stunned, but the refugees nearby who were registering for food were also stunned. And at the same time, even more excited. Silver Moon Bay seems quite powerful, and there are actually magicians in charge. Magicians are so amazing. Not only can they sweep away thousands of troops on the battlefield, but they can also save lives. I also want to be a magician. Someone said intoxicatedly. Go away, go away. You're already over 30 years old, and you still want to be a magician? Just be a chef. Someone who knew him mocked him mercilessly. Alas, if a person has no dreams, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? What if a miracle happens in the future? Isn't everything that happened today a miracle? The chef was very optimistic. Those who mocked him were choked. Yes, they originally thought that today would be another day of hunger, but unexpectedly they received food and found an ideal home. If this is not a miracle, what is it? Soon, the light faded, and the blush on Little and Lee's face had completely faded. Her whole body exuded a healthy glow. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the face of the angel in front of her, who looked like something out of a myth. She exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, are you an angel?" Athena smiled and said, "I am not an angel. I'm just like you." Little Enli's parents hugged her and thanked Athena repeatedly. Her mother was so excited that she burst into tears. The man secretly clenched his fists, thinking that he must go to Silver Moon Bay to take a look. Just as Su Fan was gathering the refugees, a cavalryman galloped through the crowd and ran into the stronghold. Report, Lord, the enemy army suddenly left the city and is heading towards us. This cavalryman was a scout sent out by Paladin. Su Fan and Paladin were discussing matters in the stronghold at the time. Upon hearing the news, they immediately stood up and asked, "How many people are there?" The scouts said, "At least 2,000 people, including cavalry, infantry, and archers. They are quite powerful." Paladin smiled and said, "Good job. These bastards finally dare to show their faces." Su Fan said, "Since they are out, let's act according to the plan." Paladin said, "Don't worry. We have set up a tight net for them in Red Flower Town. They can't escape." Su Fan put on leather armor and a cloak, holding a flaming scepter in his hand, and shouted, "Athena, let them wait for now. We're going to set off to fight the enemies of Violet City." What? They're going to attack Violet City? They're not talking about attacking. They're talking about fighting back. Violet City must have sent people to fight them. A man analyzed. Damn it. What on earth are those guys in Violet City thinking? At this time, Paladin led the cavalry and set off in a mighty procession, with Su Fan walking at the end. He came up to them, riding his warhorse, and shouted loudly, "I am Su Fan, Lord of Silver Moon Bay, Baron of the Empire, and Guardian of your future destiny. Times are difficult, and I cannot bear to see the people of Elune, the moon goddess, suffer. I took out the precious food from our territory and gave it to you, inviting you to come to the territory to work and settle there. However, Violet City refused to see me grow and develop, fearing that if I had children, they would threaten their rule. They feared that I would lead you to attack them. He has now sent his army to kill me. What do you think? Should I fight back? Fight. We must fight. The Violet City is full of idiots. They don't help others and fight among themselves. We support Lord Su Fan. Yes, support Lord Su Fan and kill their prestige. The people of the Moon God should unite and defeat these beasts together." The crowd was excited, and people responded one after another. Su Fan smiled with satisfaction. During this period, he spent a lot of money to gather a small group of refugees, and then asked them to spread false information among the refugee groups outside the city to incite hostility. Now, it seems to be very effective. Today, someone gave a speech at the city gate, threatening to rush into the city and capture Viscount Fording. Also, yesterday, the refugees rioted in Jinlong Town, and the mayor of Jinlong Town was arrested. All of this was secretly planned by Su Fan. These wanderers are restless to begin with, and if someone deliberately instigates them, riots can easily break out. Now, he took the opportunity of gathering refugees and the enemy's attack to incite negative emotions once again, believing that it would be enough to make these wanderers who had lost their homes and loved ones accumulate their anger to the highest point. But Su Fan knew that now was not the time to rely on these people to break into the city. The enemy's regular army was intact, and the city remained stable. It was not enough to rely solely on the refugees outside the city. He still needs time to make these refugees no longer afraid of the city walls, the army, and the nobles in the city. So Su Fan suppressed those who wanted to join him in fighting the Violet City army, and asked them to be patient. Su Fan himself rode at full speed to catch up with the main force. Manhwa Town. This is the only way from Violet City to Ziyun Town and even the Great Wilderness. This town is relatively remote, with more forests and shrubs and a smaller population, so there are not many wanderers here. The 500 light infantry and 370 longbowmen brought by Su Fan were deeply hidden in the bushes on both sides. They have received the news that the fish has been hooked and is coming here. Everyone was secretly calculating the time, and no one made any noise. This is the quality of the system's soldiers. Although there is no strong commander in unified command, after being divided into small groups, they can execute and operate according to their predetermined plans without any mistakes. 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed. At the third hour, the soldiers saw a large force coming from the opposite direction. The enemy is coming. Everyone cheer up. The soldiers took a deep breath and grabbed the weapons beside them. The longbowmen also drew their bows and prepared to shoot. Chapter 80, Meeting on a Narrow Road. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes passed, and just as the enemy was about to completely cross the ambush circle, a cavalry suddenly came from the south. It's General Paladin. Sure enough, according to the plan, this timing is just right. Everyone, archers, get ready, shoot. Whoosh whoosh. Arrows rained down like locusts, descending upon the enemy. How could these Violet City soldiers have imagined that there was an enemy ambush on their own territory? They were instantly struck, suffering countless casualties. At this time, Su Fan also rushed over with Paladin, Athena, and 500 cavalrymen. This time, Su Fan came with the moon well water he had accumulated during this period, so 4 more cavalrymen successfully awakened. This brought the total number of awakened magic cavalrymen to 14. Adding him, Athena, and Paladin, there were 17 magic professionals in total. When the light on their bodies lit up, Long Ji, Long E, and Maggle felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly, and their faces changed unpredictably. The ordinary soldiers of Violet City were also terrified and almost collapsed on the ground. Why are there so many magic professionals? Then what are we going to do? Moon God, who are we fighting? The First Legion of the War God Empire? Or our Moon God Empire's guards? The morale of the troops dropped to freezing point in an instant. At this time, Longji shouted loudly, "Don't panic. Everyone listen to my command. The cavalry will charge from the flank, the archers will cover from the back, the spearmen will raise their spears, unite, and charge forward." Long E gritted his teeth and continued to charge with his cavalry, because he knew that only by charging out would they have a chance to reorganize their troops and fight. If they retreated even a little bit, hell would be waiting for them. At this time, 500 light infantry also ran out from the bushes on both sides, holding long spears and roaring at the charge. Su Fan's side had a total of more than 1,300 people, while the opposite side had more than 2,000 people. They were not at an advantage in terms of numbers, but because they caught the enemy off guard and forced the enemy to confront 17 magic professionals head-on, Violet City was in a particularly difficult situation. Facing this group of enemies, Su Fan certainly did not hold back. He summoned 24 fire snake guards, and then threw out a flaming fireball, which directly knocked the enemies to the ground. The flames rolled and burned fiercely, and a sea of fire soon spread. Humph, disperse. Long Ji, however, ignored it and waved the staff in his hand. A frosty mist appeared out of thin air. The flames were extinguished instantly, and the temperature of the air dropped suddenly. Then, he chanted the spell again, and a blue magic circle appeared. Ice arrows shot out from the magic circle and hit the fire snake guards, directly melting them. Finally, Longji summoned an ice shield, not only covering himself, but also every soldier behind him. Seeing this scene, Su Fan's eyes bulged out. What a powerful magician! Being able to cast so many magic spells at once and help so many people defend themselves. The magic power in his body is simply like the endless flow of a river. Although Su Fan has made a breakthrough, it is not so exaggerated. It's easy to do, without any pressure, and it's smooth and fluent. The whole set of operations is pleasing to the eye. This guy, is definitely in the realm of a high-level magician. Su Fan guessed that he was now an intermediate magician, and the other party was much stronger than him and was not on the same level at all. He must be an advanced magician. As for the magicians, and even the grand magicians, they are creatures of another level and can no longer be called humans. The morale of the Violet City soldiers who obtained the ice shield was greatly boosted. They fought and charged forward. Maggle and Long E also fought hard, but their strength was much weaker. At most, they were at the same level as Su Fan, but much stronger than Paladin. Stop them. Su Fan shouted loudly. The 14 magic knights attacked again, like an indestructible wall, blocking their escape. Frostjanova. Long Ji raised his staff high. The bright blue light was dazzling. A powerful frosty force continued to condense. Countless ice crystals appeared in the air. These ice crystals were spinning at an extremely fast speed. A bad premonition arose in Su Fan's heart. At this time, Athena took action. There's no need to cast this spell. Break it. Countless stars appeared in her eyes, and then emitted silver-white light. It was pure divine power, an omnipotent divine power. The divine power broke Longji's frost nova that was about to activate. Longji, who had remained calm despite the collapse of Mount Tai, finally lost his composure and asked in surprise, "What kind of power is this? It can actually break my magic." Major and Long E also came to Long Ji's side and frowned. "What should we do? The people behind us have already surrounded us." Long Ji gritted his teeth and said, "Keep going. There's something strange about this woman. Let's get out first." On the narrow path, the two armies fought extremely fiercely. The combat effectiveness of these Violet City soldiers was beyond Su Fan's expectations. Coupled with the ice shield, their defense was amazing, and sometimes even a single arrow from a longbowman could not break through their defense. Longji and Athena, the strongest of the two camps, also fought fiercely. Longji found that once he used large-scale magic, he would be interrupted by Athena's divine power, so he relied on instant magic and countless ice cones. Ice mist, ice spears, and ice arrows were shot at Athena like they were free. Although it was only an instantaneous magic, Long Ji could use it as easily as with his own arms, and the momentum it created was no less powerful. Long E and Maggle led the army to charge forward. Su Fan was squeezed in the crowd and could only rely on magic to kill ordinary soldiers. This battle was extremely difficult for both sides. Su Fan did not expect that his side could fight so hard under such circumstances and suffer heavy casualties. In the end, Longji and his men successfully rushed out, but left behind a field of corpses. They did not stop, but retreated directly along another path towards Violet City. Su Fan asked Paladin to count the number of people and clean up the battlefield. He said to Athena, "I never thought there would be such a powerful person in Violet City." Athena said, "We dealt them a heavy blow this time, but they also tested our true strength. We can't let our guard down. I suspect they might attack us again tonight. Well, if I were them, I would definitely do a night raid as well. In that case, let's set up a tight net and give them another hard blow." Sufan Chekiv. Ding. Limited time mission released. The situation has changed beyond your expectations. You have completely broken with Violet City. Please seize this city and take your first step into this world. Mission reward. System upgrade. Chapter 81 Internal Conflict and Night Raid. Huh? The reward for this mission is actually a system upgrade? What's going on? Su Fan was surprised. His current system was indeed very simple. It only issued tasks under specific circumstances, and rewards could be obtained by completing the tasks. Su Fan is very much looking forward to this system upgrade, which may unlock more tasks and bring richer rewards. In Violet City, Viscount Fording arrived at the barracks and saw the army returning in panic. Many people were covered in scars, and many were injured. Even though all the doctors in the city were mobilized, they were still stretched to the limit. Major was also injured. His left arm was hit by an arrow and was bleeding. Viscount Fording looked very unhappy. He didn't expect that even with his entire army mobilized, he still couldn't defeat the enemy. He also lost hundreds of soldiers, and his strength was greatly damaged. "My lord, they haven't had an easy time this time, and they've suffered heavy losses. Furthermore, we've already tested their true strength, and they're not as formidable as we imagined." Long Ji said. Viscount Fording snorted. "So what? Can you find a way to defeat them?" Long Ji said, "I plan to send Long E to conduct a night attack tonight. This is our last chance." "A night attack? They wouldn't be prepared," Viscount Fording said unhappily. During the war, they'll surely be extra vigilant. I know, but firstly, they're victorious today, so they're bound to be arrogant and conceited, and our warriors are simmering with rage and eager to vent. In terms of fighting spirit, we're stronger. In tonight's night attack, the enemy is in the open and we are in the dark, taking advantage of the time, place, and people. As long as we operate properly, the enemy will be severely defeated by us, or even directly defeated and flee. After hearing Longji's explanation, Viscount Fording was silent for a long time and could not make a decision. Major sneered, "Don't try to be a hero here, General Longji. You've already caused us so many casualties. If you fail again, what do you say we'll do?" Longji said calmly, "Then I will ask to be dismissed and imprisoned." Major smiled and said, "How courageous. You said it yourself. Everyone here can attest to that." Viscount Fording said, "All right, stop arguing. I agree with General Longji's plan for a night attack, but given your repeated failures, I will no longer hand over my entire army to you. Tonight, you can only take all the cavalry out." Longji's expression changed, and he said, "My lord, even with our full strength in this night attack, we are still not sure of victory. If we reduce our forces further, victory will be even more difficult." Viscount Fording waved his hand, interrupting him. "The situation is dire right now. Even the vast city of Violet City needs an army to defend it. It's a great honor to be able to give you command of the cavalry. Enough talk. You will attack tonight. If you fail to win, bring your head to me." He was so anxious that he jumped up and down, saying, "My lord, you want to have the best of both worlds, but I'm afraid the result will be that neither of them will meet your expectations. If that's the case, then we might as well hold the city firmly and wait for another opportunity." Viscount Fording narrowed his eyes and said, "Why? Do you want to disobey my orders?" Longji choked, but didn't dare to talk back. Longji patted his shoulder and said, "I will follow your orders and do my best." Very good. That night, Su Fan was sitting in the hall of the base, and standing below him was a dark-skinned man, who turned out to be the Minister of Construction, Kong Ding. "Kanding, you've done a great job. The progress is very fast, beyond my expectations." Su Fan smiled and said, "In another 5 days, the road will be built here. By then, we will usher in a brand new era." Kong Ding said, "Yes, we have enough cement and bricks. We can build a road here in 5 days, and we can build a road to the foot of Violet City in 10 days. Su Fan smiled and said, "Then continue to repair. 10 days later, we will stand on the wall of Violet City and look at the scenery outside the city." At this time, Paladin rushed over and said, "My lord, just as we expected, the enemy has really left the city again." Su Fan nodded and said, "Very good. In that case, let's start preparing. How is Athena's magic circle prepared?" Lady Athena said that everything is ready, and she is waiting for her prey to fall into the trap at any time. Paladin licked his lips with an excited expression. In the dark outskirts of the city, a troop was slowly moving forward. Long Ji and Long Yi, with 1,000 cavalrymen, marched silently. In order to prevent any noise from coming out, each of them covered their face, and their war horses held wooden sticks in their mouths, and their hooves were wrapped with cloth. "Damn it, this guy Maggle is such a bastard. I must find an opportunity to kill him." Long Yi said angrily, "Okay, stop talking. Major has hated us for a long time. It's not surprising. But this time the Lord also helped him and said such harsh words to you, big brother." Long Yi was still very angry. Long Ji was silent for a moment, then sighed. "This expedition is our last chance. If we fail to successfully repel the enemy, the Lord will no longer tolerate us. Then what should we do? The other side has so many magic professionals. The army is very elite, and there's also a female magician who is as strong as you, brother. The probability of us winning is not high." Long Yi said worriedly, "So, we must go all out." Long Ji looked ahead and said quietly, "General, the enemy camp is just ahead," a scout said, running over. "We've conducted a thorough reconnaissance this time, and are certain there are no ambushes. There are patrols and sentries in the camp, and everything seems normal." "Well, that's good." Long Ji waved his hand and said, "Cavalry, charge!" Top, top, top. The cavalry of Violet City, totaling more than 1,000 people, launched a charge in the darkness. Some of them even lit torches in their hands, intending to burn the camp to ashes. However, when they rushed to the foot of the camp, they found that the person standing on the watchtower was not a sentry, but Athena in white. "Oh no, there's an ambush!" The moment he saw Athena, Longji knew that he was finished this time. Sure enough, Athena slammed the golden scepter in her hand down hard, and a huge magic circle lit up under the feet of Longji, and their troops. Angel shadows suddenly appeared and formed a huge barrier that enveloped them all. "What is this? An angel?" the soldiers exclaimed as the dazzling light illuminated the night sky and their faces. "What kind of magic is this?" Long-E and Longji were also shocked, especially Longji. He had studied magic for so many years, but had never seen magic that could summon the phantom of an angel. However, the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly, and they had no time to think. These angel phantoms had already pounced on them with divine swords in hand. Chapter 82, Angel Cage. Athena, who obtained the hidden divine power of the dark magic ball, was unlocked and could now use some high-level divine arts. Just like what she's using now. It is called Angel Cage, which restricts the enemy's movements within the range and summons angels to launch magical attacks. It is a large-scale lethal divine spell. Longji chanted a spell, and with a wave of his hand, he put a layer of ice shield on each cavalryman. This shield can resist both magical attacks and physical attacks at the same time. It is very effective and significantly improves the combat effectiveness of this army. The shadow of an angel rushed towards them, and Longji shouted loudly, "Don't panic." He waved the staff in his hand repeatedly, and huge ice cones condensed in the air and then were thrown out violently and collided with the angel phantoms. However, Athena's magic was not intended to destroy them directly. As long as it could restrain their movements and disrupt their formation, it would have achieved its purpose. Top, top, top. Another cavalry rushed out from the camp, a total of 500 people. After these days of fighting, they had all been upgraded to heavy cavalry. Now everyone was wearing heavy armor and a demon mask, exuding a breath of coldness and death, like a demon in the dark night, which made people shudder. Following behind these cavalrymen were the sharpshooters and heavy infantrymen who had reached the maximum level. Waves of arrows poured down, causing casualties in an instant. Su Fan also came out. He held the holy grail of fire in his hand and summoned 36 fire snake guards, which were also constantly spewing flames. This encounter was another asymmetric battle. Damn it, Frostjanova. Longji was also very frustrated. He was ambushed twice in a row. This time, he was extremely careful. He urged the magic in his body to gush out like a madman, attracting the frost elements in the air, constantly compressing and condensing them, and soon countless tiny ice crystals appeared in the air. Finally, with a loud boom, the ice crystals exploded like the beginning of stars. Countless tiny ice crystals spread out and rushed out, breaking through the magic circle in an instant. What a powerful magic! Su Fan stood far away and said loudly, "Try to catch it alive." Yes, he has developed a love for talent. The current Silver Moon Bay not only needs a large population, but also a large number of talents, especially high in combat power. Athena alone is far from enough. The frost magician in front of him is a high-level magician who can command troops and fight wars. He is exactly the talent that Su Fan urgently needs. The Angel Cage was broken, and the cavalry of Violet City was freed from their restraints, but they had lost their mobility and impact power. They were greeted by the soldiers on Su Fan's side. The armies of both sides fought together. Longji and Long-E were soon surprised to find that the equipment of the army they were fighting had undergone great changes, and their combat effectiveness had been greatly improved. Both cavalry and infantry were like human Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ordinary soldiers could not break through their defense with swords, let alone kill them. How come this army has so many sophisticated equipment? Could they really be the elite troops of the Moon Goddess Empire withdrawn from the front line, as rumored? Longji became more and more frightened as the battle went on. This battle was extremely fierce, but Su Fan's side had the advantage in numbers and equipment, and coupled with the active attack against the passive, the advantage was even more obvious. Soon, the number of cavalrymen around Longji and Long-E became fewer and fewer. Some were killed or surrendered. They wanted to escape, but were pushed back by Athena and Su Fan. Finally, 2 spears were pointed at the chests of Longji and Long-E, and the soldiers shouted, "Surrender, and you will be spared." Long-E glanced at his brother, and Longji sighed and said, "We too are willing to surrender." A rare high-level magician and an equally precious silver magic swordsman. They threw down their staffs and spears and allowed themselves to be tied up by Su Fan's soldiers. Soon, they were brought in front of Su Fan. When Long Ji and Long Yi saw the young man in front of them, they were both stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that Lord Su Fan, who defeated them time and time again, was so young. "What are your names?" Su Fan asked. "Long Ji, Long Yi." "Well, very good. You were defeated by me today. Do you have anything to say?" Su Fan smiled. "The victor is the king and the loser is the bandit. If you are not as skilled as others, you can kill me or chop me up as you please." Long, he said with his neck stiff. "Haha, you're quite courageous. Are you two brothers?" Su Fan asked again. Long, he snorted, "So what?" Su Fan smiled and said, "If that's the case, I want you to do me a favor." "What help?" Long, he was stunned. "Lead the troops back to Violet City and help me open the city gates with internal and external support. Impossible. Although we were defeated by you, we will never betray the original owner." Long, he flatly refused. Su Fan said, "If you don't go, I will kill your brother." "You?" Long, he was furious and wanted to lose his temper, but the two heavy infantrymen behind him held him down tightly, making him unable to move. Su Fan smiled and said, "In fact, I can capture Violet City even without you. This city is much weaker than I imagined. The people are unstable and starving people are everywhere. With just a little encouragement, the tens of thousands of refugees outside the city can be used by me and join me in attacking the city." Longy glanced at him and said, "Then what do you want me to do? Isn't this unnecessary?" Su Fan said, "But if refugees enter the city without proper supervision, they will surely plunder and burn, looting, and cause panic in the city. I don't want to see this prosperous city destroyed, so I'm asking you to go and help me open the city gates." Longy was silent and didn't say anything. Su Fan added, "We are all the people of Alun, the moon goddess. Viscount Fordring is not worthy of your lives. Times are tough now, and the scourge of the northern aliens is imminent. We must unite to survive." Hearing Su Fan's words, Long Ji and Long Yi were both stunned. Yes, alien invasion should be the biggest thing right now, but Viscount Fordring never discussed with them how to resist the alien disaster, let alone unite with others. He only discussed with them how to escape and how to protect themselves. So when they suddenly heard these words, they felt a strange feeling in their hearts. Longy nodded and said, "Okay, I can try." Su Fan said, "Don't just try. If you don't want refugees to flood into the city, you must succeed." Chapter 83, Capturing Violet City. The early morning sun dispelled the darkness and illuminated the Violet City. The soldiers on the city wall were drowsy, exhausted after a night of duty. Originally, there was a shift system, but now the number of troops in the city has been greatly reduced, and there are too many places to guard, so their duty time has been greatly extended. "Huh, it seems like someone is back," an officer suddenly shouted. The soldiers quickly perked up and looked carefully. They saw a cavalry unit slowly approaching the city in the hazy darkness and sunlight. "Look at the clothes, he's one of us. It's General Long Yi. He's back." After the soldiers saw the appearance of the person coming, they felt relieved. "I am Long Yi, open the city gate." "Long," he shouted loudly. Behind him were 400 cavalrymen. These were Su Fan's men. They were now equipped with the equipment of the Violet City Cavalry and flying the flag of Violet City. The city gates were wide open, and General Long Yi and his soldiers entered the city smoothly. However, as soon as they entered the city, Long Yi suddenly launched an attack. The 400 cavalrymen behind him suddenly launched a charge. Some of them ran straight towards the executive hall, while the others climbed up the city wall and attacked the defenders on the wall. "Oh no, this is an enemy. Long Yi has betrayed us, and the enemy is coming. Sound the alarm. Tell the city lord." The defense line of Violet City was useless at this moment. Many people didn't even know what was happening, and the scene was in chaos. Outside the city, Paladin and Athena also appeared with a large army. The archers fired at the city walls, and the infantry rushed at full speed. "Ha, this guy Long Yi succeeded. Violet City is already in our hands." Paladin laughed. Athena said, "After entering the city, let the caravan member go find Gould first." Clear. Inside the executive hall, an officer hurried to the door but was stopped by the guard. "My lord, you haven't rested all night and have just fallen asleep. Let's talk about it during the day," said the guard. "Something big has happened. The enemy has already entered the city." The officer was so angry that he wanted to curse. The guard was stunned. Didn't the army just march out to attack the enemy last night? There were still 2,000 regular troops in the city. How could they charge in without hearing any news? Oh, I won't talk to you anymore. Get out of the way. I need to report to the city lord. The officer pushed the guard aside and walked in. Soon, Viscount Fording learned that he had rebelled and the enemy had entered the city. He felt dizzy and almost fainted. Hurry, pack up. I need to get out of here. Viscount Fording had lost all will to fight. He had rebelled, and naturally, his brother Long Ji had also rebelled. With only Major, a silver magic swordsman, left in a vast city, how could he resist the enemy's might? Moreover, he had heard that the enemy army contained over a dozen magicians. Violet City fell into complete chaos. The guards of the executive hall had 300 men who wanted to resist the 300 cavalrymen who were charging at them. However, among these 300 cavalrymen, there were 14 magic knights who killed them directly, causing a river of blood to flow. The battle on the city wall was also very fierce. When Su Fan entered the city, he shouted loudly, "Viscount Fording has been captured by us. Those who surrender will be spared." After hearing this, the morale of some of the city defense troops, who had already been defeated, plummeted. Many of them threw down their weapons, lay on the ground, and raised their hands in surrender. As the saying goes, a defeat is like a landslide. The moment the city gate was opened, it was destined to change hands. By the time the soldiers escorted Su Fan to the executive hall, it was already bright. Su Fan rode a tall horse, wore chainmail and a red cloak, and looked majestic with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, just like a young general. He looked up at the executive hall, which covered an area of 5,000 square meters, had its own front and back gardens and walls, was 5 stories high, and was built entirely of large silver-white stones. It looked like an exquisite work of art, and he showed an envious look. Alas, a city is a city. When will my silver moon bay have such a grand governing hall? Sufan murmurith. He sighed, pushed the door open, walked across the long, soft red carpet, and sat in the main seat in the conference hall. This is the first city Su Fan, conquered, but it will definitely not be the last. Su Fan's heart was ignited with a raging fighting spirit. Heroes are made by the times. Under the oppression of alien natural disasters, this world will definitely become very exciting. Soon, the caravan member came in with a man. Su Fan took a look and wondered who else it could be but Gould. However, Gould now looks haggard and unshaven, which is very different from his previous image as a Chable's son. "My lord, Gould deserves death. Please punish him." When Gould saw Su Fan, his eyes turned red. He knelt on the ground, his face full of self-blame. "It was my fault that I failed to judge the situation and let the caravan fall into the enemy camp. We haven't been able to escape yet, and I have caused you so much trouble, Lord." Su Fan patted Gould's shoulder and said, "Well, this isn't your fault. No one expected Viscount Fording to break with us so quickly. Fortunately, you didn't let Paladin and the others go into the city with you. Otherwise, our losses would be even greater." Gould said with emotion, "I will definitely make up for my sins with my merits, learn from this lesson, and never make the same mistake again." "Well, I'm glad you're willing to do that." Su Fan nodded slightly and said, "You've worked hard during this period. Go clean yourself up and get some rest. Violet City has just been captured, and there's still many things for you to do." Yes. It was about 2 hours after Gould left that the fighting in the city finally stopped. The soldiers found the fleeing Viscount Fording in the west of the city. The former lord of Violet City and a respected imperial nobleman. He was disguised as a woman, wearing a headscarf and carrying a bag of gold coins. He was caught on the spot by the paladin. Soon, Viscount Fording was brought before Su Fan, pointing his finger at him and yelling, "Su Fan, you bastard! We're both citizens of the Moon God and members of the imperial nobility, yet you dare to commit treason and seize my city. Are you planning a rebellion?" Su Fan said calmly, "You forced me to do this. You first attacked my caravan, and then you attacked my army twice. If I didn't resist, I would be the one to die." Viscount Fording said, "I didn't attack your caravan. After the attack, I immediately sealed off the city and investigated the truth. You even sent Gould to find me. You are so ungrateful that you mistook me for a villain." Su Fan chuckled. "All right, stop quibbling. Your guard's commander major has been captured by us, and he has revealed all the secrets." Viscount Fording's face turned purple, and he was completely desperate. Long E and Long G betrayed him, and Major was also arrested and confessed all the secrets. He knew that he was doomed. Chapter 84 System Upgrade 2.0. The news of the change of ownership of Violet City spread like a whirlwind, and the merchants in the city were jubilant because the war was over and they had gained the freedom to come and go. In addition, Su Fan came from the magical Silver Moon Bay, so they expected that the Baron could bring them a lot of business opportunities. The refugees outside the city were also eagerly looking forward to it, hoping that the new city lord would give them food and allow them to settle down in the city. As for Viscount Fording, no one mentioned him. In the meeting room of the executive hall, Su Fan was flipping through the information about Violet City alone. This would help him understand the distribution of the major families and forces in the city, as well as the threats they faced. Ding! Time-limited mission completed. You've successfully captured Violet City, the first city you've conquered. This is your first time standing on the world stage. Please work hard. Make the world know you, respect you, and fear you. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward, System Upgrade. The prompt sound of the task completion sounded in Su Fan's mind, and then Su Fan saw a line of red font appear on the system panel. The system has started to upgrade the version. Please wait. I don't know what kind of surprises this upgraded system will bring me. Su Fan's heart was full of anticipation. He didn't have to wait too long. The system was upgraded quickly. Beep. System upgrade completed. Current version 2.0. Newly added in the version, territory panel, mall panel. When Su Fan reopened the system, he saw that the system interface had been completely renewed. There were currently 4 panels in total. Missions, backpacks, territories, and malls. The mission and backpack already existed, so needless to say, Su Fan immediately opened the newly added territory panel and saw a row of data displayed. Territory, Silver Moon Territory, can be renamed. Lord, Su Fan. Number of cities, 2, Silver Moon Territory, Violet City. Enemies killed, 10238. System building, Moonwell. This clearly shows the situation in my territory, but what's with this killing of enemies? When have I ever killed so many people? Su Fan was puzzled. He had fought against the bandits in the Great Wilderness and killed more than 2,000 people. In the battle with Violet City, he had killed no more than 2,000 people. The total number was less than 5,000. Where did the more than 10,000 come from? Could it be that alien monsters are also included? Su Fan suddenly felt that he had found the answer. He had fought a great battle with the alien race in the north, and the alien monsters he killed covered the surface of the Silver Moon River and the entire Yishianshan Grand Canyon. The number was definitely more than 5,000. If you calculate it this way, the data does match. Yes, compared to humans, alien monsters are the real enemies. Immediately afterwards, Su Fan opened the mall panel again. Just like the mall panel in the game, there are a wide variety of goods divided into several major areas. Equipment, props, buildings, troops, and skills, a total of 5 major areas. However, many of these products display gray icons and are not unlocked, and only a few can actually be redeemed. In the equipment area, you can exchange 2 items. Invisibility Cloak. A mysterious cloak crafted by a great wizard. It can completely conceal one's presence in darkness. Price, 100 points. Magic Source Gem. A precious magic gem that significantly increases magic recovery speed. Price, 100 points. In both the props area and the building area, only 1 item can be exchanged. Primary Crop Growth Accelerator Card. Instantly matures up to 100 acres of crops. Price, 10 points. Moonwell. Exclusive to the Elf Clan. Restores health and mana, and slightly increases magical talent. Price, 1,000 points. In the troop interface, you can exchange 3 kinds of goods. Light Cavalry 500, price, 1,000 points. Light Infantry 500, price 1,000 points. Archer 500, price 1,000 points. In the skills area, 3 types of goods can be exchanged. Flamestorm, Advanced Magic, price, 5,000 points. Snowstorm, Advanced Magic, price, 5,000 points. Disintegration Ray, Advanced Magic, price, 5,000 points. There are a total of 10 redeemable items. At the bottom of them all, there's a line of small words written. Currently available points, 10,238. This point number is the same as the number for killing enemies. Does that mean I get 1 point for killing each enemy? Su Fan guessed that although it has not been confirmed yet, he was still very happy to have more than 10,000 points at present. These 10,000 points can allow me to do a lot of things. Su Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he was eager to try. Su Fan studied the system carefully, and on the last blank interface, a line of small words appeared. System update notes. This update is to version 2.0. Mission rewards will no longer include items, arms, equipment, buildings, or skills. Special missions are excluded. Required resources can be redeemed in the store. Does this mean that future system missions will only reward technology? Su Fan immediately thought of the underlying meaning of the system update instructions. This upgrade of the system has brought about huge changes. It has transformed me from passively accepting and completing tasks to taking the initiative and being able to choose what I want to do. Su Fan said. He thought about it, clicked on the mall interface, spent 5,000 points to redeem 5 moon wells, and then spent another 3,000 points to redeem 300 primary crop growth acceleration cards. This way, I will have 6 moon wells at once. I can awaken 6 magic nights in 7 days. It will only take 4 months to gather 100 magic nights and complete the special mission of forming the Holy Knights of Light. Su Fan was very excited. This reduced the time required to complete the task from several years to less than half a year. It was simply amazing. The 300 primary crop growth acceleration cards can allow him to ripen 30,000 mu of grain. Based on a yield of 300 kilograms per mu, that is a full 9 million kilograms of grain. This is enough to keep his territory going for a long time, and the imminent food crisis will be resolved. He could even take the opportunity to take in all the refugees outside the city, which would not only increase the population, but also win over a large number of people and lay a solid foundation for his own rise. After buying these, the mall points became 2238. Su Fan did not spend all of it, but planned to decide which goods to buy based on how the situation changed. At this time, Athena walked into the executive hall and came in front of Su Fan. Seeing Su Fan, Athena smiled and said, "My lord, you seem to be in a good mood." Su Fan smiled and said, "Of course. The cement road has been built to Xiun Town and will reach Violet City next week. We have captured the city again. Our great cause is about to set sail. How can I not be happy?" Chapter 85, Post-War Management. Athena said, "Then I would like to congratulate the Lord." "Haha, this is our common cause. We should be happy together. How about it? I asked you to count the situation in Violet City. Have you figured it out?" Su Fan smiled and leaned back on the soft chair in Gu Yu's lying posture. He acted dignified and calm in front of his men, but always remained relaxed in front of Athena. Athena nodded and began to report the situation in the city to Su Fan. "We have taken over all of Violet City. It has 9 towns and 360 villages under its jurisdiction. Together with the residents in the city, the total population has reached 310,000. There are 3 iron mines, 1 copper mine, 1 gold mine, 7 clay mines, and 12 stone mines within the jurisdiction of Violet City, all of which are directly owned by the city lord. Because we caught the enemy off guard, the city's various warehouses are well preserved. Currently, we found a total of 5 million kilograms of grain, 770,000 gold coins, various gold and silver jewelry, and a number of cultural relics and calligraphy and paintings. Oh, and there's also an armory with a large amount of armor and arrows, perfect for replenishing our losses over time." Su Fan nodded. Taking over a city would undoubtedly bring him huge profits. Just looking at these mines and the gold coins stored in the warehouse, it took him several years of development to obtain them. Alas, war and plunder are indeed the fastest way to gain profit. However, this method is a bit too cruel. Su Fan sighed and asked, "How are the refugees outside the city?" Preliminary statistics indicate there are approximately 30,000 refugees outside the city. They are a mixed bunch, including nobles, commoners, and even slaves. What they need most right now is food, clothing, and a stable home. Furthermore, there are many bodies of refugees who died of starvation and freezing in the wilderness outside the city, and we need to clear them out. Su Fan thought for a moment and said, "Start the refugee reception plan and register these 30,000 people. Except for the nobles, send them all to Silver Moon Bay. We need a large number of laborers there. As for those nobles, our territory does not need nobles. Those who wish to live in Violet City will be given clothes and money, and will be demoted to commoners, with their noble treatment revoked. Those who do not wish to be commoners will have all their property confiscated and will be expelled." Su Fan said, "It was a time of turmoil, and nobility had become worthless." He knew of 2 earls and 3 viscounts in Violet City. Fording had treated these people well, distributing property in courtyards, but Su Fan would not support these parasites. Perhaps doing so will cause dissatisfaction among some people. But Su Fan is an outsider, and none of the core personnel around him are nobles. They are not influenced by these vested interests, and these vested interests are not powerful and can be easily destroyed, so Su Fan does not care. Athena said, "My lord, I suggest that the laws you enacted in Silver Moon Bay be implemented here as well. This will facilitate unified management and ensure fairness." Su Fan said, "Of course, not only do we need unified management, but we also need to get that guy Saluo here as well. For the next period of time, he needs to stay here and implement new laws and regulations for me." Then, Su Fan discussed some other issues with Athena. Athena wrote them down one by one and did not leave until 2 hours later. As soon as Athena left, Paladin rushed in and said to Su Fan, "My lord, the casualties of our troops have been counted." "Explain." Paladin said, "In this attack on Violet City, our cavalry lost 260 men, our infantry suffered 136 casualties, and our archers 24 casualties, for a total of 420 casualties. I didn't expect the casualties to be so heavy." Su Fan said in a heavy tone, "Place these dead soldiers. Then you will form a new garrison of 2,000 men. They will be responsible for the defense of Violet City." "Yes, I will recruit them as soon as possible," Paladin responded. For this expedition, Su Fan brought a total of 870 people, plus the 500 cavalrymen under Paladin, a total of more than 1,300 people. After these battles, more than 400 people were killed or wounded, which is not a small number. It seems that the troops need to be replenished quickly. Su Fan thought, opened the System Mall interface, spent 2,000 points, and exchanged for 500 light cavalry and 500 light infantry to enhance his strength. As a result, Su Fan's Mall points were only 238. Su Fan's current troop profile is as follows. There are 135 heavy cavalrymen, 14 of whom have awakened their magical talents and become magic cavalrymen, 440 heavy infantry and 446 sharpshooters, 500 light infantry, 500 light cavalry, 200 garrison troops, and 500 navy troops under construction. The total number of troops is 2,721. Once Paladin completes the expansion of the second garrison, the total number will reach 4,721. System soldiers alone are far from enough. Points are hard to come by, and there are so many things they need to be redeemed for that I can't possibly use them all on replenishing soldiers. The focus of future military development will still have to be on the garrison, and will also need to form an expeditionary force specifically responsible for attacking. As for the system soldiers, we'll only need to retain a small portion of them in the end to form a core Special Forces Corps. Su Fan was thinking about future development plans. On the third day after Su Fan captured Violet City, Viscount Fording was executed in the vegetable market of Violet City on charges of embezzling money and food, failing to save people in danger, and being tyrannical and unjust, and Athena promulgated new laws on the spot. Abolish the privileges of the nobility, abolish slavery, liberate existing slaves, and grant status and freedom to the common people. After the 30,000 refugees were given money and food and had enough food and drink, they were guided to Silver Moon Bay. They had already been assigned jobs and started working directly after arriving. The expansion of the dock, the preparation of the second fleet, the expansion of the cement plant, brick kiln, and fishery, the construction of roads, the construction of new houses, and the most important construction of the northern fortress all require a large number of manpower. It is worth mentioning that under the personal supervision of Kong Ding, a 12-meter-wide cement road has been built to the foot of Violet City. When the residents saw this flat, spacious, and hard cement road, they were stunned. Is this the road to Silver Moon Bay? It's so neat. Is this polished from stone? It doesn't look like it. I've never seen such a beautiful road before. Even in the Empire's capital, Luna City, I haven't seen such a beautiful road. Bullshit, you've been to Luna City? You must be dreaming. The residents of Violet City seem to have discovered an interesting toy. They walked back and forth on the cement road. Many people even knelt on the road and patted it, as if trying to find traces of stone polishing. While people were surprised by the novelty, they were also fascinated by the magic of the new city lord. The refugee problem that had lasted for half a year was solved as soon as the new city lord arrived. The high prices of food and salt plummeted, and the speed of the decline was so fast that the residents in the city could not even dream of it. Chapter 86: Papermaking Technology. A cement road stretched straight from Silver Moon Bay to Violet City. Its 12-meter width allowed 5 armored bulls to pull the cart simultaneously. Travel time between the two locations dropped from half a month to 5 days. If riding at full speed, it could even be reached in a single day. In the city, Gould, who had slept for a day and a night, started working again. He contacted the merchants in the city and placed countless orders with them, including furniture, tables and chairs, pots and pans, clothes and shoes, various spices and wines, as well as natural rubber with a wide range of uses, which made these merchants excited for a long time. Silver Moon Bay needs a huge amount of goods. As long as they transport these things to Silver Moon Bay, they can get gold coins from Gould, which brings spring to the originally dead Violet City market. Immediately afterwards, Gould held a bidding meeting in the city. A total of 3 trading companies obtained the permission to purchase refined sea salt from Silver Moon Bay in exchange for paying a high monopoly fee. They were going to take the salt to North Wind City in the north and Black Rock Duchy in the west. After dealing with the affairs of Violet City, Su Fan returned to Silver Moon Bay. In his opinion, Silver Moon Bay was the city with the most potential. Once that natural and excellent harbor developed, its prosperity and commercial atmosphere would be incomparable to Violet City. Athena, Gould, and Paladin stayed in Violet City. Athena was responsible for handling affairs in the city, Gould was responsible for business and trade, and Paladin was responsible for forming the Second Garrison Army, with a complete political, commercial, and military presence. When Su Fan returned to Violet City, he began to use the primary crop growth acceleration card. Large tracts of grain fields became fully mature in just a few minutes, and the farmers ushered in the harvest season. The 300 primary crop growth acceleration cards Su Fan exchanged were expected to produce 9 million kilograms of grain. This number seemed large, but you have to remember that there were over 30,000 people in Silver Moon Bay consuming 60,000 kilograms of grain every day, not to mention that a portion of this grain had to be used to aid Violet City and lower its grain prices. In Silver Moon Bay, Su Fan asked the Beauty to expand the 1st Garrison Army to a size of 2,000 people. This army will be mainly responsible for the defense of Silver Moon Bay in the future, and will also be managed by this force after the northern fortress is completed. On the 10th day of the capture of Violet City, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Main quest completed. You've built 5 clipper ships, gaining preliminary ocean-going capabilities. Please continue your efforts and strive to build your own invincible fleet soon. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward, papermaking technology. A large amount of knowledge flooded into his mind, but this time Su Fan successfully advanced to the ranks of intermediate magicians, and his mental strength increased significantly, so the pain he felt was lighter. Great! With papermaking technology, I can sell knowledge and spread my ideas. Many things will become easier. Su Fan waved his arms excitedly. In today's era, people use sheepskin or other animal skins as writing media, and sometimes use linen or wooden boards. This is not only expensive, but also slow to write and inconvenient to carry. There are books in this world, but they are all bound with thick and ugly parchment and are expensive. They are only owned by the rich and nobles. As a result, knowledge is not popularized, people are dull and ignorant, and information is transmitted slowly, which sometimes makes people anxious. Papermaking will be a new strategic resource. Initially, it will be more valuable than salt and cement. We must strictly keep it a secret, and at the same time, maximize the advantages of paper as quickly as possible. Su Fan thought secretly. Ding! Main quest updated. The emergence of paper has opened up a new era for you. Please take advantage of the advantages of paper and increase the literacy rate of your people to 20%. Mission progress, 2%. Mission reward, shuttle weaving technology. As expected, just as the system said, the missions released are all about technology. There are no props, military types, or equipment. However, this shuttle technology is also great. I must get it as soon as possible. Su Fan was very envious of this technology. In the long history of the Earth, it was the emergence of the flying shuttle that greatly improved textile efficiency and became an important factor in the outbreak of the First Industrial Revolution. Once I get the shuttle weaving technology, it will be a big seller. My Silver Moon Bay will become the textile center of the world, and it can provide a large number of jobs for women. This will greatly liberate the labor force and improve the quality of the population structure. Su Fan seemed to have seen the future. His Silver Moon Bay was bustling with people, and the shuttles were constantly shuttling back and forth on the textile machines. Soon, Kong Ding came running over to report to Su Fan on the completion of the 5 clipper ships. Su Fan was also very excited and took him to the dock. 5 huge sailing ships were floating quietly in the dock. 3 of them were 2,000 tons and 2 of them were 1,000 tons, with tall masts standing in rows. As long as the sails were spread, they could cut through the waves. Su Fan and Kong Ding boarded one of the ships and saw many naval sailors busy at work. Seeing Su Fan coming, the naval sailors put down their work and greeted him. Kong Ding said, "These are naval sailors trained by Lord of Beauty. They have completed 2 rounds of launching tests and are currently familiarizing themselves with the performance of a ship." Su Fan nodded. "Very good. There are endless treasures waiting for us in the ocean. We must get this fleet moving as soon as possible. I spent so much money to build these 5 ships not to be used as vases." In addition, the shipbuilders in the shipyard will continue to build new ships, also 5 ships, with the same configuration as these, and I want to see them successfully launched in 3 months. Kong Ding smiled and said, "No problem, my lord. We have a large enough population in our territory now, and we have more labor than we can use up. I can send more people to work day and night. In less than 3 months, you can see the second batch of ships launched." "Well, that's good." Then, Su Fan went to the northern defense line. Carl was leading a 150-man garrison there. Su Fan asked, "Has the construction of the fortress in the northern canyon begun?" Carl said, "Construction started the day before yesterday. We've mobilized 3,000 people working day and night. With cement, I can guarantee it will be completed within 6 months. It will be the strongest and most beautiful fortress in the world." Speaking of cement, Carl also felt it was amazing. Kong Ding's construction department had paved the cement road to the Silver Moon River 3 days ago. He was stunned when he saw this cement road. Chapter 87, The First Voyage. After inspecting the fleet and the construction of the northern fortress, Su Fan returned to the territory. He called in a Beauty, Failin, and Xiao Sua to continue coordinating major events in the territory. Su Fan said to Xiao Sua, "The food crisis has been resolved for now, but we can't be careless. You must mobilize everyone in the territory, men, women, young and old, to reclaim the land during the spring. In addition, the farms, hunting teams, and coastal fisheries must also be expanded." Xiao Sua said, "Don't worry, Lord, I've taken some measures to encourage people to engage in family farming. They can raise some chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep in the yard, so that they can gradually get rid of the embarrassing situation of relying on us for everything. In addition, the second coastal fishery is also being built at a rapid pace." "Yeah, very good." Su Fan looked at Failin, the Minister of Industry, and said, "Phelan, you should get up in the next 2 days and go to Violet City. There are more mines and factories there. You need to coordinate the resources of both places. We also need to build a cement plant in Violet City, as they also need cement hardening." "Yes." Finally, Su Fan said to a Beauty, "A Beauty, did you get the sea chart I asked you to get?" A Beauty said, "I got it. I bought it from a businessman for a lot of money. It has the coordinates and location of the Paus Islands marked in detail." "Well, very good. A Beauty, you must prepare all supplies within 7 days. After 7 days, our fleet will set sail. Our destination is the kingdom of the Paus Islands." A Beauty hesitated for a moment and said, "There's no problem with preparing the supplies, but I'd like to ask, who will be the commander of the fleet?" Su Fan smiled mysteriously. "Keep this secret for now. You will know when the time comes." On the vast sea, 5 huge ships were cutting through the waves. These 5 sailboats include 3 large ships and 2 small ships, but this is only relative. They're all quite large in absolute terms. These 5 sailboats have peculiar shapes, with their front heads raised high and sharp like a knife. The seawater on both sides can be easily split, making the fleet sail at a very fast speed. On the deck of the ship, many sailors were practicing archery, because most of them had never been to sea and had to adapt to sea battles as quickly as possible. In the cabin, a handsome man sat upright, looking at the nautical chart in his hand. His eyes were blue, just like the color of the sea. "General Longji, Dragon Snake Island is ahead." A sailor walked into the cabin and reported. It turned out that this man was none other than the former supreme military commander of Violet City and leader of the expeditionary force, the senior frost mage, Longji. He stood up, walked onto the deck, and looking at the outline of land emerging at the end of the sea ahead, he said, "Baron Sufan is willing to give me the command of this fleet, which shows his trust in me. Our mission this time is very heavy. Everyone, Hold on a little longer. Once we reach the island, we will settle down and rest. Good. The sailors were excited to hear this. They had been sailing for 5 days and 5 nights, and it was their first time at sea. They were already exhausted, both physically and mentally. Now everyone couldn't wait to go ashore, eat some fresh fruit and food, and then have a good sleep. Longji took the nautical chart, marked it, and then returned to the cabin. It turned out that Longji and Long Yi had both surrendered to Su Fan. Su Fan admired their talents and fighting abilities, so he assigned the positions. Long Yi was assigned to Silver Moon Bay to help a beauty expand the 1st Garrison Army, while Long Ji became the commander of the ocean-going fleet. Su Fan also had deeper considerations. The two brothers had just surrendered and were uneasy, so leaving one in the territory would provide a check and balance. Furthermore, Long Ji, as a frost mage, had a strong affinity and control over the water element and could unleash his full combat power on the ocean, making him the most suitable candidate for naval commander. The fleet soon approached the small island ahead. The island was called Dragon Snake Island, the northernmost island of the Paus Islands. It was quite large and was said to be rich in tropical fruits and various metal ores, making it a rare treasure land. So Longji and his friend's first stop was here. A small boat rushed towards Longji and his crew. The sailors saw a group of soldiers standing on the deck and asked loudly, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The sailors of the Silver Moon Bay fleet replied, "We are from the mainland. We are the fleet of Baron Sufan of the Moon God Empire. We are here to trade with you." "Oh, are you from the mainland?" The sailors on that ship's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they quickly said, "Since you're here to trade, we welcome you. Please follow my ship, and I'll guide you to the dock. Remember not to cause trouble once you're ashore. Understand, we are here to trade, not to fight." Haha, that's good. So, Longji led the fleet and followed the small boat from Longshi Island to the dock. The dock of Longshi Island is very large, stretching for several kilometers along the coastline. Large and small ships come in and out here, making it very prosperous. Seeing Longji's fleet approaching, many people on the dock cast their eyes and talked about it. Where did this fleet come from? Why have we never seen ships like this before? Yeah, I haven't seen that either. The bows of these boats are so sharp and pointed, like a knife. Look at their flag. It looks like the flag of the Moon God Empire. What? The Moon God Empire? Isn't that a continent? How did you get here? Longji took a few people ashore, and the rest of the sailors stayed on the ship. In the cabin were the refined salt and gold coins they brought, which must not be lost. The sun here is so strong, and the buildings and plants are completely different from ours. This was also Longji's first time going out to sea, and he felt very curious about the customs and culture of Longshi Island. This place is very similar to tropical islands on Earth. The houses are all built of wood and bamboo, with the bottom suspended in the air and simple structures. The people here wear shorts and short sleeves, or simply go shirtless. Their skin is tanned and shiny, but their eyes are very bright. After passing the dock, there are rows of bamboo houses of varying heights and uneven shapes, but there are many people doing business here. Let's go investigate the market first. Longji led his men on a day-long investigation and discovered that the variety of goods on Dragon Snake Island wasn't as vast as expected. Many common necessities were either unavailable or very expensive. However, food prices were very low, much lower than on the mainland during peacetime. Chapter 88, Institutional Reform. After some investigation, Longji contacted several trading companies and began to sell the refined sea salt from Silver Moon Bay. The residents of Longshi Island also have the tradition of drying sea salt, but their skills are not as sophisticated as Su Fan's, and their filtering technology is not good, so the sea salt they produce is not tasty. So when the bosses of these businesses saw the sea salt that Longji brought, they were all overjoyed and said they wanted as much as they could. In a short period of time, Longji sold all the sea salt he brought with him, exchanging it for a large amount of food and metal ore, and returned home with a full load. Before leaving, Longji also told them the specific location of Silver Moon Bay, saying that the continent was in urgent need of food, and as long as they could transport the food over, they could exchange it for enough supplies and gold coins. In response to this, the merchants on Dragon Snake Island readily agreed. They owned many fleets and a large number of sailors, and had long coveted the mainland market. Unfortunately, Silver Moon Bay had always been a desolate area, and the Moon Goddess Empire was unwilling to develop there, so they had no way to trade. However, now that war is raging, the Moon Goddess Empire has lost control of the local area, and Silver Moon Bay has grown stronger, naturally becoming a good market breakthrough. Silver Moon Bay. After receiving the influx of tens of thousands of refugees, Silver Moon Bay ushered in its best period of development in history. Cement roads lead in all directions, to the docks and shipyards in the east, to the lumberyard in the south, to the Silver Moon River in the north, and to Violet City in the west. Moreover, a large amount of cement has been produced. The houses built in the territory now no longer use wood, but are pure brick houses built with cement concrete. They are not only strong and durable, but also beautiful. At the same time, the 5 vertical and 5 horizontal streets in the territory are also hardened. Because of the advanced planning, the streets are all 12 meters wide. They are designed with 2-way lanes and pedestrian walkways. In the near future, green belts will be set up here to become a truly modern road. At the same time, Su Fan abolished the planned economic controls in the territory and opened the gold coin market. So all kinds of shops and stalls emerged in large numbers overnight. Many people designed their new houses with shops on the first floor and residents on the second floor. Su Fan also established the market management department and the land management department as soon as possible and included the original 5 vertical and 5 horizontal areas into land management. When a land in this area changes owners or is built on its own, it is necessary to go to the land management department to apply and go through standard procedures. All of this was promulgated by Su Fan, imitating the modern management system on Earth. In addition, there are many other aspects, such as Su Fan established the urban management department, the health and hygiene department, and the planning and design department, each with clear responsibilities, and recruited a large number of personnel. For this recruitment, Su Fan posted the announcement simultaneously in Violet City and Silver Moon Bay. The recruitment was conducted in the form of a written test plus an interview. Su Fan personally set the questions and served as the chief examiner during the interview. As soon as the announcement of the official selection came out, the residents of Violet City and Silver Moon Bay went crazy, and almost everyone who could read signed up. In the end, Su Fan ordered that only those under the age of 40 who had received professional education be screened out to be eligible to register for the written test. But in the end, there were still many people selected. A total of more than 18,000 people participated in the written test, 1,500 people entered the interview, and a total of 500 people were selected. After being selected, they did not take office immediately. Instead, the list was announced, and all residents in the jurisdiction were allowed to supervise and report. If it was found that the person had a bad character or had a bad record, they would be visited and investigated. If such bad records were indeed found, they would be disqualified and re-enrolled. In this way, it is guaranteed to the greatest extent that the people selected are not extremely evil and have high moral character and quality. After 15 days of hard work, 500 talents were selected and assigned to various departments. Su Fan also took this opportunity to carry out the first institutional reform. The general department that Athena originally belonged to was abolished and replaced by the Interior Department, which was responsible for coordinating all internal affairs within the territory. The head of the Interior Department was still Athena, and there were 7 Interior Department officials under her who were responsible for assisting Athena in handling matters. Next is the Ministry of Agriculture, whose minister is Xiao Sa, who is in charge of agricultural development. Grain reserves, animal husbandry, and coastal fisheries are also under Xiao Sua's management. The Ministry of Industry is still headed by Philin, and there is no difference from before. Now Philin manages many mines, logging yards, quarries, large and small handicraft workshops, cement factories, brick factories, sea salt fields, and newly built paper mills. He is under his management, and he has many workers under him, becoming a truly important figure in the territory. The construction department and the planning and design department were merged, with Kong Ding in charge of major construction projects within the territory, such as road construction and the construction of a northern fortress. At the same time, Su Fan asked Kong Ding to design the latest round of planning for the territory. This plan directly included Violet City and Silver Moon Bay, including the vast wasteland between the two places. In Su Fan's vision, Violet City and Silver Moon Bay will eventually merge into one super city. The Great Wasteland will be completely transformed, mainly consisting of parks, green spaces, and industrial parks. Silver Moon Bay will be mainly responsible for communicating and trading with the ocean, while Violet City will be mainly responsible for trading with other cities. Kong Ding was also stunned by Su Fan's idea, and then he exclaimed in admiration, "My lord, you are really generous. You want to develop it into such a huge city? I have never even thought of it." Su Fan smiled and said, I will be responsible for the design, and you will be responsible for the implementation. Not only will this place become a super city, I will also conquer more cities, and those places must also develop. One day, this world will become extremely prosperous. Oh, what a wonderful vision. I really hope that day will come soon. Kongding was also full of longing. The Ministry of Commerce and the Ministry of Market Management were merged, with Gould serving as the concurrent chairperson, responsible for coordinating trade exchanges and commercial development within the territory. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Press and Publicity, and the Ministry of Intelligence have been newly added. A beauty will be in charge of all three departments. At this stage, they are mainly responsible for collecting internal and external intelligence. In the near future, Su Fan will publish newspapers and periodicals to lead the direction of public opinion. Su Fan has thought about these things, and he can only feel at ease if he leaves them to the smartest of beauty. Salo was the sole Minister of Justice and Chief Justice, responsible for the formulation and implementation of laws, the trial of cases, and the handling of criminals. A new Marine Department was added, which was responsible for the logistic support of the Navy and the management of docks and piers, and was headed by the Naval Fleet Commander Long Ji. Finally, the Ministry of Land Management, the Ministry of Urban Management, and the Ministry of Health and Family Planning were newly added, as well as some small institutions, all of which were headed by newly selected personnel. Chapter 89 Modernised Institutions. In addition to domestic reforms, a major adjustment was also made in the military. The first step was to form the 1st Cavalry Regiment, which currently consisted of 635 cavalrymen. After Su Fan completed his special mission, they would all be transferred to become paladins. This unit was led by Paladin and stationed in Violet City. The second is to form the 1st Mixed Regiment, which has 440 heavy infantry, 500 light infantry, 446 sharpshooters, a total of 1,386 people. All of them are elite system soldiers, brave in combat, loyal and of high quality. They will take on the task of defending Su Fan and are the mainstay of Su Fan's side. This force is led by Carl and is stationed in Silver Moon Bay. Then there is the 1st Garrison Army, which is responsible for the defense and public security of Silver Moon Bay, as well as garrisoning the northern fortress to prevent the possible emergence of alien armies in the ancient God Mountains. This force currently has 2,000 people and will be expanded in the future. It is led by the Silver Demon Swordsman Long E and is stationed in Silver Moon Bay. Next is the 2nd Garrison Army, which also consists of 2,000 people and is responsible for the defense and public security of Violet City. There is currently no suitable commander, so Su Fan asked Paladin to take on the role. Finally, there is the Navy with 500 people and 5 ships. It is the smallest but most expensive force. The sailors have very good food, but the repair and maintenance of ships require a lot of money. The commander-in-chief of the Navy was Long Ji. In terms of the army, Su Fan adopted the structure of the modern army, with squads, platoons, companies, battalions, regiments, brigades, and divisions as tactical units. Therefore, it is not very rigorous to call the 1st Garrison Army and the 2nd Garrison Army armies, and they should be called regiments. However, as Su Fan's army continues to expand, division-level units, army-level units, and even group armies and group army groups will appear. In the executive office, Su Fan established a headquarters, a general staff, and a logistics and transportation department. However, there were no suitable candidates for these 3 departments. With Carl, Paladin, and others already deployed, it was inconvenient for them to serve as heads of these departments. Therefore, Su Fan was currently in charge. 30 people were selected from former garrison veterans to fill the 2 major departments, responsible for coordinating various military affairs and executing Su Fan's orders. In this way, with the institutional reform, Su Fan's territory was finally up and running. However, the headquarters of various major departments were all in Silver Moon Bay. Although there was a cement road, it was still a bit inconvenient to communicate between Violet City and Silver Moon Bay. So Su Fan set up an official post station and gave it more than a dozen horses, which were specifically responsible for transmitting information between the 2 places. Alas, talent is scarce. Su Fan said, previously, when the territory was small and busy, a few people could still get by. But now that there are more people, internal affairs are still easy to deal with. These newly selected officials will grow up after a while, but the military is not so easy. There is an urgent need for part-time staff. Paper mill. In order to facilitate water supply, this factory was built on the banks of the Silver Moon River, close to the sea. thus avoiding water pollution. There are 3 factories and 100 workers here. Su Fan set the standards of A3, A4, and A8 for paper. In other words, this paper mill can produce 10,000 sheets of standard A4 paper a day. Su Fan knew about movable type printing. This technology was not difficult and did not require waiting for system help. He taught it to the workers in the paper mill. So a new printing factory was soon built next to the paper mill, and Fan also recruited 100 workers to be responsible for printing and binding the books. With the technology of papermaking and movable type printing, Su Fan organized people to compile a series of teaching materials. From Chinese, mathematics, history, geography, theology, and other native subjects in the world, they were optimized by Su Fan and put into use in the 10 newly built primary schools in Violet City and Silver Moon Bay. At the same time, he also personally wrote engineering, physics, chemistry, and biology. After all, Su Fan was a master of science and engineering who graduated from a prestigious university, so he could write a set of textbooks based on his memory. However, the knowledge points in this textbook are very shallow, and many aspects are only touched upon briefly. However, Su Fan also mentioned the future research direction. He cannot complete it by himself, and can only hope that the students he will train in the future can follow the path taken by their predecessors. In the textbook, Su Fan mentioned steam engines, gunpowder, airplanes and cannons, and even wireless communications and modern medicine. This knowledge is very important. It is Su Fan's trump card and future advantage, so he did not directly invest in the construction of the new primary school. These primary schools are more like literacy classes than primary schools. They follow the same system as literacy classes and only teach basic knowledge. There are no exercises or practice sessions. They work day and night, and the cycle is very short. Near the Silver Moon River, Su Fan established 2 real schools. One is the Armed Forces Officer School, and the other is the Strategic Engineering School. Both schools are headed by Su Fan himself. The Armed Forces Officer School teaches modern military theories, including blitzkrieg, strategic depth theory, multi-service mixed operations, special operations, etc. The students are all young men between the ages of 18 and 20. They are eligible for admission only after going through layers of screening. The course lasts 1 year. After graduation, they will directly serve as middle and senior officers in the Army. The Strategic Engineering School, on the other hand, taught real science and technology, including steam engines, thermodynamics, gunpowder ratios, artillery, and anatomy. Su Fan only had a superficial understanding of these subjects. For example, he only knew the working principles of steam engines and had never seen a blueprint. For gunpowder, he only knew the raw materials and ratios, but actual operation required a lot of experimentation. Su Fan racked his brains to compile all the modern knowledge he knew and the science and engineering knowledge he had learned in the textbooks and gave them to these young students. This strategic engineering school does not have a curriculum. These young people, who have also gone through layers of selection, will become lifelong researchers and future scientists. It can be imagined that although the start is difficult, every research result born here will shock the world and change history. These 2 schools, like the paper mill next to them, are Su Fan's most confidential things at present. They are his biggest trump card and reliance besides the system, so they're surrounded by high walls and are also heavily guarded. This place will not develop into a residential area in a short time, and no unrelated people will approach. Everyone who works here has a high salary and enough privileges, and has received a strong enough ideological baptism to ensure their loyalty to Su Fan. Due to the lack of available and reliable manpower, Su Fan has almost lived here during this period. He even set up his own exclusive office here and worked day and night. Chapter 90, The Holy Nights, are established. Soon, after 2 busy months, it was April. Spring comes very early in this world. The strong spring atmosphere is felt in January and lasts for a long time. It is still sunny and mild in May and June. While Su Fan was busy building 2 schools and a paper mill and printing factory near the Silver Moon River, he continued to use the moon well to awaken magic professionals. Su Fan now has 6 moon wells in his hands, and he can awaken 24 people in a month. Together with the 14 people awakened last year, in April, the number of magic nights in Su Fan's hands finally exceeded 100. Ding! Special mission completed. You have successfully awakened enough magic professionals. They will be transformed into holy light knights, wielding the spear of judgment to pierce the darkness and bring light to the world. Mission progress, 100 out of 100. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward, Book of Holy Light. When Su Fan saw this system prompt, he almost jumped up with excitement. He quickly opened his backpack and saw the golden book icon. Book of Holy Light. A precious book that records the heritage of the ancient Holy Light Church. It allows your magicians to change their classes and become Holy Light Knights. They possess powerful defense and recovery abilities and are the nemesis of darkness. Su Fan took out the book and read it carefully. He was soon shocked by the various powerful magics introduced in the book. This book records a lot of magic, all of which are of the Holy Light system. From Junior Magician to Grand Magician, from Black Iron Magic Swordsman to Sky Sword Saint, the system is very complete. Su Fan even saw 2 forbidden techniques on the last cover. Hand of God. Using an ancient magic circle, 100 paladins expended precious effort and faith to summon the Hand of God and destroy all enemies. Group Resurrection Technique. This is a forbidden technique that touches upon life and death, which can revive all like-minded teammates who have died within 10 minutes. Effective range, 500 meters. When Su Fan saw these 2 forbidden techniques, his mouth watered with greed, but he also saw the prerequisites for these 2 forbidden techniques. The host actually needed to reach the strength of a Grand Mage or a Sky Sword Master. This was a bit speechless. Now Paladin drinks moon water every day and constantly improves his magical talent, and has just reached the level of a Silver Magic Swordsman. If he wants to grow into a Sky Swordsman, he still has a long way to go. However, in addition to these 2 forbidden techniques, there are many other very powerful and rare magics. For example, the Holy Light Shield can absorb a lot of damage. The Holy Light spell can instantly restore a large amount of health and a small amount of mana to teammates, and the Blessing Aura can increase the defense and recovery of teammates within the range. It is simply powerful. Su Fan called Paladin over and handed him the Book of Holy Light. He said, "Paladin, you will copy this book. You keep the original and give me the manuscript. You will select these 100 magic cavalrymen to form the Holy Light Knights, and you will be in charge of their command. Starting today, you will teach them Holy Light magic so that these magic cavalrymen can quickly transition to become qualified paladins." Paladin took the Book of Holy Light and flipped through it for a while, his excitement growing uncontrollable. "Lord, where did you get this book?" "This is the complete legacy of the ancient Holy Light Church. Didn't it become extinct long ago?" Su Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. With this book, you are the leader of the modern paladins. I hope you can train a true paladin army to eliminate all darkness for me." Paladin snapped to attention, saluted, and said, "Please rest assured, my lord. I will work hard to train these 100 magic cavalrymen into the Holy Knights as soon as possible." Violet City. Today, Violet City has returned to its former tranquility. The city is bustling with people again, with caravans coming in and out, occupying the entire street. Various shops and workshops on both sides are open for business and shouting their wares. After several months of development, this place has been completely transformed. The streets have been widened and paved with cement, low abandoned buildings have been demolished, and even a sewer network has been set up. The previous phenomenon of sewage flowing in the city has been directly eliminated. Green belts are set up on both sides of the main streets. It is a kind of cold-resistant and drought-resistant plant with a slow growth rate, but evergreen all year round. Therefore, Su Fan designated this plant as a special plant for the green belt and planted it all over the streets and alleys of Violet City. On the city walls, fully armed soldiers stood in high spirits, their eyes wide open as they stared out at the city. They were part of the 2nd Garrison Army, subordinates of the Paladin, and had only recently been trained, so they hadn't experienced much actual combat. But their equipment was already very sophisticated. They were wearing full-body black leather armor, with breastplates, shin guards, wrist guards, and other parts made of iron sheets. They also had helmets and guards' daggers, and held spears in their hands with steel tips that gleamed sharply in the sunlight. Some of the soldiers held large shields, which were 2 meters high and resembled door panels. They could form a shield wall and also defend against arrows and cavalry attacks. Another group of soldiers held longbows and carried 3 quivers on their backs, demonstrating their super endurance. Wearing black armor, red robes, and red tassels on their helmets, this garrison has a style reminiscent of the Han Army in film and television dramas. These equipments cost Su Fan a large amount of gold coins. At the same time, more than a dozen crossbows were set up in Violet City. These crossbows were made of exquisite materials and had complex craftsmanship, requiring many craftsmen to carefully polish and adjust them. Therefore, they became the most powerful and most expensive weapons in Su Fan's territory. In this peaceful life, a soldier suddenly shouted, "Look, what is that?" The soldiers guarding the city looked up and saw a small black shadow appear on the horizon. "What is that? It looks like a bird." "Stop it. How can it be a bird that big?" "Look, that's a flying lion." "Oh my God, how can a lion fly?" "Shut up, you idiot. That's not a lion. It's the legendary griffin." The soldiers were facing a formidable enemy. The generals in charge of the city's defense hurriedly urged the archers to draw their bows and string them in preparation for shooting. The oilcloths of more than a dozen crossbows were torn off, and the 3-meter-long iron spears were loaded, ready to deal a fatal blow to the enemy at any time. Paladin was also called to the city wall. He was very busy now. Not only did he have to study the Holy Book of Light himself, but he also had to teach the members of the Holy Light Knights every day and teach them the knowledge he had learned. In addition, he was also responsible for the defense of Violet City. He was very busy. Paladin walked to the city wall and saw the small black dot. At this time, the small black dot became bigger and bigger, and everyone could see the true appearance of this creature. A golden lion with a pair of snow-white wings, an eagle-like head, a sharp beak, fierce eyes, and a person sitting on its back. Chapter 91, Messenger Mura. The griffin has the body of a lion, the head of an eagle, and a pair of snow-white wings. It is huge in size and looks fierce. It is a beast that is 10 or even 100 times more ferocious than a tiger. But the Moon God Empire has a legion that uses ancient magic to tame griffins, turning them into mounts to fight for humans and allow humans to gallop across the sky. This legion is called the Griffin Legion. The Griffin Legion corresponds to the Dragon Legion of the War God Empire. Like the Moon Guard Legion and the War God First Legion, they are all true ace troops. Now a griffin suddenly appeared, and Paladin and others immediately felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. But there was only one griffin in front of them, and it didn't look like it was coming to attack them, which made them a little strange. Could it be that this griffin got lost and couldn't find the main force? Sitting on the griffin's back was a man wearing a magic robe and holding a magic scepter in his hand. He had a handsome face and looked like an elegant nobleman. "Who are you?" Paladin shouted. The man sitting on the griffin's back said, "My name is Mura. I'm an envoy from Sun City. I'm here to convey the Emperor's will and to see your lord." "Oh, you're from Sun City." Paladin was surprised. The war in the north was in a mess now, and His Majesty the Emperor was busy with his own affairs. How could he have a mind to send an envoy here? However, out of respect for the king, Paladin allowed the other party to enter the city after confirming his identity. Soon, the griffin landed in the city and the soldiers rushed over. The residents of the city were so frightened when they saw this huge monster with an eagle head and a lion body that they retreated one after another. "Aha, don't panic. This is a tamed griffin, my best comrade. You can call it Cutie." Mura laughed. "A little cutie?" Paladin was stunned. According to legend, a griffin would eat a sheep in a day. It sounded a bit inappropriate to call such a ferocious beast such a name. When the griffin heard Paladin and others calling it, it cried out as if in response. "How smart!" exclaimed the surrounding soldiers. "Aha, of course." Mura patted the griffin's head and said, "Now take me to see your city lord. As far as I know, Viscount Fording has been killed by you, right?" Paladin's heart tightened. Although the northern barbarians were now suffocating the royal family of the royal city, and the royal family had no intention of caring about them, in name, his lord and Viscount Fording were still subject to the Emperor of the Moon Goddess Empire, and were from the same aristocratic family. In terms of title, Su Fan was only a baron of the lowest rank, even below Fording. Now that Su Fan has captured Violet City, if the royal family really takes it seriously and accuses Su Fan of internal strife and rebellion, Su Fan really won't be able to refute it. This is also a concern in the minds of Su Fan and other senior executives. However, in recent months, they have been trading and communicating normally with Northwind City and the Black Rock Principality to the west. The royal family has never caused them any trouble, and they have gradually forgotten about it. Now that someone from the royal family had suddenly arrived, Paladin was very worried, fearing that the royal family had already freed up their hands and wanted to hold him accountable. "Your Excellency the Envoy, there's a reason for this. We were originally staying well in Silver Moon Bay, but Viscount Fording killed our caravan, detained our ministers, and sent troops to attack us. We had no choice but to do this, otherwise we would have been swallowed up by the body." Paladin explained. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to hold you accountable. Viscount Fording disobeyed orders from His Majesty the Emperor 5 times. He ignored all his orders to send troops to support him. His rebellious intentions are very obvious. I'm here to find Baron Sufan. Mura smiled and said, You are the only one in the entire empire who can own a city with the title of Baron. I would also like to meet this young hero. Paladin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't coming to fight them, it would be fine. The forces of Violet City and Silvermoon Bay weren't particularly strong. Aside from his 1st Cavalry Regiment, the Holy Light Knights, and Su Fan's 1st Mixed Regiment, there weren't many powerful units. The 2 garrisons were merely figments of their power, and their numbers were small. If the Imperial family sent any legion, they'd be finished. In that case, please come in. Please rest here for one night. Our Lord will come tomorrow. Paladin gestured for an invitation and said with a smile, We have delicious food in the city. You are tired from the journey. Please let us welcome you. Delicious? I like to see. Mura agreed casually, but in his heart he was disdainful. He grew up in Moon City and now lived in Sun City. He had spent a lot of time in both the northern and southern capitals and had tasted all the famous foods in the world. He didn't believe there was anything delicious here. Sir, you Griffin, a soldier guarding the city, said weakly. Don't worry about it. It will fly out to find food on its own. A tame griffin is very intelligent and will not hurt anyone. Mura waved his hand, unconcerned. In this way, Paladin took Mura towards the executive hall in the city. The roads in your city are very spacious. Mura discovered this as soon as he entered the city. The cement road is 12 meters wide and has solid lines. There's a lot of traffic on the road, and pedestrians and carriages are all driving on the right side in an orderly manner. There's a row of green plants planted on both sides of the road, and several workers are carefully trimming them with large scissors. This city is so clean, and the roads are wide and beautiful, even better than the roads in Luna City. Mura was amazed. That's right. This is all the work of our Lord. He can't stand streets full of sewage. Paladin laughed. But what surprises me is that you don't see any vagrants or refugees here. I've been traveling all the way, and there are many vagrants in every city. Mura wondered. Paladin explained. Our Lord is compassionate and cannot bear to see people suffer. So he took in all these refugees, gave them money, food, and land, and allowed them to live and work here in peace and contentment. What? How rich is your Baron Sufan that he can take in so many refugees? Moreover, food is in short supply now, and it is difficult to buy it even if you have money. Mura was confused. Other cities were troubled by refugees, but why did refugees become so popular here? Chapter 92, Country Bumpkin Mura. Mura asked casually, Besides this place, you have also developed the Silvermoon Bay, right? That's right. We originally established our territory in Silvermoon Bay, and now it is our base camp. All our management departments and main responsibilities are located there. Paladin replied. So, how many people are there in your territory now? Probably 500,000. Violet City has 300,000, and Silvermoon Bay has absorbed a lot of refugees recently. The population has swelled to 200,000 a month ago. Speaking of this, Paladin also found it amazing. Silvermoon Bay, such a desolate place, was still an uninhabited area last year. But in less than a year, it has become a big city with a population of 200,000. This is simply a miracle in history. Mula asked excitedly. I want to know where your food comes from? Paladin thought for a moment and replied, We have our own fleet. This grain was purchased by our fleet from the kingdom of the Paus Islands, where the grain price is very low. After learning that we needed grain, a large number of grain ships transported grain produced in the Paus Islands to our dock every day. You actually have your own fleet. Mula patted his head, feeling that the strength of this little baron was far beyond his imagination. With 2 cities, a regular army, a population of 500,000, and its own fleet, it is even more powerful than the fiefdom earls. I came from the Black Rock Principality. It's the territory of the Grand Duke of Black Rock. Even though it's a self-established nation, it's still full of starving people. It's a world of difference compared to where you are. Mura sighed. I'm becoming more and more interested in your Baron Sufan. The two chatted casually while walking. Suddenly, Mula twitched his nose and asked in surprise, What's that smell? It smells so good. Paladin smiled and said, This is a bun. Steamed buns? What kind of food is that? Mula was puzzled and followed the scent and saw a shop on the side of the road with a long queue, which looked very busy. If Lord Mura is curious, you can taste it. Paladin said with a smile. Really? I'd like to try this delicacy called steam buns. Mura walked to the bun shop, and when the customers saw the soldiers brought by Paladin, they quickly made way. So Mula walked to the front desk smoothly. Excuse me, how much are these, steam buns? Mullah asked. The shop owner said, what kind of filling would you like? We have small soup dumplings here. A tray of meat dumplings costs 2 silver coins, and a tray of vegetable dumplings costs 1 silver coin. The price is quite reasonable. So, what fillings are available? Mura asked curiously. There are many kinds, including pork and green onions, leeks and eggs, mushrooms and chicken, and 3 fresh dishes, the boss introduced. Mura thought for a moment and asked Paladin beside him, this is my first time here. I don't know which one is delicious. Can you recommend one? Paladin smiled and said, of course, boss. Give me a tray of pork and green onions, and another tray of shrimp and corn. Remember to add vinegar, garlic, and some pickles. As soon as he got the buns, Mula couldn't wait to put one in his mouth. He felt it burst in his mouth, and the rich and fragrant soup filled his entire mouth, giving him an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Woo, it's so delicious. Mullah shed tears of happiness. I have never eaten such delicious food in my life. Paladin looked at the imperial envoy, Griffin Knight, and noble magician beside him. He ate with relish, as if he hadn't eaten for hundreds of years, and couldn't wait to stuff another bun into his mouth before finishing the one he had. Suddenly, he felt very uncomfortable. But on second thought, when this food called soup dumplings first appeared and was served in front of me, my performance seemed to be even worse than that of the magician. After finishing 2 or 3 buns with great grunt, Mula finally stopped, gave a thumbs up, and said, this thing is truly delicious. Why haven't I seen it in Sun City? Is this a local specialty? Paladin shook his head and said, this is a food that my lord has researched. It's only been around for less than 2 months and is currently only available in Violet City and Silver Moon Bay. What? Your lord figured it out? Oh my god, he's actually a noble who loves gourmet food. Mura said in amazement. Haha, my lord not only likes food, but also has research on many things. For example, music, poetry, drama, and so on and so forth. There's no end to the list. Paladin exclaimed. Mura simply nodded, not taking it to heart. He believed it was already quite difficult for a nobleman to come up with such delicious food while commanding troops and managing internal affairs. He absolutely refused to believe that he was all-powerful and proficient in poetry and songs. The buns are just an appetizer. I'd better take you to a big restaurant for a meal. Paladin brought Mura to the center of the city, where there was a 19-story building that stood on the ground like a sharp sword, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding 1- and 2-story buildings. This building covers a large area and is made entirely of bricks, tiles, and cement. The exterior walls are polished with a silver-gray color, making them shine brightly, like a building in a mythical paradise. Mura stood at the foot of the building, looking up with shock on his face. How? How can there be such a tall building? It's taller than the Tower of the Gods in Luna City. Due to population size and building materials, most buildings in this world are 3 stories or fewer. A few large cities have 4 or 5 stories. Some religious sects, seeking to enhance their mystique and connect with the gods, have built 9- and 10-story towers. But a building as magnificent and unique as this one, a full 50 or 60 meters high, is something Mura is certain is unique in this world. Paladin saw Mura's shocked expression and smiled with satisfaction. It's no big deal. It's just a building made of bricks and stones. With the magician here, it's very easy to build such a building. Mura smacked his lips. Having said that, I was still shocked when I first saw it. You said this isn't your executive office, but a restaurant. He saw that the building had a very grand entrance with more than a dozen steps. The wide ground in front of the entrance was paved with white light stone, which was polished to be extremely flat and smooth. Countless diners came in and out. Everyone who went in had an excited look on their face, and everyone who came out had a satisfied look on their face. What is even more peculiar is that at the grand and spacious gate, there are 2 rows of beautiful maids standing, wearing bold short skirts and uniform clothing, like dancers, but not casually. They stood there, each with a faint smile on their face, and bowed to every diner who came in and out. This kind of treatment, if you didn't know, you would think you had come to the king's palace. Paladin said, that's right. This is a restaurant opened by our lord himself. It is managed by the executive office. All the dishes here are created by the lord himself, and are the most authentic tastes. Oh, really? Then I'd like to see if it's really as you said. Chapter 93, City of Gourmet Food. Paladin took Mura into the Violet Hotel. Mura originally thought that it would be the same as other hotels in other places, but after walking in, he found that the lobby occupied a full 3 floors. Except for the stairs and load-bearing columns, the rest was directly hollowed out. The entire lobby is decorated magnificently, and there are even a few magic lamps. Mura felt dizzy and murmured, "Gods, am I in the palace?" No, the palace is not even this beautiful. Paladin took Mula up to the 3rd floor, found a private room, and sat down, then handed Mula the menu. "Master Mula, please order whatever you want. We, Silver Moon Territory, are your host today." Mura picked up the paper menu and said in surprise, "What is this? It's so light. This is the paper our Lord invented. It can replace animal skins, linen, and wood strips. It's very convenient for writing and drawing on it." Mura exclaimed, "This paper is so light. Its appearance will definitely cause a profound change and perhaps usher in a new era." Paladin was surprised. He didn't expect that Mura could figure out the meaning of paper in an instant. It seemed that this person was not simple. "Haha, this kind of paper is indeed very convenient, but the output is too small. It is currently distributed by the Executive Office on demand and is mainly used by officials and the military. It has not yet been sold to ordinary people." Paladin explained with a smile. The paper mill can now produce 10,000 sheets of paper a day, which sounds like a lot, but is actually not enough to fill the gaps in the teeth. With the popularization of knowledge in the territory, primary schools are being built one after another. Various books, letters, and documents all require a large amount of paper, so the 2nd and 3rd paper mills have begun to be expanded on the Silver Moon River. Kung Pao chicken, shredded pork with fish flavor, dompa pork, fried chicken fillet, sweet and sour pork, Brazilian barbecue. What are these? I don't understand any of them. Mura awkwardly handed the menu to Paladin and said, "You should order." Okay, I'll have some," Mula said with a smile. Soon, the food was served. When Mula saw the dishes placed on the white plates on the table, which were colorful, fragrant, and delicious, extremely delicate and tempting, he felt like he had come to heaven. Delicious, this sweet and sour pork tenderloin is so delicious. Wow, why doesn't this dish called fish-flavored shredded pork have fish meat? Mula wolfed down the food, but when the crab was served, Mula froze instantly. What kind of monster is this? What a disgusting bug. How can you eat it? Mula looked at the steamed crabs without even removing the shells and trembled with fear. Paladin smiled and said, "Of course, this is crab, a gift from the sea, and an excellent ingredient. Because of the obstruction of ancient god mountains, marine trade and fishing were not developed, so humans did not have the habit of eating seafood, especially crabs. People called them sea monsters. No one dared to touch them, let alone eat them. So when Su Fan learned the news, he decided to vigorously develop seafood, because it costs money. Today, Silver Moon Bay and Violet City are full of seafood restaurants, and many people from other cities come here to eat. Violet City and Silver Moon Bay have become a city of food. Paladin patiently taught Mura how to eat crabs and the benefits of eating crabs. Mura listened very attentively like an elementary school student. The moment he put the crab roe into his mouth, he was so excited that he almost cried. "Wow, it's so fresh and delicious. I feel like I have lived in vain. There is such delicious food in the world." Paladin also ordered a bottle of white wine. When Mura smelled the aroma of the wine, he stood up. "What kind of wine is this? It smells so good." Paladin said, "This is also brewed by my lord himself. It's named Galaxy. It costs 5 gold coins a bottle and is in high demand." This was also the result of Su Fan using the knowledge in his mind and calling more than 50 masters with winemaking experience to conduct repeated experiments. The taste is naturally not as complete and mature as the modern winemaking process, but it is more natural and mellow. Su Fan has currently produced 3 kinds of wine. One is called Galaxy, which is a high alcohol grain wine. One is called Fruits, which is a very low alcohol content but is extremely sweet. And the other is called Violet, which is a wine. As soon as these 3 fine wines appeared, they became popular throughout the territory and sold well everywhere. A large number of orders came from Northwind City, Black Rock Principality, and the Kingdom of Paus Islands. Many century-old wine shops also sent people to inspect and hope to profit from it. Fine wine, delicious food, and sea salt have currently become the most profitable industries in Su Fan's territory. bringing Su Fan huge profits every day. Mula's face flushed with satisfaction, and he felt like getting drunk. Patting his round belly, he said, "This trip was truly worthwhile. I've witnessed the prosperity of Violet City. When I return, I'll definitely mention it to His Majesty the Emperor, hoping he'll take it seriously and provide you with favorable policies so you can thrive." "Haha, that's great." Paladin responded with a smile, but at the same time, he was a little puzzled. This guy kept talking about how good Luna City was and how good Sun City was. His words sounded as if he was very familiar with His Majesty the Emperor. Could this guy be a liar? He had also seen this guy's ID card, which read Imperial City Guard in large characters, proving that this Mura was a member of the Royal Guard and didn't seem fake. But even if he was a member of the Royal Guard, he wouldn't be very familiar with His Majesty the Emperor. "Lord Mura, this hotel has accommodations. I have already booked a room for you. Please rest here for one night. I will inform you tomorrow when my lord arrives." "Well, as soon as possible. I really want to meet your Baron and see if he is really as omnipotent as you said," Mula said with a smile. Chapter 94, Blacksmith Shun. Beep. Side quest completed. You've successfully built a checkpoint within the ancient God Mountains. This strategic location will serve as the strongest barrier in the north, resisting the attacks of the alien army. Congratulations on receiving the quest reward. Blacksmith Shop, only. On the north bank of the Silver Moon River, at the entrance of the Yishianshan Grand Canyon, a magnificent fortress has been completed. This fortress took Kongding nearly half a year to build with thousands of people. It was built entirely of large blue stones and a large amount of cement. Kongding personally supervised the process, and the quality of the project was the best. After its completion, the fortress completely filled the canyon, which was several hundred meters wide, dividing it horizontally. Its walls were straight, 20 meters high, lined with arrow towers, and equipped with more than a dozen crossbows. It was truly a fortress where one man could hold the fort against 10,000. The fortress wall is 10 meters wide enough for horses and vehicles to run on. The interior is solid, so even bombing with artillery shells would be difficult and futile. In addition to this huge and thick city wall, there are higher side towers on both sides of the fortress. Once the enemy attacks the city wall, the cylindrical side towers on both sides can concentrate fire support to form a second line of defense. Inside the fortress, there are barracks, parade grounds, stables, armories, granaries, wells, in short, everything you need. The Silver Demon Swordsman Long, he was in charge of garrisoning this fortress with 500 soldiers from the 1st Garrison Army. Su Fan came here for an inspection and touched the thick city wall with his own hands. The tension in his heart finally relaxed. For such a long time, the ancient God Mountains have been a thorn in his heart. He was afraid that the enemy would attack at any time, and he was also afraid that the enemy would take a detour. Therefore, the defense line on the south bank of the Silver Moon River was stretched very long, and the combat effectiveness was naturally unsatisfactory. Now that this hole has finally been filled, the defense line on the south bank of the Silver Moon River can be withdrawn, and all efforts can be made to maintain one point, which will naturally greatly enhance the defense capability. Finally, I could get a good night's sleep. Su Fan sighed, then said to Long, beside him, "I will ask Kong Ding to develop a plan to build a bridge on the Silver Moon River to connect here with the south bank." Long smiled and said, "That's perfect. A cement road will lead directly here. If we ride horses, we can reach the territory and see you in half a day. The army support capacity will also be greatly improved." Su Fan said, "I have people develop steel bars. When combined with cement, the quality of our projects will be taken to a higher level." After leaving the northern fortress, Su Fan returned to the territory. On an open space prepared in advance, Su Fan opened the system panel, selected the blacksmith shop icon, and clicked place. Rays of light flashed by, and a rugged building appeared. The building covers a large area of over 1,000 square meters and also has a yard and a warehouse, from which the sound of iron hammering can be heard. When Su Fan walked into the blacksmith shop, a heat wave hit him. The air was filled with a strong smell of steel, which almost suffocated Su Fan. Su Fan looked around and found that this blacksmith shop was indeed unusual. There were many runes flashing on the walls, and the patterns were complex and mysterious. As he walked here, a pattern would appear with every step he took, and the magic core in his body began to become restless. This place can actually make the magical elements so active. Su Fan was surprised. At this time, a man walked out of the room. He was a middle-aged man with short hair, bare chest, bronze skin, strong muscles all over his body, and a small hammer in his hand. "Welcome, my master." The man smiled and saluted Su Fan. "Are you the person in charge here?" Su Fan asked. "Yes, I run this blacksmith shop. You can call me Blacksmith Shun." "Blacksmith Shun, doesn't he have a name?" "I'm sorry, it's been so long that I've forgotten my name. I only remember one syllable, Shun." Blacksmith Shun also seemed very sorry. "Okay, Blacksmith Shun, tell me what I can do here." Su Fan asked. Blacksmith Shun smiled and said, "I can forge high-level equipment for you, including enchanting ordinary weapons, forging and repairing magical equipment, and even creating magic scrolls." Su Fan was extremely surprised and said, "That's great. I need a lot of magic equipment, including magic swords, magic spears, magic armor, and magic robes." Blacksmith Shin shook his head and said, "I'm the only one here right now, and I'm very slow at crafting magic equipment. If you could provide me with a group of apprentices, perhaps I could speed up." Su Fan readily agreed. "Of course, no problem. I have as much as you want." Blacksmith Shin stretched out his hand and said, "I only need 50 people at most." "No problem." Su Fan was delighted. Enchanters and magic blacksmiths who could create magic equipment were extremely scarce. They were usually in the hands of the royal families of the major kingdoms and were a top strategic resource. If he sent 50 apprentices here, wouldn't these apprentices be able to slowly master the skills and become magic blacksmiths and enchanters? When these apprentices grow up, he will let them open branches in other places, and each of them will recruit 50 apprentices. The cycle will continue like this. Wouldn't his territory be able to produce enchanters and magic blacksmiths continuously? In a few years, I will let magicians from all over the world come here to make equipment. By then, this place will become the capital of magic. Su Fan seemed to have seen a bright future. "Blacksmith Shun, 50 apprentices will be sent to you tomorrow. I want you to forge 100 sets of magic armor and magic swords." "How long will it take?" Su Fan asked. He first wanted to equip the entire Holy Light Knights with magic equipment, transforming them into a truly magical cavalry regiment, a sword in his hand that would be invincible and unstoppable. However, the idea is good, but the reality is cruel. Blacksmith Shin spread his hands and said, "I'm sorry, my master. Equipment enchantment and the creation of magical equipment require magic stones as raw materials, and we don't seem to have such raw materials in our territory." Well, the corner of Su Fan's eyes twitched, and it seemed as if 10,000 divine beasts were galloping through his heart. The magic stone is a very scarce mineral. As far as I know, there are only a few of them in the entire Moon Goddess Empire. Don't you have any other substitutes? Su Fan asked unwillingly. Blacksmith Shin shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, no. The Philosopher's Stone is the essence of the elemental world, a divine object bestowed upon mortals by God. All magical equipment, including weapon enchantments, requires the Philosopher's Stone. Nothing can replace it. Doesn't that mean you can't do anything now?" Su Fan was speechless, and his enthusiasm for Blacksmith Shin also dropped a lot. "What good is your ability? You can't bring him any value now, and even if you can capture a magic mine in the future, who knows when you'll be able to do that?" Chapter 95 Mutation. Blacksmith Shun smiled and said, "Although I cannot forge magical equipment for you now, I can upgrade the equipment for you and your generals." Su Fan was stunned for a moment, then took out the Flame Scepter and Flame Holy Grail and said, "I happen to have 2 pieces of magic equipment here. Can you upgrade them?" Blacksmith Shun took the 2 pieces of equipment and examined them carefully. He said, "These 2 pieces of equipment are of high quality, but the workmanship is very crude. I can use the magic stones on these 2 pieces of equipment to transform and upgrade them. The upgraded equipment will be much more powerful." Su Fan finally became happy and said, "In that case, I'll leave it with you and let you upgrade it. I have a few more pieces of magic equipment in my territory. I'll bring them to you later." Blacksmith Shin smiled and said, "No problem. The upgrade will be completed in just 1 day." "Well, that's good. I'll come get it in a day." After leaving the blacksmith shop, Su Fan got on a carriage and headed for Violet City. He was going to discuss military expansion with Athena there. Su Fan has heard a lot of information provided by a beauty during this period. The situation in the north has deteriorated rapidly, and it can be said that it is turbulent. He must expand his army as soon as possible and prepare for battle. During this period, he mainly managed the territory and gathered the population. Now he has stockpiled a large amount of gold coins and food, enough to support him to launch a war. Not to mention that after the system upgrade, the mall system is opened, and the points used must be exchanged for fighting, killing, and blood. Keep a low profile and develop during this period in order to protect yourself from the coming storm. The road from Silver Moon Bay to Violet City is now inhabited. There's a post station every 10 kilometers, and villages and towns have formed with these post stations as the center. In addition, Su Fan is also vigorously exploring the resources in the wilderness. Currently, there are 3 quarries, 2 logging sites, 3 cement plants, clay mines, farms, etc. Because they are all planned in advance, they are neatly arranged and pleasing to the eye. Armored bulls panted heavily as they pulled cargo along the broad cement road. Some of these people came from Northwind City and the Black Rock Duchy, some from the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, and also from Silver Moon's own caravan. It is precisely because of these pedestrians that a large number of stalls have emerged on both sides of the road. They are all nearby residents. They make a variety of delicious food and also provide 3 kinds of fine wines developed by Su Fan, which makes these merchants look very satisfied. Especially those who came here for the first time were deeply impressed by the variety of delicious food here and didn't even want to leave. Gradually, a wandering poet composed a ballad. From Silver Moon Bay to violets, from soup dumplings to crayfish, eating all over the food street. You will have no regrets even if you die in this life. Su Fan sat in the carriage, opened the window, and looked at the bustling scene outside. He said to the assistant driving the carriage, "When we get back, ask the forestry department to draw up a greening plan for this road. We want to turn this into the welcoming avenue of our Silver Moon territory." Yes, the assistant nodded in agreement. Su Fan selected 3 people from the Ministry of the Interior to form his own secretariat, which he called the Lord's Key Office. One person was responsible for contacting the Ministry of the Interior, one was responsible for contacting the army, and another followed Su Fan and was responsible for conveying Su Fan's instructions. The person following me now is called Su Long, whose real name is Daikas. He is from the War God Empire. His family died while he was fleeing, and he was left alone here with no one to rely on. But this Dukas has been educated, followed nobles, and served in the army. He is 17 years old this year, younger than Su Fan. He is not very smart, but very honest. This was the candidate recommended by Athena herself. Su Fan also recognized this talent very much. So he gave him the name Su Long and asked him to follow him around as a messenger. Su Long thus became the first person to receive the surname given by Su Fan. Due to the special nature of his job, although Su Long had no power and low rank, he was a figure that could not be ignored in the eyes of the entire Silver Moon leader. It took Su Fan almost a day to arrive at Violet City. As soon as he entered the executive hall, Paladin and Athena found Su Fan and said, "My lord, someone is coming from the palace." Su Fan was stunned and frowned. Why would someone from the palace come here? For no reason. Paladin shook his head. "I don't know. I've been asking him in subtle ways for a long time, but he won't say anything. He just said he has the Emperor's order and won't give it to me until he sees you." Speaking of this, Paladin was speechless. He had arranged for himself to have good food and drink for 3 consecutive meals, but his mouth was still tightly shut and he didn't say anything. "Then let him come to see me," Su Fan said. He also wanted to see it. The situation in the north was now in a state of disarray. It was said that Grand Duke Luo Xiong had already come to the capital to support the emperor and claimed to unite the western countries to resist the northern natural disasters. However, many princes and grand dukes in the country opposed Luo Xiong. In addition, winter was over, and the northern natural disasters were stirring up new offensives. With such internal and external troubles, it looked like a volcano was about to erupt in Sun City. Why would the emperor send someone to find him, a small baron, at this time? Soon, Mura arrived at the executive hall and saluted Su Fan. "Your Excellency, Lord Su Fan, I am Mura from Sun City. I have come here to convey the emperor's will." Su Fan nodded. "Go ahead, I'm listening." This world also has the custom of kowtowing when seeing an imperial edict, but Su Fan would not do that. Not to mention that he came from Earth and only kneeled to his parents and elders. Even in terms of strength, he had a powerful army in his hands and would never kneel to an emperor he had never met. Mura took out a jade tablet, raised it high above his head, and said in a solemn voice, "Here is Banner, the emperor of the Moon God Empire. He is too young to govern, has no children, and is experiencing a natural disaster caused by alien races that is disrupting the world. He is unable to take on the responsibility to resist foreign invaders and protect the people. I now pass the throne to my uncle, Duke Luo Xiong. Lords of all regions, upon seeing this letter, should regard it as my presence in person. promulgate a decree throughout the land, pacify the people, and promptly come to the capital to meet the new emperor. What? Su Fan was confused. Paladin beside him was also confused. Athena frowned, and the servants standing beside him began to whisper. Chapter 96. The Reappearance of the Solar Empire. The Moon Goddess Empire has been passed down for thousands of years, and its civilization is brilliant. It has never been interrupted despite many twists and turns. Now it has abdicated? The news was so explosive that Su Fan and others couldn't recover for a long time. In fact, Su Fan didn't have any feelings for this country. After all, he was a time traveler. What he was thinking about now was why he suddenly abdicated and the series of impacts that would occur after the abdication. According to the information obtained by Su Fan, Grand Duke Luo Xiong is the uncle of Emperor Banner. He has been guarding the western border for many years. He is a general who has been tested on the battlefield and also a great lord. His territory borders the Storm Kingdom and the Thunder Kingdom in the west. He has 2 legions under his command, the Sirius Legion and the Lion Legion. Both are frontline legions. They not only have a large number of soldiers and generals, but also a large number of magic professionals. Grand Duke Luo Xiong is tough, decisive, not good at getting along with the people, and very capable. He is one of the most powerful lords in the Moon Goddess Empire. Half a year ago, Emperor Banner issued the 6th mobilization order, mobilizing troops from all over the country to go to Sun City to resist the alien natural disaster. However, most of the lords and nobles pretended to be stupid and kept delaying. Instead, Grand Duke Luo Xiong went to the capital with great fanfare to defend the king. However, he did not expect that after a few months, Grand Duke Luo Xiong would take his place and obtain the throne. As for the so-called abdication, Su Fan absolutely did not dare to believe it. No emperor in history was willing to give up his ancestral kingdom. If there was, it meant that the knife was already on the emperor's neck. Seeing Su Fan standing there in a daze, Mula said, Lord Su Fan, there's another holy decree here, but it was written by Grand Duke Luo Xiong, or now His Majesty Luo Xiong himself. Su Fan nodded. Please continue. Mura produced another jade tablet and announced loudly, Baron Su Fan, his father had distinguished military achievements and served the country and the people. Su Fan is now developing Silver Moon Bay, connecting the interior and the exterior. He is young and promising, so I hereby appoint him Earl of Silver Moon, with Violet City and the Eastern region as his fief. He is also allowed to have 10,000 soldiers and 10 self-proclaimed marquises. Paladin and the people around him were extremely surprised. Their lord was promoted from the lowest rank of Baron to Earl. This was a very important figure in a place like the capital. In the aristocratic system, the emperor is naturally the highest aristocrat, followed by the emperor's sons and nephews, uncles, brothers, etc., who are all granted the title of princes. The next level down are the dukes who have made great military achievements or inherited the title from their ancestors. Each of them is a jewel of the empire, a powerful figure, and many of them have the power to establish their own country. The earl is already the limit of ordinary nobles. Some are local powerful figures, some serve as high-ranking officials in the capital, and some enjoy a leisurely life with bird cages and walks. They can get high salaries every month. In short, each of them is a superior person and a level that ordinary people can only dream of. Paladin and the others were excited because once Su Fan was promoted to a higher rank, he could grant them fiefs. Especially people like Paladin who were closest to Su Fan, they could at least be given the title of a marquis. In this world, a marquis is not a marquis, but a threshold to nobility. Even without a title, he is still considered a nobility. But Su Fan didn't think so much. The so-called title had no appeal to him, and he didn't expect to rely on this so-called emperor to consolidate his position. What he was thinking about was the attitude of the new Emperor Luo Xiong towards him. He was promoted to a higher rank, granted land, and allowed to have 10,000 soldiers and 10 marquises. This was a very generous treatment. However, he was just an insignificant baron before, and the adults in the imperial city would not normally remember that there was such a person as him in the list of nobles. Why would he be given such great preferential treatment now? Count Su Fan, you're the youngest earl in the empire now. When you enter the capital, I believe all the girls in the city will go crazy for you. Mura joked with a smile. Su Fan said, I want to ask, you didn't just inform me when you came this time. Did you also inform Beifeng City and the Black Rock Grand Duke? Well, Mura's face froze, clearly feeling rather uncomfortable. Then he said, "Of course, His Majesty Luo Xiong has sent out 36 emissaries to spread the word. Beifeng City, the Black Rock Principality, and you have all been notified." Su Fan asked again, "What do Earl Beifeng and Grand Duke Haiyan say? Will they enter the capital to meet the new emperor?" Mura said, "Earl Beifeng and Grand Duke Haiyan have both acknowledged the new emperor's status, but they have important matters to attend to. Once they have dealt with matters in their territories, they will immediately depart for the capital to pay homage to the new emperor." Su Fan laughed heartily. "If that's the case, then we will naturally acknowledge the new emperor's succession to the throne." Mura smiled and said, "That's good. In that case, please ask Earl Sufan to replace the flag with a new one to show his loyalty." "A new flag? What does it mean?" Su Fan was stunned. Mura said, "His Majesty Luo Xiong has recently issued an edict, deciding to change the Moon God Empire to the Sun Empire, revering the Sun God as the primary god and the Moon God as the secondary god. This is the Sun King flag designated by His Majesty Luo Xiong. Count Sufan, please order the removal of the Moon God flag and its replacement with the Sun King flag." As he spoke, he took out a flag with a lifelike fireball on it and two auspicious clouds beside it, which looked very noble. "What? Even the country's name and the belief in the main god have changed." Su Fan and others were even more surprised. Mura nodded and said, "Indeed, His Majesty Luo Xiong believed that the Moon City in the north had fallen and the Moon Palace had been destroyed under the ravages of the alien natural disasters. He believed that the Moon Goddess Alun had failed to protect her people and was an incompetent god. Therefore, he named the country Sun City, where the royal city is now located, and revered the ancient sun god as the main deity. This was also in the hope that we could unify the continent and achieve world peace, just like the ancient Sun Empire." Su Fan took the flag and said, "All right, whether it's the Moon God Empire or the Sun Empire, I accept them all. I just hope that His Majesty Luo Xiong can lead us to resist the attack of the northern alien races and recover the lost territory in the north." Although he said so, Su Fan knew that Grand Duke Luo Xiong was so impatient that he ascended the throne by abdication in a short period of time and could not wait to change the country's name and also change the faith. The interests affected were too great. The situation in the world would become even more unstable, like a rotten house, and the last pillar was about to be cut down. "The building is about to collapse." Mura said, "Of course, His Majesty Luo Xiong has decided to join forces with the Western Kingdoms. He is currently in talks with the kings of the Storm Kingdom and the Thunder Kingdom in Sun City. He has also sent envoys to the western regions to search for the Dwarf Kingdom and the Giant Kingdom. His Majesty hopes to gather the strength of all mankind to fight against the alien disaster." Chapter 97, Sending Money and Food. Su Fan smiled and said, "Then I hope that Grand Duke Luo Xiong, oh no, now we should call him His Majesty Luo Xiong, can make progress soon and lead us to resist the alien disaster." Mura said, "Then, Earl Su Fan, please prepare yourself and come with me to Sun City to meet the new emperor. His Majesty has prepared a great gift for you young heroes." Su Fan smiled and said, "I'm so sorry. I also want to meet the new emperor and see the prosperity of Sun City. However, pirates are rampant on the sea, and traces of alien races have been found in the Gusin Mountains. I have to stay here and prepare for defense. If I leave, I'm afraid the territory will be unstable. If the alien race attacks from the Gusin Mountains, the situation of the whole world will be even worse." Su Fan said with regret. Mura curled his lips and asked, "It's a millennium-old tradition for local lords to meet the new emperor. It's also the most important etiquette. Since Earl Su Fan can't meet him immediately due to circumstances, please specify a specific time so I can return and report. Then let's wait a year. In a year, I will definitely go to Sun City to meet the new emperor." Su Fan casually made up a time, delaying it for a year. He could see that the new emperor knew that he had come to power illegally and had been playing tricks, so he urgently needed the lords from all over to come and meet him to show their loyalty. As for whether they would be detained, placed under house arrest, or directly captured after they arrived, the lords from all places would never dare to try it. Therefore, Grand Duke Haiyan and Earl Beifeng all refused to go for an audience. Mura said regretfully, "Well, since Earl Su Fan is unwilling to come to the capital, I won't force him. However, the natural disasters of the northern alien races are becoming increasingly severe. His Majesty the Emperor still hopes that the lords of various places can send troops to support them. All food, fodder, and armaments will be provided by Sun City, and they will be subject to Sun City's control and dispatch. Su Fan spread his hands and said, "As I said just now, the current situation in my territory is not optimistic. Traces of aliens have been found in the ancient God Mountains. I spent a lot of gold coins to build a checkpoint there. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone. They all know this. At the same time, our exchanges with the Kingdom of the Paus Islands have become increasingly close, and many pirates have set their sights on us. 3 pirate hijackings of merchant ships have already occurred recently, and we're planning to expand our navy and launch an anti-piracy operation. Alas, we need both manpower and money everywhere, and we simply can't spare any. How about this? If Your Excellency the Envoy does not wish to return empty-handed, we can help you recruit a new army within Violet City, but you will need to pay for the military pay. How about this?" Mura was speechless. Why would he need a fresh army of soldiers? Sun City was facing financial difficulties. What they lacked wasn't people, but money, food, and well-trained elite troops capable of winning battles. Sun City is currently worried about the refugee issue. If he brings back a group of new recruits, those guys in the court will definitely scold him to death. He could also see that the young lord in front of him was not an honest man, and it was impossible to trick him. Mura stopped talking, and the executive hall fell into complete silence, and the scene became awkward for a while. Finally, Su Fan broke the awkwardness and said with a smile, "Although we are forced by circumstances to not go to the Emperor in person, I am still willing to support His Majesty. I also know that His Majesty is facing internal and external troubles, lack of soldiers and food, and is in great difficulty. How about this? I will contribute 100,000 gold coins and 100,000 kilograms of food. How about that?" Mura forced a smile. Count Su Fan is thoughtful. Although we didn't gather an army or bring people to Sun City, it was still good to be able to bring back 100,000 gold coins and 100,000 kilograms of food. Those 2 old fellows, Earl Beifeng and Grand Duke Haiyan, are stingy and didn't give me a single cent. In comparison, Earl Su Fan is quite good. He not only made his position clear, but also solved His Majesty's urgent need. Sun City is not like the rear area. Human lives are worthless now. 100,000 gold coins are enough to stabilize the morale of many people. You can take the 100,000 gold coins, and I will arrange for a cargo ship to go north along the Silver Moon River and deliver 100,000 kilograms of grain by water. Su Fan said, "Also, I can organize a large number of grain merchants to deliver grain. I believe it will be very effective in alleviating the famine in the capital." Mura exclaimed in surprise, "That's fantastic. You don't know, but the whole country is suffering from a food shortage right now. I never thought you could actually sell grain here. Don't worry, I'll definitely speak well of the Earl after I see His Majesty. It will be very beneficial to his future development." "Haha, that's good." Su Fan responded with a smile. He did this not for Luo Xiong, whom he had never met, nor to show his loyalty, nor because he was afraid that Luo Xiong would be unhappy. Although he was unwilling to send his own army to serve as thugs for others, he was also unwilling to see such great pressure in the north. If one day they could not hold on any longer and were attacked by foreign races across the river, then they would all be finished. So Su Fan had to take the initiative to send money and food, but he must not let Sun City fall so quickly. Mura left with the 100,000 gold coins that Su Fan had promised, which was 10 large sacks full of gold coins, almost enough to keep the ferocious griffin from flying. After sending off the Mura envoy, Su Fan said to Su Long, who was following him, "Go back and tell a beauty what happened today. Have him immediately set up an intelligence base in Sun City. We need to keep track of everything going on there. We can't be passive and slow to react like we were today." Su Long clasped his fists and said, "Yes." "Okay, let's put this aside for now. Paladin, Athena, today we're going to talk about military expansion." Su Fan sat in the first seat, took a sip of water, and then said, "After such a period of development, we have accumulated a lot of money. We have abundant food and can even export it. The construction of Violet City and Silver Moon Bay is also in full swing. So I plan to establish the first expeditionary force and the second expeditionary force in Violet City. Both armies will be of the size of 10,000 people. After they are formed, they will be mainly responsible for future attacks and respond to any changes in the situation." Paladin smiled and said, "I support your decision." Athena asked, "Recruiting soldiers is easy, but selecting generals is difficult. We currently have too few generals in our territory, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for anyone to be qualified to lead these 2 expeditionary forces." Chapter 98 Dragon Breath Army. Su Fan said, "Yes, I came here today to talk to you about this. At present, the first batch of officers from our armed forces military school has not graduated yet, so I plan to readjust the general's arrangements." Paladin smiled and said, "No matter how you arrange it, we will obey your orders completely." Su Fan said, "I plan to incorporate Paladin's 1st Cavalry Regiment and Holy Knights into the 1st Expeditionary Force and recruit 10,000 new soldiers. This expeditionary force will be led by Paladin." Then a 2nd Expeditionary Force was formed, also consisting of 10,000 people, led by General Long Yi. The 1st Mixed Regiment is still led by Carl. The Navy is still commanded by General Longji, and with the addition of the 1st Garrison Army and the 2nd Garrison Army, we have 6 fully organized troops. However, this leaves the positions of commander of the 1st and 2nd Garrison Armies vacant. Su Fan has a total of 4 generals under his command: Carl, Paladin, Long Yi, and Long Ji. As for Athena, she is a seal god. Now, in peacetime, it is more effective to let her preside over the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Athena pondered for a moment and said, "My lord, I heard that Long Yi and Long Ji graduated from the Moon God City Magic Academy, which is the top magic academy in the Moon God Empire. They must have their own classmates and teachers, and their talent and strength are not bad." Su Fan's eyes lit up. "You mean?" Athena smiled and said, "I suggest you personally go find Generals Long Ji and Long Yi and have them visit their classmates, or go directly to the Moon Goddess Magic Academy to recruit students. With a little training, they can become top talents." Su Fan hesitated and said, "As far as I know, the Moon Goddess Magic Academy also moved to Sun City with the royal family. They are all the Emperor's talent pool, so I'm afraid they won't come to a small place like ours. My lord, don't forget that the Moon God Magic Academy is loyal to the Moon God Empire's royal family, and now, the royal family has become the Sun Empire." Hearing this, Su Fan's mind suddenly became clear. Yes, the Moon Goddess Magic Academy was funded by the Moon Goddess Imperial family and adheres to the faith of the Moon Goddess, Elun. Now that the dynasty has changed, even the faith has changed. Will these students switch allegiance to Luo Xiong? Athena continued, "We can spread the news that we own the Moon Well and assure them that as long as they work diligently for us, they can receive a portion of Moon Well water every month. I believe that after witnessing the magic of the Moon Well, these magic professionals will willingly come to us." Su Fan smiled and said, "This is indeed a good idea. We can use this opportunity to attract a large number of magicians. If possible, we can also invite the dean of their academy to establish a branch here. I want to build Violet City and Silver Moon Bay into a new magic capital." A massive military expansion campaign began in Su Fan's territory. With a total of 20,000 vacancies, and various preferential policies for joining the army were promulgated, such as a pension worth 10 years' salary after death, and many privileges for the families of soldiers, special channels for handling business, and a 10% discount on state-owned products. Once these policies were promulgated, the residents of Violet City and Silver Moon Bay went crazy. Almost every family with male children wanted to send their children to the military camp. As a result, there were too many applicants and too few vacancies, so Su Fan had to order a strict screening, which not only tested long-distance raids and personal strength, but also cultural knowledge. After several months of cultural literacy campaign, and thanks to the emergence of paper, a large number of books were printed and released into the market, arousing people's great enthusiasm for learning. The cultural literacy rate of the residents in Su Fan's territory has increased significantly, so the cultural knowledge item has been directly added to the selection of new recruits this time. At the same time, there are also many young people who want to join the army. They regret it very much and hate themselves for not studying hard in the past few months. They can't even read a single word and are directly ignored. After this lesson of recruiting soldiers, a learning craze has been triggered again in the territory. Most people have begun to realize that if they want to live a good life in the future and become the best in this territory, they must have culture and knowledge. In addition, Long Yi and Long Ji also set off for Sun City. Accompanying them were 3 intelligence officers sent by a beauty. They would be ordered to establish an intelligence base in Sun City and become Su Fan spies to grasp the situation at the front. Violet City is very far away from Sun City, thousands of kilometers away, so Long Ji, Long Yi, and the others took a boat along the Silver Moon River. This not only allows them to avoid the complex situations in many cities and territories, but also speeds up their journey, allowing them to reach Sun City in 10 days. After Long Ji, Long Yi, and the others set off, near Violet City, the consequences of Emperor Bana of the Moon God Empire abdicating to Grand Duke Luo Xiong, changing the name to the Sun Empire, and honoring the Sun God as the primary deity and the Moon Goddess Alun as the secondary deity, began to emerge. First, on May 1st, a rally against Luo Xiong's accession to the throne broke out in the Duchy of Dragon's Breath, located 300 kilometers north of Violet City. More than 100,000 people gathered in the Duke's mansion in Dragon's Breath City, burned on the spot the edict issued by the Griffin Messenger to change the country's name, and then raised the slogan of Punish Luo Xiong and Restore the Faith in Alun. Duke Longxi stood at the highest point of the Duke's mansion and announced to the huge sea of people below his decision to attack Sun City and defeat Luo Xiong. He also required all men over 18 and under 40 in the jurisdiction of the Principality of Longxi to join the army and go to the battlefield, marching towards Sun City. Anyone who dared to stop him would be flattened. This decision aroused the support of the crowd, who were like the legendary fanatics who were willing to fight for their beliefs and sacrifice their lives. They called Luo Xiong and his subordinates pagans, remnants of the ancient solar empire, enemies of Alun, and the masterminds behind the alien scourge that befell the world. Thus, an army was born, with the faith in the moon goddess Alun as its bond and its goal to defeat the pagans. This is an army destined to go down in history. They call themselves the Dragon's Breath Army. After the Dragon's Breath Army was established, other major dukes and lords, as well as city lords of all sizes, also expressed their attitudes. Near the Sun City, a total of 36 lords from 7 provinces expressed their support for Luo Xiong. They all had one thing in common. That is, there were a large number of refugees who had fled from the War God Empire and the northern border of the Moon God Empire. Many of these territories were also connected to the Sunset River, which was the main battlefield for resisting the alien race. They strongly support the Sun City and strongly advocate the principle of Luo Xiong forming an alliance with the major Western kingdoms to jointly resist the alien natural disasters. Chapter 99, Flying Shuttle and Steam Engine. Except for the 36 lords on the Sunset River defense line, many other lords were silent and in a wavering stage. Should we support Luo Xiong in establishing the Solar Empire, or support the Dragon's Breath Army in restoring the faith in the Moon Goddess Alun? This is a choice faced by everyone in the country. When Su Fan received the news of the Dragon Breath Army's formation, he threw the information away and snorted coldly. I really don't know what these guys are thinking. They're still fighting at this critical moment. Let alone Luo Xiong ascending the throne. Even if it's a dog, we can't oppose him now. Instead, we must do our best to ensure his safety. Otherwise, if Sun City loses its stability and its defenses are lost, the alien disaster will come like a tide, and none of us will be able to escape. Athena picked up the information and placed it on the table. From what I understand, Grand Duke Longxi is a staunch believer in the moon god. Legend has it that his ancestors received gifts from the moon goddess Alun, which is why he strongly opposes it. However, he has never encountered a natural disaster caused by alien races, nor has he fought against them, so he dares to turn against them at this moment. Su Fan said, "Look at those great lords near the Sunset River. They're all very honest. They don't necessarily recognize Luo Xiong, but they know that they should unite and face the outside world together. Humph, I feel like the Dragon Breath Army incident is just the beginning, and things are going to get even more chaotic." Athena said, "We should be more fully prepared, because our stance is firm and we will never betray the enemy. If we do so, some people will surely dislike us, and even use this as an opportunity to attack us." Su Fan nodded and said in deep agreement, "Yes, we are developing so well now. In the eyes of others, we are a hot commodity. There must be some of them coveting my territory. However, the real threat to us is the neighboring Earl of Beifeng and Grand Duke Blackrock." Athena said, "These 2 lords are also from the southern faction. They have never had contact with foreign races and don't have a thorough understanding of the situation in the north. I think it's more likely that they will join the Dragon's Breath Army." Su Fan smiled and said, "Then let them come. Tell Gould to pay attention to the movements of North Wind City and Black Rock Principality during this period. If they decide to join the Dragon's Breath Army, we must withdraw our people immediately." Good. After Athena left, Su Fan muttered to himself, "Come on, the 2 expeditionary forces have been officially established, and I've made all the preparations. Your blood will become redemption points in my mall." In the past few months, Su Fan has been developing in a low-key manner. Apart from occasionally suppressing bandits and clearing out pirates, there has been no other war, so his points have increased very slowly, and now he only has more than 500 points. Su Fan is now very conflicted. On the one hand, he is unwilling to start a war because war means casualties and tragedy. Sometimes even he has to go into battle himself and face the threat of death. But on the other hand, after the system was upgraded to 2.0, it became a war system. Only by constantly launching wars, joining wars, and killing enemies can he gain points, unlock and redeem more items, and develop faster. Possessing this system means that Su Fan will be accompanied by killing and war. Either he conquers the world, or he will be conquered by the world. Ding! Main quest completed. Thanks to your efforts, the cultural literacy rate in your territory has reached a certain level. However, knowledge is infinite. Please continue to work hard to continuously improve the cultural quality of your people. Mission progress, 20%. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward, shuttle weaving technology. Another familiar headache came. This time, Su Fan was not prepared in advance, so his vision went dark and he almost fell down. However, he managed to steady himself, rubbing his temples, and muttered, "My strength level is still not good enough. My mental power is still a bit overloaded to carry so much knowledge." However, Su Fan still felt very excited about having the shuttle weaving technology. With this technology, within 3 months, the textile industry here will surpass the whole country and even the world. The first real factory will be established here, with businessmen investing and recruiting a large number of female workers. This will have a huge impact on social capital. Today's businessmen actually have a relatively pure structure in a relatively single industry, including fine wine and food, daily necessities, salt and iron tools, silk and porcelain, etc. The scale is not large. Strictly speaking, they are not capitalists, but just businessmen. However, the shuttle textile technology can create the first batch of real capitalists. Ding! Main quest updated. The birth of the shuttle has ushered in a new era, bringing immense wealth to your territory. However, the textile industry is also a black hole, requiring vast quantities of wool, a large population, and a sufficiently large market. Mission requirements. Expand your territory and own at least 4 cities. Task progress, 50%. Mission reward, steam engine technology. When Su Fan saw this new task, he didn't care about the task requirements because he had already prepared everything, but the reward of this task still made his eyes light up. Steam engine technology has finally arrived. Su Fan was pleasantly surprised. The significance of the steam engine was self-evident. It was not only used in steam locomotives and steam ships, but also had a huge driving force in the fields of textiles, iron smelting, etc. On a deeper level, the emergence of the steam engine made people begin to think about the tremendous power contained in the machine and began to change their way of thinking and study new production methods. If I want to acquire steam engine technology, I can't rush it. If I want to rule the 4 cities, I still have to wait for an opportunity. But because of the huge consequences of the flying shuttle textile industry, I must start preparing from now on. Su Fan was thinking about how to deal with the upcoming major changes in the textile industry. In the history of the Earth, with the opening of new sea routes, the foreign trade of Western countries increased significantly, the market expanded, demand increased, and the textile industry became a cash cow. Many people cleared farmland and enclosed land to raise sheep. In the end, there was not enough land, and sheep farms occupied the living space of humans, forming an enclosure movement and the phenomenon of sheep eating people. The textile industry should be relocated to the Great Wilderness first, and a textile park should be planned there. We must not allow the textile industry to develop disorderly. Su Fan thought as he began to plan the future construction of the Great Wilderness. In his vision, the Great Wasteland will become an industrial park. It has already been home to breeding, mining, and metallurgical industries, and now the textile industry has been added. Having only one road is far from enough. It must be replanned, and road construction must be put on the agenda immediately. Chapter 100 Luna and Waydron. Outside Violet City, a convoy was moving slowly forward. The convoy consisted of more than a dozen luxuriously decorated carriages, with 2 men on horseback at the front, Long Ji and Long E. At this time, Long Ji and Long E both seemed to be in a good mood. Long E said with a smile, "Brother, when we go back this time, the Lord will definitely look upon us with new eyes." Long Ji also smiled and said, Yes, this is our first achievement since we surrendered. I believe that Carl and Paladin will never look down on us again. Long, he snorted. They're both weak, so what's there to be afraid of? Especially that Paladin. He drinks Moonwell water every day, and he's only just broken through to the Silver Demon Swordsman realm. That Carl's cultivation speed is also very slow. With such talent, how dare you look down on us? I'm almost breaking through now. As long as I have enough Moonwell water to help me, I can reach the gold level next month. Long Ji said, we were defeated generals, yet after surrendering, we were immediately placed on equal footing with them. Naturally, they were not happy about this. But this time, we have exceeded the task assigned by the Lord, and our voice is now even stronger. Long Yi laughed heartily. Yes, once the Magic Academy establishes a branch in Silver Moon Bay, the magic apprentices that graduate will all be our classmates. Those two unconventional people, Carl and Paladin, will have to avoid us when they see us in the future. Long Ji didn't respond. He looked at Long Yi and said seriously, Brother, you must remember that the Lord is very smart. He needs a united team. You better put aside your petty ideas and stop thinking about taking advantage or showing off. Otherwise, not only will the Lord not use you, but you may even be killed. Long Yi shrank his head and said with a wry smile, I know, brother. I was just complaining in front of you. Don't complain like that anymore. Not even to me. Yes. The convoy soon arrived at the gate of Violet City. The guard in charge of the inspection recognized Long Ji and Long Yi and said in surprise, Generals Long Ji and Long Yi have returned. At this time, a young girl emerged from the first carriage in the convoy. Brother Long Yi, are we there yet? The girl had delicate features and skin as white as snow. She wore a yellow magic robe and had a pair of big eyes that looked like black gemstones, making her look pretty and lovely. Wow, it's so lively here. Long Yi looked back and said with a smile, Yes, junior sister Luna, this is our territory, Violet City. At this time, the curtain was completely lifted, revealing an old man with a white beard. He took a look at the bustling shops and spacious cement roads in the city and exclaimed in admiration, Long Yi, I didn't expect it to be as well built as you two said. Just look at this street. It's even cleaner and tidier than Luna City. And the flowers and plants planted on both sides are so neatly trimmed, it really makes me feel pleasing to the eye, haha. Long Ji laughed and said, Haha, Principal Waidron, we have just entered the city, and there are still things that will surprise you. Haha, then I'll wait and see. Wagron said with a smile. Back in the car, the little girl Luna pulled the old man's arm and said, Grandpa, are we really going to live here from now on? Waidron said, Sun City is no longer suitable for us. This trip was Principal Idrison's idea. If Silver Moon Bay is truly suitable for our development, Principal Idrison will find an opportunity to relocate here with the others. We are all new followers of the moon goddess Alun, and we practice the magic system passed down by her. We absolutely cannot associate with Luo Xiong. It seems that Silver Moon Bay is developing quite well. At this time, Luna sniffed, blinked her eyes, and said, It smells so good. What kind of food is this? It's so appetizing. Waidron said with a dark face, Luna, pay attention to your temperament and be steady. When we arrive at our destination, they will prepare a sumptuous dinner for us. But as he spoke, his stomach also made a rumbling sound. Ah, Grandpa, aren't you hungry too? Luna patted the old man's belly with a smile. Grandpa, wait here. I'll be back soon. Then, a breeze blew by, and the female magician disappeared without a trace. Wagron covered his forehead, speechless. Soon, another breeze blew, and Luna suddenly appeared in the carriage, holding 2 boxes of pastries in her hands. Grandpa, this is what I bought. It looks delicious. The boss said this is called octopus balls, and this is called soup dumplings. They are both very strange names. But whatever, let me try them first. Luna took a bite of the soup dumpling, which was juicy and full of meat. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. Then she ate an octopus ball, stuffing her little mouth full. Woo-woo, it's so good. Grandpa, you should try it too. Waidron flatly refused. No, I am a mage. Woo-woo. Before the old man could finish his words, Luna forced an octopus ball into his mouth. Then, the old man's eyes suddenly lit up, and he exclaimed in admiration while chewing, What a delicious taste. What is it made of? Fish. It looks like octopus. The boss said so, but I don't understand. Luna was obviously not interested in how the food was prepared. Octopus? What kind of fish is that? I've never heard of it. Wagron wondered. Then, he ate a soup dumpling. As soon as the small soup dumpling went into his mouth, Wageron's worldview collapsed. It's amazing that there are foods in the world that can be made like this. Wagron exclaimed. This world has low productivity, and food has always been in short supply. Only nobles and royal families are qualified to enjoy delicious food. However, this world only pays attention to the ingredients, using rare plants or animals, and the use of seasonings can be said to be extremely rough. Su Fan is different. He copied the delicacies from Earth and did not emphasize the ingredients of the food. He paid more attention to the methods, cooking and use of seasonings, so the effect was completely different. In this way, the beautiful magician Luna and the white-bearded old magician Wagron, the grandfather and grandson, ate with relish in the carriage. When the carriage stopped and the coachman lifted the curtain for them, Wagron and Luna both burped. Long E and Long G both laughed. Long G said, "Comrades, fellow apprentices, you must be tired from the journey. Our Lord has prepared a delicious meal for you. Please follow me in and enjoy it." There were more than a dozen carriages, with 2 people sitting in each carriage, a total of more than 20 people, all wearing magic robes and wearing magic jewelry. They were young and handsome, with extraordinary temperament, attracting passers-by to stop and take notice. At this time, they also saw the place where they were going to dine, a huge tall building. It was 50 or 60 meters high and huge in size. They stood at the door and tilted their heads as high as possible, but still couldn't see the top floor. There's a sign hanging at the door of this building, Violet Hotel. Chapter 101, Drinking Table Culture. Wow, this, what a tall building. Oh my God, how can there be such a magnificent building here? It's so beautiful, it doesn't seem like something we humans could have created at all. Look at this plaque, Violet Hotel. Does it mean you can visit? This big building is just a restaurant. The magicians were amazed and talked about it. Long, he suddenly felt very proud. You know, these teachers and classmates are all from aristocratic families and have high standards. When they came here, many of them were reluctant and did not want to give up the superior life in Sun City. They felt that they were going to a backward place like the countryside. Now seeing these noble magicians shocked by the scene of their own territory, Long, he felt very satisfied. When Wagron and his group were marveling at the giant building in front of them, Su Fan walked out from inside, followed by Athena, Gould, and Paladin. "Welcome to your new home, students from the Luna School of Magic." Su Fan was wearing a red and black short robe with a dagger stuck in his waist. He was young and handsome, with sharp eyebrows and heroic eyes. His black hair, as black as jade, was scattered behind his head. He looked very capable and energetic. He opened his arms, smiled warmly, and said, "I'm the lord of this territory, Su Fan, and welcome you." Luna blinked her beautiful big eyes, looked at Su Fan, and said, "Are you the lord here? You look so young. I thought you were an old man." "Well," Su Fan was so embarrassed that he smiled awkwardly. "I'm 19. Luna said, "That's only 1 year older than me." Wagron stepped forward and said, "Respected Count Su Fan, we have come here at your invitation to investigate. If this place truly possesses a natural source of magic as you claim, we might consider establishing a branch campus here." Su Fan laughed and said, "Of course, no problem. I never brag. But before we witness the source of magic, let's go in and have dinner. I've had the food prepared, and I hope it suits your taste." Luna's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Really? Are there a lot of delicious food here?" Su Fan smiled slightly. It seems that this cute female magician is also a little foodie. Everyone walked into the Violet Hotel and was almost as shocked as Mura had been. Old man Waydron lost his composure and tugged at his white beard, exclaiming, "I never imagined the interior of this building would be so magnificent and beautiful. If someone had told me this was the palace of the moon goddess Elun, I would have believed it." Luna also held her face in her hands, her eyes full of stars. "Wow, what a beautiful place. Is this really a hotel?" The other magicians had almost the same surprised expressions. Su Fan led them to the 4th floor, which was a special hall used to entertain VIPs. Mura did not use this restaurant when he arrived. There's only a large round table here, with exquisite crystal goblets on it, and the overall decoration is more refined and dazzling. Crystal is another emerging industry in Su Fan's territory. When someone presented a large piece of crystal to Su Fan as a rare treasure, Su Fan knew that he was going to get rich again. Because there happened to be a crystal mine in his territory, Su Fan first blocked the crystal mine directly, and then began to build a crystal processing factory next to it. All kinds of exquisite tableware, wine glasses, and diamonds were processed out, and every crystal product was sold at a sky-high price. Diamonds, in particular, were associated with love under Su Fan's instruction. During this period, a custom of using diamond rings to express love when proposing had been formed in Violet City and Silver Moon Bay. A small diamond ring, the cost and labor cost added up to only 5 gold coins, but it could be sold at a high price of at least 5,000 gold coins in store. Athena, Paladin, and Gould poured red wine for everyone. Su Fan held the clear and bright goblet in his hand, and the red wine swayed gently, and a refreshing aroma escaped. Then Su Fan took a sip with a look of enjoyment on his face. Wei Zhuan and his group were stunned. This was simply too impressive. How come they didn't have this level of prestige after being nobles for so many years? Su Fan smiled and said, "Everyone, hurry up and try it. This is a specialty in my territory. Violet red wine paired with a crystal glass is the ultimate enjoyment." The other magicians were also touched by Su Fan's action and followed suit. When they took a sip of the wine, they could smell a kind of wine aroma that they had never enjoyed before, mixed with the fruity aroma of grapes and the floral scent of violets. The 3 aromas mixed together, and the taste was soft and delicate. It was simply the best of the best. One male magician couldn't help but exclaim, "Good wine." The old man Wagron took a sip. His eyes lit up. He took another sip, his face full of surprise, and after he finished the last sip, a blush suddenly appeared on his old face. Only Luna looked disgusted, snorted, and turned away. She had no interest in wine at all. Soon, the waiters began to serve the dishes. There were 30 dishes in total. Luna and the others found embarrassingly that they didn't seem to recognize any of the dishes, but each one looked very delicious. Su Fan stood up, raised his glass, and said, "Everyone, the dishes are served. On behalf of the 500,000 residents of the territory, I welcome you all. I sincerely hope that you can join me and create a great cause together." The magicians all looked at Wei Zhuan. Wei Zhuan coughed lightly, stood up, and said, holding his glass, "I also want to express on behalf of Principal Eggerson that we sincerely hope to make some discoveries here and to establish a branch school here. We hope to bring the glory of magic here. Okay, cheers. Cheers." With glasses clinking and cups being passed around, in the warm atmosphere, Su Fan and this group of noble magicians strengthened their relationship. At the end of the drinking, Wagron and his companions were all drunk and pulled Su Fan, calling a brother, just like a family member. Chapter 102: Decision to Build a School. After a big meal at the Violet Hotel, many people collapsed, so Su Fan asked the waiter to take them to the room to rest. The Violet Hotel is an integrated hotel with dining and lodging, and half of the hotel rooms are enough for these people to sleep in. After these people were settled, Su Fan called Long Ji and Long Yi to his side and said with a smile, "You two did a great job this time. You actually brought so many magicians to me at once, and they all look very powerful." Long Ji smiled and said, "We are all following the Lord's orders. Tell them that we have a magic source here that can increase their mana. As long as they are willing to establish a branch school here and join our army, they can receive a magic source every month." Long Yi also said, "A total of 23 people came this time, and the leader is Wei Zhuan. He is the vice president of the Moon Goddess Magic Academy. He is a powerful figure and a magician." "Mage." Su Fan's breath quickened, and he said in surprise, "Is it that old man? I didn't recognize him." Long Ji smiled and said, "You heard correctly. Principal Wei Zhuan is indeed a magician, but he has devoted his entire life to studying the mysteries of magic and is not good at combat." "Oh." Su Fan was slightly disappointed. Luna is the most talented among this group. She's only 18 years old this year, but she's already reached the level of an intermediate magician at such a young age. She's expected to catch up with Wei Zhuan, her grandfather. As for the others, the strongest is undoubtedly Rise, a mystic mage skilled in summoning magic runes to create explosions. He's a high-level magician. Long Ji introduced them to Su Fan. "I've spoken with them privately, and they all expressed their willingness to fight for us as long as we provide them with enough moonwell water." Su Fan nodded. "Of course, if you want the horse to run, you have to feed it with grass." And the impact of this group of people coming here is huge. Magicians from all over the world may come here because of our reputation. We will continue to attract more magic professionals. After a period of suppressing bandits and clearing out pirates, Su Fan had barely amassed 1,000 points. He redeemed them for a 7th moon well, which would be placed within the Magic Academy, serving exclusively as a source of supplies. As for the other 6 moon wells, Su Fan kept them a secret, concealing their existence from outsiders. Now Su Fan has no shortage of moon well water. There are a total of 6 wells producing water for him, and he can harvest a lot every day. The moon well water was divided into 4 parts. One part was treasured as a strategic reserve, and when the battle came, some would be distributed to each senior general as a life-saving prop. Part of it was used by Su Fan for his own practice. Part of it was provided to Paladin, Carl, and other high-level generals for practice, and part of it was used to continue awakening magic professionals. The Paladins now maintains a size of 100 people, and Su Fan did not continue to expand it. During this period of time, he has been allocating resources to the 1st Mixed Regiment. The 1st Mixed Regiment was also composed entirely of Su Fan system soldiers, 940 heavy infantrymen, 446 sharpshooters, a total of 1,386 people. What Su Fan had to do was to spend several months to awaken 100 magic professionals in the 1st Regiment. By then, the 1st Mixed Regiment and the Holy Knights will be 2 sharp swords in his hands, swords that will never betray him. The next day, Waydron and others sobered up and followed Su Fan to Silvermoon Bay. A large area has been fenced off here, and the walls have been completed. There are 4 or 5 tall and imposing buildings inside, which are of the same style as the Violet Hotel, but more stable. Hundreds of workers are currently arranging the internal roads and greenery. This is the branch campus of the Moon Goddess Magic Academy that Su Fan prepared for them. Waydron and the others were shocked by Su Fan's speed. They looked at him helplessly and said, "Lord, you are acting without authorization. We haven't agreed to establish a branch school here yet." Su Fan smiled and said, "I am confident that you will not reject me." It was already night when they arrived here, but the place was lit with magic lights, so it was still as bright as day. Then, Su Fan took them to the last building of the school, the Moon Temple. The statue of the Moon Goddess Alun is enshrined here, but what makes this temple different is that there is no roof in the middle of the temple, but it is in the shape of a ring. There is a mysterious well here, which flickers in the moonlight and emits starlight. The water in the moon well was also condensing drop by drop inside the well at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the source of magic I promised to give you. Sufansmaid. Such a strong magical aura. I feel like the magic power in my body has become active. Oh no, it's become excited. Waydron said in shock. Oh my god, there really is a magic spring here. Su Fan smiled and said, "This isn't a magic spring, it's just a moon well. Drinking the water here can boost your energy, restore your health and magic, and slightly increase your magical talent. As long as you drink a cup of well water every day, you can continuously improve your strength and talent." The magicians exclaimed in surprise. They were shocked by the effects Su Fan described because each one was extremely incredible. "Can we try it?" Waydron asked, suppressing his excitement. Su Fan smiled and said, "Of course, this well is yours now. You have the right to use it as you wish." Ah, the Earl is so generous. Waydron and the others did not hesitate and directly took out a bucket of water from the well with empty cups beside it. They drank a cup each, and then everyone froze on the spot. I feel the magic power in my body surging wildly. They are jumping for joy. What a wonderful feeling. This feeling is truly amazing. I feel refreshed, and the magic power in my body has never been so abundant as it is today. So, Waydron made a statement on the spot, announcing his decision to establish a branch campus of the Moon Goddess Magic Academy in Silvermoon Bay, and he would write a magic letter to inform the world. The magic letter is an expensive magic prop used by magicians to communicate. A magician can input the message he wants to convey through the magic letter and send it to the designated person. It can span a distance of thousands of kilometers, which can be said to be very convenient. However, the magic letter was also extremely expensive, generally only possessed by those at the level of Magister. Furthermore, each transmission of information consumed an entire Philosopher's Stone, making it extremely expensive. Therefore, even Grand Magisters were reluctant to use the magic letter unless the message was extremely important. Chapter 103, Expedition. Volume 2, World War. Waydron is the vice president of the Moon Goddess Magic Academy and also the leader of this team. He expressed his intention to establish a branch school on the spot and agreed to let his students join Su Fan's team, but Su Fan had to pay a high salary. After a selection, Su Fan appointed the senior magician Rise as the leader of the first garrison and the golden swordsman Gaia as the leader of the second garrison. As for the others, they first helped the Wadron organization to establish a branch of the Magic Academy, which Su Fan named the Silver Moon Magic Academy. In this way, Su Fan's team of generals was complete. Paladin commanded the 1st Expeditionary Force. Long Yi commanded the 2nd Expeditionary Force. Carl commanded the 1st Mixed Regiment. Long Ji commanded the Navy Fleet. Rise commanded the 1st Garrison Army. And Gaia commanded the 2nd Garrison Army. A total of 6 generals with clear division of labor, guarding Su Fan's territory. On June 1st, the Dragon's Breath Army officially set out, targeting Sun City and aiming to dismember the new emperor, Luo Xiong. Along the way, various lords responded and chose to join the Dragon's Breath Army. On June 10th, Earl of the North Wind announced his joining of the Dragon's Breath Army, threw away the flag of the Sun Empire, overturned the newly erected statue of the Sun God, and restored the flag of the Moon God Empire. On June 15th, Duke Blackrock announced his joining the Dragon's Breath Army. On June 17th, 17 cities not far from the City of the Sun declared their allegiance to the Empire of the Sun and to Luo Xiong. At the same time, Luo Xiong sent a letter to Duke Dragon's Breath, explaining that Banner had abdicated the throne to him and that he had received an oracle from the Sun God. He hoped that Duke Dragon's Breath would calm down, put aside his religious prejudices, and join him in fighting the aliens. However, after reading the letter, Duke Longxi tore it into pieces and then arranged for people to send warning letters to all lords who had not expressed their attitudes, asking them to declare their positions. Otherwise, the Dragon Breath Army would regard them as enemies. As a result, many lords who had been waiting to see what was happening expressed their stances. However, to everyone's surprise, the remaining lords expressed a very mixed stance. Some clearly stated their intention to join the Dragon's Breath Army. Others expressed their loyalty to the new emperor, Luo Xiong, and still others remained neutral, expressing their opposition to Luo Xiong, but also not wanting to join the Dragon's Breath Army. Most of these people advocated putting aside their prejudices and fighting the enemy together, waiting until the alien races were defeated before making any decisions. At this point, a complex situation in which 3 positions coexist gradually emerged. On June 30th, the Duke of Dragon's Breath officially issued a notice that anyone who did not respect the Moon Goddess Alun and did not join the Dragon's Breath Army would be regarded as a pagan and a lackey of the alien scourge, and would be classified as an enemy of the Dragon's Breath Army camp. In this way, the remaining half of the empire south of the Sunset River was once again divided into 2, and the war was reignited. On July 1st, the alien race deployed 1 million troops on the north bank of the Sunset River and launched a new wave of offensive. The Sun Empire, just like the God of War Empire in the past, fell into a passive situation of being attacked from both the north and the south. At this critical moment, Luo Xiong invited the armies of the Western Storm Kingdom and the Thunder Kingdom. The 2 kingdoms sent out elite troops to attack southward on the one hand to block the Dragon Breath Army's progress, and on the other hand to support the Sunset River defense line to help the Sun Empire resist the attack of alien races. Silver Moon Bay, Executive Hall. After such a long period of development, Inua Bay has now developed into a very prosperous city with a population of 200,000. In order to save labor and effort, apartment buildings were directly built with reinforced concrete. So now Inua Bay looks like a small modern county town on Earth, with concrete roads, green belts, and high-rise buildings. In addition to this small core built-up area, there are countless real estate projects under construction in the periphery. In addition to some state-owned enterprises, Sufan has also opened up market access permits, so a large number of real estate businessmen have emerged. In the core part of the built-up area, there is a 7-story building covering an area of about 1,000 square meters. It is the newly built Executive Hall of Inua Bay. Near the Executive Hall, there is a 2-story villa with fully armed soldiers standing in front of the door. There are high walls and a small bridge and flowing water in the courtyard. It has the temperament of a Suzhou garden, which is completely different from the architectural style of this world. This is Su Fan's official residence. At this time, on the 2nd floor of the small building, a huge map was hung in the living room, with densely packed place names marked on it. Su Fan stood in front of the map, thinking with his arms behind his back. At this time, a beauty walked in, holding a letter and said, "My lord, Earl Northwind and Duke Blackrock have sent letters, saying that if we don't join the Dragon's Breath Army within 3 days, they will regard us as enemies and send a large army against us." Su Fan took the letter, glanced at it, and then tore it in 2. He snorted coldly. What a bunch of idiots. I had long expected that those two old fellows, Earl Bayfong and Duke Blackrock, would come and put pressure on me. To put it bluntly, they just have their eyes on my territory. A beauty said, "My lord, how should we deal with this? When the enemy comes, we will fight him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. You asked Su Long to notify Paladin and Long Yi to come over. We must let the world know that I, Su Fan, am not someone who can be bullied." Su Fan clenched his fists. Yes, a beauty agreed with a fist salute. Soon, Long Yi and Paladin arrived here, and Su Fan said to them, "Have you prepared the food and fodder I asked you to prepare?" Long Yi patted his chest and smiled. "Of course, the food and fodder we prepared is enough for a month, which is enough for us to reach Sun City." "Aha, stop bragging. We don't need to conquer Sun City. We just need to defeat the jackals that want to eat us. Times are tough. The god of war has descended upon this world, and no one is immune. We have no choice but to be swept up in this wave, and we must achieve the final victory. We must not fail, for failure means death. Paladin, you will lead the first expeditionary force and march out immediately to attack Northwind City." Yes, there was a fighting spirit in Paladin's eyes. "Long Yi, you will lead the second expeditionary force to attack the Black Rock Principality. The Black Rock Principality consists of two cities, Black Rock City and Blackstone City. The terrain is complex and there are many mountains. You must be careful." "Yes." Long Yi looked solemn. "Paladin, the first expeditionary force is far stronger than the second expeditionary force, so you must leverage your advantage and capture Northwind City with overwhelming force. Then, immediately turn to support Long Yi's second expeditionary force. Together, we will capture the Black Rock Principality." "Yes, yes." Su Fan patted the two men on the shoulders again and said, "This is the first battle in which our Silver Moon territory is involved in a world war. Please remember, this is the first battle, and we must win. First battle, victory is certain." Paladin and Long Yi responded loudly. "Chapter stol stidi fable." Su Fan is a time traveler after all. He clearly sensed that the changes in the current world situation have exceeded everyone's expectations. Now the War God Empire has collapsed. The Dragon Kingdom has collapsed. The Moon God Empire has disappeared. The Sun Empire has been born. The Dragon Breath Army has risen. Neutral forces are everywhere. The Thunder Kingdom and the Storm Kingdom have intervened in the heart of the continent, and the alien race has started a new wave of powerful offensives. The Sunset River defense line is crumbling. This is simply an alien version of World War II. Su Fan sensed the direction of the situation, and he could not escape such a powerful world trend. So he sent two expeditionary forces. As long as he could capture Northwind City and Blackrock Duchy, his territory would double and the population would exceed 1 million. He would gain more resources and wealth to support his own rise. Now is the best time to send troops. Firstly, Northwind City and Blackrock Duchy are coming to attack him and are eyeing him covetously. Secondly, the Dragon Breath Army and the Sun Empire are both preoccupied with their own affairs and will not focus their main attention on him. By the time the situation stabilized, he would have completed his initial deployment. By then, no matter who it was, they would have to consider their own weight before facing Su Fan. Northwind City. This is the closest big city to Violet City, with a population of nearly 300,000. The area under its jurisdiction is even more prosperous and rich than Violet City. There are thousands of acres of fertile fields, rumbling water wheels, and busy farmers can be seen everywhere. However, perhaps due to the influence of the war, there are also many refugees fleeing from the north. They fall exhausted in the fields, their clothes ragged, but no one cares about them, and it is a desolate scene. A large army was marching slowly along a road. They were numerous, carrying the banners of the moon goddess Elune and Lord Northwind. They were in high spirits and eager to fight. This army was very well equipped, with half-body armor that protected all key parts of the body. They were armed with spears and short swords, and the archers were armed with expensive crossbows and carried 2 quivers on their backs. There is also a powerful cavalry. These cavalrymen also covered their horses with a layer of battle flags. The flags were colorful and printed with patterns exclusive to these knights. They looked very open. "We come from the fields and villages. We come from farmers and merchants. We uphold the will of Elune, and we will defeat all pagans." The soldiers carried their weapons and sang songs, each with a confident smile on their face. Their loud and clear singing attracted people nearby to to stop and watch. Is this the army from Beifeng City? Why are they moving out? I don't know. I grew up in Beifeng City, and this is the first time I've seen the Beifeng City army go to war. Everywhere is in chaos right now. The Dragon Breath army and the new emperor are fighting fiercely. Beifeng City has also joined the Dragon Breath army. Are they going to support Duke Dragon Breath? You are stupid. The lords of the Dragon Breath army are all in the north, and the enemy is also in the north, but now this army is heading south. Ah, isn't that Earl Sufan's territory in the south? Are they going to attack Earl Sufan? People were talking about it, and many people had deep worry in their eyes. A middle-aged man in elegant attire sighed. The number of caravans traveling between Violet City and Silver Moon Bay has been decreasing for some time now, and we didn't see a single one today. It seems Earl Sufan has already anticipated this. We don't know when this war will end. Alas, when war comes, not only will a large number of able-bodied men be captured, but business exchanges will also be cut off. My business has not been open for 3 days. Another man stood here. Oh, what kind of trade are you in? It has such a big impact on you, someone asked. I'm in the textile business. The former wasteland between Violet City and Silver Moon Bay has been transformed into an industrial park. Over a dozen large textile factories and sheep farms have been built there. Huge quantities of fabric are produced every day. I'm responsible for procuring this fabric and selling it to Northwind City. Oh, does this make money? The cloth should be very expensive. Most people can't even afford food now. So how can they buy expensive cloth? Someone asked, puzzled. Haha, you're totally wrong. These cloths are extremely cheap. Even after passing through my hands, they can be sold in Northwind City for only 1 gold coin, and the quality is very good. Well, you could buy a piece of cloth for a piece of cloth so cheap. Everyone was shocked because the productivity of this world was low before, and the textile industry was also backward. The price of cloth was extremely expensive, and the price of ready-made clothes was even higher, so ordinary people bought cloth and made it into clothes by themselves. Generally speaking, a piece of cloth cost 5 gold coins, which was 2 months' income for a family of 3, and could be made into 2 pieces of clothing, 1 large and 1 small. But now a piece of cloth has been reduced to 1 gold coin. How can they not go crazy? Oh my God, such important news, and we didn't even know it. Hurry up, I need to go buy some clothes. My wife's clothes are still the same as last year. My child is still wearing the same pants as me. Walking out of the town and into the wilderness, there's an endless plain, but there is no human habitation, no towns, only weeds everywhere. General Fei Bo was riding on a war horse, holding a mace in his hand and a piece of grass in his mouth, leisurely. His real name was Algard, but he was nicknamed Fat Bo because of his chubby build. Despite his bulging flesh, he possessed immense strength, a gift of divine power. He was also a gold-rank magic swordsman. Furthermore, his decisiveness in killing and strict military discipline earned him the attention of Earl Beifeng, who appointed him a general. Report, General, we've spotted enemy forces 5 kilometers ahead. They appear to be from Silvermoon. A spy reported. Upon hearing this, Fei Bo narrowed his eyes, making his already small eyes even harder to see. Silver Moon territory actually dared to initiate an attack. Haha, they really don't take my 5,000 elite soldiers seriously. Fei Bo's tone was icy, and he asked, how many people are there? Roughly speaking, are there any cavalry? General, the enemy has a large number of people comparable to us, and they have a large number of cavalry, said the messenger. Fei Bo's expression turned grim. He waved his mace and said, go and pass this message to General Black Dragon of the Black Rock Principality. They must have already set out on their expedition. Tell him to be very careful. Earl Sufan is no ordinary man. He easily captured Violet City and has developed the economy so well. He's quite capable. Yes. After the messenger left, Fei Bo took a look at the surrounding terrain and said, the terrain here is wide and there is no strategic location to defend. In this case, we will wait for the enemy to tire themselves out. Come on, bring up the heavy shields we have prepared and form a shield wall. The archers will take their positions. Deploy the iron ritsu in front of us. I want their cavalry to come back without returning. Yes. Chapter 105 Encounter. Paladin led 3,000 people from the first expeditionary force, and the remaining 7,000 people were divided into the left and right armies by Paladin, and they were divided into 2 routes to encircle the Northwind City. He was in charge of the Central Army and provided support from the north and south. Among the 3,000 men he led were the Knights of Holy Light and the 1st Cavalry Regiment. with a total of more than 600 cavalrymen, all of whom were the elite among the elite. It is worth mentioning that after several months of training, the light cavalry of the 1st Cavalry Regiment were specially arranged to suppress bandits, so they were all upgraded to heavy cavalry and became veterans who had fought in the battlefield. With cavalry, reconnaissance capabilities are naturally better, so Paladin soon learned about the encounter with the army of Northwind City. "Sir, what should we do?" a paladin asked. After this period of training, all 100 magic knights of the Holy Light Knights had been transformed into paladins. They no longer possessed ordinary magic power, but pure milky white divine light power. Now, each of them is a tank, not only with extremely high defense and mobility, but also able to cast primary holy magic, holy light shield, and healing. The ability to shield and increase health is simply invincible. Paladin was wearing silver armor, holding a silver spear in his hand, riding a white horse, wearing a red robe, with sharp eyes, just like the legendary Knight Templar. "There's nothing to fear. We have 100 paladins. Nothing can defeat us. Keep going. I'm going to crush them head on." Paladin was incredibly confident. He believed that unless they faced the ultimate ace of aces like the Griffin Legion, the Dragon Legion, the Moon Guards, or the Ares Magic Legion, his Paladin Order could sweep the world undefeated. The army continued its march. Across the wilderness, a road connected Violet City and Northwind City. Once this place was incredibly prosperous, with caravans laden with goods coming and going, creating a beautiful scene. But now, perhaps everyone had sensed the war, and the road was deserted. Beifeng City, Fei Bo troops. They had already arranged everything. A thick shield wall stretched across the road, with hundreds of crossbowmen standing ready behind it, cavalry troops guarding on both sides, and finally spearmen standing by with guns. This is a very standard defensive posture, not to mention that a horse pit was dug and iron licorice was spread on the grass in front, which could be said to be fully prepared. Right now, at this moment, the world was silent. Not a sound could be heard. In the hot summer, a cold wind suddenly blew. The cold wind blew through Fei Bo's hair. Fei Bo looked up at the sky and saw dark clouds in the sky, as if it was going to rain. Boom, boom. The earth was shaking. Fei Bo, riding on a tall horse with a wide field of vision, shouted, "The enemy cavalry is coming. Everyone get ready." The shield soldiers placed their bodies behind the heavy shields for support. This heavy shield was made entirely of thick iron plates, and even a high-level magician would not be able to blast it open in one go. The crossbowmen placed their arrows. These arrows were barbed, complex in workmanship, and cost 3 times as much as ordinary arrows. They could harm magicians. The cavalry on both sides were also ready to move. "No, this sound is not right." Fei Bo frowned. "The voice of this cavalryman is too heavy. Ordinary cavalrymen would never make such a sound. Could it be that they are?" The deputy generals around Fei Bo also widened their eyes. Could it be heavy cavalry? They didn't have to guess much, as they soon saw each other's true appearance. There were more than 600 cavalrymen, a mighty and black mass. They were covered in black armor and had devil masks on their faces. They held long lances in their hands, steel knives on their waists, daggers on their legs, and their red cloaks fluttered in the air. The yellow-bearded man in the lead was riding a white horse and holding a silver spear. He had a long sword in his hand and seemed to be emitting a divine glow, making them feel as if they were facing a god who had descended to earth. "Oh my God, there are so many heavily armored cavalry," someone exclaimed. General Fei Bo's face was as gloomy as water. He gritted his teeth and said, "That Count Sufan is really rich. How much money must so many sets of heavy cavalry equipment cost? Everyone, cheer up. This cavalry is truly elite. If you don't want to die, obey my orders. The only way is to fight. Let them go to see the moon goddess alone." "Yes, yes," the soldiers shouted loudly. The army consisted of 5,000 people, and their formation was also very unusual. There were 300 people in each row, and the front was more than 500 meters long, stretching across the wilderness with a murderous aura. Boom! Suddenly, a paladin missed a step and fell into a trap dug in advance by Fei Bo's troops. Another paladin's horse stepped on Tai Li Siyu and raised its front hooves in fright. "Damn it, the holy light shines." Paladin didn't hesitate at all. A silver line suddenly appeared between his eyebrows, and then the silver line shot out a bright light, shining on the ground in front of him. All the obstacles on the ground, stones, weeds, branches, and iron lilies were all melted instantly. The other paladins used holy light on their injured companions, saving their lives. Everyone, put on the holy light shield. Paladin shouted. Yes. 100 paladins held up a golden circular shield, like an egg, wrapping themselves in it, shining brightly. This scene made all the enemy troops drop their jaws in shock. This. Many people wanted to say something, but they felt that they couldn't even speak straight. Many soldiers had cold hands and feet. Their previous confidence and high fighting spirit all vanished at this moment. What the hell is going on? Oh my god, there are so many magic cavalry. How can we resist them? Fei Bo was also stunned. Confusion, doubt, despair, anger, jealousy, fear, and all other negative emotions flooded into his mind at this moment, making his eyes go dark, and he almost fell off his horse. Everyone listen up. Do not retreat, prepare to fight. Crossbowmen shoot. Fei Bo shouted loudly while trembling. He didn't even notice that his voice had changed at this moment. It was like a night owl, shrill and desperate. Chapter 106, Breaking the Formation. Fei Bo, the golden magic swordsman, is a powerful man after all, and he has seen many magic professionals, but it is the first time he has seen 100 of them at once, and in an organized army form, like today. Although the royal families of the two empires also controlled powerful magic legions, they were all used to guard the borders and resist foreign enemies. Fei Bo was not selected when he was young, so naturally he could not see the scene of thousands of magic professionals gathering together. At this moment, he was really frightened. His heart was broken, but as a general and a soldier, his qualities allowed him to suppress the fear and anxiety in his heart, urging the army to start resisting this magic cavalry unit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbowmen shot barbed arrows. They gritted their teeth and fired desperately, at a frequency twice as high as normal. Their hands were bleeding, and they wished they could empty all the arrows in the two quivers. However, rain of arrows fell and hit the cavalry, but they were unable to break through the defense. These heavily armored cavalrymen not only wear heavy armor that provides them with powerful defense, but also have a small round shield. This is a cavalry shield with magic resistance properties. It is a system product and provides an extra layer of protection for these soldiers. Then, 600 cavalrymen raised their shields, and countless arrows hit them with clanging sounds. Occasionally, if someone's defense was broken, the arrow would be pulled out directly, leaving a piece of flesh and blood. The nearby paladin would throw a holy light at him, and the wound would heal quickly. On the opposite side, Fei Bo and others were stunned. What is this operation? What kind of magic is this? It can make them heal so quickly. Fei Bo was puzzled. He carefully looked through the magic knowledge in his mind, but he couldn't figure out what system this magic belonged to. You know, after so many years of development, the magical power of this world has also developed into several major systems. The first is the elemental system, which is the largest and most formal. The vast majority of magic professionals are practitioners of this system. Then there is the rune system, which summons various magic runes to increase one's own status, reduce the opponent's status, and summon wind, fire, lightning, and explosions. Rise, who has just joined Su Fan's camp, belongs to this system. Then there's the mystic school, where magicians practice incredibly strange magic, like transforming enemies into alpacas, summoning water and earth giants, blinding enemies, or causing them to become dizzy. Their rich array of abilities makes them incredibly difficult to defend against. However, magicians in this school are relatively rare. Fei Bo never imagined that he was facing the orthodoxy of the ancient Sun Empire and the exclusive system of the Holy Light Church. The rain of arrows has no effect on them. General, let the cavalry go. A deputy general said to Fei Bo. Fei Bo shook his head and said, sending the cavalry there won't be much use. Our cavalry's equipment is no match for theirs. The deputy general said, but they are all heavily armored cavalry. If we don't find a way to reduce their impact, our shield wall will definitely not be able to stop them. If our formation is broken, we will be powerless to recover. All right then, send the order. Charge the cavalry. Surround them from both sides and cut in diagonally to minimize damage. Yes. So, Fei Bo's left and right cavalry units launched an attack. In a vast wilderness, the view is wide and every move of the enemy can be seen. Paladin naturally also saw the movements of the enemy cavalry. He smiled and said, it seems that the commander of this unit is quite clever, and he even knew how to cut in diagonally. But it is doomed to be futile. Pass on my orders, the 1st Cavalry Regiment will split into 2 groups, left and right, to resist the enemy cavalry, and the paladins will continue to attack with me. I want to let them know that we are invincible. Yes. Yes. So, Paladin's team was divided into 3, with 500 heavily armored cavalry divided into 2 halves to fight against a cavalry unit respectively. Under the leadership of Paladin, the direction of the Paladin did not change at all. On the battlefield, the cavalry attacked at a very fast pace, and the cavalry of both sides soon came into close combat. Although the enemy had more cavalry than the Paladin, the gap in equipment between the 2 sides was still too large. These 500 heavily armored cavalry were like 500 tanks, and the powerful impact they brought made the enemy feel desperate. The 3-meter-long lances, driven by the inertia of the charge, pierced through 2 enemies in a row, knocking them to the ground and crushing their flesh and blood. However, the inertia of the heavy cavalry remained undiminished. Their lances were quickly broken, and they drew out the 2-handed swords at their waists and continued to charge. At this time, Paladin also rushed to the front of the enemy's shield wall with 100 people from the Paladin order. Boom! There was no frills, just a pure charge and pure collision. The thick, giant shield wall was actually torn apart, leaving a gap. Paladin and the others all held up the Holy Light shield, and each of them was wrapped in a layer of white, glowing egg-shaped shield, making them appear even more indestructible. Paladin took the brunt of the attack and was the first to rush into the enemy formation. After breaking through the shield wall defense, he was greeted by countless spearmen. Holy Light cross slash. Paladin swung the sword in his hand, sweeping out a huge cross-shaped white sword energy, plowing all the enemies on the road ahead. A dozen spearmen poked his holy shield with their spears, and the light of the holy shield gradually dimmed, but it did not dissipate after all. Blessing Halo, Paladin chanted, and a circle of mysterious white magic circle formed around his feet. It was very faint and moved with his movement. Ripples spread out, and a circular white magic circle also appeared under the feet of the Paladin soldiers who followed closely behind him. Then, Fei Bo's spearmen discovered that the enemy's shields not only did not weaken, but became thicker. Moreover, these guys seemed to be stronger. This is the effect of the Blessing Halo. Once activated, all the friendly soldiers around who share the same ideals will be blessed, and under the influence of the Halo, their defense, life recovery speed, and strength will be increased to a certain extent. However, the consumption of the Blessing Aura was also huge, and the Holy Light magic power in his body was consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was why he waited until he broke into the enemy camp before activating the aura. The 100 Paladins, though not particularly powerful, were at least at the black iron level. Several of the earliest awakened Paladins, nourished by the Moonwell's water, were on the verge of breaking through to the silver level. Together, the power they unleashed almost crushed Fei Bo's forces. Holy Light Cross Slash. This is the only offensive magic combat skill of the black iron level Paladin. Then, a series of Holy Light Cross sword energies shot out and poured out like they were free. One shot could harvest a large number of lives. Chapter 107 Planning. The 1st Expeditionary Force is still on the march. And Liang is the Deputy General of the 1st Expeditionary Force and a black iron demon swordsman. He came from the War God Empire. When the War God Empire was defeated, he awakened his magical talent and then fled here. He was recruited by Su Fan, and after serving as a soldier in the Vanguard Battalion for a while, Su Fan promoted him to training officer of the 1st Expeditionary Force and later promoted him to Deputy General of Paladin. The two relied on each other. In the sequence of the 1st Expeditionary Force, Paladin was the main general, but Paladin was originally a cavalryman and preferred to lead the cavalry regiment to charge. So, in this expedition, Liang became the actual commander of the 20,000-strong 1st Expeditionary Force. General, it seems a battle has broken out ahead, a scout reported. Liang said, fighting? That means General Paladin has encountered the enemy. Let's go over and help. Yes. Liang led the 1st Expeditionary Force of 20,000 people and advanced rapidly. He soon saw the battlefield where a battle was breaking out ahead. I saw an extremely fierce battle in the wilderness ahead, with people and horses on both sides flying around, screams and the sounds of weapons clashing one after another, interweaving into a melody of death and killing. In the center of the battlefield, a spectacular scene appeared. 100 cavalrymen wrapped in eggs were like artillery batteries, killing indiscriminately. The ordinary soldiers around them had collapsed, leaving corpses all over the ground, and they dared not move forward at all. "It's Lord Paladin. That's our holy Knights of Light," someone shouted. This was the first time for the soldiers of the 1st Expeditionary Force to go to the battlefield. They were nervous, excited, and a little scared. But now, seeing their comrades killing and defeating the enemy so badly that they could not raise their heads, the soldiers were eager to try. And Liang rode on his horse, holding a long sword in his hand, and said, "Everyone, follow me and fight to support General Paladin. Kill! Kill!" 20,000 soldiers, a huge crowd, a black mass, filled the wilderness, and their shouts of killing were like thunder, shaking the sky. Fei Bo's deputy general saw this, and said to Fei Bo, "General, let's retreat quickly. Once they catch up with us, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape. Damn it, my 5,000-strong army was defeated by a few hundred cavalrymen. It's such a shame and humiliation." Fei Bo beat his chest and stamped his feet, very angry. The deputy general smiled bitterly and said, "General, this is neither your fault nor mine. It's just that the enemy is too powerful. Who the hell could have imagined that they would have so many magic cavalry? If you didn't know, you would have thought we had encountered the magic army of the War God Empire." Fei Bo gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, pass on my order. Separate in an orderly manner, in the battle, and evacuate. I have to tell the city lord this intelligence. The Silver Moon territory cannot fight like this. We must first find a way to get rid of these magic cavalry. Withdraw, withdraw." The troops of North Wind City began to withdraw, but as the saying goes, a defeat is like a landslide. Paladin led the paladins in a pursuit, killing the enemy until the wilderness became a river of blood and piles of corpses. Finally, they chased them to the territory of North Wind City and saw the enemy's troops coming to support them, and then they gave up. By the time Liang and the 1st Expeditionary Force arrived at the border of Beifeng City, the battle had already ended, and the 20,000 new recruits had not participated in any fighting. And Liang smiled bitterly and said, "General, you are too powerful. We don't even have a chance to fight back." Paladin laughed heartily. "My Paladin order is too strong. Look at their leader. He's also a magic swordsman with a powerful aura, but he doesn't dare to take action himself. Isn't it because he's afraid of being surrounded and killed by us?" And Liang said, "I had originally thought of using this opportunity to let the new recruits see some blood and hone their fighting spirit and combat experience. Now, all we have left is to clean up the battlefield. Haha, Norus. Let them start by learning how to clean up the battlefield. Look at all the corpses on the ground first. Once they see more, they won't be afraid of death anymore, and they'll be much better prepared to fight in the next battle." Paladin was a veteran and had a lot of experience in military matters. As if to prove what he said was true, many soldiers of the 1st Expeditionary Force vomited while handling the corpses. Most of these dead people were killed by the Paladin's Holy Light Cross. The huge cross-shaped sword energy could split a person into 4 pieces, exposing his internal organs, which shows how bloody it was. So these new recruits could only pick up half of the corpses and throw them into the big pit that had been dug, which really made them uncomfortable for a long time. "General, what should we do next?" And Liang asked. Paladin said, "When I came here, the Lord instructed me to capture North Wind City with overwhelming force and then support General Long E of the 2nd Expeditionary Force. They have no cavalry or paladins, and the Black Rock Principality they face is even more powerful, so we can't delay. Pass on my order. After each regiment has cleaned up the battlefield, rest on the spot and enter North Wind City early tomorrow morning. I want to capture North Wind City as quickly as possible." Yes. Night. Bonfires were lit and tents were set up in the 1st Expeditionary Force's camp. Paladin was sitting in the tent, and An Liang and the generals of his subordinate regiments and camps were all gathered there. "Everyone, let's discuss today how to capture North Wind City," Paladin said. "Our goal is to capture the city quickly, but at the same time, we can't suffer too much damage. This is not a simple task." Everyone was silent. Their army was well equipped, but in terms of combat effectiveness, only the 1st Cavalry Regiment and the Paladins were strong. The remaining 20,000 were all rookies. One person said, "How about we prepare the siege equipment and then have the Paladins charge?" Paladin shook his head. "It's time-consuming and labor-intensive. Building siege equipment would take days. Besides, my Paladins are valuable. Sending them to storm the city walls by force would definitely result in heavy casualties. Don't forget, they also have magicians. Why don't we dig a tunnel and get into the city? Someone else suggested. Paladin pondered for a moment and said, this idea is worth considering, but the workload is too large. Are there any other options? How about we retreat first? Let Beifeng City relax its vigilance, and then disguise ourselves as merchants and go in. This idea is not bad, but it takes too long and is not advisable. Everyone was discussing nonstop and called over a few soldiers. These soldiers were refugees who had fled from the north and had been to Beifeng City before. They were familiar with the situation in Beifeng City and were called over to inquire about the situation. The meeting lasted until late at night. Chapter 108 Taunting. North Wind City. The lights in the executive hall were also bright. Earl Boreas summoned all the generals in the city to discuss how to deal with the Palatine army. Earl Beifeng was a small old man in his 50s, but his eyes were sharp. He sat at the head of the group, glanced at the generals, and said, the enemy is too strong. They have a full 100 magic knights, and their magic is very powerful, which can increase defense and restore health. Fei Bo suffered over 2,000 casualties in this battle, but only killed less than 50 heavy cavalrymen. Not a single magic knight died. We absolutely cannot accept this kind of record. After saying that, he looked at Fei Bo and sighed. Fei Bo, tell me, how do we fight? Fei Bo rubbed his temple and said, it's best if we don't fight. They're very strong. Unless Duke Longxi is willing to send a coalition army, or the new Emperor Luo Xiong is willing to send the Griffin Legion, I'm afraid the major lords won't be able to do anything to them. Forget about Luo Xiong. We've already broken with them, and they're our enemies now. As for Duke Longxi, they're currently battling the Thunder Kingdom's army and have no time for us. Beifeng City Lord said, so? We have no other options. A general suggested, if we hold our ground, they will have a hard time breaking through our city. That's right. We have crossbows on the city walls. Even General Fei Bo doesn't dare to take the crossbow arrows shot out, let alone those black iron-level magic knights. As long as we defend the city and take advantage of the crossbows, they will never be able to get in. Then we will wait for an opportunity to attack their weaknesses and let them know how powerful our North Wind City is, someone said loudly. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Earl Beifeng also asked, how is it? What do you think of this solution? Fei Bo was the first to speak out. My lord, I think this method is feasible. We still have 20,000 soldiers in the city, so we can fight them. Moreover, they're all cavalry, which makes the siege more difficult. Why don't we use our strengths to attack their weaknesses? They will not get away with it. Yes, General Fei Bo is right. Everyone responded. The Lord of Beifeng City also said, well, if that's the case, then we will hold the city and remain unchanged in the face of all changes. The next day, early in the morning, the soldiers defending Beifeng City saw countless enemies appearing outside the city, densely packed and in neat formations. Woo woo woo. The bugle sounded, loud and melodious. Paladin rode a white horse and stood at the foot of North Wind City, brandishing his sword and shouting loudly, I am Paladin, a general under Earl Sufan. Earl North Wind, get out here and die. On the city wall, many soldiers were very angry and clamored to go to war, but were stopped by the generals. Ignore them. What we need to do is to defend the city. No one can leave, no matter what. Paladin cursed for a long time, but he didn't see the other side leave the city. He was tired of cursing, so he returned to the army and let the soldiers continue cursing. The soldiers were not as polite as Paladin when it came to cursing. They cursed in the most nasty ways, which made the soldiers of North Wind City very angry. They also cursed back from the top of the city. This verbal battle lasted from day to night. When both sides were tired of quarreling, it ended and they returned to the camp to rest. General, our people discovered that the enemy was cutting down trees as if to build siege weapons. We have to be on guard. Someone reported this to Fei Bo. Fei Bo's face was as black as the bottom of a pot at this time. In the quarrel between the two sides today, Fei Bo was named no less than 10,000 times, and his family and ancestors were also cursed. If he was not the commander who had to defend the city, he really wanted to flee. So now he was so angry that he didn't even eat a bite of dinner. Siege equipment? Are they going to attack the city? Haha, that would be great. I wish they would take the initiative to attack the city. Fei Bo laughed. Are all the ballistae ready? The lieutenant replied. General, all of your crossbows have been pushed up onto the city walls. There are 123 of them in total, and they are ready to fire at any time. The protection is very good. I don't believe that those black iron-level magic knights can withstand my crossbow. A confident light flashed in Fei Bo's eyes. However, the next day, when Fei Bo and his men went up to the city, they found that the enemy seemed to have no intention of attacking the city at all and were still cutting down trees to make siege equipment. However, today the enemies were no longer cursing like they did yesterday. Many of them urinated in front of them, took off their armor, threw down their swords, sat on the ground, and brought a few jars of fine wine to drink. It was the height of summer, and the weather was scorching hot, especially at noon. The enemies were sweating profusely under the sun, so they basically took off their armor, and many of them lay on the ground and fell asleep. The snoring was like thunder. On the city wall, the soldiers stared with wide eyes, doubting themselves. Was this really a war? How could these enemies dare to do this? Although they didn't curse or greet their families, everything they did made them even more angry, and they felt insulted and ignored. This is absolutely unbearable for a person, a man, a young man, and a soldier. General, this is a godsend. Let's hurry out of the city and catch them off guard. Many people gathered around Fei Bo, their faces full of excitement and hunger. Their anger had been suppressed for 2 days, and their swords were thirsty for it. Fei Bo's eyes were full of struggle. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said, "No." "Why?" The surrounding soldiers shouted loudly, glaring at Fei Bo. Even his deputy general looked at Fei Bo with a puzzled expression and said, "General, why can't we attack? Although we are defending the city, we are facing a golden opportunity now. This is the key to victory or defeat." Fei Bo said, "The enemy is not a bandit. They have powerful cavalry, excellent equipment, and a large number of people. How could they underestimate us? I feel that there must be a trick here. But the view below is wide open, just a plain with nothing in sight. Could they still ambush us?" Someone said excitedly, "Master Fei Bo, if we in Beifeng City don't attack now, we'll be looked down upon by others." "Yes, General, you're not afraid of damaging your reputation, but we are. We don't want people from other cities to point at our backs and call us cowards." Everyone was talking nonstop, and the mood was very excited. The deputy general was also silent on the side. Although he didn't say anything, his attitude and position were already very clear. Fei Bo glanced at everyone coldly, and a powerful aura burst out. Everyone was oppressed by this aura and retreated one after another, their hearts feeling as if they were hit by a hammer. Fei Bo said coldly, "I'm a commander of this city. Everything is decided by me. Anyone who dares to say that they are leaving the city will be killed." Chapter 109, the third day. Fei Bo dismissed the crowd, but he was in a very bad mood. Although he was the commander, the army was like a sword. If used well, it could kill people, but if used poorly, it could also hurt himself. Now, although he had used his personal force to subdue the crowd, he knew that his decision was not recognized. If this continued for a long time, a mutiny in the army was not impossible. The other side, Liang came to Paladin and sighed. "General, it seems that this time it still won't work." They didn't fall for it. Paladin smiled and said, "Our plan was for 3 days. Isn't this only the second day? There's still a chance. But will our plan really work? I always feel like it's a bit of a joke." Liang looked worried. "Haha, we'll know tomorrow whether it works or not." Paladin was very confident. Liang was puzzled and wanted to ask more questions, but seeing his general's confident smile, he had to keep it to himself. The night before, they discussed all night and came up with various methods. In the end, Paladin claimed that he had come up with a method that could break the city within 3 days. However, when the generals asked curiously, he said nothing and only issued the task every morning. The generals originally thought that Paladin had come up with some ingenious plan, but on the first day, they had been engaged in a day-long verbal battle with the enemy, using all the dirty words they had accumulated over the years. Today, they let out their nature again and acted as ridiculously as possible. Although they had a backup plan, this bold move really scared them. At this time, without Paladin's instructions, they were just going to implement the taunting tactics. However, in large-scale legionary battles, the enemy can remain invincible as long as they hold the city. Does this method really work? That night, neither of them could sleep. Fei Bo was so depressed that he couldn't sleep. At night, he was summoned by Earl Beifeng and scolded, saying that he was a good-for-nothing and didn't know how to seize the opportunity. Fei Bo had to explain for a long time before Earl Beifeng stopped talking. On the Paladin side, everyone couldn't sleep because they slept too much and ate too much during the day. So, late at night, Paladin decided to hold a bonfire party. Under the dark night sky, bonfires were lit, and the soldiers of the 1st Expeditionary Force sang and danced around the bonfires. Some beat drums, some blew trumpets, and some sang some strange songs that came from Silver Moon Bay, which were said to be composed by Sufan himself. The vast ocean laughs, the tide surges on both sides, floating and sinking with the waves, remembering this day. The sky laughs. The world is full of tides. Who will be defeated and who will be victorious is known to heaven. The mountains and rivers smile. The mist and rain are far away. The waves wash away everything. How much do we know about the mundane world? The soldiers did not know the specific meaning of these lyrics, but they could feel the carefree and arrogant contained in this strange song from the melody, which made them feel excited, as if the battlefield before them was no longer scary. Being free and unrestrained in life and death, and being unruly are the true qualities of men. The defenders of Beifeng City on the city wall have been nervous all day and want to have a good sleep at night, but who would have expected the other side to do such a thing? All kinds of chaotic noises shook the sky, leaving them no peace. There were also the sounds of war drums and bugles that rang out from time to time. Under the cover of night, no one knew whether the enemy had really launched an attack, so none of the soldiers dared to sleep. These guys are really crazy. Damn it. If you're a man, just fight with real weapons. Why do you keep doing this? Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to chop them into pieces. This is too much. Both sides spent the night in a noisy environment. Day 3. The Palatine's troops still showed no signs of attacking the city. In the distance, several ladders and battering rams had been assembled, and a large siege tower was being assembled. Inside Beifeng City, someone walked into Fei Bo's official residence and said, "General, our cavalry has discovered the enemy's grain transport team." "Oh, where?" Fei Bo's eyes lit up. "They're coming here. This grain transport team is very large and is guarded by hundreds of soldiers. Are there any cavalry escorts?" "Yes, but not much." Fei Bo laughed and said, "This is a great opportunity. Although we can't confront them head-on, it's a good idea to harass their grain transport team. If we harass them a few times, they will send more guards. Once their troops are dispersed, we will have an opportunity to take advantage of them." A lieutenant said, "General, please give the order. Our soldiers are ready for a big fight." "Good." Fei Bo stood up and said loudly, "Pass my order. All the cavalry in the city gather. We will launch a surprise attack and let them know how powerful we are." "Yes." Soon, a cavalry group left from the north gate. And Liang heard the news and said with a smile, "They left? All cavalry?" "Yes, they're all cavalry." The spy nodded. General Paladin and his men are ready. This cavalry unit will be annihilated. Send a message to the 3rd Regiment to thoroughly investigate the designated defense line and prohibit all entry. If any remnants of the North Wind City Army break through the defense line, have their commander bring their heads to justice." "Yes." In the wilderness, Paladin, along with the paladins and 300 infantrymen, disguised themselves as a food and grass guard, pulling dozens of food and grass carts and moving slowly forward. Suddenly, the earth trembled, and a large wave of cavalry suddenly appeared in the north. It was a black mass, at least 3,000 people. "The enemy is coming, prepare to fight." Paladin drew his sword and said excitedly, "The bait has been taken. Everyone, proceed according to the plan." "Yes." On the Palatine side, there were 100 paladins, all on horseback, and the remaining 300 infantrymen formed a large circle around the grain carts. Everyone huddled inside, relying on the grain carts to defend against the incoming cavalry attack. "Everyone, follow me and kill." 100 paladins charged forward, their swords pointed. Fei Bo personally led 3,000 cavalrymen to the battle this time. However, when he saw the enemy cavalry, he had a bad premonition, especially when the egg-shaped shields lit up on the bodies of the enemy's 100 cavalrymen. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. Chapter 1:10 Battle with Fei Bo. 3,000 ordinary cavalry plus 1 gold-level magic swordsman against 100 paladins. Fei Bo gritted his teeth and said, "Kill them. I don't believe these guys can survive." The cavalry charged, and the two sides soon engaged in battle. The paladins remained firm, wielding the holy light cross wantonly, reaping the souls of the living. At this moment, a large number of soldiers suddenly appeared from the nearby bushes, rushing over with shouts of war. The soldiers who had hidden behind the grain transport carts also rushed over and engaged in a fierce battle with Fei Bo's soldiers. Fei Bo was horrified and shouted, "Retreat quickly!" He didn't expect that the enemy was so cruel and set up a tight net for him here. "Everyone, follow me and fight bravely. Otherwise, none of us will escape." Fei Bo activated the Berserker mode, showing his powerful gold-level strength. Magical power surged on the mace in his hand. Every time he swung it, a huge mace phantom appeared, like a giant's weapon, sweeping around fiercely, crushing all the enemies around him into meat paste. However, no matter how powerful the gold-level magic swordsman was, he was still far from being invincible. The ordinary soldiers around him quickly retreated, and the paladin rushed over with the paladins. "You bastards, go to hell." Fei Bo's mace hit a paladin, shattering his holy light shield. The whole person was blown away by the powerful magic, and a line of blood drew a beautiful curve in the air. Paladin's eyelids twitched wildly. This was the powerful strength of a gold-level magic swordsman, like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. His aura far exceeded his. The two were not in the same league at all. Holy light. A ray of holy light descended from the sky and enveloped the paladin who had fallen out. The wounds on the paladin's body, which had been seriously injured and unconscious, he healed quickly and soon woke up. "Kill, kill, kill." The mace in Fei Bo's hand flew wildly, bringing with it gusts of wind and waves. Yellow magic flames burst out from his body, burning fiercely, making him look like a god of war. One paladin after another was knocked away. Their holy light shields were broken, their armor was shattered, and their sternums were sunken, but they were soon saved by the holy light. But Paladin and others did not just passively take the beating. More than 30 paladins surrounded Fei Bo and shot out holy light cross slashes, beating Fei Bo into a miserable state. Holy light shines. A white thread appeared between Paladin's eyebrows, and this thread emitted a white light, completely covering Fei Bo. This white light is very magical. It has no effect on the Paladin. Bathing in it can accelerate the recovery of life. However, it is deadly dangerous to the enemy. The scorching heat makes Fei Bo feel excruciating pain. Fei Bo's clothes began to burn and even smelled of meat. He roared, his eyes red, and hurled his mace. Paladin raised his round shield to defend himself, but was still knocked back by the powerful impact and fell to the ground, his internal organs shifting. Someone sent a holy light to Paladin, allowing him to continue fighting. Paladin held the sword in both hands. Magic power surged, ripples appeared on the sword, and purple thunder flashed. The holy lion roars. A huge golden lion shadow appeared, 5 meters tall, mighty and domineering, roaring and rushing towards Fei Bo. Fei Bo did not give in at all. He drew out his spare sword and swept out a huge magic moonblade. Boom! The two combat skills collided violently. Although Fei Bo was powerful and surpassed Paladin in realm, Paladin inherited the complete heritage of the Holy Church of Light. This Holy Lion's Roar was a nearly perfect combat skill that could be used at close range or at a distance. While launching an attack, it also increased the defense of himself and his companions. Even if the caster broke through to the level of Sky Sword Saint, this combat skill will be very effective. So after the two sides collided, they were evenly matched, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Fei Bo's eyes almost popped out of his head. What the hell is going on? This silver-level guy can actually take my attack head-on. Fei Bo refused to believe in evil and launched another powerful Moonblade attack. Paladin also launched the Holy Lion's Roar again to offset it. Damn it, who the hell are you? Why are you so difficult to deal with? Fei Bo was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He found that the guys he met were simply indestructible cockroaches. Their defense, recovery, and attack power were all very strong and balanced, with almost no weaknesses. While the two of them were fighting fiercely, his subordinates were also fighting with the surrounding enemies. The number of people on both sides was about the same, but Paladin had sent out more than 60 paladins to kill crazily. His subordinates fell to the ground one after another, their blood soaking the earth, and the number of people surrounding him was getting fewer and fewer. Fei Bo gritted his teeth, jumped up, raised his sword with both hands, crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, and slashed down at Paladin fiercely. Holy light shield. Paladin put on a shield again, and then faced the enemy head-on with his sword. There are no fighting skills, no fancy moves, no strategies, only real power confrontation. Boom! The surging magic power exploded, creating a strong wind that blew away all the surrounding soldiers. Paladin's leg bones were broken and blood was flowing. He could only use his sword to pound the ground. The holy light shield shattered again, and the sword in his hand broke into two pieces. The power of a gold-level magic swordsman can be seen from this. But Fei Bo was not feeling well either. Although he was not as miserable as Paladin, he was also holding his chest and gasping for breath, and his arms were shaking slightly, which was caused by the recoil of the holy light shield. Ha! You will eventually become the ghost under my sword. Fei Bo laughed wildly. Although your troops won today, you will die by my sword. Paladin laughed and said, Really? That may not be the case. Paladin took out a small bottle, opened the cork, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. What is this? Fei Bo had a bad premonition in his heart. He endured the severe pain in his arm and picked up the sword again, wanting to kill Paladin. However, Paladin suddenly stood up, holding the broken sword in his hand, with a cold light in his eyes. You lose. You will die under my sword. Holy light cross slash. A huge cross, sword energy surged out, accompanied by infinite fear, reflected in the depths of Fei Bo's eyes. He wanted to resist, but his whole body was numb and he had no strength left. He wanted to dodge, but the two were only a few meters apart, so it was too late to do anything. Bang! The huge cross sword energy hit Fei Bo accurately, and the terrible power of sacred magic cut Fei Bo's body into 4 pieces alive. Chapter 111. Occupy Beifeng City. As soon as Fei Bo was dead, Paladin cut off his head, hung it on a sword, and held it high, shouting, Your general is dead. Why don't you surrender? Crash! Many men dropped their weapons, and the Palatine soldiers quickly tied them up. Paladin grinned and said, Group 1, everyone change clothes. Keep an eye on the prisoners. We're going to take over Northwind City. Yes. The 1st Expeditionary Force now has 10 full regiments. Each regiment has about 2,000 people, and the one that Paladin brought here to ambush is one of them. The soldiers quickly changed into the clothes of Beifeng City, raised the flag of Beifeng City, left more than 100 people to watch over the prisoners, and marched towards Beifeng City in a mighty procession. The 100 paladins of the Holy Knights also changed their clothes and blended in. Northwind City. The soldiers defending the city have been tormented enough in the past few days. Today, the enemies below have finally quieted down a bit. There are no more quarrels or new things to do. They just beat drums, patrol, and set up battle formations in an orderly manner. However, they're used to it and know that the other side has not even set up siege equipment, so what can they use to attack the city? The soldiers defending the city were yawning and sleepy when they suddenly saw a cavalry appear, which scared them. Don't panic. Look at the clothes. They are ours. This is the cavalry that General Fei Bo led out. Did they come back victorious? It doesn't seem like it. If they won, they should have escorted the grain truck back. Let me ask you first, why can't I see General Fei Bo? A captain of the city defense team shouted to the people below, Where is General Fei Bo? Paladin said, General Fei Bo and the remaining brothers are escorting the grain cart. We are ordered by General Fei Bo to arrive first and explore the way. As he spoke, he took out a token, shook it, and said, This is General Fei Bo's military order, which he specially asked me to bring here. Open the city gates quickly. There are enemy troops outside. It would be bad if we attract them. The young generals on the city wall looked at each other, and neither of them felt that there was anything suspicious about the other party, so they ordered the city gate to be opened. Squeak! The heavy city gate slowly opened. A fierce look flashed in Paladin's eyes. He raised his sword high and shouted, Kill! 2,000 cavalrymen charged towards the city gates in a mighty force. The generals on the city walls were horrified and shouted urgently, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Close the city gates! But it was too late. By the time the soldiers in charge of the city gate reacted, a large group of cavalry had already rushed to their side. Wherever the iron hooves stepped, blood flowed like a river and corpses piled up like mountains. At this moment, the originally quiet Beifeng City was filled with the music of death. Outside the city, in the camp of leader Yin Yu's army, there's a tall wooden sentry tower. This is a watchtower 10 meters higher than the city wall. It stands upright and can offer a panoramic view of the scenery inside the city. The soldier on the watchtower suddenly shouted, Quick, report to the general, there's a fire in the city. And Liang, who was in charge of the main camp, quickly learned the news and shouted, Leaders of all regiments, Act according to the plan. Yes. 7 or 8 regiments began to move towards the north gate, and some regiments began to move towards the east gate and west gate. And Liang only left 1 regiment to guard the south gate camp. Inside the city, Paladin also divided his troops into 3 groups, each attacking the other 3 gates. Chaos reigned within Northwind City, and the people had no idea why these men in Northwind City uniforms had suddenly attacked their own people. A small number of soldiers and generals who had escaped from the North Gate also hurriedly ran towards the City Lord Mansion. In less than half an hour, the other 3 city gates were also opened, and the 20,000 people of the 1st Expeditionary Force entered. This was a real mess, and the city was in chaos. Some generals of Beifeng City also organized soldiers to resist, but they were defeated repeatedly and kept retreating. The residents of the city screamed and cried and hid in their homes, leaving only soldiers on the streets. Soon, each regiment cleared out the enemies near the city wall and began to attack the City Lord's mansion. Outside the City Lord's mansion, Paladin met 4 magic swordsmen and a magician. These people were also generals of Northwind City, but their realm and strength were far inferior to Fat Bobby. They were all at the Black Iron level and were not taken seriously by Paladin at all. Paladin quickly led the Paladins to deal with these troublesome guys and confiscated their magic equipment, including 4 magic swords, a magic scepter, and a magic pendant that could increase the magic recovery speed. Don't kill me, I surrender. In the secret room of the City Lord's mansion, Paladin and others found the hiding Earl of the North Wind, and then killed him directly without paying attention to his pleas for mercy. This was also what Su Fan told him. Su Fan said that he didn't want to detain these guys. It was useless to him and would only increase instability. It would be better to kill them and be done with it. The battle in Beifeng City lasted for a whole day. It was not until the next morning that the 1st Expeditionary Force eliminated all the enemies in the city. After stabilizing the security in the city, Paladin left 2 regiments totaling 4,000 people to take charge, and then he led the remaining troops to rush towards the Black Rock Duchy. His goal was to attack Black Rock City directly from Northwind City to the south, and to attack from the front and back with Long Yi's 2nd Expeditionary Force, so that the enemy could not concentrate its forces to deal with them. Silver Moon Bay. At Su Fan's official residence, he opened the system interface, opened Territory, and saw that there had been changes. Territory, Silver Moon Territory. Lord, Su Fan. Number of cities, 3, Silver Moon Bay, Violet City, and Northwind City. Kill enemies, 20806. Su Fan smiled and said, Paladin did a good job. Northwind City is already in our hands. Immediately afterwards, Su Fan opened the mall interface with great anticipation and saw the number displayed below the available points, 10096. With so many points, I could go on a big shopping spree. Su Fan browsed the mall excitedly. There were still only 10 items that could be exchanged. He thought about it and exchanged 100 invisibility cloaks, spending a total of 10,000 points. Invisibility Cloak, a mysterious cloak made by the Grand Master himself, which can perfectly conceal one's breath and traces in the dark. One cannot move when using it. Price, 100 points. Su Fan planned to send all these invisibility cloaks to the front line and give them to Paladin, so that all his paladins could be equipped with them. In this way, the paladins would be hunters in the dark, able to carry out various ambushes without anyone noticing, and would definitely catch the enemy off guard. Haha, having a group of paladins who cultivate the power of light, ambush, and assassinate. This style is really amazing. Su Fan shook his head and smiled bitterly. I wonder if they will issue special tasks in the future to allow me to train an assassin army. Chapter 112, Battle of Black Rock City. Leaving Violet City, to the northeast is the Valley of God's mountains that stretch across the continent. To the south is an endless primeval forest, and there are only 2 roads to go, north and west. The north leads to Northwind City, and the west leads to Black Rock City of the Black Rock Duchy. The Black Rock Principality is rich in mineral resources, especially a kind of soft stone that burns when exposed to fire. It is exposed on the vast mountainous areas. During summer thunderstorms, raging fires often ignite, which last for a long time. They emit a pungent smell and are filled with smoke. A large number of people in nearby villages and towns develop strange diseases or even die. It is precisely because of this strange firestone that the Principality of Blackrock is called the Demonic Land by other cities. It is an abandoned land cursed by Elun. In addition to this strange demonic black rock, the Black Rock Principality is also rich in a kind of hard, pitch-black metal mineral. The residents of the Black Rock Principality call it Black Dragonstone. Weapons made of this Black Dragonstone are extremely sharp, sharper and harder than the most popular and advanced steel on the continent. In addition to making weapons, this Black Dragonstone is also used as a magical material. All major forces are buying it in large quantities and making it into magic swords and magic wands, which are highly sought after by magicians. The cursed land of Black Rock Principality, which was supposed to be deserted, became famous because of the abundance of black dragon vein stone, bringing them countless wealth. What about demons? What about curses? What about sickness and death? They are nothing compared to the benefits of money. Su Fan also asked someone to bring the kind of stone that could catch fire. He recognized at a glance that this stone was not something cursed by a loon, but the most common and common coal on Earth. Su Fan has been in this world for so long, but this is the first time he has discovered coal resources. He is very excited because after conquering the Black Rock Principality, he owns 4 cities. The main quest will reward steam engine technology, and the emergence of the steam engine means that Su Fan's territory has officially entered the industrial age, and coal is the most important and indispensable resource. After learning that the word Black Rock in the Black Rock Principality represents coal, Su Fan showed a greedy look towards the Black Rock Principality. He could give up Beifeng City, but he must conquer the Black Rock Principality. On a winding mountain path, Long Yi led the 2nd Expeditionary Force slowly forward. Looking at the bare mountaintops on both sides and the hillsides covered with strange black rocks, which were very crisp to the touch and covered in black, and had a pungent and unpleasant smell, Long Yi couldn't help but complain, "Damn it, this Black Rock Principality is really a cursed and abandoned place. There's no grass or trees growing, only these weird stones. I hate it here." The Deputy General consoled him. "General, let's hold on a little longer. We expect to reach Black Rock City tomorrow. I heard that both Black Rock City and Black Rock City are in good locations and suitable for human survival." "I know. I'm just complaining that we shouldn't have sent our troops here. Even if we conquer the Black Rock Principality and seize the Black Dragonstone mine, the people living here will get sick and die, which will bring us a lot of negative news." Long Yi shook his head and said, "The people of the Black Rock Principality are just too greedy. They stole wealth from this cursed land, and sooner or later they will suffer backlash." The Deputy General hesitated for a moment and said, "But I heard that the Lord attaches great importance to this cursed rock in the Black Rock Duchy. He also asked us to mark the locations of this black or on the map while we march." The Lord is planning to avoid these places in the future. He loves his people like his own children and will definitely not let them get close to this cursed I'm very confident of this. Long Yi patted his chest and said, "The Lord is only interested in the Black Dragonstone, not the cursed Black Rock. Don't worry." Seeing this, the Deputy General didn't say much. On Long Yi's side, the attack on Black Rock City went according to plan. The next day, he led the 2nd Expeditionary Force to the outskirts of Black Rock City. The defender here was Black Dragon, the first general of the Black Rock Principality and also a gold-level magic swordsman. General Black Dragon was originally leading a large army to attack Violet City from the north and south together with Beifeng City. However, he received a letter from Fei Bo halfway and learned that Su Fan had taken the initiative to send a large army to attack. He wisely led his army back. The Black Rock Duchy is not as good as Northwind City. The terrain here is complicated, but there is no grass or trees to block the view, and the mountain is too soft to stand on. So an ambush is basically impossible, and a wild encounter is also an unwise choice. If you want to attack Black Rock City, there's only a small area on the plain outside the city. Long Yi led the 2nd Expeditionary Force to surround Blackstone City. He spent 3 days building ladders, battering rams and siege towers here, and launched an attack on the 5th day. The 2nd Expeditionary Force was also composed of newly recruited soldiers with insufficient combat experience. They did not have powerful regiments like the Paladins or the 1st Cavalry Regiment to serve as spearheads, so the battle was extremely brutal from the beginning. The so-called siege is to follow the principle of using numbers to bully the few. That is to say, only when a number of one's own side far exceeds the number of defenders will there be a chance of winning and an advantage. However, the 2nd Expeditionary Force only had 20,000 people, and the number of people in Black Rock City was just as many. So Long, he ordered his 10 regiments to attack one side of the city wall with all their strength. The city wall was small and could not accommodate many people at the same time, which allowed him to gain a numerical advantage within a specific distance. If you don't do this and disperse your troops to attack the city from all sides, you will be suppressed by the enemy. If you deploy your troops slowly and calmly and defend the city, it will be easy for your entire army to be wiped out. Long Yi chose to attack the east city wall. Soldiers from both sides engaged in a fierce battle on this wall, using pounding stones, rain of arrows, rolling logs, kerosene, and even the soldiers of the Black Rock Principality poured a large amount of cursed black stones and then set them on fire, starting a raging fire under the city and resisting the attack of Long Yi's troops. This was a head-on confrontation, and the battle entered a white-hot stage from the very beginning. The degree of cruelty was beyond everyone's imagination. The battle lasted from sunrise to sunset, and there was another surprise attack at night. In one day, Long Yi organized his troops to launch 12 attacks. Although there was no obvious effect, the casualty ratio of both sides remained at a balance point, and no one gained an advantage. It is worth mentioning that although the 2nd Expeditionary Force suffered heavy casualties, there was not a single deserter. Many soldiers went from being scared, terrified, and at a loss at the beginning to being able to face death and sleep peacefully on corpses. This also indirectly shows Long Yi's strong organizational ability. If it were an incompetent general, these 20,000 new recruits would have to experience such a brutal battle right from the start. I'm afraid half of them would have fled under the cover of night or secretly cried in their beds. Chapter 113, Encirclement and Attack. Blackstone City was still embroiled in fierce fighting, with scores of soldiers dying daily. To quickly capture the city, Long Yi resorted to fighting poison with poison. He had a large quantity of cursed black rocks placed in a circle around the city walls, then set them ablaze. The blaze burned fiercely, turning Blackstone City into a cauldron. The walls glowed red, and the soldiers, unable to bear the pain, fled the walls one after another. Long Yi personally led a vanguard battalion to climb the city wall with ladders, and avoided the sea of fire through a passage prepared in advance. Long Yi jumped onto the city wall in a few steps, but the one who greeted him was General Black Dragon. Although Long Yi was also very strong, he still failed to break through to the gold level, so after a fight, he was quickly defeated. The fire burned for a day and a night, but after the smoke and fire, Black Rock City still stood. At this time, the city wall had been completely blackened and looked particularly miserable, but the soldiers defending the city did not suffer too much damage and quickly gathered together and climbed up the city wall. So, Long Yi started his attack again. While the battle in Black Rock City was in full swing, an army was marching at high speed through the mountains in the territory of Black Rock Principality. The army was small, only 100 men, well-equipped, armed with spears and short swords, and each one possessed a distinguished demeanor. Even more unique was the fact that each wore a strangely designed gray cloak, resembling a witch's robe, which was incredibly bulky when wrapped around their bodies. Looking up at the terrain on both sides, Paladin opened the map in his hand again, carefully compared it, and said to the soldiers behind him, "Okay, we have reached our destination. This is the only way from Black Rock City to Black Rock City. This is the only way. Let's set up an ambush here." A paladin frowned and said, "General, our cloaks are only effective at night. If the enemy passes by during the day, we will be blind." Paladin smiled and said, "I've already taken the situation you mentioned into account. The distance between Black Rock City and Black Rock City isn't that far. Once in Liang and his men launch an attack in Black Rock City, the enemies there will definitely return to rescue them at all costs. According to our calculations, they will arrive here at midnight. Even if there's a slight error, it will not affect the effectiveness of our invisibility cloak." Yes, just a few days ago, Su Fan sent someone to deliver 100 invisibility cloaks to Paladin at full speed and had all the members of the Paladin equipped with them. At first, Paladin and others thought that this gray cloak was bulky and ugly and were very resistant to it. However, after they tried out the effect of this invisibility cloak, they were pleasantly surprised. They sent a letter to Su Fan wanting to distribute a set to each of the 20,000 soldiers of the 1st Expeditionary Force. Of course, after Su Fan received the letter, he was so angry that his nose was crooked. You think this is just cabbage on the street? You want 20,000 sets at once? How many points do you need? 2 million points. Even a spendthrift doesn't spend money like this. Now, Liang has brought the 1st Expeditionary Force to Black Rock City. It is expected that an attack will be launched tonight and reinforcement from Black Rock City will arrive tomorrow night. So Paladin organized the Knights Paladin to find a secluded place here to camp and wait for the night to come. The nights in the Black Rock Principality seemed darker than other places. It was pitch dark, and even the moonlight could not be reflected. Moreover, the temperature here is extremely high. It is summer now, and the grass and trees around are emitting rolling heat waves. Paladin and others are feeling hot all over, and many people can't sleep. What a fucking hell this place is. I feel all sticky, as if countless bugs are clinging to me. A paladin took off his armor and exposed his chest, and his body was vaguely visible as being covered with tiny black particles. The Black Rock Principality is known as the Cursed Land. I heard this place is only granted to the most unpopular nobles. The people here have strange personalities. If it weren't for the abundance of black dragonstone here, I'm afraid the Moon God Empire would have abandoned it long ago. Hopefully, the day after tomorrow we'll be able to defeat the enemy and put an end to this damned battle. The paladins were all complaining. Shit, don't talk, someone is coming. All the paladins fell silent. They had been hiding on the high ground on both sides, but now as they stood still, all their figures slowly disappeared. Soon, the sound of hurried horse hooves came from the west, and 2 cavalrymen passed by high speed. They were only a few dozen meters away from the ambush side of the paladins, but they were unaware of it. Haha, it looks like General Anliang has already started his attack. Paladin smiled and said, "Brothers, let's take a good rest today. Tomorrow night will be the decisive battle." Yes, Black Rock City. After several days of fierce fighting, Black Rock City has been devastated, with many city walls badly damaged and corpses piled up on the walls. But Black Rock City was not conquered after all and remained strong. Outside the city, he hadn't smiled for 2 days. As the attacker, his losses were much greater than those of the defenders. Have you figured it out? How many soldiers have we lost or suffered during this period? He asked his deputy general in the tent. The deputy general said with a bitter face, "General, we attacked Black Rock City. So far, a total of 4,000 people have died, and another 3,000 have been injured to varying degrees. Some are already disabled. We will ask the paladins to treat them when we return, but the chances of recovery from this kind of disability are very small. That means a total of 7,000 of our men have lost their combat effectiveness." Long Yi's face turned pale. This was the first time he led his troops to fight after surrendering to Su Fan. He had originally thought of having a good fight, but who knew the enemy was so tough. The city-guarding general named Black Dragon was so cunning that he could counterattack no matter what method he used. This gave Long Yi a headache. "We must take over Black Rock City as soon as possible, otherwise I won't be able to explain to Lord Su Fan." Long Yi said. Just when Long Yi was worried about the battle ahead, a soldier walked in and said excitedly, "General, we've detected unusual movements by the enemy in the city." Long Yi stood up suddenly and said, "What happened? Are they coming out of the city to attack us?" The soldier waved his hand and said, No. Our observer on the watchtower saw a large army gathering in the city and then leaving through the west gate." "West gate?" Long Yi frowned and asked, "Are they leaving? It feels very similar. Everyone is carrying a package, as if they are carrying food," said the soldier. Chapter 114, Ghostly Ambush. "What's going on? How many of them have left?" Long Yi wondered. The battle was in full swing, so why did the enemy suddenly withdraw some of their troops? This was too much of a disregard for him. The soldier said, "There are a lot of people, at least 5,000. 5,000 people." Long Yi's eyes popped out his head in shock. He grabbed the soldier's shoulder and asked, "Are you sure you didn't see it wrong?" The soldier shook his head like a rattle. "No, absolutely not. The observer in the watchtower saw the army leave with his own eyes, and they were even on a forced march." "A forced march? Could something have happened to their home base, Black Rock City?" Long Yi frowned, thinking of this possibility. But to the west of Black Rock City is a swamp, to the south is a primeval forest, and to the north is Northwind City. What kind of incident could have happened that would be worth withdrawing so many forces to support it? At this time, Long Yi had not yet thought that the Paladin's first expeditionary force had already captured Northwind City and came to support him. The deputy general said, "General, I think this is a good opportunity. We've wasted so much time on the enemy, and we have a rough idea of their true deployment. Excluding those killed and wounded in recent days, there are definitely no more than 10,000 soldiers in the city capable of fighting. Now that another 5,000 have been withdrawn, their defenses are already very weak. Long Yi smiled a long-lost smile. That's right. No matter what tricks they're up to, we absolutely cannot miss this golden opportunity. Pass on my order. All regiments and battalions are to launch another attack after lunch. This time, leave no reserves. Push forward with all our might. Yes. In Blackstone City, inside the general's mansion, General Black Dragon's face was frighteningly dark. In his hand, he held a long sword as black as ink. Runes flashed on the sword, showing the extraordinary nature of this weapon. General, with all due respect, since the enemy was able to circle around and attack Black Rock City from behind, and with a force of 20,000, I believe Northwind City must have fallen, someone said to General Black Dragon. The enemy's strength is beyond our imagination. General Black Dragon sighed and said, yes, it's only been a few days, and Beifeng City has been captured. Fei Bo is in charge there, and he's not a person to be trifled with. I don't know what the hell is wrong with Yin Yu and his gang. Why are they so fierce? General, our two cities are now surrounded by the enemy, and the enemy's offensive is so fierce. Should we retreat first? General Black Dragon said. You mean to give up Blackstone City? The deputy general sighed. Yes, Black Rock City is now filled with wounded soldiers, and we have lost the surrounding villages and land. The soldiers' morale is low, and their combat effectiveness is already very weak. In this situation, it is better for us to retreat to Black Rock City. This way, we can preserve our strength and give ourselves a chance to breathe. At the same time, we can send people to ask for help from Duke Longxi. General Black Dragon pondered for a moment and said, you do have a point. But if Black Rock City can hold on, don't give up. Let's wait a little longer. I will send Raziel with 5,000 soldiers to support Black Rock City. If Black Rock City is successfully rescued, then everything will be easy. If Black Rock City is still under siege, then we will abandon Black Rock City and return with all our strength to rescue the Duke. Although Hei Lung is strong and holds military power, he is ultimately a subordinate of Duke Blackrock. Food, wages, and finances are all issued by the Duke's mansion, so he must give priority to protecting Duke Blackrock. However, after lunch, the enemy launched another fierce offensive. This time, Long Yi's army was like a pack of wolves with red eyes, biting their prey desperately. The brutal impact made the soldiers in Blackstone City's eyelids twitch wildly. As night fell, one of General Black Dragon's lieutenants, the silver-level magic swordsman Raziel, led 5,000 elite soldiers and quickly moved through the mountains. How far is it? Raziel asked the adjutant beside him. The adjutant took out the map, studied it carefully for a while, and said, General, if we don't stop tonight, we can reach Black Rock City tomorrow morning. Raziel said, well, let's rest here for a while. Tell everyone to cook. We'll set off in an hour. I'm afraid there will be a tough battle waiting for us in Black Rock City. Although the Black Rock Principality has 2 cities, one more than Northwind City, the population and military strength of the 2 cities in the Black Rock Principality are only about the same as Northwind City. Previously, General Black Dragon planned to march to Violet City, but took most of the soldiers with him. The defense of Black Rock City can now be said to be very weak. Raziel was in a very heavy mood because 2 cities in the Principality were now invaded by war at the same time, which meant that the enemy was much stronger than them and Northwind City had fallen. I heard that Earl Sufan from Silver Moon Bay is just a young man under 20 years old, but he is so powerful. It's incredible. Raziel sighed. At this time, the soldiers took off their armor and prepared to eat. However, just when everyone was relaxed and focused on the food, white lights suddenly appeared on the nearby high ground. The white light is brilliant. It is the light of magic, breaking through the barrier of darkness and illuminating the silent night sky. Holy light cross / Holy light shield. Holy light shines. The holy lion roars. Holy magic fell from the sky, and poor Raziel's 5,000 soldiers were slaughtered before they could even have a bite of hot food. Enemy attack. There are enemies. Oh my God. How can they be so close to us? The soldiers were shocked because the distance between the 2 sides was very close, only a few dozen meters, and they had not noticed it at all just now. Damn it! Where's the observer? Where's the scout? Where's the patrolman? Are they all dead? The enemy actually came here without anyone noticing. Raziel was shocked and cursed, with infinite fear in his heart, but he still gritted his teeth and organized the soldiers to defend. Oh my God, General, these are all magic swordsmen. In the name of Elun, How can there be so many magic swordsmen? When the soldiers saw that each of these sudden enemies had a bright halo on his body and was covered by a silver-white light shield, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped. Moon Goddess, this is the first time in their lives that they have seen so many magic professionals. The unique majesty and solemnity of the paladin made them feel as if they were facing the judgment of God, and they had no will to fight at all. Although the number of enemies was not large, everyone, including Raziel, knew that they were defeated. If more than 100 ordinary people were against one magic swordsman, they might still win, but 5,000 ordinary people against 100 magic swordsmen would be absolutely impossible to win. Chapter 115, The Fourth City. 100 paladins were like 100 tigers descending from the mountains. Countless holy light crosses shot out, and the surrounding enemies fell down in large numbers. Poor soldiers of the Black Rock Principality, they had just taken off their armor and laid down their weapons when they encountered such powerful combat magic. They could only watch the other side kill people, with their eyes full of bright magic light. Killing is like mowing grass. However, 5,000 people were still a bit too many. Even though Paladin and others were able to move freely, Raziel still organized his troops. However, he did not fight against them, but fled in the direction they came from. Half an hour later, looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, a paladin asked, "General, shouldn't we give chase? If they go back and report, we'll be exposed." Paladin smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. They have already suffered heavy losses today. I believe the pressure on General Long, he will be much less. Let's go to Black Rock City." General Black Dragon continued to fight hard in Blackstone City. This guy was actually a genius in defense. There were only a few thousand people in the city now, and the morale was low, but he still organized them powerfully and set up 3 lines of defense, which replaced each other so that the soldiers had enough rest time. He launched another fierce attack. All 10 regiments pressed forward, with 3 siege towers, 100 ladders, and archers suppressing the attack, and even climbed onto the city wall at one point. He led the charge, killing many people on the city wall, showing the power of a silver-level magic swordsman, and was able to fight against 100 enemies at once without being at a disadvantage. However, in the end, Black Dragon came on the scene. This guy found Long Yi and swept the black sword in his hand, actually cutting the weapon in Long Yi's hand into 2 pieces directly. It was extremely sharp. Under the powerful force of the Black Dragon, Long Yi was defeated step by step and finally failed, which made Long Yi very angry. But at the same time, Long Yi was also very envious and sighed. "This Black Dragon Stone is really a good thing. When I capture this city, I will also use the Black Dragon Stone to forge weapons. Ordinary weapons made of Black Dragon pattern stone can cut hair with a single blow, and magic weapons made of it are even more powerful. It is a treasure recognized by the whole world." After retreating from the city wall, Long Yi sounded the retreat. The defenders on the city wall breathed a sigh of relief, then collapsed to the ground exhausted, took off their armor, and drank water in big gulps. Black Dragon returned to the general's residence, and several guards took off his armor for him. However, at this moment, an adjutant rushed in, his face pale, and said, "General, this is not good." Black Dragon frowned and asked, "What's going on? Attacking again?" No. It was General Raziel who returned with his troops. "Raziel, why is he back?" General Black Dragon was stunned. The adjutant hesitated for a moment and said, "Raziel and his men were ambushed and suffered heavy casualties." Black Dragon was silent, then smiled bitterly and said, "This is truly adding insult to injury. Where was the ambush? How many people were there?" There are not many people at Black Tiger Mountain, only 100. The adjutant answered honestly. 100 people? What? What did you say? Only 100 people. General Black Dragon's eyes widened, and he asked, "Are you sure he saw it right?" The adjutant smiled bitterly and said, "It is indeed 100 people, but they are 100 magic swordsmen." The Black Dragon choked, countless divine beasts galloping through his mind. How could he even fight this battle? He was being crushed, and Black Rock City was surrounded by an army of 20,000. Now, 100 magicians had been discovered. What was he supposed to do? Black Dragon pondered for a moment, then slammed the table and said, "Pass my order. All soldiers, pack your bags and prepare food. We will leave here tonight in the dark, abandon Blackstone City, and retreat to Black Rock City." "Yes," the adjutant agreed, breathing a sigh of relief. The fighting in Black Rock City was ferocious, with heavy casualties every day. He'd been having nightmares for the past few days and couldn't stand it any longer. Now, he could finally leave this hellish place. Once they arrived in Black Rock City, everything would be decided by the Duke of Blackrock. Whether they fought or surrendered, it wouldn't matter to him. The next day, Long E organized his army early and prepared to launch an attack. "General, it's so quiet on the city wall today," the deputy general said. "Why do I feel that this city is a little different?" "What's different?" Long E asked. "I don't know, but it feels different to me." "Haha, stop thinking about it. Let's start the attack. Send 4 regiments this morning, 4 regiments in the afternoon, and 2 regiments in the evening. I don't want them to have peace." Long E said, "Yes." Soon, thousands of soldiers began to charge with ladders and siege towers, but they soon discovered that there seemed to be no movement on the city wall this time. Where are the rolling logs? Where are the battering stones? Where are the rain of arrows? Where is the kerosene? How come nothing is there? The soldiers were frightened by the silence. When they climbed up the city wall carefully and saw that there was no one on the wall, they burst into thunderous cheers. "These guys escaped overnight. Why didn't they just leave and scare me?" A soldier kicked down the scarecrow erected on the city wall. There were a lot of scarecrows, wearing armor and holding spears. They looked at them from a distance and thought they were enemies. This made the soldiers very angry. When they climbed up the city wall, they didn't find any enemies. Instead, they felt like they were punching cotton. Many soldiers had no place to vent their anger, so they chopped down all the scarecrows, removed the Duke of Blackrock's flag, and burned it. The city gates were wide open, and Long E led a large army into this city that he would never forget. The city was full of buildings and very prosperous, but there was no one on the streets, and every household had their doors closed. Long E said to the deputy general, "Speed is the essence of war. I plan to lead the main force directly to Black Rock City to see the situation there. I will leave you with a regiment of troops, and the wounded will stay here to recover." The adjutant said, "No problem. I will appease the people in the city." So, Long E led the 2nd Expeditionary Force and rushed towards Black Rock City without stopping. Meanwhile, in Silver Moon Bay, in Su Fan's official residence, Su Fan sat in the small attic, lying on a rocking chair, drinking tea, looking at the gurgling water in the rockery and the green bamboo outside the window, listening to the chirping of insects and birds, with a leisurely look on his face. At this time, the long-lost system prompt sound rang. "Main mission completed. Capture 4 cities and open up enough markets for your textile industry. Task progress, 100%. Obtain mission reward, steam engine technology." Chapter 1:16 Hot Weapons. With the acquisition of steam engine technology, a large amount of information flooded into Su Fan's mind, making him dizzy. The technical knowledge content this time is much greater than previous cement production technology and shuttle technology. It not only includes the physical principles of steam engines, but also a large number of steam engine derivative production technologies. For example, steam locomotives, steamships, steam cars, etc., directly gave Su Fan the most mature technology developed on the Earth to the modern era. For example, the steam locomotive. With the knowledge given to Su Fan, the train he designed was optimized very well because it incorporated many later modern technologies. Therefore, it is not only beautiful in appearance, but even has some aerodynamic features. The speed can reach 80 to 100 kilometers per hour, which is faster than the maximum speed of trains during the Industrial Revolution. This speed is already very high. Su Fan asked Kong Ding to make the preliminary design plan for the first railway. The distance from Silver Moon Bay to Violet City can be reached in 2 hours. Apart from steam locomotives, there's no need to rush about cars. Steam cars don't have much potential for development, so let's wait and see. What if one day I'm rewarded with the technology of internal combustion engines? Su Fan was full of anticipation and asked his assistant Su Long to call Long Ji, Kong Ding, and Failing over. Now that the territory has developed to a certain extent, with a large population and many projects, the status and power of Su Fan's original ministers have also risen, but they are still very busy. After Su Long left, Su Fan opened the system again, clicked on the task panel, and saw that the main task had been updated. Main quest update. You already own 4 cities and have enough territory. It's time to declare your presence to the world and show your position. Mission objective. Build a kingdom and establish yourself as king. Mission rewards. Cannon manufacturing technology. Firearm manufacturing technology. When Su Fan saw this task, he was stunned. Proclaim yourself king? Are you so crazy? Right now, The Dragon Breath Army and the Sun Empire in the north were locked in a fierce battle. For now, it would be best for him to just wait and see, stockpiling food and building strong walls. Once he had earned enough money, trained enough soldiers, and conquered a large territory, that would be the perfect time to become king. However, the reward offered by this task made it difficult for Su Fan to refuse. Su Fan has been having the newly established Strategic Engineering College research gunpowder for some time. The formula and proportion of gunpowder are common sense and do not require any help from the system. Su Fan knows it himself, but if he wants to truly mass-produce gunpowder, there are still some technological issues involved. The characteristics of the gunpowder itself also require researchers in the Strategic Engineering College to conduct a lot of experiments. If nothing goes wrong, Su Fan will be able to obtain a complete and mature gunpowder production process within a month. He has even selected a location and is preparing to build a gunpowder manufacturing plant. Once this main mission is completed and Su Fan obtains the technology to manufacture artillery and muskets, his army will have a fundamental leap and will become the first army in the world equipped with hot weapons. When the time comes to attack the city and seize the land, why would we need ladders and siege towers? We can just fire all the cannons at once, and then the soldiers will be shot in formation. Simple, crude, bloody, and cruel. Su Fan lay in the rocking chair, his fingers gently tapping the armrests, thinking about the pros and cons of becoming king. A moment later, Su Long, Kong Ding, and the other two arrived. Kong Ding was the first to ask, "Lord, are there any new projects?" Su Fan smiled slightly. "What else could I call you over for? There's no rush of the new project, so why don't you tell me about your current work situation first?" Now the development of the territory is on the right track. After the first organizational adjustment, officials from various departments are fully equipped and everyone is very busy. Su Fan rarely holds meetings, but only summons people individually or directly asks Athena to assign tasks and report on work. Kong Ding first said, "My lord, according to your instructions, our main focus during this period is road construction and the development of the Great Wasteland Industrial Zone. 6 cement roads are currently under construction there, and green belts on both sides are also being built." Su Fan nodded slightly, then looked at Faline. Faline said, "Recently, the textile and real estate industries in our territory have been developing rapidly. Many merchants from other places have heard the news and want to get a piece of the pie in these two industries. You can see that 9 out of the 10 fleets outside are transporting textiles, which also brings huge income to our territory. In addition, we have established 16 real estate development companies within our territory, and they are currently constructing a total of 38 commercial housing complexes. According to your requirements, these houses must be at least 3 stories high and no higher than 7 stories high." Su Fan said, "I've asked Athena to set up a new department specifically to oversee the real estate industry. This industry will bring us huge profits in the future, even higher than the textile industry." Kong Ding and Faline looked at each other. In fact, they didn't believe it from the bottom of their hearts, because these communities have already started to be sold, but the prices are very low and the developers can't make much money. The really wealthy businessmen have invested their money in the emerging textile industry. The current textile industry has almost crushed all the surrounding cities, including Northwind City, Blackstone City, Black Rock City, Paus Islands Kingdom, Luchuan City, Shishan City, and even further away. Well, textiles are exported to all parts of the world. Due to the rise of textiles, the advantages of Silver Moon Bay's natural port are gradually being reflected. The Paus Islands have a large number of specialties, fruits, natural rubber, various rare minerals, and cheap food, all of which are transported to Silver Moon Bay, and then these fleets return with textiles from Silver Moon Bay. Nowadays, there are a large number of ships and fleets at the Silver Moon Bay port every day, and people even have to queue up to enter the port. There are also thousands of people in Silver Moon Bay who rely on the port to make a fortune. Many new industries have emerged, such as porters, intermediaries, guides, etc. Kong Ding and Faline knew that Su Fan was a very far-sighted lord. His previous predictions had basically all come true. His thinking and insights far exceeded their imaginations. He didn't even seem like someone from this world, but more like a prophet. So they didn't ask or question him any further. The last person to report was Navy Commander Long Ji, a high-level frost magician and one of the few high-level fighters in the territory. After the birth of civilian caravans, Long Ji's task was no longer to purchase food and serve as a transport team. His main focus was on combating pirates and ensuring maritime safety. Su Fan said to Long Ji, Long Ji, how many people do you have in the Navy now? How many warships do you have? Long Ji answered honestly, My lord, our Navy now has 2,000 men and 30 warships of various sizes. Chapter 117 Black Dragon Surrenders. Su Fan said to Long Ji, Long Ji, do you think the ships you have now are enough? Long Ji thought for a moment and said, If we were only responsible for combating pirates during a peaceful period like now, then our current deployment of troops would be completely sufficient. No pirates would dare to enter the waters around Silver Moon Bay now. But if a war breaks out at sea, these ships will definitely not be enough. As far as I know, the Kingdom of the Paus Islands has hundreds of ships of all sizes, and all its forces are naval. They will absolutely suppress us. While the Kingdom of the Paus Islands was merely a kingdom, not an empire, and for millennia remained isolated from the mainland's central vision, it was a formidable force. The exact extent of this kingdom remains unknown, with some claiming 36 islands, others 72 large islands, and 36 smaller ones. For millennia, contact between the mainland and the Kingdom of the Paus Islands was minimal. It is worth mentioning that according to legend, the current king of Paus was the son of God blessed by the god of the sea and had the ability to control the ocean. So Long Ji was always very cautious when communicating and trading with the Kingdom of the Paus Islands. Su Fan smiled and said, Since it's not enough, let's build a bigger and stronger fleet. What's south of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands? What's east? Is it really just an endless ocean? Are there any countries we haven't discovered yet? These are all worth exploring. Long Ji was surprised and said, My lord, are you saying that there are more powerful warships? Su Fan smiled, then said to Feilin and Kong Ding, Feilin, Kong Ding, I'm going to give you two a new set of blueprints. This is the latest technology in our territory, even more terrifying than papermaking. Its appearance will completely overturn your understanding of the world. Feilin and Kong Ding had solemn expressions, but they couldn't suppress their curiosity. They wondered what tricks this magical lord had come up with. Oh no, good things were coming. Lord, what exactly is this technology? Kong Ding couldn't help but ask. Next, you and Feilin will work together to build two real factories. One factory will be used to build a steel behemoth that can speed across land. It can pull hundreds of tons of supplies or transport hundreds of soldiers at a time. Hundreds of tons! The three people present were shocked, and Feilin shouted, How is this possible? The new technology that Su Fan mentioned was completely beyond their understanding and imagination. Su Fan continued, The other factory will be used to build warships made of steel. They will be even larger, floating on the water like a sea fortress, indestructible. Even if the hundreds of warships of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands were to arrive, they would not be a match for them. Long Ji's blood boiled with excitement as he said, A warship made entirely of steel? Is there really such a warship? I really want to see it right away. Kong Ding asked, But such a huge warship, made of steel, can the sails support it? Su Fan smiled and said, Who said we need to use sails to drive it? Kong Ding and the others were stunned. If not sails, then what do we use? Su Fan smiled and said, Steam. Black Rock Principality. The war was still going on at this time. General Black Dragon and his deputy General Raziel led the 8,000 remaining soldiers who withdrew from Blackstone City and traveled day and night. When they passed through the Black Tiger Pass, they found corpses and blood all over the ground. These were their compatriots, and this was where Raziel was ambushed. After inspecting the battlefield, they were shocked to find that there was not a single enemy body. This made them feel even more depressed. 100 magic professionals were like a mountain pressing down on their heads, making it hard for them to breathe. For 2 whole days, Black Dragon's troops marched in silence, and few people spoke except for the orders of officers at all levels. However, when they arrived at Black Rock City, they found that Black Rock City was already full of Silver Moon Territories flags. The city walls were filled with soldiers, staring at them intently. However, these soldiers were all strangers, their enemies, and Liang stood on the city wall, looking down from above, and said with a smile, General Black Dragon, I've heard of your great name for a long time. Black Dragon's face turned pale. He didn't expect that he was one step too late after all. Black Rock City had already fallen. At this time, an army also rushed over from behind them, and the general leading them was none other than Long Yi. Long Yi saw the Silver Moon Territory flag floating on the city wall and the familiar figure of Liang. He was obviously stunned for a moment, then smiled at Black Dragon and said, Black Dragon, you have no other choice. Surrender quickly, and you can save yourself. The soldiers around the Black Dragon were in an uproar. They abandoned Black Rock City, which was also occupied. They didn't know whether Grand Duke Blackrock was alive or dead. They had lost their leader, their territory, and their companions. They were the only isolated army left. General Black Dragon, what should we do? General, let's surrender. Yeah, surrender. There's no point in fighting any further. The enemy's strength is beyond our imagination. If we continue to fight, we will be completely annihilated. The soldiers all turned their eyes to Black Dragon. Black Dragon's hand holding the sword was trembling slightly, and his eyes were red. At this time, the gates of Black Rock City were wide open, and Paladin led the Holy Knights and the 1st Cavalry Regiment to rush out in a mighty force, and stopped not far from Black Dragon and others. Black Dragon, you have no way out. Do you really want to destroy the lives of your brothers? Paladin said loudly. The Black Dragon sighed, put down his weapon, and said, Everyone surrender. With a loud noise, the soldiers threw their weapons to the ground. Long, he led the people of the 2nd Expeditionary Force and rushed forward to control everyone and escort them into the city. Afterwards, Long, he came to Paladin and said with emotion, General, you are truly a genius. You were able to capture 2 cities in such a short time. I fought for so long, and my men suffered heavy casualties before I was able to capture Blackstone City. I'm not as good as you. Paladin was much older than Long. He patted Long on the shoulder and said, You don't have to be depressed. It's just that the Lord asked me to lead the Paladin Order. If I let you lead, I believe you will do better than me. Long, he shook his head and said, I truly admire you. I do envy the Paladins, but I know that only you have the ability to lead this group well. Haha. Well, we've killed Grand Duke Blackrock, and we've also captured all the high-ranking officials of the Blackrock Principality. They're awaiting the Lord's decision. Let's go into the city first, reorganize our troops, and then return to report to the Lord. Chapter 118. Dragon Knight's First Appearance. While Su Fan sent 2 expeditionary forces to expand his territory, the territories in the north were also in turmoil. First, on July 15th, the Dragon Breath Army successively captured 3 large cities, and its military strength and territory expanded rapidly. Coupled with the response from other cities, the Dragon Breath Army far surpassed Luo Xiong's Sun Empire in terms of both territory and military strength. The Dragon Breath Army was unstoppable, slaying all who stood in their way, undefeated. However, the Thunder Kingdom and Storm Kingdom soon arrived at the battlefield, setting up defenses around the Starry River and preparing for battle. Originally, the southern region of the Moon God Empire was crisscrossed by 3 major rivers, from north to south: the Sunset River, the Star-Shining River, and the Silver Moon River. The Sunset River was the most prosperous, while the Star-Shining River and the Silver Moon River were much less so. Because of these 3 rivers, the southern region of the Moon God Empire had developed commerce and shipping, and its economy was much stronger than that of the north. On July 20th, a coalition of 30 lords of the Dragon's Breath Army arrived at the banks of the Starry River with a force of 300,000. A fierce battle broke out with the coalition forces of the Thunder Kingdom and the Storm Kingdom. At the same time, the alien races in the Sunset River in the north were also attacking in large numbers. It was heard that a powerful demon had appeared. The great magician Keldarin took action and united 30 great magicians and 500 magicians to set up a forbidden spell, Skyfire, to destroy the world. On that day, endless flames poured down from the sky and exploded when they hit the ground. The fire elements in the air boiled and roared, burning and melting the earth. Between heaven and earth, there were cries of death everywhere. The million-strong alien army suffered heavy losses that day. However, the casting of forbidden spells was not without side effects. Grand Mage Keldarin's magic power was completely depleted, and he was unable to fight for half a month. The other magicians also entered a weakened state. On July 25th, more than 100 giant dragons appeared in the sky above Dragon's Breath City, with powerful magicians sitting on the dragons' backs. They claimed to be from the Dragon Kingdom and wanted to follow the Grand Duke of Dragon's Breath and join the Dragon's Breath Army. The Dragon Kingdom is located in the northeast of the continent, adjacent to the original War God Empire, and has always followed the lead of the War God Empire. This kingdom is very powerful. Within their territory is the Dragon Valley, where powerful dragons live. Every adult dragon possesses at least the strength of a magician. The Dragon Kingdom's dragon army once helped the War God Empire defeat the Moon God Empire, conquering cities and territories, and was extremely powerful. However, when the alien disaster Doomsday came, the Dragon Kingdom was the first to bear the brunt and was defeated without any preparation. The Dragon Army suffered heavy casualties, and less than half of the Dragon Knights escaped. They have been missing for the past 2 years, but unexpectedly, they suddenly appeared now and joined the Dragon's Breath Army. This has caused a major change in the situation between the two sides. Although the Dragon's Breath Army is strong, all the major lords have the same beliefs and the same goals, and their cohesion is stronger than that of the Sun Empire under Luo Xiong's jurisdiction. However, their high-end combat power is very poor. They do not have super strong people like Keldarin, nor do they have magic legions like the Griffin Legion, the Storm Legion, and the Moon Legion. If these legions were not fighting against the alien races by the Sunset River, the Dragon's Breath Army would be crushed into pieces as soon as it appeared. But now the Dragon Legion has suddenly joined the Dragon's Breath Army, which has greatly improved the high-end combat power of the Dragon's Breath Army and made up for its last shortcoming. Even when the Sun Empire coalition forces are unable to withdraw the Magic Army to move south, the Dragon Breath Army's Dragon Army is invincible. Silver Moon Collar. Silver Moon Bay is developing very rapidly now, and all kinds of new things are born every day, and these are all spread by Su Fan. In the executive office, Su Fan opened the system panel and the shopping mall interface, and saw that his points were 11,350. This was the profit Su Fan had gained from attacking the Black Rock Principality. Without giving it much thought, Su Fan directly exchanged for 2 skill books, Flamestorm and Blizzard. Flamestorm, advanced magic, a powerful blend of wind and fire elements, forming a massive blaze that wreaks havoc on enemies and buildings. Redemption price, 5,000 points. Blizzard, advanced magic that summons 12 waves of blizzards, causing massive damage to enemies and buildings within range, especially buildings. Redemption price, 5,000 points. These two magics are both advanced magics. In theory, they can only be used by high-level magicians and cannot be cast by magic swordsmen. However, Su Fan saw a line of small words below the icons of the 2 skill books. The standard for using this skill book is a high-level magician or a gold-level magic swordsman. Su Fan immediately noticed the strangeness here. Does this sentence mean that a gold-level magic swordsman can also use it? Among his 6 generals, Carl, Paladin, and Long E are all silver-level magic swordsmen. But Su Fan supplies them with enough moon well water every day to continuously increase their magical talent and strength, and they will soon be able to break through to the realm of gold-level magic swordsmen. The newly selected commander of the 1st Garrison Army, Rise, and the commander of the 2nd Garrison Army, Gaia, one is a high-level mystical magician, and the other is a gold-level magic swordsman. Together with the Navy Commander Longji, Su Fan now has a total of 3 people who can learn these 2 skill books. Su Fan immediately asked Su Long to copy 6 copies of the 2 skill books and send them to the 6 generals respectively, but the original copies were still kept in Su Fan's hands. On this day, a group of high-ranking officials from Silver Moon Bay gathered in the newly built meeting room of the Executive Hall. The newly built Executive Hall is very grand, and the interior decoration is also beautiful and magnificent, with shiny floor tiles. A huge mahogany conference table was already filled with people, at least dozens of them. Sitting at the conference table, in addition to veteran ministers such as Athena and Kandin, there were also many new department officials. These people were talents who had been selected through layers of selection. At the same time, they were all commoners, and there was not a single noble. This is also what Su Fan meant. The aristocratic system is contrary to Su Fan's philosophy. He wants to abolish this system from the beginning so that no one will cause trouble in the future. Soon, Su Fan came to the conference room accompanied by Su Long. After sitting down, Su Fan glanced at everyone and saw Paladin and Long E. He smiled and said, "Paladin, Long E, you two have worked hard." Paladin and Long E stood up and said, "Thanks to the might of our Lord, the soldiers are ready to fight for their lives." Su Fan said, "You two are the greatest heroes in conquering Northwind City and Black Rock Principality. I will hold a celebration banquet for you. The soldiers of the 2 expeditionary forces will also be rewarded according to their merits, and the fallen soldiers will receive generous pensions." Paladin said with emotion, "I thank the Lord for his gift on behalf of the soldiers." Chapter 119. The Silver Moon Kingdom is established. After the pleasantries, Su Fan got down to business. "I called everyone here today to ask for your opinions. There's one thing I'm still unsure about." Everyone looked sideways, wondering what was so important that the Lord couldn't make a decision on his own and had to discuss it with them. Su Fan took a sip of water and said, "Now, the Moon God Empire we are loyal to has collapsed, replaced by the Sun Empire. Although it is abdication, it essentially has no relationship with the Moon God Empire. As far as I know, the royal family of the Moon God Empire, including Emperor Banner, have been sent away to live a carefree life in a manor outside Sun City. So we are meeting now to discuss where we're going to go from here." Everyone was startled, and everyone's expression was different. Su Fan said, "Currently, the forces on this continent are mainly divided into three types: the Solar Empire, the Dragon's Breath Army, and neutral forces. I would like to ask, please raise your hands if you support us joining the Solar Empire." Everyone looked at each other, and no one raised their hand. Su Fan added, "Those who are willing to support the Dragon Breath Army, please raise your hands." There is no one here again. Raise your hands if you are willing to join the neutral forces. Su Fan glanced around, and at this time, many officials raised their hands, including Philin, Condin, Gould, and many newly promoted department officials. Sufan Nadith. At this time, Athena, who was sitting in Su Fan's deputy seat, spoke up and said, "My lord, we now have 5 cities with a population of over 1 million. I believe that we can completely become independent and seek development for ourselves. So I propose that you become king and establish a kingdom." As soon as Athena said this, everyone was silent. Then everyone reacted and stood up, saying, "Lady Athena is right. Please, Lord, ascend the throne, establish a kingdom, and achieve eternal hegemony. Please, Lord, ascend the throne, establish a kingdom, and achieve eternal hegemony." All the officials, including those who had previously raised their hands to express their support for neutrality, all requested Su Fan to ascend the throne and proclaim himself king. The shouts rose one after another, echoing in the dome of the conference room. Su Fan frowned and said, "If that's the case, the Dragon Breath Army will definitely not allow us to exist. They will probably immediately withdraw their forces to attack us. Especially now that they have Dragon Knights, we may not be able to resist." At this time, a beauty, the head of the intelligence and propaganda departments, said, "My lord, I don't think we need to worry so much. The Dragon Breath Army is currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Solar Empire coalition forces. The two sides are fighting so hard that they have no time to care about us. Their main forces, including the newly joined Dragon Knight Legion, are fighting them in the front and have no time to care about us. Once we establish our kingdom, the impact it will bring will be unprecedented. Our population will increase dramatically, and we will have complete power." After Athena finished speaking, other officials also made suggestions, asking Su Fan to establish a kingdom and ascend the throne. Su Fan smiled and said, "I didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic and confident. Well, in that case, let's officially establish the kingdom. Pass on my order. On August 15th, we will officially establish our kingdom, named the Silver Moon Kingdom. Appoint Athena as Prime Minister, and Karl as Minister of Military Affairs and Commander of the 1st Mixed Regiment. All other officials will receive their rewards in due course." Immediately afterwards, Su Fan began to adjust the division of labor among personnel. In terms of internal affairs, Su Fan appointed 5 city lords to be responsible for managing Silver Moon City, Violet City, North Wind City, Black Rock City, and Blackstone City, respectively. These 5 people do not have much strength, but they have good talents in internal affairs, and Su Fan is very confident in using them. On the military front, Su Fan carried out another reform. He directly abolished the 1st and 2nd Garrison Regiments, replacing them with the City Defense Army of the 5 cities. The personnel and equipment were all under the responsibility of the city lords, and the generals of the City Defense Army were also selected and appointed by the city lords and reported to Su Fan for approval. The biggest change this time is at the military level. Su Fan canceled the Expeditionary Force designation and replaced it with a Corps level designation. Karl and his 1st Mixed Regiment were promoted to the 1st Army. Su Fan used his remaining 1,000 points to exchange for 500 light infantrymen, who joined the 1st Army, strengthening its strength. Karl was appointed commander of the 1st Army. The Paladins Order of the Holy Knights, the 1st Cavalry Regiment, and the 1st Expeditionary Force were combined into the 2nd Army, with Paladin as its commander. Long Yi's 2nd Expeditionary Force suffered heavy losses, but they also grew the fastest. Having experienced the most brutal battles and become familiar with death and slaughter, the surviving soldiers have grown into true warriors. The second expeditionary force will recruit new soldiers to fill the 20,000 quota and become the third army. This army has become the most combat-willed and experienced force under Su Fan, crushing the first and second armies in this regard. In addition to these three armies, Su Fan re-established two armies. The senior magician Rise formed the fourth army, and the golden magic swordsman Gaia formed the fifth army. These two armies also had a strength of 20,000 people. In this way, Su Fan's army has 5 armies with a total strength of 100,000 people. 100,000 troops are enough for Su Fan to support a kingdom. At the same time, Su Fan also recruited a group of new students from Wagron and the Magic Academy. They will become generals of the city defense forces in various cities, and will also be reserve generals for future military expansion. It is worth mentioning that Su Fan recruited the surrendered Black Dragon and Raziel. Both of them were generals of the Black Rock Principality. Black Dragon was a gold-level magic swordsman, and Raziel was a silver-level magic swordsman. After the fall of the Black Rock Principality, they submitted a letter of allegiance and surrender to Su Fan. However, Su Fan did not let them directly take up important positions. They first became staff officers of a city's defense army general. They had no military decision-making power, only the right to make suggestions. However, these two people are also under Su Fan's key monitoring. The strength of Black Dragon and Raziel is secondary. The main thing is that both of them have very rich experience in leading troops. In this battle, Black Dragon and Raziel's ability to defend the city was perfectly demonstrated. They are natural defensive generals and are worthy of training. On August 15th, the sky was high and the clouds were light, and Su Fan officially issued the imperial decree to establish the Silver Moon Kingdom. The main mission is also completed. Ding! Main quest completed. You have established yourself as king, become the overlord of a region, and stand at the center of the world stage. Congratulations on receiving the mission rewards: Cannon Manufacturing Technology, Firearm Manufacturing Technology. Chapter 1, 20 Large Performance. After completing the main mission, knowledge about muskets and artillery flooded into Su Fan's mind like a tide. This was what Su Fan had always dreamed of. With these things, he would change the world. Having an army of 100,000 is not enough. It is not enough in front of any big force. Muskets and artillery are Su Fan's confidence. Su Fan closed his eyes and carefully reviewed the new knowledge in his mind. The knowledge about muskets and artillery was very systematic, ranging from physics to chemistry, from production principles to drawings, and then to mass production technology. However, the musket and artillery technology provided by the system is still very primitive. The musket is a flintlock rifle from the mid-17th century, and the artillery is a European infantry field gun from the mid-19th century. Su Fan immediately found the dean of the Strategic Engineering College, whose name was Chris. He was only 30 years old and had already become bald. It was said that he graduated from the Imperial College of the Moon Goddess Empire. He was a highly educated and talented intellectual who was very sensitive to knowledge and was a typical academic genius. Su Fan finished drawing the drawings of the musket and artillery and handed them to Chris. Chris looked at the thick stack of drawings, which were densely packed with data and detailed descriptions of various process flows and components. He couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Oh my God, what are these drawings for? They're so precise." Chris is a man of great learning and wide range of interests. He has seen the construction drawings of the Northern Fortress and the Clipper ship, but compared with what he sees before him, it is simply child's play. Su Fan said, "This is a top-secret project. I want you to produce these 2 things within a month, and then I will promote them to our arsenal." Chris scratched his head and said, "These 2 things seem similar to bows and arrows, but they are different." Su Fan smiled and said, "Bow and arrow? No. These 2 things have nothing to do with bows and arrows." Chris was puzzled, but still said, "Okay, my majesty, I will work hard to make these 2 things available as soon as possible." Yes, Su Fan is already His Majesty. On August 15th, the Silver Moon Kingdom was established. Su Fan proclaimed himself king and made Silver Moon City the capital. At the same time, he promulgated 3 basic national policies: abolishing the aristocracy system and ensuring equality for all, advocating science and freedom of belief, and upholding the supremacy of law and governing the country according to law. Once the 3 major national policies were released, the response they caused was undoubtedly huge. First, let's talk about the first point. Currently, The Silver Moon Kingdom has a number of nobles who have fled from various places, including viscounts, barons, and earls. These individuals often possess great prestige and wealth, having invested in numerous businesses and controlled numerous businesses within the Silver Moon Kingdom. Upon learning of Su Fan's 3 major national policies, they have been petitioning Su Fan's residents, hoping that he would rescind them. However, Su Fan ignored them, leaving them out in the cold, unmoved. In the end, there was no other way. These nobles had a disagreement within their inner circle. Some left the Silver Moon Kingdom and joined the Dragon Breath Army. Some, unwilling to give up the huge business opportunities brought by the Silver Moon Kingdom, chose to register as ordinary citizens of the Silver Moon Kingdom and continue to do business. Finally, there is a small group of people who wanted to use the resources and industries they controlled to threaten Su Fan. Naturally, all of these people were sentenced by Chief Justice Aluo and contributed points to Su Fan for treason. Ding! Main quest updated. You've established a kingdom and become a dominant force, but you still have no say in the world and your power is weak. Please expand your influence and increase the visibility of your territory. Mission objective: successfully hold a large-scale entertainment party and expand influence. Mission reward: random hero summoning card 1. When Su Fan saw the main mission this time, he started to have a headache. Hosting a party? Do we need to expand our influence enough? This is too embarrassing. Where does he get artistic talent? Who the hell would come to watch an entertainment show when the whole world is in the shadow of hunger and war? Up to now, although his Silver Moon Kingdom has been making a fortune and has no shortage of food or clothing, the entertainment industry is still basically at zero, and everyone uses their money to store food and buy new products. This quest is a bit of a headache, but the reward is excellent. It's another random hero summon card. Last time, I summoned Athena, the sealed deity. Who will be summoned this time? The Monkey King, Sun Wukong? Zeus, the king of the gods? Or the unrivaled warrior, Lu Fengxian? Su Fan was daydreaming so much that his saliva was almost flowing out. 3 days later, a notice appeared in the streets and alleys of Silver Moon City. At the entrance of the Silver Moon Magic Academy, the beautiful magician Luna and 3 or 4 other young sisters were arm in arm, preparing to leave. Currently, under the leadership of the magician Weidron, the Silver Moon Magic Academy has accepted many magic apprentices, with the number of students now reaching over 500. In particular, Su Fan provided them with a large amount of Moonwell water, so that ordinary people could also transform their magical talents with the help of Moonwell water. This completely subverted the traditional model of recruiting disciples. Weidron no longer searched hard for young boys and girls with magical talents, but judged a person by morality and perseverance. As long as they conformed to the ethics of the Silver Moon Magic Academy, were interested in magical knowledge, had perseverance and tenacity, they could be accepted. That is why the Silver Moon Magic Academy was able to grow to a size of 500 people in just a few months. This is because Wagron has too few people under his command and too few people who could be magic instructors. Otherwise, the number of students would be even greater than it is now. Even the 18-year-old Luna, at such a young age, took on the role of a mentor, responsible for teaching and imparting basic magic knowledge. During this time, the Silver Moon School of Magic also gained widespread fame. Upon learning that it was an official branch of the Moon God Empire School of Magic, people began sending their children there, hoping for a better future. Meanwhile, a number of scattered magicians also flocked to join the Silver Moon School of Magic and train under the guidance of Magister Weidron. Many industries have even been formed around the Silver Moon Magic Academy, and the content of magical elements in the air nearby is higher than in other places. Today is the day off of the Silver Moon Magic Academy, and Luna and her sisters plan to go shopping. The textile industry is now well developed, and many businesses seem to have come to their senses and designed many novel and beautiful clothes, which has become a new trend pursued by many women. Seeing a large group of people gathered not far away, several little girls hurried over to join the fun. What's written on it? I can't see it. Several female magicians shouted. They were young and full of youthful energy. Because it was a holiday, they were not wearing magic robes, but beautiful floral dresses. I saw it. This is a notice from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. They say a large-scale performance will be held at the Central Gymnasium in 2 weeks. Tickets are now on sale. The price is 100 gold coins. There are 5,000 spots available, and they're sold out. Chapter 121. Rich Second Generation in Lawn. What? There's a big performance? Oh my god, is this true? Luna said in surprise. That's great. Ever since the damn alien disaster, the whole continent has been at war. I haven't seen a performance in years, said Luna's little sister. But unlike these beautiful magicians, the ordinary people gathered around the announcement were all complaining. A big show? I'd love to go, but the ticket price is too high. Yeah, 100 gold coins for one ticket. Why the hell don't they just go rob the money? It's too expensive. My family is in business, so we're considered wealthy, but I also think 100 gold coins is ridiculous. No, what's so good about the show? It's nothing but music and singing, nothing new. I'd better use the money to buy a house. House prices are rising so fast now. I have to hurry and buy one. Maybe I can make some money later. Fisk, forget it. What's the profit in buying a house? There are new houses everywhere now. I heard that Northwind City, Black Rock City, and Blackstone City have also started building commercial housing. Oh, yes. I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. The housing prices, they're very low right now. It would be the best place for me to buy a house. People were talking about it, and many of them took a look at the announcement, shook their heads, and left, all of them scared by the high ticket prices. 10 days later, at Su Fan's official residence, he was lying in a rocking chair, reviewing the latest research results Chris had brought him. Gunpowder had been successfully developed, and the intense flames that ignited upon contact startled the researchers. They were currently working on some improvements and optimizing the production process. The development of muskets and artillery was also proceeding smoothly. With mature and complete blueprints, they only needed to follow a routine production process. Progress was rapid, and they estimated they would be ready in less than a month. By that time, Su Fan's newly built arsenal will be able to operate at full capacity and manufacture thermal weapons. At this time, Athena walked in and said, "Your Majesty, I think our performance will be ruined." Su Fan raised his head and asked blankly, "Why do you say that?" Athena smiled wryly and said, 10 days have passed since the announcement, but fewer than 1,000 people have purchased tickets, and a considerable number of them are our officials. There are very few ordinary people." Su Fan understood and said, "That's understandable. 100 gold coins is 2 or 3 months' income for a family of 3. It's really high." Athena suggested, "How about we set the ticket price lower?" Su Fan shook his head. "No. Since we have decided to hold the performance, we have to consider the future. This performance has cost me a lot of effort. I believe it will definitely set the whole kingdom on fire. There will be more performances in the future, and the ticket prices will only go higher, not lower. How about this? Have Gould contact some of the business owners and some of the big businessmen from other places. These people have made a fortune in my territory, so have them all come and show their support. Also, send a message to Carl to summon all the officers of all ranks from the 5 armies. Their salaries are higher than mine, so have them contribute as well. This is..." Athena nodded and turned to do it. Su Fan stood up and walked to his desk. There was a thick stack of papers on the desk. They were all the programs he had personally arranged for the performance in the past few days. He was almost exhausted to the point of vomiting blood. Haha, let the people of this world listen to music from another world. On this day, the sky was high and the clouds were light. To the west of Silver Moon City stood a massive gymnasium. This newly constructed structure was constructed entirely of stone, cement, and steel. Thanks to the presence of magicians, construction of such a large structure was greatly facilitated. Otherwise, its completion would have been impossible. To build this gymnasium, Kongding had contacted Wagron several times, hiring over a dozen magicians at a high price to toil for him for 3 full days. Su Fan originally intended to use this stadium to host large-scale sporting events, and at the same time open it to the public and charge admission. Now it is used for cultural performances. On this day, the entrance to the gymnasium was decorated with lights, and a long red carpet was laid out, as well as colorful balloons. Many small vendors who heard the news set up stalls on both sides of the road. The aroma of various delicacies filled the air, making passers-by couldn't help but twitch their noses. Soy milk and 8 treasure porridge. Hot soy milk and 8 treasure porridge. Take a cup to watch the show. Super romantic. Stinky tofu, fragrant and stinky tofu. Osmanthus cake, fragrant osmanthus cake. If it doesn't taste good, I won't charge you. Huh? Why does your osmanthus cake smell like stinky tofu? Besides those who had bought tickets, many ordinary people also came to join the fun. This world was so lacking in entertainment that people had developed a habit of joining in the fun. With such a large-scale performance, even His Majesty the King was reportedly coming to watch. So how could there not be these curious people? Besides, the gymnasium is so big and open air. If they get closer, they might be able to hear the sounds coming from inside. Wouldn't that be a good deal? At the entrance of the gymnasium, two staff members in neat clothes and wearing red ribbons were verifying the identities of those entering. Luna and several little sisters came to the door skipping and dancing. Hey, Senior Luna, wait for me. A handsome young man came over panting. Luna frowned and asked, Mr. An, what are you doing here? Young Master An's name is Lan. He is the only son of An Ping Fong, the textile giant of the Silver Moon Kingdom. He is 16 years old this year, 2 years younger than Luna. This wealthy young man originally had no talent for magic, but thanks to his father's immense influence and wealth, he was able to force his way into the Silver Moon School of Magic. Now, a month into his studies, he had successfully awakened his magical abilities thanks to the Moonwell's water, becoming a junior magic apprentice. Lan smiled and said, Senior Luna, there's a performance today, so I came over to watch it too. Hee, Senior, do you want some candy haws? I'll buy you a bunch. Having said that, without waiting for Luna to answer, Lan happily went to buy candied haws. Several young ladies covered their mouths and laughed. Luna, it seems that Master An is very enthusiastic about you. Chapter 122, The World of the Rich Second Generation. Luna's pretty face turned cold, and she said, Go away. He's just a little brat. What does he know? Stop joking. The little sister laughed and said, But we heard that His Majesty once said a very famous saying. What? Luna was confused. His Majesty once said that a woman who is 3 years older than a man is a treasure. Ha. After the little sister on the side said this, she couldn't help laughing out loud. You guys really are? Humph. Luna stamped her feet in anger, then left her little sisters behind and went in after checking her ticket. At this time, the wealthy second generation Lan arrived late with several candied haws in her hand. She looked around but didn't see Luna. She asked, Where's Senior Luna? A female mage put her face in front of Lan, exhaled orchid-like breath, and said softly, Little brother, tell me, are you in love with Senior Sister Luna? Lan blushed and shook her head like a rattle. No, sister, don't talk nonsense. The little brother is still shy. Several female magicians burst into laughter when they saw Lan's red face. All right, stop teasing me and let's get in quick. I heard His Majesty will be here today. Your Majesty, it seems that Your Majesty does not have a royal concubine yet. A female magician suddenly asked. The other female mages laughed and said, What? Annie, do you have any thoughts about His Majesty? The magician named Annie said shyly, How is that possible? Even if I had an idea, it's impossible. That's impossible. His Majesty is about the same age as us, and both his civil and military skills are first-rate. He's a perfect match for you. If you want, we sisters can find a way to get you to His Majesty's bed. What do you say? Annie blinked, tilted her head, and thought for a moment, then said, That doesn't seem impossible. The sisters burst into laughter. After checking their tickets, Annie and Lan and the others walked into a long tunnel. After a moment, the view in front of them suddenly opened up. I saw a huge, circular venue in front of me, surrounded by more than a dozen rows of auditoriums. Although it was open air, the venue was covered with a huge carpet and a stage built with wood on it. The layout is simple, yet comprehensive and exquisite. Especially this huge venue, originally designed for sports events, gives them a huge visual impact and makes them feel spiritually shocked when they are at the entrance of the venue. Wow, this place is awesome, Annie exclaimed excitedly. Luna was also here, staring blankly at the audience seats around her. At this time, nearly half of the seats were already occupied, and many people were still coming in. Senior Luna, here are some candied haws for you. Lan walked up to Luna with a flattering look on her face. Luna rolled her eyes at him, then took the candied haws and took a bite. It's so big here, how do we sit? Asked a female mage. Didn't you check your tickets? Our seat numbers are written on them. We have consecutive numbers. Let's go and find our seats. Annie said. Then he looked at Lan and said, Brother, we sit according to the seat numbers here. You have to find your seat. Lan scratched his head and smiled. It's okay, I'll go with you first. Maybe there's no one sitting next to you. Annie looked at Luna, who shrugged and said, Do whatever you want. If you have the guts, just stand there. After Luna finished speaking, she took Annie and other sisters to their seats, and Lan also followed shamelessly. Wow, the view here is so wide and clear at a glance. Luna and the others sat down and were surprised again, because the view here was completely different from the view below, giving them a feeling of looking down on all the mountains, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. At this time, Anlan also sat next to them, but not next to Luna. "Hey, brother, this is someone else's seat. You're going to be kicked out soon." A female, Mage reminded. Anlan smiled and said, "It's okay." At this time, a staff member came over with a cart and asked them, "Would you like to buy some snacks? They won't be available after the show starts." Luna and others originally wanted to buy some, but when they asked the price, they found that it was several times higher than outside. For example, a cup of iced sour plum soup cost 1 gold coin, which was too exaggerated. Even though Luna and the others are magicians and have no shortage of money, they are unwilling to be taken advantage of. "Forget it, we don't want it." Luna shook her head. At this time, Anlan said, "Miss, please give each of us a glass of iced sour plum soup, a portion of popcorn and osmanthus cake. It's my treat." "Okay." The waitress smiled slightly, thinking that it was so easy to make money from these rich second generations, especially when they were pursuing girls. The money was even easier to make. Just as the boys and girls from the Magic Academy were eating snacks, drinking sour plum soup, and playing around, a middle-aged man walked up to Anlan, glanced at his ticket, frowned, and said, "Little brother, this looks like my seat." Anlan stood up and said with a smile, "Uncle, I'm sorry, I want to sit with my friend, but we can't buy consecutive tickets. How about we switch?" The middle-aged man said, "I don't want to change. This position is just right." Anlan took out a piece of golden paper with a magical aura surging on it and said, "This is a check from the Silver Moon Magic Academy Bank. You can use it to withdraw 100 gold coins." 100 gold coins? The middle-aged man sneered. "Since I'm willing to pay for a ticket to get in, do you think I'd be short of this little money?" Anlan was silent for a moment, then said, 1,000 gold coins. "What?" The middle-aged man was stunned. Anlan exhaled and said, "Still not working? How about those 2,000 gold coins?" The middle-aged man was shocked. This guy is really a rich man. 2,000 gold coins is not a small amount of money. Although he is a businessman, he dare not even think about spending 2,000 gold coins at once. "What? Still not enough?" Anlan, thou win. There were only 2,000 gold coins in his card. If this man was still not satisfied, then he would have to take out another card. Enough. The middle-aged man took Anlan's card, then readily exchanged tickets with Anlan and went to find his new seat. Anlan sat down again and saw Luna, Annie, and others staring at him as if they had seen a rare giant panda. "Why are you looking at me like that? You scared me," and sighed. "Alas, the world of the rich is really beyond our comprehension." Luna and the others expressed the same sentiment, and Chi-Chi nodded. Anlan asked innocently, "Isn't it just 2,000 gold coins?" "It's okay, my dad earned it back in half an hour." Luna, Annie, other magicians. Chapter 123, the show begins. This performance starts at 2 p.m. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as the time came, a black curtain suddenly appeared above the head, covering the entire venue. The vision suddenly went dark, and the 5,000 spectators in the venue fell silent instantly, all looking up to the sky. Why did it suddenly get dark? People were confused. Luna said, "I just used a magic item. I can clearly feel the magical fluctuations emanating from the darkness above the venue." Anlan was surprised and asked, "Is there such a magic?" Luna smiled, her head held high, revealing her fair neck. She said, "Of course, don't forget that this world also has mysterious wizards. They can transform people into alpacas, blind and stun enemies, and are also skilled in creating these kinds of bizarre magical items." "Senior Luna, you know a lot," Anlan said with admiration. Luna curled her lips. "Don't flatter me, I won't fall for it." The boys and girls were playing around when the stage below suddenly lit up and a female mage said excitedly, "Oh, it's about to begin. Everyone stopped talking and looked carefully at the stage in the middle. Somewhere in the audience seats, Su Fan, Athena, Paladin, Carl, Long E, Long G, Rise Gaia, including the Dean of the Magic Academy Wagron, and a group of department officials were all here. A beauty smiled and said, "Everyone, this performance was planned entirely by His Majesty." Long G smiled and said, "This performance will definitely be exciting." Gould muttered, "Of course it cost a lot of money." Su Fan looked at Gould and said with a smile, "Okay, stop being so stingy. We are not short of money now." Gould spread his hands, "But I still think it's not worth spending 300,000 gold coins on a performance." Su Fan smiled and said, We sold a total of 500,000 gold coins from tickets, which means we've made a profit of 200,000. Okay, don't be stingy. After this performance, I believe our Silver Moon Kingdom will become very famous, and more people will join us. When we hold performances in the future, we will set higher ticket prices and make more money. Su Fan was confident. This time, drawing on the experience of modern song and dance evenings, he put a lot of thought into the stage effects, the coordination of instruments, and the selection of music. He even spent a lot of money on a large number of magic props to act as light and shadow effects. When the dean of the Magic Academy, Wei Zhuan, learned of this, he shouted that it was a waste of resources and beat his chest in anger. In the dark world, the audience disappeared, leaving only oneself and the friends around him. The audience suddenly had a feeling of calming down and traveling in the universe, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. At this time, a group of soldiers in military uniforms suddenly appeared on the stage below. They were already lined up in an orderly manner. If you count carefully, there are 72 people in total, divided into 2 columns of 36 people. Each of them was wearing black armor and a mask on his head, but it was not lowered. However, it could be seen that it looked like a demon. The 72 soldiers were tall and strong, their eyes sparkling. In front of them, each held a war drum, a mallet in hand, its round head wrapped in red cloth. In the center of the 2 square formations, 4 large drums were placed upright, forming a small drum formation. The purpose of this was confusing, and it was unclear what it was for. Why are they a group of soldiers? What does this mean? Are we going to have the soldiers put on a show? But these soldiers seem to be different from ordinary soldiers. Their armor is so beautiful. They look like demons. So cool. What are they holding? Are they musical instruments? I've never seen them before. The audience was buzzing with discussion. Many of them, mostly officers, had come from the military and were also puzzled. They look like war drums. How do they get them here? Is this what the show is about? Drumming. You must be joking. What does the war drum mean? Are they going to perform a charge? At this moment, 99 and 81 burly soldiers suddenly raised their arms and covered the demon's mask in unison. Before the demon visors were on, the audience didn't think much of it, just thinking the soldiers' equipment was so cool and handsome. But once the demon visors were lowered, the soldiers' demeanor changed. When they all raised their heads and looked towards the audience, several audience members in the seats facing them screamed in fear. "Oh my God, this is so scary." One little girl was so frightened that she shrank into her mother's arms. This. If I didn't know that they were our soldiers, I would have really thought these guys were real demons. Some viewers turned pale and forced themselves to calm down. The audience in the venue all started to cheer. Bang! At this moment, a dull voice rang in the ears of all the audience, as loud as thunder. This sound was like a hammer hitting everyone's heart. All the audience closed their mouths at this moment, and the noise disappeared. Dong, 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 dong. After the first drum sounded, the soldiers swung the wooden mallets vigorously in unison. The red cloth fluttered, the drum's surface vibrated again and again, and the thunder-like sound made the hearts of all the audience beat up and resonate. The audience looked at the stage with strange eyes. Their smiles disappeared, their brows slightly furrowed, and an indescribable emotion arose in their hearts and then spread to every cell in their body. The venue fell completely silent, with everyone staring intently at the 81 soldiers on the stage. Long E, Paladin, Carl, and the others also frowned because the rhythm and cadence of the war drums were completely different from those during the battle. The rhythm was slower, but more shocking. Even they, who had been through many battles and had a heart as hard as a rock, were now aroused. The momentum is rising and accumulating, Long Ji said in a deep voice. The drum beats became more and more rapid, and the hearts of the 5,000 audience members seemed to be pinched by a big hand and then lifted up. Many people even held their breath and could not sit still and wanted to get off their seats. At this moment, a fiery red figure suddenly jumped onto the center of the stage, came to the drum formation in the middle, and stood in the center. What a beautiful figure. What a beautiful woman. Chapter 124, Was Smolke Riesing. The fiery red woman was wearing a flowing red dress with 2 long sleeves. Her skin was fair, and under the light, it formed a sharp contrast with the red dress. This was a young girl with fair skin and beautiful looks. She covered half of her face with one hand, her eyebrows were powdered, and she pinched her sleeves with both hands, slowly revealing her whole appearance. Then her starry eyes moved, and she smiled slightly, and a sharp gasp was heard in the audience. Her every frown and smile had a more powerful impact on the male audience than the rapid drum beats. What a nice view! Oh my God! I've never seen such a beautiful woman. She stood in the middle, and to the rapid beat of the drums, she suddenly leaped up, revealing her fair, tight calves. Her sleeves spun outwards, hitting the drums on either side, joining in the rhythm. The girl flew up and down, dancing with her long sleeves. The scene was magnificent, as if she was a fairy in the legend, dancing in the sky. After a while, the woman spun around nimbly, her arms waving, her sleeves wrapped around her, forming a red ring. It's so beautiful that I can't breathe. An audience member opened his mouth wide, his eyes almost popping out. I never thought that these long sleeves could be danced like this. It's really artistic. The audience couldn't help but admire it. At this moment, the soldiers suddenly dropped their mallets together, making a huge drum sound. Then 72 soldiers spoke at the same time. The smoke of war is rising, and the country is looking north. The audience was stunned. They thought the performance was just a dance, but they didn't expect there would be a song as well. However, the lyrics and melody are completely different from the popular rhythm in the mainland. The dragon rises, the horse neighs. The sword energy is like frost. My heart is as vast as the Yellow River. Who can resist me in the past 20 years? The girl in red was dancing, and the soldiers were singing loudly. The audience also discovered that in addition to the sound of drums, there were many other musical instruments playing accompaniment in the darkness. The combination of 3 or 4 instruments formed an unprecedented, beautiful melody, which made the soldiers' singing voices and lyrics seem particularly magnificent and grand. These lyrics, why do I suddenly feel like crying after listening to them? One audience member's eyes were red. The smoke of war rises, and we look to the north for the mountains and rivers. It seems to be talking about the current world situation. Alien disasters have come, sweeping across the north of the continent. Our homes have been destroyed, and we can only look to the north for our homeland. Many viewers were touched by the lyrics. The soldiers beat drums and sang at the top of their lungs, without any skill, but with great emotion. Hate is raging. The sword is pointed at everything. How many loyal souls of brothers and sisters are buried in foreign lands? Why hesitate to die 100 times to serve my country? I can't help but sigh. I'm speechless. My eyes are filled with blood and tears. Horses head south. People look north. People look north. The grass is green and yellow, and the dust is flying. The song had reached its climax, and many of the 5,000 audience members stood up, their hearts pounding, their chests heaving, and their breathing rapid. It's not because the song is so beautiful, but because of the sad mood contained in the lyrics, the deep helplessness when the homeland was destroyed and had to flee south and look at the mountains and rivers in the north, and the passion and fighting spirit of wanting to kill all the alien races, take revenge, and return home. All of these deeply touched the audience. Chapter 125, the second show. Especially this time, a considerable number of the audience were from the military, including many officers, who were full of vigor and vitality. When they heard this song, everyone was furious, clenched their hands, and was extremely excited. Besides Sufan, Paladin, Carl, Abdi, Philin, Gould, and the others couldn't help but burst into tears. They had all fled from the north, and the song brought back horrific memories of that apocalyptic scene, reminding them of their families and their homeland. Unable to contain their emotions, they choked up and sobbed. Long G, Long E, and others are originally from the south. Although they have not experienced it personally, they have seen those poor refugees and heard people talk about the terrible scenes in the north. Now they are sighing. I wish to defend the land and reclaim the frontiers. The dignified human race should invite all quarters to come and congratulate us. The last sentence of the lyrics was slightly modified by Su Fan to make it more in line with this world. The smoke of war rises, and the country looks north. The dragon rises and rolls, the horse neighs, and the sword energy is like frost. My heart is like the vast Yellow River. Who can resist in the past 20 years? He was so angry that he wanted to kill anyone with his sword. How many loyal brothers and sisters are buried in foreign lands? Why would I hesitate to die 100 times for my country? I can't help but sigh, and am speechless with tears and blood in my eyes. The horses go south, the people look north. Looking north, the grass is green and yellow, and dust is flying. I wish to defend the land and expand the frontier. The dignified human race wants to be celebrated by all directions. The soldiers sang the song a second time, and the dancer in the middle also acted sadly. Sometimes she raised her head, her red sleeves brushing her face, and her beautiful eyes were closed. Sometimes she tossed and turned, looking imposing. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Kill the enemy!" The people around him also shouted, "Kill the enemy!" Immediately afterwards, all the audience present also started shouting, "Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy!" The sound shook the sky, the momentum was overwhelming, and the murderous aura was overwhelming. In the audience, Anlan also stood up and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Kill the enemy! Kill the enemy!" Luna, Annie, and other female mages were also very emotional, but they had not lost their composure like this, and wiped her tears and choked up. "This is the first time I've heard such a touching song. Whoa, I miss my home too. I want to go back to Luna's city." Luna's eyes also turned red as she hugged her good friend and sister and comforted her. On the other hand, Su Fan was also very surprised to see such a strong reaction from the audience. He simply borrowed this song when he was choosing the track because it seemed quite relevant to the current situation. However, the production was very crude and incomparable to the original. He just didn't expect it to trigger such a big response. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. I imagine that during the Southern Song Dynasty, when the literati and common people in the brothels heard the dancers singing this song, they would also shout the words, "Kill the enemy." Athena sat next to Su Fan and said with a smile, "I never thought you could create such a touching song." Su Fan chuckled and said, "That's nothing. I have something even better. I can sing 100 songs without repeating any of them." Athena laughed and said, "Your Majesty is really good at lying." Su Fan joked, "Don't believe it? If you don't believe me, I'll sing each song to you tonight." After a moment, the music stopped, the singing faded away, the dancers stopped moving, the lights suddenly turned off, the stage disappeared, and the scene returned to darkness. But no one in the audience cared about this. They were still immersed in intense, emotional fluctuations. For a long, long time, when the audience finally realized that the show was over and came out of their excited state, the lights on the stage appeared again. However, this time, the entire scene on the stage suddenly changed, and an illusory scene appeared on the stage, with mountains, flowing water, birds and beasts, bamboo forests and small bridges, a scene of peace and tranquility. The scene is dreamlike, especially against the dark background. It appears even more peaceful and comfortable. Annie exclaimed in amazement, "How magical! There's actually a three-dimensional scene. Luna, is this also magic?" Luna smacked her lips and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be a formation." "Formation." Luna nodded and said, "Yes, this formation was originally supposed to be a psychedelic formation, but now it has eliminated the psychedelic and killing functions and only retains this scene materialization." Amon admired her from the side and said, "Senior Luna, you know a lot." Luna hummed, "Of course, I'm always number one in my grade every year." Amon said, "I also want to learn from senior sister Luna." A female mage laughed and said, "You're a flatterer. Flattery too much will only backfire, brother." The other audience members were also amazed. This kind of scene arrangement on the stage, which was materialized with the power of magic, was so vivid and three-dimensional. They had never seen it, let alone even heard of it. At this time, the scene gradually became clear, and everyone found that there was a piano in the scene. A beautiful woman was sitting in front of the long piano, and another beautiful woman was standing beside her. These two beauties were also very beautiful, with fair skin, beautiful looks, and good figures. But unlike the fiery red girl before, these two beauties wore long skirts, plain and elegant, with long hair draped behind their backs, looking quiet and generous, and looking very free and easy. Wow, two more beauties. I like it. They're all so beautiful. What is this about? Singing? Dancing? Why don't I understand? TSK, this is a program planned by His Majesty himself. It's strange that you can understand it. Don't you understand yet? That's a piano. You're supposed to play it. But why is that piano so big? I've never seen such a strange piano before. The audience was talking about it. They didn't know that Su Fan had spent a lot of effort to have a craftsman make this guzheng. At this time, the girl sitting next to the guzheng began to move. The slender jade fingers slid gently, plucking the strings, and making the first sound of this instrument in this alien world. Dang, 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 dang. As the sound came out, all the audience were stunned. They didn't expect that the tune this time was completely different from the previous war drum tune. There was no trace of blood and passion, but a sense of tranquility and naturalness. Then, another beautiful woman, holding a flute, also began to play. The ensemble of two different instruments, the piano and the flute, has an elegant and unrestrained melody, which is very smooth and natural, making people feel as if they are in the fields, unrestrained and free. Combined with the scene in which these two beauties were, a unique artistic conception was instantly evoked, and everyone was intoxicated. Unconsciously, the passion that had been aroused by the rumbling of war drums and war songs not long ago was slowly soothed at this moment, and with the sounds of the guzheng and flute, peace gradually returned. Chapter 126, Emergency Military Information. This is a piece of music that Su Fan carefully selected, and it is also very famous in China on Earth. The mantra of purifying the heart and universal goodness. Luna closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. A smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she said, "That sounds really nice." Annie agreed. "Yeah, I feel like my restless heart has calmed down. Even though there are no lyrics, it's so poetic." "Who composed these songs?" "What a genius," asked a female wizard. "I don't know. I heard that this evening party was planned by His Majesty himself. Could these songs and dances also be composed by him?" Luna was surprised and said, "No way. Our Majesty is also interested in music?" And shrugged and said, "Who knows? Our Majesty is like a god descended from heaven. Everything he does is a miracle. The shuttle, cement, delicious food, and now music." Luna nodded and said, "Yes, I find that our Majesty is really extraordinary." At this time, Anlan said, "My father said that our Majesty is a genius unprecedented in history, sent by the moon goddess Alun to lead us through the apocalypse. I have already decided that when I graduate from the Magic Academy, I will join the army, join His Majesty's team, and fight for His Majesty on the battlefield." The female mages looked at the boy in surprise. They didn't expect that Anlan, the rich second generation who looked silly and cute, actually had such ambitions. At the end of the song, the two girls saluted the audience, who were still immersed in the afterglow of the Qingxin Pushun mantra and could not extricate themselves. The third and fourth shows were both traditional shows from this world. Su Fan spent a lot of money to invite a troupe from Beifeng City to perform songs, dances, and traditional dramas, and the audience also watched with great interest. The fifth program was a skit carefully planned by Su Fan, called Selling Crutch. A little old man, a fat uncle, and an aunt appeared on the stage. There was no singing, no dancing, no scenes, and even the props were very shabby. Some viewers wondered, who is this? Is it a staff member? I don't know, but looking at their expressions, it's so funny. At that time, the audience did not know that this was a new type of art that would become popular in the streets and alleys in the future and become an excellent form of mass entertainment. At first, everyone felt bored and wanted to make a few comments, but soon, the three sketch actors made all kinds of jokes and made the audience laugh. At the same time, the audience finally understands the highlights of this art type. "Ah, that's so funny. I like it. Look at that fat uncle. So silly. It hurts if you stomp him. Ha. I'm almost laughing to tears. Fraud. This old man is a big liar. Oh, his wife is so honest. How could she follow such a big liar? It's like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung." "Flowers? Where are your eyes, young man?" Around Su Fan, a beauty, Kong Ding, Long Yalongji, Paladin, and others were also amused and laughed out loud. The goddess Athena couldn't help laughing and trembled. Su Fan sighed. Grandpa Benchen's works are still classics. They are popular in any world. Suddenly, Su Long came to Su Fan and whispered a few words in Su Fan's ear. Su Fan's smile instantly disappeared, and his expression became serious. "Everyone, I think we have to say goodbye to this short-lived happiness." Su Fan stood up, and Athena and others followed suit. "Let's go. I'll be waiting for you in the executive hall meeting room in an hour." Everyone looked at each other and followed silently. What a pity for today's performance. This is the first time I've seen such a good show. Faline shook his head with a look of regret. Carl frowned and said, "Calling us all to a meeting at this moment must mean something urgent." "A beauty, you're the smartest one. What do you think it is?" A beauty laughed and said, "General Carl, you are joking. How would I know about His Majesty's affairs?" Long E asked, "Is there another enemy attacking?" Carl said, "No way. I haven't heard of any forces opposing us in recent times." Long Ji said, Okay, everyone, stop guessing. We'll know when it's over. Everyone walked out of the gymnasium with their own thoughts and found that there were many people outside, all rushing over to join in the fun. These ordinary people are reluctant to spend 100 gold coins to buy tickets, but they can still watch the scene, listen to rumors, eat some snacks, and drink a glass of ice juice from outside. Countless small stalls were crowded with people. It was like a spontaneous food festival. Su Fan sat in the carriage and looked at the scene outside. He sighed, "What a peaceful and harmonious scene. Living and working in peace and contentment. This is what it means." Su Long pulled up the carriage and said, "This is all thanks to your majesty. Otherwise, most of them would not have survived last winter and would still be a group of hungry refugees." Haha, when did you learn to flatter? Su Fan laughed. Su Long smiled innocently and said, "Following your majesty, I have become smarter." Su Fan held the back of his head with both hands, leaned against the carriage, and said, "It's better to learn to be smart. There will be more and more things to do in the future. If you act like a fool, you will be used and manipulated by the people below." Su Long said sternly, "Your majesty, rest assured. I, Su Long, am loyal and will never be used or manipulated by anyone." Haha, that's good. In the executive hall, in the meeting room, a group of high-ranking officials gathered together. Su Long counted the number of people and nodded to Su Fan. "Your majesty, everyone is here." "Yeah." Su Fan nodded slightly and said, "I'm sorry for interrupting everyone's interest. I actually prepared several wonderful programs later. I didn't let everyone enjoy it this time. I will make up for it next time. I just received urgent military intelligence. The Dragon Breath Army has officially designated us as a hostile force, and Grand Duke Dragon Breath has personally ordered the Poison Dragon Legion to attack us." Everyone present was silent. They knew that what was supposed to come had finally arrived. This is also what they had been worried about recently. After all, the Silver Moon Kingdom is still too weak, and the gap between it and the Dragon Breath Army, the Sun Empire, and the Western Kingdoms is very large. Carl said, "Your Majesty, we don't need to panic. I know that this Poison Dragon Legion, despite its intimidating name, is a third-rate legion within the Dragon Breath Army. It's not even qualified to compete with the Sun Empire. It's completely second or third tier, and its combat effectiveness is very weak." Su Fan said, "However, they still have a complete organization of 50,000 people." Chapter 127, the second summoning card. In traditional forces, a fully staffed legion consists of 50,000 soldiers, but some specialized legions, such as the Magic Legion, the Moon Goddess Legion, the Griffin Legion, and even the recently emerged Dragon Legion, have varying numbers of soldiers. Long Yi said, "Your Majesty, what's the big deal about 50,000 men? We now have 5 armies totaling 100,000 men. Fighting them will be a piece of cake." Long Yi has experienced a tough battle in Blackstone City. It can be said that he has been to the gates of hell and fought in the bloody battlefield. Now he has a feeling that no hero in the world is worth his while. To put it nicely, this is self-confidence. To put it bluntly, this is arrogance. Su Fan had long seen this characteristic of Long Yi, but he hadn't pointed it out. This was perhaps the only way for a famous general, a legendary commander, to grow. If Long Yi can change and return to humility and prudence, then he will be transformed. Su Fan may also consider letting him command a certain legion, or a certain army group, or even an entire army group in the future, and let him command millions of troops and gallop on the battlefield. But if Long Yi fails to change his mindset and remains so impulsive and arrogant, he will fail on the battlefield without Su Fan taking any action. By that time, Su Fan would naturally remove him and let him go to the logistics department or command a second-line force, and he would withdraw from the core layer. Carl rolled his eyes at Long Yi and said, "Long Yi, even so, war is no joke. The Dragon Breath Army can spare a legion to attack us now, but what about later? If this Poison Dragon Legion is defeated, the Grand Duke of Dragon Breath will definitely not underestimate us again. When the time comes, they will send out an even more powerful army." Long Ji also said, "Yes, we are much closer to Dragon Breath City than the Sun Empire. Once we show our strength, the Grand Duke of Dragon Breath will most likely regard us as the biggest threat. This is not what we want to see." A beauty also said, "That's right, our top priority is to accumulate strength. Although we nominally have an army of 100,000, except for the second and third armies, the remaining 3 armies are still understaffed, and their training and equipment are far from in place." Su Fan asked, "A beauty, do you have any good countermeasures?" A beauty said, "Your Majesty, I think we should first send an envoy and offer a large sum of money to appease Grand Duke Longxi and explain the pros and cons. The Dragon Breath army is currently locked in a fierce battle with the Western Kingdom coalition forces in the Xingyao River area. I think they don't want to cause any more trouble. Otherwise, if they push us too hard, we can directly side with the Sun Empire. In this way, the Dragon Breath army will be surrounded from both the north and the south. I think that if Grand Duke Longxi has any sense, he won't really want to provoke us now. Su Fan nodded. That's right, a beauty. You're in charge of diplomacy, propaganda, and intelligence, so this matter will be handled by you. Yes. Besides that, everyone, we must not stop our development. We must accelerate our pace. 5 commanders, you must intensify your training and ensure logistical support. If Grand Duke Longxi goes crazy and attacks us, we must be prepared for a protracted war. We must not only defeat the invading enemy, but also pursue them and capture several more cities in one fell swoop. Su Fan stood up and said loudly, Everyone, the world trend is mighty and powerful. If our Silver Moon Kingdom cannot seize the opportunity and just cling to the present, it will be destroyed within a year. Everyone must work hard. I will lead you to defeat the Dragon Breath army, defeat the Sun Empire, cross the Sunset River, conquer the Lost Land in the north, and slaughter all the natural disasters and alien races. I want each of you to be written into the epic, and I want your names to be engraved on the monument of history and passed down from generation to generation. Everyone stood up excitedly and shouted, We will follow your majesty and conquer the world for you. Afterwards, Su Fan asked Paladin and Long Yi to stay and said to them, Paladin, Long Yi, you two must lead the 2nd and 3rd armies and rush to Beifeng City. There, you must set up a defense line and cooperate with each other. If a beauty's envoys fail in their persuasion, you must be prepared to resist the enemy's poisoned dragon legion. Yes, yes. Long Yi and Paladin clasped their fists. Su Fan said, Hold on for a few more months, and after a few months, we will be strong enough. By then, let alone the poison dragon legion, even if there are several more legions, we won't care. Su Fan dared to say this, in part because the 6 moon wells continuously provided him with magic professionals. Currently, 100 heavy infantrymen in the 1st Army, commanded by Carl, had awakened and become black iron-level magic swordsmen. Next, Su Fan planned to train another 100 magic sharpshooters. This way, the cavalry, infantry, and archers would each have 100 awakened, truly forming an independent magic legion. On the other hand, Su Fan was very confident in the development of muskets and artillery. A major advantage of muskets and artillery was that, unlike archers, they didn't require months of training. Instead, they only required a few days to train new recruits, teaching them how to fire, load, and aim. A few days was enough time for a new recruit to become familiar with the gun, significantly improving their accuracy. So Su Fan was also waiting. He wanted to stay alive for a few more months until he was fully equipped with artillery and muskets and carried out the 3rd military reform. After that, he would have the power to sweep across the land and be invincible. After everyone left and Su Fan walked out of the executive hall, he found that it was already dark. By this time, the performance must have ended. Su Fan muttered to himself. Coincidentally, at this moment, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Main quest completed. Thanks to your meticulous planning, your kingdom successfully hosted a performance event. The wonderful show left people lingering, wanting more. They will spread the word about this grand occasion, bringing you considerable fame and reputation. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward. Random Hero Summoning, Card 1. Su Fan was shocked. He finally got the 2nd random hero summoning card he had been dreaming of. When Su Fan opened the system backpack interface, he saw a golden card inside, emitting colorful light. Random Hero Summoning Card. A one-time item that summons a mythical hero to descend into another world and fight for you. The first time I summoned Athena, she helped me a lot. I wonder what I will summon this time. Su Fan became excited, then returned to his official residence and asked everyone to leave. When he was the only one left in the official residence, Su Fan clicked to use it. Chapter 128 Arrival. Thor. A bright light suddenly appeared and shot straight into the sky. Passers-by around Su Fan's official residence stopped to watch. Su Long's face changed, and he was about to rush in with the soldiers, but Su Fan's voice came from the room. I'm fine. No need to come in. Su Long nodded. Although he was confused, he followed Su Fan's orders unconditionally. Oh my God, what is that? Such a strong light. Is this magic? This aura is so powerful, so strong, and has a sacred aura. The people around the official residence came out of their homes and pointed and talked. At this moment, Athena, who had just left Su Fan's official residence not far away, turned her head suddenly and saw the light. A hint of doubt flashed in her beautiful eyes. This aura is so familiar. In the bedroom, in front of Su Fan, there was a ball of golden light surging continuously. Gradually, the golden light converged, and a majestic figure gradually appeared. Oh, it's a man. Su Fan didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Men could indeed help him with many things, such as leading troops in battle and galloping across the battlefield. It was much more convenient than women. However, women were pleasing to the eye, especially the women in mythology. Each one was incredibly beautiful and equally capable. Who could it be? Judging from his height, he must be about 1.9 meters tall. He is so burly, it must not be the Monkey King. Sigh. Su Fan felt a little regretful. The golden light dissipated, and a tall man appeared in front of Su Fan. He was wearing silver armor, with a red cloak behind him, and holding a one-handed war hammer in his hand. He had a thick beard and a firm look in his eyes. There was also crackling lightning around his body, which was terrifying. This is... Su Fan widened his eyes as a familiar name appeared in his mind. Your humble servant Thor greets his majesty. The man placed one hand on his chest and saluted Su Fan. Thor? Thor, the god of thunder. Su Fan was overjoyed. This guy was a real macho. Thor, also known as Thor, is one of the 12 main gods in Norse mythology. He represents thunder and lightning and power. Legend has it that he is the descendant of the god King Odin and a giantess. He often appears as the patron saint of mortals. He owns the Hammer of Thunder, Mjolnir, which was made for him by the Dwarf King, which makes Thor sit firmly on the throne of the first god of the Aesir. However, Thor became truly well known to the public because of Marvel's Thor series of movies. His handsome attire and the refreshing impact of Thor's hammer made Thor gain thousands of fans. Su Fan circled around Thor and felt that this guy was not only strong and powerful, but also very wild. If he looked into his eyes, he would find that there was a terrible fighting spirit in them, which made people shudder and couldn't help but retreat. In this respect, Thor is completely different from Athena. Although Athena also has the form of a Valkyrie and has extremely strong combat power, she lacks a lot of fierceness compared to Thor. Thor, what is your current strength? Su Fan asked. As the god of thunder, Thor must be sealed like Athena. Otherwise, the arrival of a true god would not be this kind of scene. I'm afraid the whole world would tremble at the arrival of a god. Thor said, if we follow the hierarchy of this world, I should be at the level of an earth swordsman or a mage. So strong. Su Fan was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that Thor would be so powerful as soon as he came. He was still in a sealed state. When Athena first came, she was only at the level of an intermediate magician. If she hadn't accidentally obtained a dark magic ball containing the breath of gods, Athena would not have been able to break through. Not bad, really not bad, Su Fan said. Thor, what are you good at? Thor didn't even think twice and said, fight. Su Fan said, I'll ask you to lead a legion and lead the troops into battle. Are you capable of doing it? Thor raised the hammer in his hand, and lightning flashed, and the sound was terrifying. No enemy can survive my hammer. Su Fan smiled and said, okay, I will arrange a place for you to live. In a few days, I will arrange for you to be the commander of a legion. I hope you won't let me down. Thor patted his chest and said, don't worry, your majesty. Your enemies are my enemies. I'm willing to fight for you everywhere and shed blood on the battlefield. Su Fan had another in-depth conversation with Thor for a while, and after understanding Thor's personality and work style, he asked Su Long to take him to settle down first. After Thor left, Su Fan opened the system panel again and saw that the main task on the task interface had been updated. Main quest update. The research and development of steam and gunpowder has put you ahead of the world. Please build a modern firearms army as soon as possible to complete your first step of transformation. Mission objective: to form a firearms army of 3,000 people with a firearms equipment rate of 100%. Mission reward: arms supporting production technology. What the hell is this mission reward? The production process for supporting munitions? Could it be the mass production technology for all munitions? Su Fan guessed that this updated main task was not difficult to complete. His arsenal was already under construction, and muskets and artillery were also being developed and produced. They would be tested soon. It was expected that his arsenal would be completed in a month, and the first batch of muskets and artillery could also be produced. However, he had no industry and no machines, so he could only use traditional methods to make them by hand, which required a large number of skilled workers and took a lot of time. At the same time, the production efficiency was extremely slow and the production cost was extremely high. It would take at least 2 months to equip a 3,000-man force. It's not difficult, just time-consuming. Alas, the industrial system is still too poor. I hope the emergence of the steam engine will improve this situation. Sufyan Saif, he knew this kind of thing couldn't be accomplished overnight. On Earth, industry had developed over centuries and countless factors such as war, disease, navigation, uprisings, and reforms had combined to give rise to the first and second industrial revolutions. Now, in this alien world, even if Su Fan had mature technology and a complete set of blueprints, he still had to conduct research and testing before mass production could begin. He also had to invest time in its application. He also had to cultivate a large number of industrial talents and intellectuals to provide a strong foundation for industrial development. After a while, the newly established education department will have to get busy. The speed of school construction and the dissemination of scientific knowledge and industrial technology must keep up. Chapter 129, The Lost Carl. Su Fan's side is developing rapidly, and with the successful holding of the concert, its influence is gradually reflected. First, the song Loyalty to the Country was sung in the streets and alleys, and the melody of the Ching Shin Pushun mantra resounded in every corner. The sketch Selling Crutch and Crosstalk became the benchmark of a new trend. Big businessmen began to invest keen on building theaters and opera houses, and artists could be seen performing their own sketches and crosstalk on every street. Even some merchants from the Paus Islands Empire and northern cities were attracted by these trendy programs and fell in love with them. They then spontaneously brought them back and quickly spread them to other cities. At the military level, Su Fan made minor adjustments to the personnel. Carl resigned as the commander of the First Army and established the Logistics Support Department, while Thor took over as the commander of the First Army. Almost all the generals and officials from various departments opposed this, because Carl could be said to be the first person to follow Su Fan, even earlier than Athena. He is the oldest in the core layer and has very high military qualities. But now he is asked to take charge of logistics, hand over his military power, and there is not even a reason. The First Army is so elite, following Su Fan, it can be said to be at the level of the Royal Guards. There are 100 heavy infantrymen in it who have awakened their magical talents. Their strength is only stronger than that of the Second Army. Now suddenly a newcomer Thor is asked to take over, which is a bit unreasonable. In response, Su Fan summoned Carl to his official residence alone, personally poured Carl a cup of tea in the reception room, and then asked, "Carl, do you think I'm being unfair to you? Taking away your military power and leaving you in charge of logistics? Is that a bit like destroying the bridge after crossing it?" Carl said angrily, "No, Your Majesty, you are overthinking it. I am a loyal subordinate and will resolutely carry out your orders. You must have your reasons for doing this." Although he said this, even a fool could tell that Carl was not sincere and was obviously holding back a lot of anger. Su Fan smiled and said, "Carl, let me ask you first, what do you think the Logistics Support Department does?" Carl thought for a moment and said, "Of course, it's to collect food and transport it to the combat troops." Su Fan asked, "Is that all?" Carl looked confused. "Yeah, what else can it be?" "Huh." Su Fan shook his head and laughed. "These will soon be a thing of the past. Do you know that in a few months, at most a year, our 100,000-man army will become a money-burning army?" Money-burning army? That's right. By that time, food and fodder will only be a part of logistical support. The Logistics Support Department that I want you to establish will coordinate all military industries, sit in the rear, and produce and store weapons and ammunition according to the intensity of the fighting on the front lines. You will also be responsible for all the supplies needed for the Army's expedition, including food, coal, oil, spare parts, clothes, medicines, and so on. By then, you will have to ensure hundreds of kinds of supplies, and they must be supplied on time. Su Fan talked eloquently, and Carl was stunned. "Coal? Oil? What is this? Why do we need it for war?" Su Fan said, "Do you know that I am asking Kong Ding to speed up the laying of a long railway track?" "Railway? Oh, I know." Carl nodded. "Railroads have been a hot topic recently. Kongding's construction department has organized thousands of workers to lay a strange railroad track. It is said that it will run from Silver Moon City through Violet City and Blackrock City, all the way to Blackrock City. Corps officials and generals also went to see it. Seeing the workers using large amounts of hardwood and high-quality steel to make these incomprehensible things, everyone was heartbroken, and many people said it was a waste of resources. Especially when they heard from the workers that the rails cost an average of 100 gold coins per meter, they were even more shocked. What does this mean? 100 meters. Laying it from Silver Moon City to Violet City would cost millions of gold coins. Laying it all the way to Blackrock City would require an even more astronomical figure. Carl said, I've seen that thing, but to be honest, I don't know what it's used for. Su Fan smiled and said, that thing can allow your army to rush from Blackrock City to Silver Moon City within a day. What? Just that railroad track? That's impossible. Carl's face was filled with disbelief. Unless that thing is a magic item, I can't think of any magic item that could allow an army to cross 4 cities in one day. Su Fan smiled and said, Carl, there's still a lot you don't know. In a few months, our kingdom will enter a new era and start a glorious history. You're the first one to follow me. I admire your calm and generous character. Letting you manage logistics support is not to neglect you, but to entrust you with an important task. You are the only one capable of taking charge of this matter among all the armies right now, and I trust you with this responsibility. Carl said, but if we're just coordinating these supplies, then film from Industrial, Abdi, or Lady Athena are all suitable. Abdi, in particular, I believe he could do a better job than I can. Su Fan said, a beauty is in charge of intelligence, and Athena is in charge of coordinating internal affairs. They are both temporarily indispensable. Moreover, the development of logistics support in the later stages requires the use of extremely professional military qualities, so you are more suitable than them. Well, okay. Your Majesty, I believe in you. I am willing to obey your orders and will ensure the logistical support. Carl said seriously. Haha, that's good. Su Fan patted Carl on the shoulder and said, Carl, work hard. In the future, we will develop a navy, an air force, an army, and even strategic forces. The positions of the commanders of the 3 armed forces are all vacant. Carl was delighted and said, I will definitely not let your Majesty down and strive to do my best. Well, besides, what level have you reached now? Your Majesty has provided us with sufficient moon well water. Now, I am on the verge of breaking through to the realm of a gold rank magic swordsman. Su Fan nodded and said, well, don't neglect your personal training. Don't let new generals like Rise and Gaia get too far ahead of you. Yes, Carl replied. Then he hesitated and asked, Your Majesty, may I ask you a question? Su Fan said, What's the problem? That new Thor. Who is he? Su Fan chuckled and whispered, It's okay to tell you, he's the strongest person in our kingdom, and his realm is very high. The realm is very high? How high? Carl asked subconsciously. Su Fan, of course it's as high as a 3-story building. Carl. Su Fan smiled and said, I'm just teasing you. Soul strength is much higher than Longi's. What about Athena? Also much higher. Carl seemed unconvinced and gritted his teeth. What about Principal Waydron? Principal Waydron is a magician. Su Fan smiled and said, he and Waydron are about the same level. Carl was stunned for a moment. Then his face completely fell. All right, Your Majesty, I understand. I finally understand why you handed the first army to him. Su Fan lost. Okay, Carl, don't think too much. I appoint people based on their merits. I always value loyalty first, and then strength. You are all good. Do your job well, and don't think too much. Yes. Chapter 130, The Steam Locomotive comes into being. Paladin and Long, he led the 2nd and 3rd armies to Beifeng City and established a defense line there. At the same time, a beauty sent envoys, and after some negotiations, the Dragon Breath army signed a 3-month armistice agreement with the Silver Moon Kingdom. Originally, the Dragon Breath army had no intention of signing a truce with the Silver Moon Kingdom, but the envoy said, we have a 100,000-man army and enough food in reserve to last us a whole year. If you insist on attacking us, don't blame us for joining forces with the Sun Empire. In secret, the envoy spent a large sum of money to bribe the 3 lords of the Dragon Breath army, and let these 3 lords speak well of them in front of the Grand Duke of Dragon Breath. Only then did the Grand Duke of Dragon Breath and the envoy of the Silver Moon Kingdom successfully sign a ceasefire treaty. When this news reached back home, Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. What his territory needed now was time, and time was life. Give him a few months to build the railway and produce muskets and cannons, and he would have nothing to fear. But before that, it is better to keep a low profile militarily and avoid war if possible. Su Fan also felt a sense of urgency. As he established his kingdom, he had begun to step onto the world stage and into the vision of major forces. He didn't know when war would come. This passive situation made him feel very uncomfortable. So Su Fan ordered all departments and cities in the kingdom to produce all kinds of materials with all their strength, purchase food on a large scale, and work hard to reclaim wasteland in preparation for future wars. At the port of Silver Moon Bay, countless ships were transporting large amounts of food from the kingdom of the Paus Islands. Immediately after docking at the port, countless shirtless and muscular unloading workers would rush over to unload the cargo on the ships. At the dock, there were already major trading companies and official staff of the Silver Moon Kingdom waiting. They would purchase the food as soon as possible. The sailors on the ship will take a day off with the captain's permission, find a tavern in Silver Moon City to drink, or search the streets and alleys for delicious food, and finally listen to a crosstalk or watch a dance in a newly opened theater, or vent some happiness to sweep away the fatigue accumulated during the voyage. A pot-bellied merchant was drinking in the tavern and said to his companions, "The price of grain has been rising higher and higher lately. I don't know what's going on. The number of ships arriving at the docks every day remains the same, but the price of grain keeps rising. Sometimes the ships clearly have cargo, but then tell me they don't. It's obvious they don't want to sell to us." My companion said, "Haha, big brother, you probably don't know this. Recently, the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Commerce simultaneously issued a document requiring that half of all grain-carrying ships from outside China be sold to the government. The government also offered a good price. As a result, the demand from ordinary merchants like us is far from being met, and the price of grain has naturally risen." The merchant was stunned and asked, "What's going on? Is the kingdom still short of food? Why would they issue such an order?" A companion whispered, "The government is buying up large amounts of grain. What else could this be for? Think about the current world situation." You mean?" the merchant exclaimed, then quickly covered his mouth. He looked around and found that no one was paying attention to him. Then he leaned in front of his companion and whispered, "Are you saying that the kingdom is preparing for war?" His companion hissed and said, "Of course it must be. Otherwise, why would the government spend so much money on food storage?" Lately, major countries around the world have been waging war. The Sun Empire, the Dragon's Breath Army, the Thunder Kingdom, the Storm Kingdom. And it's been rumored that the Second and Third Armies left their bases and headed north. It seems things are pretty turbulent here too, and the risk of war is very high. Hey, you're really going to kill yourself? You dare to reveal such sensitive military intelligence? The businessman glared at his companion and then asked, "Won't those of us in the grain business lose money?" The companion said, "The kingdom has a very strong control over grain. Even if a war breaks out, it will probably be difficult to sell it at a high price. However, although the grain business loses money, there is an industry that is about to become popular. If you're interested, we can invest together in this project." "What industry?" asked the businessman. "The coal industry." The companion laughed. "Coal? What is that?" The businessman looked confused. The companion said, "It's the cursed stone produced in Black Rock City and Black Rock City." That thing has value." The merchant's face was full of disbelief. That was the cursed stone, a terrible thing that many people tried to avoid. "Haha, of course. To be honest, big brother, I have special channels in the Ministry of the Interior. The people there told me that His Majesty the King will vigorously develop the coal industry in the coming period, and the market demand for coal will be very high. We might as well get involved and make good use of the situation. Once new policies are introduced, we will definitely be able to seize the opportunity and make a fortune." The businessman thought for a moment and said, "Well, Color, I trust your judgment. You never seem to make a mistake. Time flies." On October 1st, gunpowder was successfully developed and could be put into mass production. On October 15th, the first steam locomotive was developed. This hundreds-ton steam locomotive drove out of the machinery manufacturing plant in the Great Wilderness Industrial Zone. The moment it was unveiled, it stunned countless onlookers. Considering the difficulty in transporting steam locomotives, a railway track was laid at the entrance of the machinery manufacturing plant, directly connecting to the nearby main railway line, and the boiler of the steam locomotive was filled with coal in advance. Woo! A huge black locomotive drove out of the factory. The roar of a steam engine came from its top air outlet, and 2 rows of huge wheels rolled forward along the rails and drove out of the factory. Chapter 131, Shocking the World. Outside the factory, Su Fan, Athena, Kandin, Philin, Gould, Xiao Su, a beauty, and other core members of the Silver Moon Kingdom, as well as Chris, the director of the Military Strategic Research Institute, and a group of researchers, all lined up. When they saw this huge steel beast roaring out, except for Su Fan, the rest were all stunned. Even Chris, who was in charge of the steam locomotive research project, and his researchers were shocked beyond words. Oh my God, it actually started. Although we have complete drawings and technology, we have anticipated this scenario a long time ago, but when I actually saw it, I still felt like I was dreaming. Elun, this world is really crazy. A steel monster weighing hundreds of tons can actually walk independently. A researcher sighed. This is all thanks to the cursed stones. They're not cursed stones. They're the greatest stones in the world. They are gifts from the gods. Hey, let me say it again. It's not called cursed stone. It's called coal. Well, coal, praise the coal. It's a gift from heaven. The researchers had a heated discussion. These researchers were carefully selected, talented young men, generally under the age of 20. They possessed strong learning abilities, agile minds, and a high receptiveness to new knowledge. Su Fan personally oversaw their studies, allowing them to simultaneously study physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics, enabling these talented young men to rapidly acquire advanced knowledge that was several generations ahead of their current world. After receiving the development task and drawings of the steam locomotive, these researchers worked overtime. After more than 3 months, they finally produced the first steam locomotive. Next, they will conduct a test. They will board this locomotive, go to Violet City, and then return. Once the test is successful, Su Fan will order the machinery manufacturing plant to start manufacturing the second and third locomotives. It is worth mentioning that 30 train carriages have been produced. These carriages do not involve the power system, and the technical difficulty is relatively low. They can be produced according to the drawings. On the other side, a group of senior officials, including Athena, were also shocked. Before they came, they didn't know what Su Fan was going to show them. They only knew that it took Su Fan a lot of effort. Chris was very excited. He was the only one among these people who really knew that the technology of this steam locomotive was completely developed and produced based on the drawings provided by Su Fan. If it weren't for these drawings, they would probably not be able to figure it out, even if they studied it for a year. Chris looked at the most eye-catching figure in the crowd. He was so young, so wise, and so mysterious. When Chris was studying steam locomotives, he would often look at the intricate patterns on the drawings, as well as the precise and rigorous theories and formulas. They were like divine art, and he was constantly amazed. Is His Majesty a human, or a god? Or is he truly, as folk legends say, a savior sent by the moon goddess alone? Chris looked at Su Fan with admiration. He felt like he had become Su Fan's most loyal fan. Su Fan had opened the door to a new world for him, making the world he once thought was dull and boring infinitely exciting. Su Fan smiled and said, "All right, everyone, let's get on board. I'll take you for a ride." Take a ride? What's that? Xiao Su asked. This was another new word that they didn't understand at all. Haha, you'll know when you come up. Su Fan was the first to go up, then stretched out his hand to wave to them. So all the ministers boarded the locomotive. Everyone looked inside curiously. The locomotive was designed to be spacious. Su Fan and his group of more than 20 people could sit in it without feeling crowded. To reduce the number of people, no guards were accompanying them this time. Athena stretched out her white jade hand and touched the outer wall, which was icy cold. It's made entirely of steel. It's amazing. I never imagined there could be such a thing in the world. Such a huge machine could be powered by steam alone. Athena sighed. The others also looked on curiously. Xiao Sual, a beauty, and the others walked into the boiler room and found it was filled with coal. 2 boilermen were holding shovels, ready to add coal at any time. The principle is so simple, it's just steam-driven. But making this machine is extremely difficult, said a beauty. At this time, the driver shouted, "Everyone sit tight, we are about to leave." Everyone hurried back to their seats upon hearing this. After a while, they felt the locomotive tremble, and then a loud roar came from the boiler outlet, and the locomotive began to roll forward. Boom, boom, boom. The locomotive gradually began to accelerate and soon reached a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, which was very fast and far exceeded the running speed of a war horse. In order to let everyone feel the speed of the train firsthand, Su Fan deliberately opened the door, and a strong wind outside blew in, making everyone's hair messy, but more people were shocked by the speed. Too fast, too fast. Oh my God, such a big guy can run so fast. Everyone had a look of surprise. At this time, the driver smiled and said, "My lords, it could be even faster. I will increase the speed to the fastest. You can feel it." As they were talking, everyone felt that the speed of the train increased again, reaching a staggering 80 kilometers per hour. This is the limit of this train, even faster than the steam train during the first Industrial Revolution. For the first railway, Su Fan planned to build it from Silver Moon City through Violet City and Black Rock City, all the way to Black Rock City, running through the east-west artery and facilitating coal transportation. But now the time is too short, and the road has only been built to Violet City, and the remaining sections are still under expedited construction. This railway comes out of Silver Moon City and runs parallel to the open cement avenue, separated by a green belt in the middle. On the main road, countless pedestrians were hurrying along. There were numerous newly opened small shops and stalls on both sides of the road, and even a newly opened theater. It was very popular, and it was impossible to tell that this place was a deserted wasteland a year ago. Xiao long bao, fet li bit, hao long bao. Pancakes, whole grain pancakes, purple rice pancakes, and pancake fruit. Preserved egg and lean meat porridge, milk oatmeal porridge, millet and pumpkin porridge, delicious and inexpensive. The small vendors were hawking their wares, and the aroma of food spread for miles. Some caravans were also happy to try these novel delicacies on the way. The people here have a love for food and a pursuit and pickiness for food that cannot be found anywhere else in the world. Just when everyone was eating happily, a rumbling sound was heard. Before anyone could react, a huge steel monster suddenly appeared, and everyone was shocked. Chapter 132, 2 hours. Customers in the shops and stalls on both sides of the road, as well as pedestrians on the road, all stopped and looked at this huge steel monster. Holy crap, what is this thing? Why is it so big? Is this the legendary demon? Oh my God, it can even smoke and make a humming sound. Oh no, he's coming towards us. Everyone run. Many people were terrified and fled in all directions. However, some people pointed out, why run away? Look, there are people up there. Human? How is that possible? There's a human inside the demon. Huh, there really is one. Who is that? He looks so familiar. Isn't that the Minister of Industry, Sir Philin? And Sir Condin, and that beautiful goddess, isn't she Lady Athena? What's going on? These people seem to be high-ranking officials in our kingdom. Why are they all sitting on the backs of demons? Fuck demon, this isn't a demon at all. So what do you say it is? I don't know either. As the locomotive roared past, countless pedestrians were shocked, with varying expressions of fear, shock, and curiosity. In the car, Su Fan laughed and said, "After today, I'm afraid the entire Silver Moon Kingdom will know that there's a steel monster speeding on the railway." Everyone agreed with this, and I'm afraid anyone would be shocked when they see this thing. 2 hours later, they arrived in Violet City. When they arrived at the Violet City station, everyone still felt like they were in a dream. "We're here already?" Phelan exclaimed in amazement. "This is too fast. Before, even if we rode a horse and followed the main road, it would have taken us a whole day to get here." Chris laughed and said, "There's absolutely no comparison between the two. A horse is an animal after all, but this steam locomotive is science." Science. That's right, science, a brand new field. This field belongs to the future. Chris said proudly, "Maybe one day we can rely on science and, with the power of mortals, stand on equal footing with the gods." When Su Fan heard this, his heart moved. At this moment, Su Fan thought of many scientific and technological achievements that appeared on the Earth. The emergence of the internet brought people from all over the world together, and the emergence of satellites allowed humans to monitor the entire planet. There is also the nuclear bomb, the ultimate weapon that represents death and destruction. Once it is created, even true gods will probably fall. And this is only what Su Fan knows about what has been developed on Earth. You must know that science is no end. As long as the system is mature and there is enough time, it is not impossible to develop biological weapons, genetic weapons, and even mathematical causal weapons. The train stopped, and Gould came out of the boiler room and said with a click of his tongue, This trip has consumed a lot of coal. If we run it every day, the amount of coal we need will be terrifying. Chris laughed and said, Master Gould, don't forget that this is just a locomotive. A rail train would have to pull more than 10 or even 20 carriages. The coal consumed in one trip of thousands of tons of cargo would be dozens of times more than it does now. Gould's face fell. Oh my God, I feel like if this continues, it won't be long before Black Rock City and Black Rock City are hollowed out. Su Fan said, Don't worry. Black Rock City has a large coal reserve, which is sufficient for our current needs. In addition, I have asked the Ministry of the Interior to draw up a mining plan. While we will officially lead the coal mining, we will also encourage market forces to invest. I have also arranged for a beauty to have intelligence personnel from various places search for coal mines in the local area. Coal will be the most important resource of our Silver Moon Kingdom in the future. The demand is very high, and we must control a large number of coal mines. Su Fan and his group arrived at Violet City. At this time, the Lord of Violet City and a group of officials had already been waiting on the platform of the train station. When they saw a big guy rumbling towards them, everyone was shocked. It was not until Su Fan and others got off the car that they reacted and hurried up to greet them. Your Majesty, my lords, is this a train? This is amazing. The Lord of Violet City sighed sincerely. I never thought such a big thing could actually walk on its own, and so fast, one official exclaimed. Although they had been informed of the content of today's event and the wonders of this new thing called a train, they were still deeply shocked when they saw it with their own eyes. After a brief greeting, Su Fan and others began to inspect the city with a group of officials from Violet City. Now that the Silver Moon Kingdom has been established, although there are only 5 cities, Su Fan has still given each city a positioning, which will help the officials below to focus on development. For example, Silver Moon City, as the capital and a natural port, is positioned as a political center and a maritime trade center. At the same time, because the Armed Forces Officer School and the Strategic Engineering School are located here, Silver Moon City is also a center of scientific education. In the Great Wilderness area, after a complete road system was built, new factories were set up and built every day. Clay mines, quarries, brick kilns, textile mills, livestock farms, and the most advanced machinery manufacturing plants were all here. After more than half a year of development, a large population has gathered here, and a new city has naturally formed. Although it has not yet been named, its positioning is very clear and accurate. It is the first dedicated industrial city. Violet City is positioned as an economic center. It is located in the very center of the Silver Moon Kingdom. People from the north or the west must pass through Violet City if they want to go to Silver Moon City, so it is the transportation hub of the Silver Moon Kingdom. In addition, Violet City's commerce and service industries are very developed, with a variety of emerging cuisines, as well as theaters, playhouses, etc. The number of shops opened is more than that of Silver Moon City. Although Northwind City has a very developed economy and a large population, due to its geographical location, it is now positioned as the northern defense line of the Silver Moon Kingdom. In addition to the city defense forces, Paladin and Long E are stationed here with the 2nd and 3rd armies, a total of 40,000 soldiers. Chapter 133, Thunder Roars. Therefore, Beifeng City is positioned as a border city and a military stronghold, focusing on storing food and fodder, developing city defense, and training soldiers. The other 2 cities, Blackstone City and Black Rock City, are both located in the west. They have a large amount of black dragonstone and coal resources, so they are positioned as resource-exporting cities. The steam engine technology that Su Fan possesses can not only be used to produce trains, but also steamships, and can be applied to industrial fields including metallurgy, machinery manufacturing, textiles, etc. So soon, many factories in the Great Wasteland Industrial Zone were equipped with steam engines, and the roar of machines was heard in the factory buildings for the first time. Once the engines started humming, fuel naturally followed. Because the railway line hadn't yet connected to Black Rock City and Black Rock City, traditional transportation methods were initially used: armored oxen, donkey carts, mules, and even manual wheelbarrows. Countless people transported coal to the Violet City train station, and their presence could be seen everywhere. And Kongding also personally stayed in Black Rock City, organizing a large number of workers to lay rails and build the Black Rock City railway station. As long as the railway reached Black Rock City, the abundant coal resources there could be transported, and the steam engines produced in the machinery manufacturing plants could be fully operational, significantly increasing production capacity and significantly reducing fuel costs. At that point, the market prices of many products would be lowered, allowing ordinary people to buy higher quality and more advanced products. 15 days later, with the efforts of 1,000 workers who worked day and night, the railway line from Violet City to Blackstone City was finally opened. On the day of opening, the first locomotive produced began to transport goods. There were a total of 16 carriages, all filled with coal. At first, except Chris, no one could believe that so much cargo could be transported by just a locomotive. But when the train really started moving, everyone exclaimed in amazement. "It's moving! It's really moving! Oh my God, it can actually pull so much coal! It's even more powerful than the ironclad bull," said a silly-looking coal miner. "Nonsense! You're completely out of your mind, comparing an armored bull to a train. This train can hold its own against 100, no, 10,000 armored bulls." His companion kicked the fool and cursed, "Stop embarrassing yourself here. Go dig coal. This train will be here tomorrow. If you don't dig enough coal, I'll beat you up." The silly guy shrank his head, picked up his hoe, and went back to the coal mine. Woo! The long train was like a giant steel dragon, galloping across the vast fields. The rumbling sound attracted people on both sides of the railway to stop and watch, and made a group of children shout and even run after the train, trying to catch up with it. The Silver Moon Kingdom has officially entered the era of rail transportation. While rail transit is developing rapidly, another thing is also being intensively researched. On November 1st, autumn goes and winter comes. On the bank of the Silver Moon River, near the Armed Forces Officer School and the Strategic Engineering School, there's a newly built factory. This factory is very special. It is a special arsenal dedicated to testing and producing new weapons. At this moment, on a playground of the arsenal, a gunshot rang out and the gun handle 200 meters away fell down. Haha, it worked. Su Fan held the rifle with a smile on his face. Next to Su Fan, the commanders of the 5 armies, as well as Longji, Carl, and Athena, all gathered here. Paladin laughed and said, "This firearm is really powerful. If it hits a person, it will probably directly make a hole in the body, making it difficult to treat." Longji said, "Also, I've observed that it should be easier to train a musketeer as it requires less skills." The others also agreed and nodded in agreement. Chris, standing by, said, "Your Majesty, although this musket is powerful, it is more complicated to operate than a bow and arrow, and its flexibility is also not as good as a bow and arrow. Is it really useful on the battlefield?" Su Fan said with a smile, "It is useful. This musket is only the first generation. You need to continue researching it. It would be best to set up a department dedicated to musket research and continuously optimize and upgrade it. The development potential of muskets is unmatched by archers." Chris agreed. He was still not optimistic about the musket in his heart, but when he thought of the various magical things His Majesty invented and how everything was very useful, he endured it. "Let's go, Chris. Let's go see the real big guy." Su Fan put down the musket in his hand, took the generals, and went to the next venue with Chris. Another site is located outside the arsenal. There's a special open space here with no buildings around it. It is specially reserved for testing high-powered firearms. At this time, in the open space, a huge black creature was lying on the ground. Its thick gun barrel, majestic gun mount, and black shells placed on both sides were shining coldly under the sunlight. This artillery piece was produced by teachers and students of the Strategic Engineering College based on the drawings provided by Su Fan after many experiments. The prototype was a European infantry field gun from the mid to late 19th century. It was breech-loading and much stronger than the early muzzle-loading artillery pieces. Furthermore, this cannon had been improved, using the black dragonstone produced in Black Rock City throughout. The barrel was stronger, harder, and more tightly sealed, and it was also more resistant to high temperatures. Furthermore, the cannon shells had been improved, bypassing the practice rounds and becoming fragmentation shells, which were even more lethal. The 3 gunners were already in position, and Su Fan said, "Let's get started." "Okay, let's get started." Chris signaled to the 3 gunners. One of them stood next to the gun, holding a small red flag, stood straight, and shouted, "Load." Crash! The 2 gunners worked together to load a shell into the cannon, then shouted, "Loading complete." The commander shouted, "Ready, fire." The red flag in his hand fell down suddenly. A gunner lit the fuse, and sparks flew out. Paladin, Long E, Gaia, and others leaned over with curiosity. Boom! The muzzle of the gun suddenly let out a thunderous roar. Long E and the others were very close to it and were caught off guard. They jumped up in fright. Holy crap, what is this thing? What a loud noise like thunder. Long E and the others cursed and swore, and then they saw a huge explosion on a hill in the distance, followed by a loud bang. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that a huge hole had been blown out on the hill, and the surrounding vegetation was ravaged beyond recognition with potholes all over. Long E and others looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Chapter 134, Cultural Export. Paladin and others soon arrived at the small hill that had been bombed. When they saw the shrapnel scattered around the big pit, everyone gasped. With so many fragments, given the power of the explosion, I'm afraid any ordinary soldier would have been blasted to pieces. Carl picked up a shrapnel, still scorching hot in his hand. If he weren't a magic swordsman with a far superior physique, he would have been burned by the shrapnel. This is like magic. Long G sighed. My frost cannon is only this powerful. Long E and Paladin excitedly asked Su Fan, Your Majesty, how many of these cannons do we have? Su Fan smiled and said, I will first equip the 3 armies with the 2 new equipment, muskets and artillery. The 3rd army? Everyone looked at Long E. Long E was delighted and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. I will definitely train the troops well and make sure the 3rd army is familiar with these 2 types of equipment as soon as possible. At this time, Galen said with a bitter face, Your Majesty, when will you also take care of our 4th and 5th armies? Rise also agreed, Yes, Your Majesty. The 1st army has 100 magical heavy infantrymen, the 2nd army has the Holy Light Knights, and the 3rd army now has such powerful weapons and equipment. What about our 4th and 5th armies? Su Fan smiled and said, Don't worry, these weapons and equipment will be mass-produced soon. In a few months, you'll all have them. How about this? After the first batch of equipment is produced, the 4th army and the 5th army will each receive 100 sets of muskets. How about that? Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Rise and Gaia agreed reluctantly. On the other side, Long G also asked sourly, Your Majesty, what about our navy? Su Fan patted Long G's shoulder and said, The navy is not engaged in war for now, so use these sailing warships first. When your navy develops in the future, it will cost a lot of money. The cost of a fleet is at least equivalent to that of 10 infantry corps. Long G nodded and stepped back. At this time, Carl also came over and asked, Your Majesty, I have quite a few soldiers for logistical support. Go away. Go wherever you want to stay. So finding Nordthgard. Carl looked at Su Fan with a look of grievance and resentment, like a young wife who had been angry. Su Fan was very happy that the musket and artillery tests were successful. He immediately ordered the 2 newly built arsenals to start production, and at the same time asked Kong Ding to continue building the 3rd and 4th arsenals. However, despite the Black Dragon Stone, the steam engine, and the powerful magic, the production tools for muskets and artillery were still too backward, and the production efficiency was very low. Now it mainly relies on manual polishing and manual operation, which Su Fan thinks is too backward. As a last resort, in order to increase production, we had to expand the scale and recruit more workers. These recruited gun workers will be registered and filed separately. They will be regarded as valuable talents and will be paid high salaries, but strict confidentiality measures must also be implemented. Su Fan has asked the beauty to set up an inspection team, focusing on the Armed Forces Officer School, Strategic Engineering School, paper mill, machinery processing plant, and arsenal, in order to prevent the leakage of secret technology. As winter approaches, the Silver Moon Kingdom is still carrying out large-scale construction in full swing. Roads, new buildings, railways, factories, gardens, and green spaces are all under construction. In terms of agriculture, before it snowed, Minister of Agriculture Xiao Su organized a large-scale reclamation operation. Now, a large area of fertile land on the west and south sides of Silver Moon City has almost been reclaimed. After nearly 2 years of development, the once desolate Silver Moon Bay has finally become a prosperous and fertile land. Currently, there are over 200,000 people living here, and a steady stream of people are pouring in every day. With the war in the north now tense and turbulent, a large number of people are fleeing south, and Silver Moon Bay is open to almost everyone who comes. The large amount of cheap food shipped from the Kingdom of the Paus Islands is enough for the Silver Moon Kingdom to feed so many people. Coupled with the vigorous development of agriculture, after this year's harvest season, The kingdom's grain reserves have stored enough food to cope with any changes. In addition, the Silver Moon Kingdom is not a good country and will not let these refugees who flow and eat for free. Instead, it adopts the method of work for relief. Every refugee who flows and will be directly assigned a job in Northwind City. Some are taken to build houses, some are taken to dig coal, and others are taken to cut trees, mine stones, etc., all of which are the lowest level of hard labor. At first, the refugees had a lot of complaints, but when they found out that working here not only allowed them to have enough food to eat every day, but also gave them the opportunity to become regular employees and receive a good salary after working for a period of time, they felt very happy. At first, many people missed their homeland and wondered when they could return. But as time went on, they discovered that living conditions here were truly amazing. Clean, beautiful, and neatly built cement houses, a wide variety of delicious food, cheap, beautiful clothes, and trains rumbling along the tracks carrying freight. There was no war, no hunger, no disease, and no oppression from the nobility. It was truly a legendary paradise. As a result, not only did the homeless refugees run to the Silver Moon Kingdom, but even those who had homes and businesses in the northern region came to the Silver Moon Kingdom to settle down and transfer their businesses here. Various legends about the Silver Moon Kingdom also spread outside. For example, it was said that King Sufan of the Silver Moon Kingdom was a disciple of the moon goddess Elun, a messenger sent to save them. Others said that Sufan had inherited the power of the gods, which is why he created such a huge machine as the train. In addition, Sufan also printed a large number of books containing short stories, including fairy tales, myths and legends, various inspirational stories, and the customs and culture of the Silver Moon Kingdom. In this book, the Silver Moon Kingdom is described as a noble, civilized, and free country, a dream country that represents the world's most advanced and developed civilization. It is the guide of countries around the world and the prophet and leader of the future. Although it is not stated explicitly, the words between the lines will make readers feel extremely fond of the Silver Moon Kingdom, yearn for the Silver Moon Kingdom, and even develop a certain cultural identity. This is Sufan's cultural output. The literary level of this book is very low, but it is the first time that a paper book has been circulated worldwide. It is cheap, the font is clear, and the feel is smooth. It was sold out as soon as it was released. Chapter 135, World Trends. In the southeast of the world, there's a beautiful land, a land blessed by the gods. The Silver Moon River flows here, and the great Lord Sufan founded the Silver Moon Kingdom. He provided food, work, and shelter to the starving people. Here, there are no nobles, no slaves, no oppression, and everyone is equal. It is simply a paradise. World Landscape, Volume 1. There are countless grain fields, spacious streets, countless ships unloading cargo at the port, and everyone is wearing fashionable and beautiful clothes, with happy smiles on their faces. There, a giant steel beast called a train lies sprawled on the earth, hundreds of meters long, capable of pulling thousands of tons of cargo at a time. It can run endlessly, faster than the fastest horse. Perhaps only a true dragon could catch up with it. Strange Stories, Volume 5. The newly established Silver Moon Kingdom holds a wealth of business opportunities and is a true paradise for merchants. As long as you have money, you can invest and build factories here, and you can buy anything you want. If you have 1 million gold coins, you can put them into the bank and do nothing. In a year, you'll have 1.1 million gold coins back. Business Secrets, Volume 3. As soon as this book was released, it immediately attracted many powerful people to enter the Silver Moon Kingdom. Some of them were nobles, some were big businessmen, some were sons of military families, some came purely for fun, and there was even a magician. When Sufan saw how well the book performed after it was released, he immediately decided to revise it and turn it into a serialized magazine, renaming it World Trends. The magazine will be published once a month, with different content each time. It is divided into 7 major sections: World News Monthly, Silver Moon Kingdom News Monthly, World View, Business Secrets, Oddities, Celebrity Events, and Fashion Frontiers. Soon, this World Trend magazine became a powerful weapon on the cultural front of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Tianxiong City. This city belongs to the Empire of the Sun and has a population of 1 million, making it a veritable super city. The Lord of Tianxiong City is also the right-hand man of Luo Xiong of the Sun Empire and a heavyweight lord. The city is bustling with business, and the streets are bustling with traffic, a scene that is unmatched by other cities. In a small tavern, Carter and a friend sat in a corner drinking alone, with sad looks on their faces. He was a musician in the Aries Empire, proficient in various musical arts and instruments, and was known as Skillful Carter. He was very handsome and was once a famous handsome man. However, since the natural disaster, the economic system has collapsed. People are living in poverty, their homeland is gone, and people use their little money to buy food and clothes. Few people are interested in his music anymore. Carter also followed the refugee tide and traveled thousands of miles to Tianxiong City. Fortunately, Tianxiong City had a large population, with a large number of nobles and merchants. In addition, it was not directly attacked by foreign races, so he could barely survive. However, he was just barely making ends meet, and compared to his previous days in the War God Empire, it was a world of difference. Today he went to a nobleman's house to play music, but the nobleman's wife took a fancy to him and hinted that she wanted to support him. Carter refused without a second thought and said that he was a clean-minded person and would not go along with the corrupt crowd. The noble lady was so enraged that she ordered his piano to be smashed. All his money was taken away, and then she beat him out with a stick. Carter lost his money, lost his instrument, and thus lost his income. When a friend learned about this, he found him and brought him to this pub to drink, hoping that he could get rid of his sorrow with a drink. At this time, a bartender came in from outside, holding a square package in his hand, with an excited look on his face. Boss, I bought the new book published by the Silver Moon Kingdom. What? Hurry up and bring it here. The boss was very excited and urged quickly. The clerk opened the package and handed the beautifully bound book to the boss. The boss held the book, touched the soft paper, took a deep breath, and looked intoxicated. It's this feel, this taste, the taste of knowledge, the boss sighed. At this time, the other customers also looked at the boss and said, "Hey, old Jim, how come you can buy this copy of World Trends?" Yes, this thing is very popular now. It is said that even the nobles are fighting for it. Anyone who can read wants to get a copy. This is a book, a luxury once only available to nobles and magicians, and the workmanship is so crude. It's so thick from just a few dozen sheets that you could use it as a bench if you stacked it together, someone said. He also bought this book, but after that he lost interest in the traditional books at home and didn't even want to look at them. Old Jim, come on, see if there's any good news and read it to us. The tavern owner chuckled and said, "Okay, I'll read you the news." Carter and his friends also turned to look at Boss Jim, and the noisy pub instantly became quiet. Old Jim opened the book, cleared his throat, and read, World News, October News. On October 1st, the Dragon's Breath Army, the Thunder Kingdom, and the Storm Kingdom fought a fierce battle in the Star River. The Dragon's Breath Army dispatched the Dragon Legion, and the Thunder Kingdom was defeated miserably. It was rumored that more than 50,000 people were killed or injured. On October 11th, Stormwind's Magic Breakers arrived at the battlefield. Their full name was the Magic Breakers. Each soldier wore Magic Breaker armor and Magic Breaker wheels, while archers carried Magic Breaker cones, making them immune to magic. They were Stormwind's ace troops, possessing a unique technology unique to the kingdom. The arrival of the Law-Breaking Legion allowed the two kingdoms to resist the attack of the Dragon Legion, and the two sides were once again deadlocked. On October 19th, a high-level demon appeared among the alien army. It could speak human language and claimed to be the Demon Duke. It was very powerful and injured the great magician Keldarin as soon as it appeared. On October 23rd, the alien army crossed the Sunset River and established a bridgehead on the south bank of the Sunset River, with the Demon Grand Duke personally in charge. The Moon Legion of the Solar Empire suffered heavy casualties and had to retreat to rest. On October 25th, the alien army arrived at the gates of Sun City, destroying countless villages and sending a large number of refugees into the city. Having said this, old Jim suddenly fell silent. He looked up and saw that all the guests in the tavern were also silent, with worry in their eyes. I didn't expect so many things to happen on the front line. Damn it, the aliens have even reached the outskirts of Sun City, and we didn't even know anything. Damn the officials for not telling us anything. The crowd was abuzz with emotion. Suddenly, the tavern door was flung open, and several soldiers rushed in. Seeing the book in old Jim's hand, they snatched it away, saying, Grand Duke Tianxiong has ordered that World Trend be confiscated for spreading rumors and misleading the public. Anyone reading it again will be thrown into prison. Chapter 136, The Sudden Fleet. The soldiers came in and snatched away World Trends. Everyone in the tavern looked at each other in bewilderment. Bah, these inhuman bastards instead of fighting aliens come to fight us. A guest couldn't help but curse. Humph, they don't want us to see this news that is unfavorable to them, so as to prevent us from causing trouble. These bastards, if it weren't for the news from the Silver Moon Kingdom, I'm afraid we would still be kept in the dark. Yes, the aliens are actually approaching Sun City. This is not good news. We must be prepared. If the aliens break through Sun City one day, we will be in danger. Damn aliens. Even Lord Keldarin was injured. Is there really no one in this world who can resist these aliens? Perhaps only if humanity unites and the major kingdoms form a united front will there be a glimmer of hope. That's bullshit. Just thinking about it. The world is in chaos right now. The Dragon's Breath Army, the Neutral Lords, the Silver Moon Kingdom, the Sun Empire, the Western Kingdoms. No one is willing to unite with anyone else. There's no chance of survival. In my opinion, it's only a matter of time before the aliens attack. In the tavern, the guests stopped drinking and started cursing and complaining about the current state of the world. Carter raised his head and drank a glass of wine, his handsome face showing a hint of madness. He said to his friend, I plan to go to the Silver Moon Kingdom. My friend was stunned and asked why. It's such a long way. Carter said, there is stability, peace, and the music of my dreams. The friend was silent for a moment, then took out a stack of gold coins, handed them to Carter, and said, Carter, here are 10 gold coins. You can buy a new violin or use them as travel expenses. Times are tough, and this is all I can do for you. Carter took a look, took out 5 gold coins and returned them to his friend, saying, it's not easy for you either. 5 is enough for me. I will buy a new piano and use my music to earn money for my journey. Silver Moon Bay. On the pier. Today, the port of Silver Moon Bay has undergone a new round of expansion. Its facilities are more comprehensive and its scale is larger. A large number of ships dock there every day, and countless goods are transported from the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, and countless textiles are also transported to the Kingdom of the Paus Islands. On the high watchtower, several soldiers on duty were chatting. Although this is an important coastal defense area, no abnormal situation has occurred in the past year or so. Over time, the soldiers on duty have relaxed their nerves. Ryan, have you seen the October issue of World Trends? I've read it. This book is really good. There's so much stuff in it. I'll be reading it to my son to improve his experience and knowledge. Oh, I really envy you for having a son. My wife saw the fashion section and saw a new perfume in it, and she insisted I buy it for her. My daughter also kept pestering me for a new pleated skirt. I'm so annoyed. Don't be so ungrateful. You have a good salary now, and your wife works in a textile factory. What's wrong with spending a little money on something? But my wife and daughter weren't like this before. When they first came here with me, they lived frugally. I asked them to buy some new cloth to make some clothes, but they were reluctant to accept it. But after that, our place developed so quickly, and there were so many delicious foods. My wife and daughter seem to have changed into different people. They eat different kinds of food every day. They have almost tried every dish in a newly built snack street. Now there are all kinds of new clothes, and my wife and daughter are going on a shopping spree. My hard-earned savings are almost gone to them. Hey, brother, calm down. Life was hard before, with nothing to eat or drink. They've suffered so much following you, so consider it compensation now. Besides, they're dressed nicely, so you'll feel proud too. Well, that's true. By the way, isn't your daughter already 20? Does she have a man? Bullshit. I get mad when I hear that. That brat actually said she's about the same age as His Majesty and wants to be His Majesty's consort. I almost fainted when I heard that. Haha, Your Majesty is young and promising and unmarried, so it's normal for young girls to have such thoughts. But dragging it out is not a solution. I have a friend whose son is 21 years old, good-looking, and very down-to-earth. How about introducing him to your daughter? So what does he do? He came here last year, quite early. He was interviewed a while ago and became a worker at the arsenal. Working is good and has a promising future. I like it. Wait, I'll talk to my daughter when I get back and ask them to find a time to meet up. 2 soldiers were chatting, and one of them glanced at them inadvertently. Suddenly, he froze and pointed at the sea and said, Ryan, look, something's happening. Ryan looked in the direction and saw a fleet appearing in a dark mass at the end of the sea. If it was just an ordinary fleet, it would be fine, but Su Fan had issued an order prohibiting merchant ships from flying national flags. The fleet that appeared now was not only neatly arranged, but also had a flag flying high on each ship. That's the flag of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands. Ryan shouted, They're so fast. They're coming towards us, his companion exclaimed. Oh no, it could be an enemy attack. Quick, signal. Dang, dang, dang. A fierce banging alarm sounded, and a red flare was launched into the air. Signal flares, a new invention after the birth of gunpowder, can produce brilliant fireworks and sharp sounds, and are equipped in various cities and fortresses. At this time, the port was in chaos because several ships were planning to sail far away. They saw this scene as soon as they left the port and were so scared that they quickly retreated. The crew members went ashore to hide. There is a military port and naval base next to it. Long Ji was fully armed at this time, holding a magic wand with a solemn expression. Groups of soldiers ran out of the barracks and quickly boarded the ship. The deputy general also ran out, came to Long Ji and said, "General, let's get on board too." Long Ji asked, "Have you figured out the other party's identity?" Their ships were flying the flag of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, and among them were 3 heavy warships. They didn't look like pirates, but regular troops. Chaptur, use 37 Murat. Long Ji is very angry now. As a naval commander, he had 20 warships of various sizes under his command, but he was unexpectedly rushed to the port by such a huge fleet of the enemy. He felt that he was losing face. Where are ship number 3 and number 4? Aren't they responsible for patrolling today? How come there's no news coming in? Long Ji's voice was filled with suppressed anger. The deputy commander said, "I haven't seen any, but if these ships are indeed from the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, then judging from their route, ships 3 and 4 are probably in grave danger." Long Ji gritted his teeth and said, "Follow me aboard and prepare for battle." Yes. Long Ji and his subordinates boarded the command ship, and then more than 20 large and small ships in the naval port rushed out in a mighty manner. Elsewhere, a general wearing a crescent-shaped net hat stood aboard a ship. Seeing a fleet approaching from the bustling harbor across the way, he couldn't help but smile. The Silver Moon Kingdom was ultimately slow to react. Their ships are powerful and fast, but if they get close enough to engage us head-on, they'll be no match for us. The lieutenant beside him laughed and said, "Sir Marat, your plan is indeed effective." It caught them off guard. They have so few ships, they are not even enough to fill our teeth. Murat laughed heartily. We in the Kingdom of the Paus Islands have thousands of speedboats and hundreds of large ships, not to mention the terrifying golden fleet at the side of His Majesty the Sea King. Attacking the Silver Moon Kingdom is like a piece of cake. These guys have made so much money from us. They're vampires. This time, we have to pay them back all at once. Speaking of the Golden Fleet, the Deputy General thought of the terrifying Magic Fleet. He had once encountered that terrifying fleet during a mission, and he still couldn't forget it. After seeing the sea fortress that was tens of meters high and hundreds of meters long, he was completely stunned. That thing can't even be considered a battleship, but an island floating on the sea. At this time, the fleets of both sides were gradually approaching each other, and both sides began to pull their formations. In the era of cold weapons, naval battles relied more on fleet formations and the coordination of large and small ships, with small boats harassing from behind and large ships engaging the enemy in close combat. Murat drew his sword from his waist and shouted, "Pass the word, prepare to shoot." A flag bearer waved a command flag, and in an instant, a large number of archers appeared on all the ships, drawing their bows and arrows, ready to shoot. On the other side, Long Ji frowned. "We only have more than 20 ships, but the enemy has 40. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to win." The Deputy General also said, "General, that being said, we have no choice but to fight. Behind us is Silver Moon Bay and Silver Moon City, the richest and most prosperous place in our kingdom. Your Majesty has invested countless funds in this port, and we have no way out." Long Ji gritted his teeth and said, "That's right, we can't retreat. Your Majesty has been very kind to me. This is my first time commanding a navy in a head-on confrontation. Even if it means death, I won't retreat a single step. Pass on my orders. Archers, prepare to fire. Large ships, prepare to engage. Ram directly into them, and use our sharp heads to cut a gash in their path." Yes. In this battle, one side was confident of victory, while the other side was determined to die. At the same time, Silver Moon City, Interior Affairs Office. Today, Su Fan is reviewing documents. Although he has set up departments of various sizes, there are still many things that require his approval, and he even has to tell his subordinates how to perform specific operations. Therefore, Su Fan's daily office hours have exceeded his time for cultivation and rest, and he is extremely busy every day. Alas, these idiots, they can't do anything. They don't understand anything. When can I train them so that I can worry less? Su Fan rubbed his temples and muttered to himself helplessly. Behind the scenes, Su Long was speechless. He thought that all the ministers and senior officials under him were carefully selected and were top talents with outstanding abilities. However, they were criticized as worthless by His Majesty the King and were all treated as fools. At this time, Athena pushed the door open and walked in. Su Fan looked up and saw Athena's serious expression. He was stunned and asked, "What's wrong?" Athena said, "Your Majesty, a large fleet has appeared in the East Sea, flying the flag of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, and is heading towards us." "What? The Kingdom of the Paus Islands?" Su Fan stood up, his face solemn. "What's going on? We are their largest import and export trading partner. Why would they suddenly attack us?" Athena said, "I don't know, but I can't rule out the possibility that the Kingdom of the Paus Islands is jealous of our money." "Where's Long Ji? How did he become the naval commander? Where are the 20 warships I built for him for?" Su Fan asked angrily. Athena said, "We've lost contact with the 2 ships on patrol today and are likely defeated. General Longji has already led his fleet out to meet the enemy. Your Majesty, we should also take action, mobilize the surrounding troops, and prepare for the worst." Su Fan pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, since the enemy is so powerful, let's prepare for the worst. Send a message to Thor, Rise, and Galen to immediately mobilize the troops to Silver Moon Bay to defend it. Send a message to the person in charge of the port administration to immediately organize the evacuation of civilians and rescue valuables and flammable items. If the enemy breaks through the defense line and lands on the beach, we must minimize the losses." "Understood. I'll arrange it right away." Athena turned and left, leaving Su Fan standing in the room, looking at the blue sky outside the window, with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. "Damn it, if I don't show my power, all kinds of people will come and bully me. Paus Islands, just wait for me. Su Long, I'm here. Go give Carl the order to speed up the work at all costs. I want to have 3,000 muskets within 10 days. After a month of development, the new arsenal, still under construction, has already produced 1,000 muskets and 5 cannons through manual labor. However, this is far from enough. Su Fan's goal is to quickly deploy 3,000 muskets, forming a special musketry regiment within the Third Army to immediately establish combat effectiveness. Furthermore, after receiving the reward for this mission, Su Fan will possess a complete and mature military machinery production system, significantly increasing the production efficiency of guns, artillery, and ammunition. This is what he desires most. Su Long left, and Su Fan stood alone in the room. After thinking for a moment, he also walked out of the room and said to the guards on duty, "Let's go. Get the carriage ready. We're going to Silver Moon Bay." Yes. Chapter 138, Humanoid Beast. The sea east of Silver Moon Bay originally had no name. After the establishment of the Silver Moon Kingdom, Su Fan named it the East China Sea to facilitate navigation and trade. At this time, 2 fleets were fighting fiercely over the East China Sea. 20 warships from the Silver Moon Kingdom and 40 warships from the Paus Islands Kingdom covered the entire sea surface. Many large ships were leaning against each other and had begun close combat. Waves of arrows poured out from the ship and continuously hit the opposite side. From time to time, there were also powerful crossbows, one shot of which could directly blast a hole in the hull of a large sailing ship. Snowstorm. Long Ji chanted a spell, and a magic circle appeared under his feet. Then the sky began to darken. Large patches of dark clouds gathered, strong winds blew, water elements began to condense, and the temperature in the air suddenly dropped by about 10 degrees. Murat narrowed his eyes. What powerful magic! I never thought there would be such a powerful magician in the Silver Moon Kingdom's fleet. Call. Blizzards began to fall from the dark clouds with great force. These blizzards are completely condensed from water elements, and since this place is located on the sea, the damage is even greater. Boom! The first wave of blizzard hit and stunned the soldiers standing on the deck of a large ship opposite. The ice and snow froze their bodies, and then the huge impact force directly smashed their bodies into meat patties. Blizzard, this is the advanced magic that Su Fan exchanged from them all. It is extremely powerful and especially suitable for Longji, the Frost Mage. The blizzard roared past, wave after wave, and the large ship that was targeted was soon covered with ice and snow. Thick ice wrapped around the entire hull, and the ice was filled with frozen corpses and blood. A blizzard directly destroyed a large ship. You can imagine how powerful it was. Seeing this, the nearby Silver Moon Kingdom Navy soldiers shouted excitedly. Their morale soared, and they charged even more bravely. Snowstorm. Longji continued to perform, aiming at another large ship. Murat growled, "Enough!" A powerful aura burst out from his entire body. The surface of his body was wrapped in a layer of red light. His eyes turned red. His muscles suddenly grew larger, and his height also increased a bit, reaching a height of nearly 2 meters. Roar! Murat had a ferocious expression and exuded a bloodthirsty and wild aura, like a mad beast. The soldiers around him avoided him and stayed away from him. Di Magitian. Murat held a broadsword in his hand, his hair flying behind him in the wind. He roared and leaped up, and a huge force even pushed the bow of the ship down 3 inches. He leaped over a distance of dozens of meters and directly landed on Longji's boat. Longji's pupil shrank, and he quickly stopped chanting and performing Blizzard. What is this thing? Longji's heart was filled with alarm. The other party's aura was extremely strong, stronger than his, making him feel the threat of death. Frost Cannon. Longji held the magic scepter in his hand. Ripples appeared on the top of the scepter. Countless ice elements condensed there, and in just 2 seconds, a huge energy ball was condensed. Boom! The energy ball ejected like a cannonball and quickly grew larger during flight. Murat roared and slashed it fiercely with his sword. The sword was also covered with a bloodthirsty red light, like a flame, but not really. The sword directly split the frost cannon into 2 halves, and the energy ball exploded instantly. The extremely dense ice element hit Murat's face, causing blood to flow from his face. However, Murat not only did not retreat, but his face became more ferocious, his aura became stronger, and his body became stronger. At this moment, he was like a little giant, and his height had become 2 meters and 3. Seeing Murat's state, Longji was shocked and cast his magic again. This time, he used his unique skill, Frost Nova. Countless ice elements floated, spun, and condensed in the air, and then exploded violently under Longji's chanting. The huge roar was heard clearly by everyone on the battlefield. The terrible impact force directly blew up a strong wind, and Longji's command ship shook and almost capsized. However, when the smoke cleared, a more powerful and crazier figure appeared in Longji's sight. "How is this possible?" Longji exclaimed. His Frost Nova was an extremely destructive spell, inherited from the Moon God Empire Magic Academy. It was a classic technique that forced even Earth swordsmen to temporarily avoid its attack, and mages to erect 4 or 5 layers of magic shield for defense. And yet this guy before him was completely unharmed? Haha, is this all you have? A magician. Murat was more like a monster than a human being now. He was 2 meters and 5 centimeters tall, with arms thicker than an adult's thighs. The long sword in his hand looked like a dagger. Longji looked like a child standing in front of him. "That's it, magician." Murat swung his sword and slashed at Longji. Longji held up a magic shield, but was still struck and sent flying. The magic shield exploded in the air, and a fist as big as a casserole appeared and smashed into Longji's body. At this moment, Longji felt as if all the bones in his body were broken. A sharp pain that tore his soul came, and he couldn't help but shout, "Fight! Fight!" His body flew from the bow to the stern and fell heavily on the deck. The soldiers nearby quickly hugged him. An officer shouted, "Quick, retreat! General Longji cannot die. With him, our navy can make a comeback. Everyone else, keep fighting with me." Kill. A crossbow was fired from another ship, heading straight towards Murat. This terrifying arrow that could directly penetrate the hull of a large ship was actually caught by Murat and held in his hand. A red light flashed, and the 2-meter-long thick arrow turned into powder. Murat chuckled and said, "Is this all you have? Too weak, too weak." Then, holding a sword, he was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, commanding the 300 soldiers on the ship, and all of them were wiped out in an instant. The battle on other ships was also going on. Although the soldiers of the Silver Moon Kingdom fought bravely and risked their lives, they were still far behind the enemy in terms of combat skills and experience. Especially after the command ship was destroyed, morale was low. Less than 2 hours into the battle, they had already shown signs of defeat. "General, what should we do? The enemy is almost surrounding us." A soldier on a ship asked anxiously. The battle was nearing its end. Their Silver Moon Kingdom fleet had suffered heavy casualties, leaving only their large ship and 3 or 4 smaller ones. Chapter 139, Xiaolong. The officer took a look at the situation and said through gritted teeth, "There's no point in dying here. Let's retreat." Yes. The remaining warships began to turn around and rushed towards the shore. Murat had returned to his normal form, looking a little weak, but still powerful. He said to those around him, "Catch up. Don't give the troops on the shore time to react." Yes. The fleet of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands soon followed. The Silver Moon Bay port, as the only port of the Silver Moon Kingdom, naturally has defensive forces. Long Ji has a coastal defense guard of 1,000 people under his command. In addition, the Silver Moon City has also set up a port management office here, which also has an armed force of 1,000 people. At this time, the entire port was in chaos. Some soldiers wearing red robes and black leather armor, holding spears and daggers in their hands, called on people to retreat from here. "Hurry! The enemy is coming soon. Retreat quickly. Retreat to Silver Moon City. Our reinforcements will be arriving soon. Don't panic. The Paus Islands Kingdom is also human. There's nothing to be afraid of. Keep order. Don't grab. Don't push." The soldiers maintained order. At this time, a man dressed as an officer came here, glanced around, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, follow me to set up a defense line." Xiao Long, an 18-year-old Coast Guard officer, originally belonged to the First Army and hailed from the northern border of the Moon God Empire. Because of his education, martial arts training, excellent performance, and strong military qualities, he was appreciated by Long Ji and recruited from the First Army. 6 months later, he had risen to become a Coast Guard battalion commander. The Coast Guard has a total of 3 battalions and a direct team. After the enemy attacked, Xiao Long immediately organized his subordinates and came to the port. At this time, a large number of ships were docked at the port at random. There was no one on the flat dock, only goods and garbage scattered everywhere. It was empty and there was no sound at all. 300 soldiers arrived here, and one soldier said, "General, we are the first to arrive." Xiao Long looked up and saw 3 warships flying the Silver Moon Kingdom's flags approaching at high speed. Soldiers on board shouted, "General Longji is seriously injured. Our army has suffered a crushing defeat. Please provide support. Our navy is finished just like that." Xiao Long said sadly, then said to those around him, "First company, go over there and pick them up and settle them in the back. Second and third companies, follow me up to the city wall and prepare to fight to the death." Now, after the second military reform, Su Fan's troops have all adopted a modern troop system, using the system of squad, platoon, company, battalion, regiment, brigade, and army. This is also for the future transformation into a modern army. There are 3 beacon towers at the port, and there's also a section of city wall between the civilian port and the military port, which is about 5 kilometers long and has more than a dozen crossbows mounted on it, becoming the first coastal defense line of Silver Moon Bay. Xiao Long led his 300 soldiers up to the coastal city wall and shouted, "Divide into small groups and operate the crossbows for defense. The rest of you, take out your bows and arrows and provide additional fire." At this time, a soldier came over and said worriedly, "General, we just received an order from above to hold our ground here for an hour while they evacuate the civilians and establish a second line of defense. Where are the other 2 battalions?" Xiao Long asked with a frown. The soldier said, "There are too many people at the port. They have all been transferred away and don't have time to come here. In other words, only the 300 of us have to defend this line of defense." Xiao Long's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. The soldier smiled wryly and said, "Yes." Everyone was silent, looking at the massive fleet slowly approaching on the sea and the densely packed enemy force on it. They all knew they were absolutely powerless to resist. To hold on here for an hour, to put it bluntly, is to let them sacrifice themselves to buy time for the main force. The soldiers all looked at Xiao Long and said, "General, tell me, what should we do?" Xiao Long took a deep breath, then exhaled fiercely. His eyes were determined, and he shouted, "Brothers, His Majesty the King has been very kind to us. He has given us a house to live in, money to earn, food to eat and drink to drink, and the ability to support our families. Now that the enemy is invading, how can we retreat without fighting?" The 300 soldiers had raging anger in their eyes. "We are worthless to begin with. If your Majesty hadn't taken us in, we would have starved to death in the wilderness. Even animals know the principle of repaying kindness, let alone us. A man should stand tall and proud in this world, and even die on the battlefield willingly." Xiao Long raised his sword and shouted, "Brothers, are you willing to fight to the death with me? Fight to the death. Never retreat. Fight to the death. Never retreat. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, the 300 soldiers no longer had any fear or hesitation in their hearts, only determination and loyalty. On the sea, Murat was sitting on the command ship with his bare chest. 2 guards were holding a box of shiny stuff and applying it to him. The stuff was washed off by hands as soon as it touched the skin. It was very magical. Murat also looked relieved. "General, this box has been wiped clean," the guard said cautiously. "Huh, so soon?" Murat glanced at the empty box in the guard's hand and shook his head. "While the magic powder is useful, it consumes too much energy. It's best to use bloodlust less often in the future." It turns out that what Murat practiced was called bloodthirst, which could improve himself through magic, but the side effects were also obvious. After using it, his body would experience muscle spasms and disordered magical energy in the body. Only the magic powder produced by the Kingdom of the Paus Islands could alleviate the side effects. However, the production process of magic powder is complicated and expensive. Even Murat, a naval admiral, feels distressed every time he uses it. "General, the coast is just ahead," the soldier reminded. Murat stood up and saw the tall city wall not far away and the flashing figures on the wall. He laughed and said, "It's no match for him. Fire all your crossbows, this time with stone bullets." Yes, the large warships of the Paus Navy were equipped with dozens of powerful crossbows. These crossbows could not only fire steel crossbow arrows, but also stone bullets. They were the most powerful traditional cold weapons of this era, or even in the world. More than 30 naval warships marched towards Silver Moon Bay in a mighty force. This paradise-like land was attacked from the ocean for the first time. Chapter 140 Landing. Boom! A stone bullet traveled nearly a kilometer and hit the city wall hard, smashing it into pieces. The fleet from the Kingdom of the Paus Islands opened fire. Other crossbows also opened fire at the same time. For a moment, countless stone bullets rained across the sea and landed on the city wall, and the screams of the soldiers rang out one after another. "Fight back! Fight back!" Xiao Long shouted loudly. He was also operating a crossbow, and together with 2 soldiers, he placed a steel spear into the quiver, then cranked the handle to pull the crossbow string to its maximum tension. "Shoot! Call out!" A long crossbow arrow flew across the sea against the strong wind and pierced through the chest of a soldier. He was carried up into the air and nailed to the ship's tower. Stone bullets and flying spears clashed, and soldiers on both sides suffered casualties. However, in terms of numbers, the Silver Moon Kingdom was still at a disadvantage. With over 30 warships, Xiaolong's troops were reduced to 1/3 in just one round of attack. The body of his companion rolled down at his feet. Xiaolong looked down and saw that the body had been smashed into pieces, with half of the body flattened. The expression on his face was painful, and his eyes were wide open when he died, looking hideous and terrifying. "Damn it," Xiaolong cursed, with a hint of madness in his eyes. "Come on, who's afraid of who?" He operated the crossbow, braving the fierce attack of rain of stones and bullets, and shot out another flying spear crossbow arrow. On the other side, Su Fan and Athena were advancing at a high speed with the guards. The guards is a newly formed military force of Su Fan, specifically used to protect him, the Ministry of the Interior, and Su Fan's official residence. There are currently only 1,000 people, and they are well equipped, including 500 newly summoned heavy infantry. These people are all under Su Fan's direct management and are the sharp knives that Su Fan controls. Su Fan rode on his horse with a serious expression. He looked at Athena and said, "I have a feeling that this battle won't go so smoothly." As if to confirm Su Fan's thoughts, the system prompt sounded at this time. Beep. Temporary mission issued. The Kingdom of the Paus Islands is advancing aggressively. Please resist their attack. Civilian casualties must not exceed 1,000. Mission target, 0/1,000. Mission reward, 1 bag of high-grade grain seeds. Su Fan narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the enemy this time was really difficult to deal with. It actually triggered the system to release a task. Ever since he'd settled down here, the system had almost stopped issuing side quests and temporary missions. Su Fan wondered if it was because these 2 types of missions required triggering conditions, like encountering a sufficiently dangerous or powerful enemy. For example, the Centaur attack posed a life-threatening threat to him, triggering the temporary mission. Now that the temporary task has been triggered again, it just confirms Su Fan's idea. The rewards for this mission are also very attractive. High-level grain seeds, that is, seeds, can increase the yield after planting, which is of great benefit to the development of agriculture. But Su Fan didn't have the mind to think about these things now. He shouted loudly, "Su Long, go and tell the camps to speed up." Yes. Boom. The city wall built on the coast collapsed, and Xiao Long fell heavily to the ground from a height of 10 meters. The rubble hit his forehead, and blood flowed into his eyes, turning the world in front of him red. The city wall collapsed, crushing him in the rubble. "Your Majesty, I have tried my best." Xiao Long murmured that his limbs were broken, and severe pain attacked his cerebrum in waves. He wanted to shout, he wanted to cry, he wanted to laugh, but no sound came out. His eyelids slowly closed, and at the last moment he saw the enemy fleet docked on the coast. This is the dock. There are a large amount of goods, including expensive clothes, precious spices, and the fine wine produced by the Silver Moon Kingdom. Go and move them onto the ship. All these things are ours. Murat stood at the bow, his hands on his hips, laughing wildly. The soldiers cheered and began to loot frantically on the dock. Team 1, Team 2, don't linger here, keep going. Their town is not far ahead, filled with countless gold coins and treasures. This foolish Silver Moon King hasn't even built a city wall. I wonder if he trusts us completely, or if he doesn't take us seriously. The deputy general laughed and said, "Speaking of the king of the Silver Moon Kingdom, some say he's a savior, others say he's a genius. He invented cement, invented paper, improved sailing and textile technology, and even created several popular poems. Hey, what a bullshit genius. Savior, in my opinion, he's just an idiot." Murat's face was filled with disdain as he said, "The city has no walls. A place as important as the docks is only defended by a few hundred men. The fleet's vigilance is too poor, and they barely detected us. Is that genius? They're just a mob. Pass my orders. Upon entering Silver Moon City, immediately establish a defense line and loot the treasure and gold. We'll leave in 1 hour." 1 hour? General, isn't a bit too short? "I'm afraid we won't get anything," said a deputy general. 1 hour will be enough. Don't forget that this is the capital of the Silver Moon Kingdom. They will definitely station a large number of troops here. We are Paus people, and the ocean is our world. Let's not get entangled with them on land. Murat Aplainit. Understood, General. Remember, in 1 hour, order all teams to set fire to their houses. This damn Silver Moon Kingdom has earned a lot of money from our country recently, and we have to make them pay it all back. Yes. So, just like the Japanese invaders entering a village, a large number of enemies headed towards Silver Moon City. Wow, the houses here are so beautiful. Most of the soldiers were here for the first time, and they were shocked when they saw the houses built with cement and blue bricks. Are you sure this isn't their main urban area? It's so beautifully built here. Some soldiers enter a small town. There are many small towns along the seaside, which are a little distance away from Silver Moon City and close to the sea. Because of trade, the residents here are very rich. The houses are all 3-story buildings, the roads are all cement roads, and there are green belts, which are clean and beautiful. A Paus soldier sighed. Compared to our hometown, this place is like heaven. My hometown is still made up of thatched huts. Who says it's not? This place is too prosperous. At this time, an officer came over and said with a wry smile, "You haven't been to Silver Moon City or Violet City. It's more beautiful and more prosperous there. It's a true paradise." Chapter 141, Killing. Pung. A door was violently kicked open, and the mother and son inside saw a feral soldier standing at the door, looking at them with a cruel smile. "Hand over the valuables in your house, and I can spare your lives." The soldier laughed, holding a sword in his hand. The mother quickly said, "Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you." She opened the drawer tremblingly and handed a bag of gold coins to the soldier. The soldier waited and frowned. "Is that all?" The mother nodded like a chicken pecking at rice and said in panic, "My family just arrived here not long ago, and this is all we have." What a waste of my energy. I could have gotten at least 1,000 gold coins from someone else's house. Why would I come here and pick on you? I think you're just trying to bluff me. Go to hell. The soldier showed a ferocious smile and raised the sword high in his hand. "No, no." The mother screamed in horror. Her 7-year-old son bravely rushed over at this time, hugged the soldier's thigh, and shouted, "Mom, go." So, when the mother saw this, she felt even colder all over. Her son was buying time for her to escape. But as a mother, how could she possibly abandon her son? "You little bastard, you want to die too? Fine, I'll grant your wish." A fierce light flashed in the soldier's eyes, and he stabbed the little boy with the sword in his hand. No! The mother screamed heartbreakingly, but her 7-year-old son had already been pierced through the chest by the sharp knife. The blade was soaked in blood. The little boy screamed in pain, twisted and struggled for a few times, and then stopped moving. "I kill you." The mother rushed towards the soldier like a madman. But how could a middle-aged woman beat a well-trained soldier? The sword also pierced the mother's chest, leaving 2 bodies, one large and one small. The soldier went into the house and searched for a while, then came out cursing. "Damn it, what bad luck. We can't find anything. This family is really fucking poor." In a small seaside town, tragedies like this were happening everywhere. Violence, killing, teasing, defiling, robbery, and so on. These POW soldiers were like a group of bandits. No, they were even more terrifying than bandits. At this time, Thor arrived late with the First Army. When he saw the bloody and violent scenes happening before his eyes turned red. "Asshole!" Thor cursed, raised the hammer in his hand, and shouted, "Everyone charge! Don't let any enemy go! Kill!" The soldiers were also filled with shock and anger and roared. Most of them were from Silver Moon City, and many of their family members were even here. Seeing their hometown being ravaged and trampled upon, they felt a burning pain on their faces. The First Army now had a full 20,000 men, including 1,000 heavy infantry and 1,000 sharpshooters. More importantly, there were 150 soldiers with awakened magical talents. In addition, Thor, the commander of the First Army, is a powerful hero at the level of a magician, which further strengthens the First Army's Ace Force attributes. At this time, Pause's soldiers also saw the enemy appear, and some officers shouted, "The enemy reinforcements are coming. Everyone quickly retreat. Don't fight them. It will prevent us from escaping. Hurry and retreat. There will be more reinforcements behind them. Let's retreat to the ships quickly. They have already lost their navy and can only watch helplessly." The soldiers of Paus were very cunning. When they saw the enemy reinforcements coming, they began to retreat. A large number of soldiers ran back, holding bags of gold coins, gold and silver jewelry, and various valuables. Seeing this, Thor was furious. "You want to leave after robbing? It's not that easy. Take my hammer." The Thor's hammer in his hand emitted crackling blue arcs of electricity. A strong wind blew around him, and the sky began to darken. The soldiers looked at this scene in shock. They didn't expect that their general was so powerful that he could produce such a strong phenomenon in heaven and earth with just one spell. These soldiers didn't know that this wasn't magic at all, but the power of gods, just like Athena. Go! Thor's hammer was thrown out and smashed heavily into the enemy crowd. There was a loud boom, followed by lightning and thunder. All the soldiers within a radius of 100 meters suffered a strong impact from the thunder. Their bodies were burnt and then turned into a pile of powder. Seeing this, the soldiers of Paus were filled with fear and shouted, "Run!" They had seen magicians before, but this was the first time they had seen magic of such powerful strength. "Kill them and let them live," Thor shouted. The First Army soldiers charged forward, roaring like tigers descending from the mountains. However, this was only one battlefield. Fighting and looting continued in other coastal towns. Silver Moon Bay covers a vast area. In addition to the 2 major port terminals, there are also large areas of wilderness beaches, which are areas that have not yet been developed. When Su Fan and Athena arrived at Silver Moon Bay with the guards, Su Fan's face had become extremely cold. Su Long glanced at Su Fan cautiously, not daring to breathe, because he had followed Su Fan for such a long time, and this was the first time he had seen Su Fan in such a terrifying state. His eyes were like ice that had not melted for thousands of years, making people dare not even touch him. Of course, Su Fan was angry, because the system prompt sound kept ringing in his mind. Ding! Civilians killed. Current progress 306 out of 1,000. Ding! Civilians killed. Current progress 408/1000. Ding! Civilians killed. Current progress 500 out of 1,000. Ding! Civilians killed. Current progress 670/1000. Su Fan has never hated the system notification sound as much as he does now. He was furious, not because the temporary mission might not be completed, but because his people were being brutally slaughtered by the enemy. And the place where the incident happened was his capital. Su Fan and Athena came to the coast and heard deafening shouts and cries of killing. Explosions sounded one after another. and the sounds of swords clashing merged into a melody of war and death. At this time, two soldiers who looked like officers ran over. After seeing Su Fan, they immediately ran over and saluted. "Your Majesty, the Fourth Army is here to set up a defense line." Su Fan asked, "The Fourth Army? Did the First and Fifth Armies see it? Did they come over?" "Report, the First, Fourth, and Fifth Armies have all joined the battle." "Well, that's good." "So fan nadith." In this era of backward information and transportation, it was already very good that the three armies with a total of 60,000 people could be mobilized within a few hours to rush to support. Chapter 142, Withdrawal. The vast coastline and the beautiful Silver Moon Bay. The battle continues. Thor's First Army, Rise's Fourth Army, and Gaia's Fifth Army, a total of 60,000 troops, are attacking frantically. All the soldiers knew that this battle was to defend their country, to repel the invading enemies, and to avenge their comrades and relatives who died in their hometown. The three generals, Thor, Rise, and Gaia, also turned into head harvesters. Thor summoned thunder, Rise used rune explosions, and Gaia swept across with a giant sword in his hand and was invincible. Soon, the Paus retreated like a tide, and those who ran slowly were hacked to death and slept forever in this foreign land. Su Fan and Athena stood on a high place, watching their army chasing the enemy, but Su Fan was not happy. "Athena, I feel that the enemy has no intention of confronting us head-on. We just made contact and haven't fought much yet, but they have already started to retreat." Su Fan said. Athena said, "The kingdom of the Paus Islands is unaware of our troop deployment. Perhaps they're just testing our strength, wanting to gauge our true strength. If we've performed poorly and our defenses are weak, they might seize upon our victory. But now that we've mobilized our entire troop, with 60,000 troops present, they've temporarily retreated." "Sufan Nadith, you make sense." "Su Long, tell the First, Fourth, and Fifth Armies not to set up any more defenses. They will not attack Silver Moon City anymore. They must rush to the Silver Moon Bay port as quickly as possible, regardless of everything, to first control their fleet. At the very least, we must cut off the fleet's connection with these landers. I will make sure they never return." Yes. Soon, the situation on the battlefield began to change. The Silver Moon Kingdom changed its conservative offensive and completely gave up setting up defense lines and searching for enemies hidden in houses. Instead, it went all out to move towards the port. Marat, riding on a tall horse with an excellent field of vision, was stationed on a hill with a central army of 500 men and was keenly aware of this change. Haha, these guys are not that stupid. Marat was calm and showed no worry at all. A lieutenant general laughed and said they actually knew they had to control the port first and cut off our connection with the fleet. That's not easy, but so what? Our main force has already begun boarding the ship. Once they're aboard, they'll be greeted by an even more brutal nightmare. Murat similet kuruedi. Are the kerosene bombs ready? We're ready. Dry devil ash has been sprinkled at the port. As long as they enter that area, they will be greeted by a raging fire like hell, said the deputy general. Well, let's go too. There's no point in staying here, Marat said, pulled the reins, and turned back with the central army. Boom! Thor knocked down 3 enemies with one hammer. The 3 soldiers fell to the ground with blue lightning jumping on their bodies. They kept twitching and became motionless in a few seconds. Thor stepped over the corpses of the enemies and glanced into the distance. The port was just around the corner. He could clearly see that many soldiers were waiting hurriedly for the boats. There were even several boats that were full of people and had begun to retreat. He said to the people around him, "Inform all regiments to speed up and seize their ships." Yes. Murat boarded the flagship, glanced at the pursuing Silver Moon Kingdom army, and said to those around him, "Have a messenger tell all ships to set sail in a quarter of an hour." "But many of our brothers have not come up yet," said an officer. "Never mind. Don't you see that the enemy is chasing us? If we don't leave, they will board the ship. Do you think we could defeat them? Or did you want to die here too?" Murat's eyes were fierce. The officer didn't dare to say a word and could only salute and retreat. Nearby, the soldiers' eyes showed a look of pity. Only half of the soldiers on the ships had returned. Even if another quarter of an hour passed, many of their companions would still not be able to return, and they would watch helplessly as they abandoned their companions, leaving them to the enemy and becoming the target of their wrath. 10 minutes later, Thor had already arrived at the dock with the First Army. There were a large number of POW soldiers crowding to board the ship. Thor also exerted all his strength. He held the hammer of Thor in his hand, jumped high, and then smashed it into the crowd of enemies. The terrible thunder exploded, turning into roaring thunder dragons that spread out and immediately killed hundreds of people. Run! What a terrible magic! Get on board! Get on board! The soldiers of the Paus Islands Kingdom shouted in fear. Faced with the massive crowd of Silver Moon Kingdom soldiers surrounding them, they had no desire to fight at all. At the dock, soldiers from the Kingdom of the Paus Islands continued to pour onto the warships, jostling for position, and even shouts of abuse were heard. Marat stood at the bow, frowning and saying, "I didn't expect a magician to appear in the Silver Moon Kingdom." The deputy general also said, "Yes, look at that man holding the hammer. He is tall and mighty, and his whole body is wrapped in lightning. He is actually using lightning magic. This is really rare." Yes. How many years has it been since lightning magic appeared? It is said that nowadays only the great magician of the Moon God Empire, Lord Keldarin, masters lightning magic. I didn't expect to see it here today. Marat clicked his tongue. Hee, but so what? General, you are an Earth-level magic swordsman. You are not weaker than him. The deputy general complimented. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. I don't want to duel with this guy in a one-on-one duel. Pass the order. No more waiting. All ships set sail. Marat ordered. Yes. Soon, the fleet of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands began to slowly leave the port, and this move immediately caused a great shock. At the dock, the Paus soldiers who were about to board the ship shouted, "We haven't boarded yet. Wait for us." Master Marat, wait a moment. Marat, you bastard. Paus's soldiers began to beg for mercy and weep bitterly, but when they saw that the fleet showed no intention of stopping, they began to curse again. On the ship, the soldiers who had just boarded the ship were still in shock and very scared. They were almost abandoned and left in this strange land. Many people looked at Murat with complicated eyes. Their general was so cruel and ruthless that they had to walk on thin ice. They felt like a huge stone was pressing on their hearts all the time, making it hard for them to breathe. Chapter 1, 43 New Products. However, Murat remained calm when facing the abuse from his own people, and his face remained expressionless, as if it had nothing to do with him. Ready the kerosene bombs. Murat raised his arm, and the messenger waved the flag. The battleship had left the port, and kerosene bombs were loaded onto the throwing machine. Then the gunner lit the fuse, and the throwing machine threw the kerosene bombs out fiercely. Boom! Countless kerosene bombs were thrown across the sea and dropped onto the dock. The kerosene exploded and came into contact with the burning fuse, instantly igniting a raging fire. The vast Silver Moon Bay pier instantly turned into a sea of fire. The soldiers of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands who had not yet had time to board the ship wailed in the fire. The first army of the Silver Moon Kingdom was also caught up in it. Many soldiers were covered in kerosene and let out shrill screams. Retreat, retreat quickly! Thor roared loudly, and his surroundings were covered with kerosene. The fire was burning, and thick black smoke was rolling up. The magic infantry of the First Army put up a magic shield together, but more soldiers were still trapped by the flames. At this time, the Fourth Army and the Fifth Army also arrived. Seeing this, Rise and Gaia immediately began to command the army to put out the fire. Marat, observing the First Army's miserable state from the boat, laughed and said, "I wonder what it must feel like for them to burn in the flames." The deputy general laughed and said, "Although this wave of fire cannot completely destroy them, it can at least cause them heavy losses." Marat said, "Order all ships to launch stone bombs." Yes. Soon, waves of stone bombs began to be fired. Stone bombs as big as watermelons fell like raindrops, once again dealing a heavy blow to the First Army in the flames. The soldiers could not even see the stone bombs coming, let alone avoid them. A soldier said to Thor, "General, the fireworks are too big. We can't see the way out, nor can we see the enemy. We can't tell the direction." The most terrifying thing about fire wasn't the heat or the burning, but the smoke. The smoke could bring tears to one's eyes, make breathing difficult, and even suffocate. Even heavy infantrymen with awakened magical talents were choked by it. Thor was unharmed. Although his strength was sealed, he was still a powerful mage, and he also possessed powerful divine power, which was fundamentally different from humans. Thor's eyes sparkled as he spoke. "The enemy has left. This is an attack from the sea. We must leave here quickly and retreat to a safe place. Everyone, follow my direction. Wherever I point, there is light." After saying that, he raised Thor's hammer high up. This time, Thor's hammer no longer flashed with lightning, but shone with white light, like the morning star in the night sky. Even the darkest darkness could not obscure it. White light shot up into the sky, forming a pillar of light. Thor held up Thor's hammer and began to walk towards the west. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone, follow that white light. In the raging fire and in desperate situations, Thor stood up and led the soldiers of the First Army to retreat back the way they came. A moment later, Su Fan and Athena arrived at the port with the guards. They saw that the long coastline was all engulfed in fire. The docks and ports that he had painstakingly managed were all engulfed in flames. Ruins, corpses, blood, and defeated troops. Athena suddenly felt Su Fan's emotional fluctuations. He was breathing rapidly, his chest heaving, and he was holding a flaming scepter in his hand, and his joints were white from pinching it. There's no fighting here anymore. Have Rise lead the Fourth Army to search other areas for any POW soldiers who haven't escaped. Have Gaia lead the Fifth Army to expedite the fire and clean up the battlefield. Have Thor lead the First Army to retreat and return to camp for rest. Yes. Su Long clasped his fists and went downstairs to pass on the order. Su Fan stood on the ruins of the dock, looking at the soldiers of the First Army who escaped from the fire in a panic. His face became even gloomier. He looked at the huge fleet on the sea in the distance. After clearing its firepower, it began to sail eastward. The flag of POWs hanging on it was so dazzling. Ding! Temporary mission completed. You have repelled the invading enemy and protected your city and people. Mission progress, 960/1000. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward, a bag of high-level grain seeds. The mission was completed, but Su Fan was not happy at all. His losses were too great and had disrupted all his plans. Have Gaia's Fifth Army stationed here after cleaning up the battlefield. They will repair the city walls, set up crossbows, and build defensive positions. Tomorrow morning, a supreme military meeting will be held at the Interior Affairs Hall. All Army-level generals must attend. Su Fan finished speaking coldly, then turned and went back, leaving behind a sentence. Remember to comfort the dead and wounded soldiers and pay the pensions in full. No deductions are allowed. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. Athena agreed. Su Fan returned to Silver Moon City and his official residence with a heavy heart. At this moment, a system notification sounded. Ding! You have killed over 50,000 enemy units. New items are now available in the system mall. Please check them out immediately. Su Fan was stunned and opened the system panel. He first saw an overview of his information in the territory interface. Territory, Silver Moon Kingdom. King, Su Fan. Number of cities, 5. Kill enemies, 50060. The number of enemies killed suddenly increased by more than 5,000, directly breaking through the 50,000 mark. However, there have been great changes in the mall interface. Originally, there were only 10 items that could be exchanged in the mall, and the icons behind them were all gray. But now, a new batch of icons in the mall have lit up, and the number of items that could be exchanged has reached a total of 20. In the equipment area, there are 2 more items, namely the magic wand and the magic sword, each with 100 redemption points. In the prop area, griffins and books of knowledge have been added. Griffin, a ferocious yet very intelligent large beast with the body of a lion and the head of falcon, and a pair of snow-white wings. They can be tamed and become the best flying mounts. Price, 100 points. Book of Knowledge, a magical book that can pass on the knowledge possessed by one person to another without any side effects. Price, 100 points. In the building area, there are many mysterious holy places and magic springs. Mysterious Holy Land, a huge building where magicians can practice, and their training efficiency is increased by 100%. Price, 10,000 points. Magic Spring, even more magical than the Moon Well, it's 100 square meters in size. The spring water is rich in magical essence. Drinking it regularly can help mortals awaken more easily. Price, 10,000 points. In the troop interface, there are 2 new types of troops. Musketeer 500, price 1,000 points. Gunner 100, price 1,000 points. In the skill area, 2 new skills have been added. Wind Step and Summon Water Elemental. Wind Step, advanced magic that renders a person invisible and increases movement speed by 100%. The first normal attack will reveal the user and double the damage dealt. Price, 5,000 points. Summon Water Element. Advanced magic that can summon a powerful water element warrior to help you fight. They are hardworking and fearless of life and death, making them the best tanks and fighters. Price, 5,000 points. Chapter 144 Book of Knowledge. At the bottom of the mall interface, a line of small words is displayed. Points, 5,900. After Su Fan completed the redemption last time, he had less than 1,000 points left. Now, it has become this number, which means that Su Fan killed about 5,000 enemies in this battle. There are more and more things in the mall now. When you kill 50,000 enemies, a new batch of goods will be unlocked. So, will new goods continue to be unlocked when you kill 100,000 enemies? Su Fan pondered over it. He looked carefully at the items in the mall and directly spent 5,000 points to exchange for 50 books of knowledge, without choosing any other items. The Silver Moon Kingdom isn't lacking mages right now. Su Fan currently possesses 100 paladins, 100 magic heavy infantry, and the Silver Moon Magic Academy. So the Silver Moon Kingdom actually has quite a few mages. Among the high-end warriors, the strongest is Thor, a mage. Following him are Athena, Gaia, Longji, Rise, Paladin, Karl, and Longyi, all of whom finally reached the level of gold-level magic swordsman in October. What the Silver Moon Kingdom urgently needs now is knowledge, and the modern knowledge that Su Fan is spreading. The Armed Forces Officers Academy and the Strategic Engineering College, as the highest institutions of learning for both civil and military fields, offer very comprehensive courses, but there are very few instructors, and there's only one genius like Chris. This leads to a very slow spread of modern scientific knowledge. The situation will not improve until 2 years later when this batch of students from the Strategic Engineering College graduate. If we want to fully operationalize all kinds of modern research, we have to wait for at least 5 more batches of students to graduate, which will take at least 15 years. Su Fan couldn't wait, so he wanted to open up the situation as soon as possible. Currently, in the entire Silver Moon Kingdom, Chris is the only one with the most profound knowledge and deep understanding, which has reached the level of a graduate student. The other students are only at the junior college level at best. Therefore, Su Fan planned to give all 50 books of knowledge to the students of the Strategic Engineering College so that they could acquire Chris's knowledge. In this way, the Strategic Engineering College would suddenly have 50 more graduate students who could undertake more and more difficult research and experiments. On the surface of the East China Sea, inside the flagship's cabin, Murat and several officers sat together. One officer pulled out a piece of parchment and said, "General, we've suffered approximately 5,000 casualties, lost 5 warships, and have another 6 with varying degrees of damage. We can no longer remain at sea." Murat said, "It's okay. We're already on our way home. In 5 days, we'll be back to Lava Island." However, our gains this time are enormous. We destroyed their navy, which allowed us to regain control of this sea area and become the sole overlord of this ocean. A general laughed and said, "Furthermore, we also plundered a large amount of supplies and wealth. The gold coins counted on our ship alone amounted to as much as 100,000. Haha, isn't this better than trade? Ever since we started trading with the Silver Moon Kingdom, all kinds of supplies in our Paus Islands have become ridiculously expensive. Even the price of food has skyrocketed several times. We can't even afford to eat anymore." An officer complained, "And they've also impacted our industry. My eldest brother used to be in the textile business, selling a piece of cloth for 10 gold coins. But ever since the merchants from the Silver Moon Kingdom came in, they've been selling ready-made clothes. While the colors and styles are beautiful, they're too cheap, with a piece costing only 2 or 3 gold coins. No one buys my eldest brother's cloth anymore, and his textile factory went bankrupt soon after." Everyone present echoed this sentiment. The impact of trade between the Silver Moon Kingdom and the Kingdom of the Paus Islands was truly enormous. While the people of the Paus Islands received a large amount of goods, their living conditions significantly improved, and many people made money, it still had a hugely destructive impact on some industries. Take the textile industry, for example. Now the textile industry of the entire Kingdom of the Paus Islands has been wiped out. No one would be foolish enough to invest in it again, because the cost of producing cloth is much higher than the cost of ready-made clothes sold by the Silver Moon Kingdom. An officer lamented, "The Silver Moon Kingdom is killing without bloodshed. Using wool textiles alone, they've already thrown our country into chaos. I'm afraid before too long, our economic lifeline will be controlled by the Silver Moon Kingdom." Murat said, "Indeed, they have a technological advantage over us, which means they can manipulate our economy through this advanced textile technology. Fortunately, the Prime Minister saw through the Silver Moon Kingdom's sinister intentions and promptly reported them to His Majesty, the Sea King. That's why we were able to come here and defeat them. Haha, they've lost the port, the fleet, and hundreds of thousands of gold coins. I think they won't be able to cause any trouble for at least a year, said a lieutenant. General Murat, I suggest blocking off this sea area. We should send a fleet to patrol here every month. If we find that the Silver Moon Kingdom is trying to rebuild the port, we will immediately destroy it. Murat nodded and said, this is already included in the plan. But don't forget, our mission goal is to suppress the Silver Moon Kingdom's navy and find an opportunity to land in Silver Moon Bay and capture a position, laying the foundation for His Majesty the Sea King to attack the mainland in the future. Speaking of this, all the generals present were eager to take action and showed excited expressions. It turns out that in this chaotic world, the island kingdom of Paus is eager to get a piece of the action. Previously, due to the existence of the two behemoths, the War God Empire and the Moon God Empire, the Paus Islands Kingdom did not have the courage to invade the mainland. But now the situation is different. The two empires have collapsed one after another. Alien natural disasters, the Dragon's Breath Army, the Sun Empire, and various new forces have appeared one after another. The top leaders of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands feel that they have finally waited for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack the continent and compete on the real stage of the world. Chapter 145, New Navy Commander. Even in the minds of the high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, even if they cannot sweep across the continent this time, they must occupy the Silver Moon Bay area. This way, they can attack when advancing and defend when retreating, which will be subversive to the strategic pattern of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands. Therefore, the Paus Islands Kingdom's high-level officials gave Murat two mission objectives. 1. Destroy the Silver Moon Kingdom fleet and seize control of the sea. 2. Capture Silver Moon Bay and gain a bridgehead position. Now the first goal has been achieved, but the second goal is extremely difficult. But Silver Moon City is the capital of the Silver Moon Kingdom, and the garrison there is far too large. The Deputy General said with a wry smile, we've suffered 5,000 casualties in just a few hours. I'm afraid His Majesty the Sea King wouldn't tolerate such heavy casualties. Murat narrowed his eyes, fiddling with an exquisite dagger that still emanated a magical aura. He said, we'll discuss this later. The situation on the continent is tense and turbulent right now. There will undoubtedly be further developments, and the Silver Moon Kingdom won't be immune. We simply need to wait patiently. When the Silver Moon Kingdom reveals a flaw, we can march forward with our forces and capture Silver Moon Bay, thus completing the mission entrusted to us by His Majesty the Sea King. The next day, morning, in the small conference room of the magnificent new Interior Affairs Hall, a high-level military meeting is being held. The atmosphere in the conference room was extremely depressing. Everyone was silent and still. Su Fan sat in the middle of the mahogany oval conference table, with Athena and Thor on both sides, and then to the sides were Karl, Paladin, Long E, Rise, Gaia, and Long G. Su Long sat in the back as an observer, holding a pen and paper to write down the meeting minutes. But 10 minutes had passed, and not a single word had been said. The oppressive atmosphere made Su Long feel terrified. Longji, how is your injury? After a long time, Su Fan finally spoke. Longji sighed imperceptibly and said, thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I drank the water from the moon well and have recovered now. However, my mental state is still not very good. It may take 2 days for me to fully recover. Su Fan nodded, then closed his eyes and said, everyone, tell us what you think. I'm sure everyone has some insights into this battle. Long Ji stood up, his face filled with shame, and said, Your Majesty, the responsibility for this battle lies entirely with me. It was my poor command of the army and my lack of vigilance that allowed the enemy to take advantage. I voluntarily request to be dismissed from my post and imprisoned to accept my punishment. Elder brother. He looked at Long Ji with an anxious look. He wanted to say something, but was shut up by Long Ji's stern look. Su Fan did not respond to Long Ji's request, but asked, What about the others? Tell us one by one. Thor was the first to speak. Apart from the Navy, the First Army suffered the heaviest losses. I underestimated them. I didn't expect they were equipped with kerosene bombs. I misjudged their fleet strength, and I am willing to accept the punishment. Rise said, We're all responsible for this battle. We all misjudged the enemy's strength and cunning, which led to us being passive at every step. Gaia said, The enemy was very powerful and came well prepared. We were caught off guard, which is why we were beaten so badly. But fortunately, we were able to mobilize 3 armies for support in time. I think the losses in Silver Moon Bay are barely acceptable. Carl said, Your Majesty, I think we should consider the consequences of this attack. The Kingdom of the Paus Islands has severed ties with us, and I've lost my largest source of grain and fruit. This is the most troublesome problem. Su Fan looked at Athena and asked, Athena, what do you think? Athena thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, now is not the time to assign blame. All the generals have worked very hard. Although General Longji made mistakes, he was determined to die. He was seriously injured. If it weren't for the water from the moon well, I'm afraid he would have died. I believe that after this incident, General Longji will become more mature and cautious. Su Fan drummed his fingers on the table. No one dared to speak. Longji remained standing, gritting his teeth and saying, Your Majesty, I accept the punishment. I bear unshirkable responsibility for the Navy's destruction. Of course you have an unshirkable responsibility. Su Fan slammed the table angrily, startling everyone. As a commander of the Navy, I spent a fortune building so many warships for you. And you only sent 2 out on patrol? The remaining 20 warships are all lying in the harbor resting? If you can't defeat me, who will? This was the first time that Su Fan scolded his subordinates so harshly. Everyone was silent and frightened. When Long Ji was scolded, he lowered his head even lower, just like a primary school student who had made a mistake and was obediently accepting punishment in front of the teacher. Su Fan grew increasingly angry as he spoke, pointing his finger at Long Ji's nose and cursing, I appointed you commander of the Navy and told you to strengthen the coastal defenses, but you've destroyed the Navy and the coastal defenses. You've completely disrupted my entire plan. Tell me, what should I do with you? Long Ji said loudly, Your Majesty, I am willing to die as an atonement. To die as an apology? Ha! Su Fan sneered twice and said, If I wanted you to die, then I wouldn't give you the water from the moon well. How about this? You start as an ordinary sailor in the Navy, and I'll make my own decision based on your performance. Long Ji was stunned and didn't say anything. It was Long Yi who reacted first. He grabbed Long Ji and said, Brother, hurry up and thank His Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long Ji said with emotion. Athena frowned and said, But in this case, who will take the position of naval commander? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Working in the Navy wasn't easy right now. Everyone was a colleague of Long Ji's of equal rank, and some are even less powerful than him. If someone were transferred to become Long Ji's immediate superior, they'd be unable to control him, making things even more difficult. Su Fan said, I remember there was a battalion commander of the Coastal City Defense Army named Xiaolong. He led 300 men in the coastal defense battle and fought the enemy for nearly an hour. He was eventually buried alive in the ruins of the city wall. If the soldiers hadn't discovered him early, he would have died long ago. How about this? Since the Navy is short of people now, let this surviving battalion commander, Xiao Long, be the commander of the Navy. How about it? Do you agree? Agree. 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 Unexpectedly, everyone present agreed. In their eyes, Xiao Long was just someone Su Fan had picked to save their reputation. Having such a small soldier as the naval commander wouldn't affect anyone, not even Long Ji. Because of the huge gap between them, he would be more relaxed. And when the Navy is rebuilt and has combat capability, the command will be handed over to Long Ji. However, these people, including Long Ji and Su Fan, would never have thought that they were wrong. What they were about to witness was the rise of a generation of naval war gods. Chapter 146, Planting New Grain Seeds. The Silver Moon Kingdom experienced an attack, and the atmosphere in Silver Moon City instantly became different from before. Many song and dance theaters became low-key, the shouting in snack bars became much less, and patrolling soldiers could often be seen on the streets. As everyone knows, many people died in Silver Moon Bay and the entire Navy was destroyed. His Majesty the King was very angry and the consequences were serious. Silver Moon Bay was once the most prosperous area in the entire Silver Moon Kingdom. Many ships came and went every day, selling and purchasing large quantities of goods and commodities. A large amount of gold coins were traded here, and many emerging industries emerged. Hundreds of thousands of people relied on the dock to support their families. But now the dock is gone, the ships are gone, and the trade has been cut off. Those who rely on the dock to support their families are facing the risk of unemployment. However, where there is destruction, there is rebirth. After cleaning up the battlefield, Su Fan immediately asked Kong Ding and Fei Lin to rebuild the port terminal. This time, the construction directly abandoned the port settings of the sailing age, and all design plans were aligned with the steam age. Su Fan's plan called for rebuilding a new steel fleet, steam-powered, steel-armored, and equipped with large-caliber artillery. Furthermore, the newly constructed port terminal had to be functional for at least 10 years, allowing it to be used until modern electric warships emerged. However, in order to prevent the enemy from destroying it midway, Su Fan moved the military port this time, directly to the Silver Moon River. The Silver Moon River is wide and can fully withstand the weight and buoyancy of ocean warships. In addition, Su Fan also built 2 artillery batteries at the mouth of the Silver Moon River. He will equip the artillery batteries with heavy artillery to guard the newly built ports and docks. Afterwards, Su Fan handed the high-quality grain seeds rewarded by the system to Xiao Suo, who was in charge of agriculture, and asked him to try planting them as soon as possible, start large-scale planting in the spring of next year, and see results by the end of next year. It's worth mentioning that, thanks to Su Fan's proposal, Silver Moon Kingdom's agricultural technology has advanced by leaps and bounds. Numerous greenhouses have been built, allowing them to collect sunlight to generate warmth, allowing for the cultivation of grain and vegetables even in winter. This bag of high-quality grain seeds was immediately planted in the greenhouses. Su Fan also used his last 900 points to redeem 90 primary crop growth acceleration cards, allowing this batch of high-quality grain seeds to mature in just a few minutes. After the first batch of new grain was harvested, Xiao Suo found Su Fan and said excitedly, "Your Majesty, this is incredible. A full 1,000 kilograms. What? You mean, the yield of new grain per mu has reached 1,000 kilograms? Su Fan said in surprise. Xiao Suo nodded and said, "That's right. We planted 100 acres, and this batch directly harvested 100,000 kilograms of grain. This is more than 3 times the previous amount." Su Fan also showed a long-lost smile and said, "This is the best news in recent times. You know, on Earth, with the support of modern high-tech agricultural technology, the per-acre wheat yield in the north is only 700 to 800 kilograms. With refined management, it can reach 1,000 kilograms, but this is basically the limit and it is difficult to increase it further. Now, with extensive management, this batch of new grain varieties can achieve a yield of 1,000 kilograms per mu, which is already very good." "Very good. Xiao Suo, expand the planting immediately. All the old grain seeds must be replaced within a year." "Yes," Su Fan said quietly. "We've lost access to foreign trade. Although we have ample food reserves, we can't achieve self-sufficiency at our current level. So, Xiao Suo, you have a very heavy burden. Next spring, I'll be launching a new round of expansion. If the logistics can't keep up and a food crisis occurs, you'll be held responsible." Xiao Suo's expression tightened, and he said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. While it's not snowing, I will work hard to organize manpower to continue reclaiming the wasteland and strive to achieve self-sufficiency as soon as possible." "Well, that's good." Su Fan nodded. With 89 primary crop growth acceleration cards, it wouldn't be difficult for Xiao Suo to complete this mission. By next autumn, everyone in the Silver Moon Kingdom would be able to eat food made from the new crops. After the attack on Silver Moon Bay, the Ministry of the Interior held meetings almost every day, and officials of all ranks lined up every day waiting to be summoned by Su Fan. Su Fan paid attention to every detail and made the task objectives of each department clear, and was extremely strict. If the task was not completed, the person would be immediately dismissed and replaced. As a result, the Silver Moon Kingdom from top to bottom seemed to be energized, with almost every department working all night long, and no one dared to rest. December 1st. Su Fan came to Beifeng City, a major military town. Su Fan was accompanied by Carl from the logistics department, who brought with him a batch of new goods. Paladin of the 2nd Army and Long E of the 3rd Army came to greet them. Su Fan asked, "How is it? There hasn't been any movement from the Dragon Breath Army recently." Paladin said, "Nothing's happening. However, the Solar Empire and the Dragon's Breath Army have signed a ceasefire agreement. The Dragon's Breath Army has withdrawn a large number of soldiers from the front lines. Furthermore, there are reports that the Poison Dragon Legion and the Night Owl Legion are gathering in the south, and their intentions are very strong against us." Su Fan said, "A beauty has already told me that the Demon Duke has appeared. The alien army is approaching the city of Sun City. The Grand Mage Keldarin is injured, Luo Xiong can no longer hold on, and the Sun Empire is in danger. In this situation, Luo Xiong needs the support of the Storm Kingdom and the Thunder Kingdom to help him resist the alien army. In exchange for the armistice agreement, they have to contribute 3 cities to the Dragon Breath army. I thought the Grand Duke Dragon Breath would not agree and would take advantage of his weakness to kill him, but I didn't expect this guy to actually agree. Long, he said, I think Grand Duke Longxi was afraid that the alien army would really break through the Sun Empire and that the Dragon Breath army alone would not be able to resist. That's why he agreed. Su Fan also said worriedly, this situation is actually very good. Even the Grand Mage Keldrin is no match for the Demon Duke, let alone us. Once the Solar Empire collapses, the Dragon's Breath army will be even less able to resist. At that time, we will face the alien scourge directly. Fortunately, we still have a period of buffer and development. Chapter 147 Carter's Singing. So Grand Duke Dragon's Breath finally realized the horror of the alien race and began to worry that his strength was not enough. They are coming to attack us and destroy us. In this way, Grand Duke Dragon's Breath can form a north-south confrontation with the Sun Empire, and the strength of the Dragon's Breath army will be greatly enhanced. Paladin said, in that case, you two must take strict precautions. How are your defenses? Su Fan asked. Paladin replied, my second army will establish a field defense line outside the city, and General Long Yi's third army will be stationed in Beifeng City. In this way, our 2 armies can support each other and form a pincer attack. Well done. How are the Holy Knights of Light doing now? Have any of the paladins made any breakthroughs? Paladin smiled and said, of course there are. 12 paladins have already broken through to the silver level. With the blessing of Moon Water, they're growing very fast. I believe that within a year, all paladins will break through to the silver level. Very good. 100 silver level paladins. We are getting closer and closer to the threshold of an ace force like the Moon Goddess Legion. Su Fan knew that even an ace force like the Moon Goddess Legion was not composed entirely of masters. Most of the troops were composed of black iron level and silver level magic swordsmen or magicians, just like Carl. When he was serving in the War God Empire, he served as a team leader as a silver magic swordsman. If he could reach the gold level, he would be able to command a team of at least 1,000 people. Su Fan brought Paladin and Long Yi into Northwind City. This city is now the border of the Silver Moon Kingdom. It is responsible for defending against foreign invasions and serves as a gateway. It is also a trading port on the northern border. A large number of merchants come in and out of here. Especially after the destruction of Silver Moon Bay, a large amount of supplies could not be sold and had to be sold from here to the Dragon's Breath army in the north or the territory of the Sun Empire. In the textile industry, which is currently the hottest and most profitable, sells a large amount of cloth, ready-made clothes, bedding, and other textiles from here to the north, and then imports a large amount of supplies from the north. Su Fan was sitting in the middle of the carriage, well protected, so no one could see his appearance. At this moment, Su Fan suddenly saw a man with an unshaven beard, torn clothes, and unkempt hair, but it still couldn't hide his sharp face and handsome features. The man, wearing a tattered linen robe and a pair of thin straw sandals, shivered in the cold wind. He huddled there, holding an old xylophone, singing outside the city gate, his voice filled with vicissitudes and melancholy. The foreigners have trampled the gardens and polluted the fields. We left our homes and searched for redemption. We believe that the Savior will come one day. Don't be afraid of any difficulties or obstacles. The Savior will come eventually. The day when light returns is the day when your name will go down in history. You will understand the significance of the coming of the Savior. Va? The land is engulfed in demonic fire. It is now. The Savior will lead us back to the north. La 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 la, la 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 la. The Savior will lead us back to the north. The song sung by this man had a melodious and soulful melody, and even Su Fan couldn't help but immerse himself in it after hearing it. Many pedestrians around were attracted by the singing and stopped to watch. Chapter 148, 3,000 Muskets. Su Fan said to Su Long, that man's singing voice is great. His songs are soulful and full of hope. He must have many stories to tell, and our territory needs people like him. He needs our help now. Give him some money and pay tribute to him on my behalf. Ask him to stay in the Silver Moon Kingdom. Tell him that the people here need him and need music full of hope. Okay, Su Long nodded. Here, Su Fan rode in a carriage and walked into Northwind City, surrounded by a group of people. Carter was still immersed in his song, and did not notice. After the song, some spectators threw silver coins to Carter, while others simply left. Gold coins were not available. They were very valuable, and with the current economic downturn, even wealthy merchants were reluctant to give Carter a single gold coin. Carter took the xylophone, took the money, counted it, and walked towards the city gate. At this time, a young man came towards them. He was handsome, wearing a brocade robe, and looked very friendly. "Hello, I'm Su Long, a guard from the Silver Moon Kingdom's Ministry of Internal Affairs," Su Long said with a smile. The Silver Moon Kingdom's Interior Department? Carter was stunned, wondering why such a person would come to him. Su Long said, "My master just heard your song and thought it was very nice. He said you're very talented and asked me to give you something." As he spoke, he secretly handed Carter a bag of gold coins. Carter was even more confused. This bag of money was not light. If it was all gold coins, there would be at least hundreds of them, which was enough for him to gain a foothold in the Silver Moon Kingdom. Carter didn't accept it directly. Instead, he frowned and asked, "Sir, please forgive me for being blunt. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of your master treating me like this. I, Carter, have nothing and am of no value. No, my master said that our Silver Moon Kingdom needs someone as affectionate and hopeful as you, and we also need your music. He hopes that you can stay in the Silver Moon Kingdom and bring hopeful music to its people." Su Long said solemnly. Carter wondered, who was his master? Why would he make such a strange request? He was looking at things from the perspective of the kingdom. This wasn't something an ordinary businessman or official would say. "Well, okay. Thank you, master. But may I ask, what is your master's name?" Su Long smiled, turned around and left, saying, "My master's name is Su Fan." Suvan. Carter was stunned. Isn't this the name of the king of Silver Moon Kingdom? In this world, information is not well circulated. Even many ordinary civilians do not know the name of the king of their own country. However, the Silver Moon Kingdom published the World Trend magazine, and Su Fan's name was mentioned in almost every issue, and he was praised a lot. Therefore, not only was he known to everyone in the Silver Moon Kingdom, including women and children, but even outsiders like Carter were well known to him. The king of the Silver Moon Kingdom, the legendary Su Fan, just passed by here and heard my music. Carter was a little bit unbelievable. He touched the big bag of coins in his arms, as if he was in a dream. "King Su Fan, I will obey your will and spread the song of hope to the world." Carter looked towards Northwind City with an extremely firm look in his eyes. Arriving at the barracks in Beifeng City, Su Fan asked Carl to store the goods he had brought with him on the training ground. Then he said to Long Yi of the Third Army, "Long Yi, this batch of goods will be handed over to your Third Army for use first." Long Yi was puzzled. When he lifted the oilcloth, he almost jumped up in excitement. "This is a musket." As the oilcloths were peeled back, the wooden boxes containing the muskets and ammunition were pried open with knives. The soldiers of the Third Army were extremely excited. Long Yi saluted Su Fan and said, "Your Majesty, we will never forget your great kindness to our Third Army. We will continue to work hard and start training immediately so that our soldiers can master the use of this new weapon as soon as possible." The other soldiers of the Third Army opened their eyes wide, their faces filled with curiosity. Is this the powerful new equipment that General Long Yi mentioned? It looks so strange. Yes. General Long Yi said that this weapon can punch a hole in the plate armor of heavy cavalry. It is dozens of times more powerful than bows and crossbows. I don't know if it's true or not. The soldiers were discussing this, but Paladin said with a bitter face, "Your Majesty, our Second Army also needs this kind of equipment. If this equipment could be distributed to our paladins, their combat effectiveness would be even greater, and they would be invincible." Su Fan sneered, "All right, Paladin, don't let me cry poor here. Everyone knows that your Second Army is the strongest, even more powerful than the First Army. And I've already given the paladins invisibility cloaks, which are enough for you to handle any situation. Don't be ungrateful. Compared to you, the other armies need to improve their strength even more. Well, Your Majesty, when the production of these new muskets increases, please remember to distribute them to our Second Army first. Our Second Army will always be the sharpest knife in your hand." Paladin said, All right, got it." Su Fan sent Paladin away, then said to Long Yi, "Your Third Army has also sent people to train you on how to use muskets, so I don't need to explain much. I just hope you can become combat ready as soon as possible. You must remember that there will be a vast array of new equipment in the future. I will only distribute the most advanced and useful equipment to the troops with the strongest learning abilities and the best ability to fight tough battles. If your troops cannot quickly transition and adapt to this new equipment and new combat methods, then you will have no chance of receiving it in the future. Longy was in a good mood now. He patted his chest and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I will immediately organize training for officers at all levels to help them change their mindsets and adapt to the new model and combat with new equipment as soon as possible." Well, that's good. I have one more thing to remind you. If the Dragon Breath army attacks and the battle isn't intense, it's best not to reveal this new equipment to the enemy. Once the enemy discovers the new equipment, they'll imitate it, and then our equipment advantage will disappear. It's best for us to wait until all our troops are equipped and find an opportunity to crush them, so they don't have time to imitate. Su Fan knew that the gap between the two civilizations would narrow rapidly when a war broke out, just like the tribal natives on Earth in the 20th century, who would become qualified modern residents in just a few decades after coming into contact with modern civilization. Su Fan didn't want to see this happen. Even if it really happened, he had to wait until he maximized his interests before allowing the natives of this world to possess hot weapons. Chapter 149, Arms Production System. Ding. Main quest completed. The research and development of steam and gunpowder has put you ahead of the world. Please build a modern army as soon as possible to complete your first transformation. Mission objective: to form a firearms force of 3,000 people with a firearms equipment rate of 100%. Task progress: 3,000/3,000. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward, Arms Supporting Production Technology. On the way out of Beifeng City, Su Fan received a notification sound indicating that the system task was completed. A large amount of knowledge entered Su Fan's mind. After Su Fan carefully sorted it out for a moment, he felt that this so-called Arms Supporting Production Technology was much better than he had imagined. This wave of new knowledge includes not only the optimization of current gunpowder in more precise proportions, but also the mechanical processing technology of various firearms and ammunition. Under the premise of having a steam engine, a mechanical processing factory can design and manufacture a steam-powered firearms and ammunition production line, which will greatly improve production efficiency and significantly reduce labor costs. Moreover, this knowledge also includes the optimization of some metallurgical processes, which has significantly improved the technological level of various metal processing. This is not just the production process of firearms and ammunition, but a broader theory and production system in the military industry. Su Fan can fully teach this system to the teachers and students of a strategic engineering college for research, which will enable the Silver Moon Kingdom to have a complete and comprehensive military-industrial system in the shortest time. Just like building a high-rise building, this system is laying the foundation. Only by laying a solid foundation can the building be built higher and more stable. Ding! Main quest updated. The enemy from the sea has become your biggest threat. Please eliminate this threat as soon as possible and reopen the sea trade route. Mission objective: reopen shipping routes and open up overseas trade. Mission reward: basic medical knowledge system. Su Fan felt a little disappointed when he saw the mission reward, because he wanted an internal combustion engine or a more powerful weapon blueprint, but he was given such a meaningless mission reward. However, Su Fan also knew that basic medicine was absolutely crucial to the development of the entire civilization knowledge system. This was the most widely applied field of biology, studying the mysteries of the human body and scientifically treating diseases. Su Fan taught the students knowledge of physics, chemistry, and biology, but it was just the basics. If he relied on the researchers of the Strategic Engineering College to research basic medicine and integrate it into a theoretical system, it would take an unknown amount of time. And now, this mission reward just fills a gap and shortcoming in the Silver Moon Kingdom's knowledge system. Now, when soldiers and civilians of the Silver Moon Kingdom are injured, they all rely on the traditional medicine of this world. It is crude and simple and very superstitious. The cure rate is also very low, and people are in fear of diseases. Only a small number of people can afford to pay a large sum of money to hire a water magician. Their water magic has certain cleansing and healing abilities and is more effective against diseases. Of course, things are different now with Paladin here. Under Su Fan's instructions, Paladin taught the magic of holy light to Wagron, the dean of the Magic Academy, and then Wagron taught it to all the magicians in the Silver Moon Kingdom. In this way, all magicians in the Silver Moon Kingdom will be able to take on the ability to treat diseases. Some wealthy, ordinary people will also have the opportunity to ask these noble magicians to cast holy light to treat diseases. Therefore, the establishment of basic medicine brings about more profound changes and significance. It is great and by no means comparable to any advanced weapons and equipment. Su Fan left Beifeng City and went straight to the Strategic Engineering College on the banks of the Silver Moon River. He settled down there and stayed for 7 days. One by one, the supporting production processes for arms were brought out, including gunpowder optimization, steam-powered firearms and ammunition production lines, upgraded versions of flintlock rifles, optimized artillery barrels, and improved metallurgical processes. A profound transformation in the military industry is quietly taking place. Chris, the dean of the School of Strategic Engineering and a genius professor, and the 50 graduate-level researchers he led were all dumbfounded. They study day and night, and there are new obstacles and new problems waiting for them to solve almost every moment. Sometimes, just after solving a problem, more problems may arise. After several attempts, many people even felt that the research path was too difficult and extremely boring. If it weren't for the high salaries, they would have quit long ago. However, they didn't expect that their own king would come and directly solve 90% of their problems. All they can do now is to conduct experiments and then help the arsenal to build a production line and start production as soon as possible. To put it bluntly, they are just tools, and their only responsibility is implementation. However, this made many researchers feel even more aggrieved because all the hard work they had done before had completely lost its meaning at this moment. The thick stack of manuscript paper and notes that I had written without sleep and forgetting to eat became a joke at this moment. Su Fan gave them the most mature and optimized solutions and technologies, a level that they might not be able to reach even if they spent another 10 years. Wow, is His Majesty the King a god or a human? Why is he so perverted? A young female researcher pouted in grievance and shed tears. Look, Teacher Chris is shocked. The researchers all looked at Chris and found that Chris also had a confused expression on his face, watching Su Fan modify their plans and design drawings. Your Majesty is truly amazing. He can govern a country, fight a war, and even research these things. Haha, of course. Our king is the savior sent by the moon goddess alone. The researchers were chattering and talking in low voices, but they had no idea that Chris, hidden in his confusion, was a crazy admiration for him. I see, that's how it is. Chris looked at the long list of formulas that Su Fan had rewritten, which perfectly solved the problem of airtightness in the barrel processing process. There was a hint of brilliance in his eyes, and he looked at Su Fan with admiration. Your Majesty, you are truly amazing. Chris praised sincerely. Chapter 150, The First Snow of the Second Year. Su Fan put the written paper away, then took out the next blueprint, looking at it with a smile. It's not that I'm great, it's that you're far from mature enough. This knowledge is a brand new field and a brand new world for you, and you'll need time to adapt. Chris, you have to be able to endure loneliness. You know, the most important thing in scientific research is perseverance. Even if you're wrong 10,000 times, as long as you're right, it's worth it. Chris said solemnly, Your Majesty's teachings, we will definitely keep them in mind. After the muskets were put into service, for cannons were also manufactured. Originally, they were planned to be distributed to Long Yi's Third Army first. As the first firearms unit, how could it do without artillery? But now the situation has changed, and the 3 cannons have been pushed onto the newly built artillery platform in Silver Moon Bay. These 2 newly constructed forts, built of cement and stone on either side of the Silver Moon River's estuary, stood 20 meters tall, with a wide platform and a specially constructed concrete bunker tower. For newly produced 100mm guns were installed within the bunkers. This gave the forts an excellent field of view, significantly increased the guns' range, and enhanced defensive capabilities. This kind of non-mobile artillery is theoretically invincible. The outdated warships of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands cannot reach the artillery and have no ability to destroy it. However, only 4 forts are far from enough. Kong Bing organized a large number of workers to work day and night to build the 3rd and 4th forts. These 2 forts were newly built on both sides of the civilian port to take on the responsibility of defending the port. December 1st, the new weapons and ammunition production line was officially put into operation. The initial construction of the port was officially completed, and the production of the first steam-powered steel battleship began. In Silver Moon Bay, Tens of thousands of workers work here every day. Long queues form in the morning, noon, and evening for meals, which looks very spectacular. The middlemen, unloaders, and small vendors had originally thought of leaving after losing the huge number of customers brought by the trade, but after seeing this scene, many of them held back and stayed here. This wounded land not only did not wither and fall, but instead ushered in a new life. This also made the people feel the attitude of the Silver Moon Kingdom. They all gave Su Fan a thumbs up and said that Su Fan was courageous. They didn't know that Su Fan's courage came from the 4 newly built forts. Without these 4 forts, Su Fan would never dare to rebuild the port. On December 5th, a heavy snow fell. All the cities in the Silver Moon Kingdom were covered in silver. On the surface of the East China Sea, a fleet rushed out from the white fog. This fleet was also very large, with 10 large warships and 7 small warships, sailing in the strong sea breeze and turbulent waves. A general walked out of the cabin, peeling an orange in his hand. This fruit seemed to be born for sailing. Eating it on the ship not only can adjust the taste, but also can keep the body healthy. A long time ago, sailors on the ocean suffered from skin bleeding, weakness, fatigue, and loss of appetite due to long periods of time at sea. But someone brought oranges on board, and the sailors ate a lot of oranges along the way, but they did not get these strange diseases. So oranges became the sailor's favorite fruit. After peeling the orange, the general put the peel to his nose and took a deep breath with a look of enjoyment on his face. Then he stuffed the peeled orange flesh into his mouth, and the juice overflowed. How's it going? We should be almost at our destination, the general said vaguely. The soldiers standing at the bow pointed ahead and said, Look, General, we can already see the coastline, but it's foggy today, so it's a little hard to see clearly. The general looked forward and saw a gray coastline faintly visible in the white fog. Hee, I wonder if those guys in the Silver Moon Kingdom are being clever and secretly rebuilding the port and fleet, said the general. Haha, General, you think too highly of them. The Silver Moon Kingdom's navy is now completely annihilated. What can they use to fight us? Just those ballistae? If our fleet goes there, we will completely crush them. Yes, General, what we should be worried about now is whether there's still people in this bay. I hope they haven't all left, otherwise our trip would be in vain. Haha, that's hard to say. We slaughtered all the ordinary civilians in such a prosperous bay last time. Wouldn't they be afraid? How could they have the courage to continue living here? If I were those civilians, I would have moved away long ago. On the bow deck, several soldiers were discussing with each other, their words full of disdain and sarcasm. In fact, it is not their fault for being arrogant, but they are from the kingdom of the Paus Islands. Everyone grew up on a ship and has full confidence in the control of the ocean and the strength of the kingdom of the Paus Islands ocean fleet. However, the general remained silent. He said coldly, All right, enough talking. Pass on my orders. All ships must be on high alert and prepare for battle. What's wrong? The soldiers were puzzled. The general pointed ahead and said, But if you look closely, the shore is not as peaceful as we imagined. The soldiers looked and listened carefully, and some noisy sounds came into their ears along with the sea breeze. As the distance got closer, the fog gradually thinned, and they seemed to see a scene of people working busily. So many people. They're rebuilding the dock. Those guys from the Silver Moon Kingdom really don't take our kingdom of the Paus Islands seriously. The soldiers were quite shocked. The scene before them was completely beyond their expectations. Then let's teach them a lesson. Let them know that on the ocean, on the seashore, no one dares to disobey the kingdom of the Paus Islands, not even the Moon God Empire and the God of War Empire. The soldiers were excited. The flag bearer waved the command flag and lit a red firework. This firework could last for a long time and was very conspicuous even in foggy days. When other ships saw this red firework, they knew that there was an enemy ahead and they were ready to attack. The general summoned his lieutenants and began to dispatch personnel, and the entire fleet began to enter combat status. Although this fleet is also very large, it is only a part of the first fleet of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, a squadron. This general is the deputy general who followed Marat to attack Silver Moon Bay last time. He is also the main general this time. It was originally just a routine inspection conducted on January 1st, but unexpectedly, something unusual was discovered. The enemy actually dared to rebuild the dock, and at such a fast speed. The foundation has been laid, and countless workers are working intensively. Chapter 151, Artillery Fire. Xiaolong stood on the third artillery position and explained the function of this artillery position to the soldiers in the artillery tower. The primary objective of this fort is to defend the port and the docks, and to assist the other 3 forts in forming a firepower network. Next week, General Carl will deliver a batch of new artillery pieces, and we'll equip 3 of them here simultaneously. By then, we'll have a total of 4 artillery pieces, and their power will be 4 times greater than it is now. Xiaolong explained to the soldiers that he had just taken up his new position, replacing Long Ji as the new naval commander of the Silver Moon Kingdom. During this month, he has been forming a new navy, and the total number of navy has expanded to 10,000. The entire coastal defense force, which is responsible for the unified management of ports, docks, and artillery positions, has reached 5,000 people. Xiaolong knew he was young and couldn't command a crowd. His sudden rise to naval commander was likely a fluke, unrelated to his own abilities. Therefore, he handled everything himself, including today, personally visiting each of the 4 artillery batteries and addressing the garrisons one by one. The gunners have received training and are all proficient in using this 100mm fixed-base artillery. So the purpose of Xiaolong's visit today is to let them know what to do and how to do it when the enemy approaches. General, something's happening. Outside the gun tower, the soldier in charge of lookout hurried in and said, "A fleet has been spotted on the sea ahead." "Fleet? Who are they?" Xiaolong asked calmly with a concentrated aura. I didn't see their military flag clearly," the soldier said weakly, with his head lowered. He originally thought he would be scolded, but he saw that Xiaolong ignored him at all, but went out directly and walked towards the watchtower. Xiaolong stood on the observation deck and took out a strange object. It looked like a flute, slender in shape, but without any opening on it. Xiaolong held it in front of his eyes for a moment, his expression changing immediately. "It's the Paus Islands Kingdom's fleet. Watchtower, sound the alarm immediately. Tell the coastal defense forces to assemble immediately. All 4 artillery batteries immediately put the enemy in a combat mode. As soon as they enter attack range, attack immediately." Yes. The soldiers agreed and hurried to convey the order. But at the same time, they were also a little confused. They were so far away and covered in fog. How could General Xiaolong be so sure that it was the fleet of the kingdom of the Paus Islands? Xiaolong held this strange thing in his hand. Through this thing, the world in front of him was magnified dozens of times. The fleet far away in the sky seemed to be right in front of him, which was very magical. That's right, this is a telescope, the world's first mass-produced monocular telescope. After the attack in Silver Moon Bay, Su Fan convened a special military meeting to summarize the experience and learn lessons. Many people said that it was because of the lack of information and poor vigilance, especially in the vast ocean, where the sea conditions are unpredictable and the slightest mistake will lead to the loss of the opportunity to fight. Just like this time, the 2 patrol warships were destroyed and the Silver Moon Kingdom became blind. When Paus's fleet appeared, the Silver Moon Kingdom's navy hurriedly set out and was defeated before they could even deploy their formation. Because glass couldn't yet be manufactured, Su Fan used a metal unique to this continent called transparent iron, similar to crystal, but more transparent and ductile. Su Fan purchased a batch of this material from a foreign merchant and used it as raw material. After careful polishing and several experiments, he produced the first batch of telescopes, a total of 300, which were distributed to the generals on the front lines. The alarm sounded and the flare was launched into the sky. The busy Silver Moon Bay suddenly became quiet. Tens of thousands of people stared at the scene in a daze, as if they were under a spell of immobilization. It feels familiar yet distant. Just over a month ago, there were the same alarms and flares. The enemy is coming. The workers in Silver Moon Bay fled in all directions, all heading towards Silver Moon City. Although they did not trust the Navy, well, there was no Navy now, but they still trusted the Army. As long as they fled to Silver Moon City, the enemies on the sea would never attack. At the same time, many people were watching, wanting to know whether the Silver Moon Kingdom could hold out this time, and whether there would be countless casualties like last time. 5,000 coastal defense troops and 10,000 naval soldiers, all armed with weapons, were ready at the designated defense line. What they had to do was to encircle the enemy on the beach when they broke through the artillery fire blockade and forcibly landed on the beach, so as to prevent the area of war from expanding. Assemble, little bastards, go put on your armor. Everyone gets 3 bags of crossbow arrows, Why did you only take 2? You really piss me off. Coastal Defense Regiment 1. Assemble quickly. You must reach the designated defense line within 15 minutes. Yes. In a coastal defense camp, soldiers were rushing around, and various instructions were intertwined, which made the adrenaline of these recruits surge. Boom! At this moment, a deafening roar resounded across the seashore. Unfortunately, this military camp was right next to the 3rd Artillery Battery, and many soldiers were frightened. Many of them staggered and almost fell. What's wrong? Is there thunder? No. Where does thunder come from in the middle of winter? It's the battery. It's the sound of the battery. Cannon emplacement? Can our crossbows make such a big noise? The soldiers scratched their heads, bewildered and puzzled. They only knew that 4 large artillery batteries had been built on the coast, but they had no idea of the artillery. This is also a form of confidentiality measure. Before the war breaks out, even ordinary soldiers are unaware of the existence of new weapons. On the surface of the East China Sea, next to a Paus warship, with a boom, a shell fell into the sea, causing a huge splash of water. The soldiers on the battleship's deck widened their eyes and exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell? It can actually shoot so far away." Not only is it far away, but it also looks very powerful. As he was speaking, 3 more huge roars were heard, crashing onto the sea surface. On the fort, the artillerymen were also extremely anxious. Correct the angle, lower it 3 degrees, adjust it to the left 1.5 degrees, reload, ignite, and fire. Boom! This time, a shell hit the deck of a small warship accurately, causing a violent explosion. A huge fireball appeared, and the heat wave mixed with sharp shrapnel swept out, sweeping the entire warship beyond recognition. On other warships, the soldiers were so frightened by the horrific scene that their legs went weak. Chapter 152. The flagship is the target. The soldiers of the Paus fleet were stunned by the power of the artillery. "Oh my God, what is this? Is it magic?" the soldiers exclaimed. But there is no breath of magic. "This is not magic. It is a new weapon," said a magic swordsman with a frown. Boom! There was another violent explosion. This time, a cannonball hit the side of a large ship, causing its ships to fly and a large hole to appear. On the flagship, the general in charge of this patrol mission widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock, "Damn it! How could there be such a powerful weapon?" "General, what should we do? Should we continue?" asked the deputy general. The general gritted his teeth and said, "Continue? Of course we must continue. The Silver Moon Kingdom has lost its navy, its ports, and its docks. We were able to defeat them last time, so we can certainly do it this time. But these new weapons are very powerful." The deputy general's heart was beating fast. The explosion was too powerful, no less powerful than magic. "There is nothing to worry about. We are numerous, and I don't believe this weapon can continue to create such terrible explosions. Pass on my order, all ships, speed up, enter the range of the crossbows, and destroy those artillery positions with stone bullets and crossbows," the general ordered. Yes, Paus's fleet began to accelerate, but the range of the weapons of both sides was too different. The Silver Moon Kingdom's artillery was located on a high ground and could take advantage of the parabola, so the range was longer. The difference in shooting range between the two sides created a death zone. Boom, boom, boom. 4 artillery batteries and 4 cannons roared continuously. The sound was like thunder, forming a terrible firepower network. Inside the artillery position, the gunners were all tense and looked extremely nervous. To be on the safe side, these gunners were all veterans of the battlefield. They had seen life and death and had experienced combat, so they were not afraid. However, this time, they were asked to operate new weapons to fight. This was a brand new mode, and the gunners are not used to it yet, and they seemed clumsy. "Hurry up, loader! Load the ammunition," the main gunner shouted. "No, this box of ammunition is gone." "Damn it, then go move it. Go quickly, our artillery fire can't stop," the main gunner yelled. The 2 loaders had never imagined that the ammunition would be consumed so quickly during combat. There were 9 shells in a box, and all of them were fired in just 2 minutes. So they hurriedly brought ammunition from the warehouse. After a busy period, the loader shouted loudly, "Loading completed." At this time, the observer shouted, 3 degrees down, 5 degrees left, that ship looks like the flagship hit its tower." "Flagship? Hee hee, that would be the best." Boom! A shell flew out, but instead of hearing an explosion, he heard his teammates shouting, "It missed! It missed!" Adjust right by 1.5 degrees, up by 1.5 degrees. Don't hesitate, fire. Boom. This time, they saw a ball of fire rising into the sky from the target warship, and the ship's tower was overturned. Okay, I hit it. On the sea, the fleet commander was observing the enemy situation on the flagship, but a shell flew directly past his ear. Before he could react, he heard a huge roar. His eardrums were about to bleed, and his back felt as if it was hit by a huge hammer, and then he felt himself being thrown out. Fortunately, the general was a gold-level magic swordsman with extraordinary strength. He adjusted his center of gravity at the last moment and landed steadily on the bow of the ship. However, when he looked back, he saw a ruin. The original 3-story luxurious tower on the flagship was now completely destroyed, with flames burning fiercely and a pungent smell emanating from it. On the deck, many soldiers were blown away by the impact of the explosion, their internal organs damaged. They lay on the ground vomiting blood, looking miserable, and it seemed that they had completely lost their combat effectiveness. The general's face changed. For the first time, he clearly felt the horror of this new weapon. Holding a sword in hand, he came to the bow and saw that his fleet had suffered heavy losses, with at least 3 small boats and 3 large ships completely destroyed, and 3 large ships had big holes in them and were in danger. However, they finally came within the range of their own weapons. Boom! A stone bullet flew out and hit the turret accurately, but this turret was solid, made of large stones and cement, and had extremely strong defense. After being hit, it only left a small hole. On the POW's side, the remaining ships seemed to want to vent their frustrations. They opened fire at full power, firing stone bullets, crossbow arrows, and crossbow rifles as if they were free, pouring down on the 4-gun platforms. The firepower of the 4 artillery batteries was finally suppressed. Inside the 3rd turret, the main gunner felt the outer wall of the turret shaking violently. It was under constant and fierce bombardment and was in danger of collapsing at any time. But he was not afraid at all and shouted loudly, "Reload, keep reloading. They have suffered heavy losses, but this is far from enough. We must make them lose 3 more ships so that they will never return and know the power of our Silver Moon Kingdom. As long as we can defeat the enemy, we will die without regrets. Observer, stop hiding and report your coordinates." The lead gunner saw the observer cowering to the side, and he was so angry that he kicked him hard and shouted, "His Majesty gave you military pay, allowed you to start a family in the Silver Moon Kingdom, and saved your life. Is this how you repay His Majesty? Get up here right now and report your quota." "Yes." The observer gritted his teeth and shouted at the top of his lungs. He suppressed his fear and stood at the window. There was no barrier here. The enemy's crossbows and stone bullets flew past his ears and hit the outer wall next to him. The stone chips flew and pierced his skin, making him feel a piercing pain. Down 3 degrees, right 1.5 degrees, it's their flagship chute. Bloodshot appeared in the observer's eyes. Under the dual effects of extreme fear and forced courage, he became crazy. Boom! A cannonball flew across the surging ocean and hit the deck of the flagship. The gold-level magic swordsman used all his strength to defend himself, but was still thrown away by the huge shock wave and fell into the sea. Damn it, damn it! One of the general's arms was blown off, and the blood dyed the sea red. The severe pain made the general's scalp numb, and he almost fainted. He roared, and his whole body burst into brilliant light. He jumped up and flew to another warship. Then he looked at his flagship. After being hit by 3 shells, it was now slowly sinking. Except for him, all the 200 soldiers on board died in the sea. Chapter 153, Post-War Response. General, the soldier on the ship hesitated to speak. The general looked at the scene before him. There were continuous artillery fire and flames everywhere. Screams were heard one after another in his fleet. Every explosion made his heart tremble. "Bah, when did war become like this?" the general murmured. After a long pause, the general said, "Retreat. Order all ships to retreat quickly. We have already suffered heavy losses, and there is no point in fighting any further." Yes. The soldiers were overjoyed. The standard-bearer crawled to the watchtower and waved a conspicuous flag. The POW's fleet, which had suffered heavy losses, soon began to retreat slowly. On the shore, Xiao Long, dressed in military uniform and holding a sword at his waist, looked at the enemy fleet going away and slowly exhaled. Finally won. Although the coastal defense forces were not put to use, and the credit was almost entirely due to the 4 artillery batteries, Xiao Long still made sufficient preparations. 10,000 Navy troops and 5,000 coastal defense forces arrived at the designated location as quickly as possible, set up the defense line, and were ready for battle. Xiao Long was very happy because he won. His position as naval commander became more stable. This was a way to wash away the shame. No one could say anything about this achievement. His status in the core layer of the Silver Moon Kingdom would also be greatly improved. At the same time, Xiao Long looked at the 4 artillery batteries standing on the seashore, his eyes becoming even more fiery. This weapon is enough to change human history. I can sense that a new era, the era of artillery, is about to arrive. I must closely follow the tide of the times in order to continue to progress. Xiao Long's thoughts flew far away, but overall, he was very happy now. Not far away, Long Ji was wearing armor, holding a magic wand in his hand, looking at Xiao Long with complicated eyes. He is now starting from the bottom, but although he was demoted, his strength is obvious, so Xiao Long naturally does not dare to act like a superior, but instead hands over the entire 5,000-man coastal defense force to Long Ji for management. This guy is really lucky. Long Ji smiled bitterly and shook his head, feeling a bit envious and jealous. He had also witnessed the power of this new weapon. He was even present when the artillery was first put into field testing, so Long Ji was very familiar with its performance. If I had artillery back then, we wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. Long Ji shook his head and shook off these thoughts. He was not a petty person. For him, failure was failure. There was nothing to say. It was his own request to come here and start from the bottom, so he did not hate anyone. Long Ji is also confident that he can regain the position of naval commander with his extraordinary strength. This battle came and went quickly. When Su Fan received the battle report, a long time had passed. Xiao Long did a good job. Su Fan was in a good mood, and all the restlessness he had felt for the past month was swept away. Long Ji is not a petty person, but Su Fan is, and he is very petty and vindictive. As for the kingdom of the Paus Islands, Su Fan has already sentenced it to death in his heart. Su Long handed another letter to Su Fan and said, "Your Majesty, the letter sent along with this battle report is from General Xiao Long." Su Fan took the letter, read it carefully, and said, "This Xiao Long is really good. Not only is he brave in battle, but he is also thoughtful and good at summarizing. He is a talented person. It is really a good idea to hand over the Navy to him." Su Long hesitated for a moment and said, "But he is just a mortal after all, not a magic professional. So what? In future wars, we'll prioritize military prowess, command ability, and strategic planning. Think about it. When our million-strong army sweeps across nations and dominates the world, will individual military prowess still be that important?" Su Fan asked with a smile. Su Long was silent, clasped his fists, and said, "I am grateful for your advice." Su Fan stood up and walked to the window. He looked out at the bustling streets outside the Ministry of the Interior, his gaze growing penetrating. In this battle, artillery played a huge role, which further proves that our path is correct. Send a message to Carl to have all the artillery produced by the arsenal provided to the Navy until our steel fleet is complete and we regain control of the sea. Yes. Kingdom of the Paus Islands, Lava Island. This island is very large, almost the size of Silver Moon City. There are 3 ports on this small island, with developed trade and a dense population. In one of the ports, there are a large number of warships docked, lined up together, majestic and domineering, with sails like a forest, which is shocking. This is the base camp of the first fleet of the Archipelago Kingdom, which is afraid of being suffocated. Next to the port, the soldiers leisurely ate delicious food and basked in the sun. It has to be said that through the cultural output of the Silver Moon Kingdom, many living habits, diets, and other deep-seated things have been spread, subtly influencing people in other countries. Since the start of trade with the Silver Moon Kingdom, the dining tables of the Paus people have become more refined. Various novel and unique foods have been created, winning praise from the common people. Many delicacies from the Silver Moon Kingdom, such as steam buns, dumplings, sausages, and cakes, have also become popular in the Paus Islands and won the recognition of the Paus people. An attic, heavily guarded, with a solemn atmosphere. Waste, what a bunch of waste. Murat slammed the table and stood up. In his hand was a battle report written by the deputy general he had sent out. It described how they were defeated and detailed the new weapon of the Silver Moon Kingdom. "I completely destroyed the Silver Moon Kingdom's navy and burned down the harbor and the docks. Yet that loser Milch was defeated and lost so miserably. I'm so pissed. Murat grew increasingly angry as he read the report. He crushed it and continued to curse. That guy said the enemy has a new weapon that can fire shells similar to pyroblast, causing explosions and casualties. What a joke. Neither the Moon God Empire nor the War God Empire has such a thing. Such a terrifying weapon hasn't been heard of in thousands of years. How could the Silver Moon Kingdom possibly have one? Besides, if they really had such a powerful weapon, why didn't they use it during the last battle? Could it be that they just developed it? Murat scoffed at his lieutenant's talk of new weapons, 90% unconvinced. In his opinion, even if the other side did have a new weapon, it wouldn't be so powerful. Perhaps it was just a newfangled ballista. This was completely the guy's attempt to shirk responsibility. Chapter 154 Battle of Sun City. Murat then summoned all his generals and said, "Everyone, the Silver Moon Kingdom has refused to change its ways and will not yield. So, let's defeat them once more and show them how powerful we are. The ocean belongs to us, the Paus, the Moon God Empire, the War God Empire, and neither the Silver Moon Kingdom can set foot there." In the Silver Moon Kingdom, Kong Ding has been very busy recently. Although the staff of various departments of the Silver Moon Kingdom are constantly being filled and deputy positions have been set up in each department, some major matters still need to be personally controlled by Kong Ding. Now, his construction department can be said to be the largest department in the Silver Moon Kingdom system, with 7 deputy positions alone. These 7 deputy positions formed 7 departments, which were responsible for infrastructure construction, arsenal construction, Great Wilderness Industrial Park construction, community construction, greening construction, city defense and military construction, and port terminal construction. These 7 departments had their own construction teams, surveying teams, and design and planning teams. So the number of people under Kong Ding reached 10,000. And these are just technical backbones, all of whom are elites with knowledge and experience. When it comes to the actual implementation of the project, these people will be the backbone, and a large number of ordinary workers will be temporarily recruited to complete it together. During this period, Kong Ding was personally in charge of the banks of the Silver Moon River, where the 3rd and 4th arsenals were being built. The task Su Fan gave to Kong Ding was to complete the 2 arsenals within 1 month. This also made Kong Ding very anxious. The shell of the arsenal was easy to build, but the equipment inside would take time. So now Kong Ding is running around the construction site and the machinery processing plant every day. The 4th arsenal. This arsenal covers a very large area of tens of thousands of square meters. Now the factory buildings and warehouses have been built, and hundreds of workers are assembling processing machinery. Carl came here with his men, grabbed a worker, and asked, "Where is Kong Ding?" The worker glanced at him, and, seeing that he was an officer, said respectfully, "Lord Kong Ding is supervising the construction work at the factory." "Okay, thank you." Carl and his men rushed to the factory and saw Kong Ding busy at work. Carl said, "Kong Ding, how are the 2 newly built arsenals going? When will they be completed?" Kong Ding smiled bitterly and said, "The shells are already finished, but there are too few machines, so production is very slow, so there is still a lot to go." Carl said, "However, His Majesty has given me a deadline of producing 100 cannons before the new year. The 1st and 2nd arsenals have been working around the clock, and they've only managed to produce 20. We're definitely not going to be able to complete the task at this rate." Kong Ding sighed. "Your Majesty is pushing us too hard. We need time now. Time is more precious than anything else. We only have 1 machine shop right now. All our steam engines, machine tools, and gun and ammunition production lines are produced there. The speed is very slow." Carl frowned and said, "It's indeed too hasty, but the enemy won't wait for us. The first batch of 5 steam battleships has been completed and will be launched for testing in another month. We need to equip them with large caliber artillery, and our artillery platforms also need more artillery. And our army, even if it doesn't have artillery, will need a large number of muskets, and, of course, a steady supply of ammunition." Okay, Carl, you can shut up now." Kong Ding was distracted by what he heard. He interrupted Carl's chatter, rolled his eyes, and said, "I'm already working very hard to speed up the progress. How about this? I'll go to His Majesty tonight to explain the situation and start preparing to build a 2nd machining plant. We can bear with it for this month. In 2 months, we'll be able to ensure that every unit is equipped with artillery." "Well, all right then." Carl nodded helplessly. As the head of the logistics department, he was under increasing pressure. He had originally thought he was solely responsible for food and military equipment, But now the arsenal was also under his jurisdiction. Various units came to him daily, demanding artillery. The navy, in particular, was even more powerful after repelling the enemy. Almost every day, 3 or 4 naval officers would block his office door, demanding when the artillery would arrive. A total of 20 cannons have been produced so far, but this is far from enough. As the Navy's first batch of new warships are getting closer to launching, the Navy is becoming more and more anxious. They urgently needed to install cannons on new warships, then sail across the sea to counterattack the Kingdom of the Paus Islands and wash away their shame. However, a new warship was designed to be equipped with 20 cannons. The first batch of 5 warships was to be equipped with 100 cannons. This is not a small number. Carl now thinks about the progress of artillery production every day when he opens his eyes and closes his eyes. He feels like he's going crazy. Department of the Interior. In the king's residence of Sufan, he was talking with Athena and Abdi. Affected by the first snow, the situation in the north has eased somewhat. The troops dispatched by the Thunder Kingdom and the Storm Kingdom have all gone to support Sun City. A massive battle is now underway in Sun City. Preliminary estimates suggest the total human force has reached over 1 million. A beauty said, he is now in charge of intelligence and publicity. Officially, he is responsible for editing World Trend magazine and organizing various publicity activities. However, secretly, he has been laying out an intelligence network covering the entire continent, collecting all useful information for the Silver Moon Kingdom. It can be said that he is a fusion of light and darkness. He is the basis for Sufan to formulate policies. His status and importance are self-evident. Sufan smacked his lips. 1 million? When in the history of this world has there ever been a war on such a large scale? Even in the most famous war in history between the ancient Sun Empire and the Dark Church, the combined number of people on both sides at the decisive battle was only 800,000. A beauty said, yes, if the alien races are included, the scale of the battle near Sun City has reached millions. This is no longer a battle, but a campaign that will go down in history. Sufan said, a beauty, what about the southern region? Are there any new movements from the 2 legions of the Dragon Breath Army? A beauty said, I was just about to report this to you, Your Majesty. There are now disagreements within the Dragon's Breath Army. After a period of development, different voices have emerged within the Dragon's Breath Army. Some are beginning to waver in their resolve, claiming that the fate of humanity comes first, followed by the struggle for the throne and faith. These voices are becoming increasingly intense. The Grand Duke of Dragon's Breath is probably busy dealing with this matter. The Night Owl Legion and the Poison Dragon Legion have not made any new moves and have no intention of attacking us. Chapter 155 Conversation. The internal divisions within the Dragon Breath Army were beyond Sufan's expectations, but upon closer thought, it was understandable. The Dragon's Breath Army was not a monolithic entity, but a coalition organization similar to an insurrection army. It was composed of various supporters of the Moon Empire, opponents of Luo Xiong, and those whose vested interests were damaged. Under the banner of restoring the faith in the Moon Goddess Elun, its internal power structure was very unstable. The Dragon's Breath Army wasn't a political power at all. They could only be united through war. As long as the war went smoothly, there would only be one conflict: external conquests. Everything would be manageable. But if the war wasn't going well, even if it was just stagnant like it was now, internal conflicts would be sparked, leading to all sorts of unexpected events. The human heart is unpredictable, and humans are the most opinionless creatures. Sufan smiled and said, that's good. At least it buys us some time. None of us wants to see a large alien army attacking us. After all, there's still some sensible people in the Dragon Breath Army. However, I still need to inform Paladin and Long not to let their guard down. With the internal conflicts within the Dragon Breath Army intensifying, no one knows what will happen. They must be vigilant and extend their reconnaissance lines further. Don't be like the Navy, who only notice the enemy when they're right in front of them. A beauty clasped his fists and said, understood. I will pass on the message to the 2 generals. Sufan looked at Athena again and said, how is our economy doing recently? The seaport has been destroyed and maritime trade has been cut off. I'm afraid the losses are considerable. Athena nodded and said frankly, yes, the Kingdom of the Paus Islands is our largest importer of grain and exporter of textile products. They are internally stable, united, and rich in resources. They should have been the most ideal trading partner, but they have become our biggest enemy. During this period, Thanks to your post-war subsidy policy, the reconstruction of the port has fed a large number of unemployed people, but our textile industry has still been hit hard. Now, in the textile factory warehouses in the Great Wasteland Industrial Zone, all kinds of textiles have piled up like mountains and cannot be sold. Su Fan frowned and said, "This is inevitable. Our market has become smaller, and we have fewer customers. It's normal that we can't sell anything." Athena said, "The situation in the north is tense. A large number of young people have been forcibly recruited. The economy is in decline, and there is not much inventory to eat there. Now many factories are facing the risk of bankruptcy, and the workers." Su Fan said, "Is our banking system established?" Athena said, "Gould is making preparations. The first bank will be established in our Silver Moon City, according to your request. Everything is ready, and it will be open in about 10 days. Su Fan nodded. "Okay, Athena, have the Business Administration Department notify all businesses and factories within the Silver Moon Kingdom, inviting them to attend the ceremony in 10 days. I will be there to give a speech." "Okay," Athena agreed. Su Fan's mood, which had just improved due to the Dragon Breath Army incident, turned sour again. The small Silver Moon Kingdom, less than a year after its establishment, was already facing the crisis of a major economic depression. After finishing his talk, Su Fan took Athena and Abdi out of the office. He was going back to his residence to practice. Su Fan clearly understood that in this world, the strong prey on the weak, and that simply possessing a strong nation wasn't enough. Even if you became the ruler of the world, a mage could still sneak up on you and kill you with a single blow. Personal strength was absolutely crucial, and in some ways even more important than national strength. When the Silver Moon Kingdom was conquered and the alien army swept across the world, what they could ultimately rely on was their own powerful strength. So Su Fan never relaxed and squeezed out time of practice every day. With the blessing of sufficient moon well water, Su Fan's magical talent had become very high, no less than some of the top geniuses. And his strength is constantly improving. Although he is still at the level of an intermediate magician, he is only one step away from becoming a high-level magician. Although this realm is not considered high in the entire Silver Moon Kingdom. For example, Thor has reached the realm of magician and earth-level swordsman. Waidron is also a magician. Athena, Gaia, Paladin, and others have all reached the realm of advanced magician and gold-level magic swordsman, which are much higher than Su Fan. But if you think about it carefully, Su Fan just started practicing in the autumn of 1 year. In 1 year, he broke through from a mortal to an intermediate magician, and the realm of advanced magician is just around the corner. This speed has surpassed most people and is comparable to the top magic genius of the Moon God Empire. Su Fan took Athena and Abdi out of the room and saw Carl waiting outside. "His Majesty." Su Fan looked at Carl and said, "You seem very anxious. Tell me, what's the matter?" Carl looked helpless and said with a wry smile, "Your Majesty, it's still about the artillery." Su Fan said, "What's wrong? Is there any problem with the artillery?" Carl said, "The Navy and the Army ask me for artillery and muskets every day, but the arsenal's production efficiency is too slow. It's really difficult to produce 100 cannons before the new year, as you said." Su Fan looked at him and said, "Carl, I didn't appoint you as the head of the logistics support department just to let you enjoy a leisurely life. The arsenal's slow production efficiency is a problem, but it's not a problem for us. We could rely on manual labor before, but can't we do it now? You have to learn to do both. Expand production capacity on the one hand, and keep up with the progress on the other. It's a bit hard now, but after the arsenal is expanded, things will gradually get better." "But," "No buts, my general." Su Fan interrupted him and continued forward with Athena and Abdi, saying, "Carl, you have to coordinate with Philin, Kongding, and other departments. In the near future, our war will become a completely new model. The current 2 arsenals are far from enough, 10 are not enough, and 100 are not enough. In future wars, the battle won't be fought on people, but on our logistics. The stronger our logistics support, the stronger our frontline combat effectiveness. I hope you can understand this truth as soon as possible." After saying that, Su Fan didn't look at him again, but went downstairs directly. Carl looked at Su Fan's tall back, thoughtfully. In future wars, the battle will not be fought on people, but on logistics. He savored this sentence carefully, feeling his heart pounding. Because at this moment he felt that His Majesty the King was like a legendary prophet, whose words were beyond common sense, but always made people unconsciously convinced. Chapter 156 Bank Listing Ceremony. 10 days later, in Silver Moon City, an exquisite and elegant white building stands at the most prosperous intersection. The building is made entirely of white stone and has a unique shape. It has 3 floors and covers a large area of over 1,000 square meters. At this time, a lot of people gathered at the gate of the white building. There was a sign placed on the door frame, but it was wrapped in red cloth. 2 girls in work clothes were standing there guarding it, looking quite mysterious. In the early morning, many pedestrians passing by here on their way to work looked at this place curiously. Isn't that Mr. Lee from Tianxia Trading Company? Why is he here? A man asked in surprise. Tianxia Trading Company? Isn't that the largest trading company in Beifeng City? Is the boss Lee you're talking about the one who runs that trading company? Of course, there's only one boss Lee in the Silver Moon Kingdom. However, this boss Lee is a mysterious figure, rarely seen. I was only lucky enough to meet him once when I accompanied our boss. Look, there's Fornell, the owner of the first-class textile factory. Let me see, the owner of the Silver Moon grain store is there too. It's really strange. Why are there so many big bosses gathered here? What is this building used for? Is the Ministry of Commerce moving here? I don't know. Let's go and join the fun. Wherever you go, rich people always become the focus, and wealthy people always become the subject of people's conversation after dinner. Seeing so many wealthy people gathered together, many people want to go over and see the fun. After all, everything is now developed with money in mind. If you go over and listen, you might be able to broaden your horizons, which will be of great benefit to your business or bragging in the future. 84. The number of snipers outside the building increased, and more wealthy people rushed in. The streets outside were filled with the private carriages of these wealthy people. As a last resort, the sheriff invited the city defense forces to clear and manage this road. Inside this building, the lobby is now filled with tables and chairs, as well as tea and snacks. The staff, dressed elegantly, smile and ask if you need water. The service attitude and atmosphere are perfect. If you don't know, you would think you have come to a high-end hotel. A young man in elegant clothes was holding a goblet and shaking it gently. Inside was the first red wine produced in the Silver Moon Kingdom, Violet. Although several new red wines have been launched on the market after this period of development, as the young master of a century-old family, Finn still likes to drink this most classic Violet. A charming woman came over, also holding a glass of red wine. She smiled and said, "Young Master Finn, why don't you try the newest ice red? It tastes much better than the Violet." Finn smiled and shook his head, saying, "I've tried the new style, it's very good, but I still prefer the richness and naturalness of Violet." The woman said, "But the quality of Violets is a bit rough, and sometimes the flavors don't blend well. For me, natural things are the best. Isn't it interesting to take a sip and carefully savor the various flavors contained in it?" Finn smiled. "Well, I can't argue with you." The woman shook her head. "Finn, I heard that many of your family's businesses are facing bankruptcy. Do you need my help?" "Thank you for your kindness, Missin. That's not necessary." Finn said, "My family's crisis mainly affects the textile industry and shipping. My father also owns several food marts, so we can still hold on for a while." The woman frowned and said, "A few food cities can't offset the pressure from the textile and shipping industries. Finn, even though your brother and I didn't make it to the end, I still have feelings for him. As long as you ask, I will do my best to help you through this difficult time." Finn shook his head, drank the red wine in his glass, and said, "No need, Sister Dailin. Although you come from a grain trading family, you're not having a good time right now. You came here today, obviously to help us solve our difficulties. His Majesty will be here soon, and he will show us a way out. It's really hard for me to think of any way your Majesty can solve our difficulties." Dailin shook his head. "Sister Dailin, we may not believe in ourselves, but we must believe in His Majesty. He is the greatest man of this era, no doubt about it." Finn looked serious. Okay, you're right." Dailin shook his head and drank the wine in the glass. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Gould arrived first. He now serves as both the Secretary of the Treasury and the Secretary of Commerce, and is also the host of this event. "Everyone, His Majesty will be arriving shortly. Please take your seats. Your names are written on the seats. Please follow the name tags to find your seats. Staff, please guide everyone quickly." Gould's forehead was covered in sweat. He had been busy preparing for today's event and was extremely tired. He had even gotten up early in the morning today. After another round of trouble, Su Fan arrived on time at 10 o'clock in the morning. Today, he was wearing a brocade cotton coat with flying dragons and phoenixes patterns on it, which was silky smooth, bright in color, and very eye-catching. After the baptism of magic and more than a year of training as a superior, Su Fan's temperament has changed drastically. He is no longer like the timid urban youth before he traveled through time. Seeing Su Fan coming, everyone in the hall fell silent, and Gould hurried to greet him. Your Majesty, today we have invited the heads of 336 factories and businesses. All of them are wealthy and influential people. They are all here. Su Fan nodded and walked to the podium. Beside him were Gould, Athena, Minister of Agriculture Xiao Suo, and Minister of Industry Philin. Below, everyone looked at Su Fan. Many of them were seeing their king for the first time, and they whispered, he really is so young. You may be young, but don't look down on others because of their age, the person next to him reminded. This, do I need you to tell me? Our king started from scratch. He was able to establish a kingdom at such a young age and command an army of 100,000. Who in the world can be his rival? Many people looked at Su Fan without any intention of underestimating him, because they all knew clearly that the reason they could make so much money in the Silver Moon Kingdom was almost entirely due to the young king in front of them. Glancing at everyone, Su Fan smiled and said, Everyone, this is the first time we meet. I am Su Fan, the king of the Silver Moon Kingdom and your protector. I care deeply about you all, and I'm happy to see you grow and develop, sell your products around the world, and become as wealthy as a nation. However, we are currently facing a crisis. Our sea routes have been cut off, and we have lost the kingdom of the Paus Islands, a huge overseas market. But you must believe that this situation is only temporary. Next year, we will force the kingdom of the Paus Islands to reopen the sea route and resume trade. Chapter 157 Steam Patrol Boat. At this point, everyone present became excited. These were words spoken by His Majesty, the King himself. They represented the will of the country, which was enough to give them great confidence. In addition, I know that everyone is having a hard time during this period. The textile industry, food industry, grain stores, etc. have all been hit hard and are short of funds. So I asked Gould to set up this bank, which could just solve everyone's current difficulties. Su Fan said, Bank? What's that? It feels similar to a money house. Isn't a bank a place to save money? We have no money left, so why should we save money? The people below started talking. It turns out that there are such things as money houses in this world. The previous Moon God Empire and War God Empire both had official or private money houses, but these money houses only provided savings functions and check exchange functions. The business was simple and did not involve loans. The reason is still the low productivity and the serious lack of official control over the local areas. Ordinary civilians do not trust money houses, and money houses dare not lend money to ordinary civilians. What if the person runs away after the loan is made? The money house has no ability to recover the money. It is completely a case of throwing meat buns at a dog. Su Fan smiled and said, My bank is different from the previous ones. It not only supports savings, but also loans. Loan? The businessmen below were stunned. Su Fan said, That's right. As long as you apply and find someone to provide a certain degree of guarantee, the bank staff will go to your factory to evaluate your assets on site and then give you the maximum loan amount. You can use this method to obtain a large sum of money to overcome this difficult time. Everyone was stunned. Loans? Borrowing money? Is there such a good thing? But, Your Majesty, we still want to ask, what is the interest rate for this kind of loan? Asked an old businessman. Su Fan held up 3 fingers and said, 2 years, 3 percentage points, monthly repayment. 3 percentage points. The businessmen present all began to make calculations in their minds. If ordinary people come across this kind of loan, they will generally refuse it directly. However, these businessmen will not do that. Instead, their eyes light up and they think this is a good idea. Su Fan saw that everyone below was calculating the pros and cons, so he smiled and said, Don't worry, everyone. If you are interested, you can come here to apply at any time. The bank staff will also give you a document with a detailed explanation of the loan. Let's go to the unveiling ceremony first. Su Fan brought everyone to the door of the bank. The bank employees were all wearing red ribbons and lined up in 2 lines. Gould held a red card in his hand. After an impassioned speech, Su Fan personally unveiled the card. Brush. When the red cloth on the sign was lifted, the merchants saw that it read, The First Bank of the Silver Moon Kingdom. The establishment of the bank marked the emergence of a true financial industry in the world, and savings and loans became the 2 pillars of the first bank. Of course, for the future that Su Fan envisions, The bank's business scope is still too narrow. There is no shareholding system, no insurance package, no bonds and funds, let alone stocks. However, for the current Silver Moon Kingdom, such a simple bank is more than enough. It can help factories overcome difficulties, maintain employment rates, stabilize society, and receive interest after 2 years. In short, it has many benefits. For a country, it is meaningless to store money. Only by spending it all can the country develop faster. December 20th. The second heavy snow arrived. This snowfall was much heavier than the first snowfall. It fell for 3 days and 3 nights, and the entire Silver Moon Kingdom was covered in white snow. However, the development speed of the Silver Moon Kingdom has not slowed down at all. Modern high-rise buildings have risen one after another, and large hotels, supermarkets, and various factories are under construction in full swing. It's worth mentioning that when these newly built high-rise buildings submitted their designs to the management, they were all required to reserve space for elevators. This was Su Fan's intention. Although there were no elevators now, they would definitely be in the near future. He was very sure of this. So to avoid waste and ensure that these houses could be lived in for a long time, he had them reserve space for elevators in advance. Construction is underway everywhere in Silver Moon City, Northwind City, Violet City, Blackrock City, the Great Wasteland Industrial Zone, and the Silver Moon Bay Port area. Hundreds of thousands of workers are busy in the heavy snow, fighting for their beautiful home. From Silver Moon Bay to Blackrock City, on this major railway artery running from east to west, a train is still speeding through the snow. It is loaded with coal, which will be transported to various cities along the line to enable the increasing number of steam engines to be used normally. It was snowing heavily, the sky was gloomy, and the air was filled with a solemn and depressing atmosphere. There are 2 small boats wandering on the sea. The ship had no markings and looked like a small fishing boat, but it had a steam engine and a coal bunker installed at the stern, indicating that this small boat was not ordinary. Inside the cabin, 3 Navy soldiers were huddled together for warmth. This is a steam patrol boat specially responsible for patrolling. It was made by the Navy in the current predicament of having no ships available. It does not have any offensive or defensive systems, but the steam-powered wheels it is equipped with can greatly increase the speed of the ship, surpassing all previous traditional sailing ships. Alas, it's so cold. Why is it our turn to go out on patrol? I am speechless. A soldier was warming himself by the small stove. Yeah, it's so cold. What's the point of patrolling? Could the enemy attack us in such a cold day? A soldier said disdainfully. Hey, you 2 new recruits, that attitude is unacceptable. Get ready and be careful. General Xiao Long has repeatedly emphasized that the enemy won't give up after their last setback and will definitely seek revenge, and it won't take long. Over half a month has already passed, and given the timeline, the possibility of an enemy attack is very high. You must remember that our mission is to be vigilant. If we fail to discover the enemy in time, you can imagine what will happen to us. An old soldier said that he was the captain of this 3-person team. He had experienced a battle and was very experienced in battlefield matters. As they were talking, the veteran suddenly turned his head and looked outside. He saw a massive fleet slowly emerging from the sea amidst the snow and fog. Chapter 158, The Eastern Continent appears. It was already dusk, the sky was getting dark, and there was wind and snow on the sea. The weather was extremely bad. A huge fleet rushed out from the wind, snow and fog. The masts of sails, the huge bodies, and the fluttering flags all gave people a strong sense of oppression. It's Pausa's fleet, the old soldier shouted. Enemy spotted. Retreat quickly and report back. Start the steam engines. Retreat, retreat. The 3 soldiers worked together, and soon the steam engine started working, making a buzzing sound. The small boat was pushed hard and retreated towards the shore like an arrow in the water. In the mist, Murat stood at the bow of the flagship, sword in hand, his hair disheveled and his black cloak rustling. The goose-feather-sized snowflakes melted before they even reached him. He gazed westward, his eyes sharp as a knife. Standing there, he seemed invincible, and the soldiers felt an inexplicable sense of peace when they saw him. General, our observer seems to have spotted a small boat just now. It was moving very fast and heading west. An officer said with a fist salute. Don't worry about it. Just keep moving forward. Murat said in a deep voice. Yes. On the shore, Xiao Long sat in the naval camp, looking at the map of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands hanging on the wall with a frown. In this world, according to historical records, In addition to the two major empires of the Moon God Empire and the War God Empire, there's also the Dragon Kingdom in the northeast, the Thunder Kingdom, the Storm Kingdom, the Giant Kingdom, and the Dwarf Kingdom in the west, plus the Kingdom of the Paus Islands in the ocean. These 6 kingdoms each have their own characteristics, making this world colorful. However, due to the obstruction of the ancient God Mountains, the maritime military of the two empires was not well developed, and there was not much contact with the Kingdom of the Paus Islands. It was only known that they believed in the sea god. The map of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands hanging in Xiao Long's office was purchased by a beauty's intelligence officers at great expense from the nobles of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, back when maritime trade was still ongoing. When everyone saw the map, including Su Fan, they were shocked. This map was centered on the Kingdom of the Paus Islands. To the northwest lay Silver Moon Bay, the vast main continent. Stretching downward due westward, a boundless primeval forest stretched as far as the eye could see. And to the east, across the vast ocean at the edge of the map, there was actually a continent depicted. However, there was nothing written on it. Only a cross was drawn on the most prominent peninsula on the eastern continent, labeled Thunder God City. Moreover, the size of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands is much larger than anyone imagined. The densely packed islands alone are dazzling. It is roughly estimated that there are at least hundreds of large islands, not to mention some reefs and small islands. Moreover, at the southern end, there's a very large main island, which is at least 3 times the size of the current Silver Moon Kingdom. Seeing this, Xiao Long felt mixed emotions. The Kingdom of the Paus Islands? I think it should be an empire. Such a vast land. The total area is no less than that of the Moon God Empire. Add to that the vast sea area, it's simply a behemoth. Xiao Long sighed. It's too difficult to defeat this country with just a steel fleet. Even with the help of artillery, it would be difficult to achieve this goal. Then, he turned his gaze to the easternmost part of the map. Looking at the place name Thor City, his eyes flashed, and it was unknown what he was thinking. At this time, an officer rushed in from outside, and the cold wind blew, making Xiao Long feel bitingly cold. General, we've spotted the Paus Islands Kingdom's fleet. This time it's the main fleet, large in number and size, and they're heading here, the officer said breathlessly. Xiao Long hummed. It's finally here. We've been waiting for this day for a long time. There's no need to panic. Order all armies to execute according to the original plan, and there must be no mistakes. Yes. The snow-covered Silver Moon Bay became busy again at this moment. Long Ji led the coastal defense forces to their battle positions according to the original plan, and then he personally came to the gun tower of the 1st Artillery Battery. As a crucial military facility for the coastal defense forces against maritime invasion, the fort naturally fell under Long Ji's jurisdiction. Standing outside the fort, armored and holding a magic wand, the snow couldn't even reach him. General, don't worry. Our firepower is several times greater than before. We were able to beat the enemy to a pulp last time, and we can definitely do it this time. An officer comforted Long Ji. It turned out that after a month of development, new artillery pieces were added to the 4 artillery batteries on the shore. Each battery had 5 artillery pieces, a total of 20, and the firepower was 5 times that of the last time. Knowing the power and strength of artillery, these soldiers are so confident. Long Ji, however, looked away from the others. His face was filled with determination, his eyes fixed on the turbulent sea before him. He said, "We can't let our guard down. The enemy is also very powerful, and their commander is at least an Earth-class magic swordsman. If he reaches the shore, he can demolish all 4 artillery batteries by himself. Earth-class demon swordsman." The soldiers looked at each other in bewilderment. Their original confidence shattered at this moment. Ordinary magic swordsmen are like supermen to them, and Long Ji, the high-level frost mage, is like a god to them. With a wave of his hand, strange phenomena can appear in the heaven and earth. However, the commander of the enemy fleet is an even more powerful Earth-level magic swordsman, 1 level higher than Long Ji. Oh my god, what kind of existence is that? No matter how disheveled the others were in the wind, Long Ji's heart was ablaze with fighting spirit. He whispered to himself, "Paus, come on. In this battle today, I will wash away this shame." 10 minutes later, Paus's fleet broke through the thick fog and appeared in the sight of the Silver Moon Kingdom's troops. The enemy appears. All units prepare to fight. Battery loader, load the ammunition. Observer, please report the coordinates. The enemy has entered attack range. Mark up 3.5 degrees, left 2.5 degrees ready. Emission. Boom. There was no need for Xiao Long or Long Ji to give orders. Each of the 4 artillery batteries had a battery commander who strictly followed the naval manual and did everything meticulously. This time the firepower was much greater than last time. 20 cannons roared at the same time, and the snow covering the gun platform fell off. The shells passed through the thick fog and landed in the enemy fleet. Because it was the first test firing, most of them missed the target and splashed water in the ocean, but a few shells happened to hit the target directly. Chapter 159: High-Intensity Artillery Battle. Boom! A big hole was smashed in a warship, and a huge fireball rose up. The scorching heat melted all the snow covering the deck. Broken wood boards mixed with the bodies of soldiers flew out and fell into the cold and deep ocean. Observe the hand and adjust the angle. Yes. Marking adjustment, left 1.5 degrees, down 1.5 degrees. Load, prepare, fire. Boom. The 4-gun batteries adjusted their angles and launched a second round of artillery fire. The effect of this round of shelling was obviously much higher than the first round. Many warships were hit by shells and caught fire. There was even a small boat that was hit by 2 consecutive artillery shells, causing the cabin to leak. Amid the soldiers' exclamations, it gradually tilted and was about to sink. Oh my God, Poseidon, what is that? Is it magic? Many soldiers were encountering artillery for the first time and were frightened by the power of this weapon. It's not magic. That's a new weapon, a new type of weapon we have never seen before. There were also soldiers in the fleet who had experienced the last artillery battle and had witnessed the power of this artillery once, so they stood up to explain. Murat stood on the flagship, his face as gloomy as water. As a shrewd general, he immediately recognized the power of this new weapon and cursed inwardly. Damn it. What Milch said was true. The roar of this powerful weapon is no less powerful than the pyroblast, and even more so. Murat was completely convinced of what the lieutenant had said. At the same time, he felt a surge of regret, thinking he hadn't prepared any countermeasures in advance. He feared he would suffer heavy losses if suddenly exposed to this new weapon. So what about new weapons? They're nothing but a bunch of toys in front of me. After a brief moment of guilt and regret, Murat quickly regained his confidence, and that invincible aura burst out again. Order all ships, don't panic. Fire your crossbows to suppress the enemy artillery. Split up into small groups in a shield wall formation. Cover your heads and charge with all your might. All soldiers enter the hold and wait, preparing to drain the water. Murat gave orders in an orderly manner. So, the ships began to change their strategy. They no longer lined up in a row to serve as sitting ducks. Instead, they divided into 10 teams. Each team had 3 large ships in the front, a medium-sized ship in the middle, and a small ship at the end. They sprinted forward in this manner. On the shore, Xiao Long stood on a high ground with a telescope in his hand and also saw this scene. This guy is quite capable. Xiao Long felt the situation was tricky. This tactic was very practical. Although all the large ships were attacked fiercely, the medium-sized ships and small boats at the back were safe and sound. In this way, the effectiveness of the 4 artillery batteries of the coastal defense forces would be much worse. Where is General Longji? Xiao Long asked the deputy general beside him, supervising the battle at the first battery. Let's go over there. Xiao Long and his deputy general hurried to the first artillery position and saw Longji holding a telescope and personally deploying tactics. 5 guns. Concentrate your fire on the large ship on the far left and penetrate its armor plate first. Boom! The 5 cannons roared in unison, and everyone standing in the gun tower felt like their eardrums were about to fall out. All 5 gun batteries were hit this time. The right side guard plate of a large ship was attacked by 5 shells in succession and was directly blown through, and the hull was about to break. Well done, that's it. Keep going, one more shot, and blow up that ship. At this time, Longji put down the telescope and saw Xiao Long. Longji did not have much resistance to Xiao Long, his former subordinate and current superior. On the contrary, Longji admired Xiao Long's talents and carried out the orders issued by Xiao Long meticulously, which made Su Fan look at him differently. Oh, it's General Xiao Long. What's the matter? Longji asked. Xiao Long said, the enemy's tactics have changed. We are in a difficult position. If they insist on landing, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop them. Longji said, we've made all the preparations. Although they've changed their tactics, they'll suffer heavy losses even if they actually land. Our 5,000 coastal defense troops and 10,000 navy troops are already ready. We can give them another try. Xiaolong frowned and said, I'm worried about their commander. If it's that Earth-class demon swordsman, we might not be able to stop him. He could tear through our defenses and cause us massive damage all by himself. I came here to ask, how confident are you in handling that commander? Long Ji shook his head and said, the Earth-class demon swordsman is too strong. He can single-handedly resist 1,000 troops. He is completely on a different level from the silver class and gold class. I'm not sure I can deal with him. However, I have sent for Thor. I believe General Thor can withstand his power. Xiaolong said, it will take at least 2 hours for General Saul to arrive. The enemy will surely have landed by then. General Longji, you are the only one we can rely on. Longji said sternly, Xiaolong, don't worry. Even if I die, I will hold him back until General Thor arrives. Then I'll leave it to you. Xiaolong saluted Long Ji straightly. The battle continues. On the Silver Moon Kingdom side, 4 artillery batteries and 20 cannons fired at the same time, with rumbling sounds and flames shooting into the sky. Countless fireballs rose up from the fleet of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands one after another. The sounds of explosions, shattered warships, and the shouts and screams of soldiers came one after another. However, the Kingdom of the Paus Islands did not passively take the beating. After they entered the range of the crossbow began to show its power. However, due to the extremely bad weather, crossbows are useless, and all that is used are stone bullets. Waves of stone bullets hit the artillery platform, and countless cement, bricks, and stone shattered. Although the defense was not completely broken, the soldiers in the artillery tower were frightened, and their hearts were filled with despair. It seemed that Longji's concentrated fire tactics worked. The Kingdom of the Paus Islands suffered heavy casualties. After the first ship sank, the second and third ships also sank one after another. The battle has entered a white-hot stage. At this time, the fleet of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands was still 1,000 meters away from the shore of Silver Moon Bay. A distance of 1,000 meters is very short, but in this kind of high-intensity war, it is like a death zone. If you want to complete this distance, you must pay the price with the blood of the soldiers. Chapter 160 Beach Landing. On the battlefield, artillery fire was incessant. Inside the artillery positions, the soldiers' nerves were on edge. The observers kept correcting the coordinates and shouted until their voices became hoarse. The loaders were carrying the shells, and their arms were almost numb. The fires were so close to the artillery that their eardrums were about to fall out. 500 meters to go. On the first artillery position, Xiaolong and Longji were both observing with telescopes. The sea was shrouded in thick fog. If it weren't for the telescope, the observers in the artillery position would be completely blind, and the hit rate would definitely not be so high. Longji frowned and said, 400 meters left. Xiaolong, it's time to let the artillery retreat. No, hold on a little longer. Xiaolong said, fire 2 more rounds. All right. Longji did not refute. Xiaolong was now the supreme commander of the Navy, and he fully respected the decision made by Xiaolong. Boom! Another round of salvos followed. The large ships of the Paus Islands Kingdom fleet had already been riddled with holes and could no longer protect the medium and small ships behind them. Therefore, the ships behind them also suffered from the salvo. Ships were sunk one after another. Murat's face became very scary when he saw this scene. His eyes became like a hungry wolf, ready to devour anyone. A cold and murderous aura emanated from him, making the surrounding lieutenants and soldiers shudder. General, our losses are too great. Even if we can reach the shore, we are not strong enough to capture Silver Moon City. A deputy general said tremblingly. Murat snorted coldly. Stop talking nonsense. I'm here, so you have nothing to fear. Order all ships to speed up, regardless of the consequences. Speed up. Once we reach shore, I'll show them the true meaning of strength. He was furious that his proud navy had suffered heavy casualties before even landing. But he had no intention of retreating. He had to demolish those abominable artillery batteries today and then inflict a heavy price on the Silver Moon Kingdom's troops, letting them know they were not to be trifled with. The fleet of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands was still charging. At the first artillery platform, Longji put down his telescope because the enemy fleet was already within reach. 300 meters to go. Longji said. Xiaolong ordered. Inform all artillery batteries to retreat in an orderly manner according to the original plan. Yes. The 4 artillery batteries were located far apart, and although there were no telephones or radios, messages could still be transmitted instantly. Each fort was built with a flagpole. This flagpole was placed behind the fort so that it would not be attacked by enemy crossbows. A bright red flag was hung on it, which could be seen even in foggy weather. When Xiaolong gave the order to retreat, the flag behind the first battery was taken down. The soldiers on the second battery saw this and shouted, "The battle flag has fallen. Everyone retreat! Retreat!" The battle flag of the second battery also fell, and when the third battery saw this, it also began to retreat. In this way, with the falling of the battle flag as a signal, the soldiers of the 4 artillery batteries retreated one after another. They locked the main door of the turret, a thick stone door that even Longji had a struggle to break open. Such a strong defense could prevent the enemy from damaging the artillery. Afterwards, the soldiers dismantled the artillery into a pile of parts and stored them together with the shells. The ammunition depot is a sealed basement and cannot be found unless you search carefully. These 2 layers of protection can effectively prevent the enemy from seizing artillery. After doing all this, the soldiers quickly left along the escape route of the fort. This escape route led to the naval camp, where a defense line had been set up and a large force could pick them up. Xiaolong and Longji also left. Xiaolong went to the naval camp, which was the headquarters, to coordinate the entire battlefield. Longji went to the first line of defense, where he would fight to the death to resist Murat's attack. Boomstrapje! A wave of stone bullets poured onto the fort, making the fort wall made of cement and stones full of holes. But the fort wall was too thick and the power of the stone bullets was too small, so it has not been destroyed so far. When Murat stepped onto the beach, he found that there was no one on the shore. "General, no trace of the enemy has been found," the deputy general said. Murat frowned slightly, looked at the surrounding scenery, and said, "They have retreated in advance. If I'm not mistaken, they have already set up a defense line not far away, waiting for us to attack." The deputy general hesitated for a moment and said, "General, the enemy is waiting for us to tire out. This is also the core area of their capital. We don't have the advantage." Murat nodded. Indeed, they are very clever this time and have made sufficient preparations. However, now that we are here, how can we leave so hastily? Quickly gather the troops, rest for a while, and prepare for the attack. Yes, the deputy general was helpless, but still agreed. The fleet docked, and the soldiers came out of the cabins one after another and began to gather in an orderly manner. Murat came to a fort and looked at this huge concrete building that was 20 meters high. It was full of potholes and rubble scattered on the ground. His eyes were complicated. "General, the losses have been tallied. We have lost 6 large ships, 3 medium-sized ships, and 7 small boats, for a total of 3,500 casualties." An officer came to Murat and said in a very serious tone. Murat nodded and said, "Last time, that guy Milchi caused 3,000 to 4,000 casualties on us, and this time at another 3,000 to 4,000, all thanks to this thing." After saying that, he led his men up to the artillery platform. However, what puzzled everyone was that this fort was completely enclosed, and the entrance to the tower could not be found at all. "Damn, it's so cunning." Murat cursed and came to the door of the stone gate. Magical power surged in his body, and powerful aura emanated from him, like a dragon awakening. Boom! Murat punched out, red light flashed on his fist, and the magic elements were condensed to the extreme, and a big hole was punched in the stone door. The debris flew around Murat, creating a strong wind, but the stone door remained intact. "Come again." Murat swung his fist again, this time using all his strength. With a loud bang, the thick stone door collapsed. Then Murat and his men walked into the artillery tower. However, the artillery tower was empty, with only a gun carriage and some daily necessities, but no new weapons they were looking for. "General, there's a hole here." A soldier discovered a passage and shouted loudly. This passage is the tunnel that the soldiers used to reach the naval camp. It looks like they've already escaped through this tunnel. They've also taken that new weapon. The deputy general said, "General, do you want to go into the tunnel and give chase?" Murat shook his head and said, "That's unnecessary. They've thought of everything and won't let us succeed. Besides, this tunnel is too narrow. If the enemy is ambushing us there, we'll be killed if we go through it. Let's go. We don't have time to waste here. We must plunder once more and earn back our capital before Silver Moon City gathers its main force." Chapter 161, Fierce Fighting. In this battle, The Silver Moon Kingdom has not suffered any losses so far because of its experience and lessons. There were 4 artillery batteries, with their guns hidden in advance. The newly built port was only for civilian use. There was no ship here, only some planks and stones. Even if Paus's soldiers wanted to burn it, they had nothing to burn. This is the fortified walls and cleared fields policy implemented by Xiaolong. The enemy can be allowed to land, but after landing, without goods to plunder and food to sustain, these enemies will have no way to survive and can only attack their defense line. The soldiers of the Silver Moon Kingdom had already made preparations and were waiting for the opportunity to tire themselves out, which gave them an advantage in morale and energy. After Marat assembled his troops, he found that he had brought out 30,000 soldiers, but excluding those who were dead or injured, there were only a little over 20,000 soldiers left who could fight. Subsequently, more than 20,000 soldiers divided into 3 groups and began the attack. Their purpose this time was, firstly, to attack the Silver Moon Kingdom and reduce its prestige, and secondly, to rob property and enrich their own pockets. To the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, the Silver Moon Kingdom was a nouveau riche, having risen in power over the past 2 years and amassed immense wealth. Especially after the recent plunder, many people had become wealthy overnight, becoming local tycoons in their hometowns, a fact that made the soldiers, who had never participated in combat, envious. In the vast Silver Moon Bay, on a windy and snowy night, the dim light of the snow reflects the gleam of swords and sabers, emitting a cold atmosphere. Soon, the army of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands engaged in battle with the defense forces of the Silver Moon Kingdom. 5,000 coastal defense troops, 10,000 navy, and 60,000 POW soldiers fought together, and the shouts of killing shook the sky. Murat led more than 5,000 people southward and soon encountered Longji. The 2 sides clashed fiercely. Murat looked at Longji and said with a smile, "You again? Are you the naval commander of the Silver Moon Kingdom?" Longji shook his head and said, "I'm just an ordinary soldier." "Haha, a high-level magician is actually an ordinary soldier. You were defeated by me last time, and you dare to challenge me this time. Are you ready to die?" Murat's eyes were full of disdain. Longji held the magic scepter in his hand. The blue magic crystal on the top of the scepter emitted a brilliant light. He said, "Today, even if I die, I will wash away this shame." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly made a move. Countless frost elements quickly condensed and gathered into a huge ice ball with a diameter of 1 meter, which spun and smashed towards Murat. Frost Cannon. This is an intermediate magic with a similar effect to the Fire Mage's Pyroblast, but it contains the freeze attribute. After hitting the target, it can slow down the enemy's speed. It is simple to cast and is Longji's favorite magic. A mere trifle. Murat held the sword and slashed out a moon blade at an angle. The moon blade and the frost cannon collided and canceled each other out. Immediately afterwards, Murat rushed over like a cannonball. A ball of red light emerged from his body, and the powerful aura of an earth-level magic swordsman swept out. A crimson light also emerged from the sword, like a small sun, showing the unusualness of this equipment. Frost Shield. Longji's body was light, as if it was suspended by an invisible force, and then he quickly retreated. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand, and a magic circle appeared in the palm of his hand. Then the magic circle quickly expanded and turned into a shield, covering his entire body. Longji and Murat, both of them have surpassed the limits of ordinary people. One relies on magic to float in the air, and the other relies on powerful jumping ability to jump into the air. One blue and the other red. The 2 colors of light have become the most eye-catching focus on the battlefield. Boom! Murat swung his sword with such force that Longji fell to the ground. Then Murat raised his sword and slashed down hard. He wanted to use a combo to take Longji away. Longji fell to the ground, splashing snow, his magic shield shattered, and he felt his internal organs wailing. After all, a magician's physique cannot be compared with that of a magic swordsman. Even if a black iron-level magic swordsman fell like this, he would not feel as uncomfortable as he does now. Facing Murat's killer move, Longji used his own ultimate move, Frost Nova. It happened to be snowing heavily today, and the frost element in the air was very strong. Now summoned by Longji, countless ice crystals appeared, suspended in the space, surrounding Murat, and then suddenly exploded. Boom! This was a collision of elements, an explosion of magic. Murat was blown away more than 10 meters before he managed to stabilize his body. Hee, if I remember correctly, you used this trick last time. Murat stood up and laughed at Longji. He had no injuries on his body, and his spirit was still high. Longji said solemnly, "You are very strong, but if you want to get through, you must step over my dead body. Since you insist on seeking death, don't blame me, behead." Murat held the broadsword in both hands, slashed vertically with a huge moon blade, and then rushed forward with the knife. Longji cast a spell to block the moon blade, then distanced himself from Murat the next time. As a mage, he could only cast spells from a distance to hold the opponent back as long as possible. In a close-quarters fight, Longji would be unable to resist and would be defeated within 3 moves. The two fought back and forth, constantly shifting the battlefield, while the soldiers of the Silver Moon Kingdom and the Paus Islands Kingdom were also engaged in a fierce battle. Although the Silver Moon Kingdom had their tactics prepared, their defenses and deployments planned in advance, and they were well-rested and fighting on their home turf, they had a significant advantage. However, the Silver Moon Kingdom's troops were almost entirely new recruits, lacking combat experience and a weak will. Consequently, the battle was difficult and neither side could defeat the other. However, the 15,000-strong army of the Silver Moon Kingdom controlled the battlefield within a small area, preventing the flames of war from spreading and harming innocent people as happened last time. Chapter 162, A Critical Moment. Boom! Murat threw a punch, and the air made a crackling sound. A big hole with a diameter of 1 meter was punched on the snow. It is not difficult to imagine that if an ordinary person was hit like this, he would probably turn into a pool of meat paste in an instant. A blue magic circle appeared in front of Longji. The magic circle kept changing, and ice arrows shot out from it. Murat, holding his sword, swung it continuously, splitting the ice arrows one by one. However, there were too many ice arrows for Murat to defend against, and soon one of them hit his body, interrupting his rhythm. Immediately afterwards, icy arrows rained down upon him, one after another. Though they didn't penetrate his defense, they still stung Murat. He roared in anger and tried to dodge, forcing himself out of the icy arrows' range and swerving elsewhere. However, Longji's icy arrows unexpectedly changed direction and struck Murat once more. "Boy, you have succeeded in angering me. Go to hell." Murat roared, and suddenly an even more dazzling light burst out from his body. His entire body suddenly grew larger, and his height increased directly to 2 meters. He was burly and strong, and one of his arms alone was as thick as an adult's thigh. When Longji saw this scene, his heart tightened. He had encountered Murat in this state the last time the two sides fought. This violent state was too terrifying, like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex, which made people lose the desire to fight. Boom! Murat swung a punch, shooting out a red light that blew away 6 Silver Moon Kingdom soldiers like a laser cannon. Then he picked up a long sword and combined it with his original magic sword, turning him into a dual-sword warrior. Frost Nova. Explode. Longji unleashed his ultimate move once again. Frost Nova was a high-level spell of exceptional quality. It not only had a wide range of effect, inflicting negative effects like slowing enemies, but also dealt significant damage. Countless ice crystals exploded, and the frost magic element swept across the entire space, creating a powerful explosion. However, Murat had an extra layer of red shield on his body. This was the most commonly used defensive method of the magic swordsman. It extracted the magical power in the body and formed a shield on the surface of the body. The strength of a shield increased with the improvement of the user's strength level. However, now Longji used Frost Nova, and after countless ice crystals exploded, he couldn't even break Murat's shield, which made Longji's heart fall to the bottom. Murat's majestic figure rushed out from the white mist. He jumped up, raised his 2 swords high, and was about to chop down. Longji gritted his teeth and had already made up his mind to die. "Your Majesty, farewell. My death here today can be considered as a wash away of my shame. I hope that in the next life, I can still fight with you." Longji murmured, the magical power in his body surging wildly. He wanted to self-destruct before he died, seriously injuring Murat and buying time for the Silver Moon Kingdom. At a critical moment, a split second between life and death, a flash of lightning passed by, and before Murat could react, he was hit by the lightning. He screamed in pain and fell heavily to the ground. Longji was stunned and turned around suddenly, and saw a familiar tall figure. Thor. Thor held Thor's hammer in his hand and said with a smile, Longji, thank goodness I came here early. Are you okay? Longji shook his head, took a long breath, and said thank you. Then he asked, General Thor, how did you get here so quickly? Thor said, during the last meeting, you mentioned that the enemy had a very powerful commander, a demon swordsman at the Earth level. Your Majesty was very concerned about this and told me privately to keep an eye on this guy and not let him run rampant in our territory. So after I received the enemy signal from you, I ordered the first army to move out according to plan, while I went ahead to stop this guy. As the god of thunder, Thor not only has powerful attack power, but also has extraordinary speed. Although his strength is sealed now, and he only has the strength of the Earth level, when holding Thor's hammer, he can fly at low altitude, and the speed can reach 120 kilometers per hour, which is much faster than the current steam locomotive. Your Majesty is the one who thinks things through. Longji admired Su Fan even more in his heart. If it weren't for Su Fan's design and advance arrangements, Thor would probably not have arrived so quickly, and he would have died under Murat's knife long ago. At this time, Murat also stood up from the snow. His shirt had been burst before, revealing his bronze skin. There was a charred spot on his chest, and it was obvious that he was injured. Murat looked at Thor with a serious look in his eyes. Is it you? He had seen Thor before. During the last battle, he stood on the ship and created a sea of fire to trap Thor. At that time, he knew that Thor was an Earth-level warrior. He didn't expect to meet him again here today. Thor, holding Thor's hammer, also looked at Murat, his eyes full of fighting spirit, and shouted, Last time, you ran fast, and I used some tricks so I couldn't kill you. Today here, you can't escape no matter what. Haha, really? Don't be so confident, Murat said with a smile without any panic. Where can you run while I'm here? Before Thor finished his words, his whole body turned into a shadow and rushed forward with a trace of thunder. Zila, a bolt of lightning, faster than Thor, rushed towards Murat. This time, Murat was prepared. He held up his shield, opened his mouth, and shot out a red light, blocking the lightning. At this time, Thor had already arrived in front of him. Thor raised the hammer of Thor high and smashed it down. Murat roared and rushed forward with a sword in his hand. The two men fought together, both in close combat, both with Earth-level strength. One possessed a magical and powerful violent bloodthirsty technique. The other possessed powerful divine power. One possessed Thor's hammer. The other possessed a magic sword. The two were evenly matched, and the fight was difficult to determine for a while. Longji soon joined the battle. He first gave Thor a frost shield, then aimed at Murat's figure and shot out thick ice spears. These ice spears naturally would not pose a threat to Murat's life, but they could disrupt his fighting rhythm and force him to focus on Longji. As a result, with 2 against 1, Murat quickly fell into a disadvantage. Thor's hammer. Thor jumped high, and the Thor's hammer in his hand emitted endless lightning. A huge shadow of the hammer appeared, like a mountain pressing down on his head, smashing down fiercely. Murat roared like a wild beast, and his body grew twice from 2 meters to 3 meters tall, like a little giant. His eyes were blood red, and he exuded an extremely dangerous and violent aura, which made people shudder. Chapter 163, God Runes. Seeing that Murat could transform again in the bloodthirsty and violent state, becoming bigger and stronger, Longji and Thor's faces changed. This guy is a real monster. Longji and Thor thought at the same time. Boomstrapje. Thor's hammer fell heavily, accompanied by countless thunders and flashes of lightning, and the entire space became dark. The monster Murat, holding the magic sword in both hands, blocked in front of him and actually confronted the huge phantom of Thor's hammer head-on. The blue lightning and the red bloodthirsty light echoed with each other, reflecting a fantastical scene. Murat was struck by lightning and felt that his nerves were paralyzed by electricity. Severe and continuous pain invaded his brain in waves, making him howl in pain. Longji, hurry up, Thor shouted. He could feel that the enemy in front of him was too powerful. His Thor's hammer was a divine weapon, and the thunder it unleashed was extremely powerful. Now it was firing at full power. However, even so, he still felt that Murat was like an unshakable mountain of steel, as if he could not be defeated at all. Longji also saw the opportunity. He chanted complex and obscure spells and waved the magic wand in his hand repeatedly. Magic runes appeared and flew around his body. Elves of the Ice Kingdom, Obey my call and strike a fatal blow to the enemy. Aishango. Longji thrust the magic wand in his hand forward, and the magic runes surrounding him seemed to be pulled by some force and quickly rushed towards Murat, who was dozens of meters away. During the flight, these magic runes approached each other and combined into a blue chain. In the blink of an eye, it came to Murat and tied him up. Bound by the ice chains, Murat's magic power was suppressed, and endless cold air penetrated into his body, causing his blood to coagulate and his heart to freeze. The red light on his body's surface quickly dimmed. Murat's body shrank rapidly like a deflated ball, returning to the size of a normal person, and Thor took the opportunity to strike with a hammer, trying to get rid of this troublesome guy in front of him. However, an accident happened. At the last moment, a blue rune suddenly appeared on Murat's forehead. It was a strange word similar to a trident, but it contained incomparable, powerful power. The blue rune lit up, and a dazzling light rose from Murat's body, turning into a semicircular shield. It quickly expanded and covered a distance of dozens of meters. Thor and Longji were caught off guard and were both shocked. Longji looked incredulous as he watched the ball of light lift up Murat, leaving him suspended in midair. He was covered in wounds, his face was purple, and he was dying. Murat looked at Longji and Thor, stretched his almost frozen arms, and said in a hoarse voice, "You are very strong. 2 against 1, I admit defeat. But with us here, your Silver Moon Kingdom will never rise. We will capture Silver Moon City and sweep across the continent. You are merely stepping stones on our road to success. Long live His Majesty the Sea King." After saying that, he was completely enveloped by the white light and quickly flew away towards the northeast. Longji came to Thor's side, frowned and asked, "General Thor, should we chase him?" Thor, however, looked at Murat with a deep, playful look in his eyes as he walked away, and said with a smile, "No need. We can't catch up." Longji was stunned and said, "General Thor, what happened to that guy just now? That blue rune on his forehead?" Thor said, "If I'm not mistaken, that was a super powerful person. He left a backup plan in his body, just like what he did just now, which can save his life in a critical moment." "Huh? That's actually the case." Longji's eyes widened. He had also heard of this method, but it required too high a level of magic from the caster. Not to mention a magician. Even an ordinary great magician probably wouldn't be able to use this method. Perhaps only a world-class powerhouse like Keldarin could use it. This Murat actually has this way of saving his life, which really opened Longji's eyes. However, Thor did not tell him that he smelled a special scent from the rune on the guy's forehead. Without Murat's support, the army of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands was quickly defeated. Longji and Thor had no one to resist them, and they killed people everywhere. By the time the first army arrived, the enemy had been driven into the sea. On the coast, Thor and Longji looked at the fleet going away, feeling a little regretful. It's such a pity that they escaped in the end. If our navy was still there, we could pursue them and definitely stop them completely. Longji sighed. At this time, Xiaolong also came over and looked at the fleet going away with a look of relief on his face. "We have done very well. The enemy suffered heavy losses this time, and many of their ships were also damaged. I believe they will not target us again in the short term." Longji also laughed and said, "That's right. In a few months, our steel fleet will be able to take shape. Then we can take the fleet to their country and show them how powerful we are." Thor shook his head and said, "You guys continue to imagine the future here. I'm going back to Silver Moon City to report the results of the battle to His Majesty. No, let's go together and make His Majesty happy. Yes, our losses this time were minimal, but we have dealt a blow to the enemy's arrogance. His Majesty will surely be very pleased and may even host a celebration banquet for us." The three of them chatted and laughed as they walked towards Silver Moon City, while the soldiers continued to stay in Silver Moon Bay to clean up the battlefield. Department of the Interior. When Su Fan received the battle report, he smiled, stood up, patted the 3 men on the shoulders, and said with a smile, "You did a good job, but it's a little early to celebrate. Our next step is to counterattack and force them to reopen maritime trade. Then we can celebrate. We will follow your Majesty's arrangements in everything." Xiaolong said with a fist salute. After talking for a while, Xiaolong and Longji said goodbye. Seeing that Thor was not leaving, Su Fan asked, "What's going on?" Thor whispered, "Your Majesty, I sense the aura of a god from their fleet commander." Chapter 164, Special Mission. Berserker's Book. He still remembered the last time he dealt with anything divine, a year ago. Back then, with few men, he'd been forced to lead the charge himself, sweeping through the roaming alien tribes in the northern ancient god mountains. There, he encountered a dark wizard wielding a dark magic orb. Athena ultimately defeated him and seized the orb. Athena, absorbing the divine aura within, successfully broke a seal and reached the realm of a high-level magician. It was at that time that Su Fan learned the methods of breakthrough and upgrade of summon gods like Athena and Thor. Over the past year, Su Fan also asked the beauty to collect information about divine artifacts from all over the world. But unfortunately, information about gods has always been taboo and secret, and all that could be found were some unreliable rumors and so-called legends that should not be taken seriously. And now, Thor sensed the breath of the gods from the commander of the Paus fleet, which instantly made Su Fan's mind active. "Tell me quickly what's going on?" Su Fan asked anxiously. He was very interested in this divine aura. If he could get another divine artifact, Athena and Thor would be able to break through again. The high-end combat power in his kingdom would be stronger, and Su Fan would have more confidence. Thor told Su Fan everything in detail. After listening, Su Fan was deep in thought when he suddenly heard the system prompt sound. Ding! Special mission released. Marat, the commander of the first fleet of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, is hiding a huge secret. Both the violent, bloodthirsty technique and the divine artifacts are very useful to you. Please do everything you can to kill him and find the source of the divine aura. Mission reward: Book of Berserker. Su Fan was stunned, then pleasantly surprised. He quickly clicked on the quest reward and saw the system's explanation of the Berserker's book. It records the primitive magic of the ancient barbaric era. It uses magic to activate the hot blood in your body and turn you into a berserker. At the cost of blood, your body size becomes larger. You are not afraid of pain, life, or death, and you move forward bravely and are invincible. Su Fan was overjoyed. The second special mission is finally here. Last time, it was the Book of Holy Light that allowed me to form the Paladins. This time, it's the Book of Berserkers, allowing me to form the Berserker Legion. One day, these two legions will make the whole world tremble. Thor saw Su Fan was silent for a while, then suddenly laughed, feeling a little puzzled. Su Fan quickly recovered and said to Thor, "We must capture this fleet commander. How about this? When we go on our next expedition, you and Athena will go together and find the source of the divine aura. That will allow you to remove one layer of the seal." Thor stood up and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The victory in this battle was of great significance. The most obvious reaction was in the economic level. Many merchants who had left before came back and began to invest in Silver Moon Bay, building shops, buildings, and factories. Although it was winter, the business atmosphere there was very strong. Because everyone knew that the Kingdom of the Paus Islands was no match for the Silver Moon Kingdom, not now and not in the future. If they waited until the Silver Moon Kingdom reopened its trade routes before entering the market, they would probably be too late. On the military level, the newly enlisted naval soldiers and coastal defense soldiers received a baptism of battle, and their first battle was a victory. Many people were no longer afraid of going to the battlefield, and their morale was boosted and their confidence was full. Longji's spirit of fighting to the death and refusing to retreat was also widely spread, and his reputation among various armies and ordinary people gradually recovered. He finally washed away the shame for himself. Strategically, this battle will provide the Silver Moon Kingdom with valuable time for development, somewhat like preventing the Hu people from going south to graze their horses. Carl, Cantine, Philin, and others took this opportunity to carry out large-scale construction, and mechanical processing of arms production lines and equipment were installed in the factory. Cannons and muskets were produced one after another, and all the cannons were transported to military ports, where they would be equipped on newly built steam artillery battleships. All the muskets were transported to the Third Army and handed over to General Long E for disposal. The Third Army was the first firearms unit that Su Fan focused on building, and it was the benchmark and model for the entire army in the country. Therefore, it was necessary to wait until all 20,000 people in the Third Army were equipped with firearms before other units could be equipped with firearms. Of course, with rights come obligations. The Third Army will not be just a decoration. In Su Fan's mind, the Third Army has been positioned as an assault force and positional warfare force, and it is the absolute main force. The military port has been completed, and the first batch of 5 steam battleships are being built. In order to speed up the construction, Su Fan also asked Athena and Thor to take turns to use their divine power to help with the construction, thereby speeding up the progress. On the coast of Silver Moon Bay, the 5th, 6th, and 7th artillery batteries have also started construction. No one can say whether there will be such sea invasion battles in the future. Su Fan plans to build the coastline into an impenetrable firepower network. If 100 warships come, he will sink 100 of them, and not a single one will be able to land. Su Fan used the 10,000 points accumulated during this period to exchange for a mysterious holy land. After thinking about the remaining 566 points, Su Fan exchanged them all for the Book of Knowledge. As a result, Su Fan only had 66 points left. Magic Holy Land, a huge magic building where magicians can practice, and their practice efficiency is increased by 100%. Exchange price, 10,000 points. After the exchange is completed, there will be an icon of a strange building and an icon of a Book of Knowledge in the backpack, totaling 5. Su Fan came to the Silver Moon Magic Academy and met Principal Wagron on the 3rd floor of the office building. This old man is at a very high level and is a magician, but his strength is not that strong. He is considered a research scholar. "Ah, your majesty, how come you have time to come here?" Wagron said with a smile. Beside him stood a pretty girl with a delicate and lovely face and a tall figure. She was the talented female magician Luna. It turns out that with many magicians coming here to join the Silver Moon Magic Academy, the academy is no longer short of teachers. Luna is currently Wadron's direct disciple and has been following Wadron to learn more powerful magic. "Luna, quickly pour tea for our respected king," Wagron ordered. "Yes." Luna quickly poured a cup of tea and brought it to Su Fan. Su Fan was sitting, so when Luna stood up, she looked up at Su Fan and found that Su Fan was also looking at her. The two of them looked at each other and felt their hearts pounding. Luna's pretty face instantly flushed, her eyes almost tearing up, and she thought to herself, how handsome. Su Fan's appearance is very good, but what makes Luna even more moved is Su Fan's majestic and steady temperament, as if he is omnipotent and fearless. His eyes are deep, as if he can see through the past and the future, giving people a sense of reliability and security. Su Fan was also thinking in his heart, this girl is so damn beautiful. She's almost tender, and she's also a magician hiss. Chapter 165, The Current Situation of Silver Moon Magic Academy. Su Fan took a sip of tea and said, "Principal Wadron, how has the Magic Academy been developing recently?" Wadron smiled and said, "With the support of His Majesty, things are going very smoothly. Many magicians who escaped from the north heard that there was a magic academy here, so they came to attend classes and practice. Many people also asked to join. We divided them according to their strength and realm, and brought them under the management of students and instructors. Currently, our Silver Moon Magic Academy has a total of 50 instructors and 1,000 students." Su Fan was delighted when he heard this data. He knew that only those who had reached the level of a high-level magician could become an instructor at the Silver Moon Magic Academy. That meant that the academy already had 50 high-level magicians. This is not a small number. Every magician is a noble being and a darling favored by God. Although these people only come here for the Magic Academy and will not work for Su Fan, having talented people in one's territory is always a good thing for the development of the territory. For example, among the students of these magic academies, only a small number come from other places, and most of them are local boys and girls. These people have a natural sense of honor and belonging to the Silver Moon Kingdom, and they will naturally fight for the Silver Moon Kingdom after graduation. In addition, the Silver Moon Magic Academy will also have a positive impact on the entire Silver Moon City. Many shops selling magic materials have been opened around the school, and you can also see some alchemists, enchanters, formation masters, scroll makers, and other magical professions. For ordinary people, there are many benefits. When you're sick, you can ask a water magician to purify yourself. When building a house, you can spend a lot of money to hire a magician to use magical powers to build the main structure within a day. You can also buy gadgets made by magicians, such as magic lamps, acceleration shoes, accessories that improve wisdom and thinking ability, etc. Magicians possessed immense wealth, and they were arguably the most affluent group in the territory, rivaling even the wealthy merchants. Around the Silver Moon Magic Academy, hotels, upscale restaurants, auction houses, and high-end clothing stores formed a bustling commercial district. There is even a bank branch there to facilitate savings and loans for the magicians. It can be said that the Silver Moon Magic Academy has created a Silver Moon City CBD and driven employment for thousands of people. Su Fan said, "When can these magicians graduate?" Weidron said, "We don't have a set number of years for study, but with thousands of years of tradition, students generally graduate once they reach the level of a high-level magician." Su Fan asked again, "What if we encounter a particularly stupid student who can never reach the level of a high-level magician? Wouldn't that mean they have to stay here for the rest of their lives?" Weidron smiled and said, "We have corresponding methods to deal with students with dull talents like this. If he still fails to reach the level of a high-level magician after studying here for 10 years, he will be expelled and must pay a large fine." Su Fan cried inwardly, "Damn it, is it wrong to be slow in studying?" It seems that this magic academy looks glorious on the surface, but the students are also under great pressure. After talking with Principal Weidron for a while, Su Fan finally got down to business. He said, "I plan to build a mysterious holy place in your college." "Mysterious holy land? What is that?" Weidron was stunned. Su Fan smiled and said, "It's a magical building that allows magicians to study and practice in it, increasing their efficiency by 100%. "What?" Weidron was stunned. He was stroking his beard with his hand. Hearing this, he subconsciously exerted force and actually pulled out a handful of his beard. "Oh my gosh, it hurts." Weidron grimaced in pain and tears streamed down his face. Not only him, but Luna, who was listening beside him, was also stunned. Cultivation efficiency increased by 100%? Is there such a magical thing in the world? Seeing Su Fan smiling but not saying anything, Weidron calmed down and asked seriously, "Your Majesty, you are the king of a country. You must be responsible for your words." Su Fan said, "Of course, when have I ever told a lie?" Weidron said, "Then do you know what it means to increase your cultivation efficiency by 100%? Su Fan said, "It means that the strength that others can only reach in 2 years, we can achieve in 1 year." Weidron nodded and said, "If it really has this effect, it would be too incredible. I'm afraid it will be written into history and become an eternal myth." Su Fan smiled and said, "It's a little too early to say that. Maybe there will be something more magical than this magic building in the future." Weidron said, "How should this building be constructed?" Su Fan stood up, "Follow me." Weidron followed in confusion, and Luna hesitated for a moment before quickly following. The three of them, surrounded by a group of magicians and kingdom guards, came to an open space in the Silver Moon Magic Academy. This was a vacant lot newly allocated to the Silver Moon Magic Academy by the Ministry of Land Management. It was originally intended to be used to build a magic garden for the Magic Academy, but construction had not yet started due to weather reasons. Su Fan and the others walked through the snow to arrive here. Su Fan closed his eyes and pointed his finger forward. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the open space before him. Weidron frowned and muttered, "This doesn't even have any magical aura." He was very surprised. Such a magical scene was not magic. Then what kind of power created it? Amidst everyone's confusion, the light quickly faded and disappeared, and a huge building appeared in front of them. This building covers an area of at least several thousand square meters. The main color is white, interspersed with many golden pagodas and patterns, making it look quite mysterious. The structure is circular, with 5 floors and 3 spires pointing toward the sky. Most strikingly, suspended atop the spires are 3 spheres, 1 large and 2 small, emitting a hazy glow. 1 red, 1 blue, and 1 white. They float and slowly rotate, all adding to the magical, mysterious, and unique look of this enchanted building. Chapter 166, Mysterious Holy Land. Everyone was stunned upon seeing this strange and mysterious holy place, including Su Fan, who was deeply shocked and exclaimed in his heart, "It looks so magnificent, with a magical feeling, even more unique than Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." Su Fan didn't know what this mysterious holy land looked like. There was only a small icon in the system backpack, and he couldn't see it clearly. Weidron and others were even more surprised, with an expression of disbelief on their faces, and looked at Su Fan with strange eyes. A magician exclaimed, "Who on earth is His Majesty? He can summon such a magical building with a wave of his hand? It's outrageous." This was the voice of everyone. Compared to this peculiar building, the magical method Su Fan demonstrated just now made them more awed and mysterious. However, Su Fan's identity was there. Although everyone was shocked and puzzled, no one asked. Everyone knew in their hearts that this might involve many secrets of Su Fan. Given the gap in their identities, it would be useless to ask. Wagron looked at Su Fan with his eyes flashing, but he didn't say anything in the end. Haha, what are you looking at me for? There's so many magical things in this world. Why should we be surprised? Let's go in and see what this mysterious holy place is like. Su Fan brought Wagron and others to the mysterious Holy Land. Standing at the gate, they found that this holy land was really high. Although it only had 5 floors, the tall spires and the suspended big ball gave people a strong sense of oppression. Entering this mysterious holy place, Wagron was immediately surprised and said, "Such a strong magical atmosphere." Others also felt that there were a large amount of magical elements floating in the air here, and the concentration was several times more than that outside. Entering the Holy Land, you will see a circular golden hall with magical lights floating in it, casting bits of light. The hall is paved with white jade, with unknown statues standing around it. In the middle is a fountain, which is crystal clear and spotless. Standing in it, it feels like being in a temple, full of mystery and majesty. Su Fan and others toured the 5 floors of the mysterious Holy Land and found 2 magic circles on the 2nd floor, 1 blue and 1 red. There were 2 magic stone tablets next to them, which explained in detail the functions of the 2 magic circles. It turns out that these 2 magic circles are called job transfer circles. The red one can allow female magicians to change their jobs to become mysterious witches, while the blue magic circle can allow male magicians to change their jobs to become priests. These are 2 brand new classes. According to the instructions on the stone tablet, the mysterious, which can comprehend slow, invisibility, and sheep transformation. These 3 spells are not offensive, but supportive. According to the classification of magicians in this world, the mysterious, which should be classified as a mystic magician. Priests, on the other hand, can use holy light, purification, soul link, and fire of the mind, each of which is very powerful and also belongs to the mystical magic. For example, this soul link can bind the souls of up to 5 soldiers together. When one person is injured, the damage is evenly distributed among all 5, and their health is reduced simultaneously, which greatly slows down the rate at which soldiers die. In short, it's a case of prosperity for all, loss for all. For example, the fire of the soul is a powerful light-based auxiliary magic. Only warriors with the aura of light magic in their bodies can practice it. The caster can bless the fire of the soul for himself or his teammates, greatly improving their own or their teammates' defense, attack power, movement speed, and life recovery ability. This state of increase may not seem so important for high-end combat forces, but for ordinary soldiers, especially troops of tens of thousands, it is very terrifying. Just imagine, when 2 armies are fighting, if one of the armies is fully endowed with the fire of the soul. What a terrifying scene that would be. Su Fan was surprised that these 2 magic circles could be used by people full-time. There were quite a few magicians in his army now, including 100 paladins and more than 120 magic swordsmen, and this number would increase. While ordinary mages and magic swordsmen are powerful, they only form a spearhead unit and do not significantly improve the overall combat effectiveness of the entire army, or even the entire legion, group army, or even group army. If the 2 new classes of mysterious witch and priest can be added, the overall combat effectiveness of Su Fan's army will be greatly improved. Su Fan was calculating in his mind, paladin, berserker, mystic witch priest. Now there are 4 special forces that have appeared. Haha, that's great. For these 2 job transfer magic circles, Su Fan plans to use Maul points to add a batch of Moonwells in the future to increase the speed and number of awakened personnel. As for the mysterious witch and priest, these 2 new professions are first to serve the war, so Su Fan feels it is safer to use the awakened personnel from the army. The students of Silver Moon Magic Academy should just grow naturally first. Su Fan's plan for them is to have them go out after graduation and open magic schools all over the country, ultimately popularizing magic from a power held by a small group of people into a part of daily work and life. The 3rd floor of the mysterious Holy Land is a huge hot spring with mist emitting out. The magical elements here are 10 times more concentrated than those in the hall on the 1st floor. Magic hot spring. Here you can increase your cultivation efficiency tenfold, but the hot spring is not eternal and requires the user to provide magic stones as energy. Current remaining available time, 23 hours and 59 minutes. There is also a magic stone tablet next to the hot spring, which displays text descriptions and a red time that keeps beating. Wagron and others went crazy. The hall on the first floor was already an extremely rare holy place for cultivation, and the third floor had an even more outrageous 10 times the cultivation efficiency. They were all dumbfounded and speechless. Su Fan was also quite surprised. 10 times the efficiency was too incredible. This place was simply a holy place for cultivating high-end combat power. However, it is a bit speechless that the magic stone is used as energy here. The Silver Moon Kingdom has developed to the present day. There are many mineral resources in the territory, and a large amount of minerals have been purchased from outside, but magic ores have not been found so far. The system blacksmith shop rewarded in the previous mission can create magic equipment, but it has been idle so far due to the lack of magic stones. Therefore, this magic hot spring seems a bit useless at this stage. After 24 hours, it will be of no use at all. On the internet, the 4th and 5th floors of the mysterious Holy Land are all magic books, similar to the library in the world of martial arts. Rows of books are neatly arranged, and there are all kinds of books from magic theory to magic techniques, from the origin of magic to the history of magic, mystery, elements, runes, etc. All aspects are available. It is like an ocean of knowledge. Wadron casually flipped through a few books and fell in love with this place. He even said excitedly, "The books here are so comprehensive. With these books, our Silver Moon Magic Academy may be able to surpass the main campus of the Moon Goddess Magic Academy and become the strongest school in the world." Chapter 167, Lively Praise Festival. Silver Moon Magic Academy is a branch of Moon Goddess Magic Academy. At the beginning, Su Fan asked the two brothers Long Ji and Long Yi to go to Sun City to handle the matter. Moon Goddess Magic Academy was also afraid that the situation would worsen, so it left a backup plan for itself. Once Moon Goddess City was broken and Moon Goddess Magic Academy was destroyed, they at least still had a branch campus and inheritance. But later the development of the situation was beyond everyone's expectations. The Moon Goddess Empire became the Sun Empire, and the Moon Goddess Magic Academy was directly used as a sharp blade on the battlefield by Luo Xiong. Students and instructors went to the battlefield one after another and suffered heavy casualties. The establishment of the mysterious Holy Land is undoubtedly subversive. The Silver Moon Magic Academy will surely become famous, and more powerful people will come here, which will bring greater influence and substantial benefits to the Silver Moon Kingdom. Because the third-level magic hot spring still has 24 hours of usage time, in order to avoid waste, Su Fan asked Gaia, Rise, Longji, and the 3 generals in Silver Moon City to rush over, as well as a group of instructors from the Magic Academy, to use the magic hot spring to practice together. Although it is a hot spring, you don't have to go in to soak in it. Everyone is given a soft cushion, and sitting next to the hot spring to practice can produce 10 times the practice effect. Su Fan only felt that all 100,000 pores in his body were opened, and extremely rich magical elements were absorbed with every breath he took. Su Fan could feel that the magical power in his body seemed to be cheering, boiling, roaring, surging, and flowing endlessly, penetrating into countless cells. Every cell of his body was filled with magical elements, and his whole body seemed to be sublimating. Luna was also practicing in this hot spring. For some reason, the two of them were sitting right next to each other. The third layer was filled with hot mist, soaking the beauty's body, making this beautiful magician look even more radiant and charming in the mist. Su Fan stared at the girl for a long time, his heart pounding, and he couldn't help but ask, "Ms. Luna, can you dance?" Luna was stunned for a moment. Then her face flushed, and she said shyly, "No." Su Fan smiled slightly. "It doesn't matter if you don't know how to dance. There's a dance party tomorrow night. I will ask you to dance and teach you. How about it?" Luna was silent for a moment, then smiled brightly. "Okay, I was just thinking of learning." Her voice is very nice, ethereal, and cute. She feels very fresh and pleasant when chatting with her, which is exactly the type Su Fan likes. The news and function of the mysterious Holy Land spread quickly. It was said that the efficiency of cultivation could be increased by 100%. It was also said that there was a magic hot spring. As long as 2 magic stones were paid, one could practice for a whole day, increasing the efficiency of cultivation tenfold. All the magicians in the wild were shocked when they heard the news. How can there be such a magical place in the world? Silver Moon Magic Academy? I heard it's just a branch of the Moon Goddess Magic Academy. The Moon Goddess Magic Academy doesn't even have this kind of incredible treasure. So how could the Silver Moon Kingdom have one? Hey, that's hard to say. Don't forget, the Silver Moon Kingdom is a magical land. Cement, textiles, paper, trains, aren't there enough miracles there? That's right, I also think this news is true. I plan to call my friends to go and check it out. If it's true, then we will make a fortune. TSK, 2 magic stones can be exchanged for 10 times the training speed. It's so cool just thinking about it. No, I have to go collect some magic stones. Go to the Sun Empire. There's a magic crystal mine there, and you can find a huge amount of magic stones there. The Silver Moon Kingdom, the Dragon Breath Army, the Neutral Camp, the Sun Empire, all the magic professionals who heard the news wanted to come to the Silver Moon Kingdom to find out what was going on. Su Fan also planned to report extensively on the news of the mysterious Holy Land in the latest edition of World Trends magazine, striving to build Silver Moon City into a legendary magic Holy Land through publicity and seize the highest position in the magic world. It was the bitter cold of December, and the temperature was biting, but it could not extinguish the enthusiasm for production and life in the Silver Moon Kingdom. Every household decorated their homes with lanterns and held banquets to celebrate the Silver Moon Kingdom's Festival of Praise to the gods. On the day of the Praise God Festival, Su Fan held a grand banquet, and all the high-ranking officials of the Silver Moon Kingdom gathered together for a big meal. Su Fan, Thor, Athena, Long Yi, Paladin, Long Ji, Xiao Long, Carl, Gaia, Rai Xiaosaw, Abdi, Phil and Gould, Sarao, and Kong Ding all arrived. In addition, Su Fan also invited Wei Dron, the principal of Silver Moon Magic Academy who has been in the limelight recently, and of course the beautiful girl Luna, who is currently flirting with Su Fan. In addition to these old men, there are also some grassroots and middle-level officers selected from various troops, heads of various departments of the Ministry of the Interior, as well as Chris and his researchers. Some big capitalists, big businessmen, and patriarchs of large families were also on the invitation list. In short, almost all the important figures in the Silver Moon Kingdom came to this year's Festival of Praise to the gods. In total, there were more than 500 people. The Golden Hall of the Ministry of the Interior was hung with bright and dazzling magic lights, making it look magnificent. The hall was bustling with people. Well-dressed and capable waiters were busy moving among the crowd with plates and wine glasses, while those attending the meeting were gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. Luna followed Wagron closely, and the little girl looked very nervous. As if sensing Luna's nervousness, Wagron smiled and said, "What's wrong? Luna, why are you so nervous?" Luna shook her head and said, I've never seen such a beautiful place." Wagron smiled. He knew that Luna's background was not ordinary. Her parents were both nobles in the north. She usually went to high-end places, and her vision was quite high. However, the decoration, rhythm, atmosphere, and everything else here were different. Wei Dron had never felt so refreshed in his entire life. If someone told him now that this was heaven, he would believe it. Chapter 168, Winter Fishing. As Wei Dron and Luna walked along, many people greeted them. Everyone respected Wei Dron, the principal of the magic school. The 4 generals, Long Yi, Long Ji, Rise, and Gaia, all came from the magic school. This alone made it impossible to ignore them. Soon, Su Fan walked down the spiral staircase with Thor and Athena. Everyone looked at them, and many people came over. Haha, everyone have fun. Su Fan was surrounded by the crowd, greeting everyone, and the smile on his face never stopped for a moment. Luna watched from the side, looking dazed. Wei Dron seemed to notice something strange about his student and said with a smile, "Luna, did His Majesty really invite you to dance that night?" Luna blushed and whispered, "Yes, he sent someone to bring me back after we finished dancing." Wei Dron frowned and said, "Nothing else?" Luna shook her head, "No." Wei Dron was silent for a moment, then stroked Luna's head and said lovingly, "Your Majesty holds many secrets. His future will definitely be extraordinary. I have a feeling he will astonish the world and achieve greater accomplishments than the founding emperors of the 2 empires. Luna, you must think carefully about whether you are willing to accompany him through this legendary life." Luna was startled. Wagron continued, "An extraordinary man must be assisted by an extraordinary woman. Do you have the ability to accompany him, to assist him, to support him, to rely on him? If you think clearly about these things, then no matter what decision you make, I will fully support you." Luna lowered her head, unable to see her face or expression clearly. She only heard her say, "I don't know." I haven't thought it through yet. At this time, Su Fan began to speak. He motioned for everyone to sit down. He walked to the podium he had prepared in advance and said confidently, "Dear ministers, dear entrepreneurs, dear gentlemen and ladies, today is the first God-praising festival since the establishment of the Silver Moon Kingdom. I have arranged a sumptuous dinner for you all today. There will also be performances after the banquet as a reward for your hard work and dedication over the past year. Everyone, I hope we can work even harder and more tirelessly in the coming year to overcome difficulties and develop our national strength. We face numerous enemies. Looking around, the Dragon's Breath Army, the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, and the terrifying alien scourge all await our conquest and subjugation. The Sun Empire, the Western Kingdoms, and the neutral forces are no less enemies than friends. Our task is arduous. I hope you will follow my steps and build a great nation together, letting the glory of the Silver Moon Kingdom fill history." Pa pa pa. Everyone applauded, and many soldiers, their blood boiling with enthusiasm and fighting spirit high, shouted the slogan, "Silver Moon Kingdom, invincible." Because it was a banquet, Su Fan only gave an encouraging speech and didn't say much, so as not to put too much pressure on his subordinates. Su Fan considered himself a benevolent leader, hoping that his ministers and generals could balance work and rest, maintain a good mood and abundant energy. Afterwards, the banquet began and exquisite dishes were served one after another, including traditional famous dishes and new dishes created by Su Fan. Paired with newly released red wine and high-proof white wine, the atmosphere of the banquet quickly reached a climax. After the festival of praise to the gods, the Silver Moon Kingdom quickly resumed its production and life, because now the whole country of the Silver Moon Kingdom is full of youth and vitality, and there are wealth and opportunities everywhere. Even the most ordinary farmers are unwilling to sit at home every day. Winter has its own work. For example, on January 15th, the Minister of Agriculture, Xiao Suo, brought a large number of people to a lake in the Silver Moon Kingdom. They brought various tools and fishing nets, and hammered drilled holes and marked on the ice. This lake is located between Violet City and Northwind City. It is very large. Standing by the lake, it is difficult to see the other side. It looks like a sea. The name of this lake is Manhwa Lake, which sounds nice and quiet. It was the dead of winter, and the lake had long been frozen. But Xiao Suo was still busy with his men, and everyone's face had an expression of excitement and nervousness. There were villages and towns around the lake, and people from those villages and towns gathered around, wondering, "Hey, what are these people doing? See those fishing nets? Are they going to catch fish? Fishing? Ha ha, don't be ridiculous. It's freezing cold. How can you fish? I think digging a hole and fishing is more appropriate." The villagers gathered around and talked about it. One brave man asked loudly, "Hey, gentlemen, what are you busy with?" A staff member laughed and said, "We are winter fishing." Winter fishing? What is winter fishing? The brave man was stunned. Winter fishing means fishing in winter. We are from the Ministry of Agriculture of the Department of the Interior, and we are conducting a winter fishing experiment here today. The staff member was very kind and did not seem impatient when facing ordinary villagers. "Huh? You really want to go fishing?" The villagers watching were shocked and shouted, "This is really strange. The lake is completely frozen over. The ice is very thick. How can you catch fish? Hey, are the people at the Ministry of Agriculture crazy? Even a 3-year-old knows you can't fish in the winter." No one believed it. The staff member smiled and said, "Whether you believe it or not, it's too early to draw conclusions now. You'll know later." At this time, Xiao Suo and his men figured out the approximate location of the fish school and began to cast a net. There are 3 magic swordsmen in this team, all of whom are students of the Silver Moon Magic Academy. The Magic Academy has a rule that students must contribute to the Silver Moon Kingdom and obtain enough credits before they can graduate. So now students of the Magic Academy can be seen in various work in the Silver Moon Kingdom. The magic swordsmen use their powerful magical powers to quickly drill through the ice and form an ice hole. Every 10 or so meters, there was a hole in the ice, forming a large circle. 3 magic swordsmen painstakingly chiseled a hole for the net to exit. The staff threaded the fishing net onto a wooden pole and lowered it into the ice hole. Meanwhile, someone on the ice held an iron hook, constantly adjusting the direction of the net's lowering. "Oh my God, this fishing net is just like that. What else? Who came up with this idea? It's so clever. This way we can fish normally. Why didn't we think of this method before?" The onlookers were so surprised to see the huge fishing net several hundred meters long being sent down bit by bit that they couldn't close their mouths. Xiao Suo stood aside, directing his men to operate carefully, and his admiration for Su Fan reached a new level. That's right, the method of winter fishing was exactly what Su Fan told them. Chapter 169, Experiment Success. It turned out that Xiao Suo had found Su Fan not long ago and reported the current food crisis in the Silver Moon Kingdom. The total population of the Silver Moon Kingdom has now reached 5 million, which is a huge size. In addition, trade with the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, the largest grain importer, has been cut off, so the source of food has been greatly reduced and food has become particularly tight. Although Su Fan had given Xiao Suo a large number of primary crop growth acceleration cards and optimized a batch of new grain varieties, the yield had increased, and according to the plan, it could last until next summer harvest. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. Now it is winter, and more refugees in the northern region are blocking outside Beifeng City and one end of the country. These people are deeply influenced by the World Trend magazine. The situation in the north is deteriorating, and there is a serious shortage of food. These people simply do not have enough food in winter and have no choice but to flee to the Silver Moon Kingdom. In order to consolidate the newly established status and reputation of the Silver Moon Kingdom, Su Fan basically accepted everyone, including the elderly, children, women, and even the sick and disabled. Of course, before entering the city, Beifeng City will still conduct an inspection of these refugees and have them stay in a temporary camp for 7 days. If they are found to be hooligans or have a criminal record, they will be expelled immediately. In short, the Silver Moon Kingdom only accepts those with good character, and nothing else matters. However, as a result, a large number of refugees poured in, and the population of the Silver Moon Kingdom increased rapidly. In just 2 months since the beginning of winter, the population has increased by 500,000. For 500,000 people, assuming each person consumes 2 kilograms of food per day, they will consume 1 million kilograms of food every day, which is not a small number. As the Minister of Agriculture, Xiao Suo was so anxious that his hair fell out. In desperation, he found Su Fan, hoping to find a breakthrough from his own omniscient and omnipotent king. The breakthrough point Su Fan gave him was winter fishing. As a time traveler, Su Fan knew that winter fishing was a very feasible way to obtain food. Take the extremely famous Chagan Lake winter fishing as an example. The maximum catch of a single net can reach 168,000 kilograms. Although the Silver Moon Kingdom's territory is still relatively small, its water system is very developed. It not only has the Silver Moon River as a major artery, but also many tributaries and lakes. Before this, because the fishing methods of the people here were relatively primitive, the catch was not high. This means that these water systems and lakes must contain huge fishery resources. Today, Xiao Suo, as the Minister of Agriculture, came here personally with a group of people to conduct experiments. Once successful, the entire Silver Moon Kingdom will be swept by a winter fishing craze, and the tight food supply may be eased a little. The nets for winter fishing are cast very slowly. This was the first time for Xiao Suo and his team to cast the nets in this way, so the speed was even slower. By the time everything was done, 5 hours had passed, and it was already afternoon. More and more villagers gathered to watch. At the beginning, there were only residents from nearby villages and towns, but now residents from other villages and towns have also come to watch the excitement. It's no wonder they're all bored staying at home in this cold weather. Now that they hear about something new, they naturally want to call their friends to join the fun. Even people got bored after watching for a long time, and some brave ones joined in and helped to tinker with it. For a while, Manhwa Lake was very lively. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with Xiao Suo's order, the net was officially set up. A total of 6 armored bulls pulled the winch together. The huge torque made the wooden winch squeak, which made people's teeth ache. The 3 magic swordsmen were responsible for coordinating and controlling the force. They couldn't let these armored bulls go too fast. If the torque was too great, the wooden winch might be directly damaged. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Time passed by little. Everyone shouted slogans and worked very hard. Soon, a man who saw it shouted, "Come up! Come up!" As the blue fishing net was slowly pulled up to the surface of the lake, everyone around turned their attention to it. When they saw the various fish hanging on the fishing net, everyone went crazy. Wow, we can actually catch fish in the middle of winter. This is amazing. It's nothing magical. Once you understand it, it's incredibly simple. We just didn't think of it. Who invented this method? It's sure to go down in history. Yes. In the past, we could only watch Manhwa Lake freeze over in the winter and could do nothing. Now, we can fish from it every year. We will have plenty of food and can even send the surplus to the city. The owner of the fish shop probably never thought that they could receive fish in the winter. Hey, fish are more expensive in winter. Maybe we can earn more from fishing in one winter than we do in a whole year. I have to say that the villagers watching the scene were very smart. In just a short moment, they thought of a golden road to wealth. Xiao Suo was also beaming with joy, thinking to himself, this is a success. I can promote this method in the future, and we can have fish and shrimp on our tables in winter. The net raising continues. As time went by, there were more and more fish in the fishing net, and they were very large. Some of them were difficult even for adults to hold, and required 2 or 3 people to carry them together. Wow, that's a lot, a little girl exclaimed, clapping her hands and saying to the adult next to her, Grandma, I want to eat fish tonight. The old woman next to him laughed and said, Okay, there's so many fish here. Let's buy one and stew it for Nini. Everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. All the fish in the net were finally caught before dark. Everyone present, young and old, men, women, and children, worked together to pile up their trophies into 5 small hills. A man came up to Xiao Suo and said, Sir, according to our calculations, the catch we caught with a single net this time is about 50,000 kilograms. Xiao Suo smiled and said, 50,000 caddies, well, that's not bad. Although it's a big difference from the 160,000 kilograms your majesty mentioned. This is just a test. We'll do a real winter fishing trip later, using bigger machinery and larger nets, and the yield will be even higher. So what do we do with these fish? The man smiled bitterly and said, I just realized that we didn't arrange a convoy for transportation. We only have 5 armored bulls. Xiao Suo said, then sell it to the villagers here at a low price. 50,000 kilograms, and these people will be able to divide it up. They will send the surplus to the market. Chapter 170, Primary Battleship. Time quickly came to February. For the entire continent, winter means rest, food shortages, and travel difficulties. Even if the enemy is hostile, they have to wait until spring to launch a war. This is the case with the Solar Empire, the Dragon's Breath Army, the Neutral Forces, and the Kingdom of the Paus Islands. Therefore, in the past 2 months, the Kingdom of the Paus Islands has not appeared again. The port of the Silver Moon Kingdom has been completely built, a large number of civilian ships have been launched, and the port has gradually prospered. However, a port alone is not enough. A market is also needed. The Kingdom of the Paus Islands and the Silver Moon Kingdom are currently at odds, and trade has been severed. Even if these civilian ships want to trade, they have nowhere to go. They can only go out to sea to fish, which barely creates some jobs. In the Silver Moon River Military Port, the first batch of 5 steel warships have been launched, and the installation of artillery and the distribution of various supplies are now underway. These 5 steel warships, personally named Taichu by Su Fan, meaning the beginning of all things, were the initial versions of the future invincible fleet. In Su Fan's plan, the fleet would continue to develop, and all the destroyers, frigates, submarines, battleships, and even powerful aircraft carriers that existed on Earth would be manufactured. With the Silver Moon Kingdom's technological system gradually taking shape and its industrial base gradually becoming complete, it was only a matter of time before these things were manufactured. Each of these 5 steel battleships has a displacement of 5,000 tons. Most of the hull is wrapped in 3 layers of iron sheets, equipped with a 4-cylinder super-large displacement steam boiler, a mechanical steering assist system, and 20 heavy artillery pieces. Each warship is equipped with 300 personnel, whose main task is to provide fire support and artillery coverage. Watching this batch of warships being launched, the sailors boarded the very primitive steel, steam-powered warships, groping and studying them, and excitement appeared on everyone's face. The soldiers pushed carts of coal, food, fresh water, and various daily necessities onto the warships. Xiao Long and Long Ji were also standing at the dock. Xiao Long smiled and said, "This type of warship will be the most powerful warship ever seen in human history. With just 5 of these, even if the Kingdom of the Paus Islands attacks again, I'm confident I can annihilate them all." Long Ji also laughed and said, "Yes, whether in speed, maneuverability, firepower, or defense, they are far superior to sailboats. There is no comparison. If these warships could have been launched 3 months earlier, we wouldn't have been so embarrassed." As he spoke, his tone was a little low. This is a regret as a general and an eternal pain in his heart. Xiao Long consoled him. General Longji, relax. There is no such thing as an ever-victorious general. We must look forward and do better to live up to His Majesty's good intentions. Longji nodded and said, I have already submitted a request to His Majesty. I hope that in the future, I will be able to lead a fleet and personally conquer Paus. Xiao Long smiled and said, Of course, no problem. You are a frost mage, and the sea is your home turf. You are a natural-born naval commander. I will also submit a petition to His Majesty, strongly recommending your return. I believe that one day, your reputation will resound throughout the kingdom of the Paus Islands. Long Ji hugged Xiao Long and said with emotion, Good brother. The Silver Moon River has completely become an arms industrial park. It not only has the 3 services officers school and the strategic engineering school, but also 8 completed arsenals and 6 arsenals under construction. These arsenals have all been equipped with new steam-powered, mechanically semi-automated arms production lines, and the production speed of muskets, artillery, and ammunition has been greatly improved. Today, these arsenals can produce 24 heavy artillery pieces and 800 muskets every day and 300 boxes of ammunition. Now, Long Yi's Third Army, with a total of 20,000 people, has an 80% musket equipment rate. It is also equipped with 50 artillery pieces and has sufficient ammunition. However, this Third Army cannot be said to be a fully modern army. They also lack a soul. On February 15th, Su Fan personally came to the Armed Forces Military Academy to attend the first graduation ceremony. Every student here is extremely talented. There are not many of them, only about 500, but they're all very young, all between 18 and 20 years old. At the beginning of the school, Su Fan personally formulated a study plan for them. They had to get up at 6 o'clock every morning and do armed cross-country running, hand-to-hand combat, drill training, weapon combat, training the use of guns and artillery, practice of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, night marches and raids. In short, all kinds of training. Their venues were not limited to the school playground. The Silver Moon River, the Northern Fortress, the Silver Moon City, the Great Wasteland, and even the turbulent and dangerous sea were their training grounds. In addition to training, they would also set aside 5 hours every day to learn advanced theoretical knowledge. Blitzkrieg, positional warfare, outflanking, fire suppression and counter-suppression, artillery-covered strike tactics, etc., were all classic tactics from World War I and World War II on Earth that Su Fan copied and stuffed into the minds of these students. Of course, adhering to the attitude of analyzing specific issues, specifically the classic tactics of World War I and World War II, may not be suitable for this magical world, and there will definitely be flaws in actual operations, but this is not important. These officers will learn lessons and summarize experience in battle, and will constantly correct the errors in the books and ultimately conform to the actual situation of this world. In addition to training and theory, sandbox exercises are also essential. Every classroom of the Armed Forces Officers Academy features a massive sandbox with various maps, designed to encourage students to use their brains and rehearse various possible outcomes. On February 15th, the first batch of 500 officers graduated. These young men, full of enthusiasm, were all incorporated into the Third Army. According to their performance in school, they were divided into the lowest rank of company commander and the highest rank of regimental commander. These people are destined to be extraordinary. After experiencing several real battles, they will be assigned to other troops for a second time to accelerate the ideological transformation of other troops to achieve modernization. Those who perform well and stand out will establish new armies and become true commanders. They are the reserve key training cadres in the Silver Moon Kingdom's army. Like the researchers of a strategic engineering school, they are all targets of key monitoring. The lists are placed on Su Fan's desk, and Su Fan will personally inquire about them every month. When word of this treatment spread, the students were deeply moved and determined to live up to the Emperor's grace and serve the country. Chapter 171, Navy Expedition. 500 new-style officers were added to the Third Army. The Third Army seemed to be given a soul, fully meeting the standards of a new army and ready to be deployed for battle at any time. On February 15th, construction began on the second batch of Taichu warships, also 5 ships, also of the 5,000-ton class, and modeled after the same ship. Because of the existing experience, this batch could be built more quickly. It was expected to be launched for sea trials in May and inducted into the fleet in June. On March 1st, Construction of the second military port began. This port is larger and can build 2 basic warships at the same time. It is expected to be put into production in June. The severe cold has subsided, the spring breeze has blown, and all things have revived. All walks of life in the Silver Moon Kingdom have become more active, especially the agricultural sector. Under the leadership of Xiao Suo, a new round of land reclamation is underway in Silver Moon City, Violet City, Blackstone City, Black Rock City, and the Great Wasteland. At the same time, the replacement of new grain varieties is also being carried out in an orderly manner. It is expected that by the time of this year's summer harvest, the national grain output will increase 5 times compared to last year. On March 15th, spring comes and flowers bloom. 5 massive warships lined up neatly at the Silver Moon River Military Port. Flying the Silver Moon Kingdom's flag, the ships carry the Navy soldiers, dressed in new white uniforms, in uniform and high spirits. Xiao Long, Long Ji, Athena, and Thor stood on the flagship, fully armed, and Su Fan saw them off. Su Fan looked at the 4 of them and said seriously, "We are fully prepared for today's expedition. Our goal is to capture Dragon Snake Island and Lava Island to open up an overseas base for us." The Dragon Snake Islands are the 2 larger islands in the northernmost part of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands. Among them, the Dragon Snake Island is a commercial trade center with a dense population, developed business, and also produces natural rubber and grain. The area of Lava Island is about the same as that of Silver Moon City. It is not only an important stronghold of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, but also the headquarters of the First Fleet, where Murat is located. This Lava Island has 3 natural harbors, hundreds of ships of various types, and a strong marine cultural atmosphere. People rely on the sea for their livelihood. It not only produces grains, fruits, and natural rubber, but also coconut oil, which is a very healthy cooking oil with a good taste and is sold well at home and abroad. On the one hand, Su Fan went on this expedition to seek revenge, defeat Murat, and wipe out the previous humiliation. On the other hand, he wanted to take the 2 large islands for himself and reopen the shipping route. These 2 islands are of great significance to the Silver Moon Kingdom. After occupation, they will not only be symmetrical with the Silver Moon Bay from east to west, forming a huge territorial sea, but also allow them to retreat to attack or advance to defend, so that they can firmly grasp the initiative. This expedition involves the possibility of divine artifacts on Murat's body, so Su Fan also transferred Athena and Thor to assist in the battle and increase the chances of victory. Of course, Xiao Long is still the commander of the fleet. He is fully responsible for all matters and has the final say. Xiao Long said worriedly, "Your Majesty, although our targets are only these 2 islands, the follow-up troops must catch up as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the enemy's other fleets arrive, we will not be able to defeat them with only 5 ships." Xiao Long was very clear-headed. The Kingdom of the Paus Islands was too powerful. With hundreds of islands and countless reefs, it was definitely not inferior to the Moon Goddess Empire. It was impossible to sweep the enemy with only 5 warships. After taking these 2 islands, they had to stabilize it as soon as possible. Su Fan nodded and said, "Don't worry, the subsequent support fleet will bring the supplies over. They will build artillery positions on Lava Island and Dragon Snake Island according to the plan. It will only take 7 days. Once the artillery positions are completed, the enemy will never be able to cross this sea again." Xiao Long smiled and said, "That puts my mind at ease." This expedition was well prepared. Because there were relatively few warships, Su Fan requisitioned a batch of civilian ships in advance to transport goods and personnel. Now, this logistics fleet is loading and will set off to Dragon Snake Island and Lava Island after receiving the news of victory. Then, Su Fan looked at Athena and Thor and said to them, "During this expedition, you must keep a close eye on their General Murat. Try to force out the divine artifact from him and kill him. You can also take this opportunity to break through the seal and reach a higher level of strength." "Clear. Don't worry, Your Majesty." Athena and Thor were very calm and nodded in agreement. "Well, in that case, let's set off. I wish you a triumphant return." Su Fan stood on the dock and waved at them. "Set off." Xiao Long gave the order. The flag bearer waved the flag, and the 5 Tai Jr. warships began to emit the roar of steam and slowly left the port. Watching the fleet gradually disappear on the seashore, Su Long said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. With Athena and Thor here, there will be no problem." Su Fan shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate the heroes of the world. The kingdom of the Paus Islands reveres the sea god. It's no small feat for them to have built such a vast nation in the ocean. This expedition will have a chain reaction. Although we have a deduction plan, everything is subject to change. I just hope we can cope with it. Su Long, who was listening to this, secretly sighed. Your Majesty's thinking is so profound and terrifying. He even takes into account how the enemy will react, how to respond, and how the situation in the world will change. Such a broad mind and such a pattern are truly extraordinary. Su Fan turned and left, waving his hand at Su Long, saying, I'm going to the Strategic Engineering Institute to take a look. You go back to the Interior Department and find Kong Ding. Ask him to come up with the passenger train plan tomorrow. The passenger train issue has been delayed for a long time and must be resolved this month. Yes. Su Fan came to the Strategic Engineering College located on the banks of the Silver Moon River. The environment here is beautiful, and the facilities are complete. It is also heavily guarded, and ordinary people cannot enter at all. It is very safe. When you arrive at the school gate, soldiers will strictly check your identity. Generally speaking, you can only enter here with the approval of Principal Chris. Of course, except Su Fan. When I walked into the school, I found that there were few people on campus. Occasionally, someone passed by, and they were hurriedly walking by with a pile of information and various instruments in their hands. Su Fan came to the most central building and met Chris in the office. Ah, Your Majesty, why are you here? Chris received the report in advance and went out to greet Su Fan. Su Fan smiled and said, Let me ask you, how are our scientific research results recently? Chapter 172, Establishing a University. Chris asked Su Fan to sit on the sofa, and then personally poured Su Fan a cup of tea, and then said in an orderly manner, Your Majesty, according to your instructions, our various fields are progressing smoothly. In terms of steam engines, we have developed a new generation of steam locomotives that can produce better machines according to market needs, greatly improving the efficiency of our factories while consuming less coal. Su Fan asked, What about the military industry? Chris smiled and said, In the military industry, we've already developed hand grenades and have improved them to the first generation. Now we have the second generation, with a killing range of 5 meters in diameter and a blast rate of over 90%. We're ready for production. Su Fan said in surprise, Really? That's really good news. In that case, let's hand over the production process of this grenade to the arsenal as soon as possible so that they can start mass production. Hand grenades are a crucial military weapon. Black powder-filled hand grenades appeared in 15th century Europe and continued to evolve, ultimately reaching prominence during World Wars I and II. This weapon is simple to use, inexpensive, portable, and powerful, making it ideal for individual soldiers. Therefore, Su Fan assigned this task to Chris before winter arrived, asking him to organize the team and quickly develop it. Because of the technology of muskets and artillery, as well as the supporting production technology of military ammunition, the research and development of grenades was relatively smooth. The power of this second-generation grenade is enough to rival the area magic of a junior magician, and it will definitely be a nightmare for the enemy on the battlefield. In addition, we are also developing muskets and artillery. The new muskets and cannons have a longer range and are more convenient to fire. The ammunition configuration is also more standardized. However, due to metallurgical process issues, we may not be able to develop them and put them into production until this autumn. Chris was a little frustrated when he heard this. Su Fan had pointed out the direction for their research. They had the basic drawings and technology, and they just needed to improve it. However, because of the various processes involved, the research and development had been delayed and unsuccessful. Su Fan said, This is not your fault. Our industrial base has not yet been fully formed, and the theoretical system is just mechanically applied. It is good enough that you can make grenades. Our weapons are sufficient now, and the new muskets and artillery can be developed step by step. Chris, I came to you today to tell you something. Chris was stunned and asked, What's the matter? Su Fan said, I plan to build a university in Silver Moon City, and I need to transfer 100 people from you. 100 people, that's a lot. Chris was startled and frowned. But I'm also very short on staff here. We're not only responsible for research, but also for teaching students. If I just pull 100 people out, the research will definitely be much slower, and there's even the possibility of it getting stuck and stagnating. Su Fan said, I've already considered this. However, establishing a university is urgent, and in the long run, it's even more significant. For example, You're currently facing various bottlenecks, and if only your group of people were conducting research, it would be a waste of time and energy. Therefore, we need to develop formal universities and establish scientific knowledge systems in various fields, advancing simultaneously and allowing 100 flowers to bloom. Only then can your predicament be fundamentally resolved. Su Fan had his own considerations. Although the Strategic Engineering College was similar to a university combined with a research institute, its military nature was too strong. Everyone's studies and research here were dedicated to military industry, which was not a good thing. Therefore, Su Fan wants to establish a university in the true sense, open more than a dozen secondary colleges, and conduct professional knowledge learning and research in different categories. This will be conducive to the faster and more comprehensive development of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Chris sighed and smiled bitterly. Your Majesty has spoken. How can I refuse? Your vision is higher and farther. I choose to believe you. Ah, that's good. Su Fan patted Chris on the shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, I will recruit a group of people for you in a short time. Our territory is full of talented people now. You can select some talented young people to serve as a preparatory class first. I will find a way to give you a batch of knowledge books to help these talented young people grow quickly. Chris's eyes lit up. The reason his Strategic Engineering Institute had grown so rapidly was because Su Fan had given him a batch of books of knowledge. These magical books allowed a student to easily acquire all the knowledge they possessed, instantly becoming a qualified researcher. Chris had previously approached Su Fan several times to ask if he had any more books of knowledge, but Su Fan had none left. Unexpectedly, Su Fan gave him another hint, which made Chris very excited. Your Majesty, as long as we have books of knowledge, we can develop rapidly. If possible, we need 100 books, oh no, 1,000. Su Fan's eyes twitched. Although the book of knowledge was not expensive, only costing 100 points, 1,000 books would cost 100,000 points. Where to go to kill so many enemies? What's more, there are other commodities that Su Fan needs to exchange. He wants to buy the magic fountain, he wants to buy wind step and summon water element, and he also needs to buy a large number of griffins to form his own air force to deal with the possible dragon army. Points are used everywhere. On the boundless sea, the waves are surging and rough. 5 huge steel warships were sailing on the dangerous sea. On the deck, many soldiers were lying bored, eating oranges one by one. Xiao Long and Long Ji came out of the cabin and came to the deck to see this scene. Long Ji frowned and said, "Our soldiers are not strong enough. If we continue to fight in this state, we will probably suffer losses." Xiao Long said, "Yes, these soldiers are all newly recruited, and most of them are going to sea for the first time. Although they have received training, after 7 days of sailing, everyone is a little exhausted. After all, the inland rivers and the rough sea are different." Long Ji said, "According to the estimated time, we will be able to see Dragon Snake Island tomorrow. Now we must plan ahead." At this time, Athena and Thor also came out. Athena said, "In fact, it might be better if we spend a month to let these soldiers adapt to life at sea before they participate in the battle." Xiao Long said with a firm look in his eyes, "Time is running out, and His Majesty can't wait any longer. I came here specifically to see His Majesty and ask for some moonwell water. I'll give some to everyone tonight to help them regain their energy and stay in peak condition." Long Ji laughed and said, "So you have this trump card. If you hadn't told us earlier, we wouldn't have to worry so much." Xiao Long shook his head and said, "The moonwell water is only auxiliary after all. I hope my soldiers can grow up quickly. Send a message to all ships. Rest well tonight, have a good meal, and be ready for battle tomorrow. After we capture Dragon Snake Island and Lava Island, we will let everyone go ashore and rest for a while." Yes. Chapter 173 War begins. Longshi Island is peaceful and tranquil in the early morning. Coconut trees swayed in the wind. A large number of ships were anchored at the port, and people walked out onto the streets with sleepy faces to start their day's livelihood. In the watchtower near the harbor, the soldier on duty yawned, leaned against a pillar holding a crossbow, and muttered to himself, "Another night has passed. How boring." However, before he could finish his words, he was stunned. What is that?" The soldier rubbed his eyes and looked towards the Northwest Sea. There were 5 huge and strange ships heading towards here. Why were they so strange? Because these 5 ships were not only huge in size, but also had shapes that he had never seen before. There are no sails, no masts, no oars, and the hull is equipped with cylindrical black tubes, and no one knows what they're used for. "Where's the ship?" The guard frowned. and suddenly saw a flag slowly rising on the 5 huge ships. The silver moon is in the sky, surrounded by auspicious clouds. That's the flag of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The guard's voice trembled, and he let out a sharp cry, while he banged on the golden bell next to him, sounding a unique alarm. Dang, dang, dang. The sound of the golden bell echoed over Dragon Snake Island, and people walking in the streets and alleys stopped to look towards the port. What's wrong? What happened? That sound. I'm afraid there might be an enemy attacking. Enemy? Are you kidding me? Ever since His Majesty the Sea King led the Invincible Armada across the ocean 5 years ago and numerous pirate groups were surrounded and wiped out, there haven't been any enemies left on this sea. Who says the enemy must come from the sea? Maybe it comes from the land? Hiss, you mean Silver Moon Kingdom? Soon someone thought of the Silver Moon Kingdom, because a few months ago Murat was defeated and fled back seriously injured. This incident was widely circulated, and many people were afraid that the Silver Moon Kingdom would retaliate. Dragon Snake Island was the closest island to the Silver Moon Kingdom, so it would definitely be attacked first. But a few months passed, and the Silver Moon Kingdom did not attack, so the people on the island gradually forgot about it. Unexpectedly, what was supposed to come finally came. When the alarm sounded, the guard fleet on Dragon Snake Island quickly reacted, started moving, left the port, and rushed towards the Silver Moon Kingdom fleet. On the flagship of the Silver Moon Kingdom fleet, Xiao Long, holding a telescope, said to the deputy commander beside him, "The enemy has sent out 10 ships, 3 large and 7 small. Haha, they're not prepared after all." The deputy general also laughed and said, "They probably didn't expect that we would attack them today." Xiao Long said, "They're approaching us. Order all ships to open fire freely. Within 10 minutes, destroy them all, dead or alive." Yes. The flag bearer received the order and waved the flag. The 5 warships quickly made corresponding changes, changing from a first-line formation to a combat posture. There were 20 cannons on the battleship, and the gunners were in high spirits. They had all drunk the water from a moon well and were in excellent condition. All the previous symptoms of seasickness and nausea had disappeared. Xiao Long, Long Ji, Thor, and Athena each commanded a warship. With their personal control, the overall combat effectiveness of the fleet was greatly improved. The target has entered the attack range, requesting attack. Each warship has a main gun with a longer barrel and greater power. It is the most powerful cannon that the Silver Moon Kingdom can currently produce. The gunnery commander was also looking at the situation on the sea with a telescope. He suddenly lowered his raised hand and shouted, "Fire!" Boom! A cannonball shot out from the black barrel and landed next to an enemy ship. On the enemy's ship, the soldiers on the deck frowned. What the hell is this? This is not Lava Island, and these soldiers are not the main force of the First Fleet, so they have never come into contact with artillery. Maybe they have heard about it from their companions, but they would never have imagined it. Before these people could react, shells fell one after another like raindrops. A battleship is equipped with 20 guns, and 5 battleships mean 100 guns. When 100 guns fire at the same time, the damage caused is self-evident. The hit rate of the first round of bombardment was unsatisfactory, but after adjusting the coordinates, the second round of artillery bombardment directly stunned the enemy. Boom! A shell hit the cabin of a small warship, shattering it into pieces. Countless wood chips, shrapnel, and raging flames swept in all directions. The soldiers in the cabin were thrown out with screams, leaving behind a sieve-like corpse. Boom! Another shell hit the same place again. The huge impact force broke the small wooden boat directly, and seawater poured back. The soldiers in the cabin wailed in despair. They wanted to escape and grab something, but it was all in vain. A battleship sank quickly. Damn, what the hell is this? Is this magic? But how can there be such a dense concentration of magic? How many magicians are there on their ship? It's not magic. There's no magical aura. It's a new weapon. If I'm not mistaken, General Murat was defeated by this new weapon. General Murat failed. So how can we win? After 3 rounds of artillery fire, only 5 of the 10 enemy ships were left. Looking at the blazing flames on the sea and the shattered ship, Xiao Long excitedly waved his fist. Well done. That's how it's done. Keep going, keep going. Boom strapje. The artillery fire continued to pour down, and the gunners gradually found their feeling and were all very excited. The feeling of sitting inside a turret and being able to kill more than a dozen enemies with 1 shell and destroy a battleship with just a few shells fascinated these recruits. The range of artillery is much longer than that of the enemy's crossbows and crossbow arrows, so after 5 rounds of artillery fire, the enemy was still unable to fire. This greatly boosted the confidence of the Silver Moon Kingdom, but also made the Paus Islands Kingdom extremely desperate. Chapter 174 Destruction of the Port. Retreat, retreat quickly. The enemy's artillery fire was too intense. We were no match for them. If we continue like this, we will be wiped out. The remaining soldiers of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands shouted anxiously, wanting to break out at all costs, but how could they possibly escape? Boom! A cannonball blew the shouting soldiers on the deck into pieces, and then countless shells covered them. Explosions, flames, shock waves, and powerful forces instantly engulfed the large warship. Looking at the smoke filling the sea, as well as the floating wooden boards and corpses, Xiao Long nodded with satisfaction. Hey, General, none of them escaped. We sank them all. The lieutenant laughed loudly. He felt he had never felt so happy and carefree. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. Alas, the world is changing so fast. We mortals can now possess such powerful weapons. The magic swordsmen on the opposing ship were defeated by us and had no chance to fight back. War has become so simple, yet so cruel. Looking at the clearly defined Dragon Snake Island ahead, Xiao Long said, "Order all ships to circle the island. If you find any enemy, destroy them immediately. All ships will be destroyed." Yes, this decision was undoubtedly a huge blow to the people on Dragon Snake Island. Because almost everyone on Longxi Island depends on the ocean for their livelihood, Xiao Long's actions undoubtedly cut off their livelihood. However, this was also a helpless move. The Silver Moon Kingdom's naval fleet had only 5 ships, which was too few to take on the task of occupying and controlling Dragon Snake Island. They could only wait for the Silver Moon Kingdom's follow-up troops to arrive in a few days before they could occupy and control the entire island. However, even if they captured Dragon Snake Island, the residents of this island were all Paus people, and they were alienated from the Silver Moon Kingdom. They would inevitably escape by ship or lead a large enemy force to counterattack. Therefore, given the current situation, it would be better to destroy all the ships directly. On the other hand, Dragon Snake Island is a piece of cake. All the major businessmen and bosses of the Silver Moon Kingdom are waiting to divide up the interests here. If all the vested interests here are not wiped out, how can the Silver Moon Kingdom take over and redistribute it smoothly? The Silver Moon Kingdom's fleet continued to move forward, and when it was close to Dragon Snake Island, it opened fire under the gaze of all the residents. Boom! 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 The sky was filled with continuous artillery fire. The sound was like thunder. Countless explosions were heard at the port of Dragon Snake Island. Fireballs rose up, a large number of civilian ships were destroyed, a raging fire was set on, and finally slowly sank. No! My ship! When the residents on the island saw this scene, they all screamed in horror. They beat their chests and stamped their feet. Their expressions were ferocious, and the anger in their eyes was about to burst out. These damn mainlanders, barbarians, why do they do this? This is pushing us into a desperate situation. Damn foreigners. Dragon Snake Island is neither small nor big. Now most of the residents on the island have witnessed this tragic scene with their own eyes and immediately wailed everywhere. An atmosphere of sadness and despair filled the air. Boom! Another shell hit the harbor, and this time it didn't hit any ship. Instead, it hit the shore directly and exploded right next to everyone. The huge shock wave and the explosion stunned people. Someone screamed, and everyone scattered. When it comes to life and death, their thinking is still very clear. No ship or wealth is as important as their own life. Xiao Long led his fleet to wreak havoc here for a full hour. Seeing the entire port turn into a sea of fire, and not a single ship left, he slowly left. "General, is it really okay for us to do this?" the deputy general asked worriedly. Xiao Long said, "What can happen? It's just that the people on this island will hate us for a while. But if we don't do this, this island won't be considered occupied at all. The people on this island will pass the news to other islands and sail away with a large amount of supplies and wealth. Our follow-up troops will even be obstructed and have difficulty landing on the island. We don't lack population, we lack land and resources. Once our large forces successfully land here, build artillery batteries, and set up military camps, it won't be long before this place completely submits to us." The deputy general said. "Well, I hope it's as the general said." Xiao Long said, It's just a small island with a population of only tens of thousands. It's not worth mentioning at all. Pass on my order. All ships, speed up. We must capture Lava Island before dark today. We will spend the night on Lava Island. Yes. The fleet continued to move forward. Lava Island is located to the east of Dragon Snake Island. Not far away, and can be reached in 2 hours. However, there are 3 reefs in the middle, so extra caution is required. On Lava Island, in the First Fleet's barracks, Murat was drinking. At this moment, he seemed to be in good spirits, but a hint of sadness occasionally flashed in his eyes while he was drinking. After another glass of wine, Murat wanted to pour more, but found that the bottle was empty. He threw the bottle aside in frustration and shouted, "Someone, give me some wine." 2 soldiers walked in and saw the bottles all over the floor of the room. They couldn't help but look at each other. A soldier said boldly, "General, you're already drunk. You can't drink anymore." Drunk? Bullshit. I'm a great Earth-class magic swordsman. How can I get drunk after drinking? Stop talking nonsense and bring the wine. Murat stared at them both unkindly. The 2 soldiers were frightened when they saw the fierce look in Murat's eyes. They didn't dare to say anything more and turned away. Alas, how did Lord Murat become like this? He has been devastated and seems like a completely different person. Outside the house, a soldier shook his head helplessly. General Murat is too arrogant and proud. He thinks our Paus Islands Kingdom's naval fleet is invincible and that the Moon God Empire and the War God Empire have to avoid it. He doesn't even take the Silver Moon Kingdom seriously. But last winter, something happened. Our First Fleet suffered heavy losses, with a large number of warships destroyed and over 10,000 men killed. This was unacceptable to General Murat, and that's why it became like this. As his companion spoke, his voice suddenly lowered. He leaned in front of the soldier and whispered, "I also heard that when General Murat went to Paradise Island to meet His Majesty the Sea God, His Majesty the Sea God reprimanded him." Ah, no wonder. The soldier's eyes widened, and he let out a cry of surprise, but his companions immediately covered his mouth. The companion looked around and then whispered, "I only heard this, so please don't spread it around." The soldier nodded like a chick pecking at rice, and his companions let him go. Chapter 175, Lava Island. The 2 soldiers were gossiping when an officer hurried over, his face filled with anxiety. He said to the 2 soldiers, "Is General Murat here? We have urgent military information." The 2 soldiers, apparently recognizing the officer, immediately made way and gestured for him to leave. General Murat is inside, but he's not in a good mood. "Okay, thank you." The officer clasped his fists and walked in quickly. Inside the house, Murat finished his drink and reclined on the couch, boredly playing with an exquisite dagger. The officer walked in and said anxiously, "General, our reconnaissance ships have spotted an unknown fleet not far to the west." "An unknown fleet?" Murat narrowed his eyes and said, "Isn't there any flag flying on this fleet?" "No, there's no sign at all." "How many are there?" "There are only 5 ships, but they are huge, even bigger than our largest heavy ships. They have strange shapes, no masts or sails, and no oars. They are very fast, and I don't know what power they use to drive them." The officer said, feeling a little unbelievable. In his knowledge, whether it was a large ship or a small ship, it was either powered by sails or by human power. He had never heard of a situation like today. Murat stood up and asked seriously, "You said these ships came from the west?" The officer nodded. "Yes, to be exact. It's in the direction of Dragon Snake Island." When he said this, he was also shocked. Murat frowned and asked, "Are there any ships from Dragon Snake Island at the port today?" The officer, sweat already beading on his forehead, said, It seems not. Many people have reported that there are very few ships arriving at the port today, and many ordered goods have not arrived on time. I don't know what's going on. General, do you think Dragon Snake Island has?" Murat called over the 2 soldiers outside and asked them to help him put on his armor. He said, "Dragon Snake Island has most likely fallen. If I'm not mistaken, this fleet is from the Silver Moon Kingdom." Silver Moon Kingdom? How is that possible? Their port was just destroyed last year. How long has it been since then? The officer thought it was impossible. Everything the Silver Moon Kingdom does is unexpected, and this time is probably no exception. I have basically wiped out the pirates on this sea. Apart from the Silver Moon Kingdom, no other forces, big or small, have the ability to quietly cross the Dragon Snake Island and come to us. Pass on my orders, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squads, set sail and prepare to meet the enemy. The coastal defense forces prepare bows and crossbows to prevent the enemy from landing on the island. Murat decisively ordered the entire army to attack. Yes, the officer immediately went to carry out the order. Murat put on his armor, took his sword, and walked out of the house. Looking at the clear blue sky and listening to the sound of waves crashing against the shore in the distance, his drunkenness disappeared. Instead, there was a burning desire to fight and an extremely cold, murderous aura. Silver Moon Kingdom, let's settle all old and new accounts together. Whether we win or lose, we'll see today. Murat waved his hand and shouted, "Guards, follow me aboard and fight." Yes, the soldiers' shouts shook the sky. Xiao Long led the fleet eastward, and at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he finally saw the outline of a lava island. The area of Lava Island is much larger than that of Dragon Snake Island, and is roughly estimated to be about the same size as Silver Moon City. In the center of the island is a huge volcano. Legend has it that this volcano erupted hundreds of years ago, killing and injuring many people. However, the world has changed dramatically. Hundreds of years have passed, and the volcano has been silent. In addition, the volcanic ash from the last eruption has greatly improved the fertility of the land on the island, making the crops on the island grow very well, and the yield is higher than other places. More importantly, the island is rich in a kind of flame crystal. This crystal is bright and beautiful, clear and transparent, and can be used to make various ornaments. It is loved by the upper class and can be sold at good price. Report to the general. An enemy fleet has been spotted ahead. It's large in number and appears to be the main force of the first fleet of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands. The observer sat in a high observation position, holding a telescope in his hand and reporting loudly. Xiao Long shouted, "Pass the order down. Everyone, brace yourself and prepare for battle." Everyone on the warship took action quickly. In the Battle of Dragon Snake Island, the Silver Moon Kingdom suffered no damage, and the enemy was defeated before they could even enter their shooting range. The battle was decisive and swift. However, as steam-powered heavy artillery warships, the high-intensity artillery battles still had some impact on them. For example, during combat, the direction must be constantly adjusted and the coordinates corrected, which puts a lot of pressure on the steam boiler and direction corrector, requiring inspection and cooling. For example, if the quality of the artillery is not good enough and jams and duds occur, they need to be dealt with in a timely manner. For example, the consumption of artillery shells is huge, and we must replenish them as soon as possible. And so on. From the time they set out from Dragon Snake Island until now, the soldiers on the ship have not actually had a good rest. But now a new battle is about to begin. They must cheer up and make all preparations. The deputy general came to Xiao Long's side and said, "General, the enemy's number this time is several times greater than that of Dragon Snake Island. I roughly counted about 15 large warships, 5 medium-sized warships, and at least 30 small warships." Xiao Long nodded and said, "This lava island is the headquarters of the First Fleet. It's normal for there to be so many fleets. Although we have artillery support, we shouldn't fight them to death. That Murat can destroy a ship with his bare hands." The deputy general said, "I understand. We need to engage in a seesaw battle with them, constantly pulling and moving, just like the kite tactics that His Majesty taught at the Armed Forces Academy." Xiao Long looked at the deputy general in silence. The deputy general was very young, only 19 years old. He graduated from the Armed Forces Officer Academy and was one of the first graduates. He was assigned to him not long ago and became his deputy general. Xiao Long had never taken this deputy general seriously, but now he realized that this deputy general's ideas and knowledge were really remarkable. Maybe it's time to give these guys a chance to show off. Xiao Long thought secretly. "Okay, this time we'll use the kite tactics you mentioned, and we'll command it together," Xiao Long said. The deputy general smiled, gave a standard military salute, and said, "I guarantee to complete the mission." Chapter 176 Kite Tactics. Murat stood on the deck of his flagship and was puzzled when he saw the strange appearance of the 5 enemy ships on the sea. What kind of shape is this? No masts, no sails, no oars, and yet it's a sea vessel? What propels it? Magic? Also, what's with the black smoke coming out of those 4 giant chimneys on this ship? Why is it so thick? Murat was puzzled. When he saw the warship emitting billowing black smoke and steam, he felt that his understanding was overturned. Yes, he grew up by the sea and had been sailing on the ocean for more than 40 years. He had seen all kinds of strange ships, but he had never seen one like this. Just as he was staring in confusion, he heard a sudden thunder from the opposite ship. A puff of white smoke appeared, and then a shell landed accurately on his flagship and exploded 10 meters away from him. Boom! A huge roar almost blew off Murat's eardrums, and Murat fell down. A fireball appeared on the deck, mercilessly engulfing the dozen or so soldiers around him. His head hit the deck hard, Murat's eyes went dark, and the sawdust hit his skin, the stinging sensation making him scream. Damn it, damn it! He immediately understood that this fleet must be from the Silver Moon Kingdom, and that the ship was equipped with that terrifying new weapon. Murat was shocked and angry. He was angry that he was beaten so badly in the fight. He was shocked that the Silver Moon Kingdom's new weapon that could rival the pyroblast technique could actually be equipped on a warship. Across from him, Xiaolong put down his binoculars and couldn't help but shout, "Well done." Just now, he ordered the main gunner to fire a shot at the flagship. He originally just wanted to test the waters, but he didn't expect that the blind cat would catch a dead mouse. He was so lucky that he actually hit the opponent directly. Seeing a fireball rising from the opponent's flagship, with several sandbag-like figures in the fireball, Xiaolong felt as refreshed as if he had eaten ice cubes in the summer. That's it, hit me. Boom, boom, boom. 5 warships fired their artillery at the same time, and the first fleet of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands instantly fell into chaos. In fact, some soldiers in this fleet had seen the power of artillery, but precisely because they had seen it, they were scared the first time they saw it, so this time they performed even worse than the new recruits. They ran into the cabin yelling, and no one could pull them back. Murat rose from the flames, bloodied. He drew his sword, raised it high, and shouted, "Don't panic. This is the sea, and it's our world. All warships advance at full speed, attack with ballistae, suppress their attacks, and try to engage in boarding battle. This is the most effective way and the only way." On the side of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, not only did they hoist the sails, but they also used rowers, grunting and shouting slogans to cheer them on as they rushed forward. However, the Silver Moon Kingdom had no intention of engaging in a boarding battle with them. With boilers roaring and white smoke billowing, the 5 warships began to retreat. As a result, the following scene can be seen on the vast ocean. 5 huge steam warships are retreating with black smoke and flames, while more than 40 traditional warships are chasing them with sails, rowing oars, and facing countless artillery fire. Such a scene might even seem ridiculous to some, but for the people of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, it was a scene of deep helplessness and despair. Their warships were equipped with swords, spears, clubs, crossbows, stone bullets, and even boiling kerosene, but these weapons were now useless because the enemy's new weapons were not only more powerful than theirs, but also had a longer range, and their warships were faster. In general, you can't touch or hit the person, and even the other party can't hear the swear words you shout. The Pajan Navy soldiers felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten a fly. The pursuit continues, the attacks continue, and the casualties continue. On the flagship, the deck had been destroyed, the cabins had collapsed, and the ship was filled with roaring flames, scattered with chips, and wailing soldiers. An officer staggered to Murat's front, his face blackened by smoke, his clothes torn and tattered, his body covered in blood. If he wasn't a magic swordsman, he would have been seriously injured and unconscious by now. "General, please think of a solution quickly. We can neither hit them nor catch them. We can only passively take the beating. We have no way to deal with them." The officer cried, tears streaming down his face. Murat's eyes were as gloomy as water. He also realized that the changes in the situation before him were beyond his expectations. These ships of the enemy were not only equipped with new weapons, but also very fast. The enemy was determined not to engage with them at all, but just relied on the advantage of range to suppress them continuously, just like flying a kite. This tactic was simply disgusting to the extreme. "Retreat." Murat finally said only 3 words. He was filled with anger, but there was no place to vent it. The soldiers had done their best. The gap in weapons and ships between the two sides was too big. The failure was not their fault. War. When did it become like this? Murat stood on the deck, muttering to himself, holding a magical sword in his hand, which glowed red. Artillery shells whizzed past his ears. Gun smoke filled the air around him. The sky gradually darkened, and the sunset glow at the end of the horizon was so red that it made people panic. "I'm an Earth-class magic swordsman. I possess the secret technique of violent bloodthirstiness. I'm invincible and unstoppable, but why don't I even have a chance to attack? Why? Loneliness, confusion, anger, resentment, inferiority. All kinds of negative emotions filled Murat's heart, making this battle-hardened warrior look extremely old at this moment. Report to the general, the enemy is retreating. The observer reported to Xiaolong. Xiaolong nodded, looked through the telescope for a while, and snorted coldly. Want to leave? How can it be so easy? Pass on my orders, press forward, continue using the kite tactics, maintain the range advantage, continue the attack, and strive to sink them all into the sea. The kite tactic is to advance when the enemy retreats and retreat when the enemy advances. Now it has reached the stage where the enemy retreats and I advance. The actions of the Silver Moon Kingdom Navy fleet have made the POW soldiers even more desperate. Boom! After being hit by more than 30 shells, a large warship could no longer withstand the impact and completely disintegrated and shattered, slowly sinking into the sea with the bodies of hundreds of soldiers. Boom! A small boat with a carrying capacity of only 30 people was directly blown up by a cannonball. The huge fireball completely engulfed the entire boat, and the flames turned into meteors and scattered into the sea, taking away the lives of 30 people. The brutal battle continues. Chapter 177 Brilliant Victory. There were 40 or 50 warships when they came, but only a dozen were left when they retreated. In just half an hour, most of the first fleet of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands were killed or wounded. Murat finally escaped back to Lava Island with some soldiers. After all, he was an Earth-level magic swordsman, and his powerful magic power was able to block some of the shells. Under his full protection, the flagship slowly approached the shore in flames. When he got off the warship and stepped onto the soft beach, Murat looked at the defeated soldiers around him, all of whom were covered in dust and looked very embarrassed, and he couldn't help feeling sad. How many of us are there? Murat asked. An officer's arm was blown off by the explosion. The wound was bloody and hideous, as if it had been torn off by a wild beast. It was chilling to see. He was bandaging his wounds, sweating profusely from the pain, but he still endured the pain and said, "We still have 2 large ships, 6 small ships, and a total of about 1,000 people." Murat said, "We still have a guard on the island. Go and inform them to deploy troops in strategic locations. If the enemy lands, we will immediately counterattack." Yes. The officer was about to leave to perform his mission when he suddenly heard a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Then a shell hit directly next to him and exploded, blowing the officer away. "Scatter, scatter quickly." The soldiers were frightened and immediately shouted and scattered. They had also learned from experience that if they dispersed, the density would be reduced and the threat of artillery shells to them would not be so great. Murat turned his head with gritted teeth and saw 5 huge steel warships facing them sideways on the vast ocean. They just kept firing but had no intention of landing. Yes, Xiaolong did not plan to go ashore now. He wanted to plow the land with artillery first to maximize the advantage and then land to fight. Boom! Boom! On the lava island, many residents were startled by the deafening explosions. They saw fireballs rising continuously, houses being blown away, fleeing soldiers being killed, coconut trees being engulfed by flames, smoke filling the air, and a pungent smell making people feel dizzy and nauseous. By Poseidon, what is that? What happened? Are we being attacked by a magical army? Oh my God, isn't that General Murat? Why? Why is he so embarrassed? Oh no, the flames are coming towards us. Let's run. The civilians panicked and fled in all directions. War is never just a matter between armies. It involves all aspects of the 2 countries, and ordinary civilians are also inevitably involved. Xiaolong has no habit of massacring civilians, but accidental injuries are inevitable in war. There is no such thing as humanitarianism in this world. The law of the jungle and the survival of the fittest are the essence. The artillery bombardment lasted for a full 10 minutes before it stopped. The deputy general walked over to Xiaolong and said with a wry smile, "General, our gun barrels are burning red hot. We can't fire anymore. We've also used up a lot of ammunition, with only 2 units left. I suggest we stop the bombardment." Before setting out, each warship was equipped with 20 units of ammunition reserves. Now, after 2 battles, the ammunition has been used up, with only 2 units left, which is also the red bottom line clearly required by the manual. It must be saved for defense and cover during retreat, and cannot be used for attack. Damn it, this is too much consumption. Xiaolong sighed, and, at the same time, he had a deeper understanding of a new type of warfare. When fighting a war, It's all about logistics. It feels good to fire a cannon, but it can be very frustrating when there are no more shells. Send the order down, land. Xiao Long gave the order. When the smoke cleared, the lava island was in ruins. The port had been completely destroyed, countless ships were on fire, and the First Fleet's barracks were razed to the ground. There were craters everywhere and corpses everywhere, and every dead person had a painful expression. There was no one on the island, let alone any defensive forces. Under the cover of artillery, the cold weapon defense line was a joke. This is the crushing of the times. Today, the Silver Moon Kingdom has artillery, muskets, flying shuttle looms, steam engines, and railways. It has fully entered the steam industrial age, and its advantages over the countries of the classical era have gradually become apparent. Xiao Long stepped down from the steps and stood on the beach. The seawater covered his leather boots, but Xiao Long seemed unaware of it and said to the people around him, "Go and ask Generals Longji, Sol, and Athena to come over." Yes. Soon, the other three came to Xiao Long's side. Thor laughed, patted Xiao Long on the shoulder, and said, "Good boy, you fought beautifully." Athena also smiled and said, "General Xiao Long, this battle will surely go down in history. You will become a famous general whose fame will be passed down through the ages." Long Ji was the happiest among them. He let out a long sigh and laughed heartily. "We have avenged our great hatred and washed away the shame. General Xiao Long, thank you so much for helping us regain our honor." Xiao Long said modestly, "Seniors, please be joking. It is only thanks to the artillery provided by your majesty and the soldiers' sacrifice that we have achieved such a great victory." In this battle, the Silver Moon Kingdom did not suffer any casualties, and not a single ship was damaged. However, they conquered 2 islands in succession, sank 50 or 60 large and small ships, and killed more than 20,000 enemies. This kind of victory result is unprecedented and will definitely be spread, enough to make Xiao Long famous throughout the world. After a few greetings from the generals, the soldiers gradually disembarked from ships. Xiao Long said, "There are still remnants of the enemy on Lava Island, and that Earth-level demon swordsman is still alive. They pose a huge threat to us. We only have 300 soldiers on each warship for a total of 1,500. We also need to reserve 100 soldiers on each ship to guard it in case of any emergency. Therefore, we only have a total of 1,000 people who can land and carry out the final cleanup." Athena said, "Although the enemy suffered heavy losses, this is their base camp after all. There must be a large number of garrison troops stationed on the island. Therefore, our cleanup this time will be quite difficult." Thor said, "It doesn't matter. We need to capture the leader first. Athena and I will go find that Earth-class magic swordsman and kill him first. The others will then surrender." Longji agreed and said, "That's a good idea. I suggest that General Xiao Long command the fleet and provide support at any time. Athena and General Thor will be the vanguard, and I will lead the troops as cover. This is just a small island, not very large. We will advance steadily, and we are sure to win." Xiao Long said, "Okay, let's do it this way. Let's get started." Chapter 178, Island Landing Operation. On the Lava Island, the residents hid in their homes and shivered, looking at the army rushing past outside with horror on their faces. Athena and Thor joined forces, with a total of 400 troops as the vanguard, searching for Murat along the way. Longji led a 200-man force to provide cover in the rear. He was responsible for checking every household to prevent any hostile elements from hiding in the town. Lava volcano. Because there has been no volcanic eruption for hundreds of years, the environment here is very good, with large areas of forests, bushes, and gurgling water. When Athena and Thor arrived at the foot of the mountain with 400 soldiers, they saw Murat and the remaining soldiers of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands who were ready for battle. The remaining soldiers were larger than those from the Silver Moon Kingdom, roughly estimated at around 2,000. However, their physical condition was extremely poor, with many suffering varying degrees of injuries. Some are blindfolded, some are using their arms for support, and some are using branches as crutches. "Stop advancing and form a formation," Thor shouted. The Silver Moon Kingdom's troops stopped advancing when they were 500 meters apart. They stood still in unison and quickly formed into 3 rows. Each of them took out another new weapon, a musket. Now they say that the muskets they are equipped with are not the original first-generation versions, but the optimized and improved second-generation ones, with an effective range of 500 meters, using steel bullets and greatly improved accuracy and controllability. In the past few months, the Silver Moon Kingdom's arms production line has been continuously expanded and its production capacity has been continuously improved. Before going to the expedition, the Navy soldiers can already be equipped with a musket each. After being equipped with muskets, these soldiers also underwent shooting training for half a month and are now proficient in using them. On Murat's side, the soldiers saw that the other side did not take out swords, sticks, or clubs, but strange weapons which looked like sticks, but not exactly. Their postures were strange, with the first row kneeling on one knee on the ground, the second row standing behind him, and the third row hiding at the back. What formation is this? The soldiers were confused. Murat watched this scene and had a bad feeling in his heart. Could this be another new weapon developed by the Silver Moon Kingdom? This thought flashed through Murat's mind. No, it's incredible that the Silver Moon Kingdom could invent that kind of pyrotechnic weapon. How could there be a new weapon? This could be something else. Murat was unwilling to admit that this was a weapon in his heart, but he did not despise it. Instead, he stood still, holding the magic sword, and looked at Athena and Thor. Thor knew this powerful enemy who could control thunder. His speed, explosive power, and damage were terrifying. His realm was also very high, on the same level as him. But he had never seen the woman next to him before, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. Athena was wearing a white robe and a tight golden chainmail, which perfectly highlighted her curves. He wore a crown on his head, inlaid with 3 gems of different colors, which was dazzling and obviously priceless. Her golden hair flowed like a waterfall, her white arms were exposed, and she held a golden scepter in her hand, looking sacred and pure. This is another one that's not easy to deal with. Murat grinned. He felt a sense of oppression from Athena. Although her aura was not as strong as his, and she probably hadn't reached the earth level yet, he had a hunch. This woman was scary and powerful. At this time, Thor spoke up. Didn't your father tell you that it is very rude to stare at a woman for so long? Murat snorted coldly. In today's battle, you only relied on the power of your new weapon. Without this strange weapon, you would be no match for me. Ha, what a joke. Thor laughed heartily and said, This is war, not a joke. As long as we can win, what's the point of morality? What's the point of equality and justice? I think you're out of your mind. Murat's face turned even darker after being scolded. A faint red light appeared on his body, flickering, and his aura also rose gradually. You are just a handful of people, yet you dare to chase me? You are too arrogant. You will regret it. After Murat finished speaking, he roared to the sky, and the light on his body increased greatly. His whole body grew rapidly like an inflated balloon. His height instantly exceeded 2 meters. His arms were as thick as an ordinary person's thighs. His shirt burst directly, and red light flowed on his bronze skin. Aha, since we dare to chase you, we must be sure of what we can do. Come on, let's make the final decision. Thor laughed heartily, eager to fight. Athena frowned slightly. Is this the berserk bloodthirst technique? It's quite interesting indeed. Boom! Murat moved, holding the magic sword in both hands. The red light on the sword danced like flames, making a crackling sound. He leaped up and flew like a cannonball, instantly crossing the distance of hundreds of meters and arriving in front of Thor and Athena. A golden light appeared in Athena's eyes. She waved the golden scepter in her hand, and a golden door appeared, blocking her and Thor. Boom! Murat slammed into the golden gate, which shattered, but Murat's speed was also reduced by half. At this time, Thor also moved. He held Thor's hammer in his hand, and his speed could reach the extreme in an instant. A blue lightning flashed through the void, and when he appeared again, he had already arrived in front of Murat. Murat reacted instantly, and his fist as big as a casserole, with a brilliant red light and vast magical power, collided with Thor's hammer. Boom! Both of them are at the earth level, very powerful. They're the absolute main generals in any country. When such strong men confront each other head-on, the energy they unleash is naturally very terrifying. The thunder and red light are torn apart by the huge force and swept in all directions. The soldiers on both sides felt a strong gust of wind sweeping over, and many people even began to retreat, trying to avoid it. No retreat. Everyone attack. On the side of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, the deputy general was also a magic swordsman, a gold-level magic swordsman at that. He also held a magic sword in his hand and commanded the soldiers to start the attack. On the Silver Moon Kingdom side, seeing the enemy begin to attack, an officer shouted loudly, "Ready, fire!" Bang, bang, bang. The muskets in the first row began firing, then quickly hid behind to reload. The soldiers in the second row quickly squatted down, took aim slightly, and fired. The three-stage shooting tactic is a very classic way of playing, suitable for the early stages of musketry. It can deal continuous damage, with constant gunfire and damage. As soon as the gunshots rang out, dozens of soldiers from the Kingdom of the Paus Islands fell to the ground. The rest of the soldiers were stunned. Before they could see anything, their companions suddenly fell to the ground. This was too scary. Many soldiers subconsciously slowed down their pace. But the more they do this, the faster they die. Chapter 179, Unequal Battle. Bang, bang, bang. On the Silver Moon Kingdom side, the soldiers kept firing, and the soldiers on the Paus Islands Kingdom side died in waves, like wheat being cut down. Finally, the gold-level magic swordsman reacted and shouted, "This is a new weapon. Everyone, spread out and charge forward." After saying that, he was the first to rush over. A huge magical sword energy came whistling and killed 3 soldiers of the Silver Moon Kingdom directly. The gold-level magic swordsman followed closely and rushed over. His figure was like a whirlwind, and his magical power surged. Athena saw this scene, left Marat, held the golden scepter, pointed forward, and a magic circle appeared. A dazzling golden light shot straight towards the magic swordsman. This gold-level magic swordsman was quite skilled. A red demonic shadow appeared behind him, ferocious and terrifying, like a ghost from hell. He was tall and held a serrated sword in his hand, moving in sync with him. Magic technique, control. The general collided accurately with the brilliant golden light shot out by Athena, neutralizing the attack launched by Athena, but he also retreated more than 10 steps, and the demon shadow behind him also dimmed a lot. Haha, that's interesting. Athena smiled slightly. The magic combat skills displayed by this guy were quite interesting, which made her a little interested. Athena was not in a hurry. She stretched out her white jade arms and held up the golden scepter. Then a larger magic circle appeared. Angel shadows were condensed in the magic circle, and then flapped their wings and flew towards the enemy. What is this? Angel? Is this the legendary angel? The flawless white angels exuded a pure aura that comforted and calmed people. However, after these angel shadows came into contact with them, they transformed into a ball of white flame and devoured them, quickly melting them into nothingness, leaving no corpses behind. Countless little angels were scattered across the sky above the battlefield, not only attacking ordinary soldiers, but more little angels were flapping their wings and rushing towards the gold-level magic swordsman. The magic swordsman brandished his great sword, and the power of magic roared out. The red magic shadow behind him also used his power to continuously resist these little angels. Damn, what the hell is this? The gold-level magic swordsman cursed. He found these little angels very strange. Although magic could resist them, these little angels would absorb a lot of his magic power. After he resisted more than a dozen little angels, most of his magic power had been consumed. The battle continues. Although the 2,000 soldiers of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands were numerous, the Silver Moon Kingdom was armed with muskets. After several rounds of shooting, the soldiers of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands suffered heavy casualties. Coupled with Athena's magic attacks, large numbers of soldiers died, and it could be said that they could not move an inch. An army rarely suffers complete annihilation in a fight. Generally, it collapses when 30% of its troops are killed or wounded. However, if it collapses when 50% of its troops are killed or wounded, then the army is truly an elite force. There has never been an army in history that can fight to the last soldier and is fearless of death. The soldiers of the First Fleet of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands are all very strong. Even after being defeated at sea and arriving here, they were still able to organize a team. In today's world, they deserve the title of elite. However, the firepower of the Silver Moon Kingdom was too strong. 400 muskets fired continuously, and soon more than half of the people were killed or wounded. Athena and the gold-rank magic swordsmen were fighting fiercely, and the battle between Thor and Murat was also equally matched. At this time, Longji hurried over with 200 people. He saw the fierce battle between the two sides from afar and immediately ordered his troops to join in. The addition of 200 musketeers made the firepower of the Silver Moon Kingdom even more powerful, and the morale of the soldiers of the Paus Islands Kingdom plummeted to the bottom. General Longji looked at the situation and unexpectedly did not go to support Athena or Thor. Instead, he stood in the team, holding up the magic wand in his hand. A blue magic circle appeared under his feet. The sky was instantly covered with dark clouds, and the temperature dropped by more than 20 degrees. Snowstorm. Long Ji cast the advanced magic he learned from Su Fan. This kind of magic not only has a very large damage range, but also consumes very little magic from the caster. It can be cast continuously and can cause huge casualties to ordinary soldiers. It is an essential weapon for attacking strongholds, breaking through formations, and killing enemies, and for home and travel. Wah wah wah. Blizzards came down one after another, and the cold snowflakes mixed with icicles hit the opposing team at an extremely fast speed. Ordinary snowflakes and icicles naturally do not have much killing power, but what Longji is performing now is a kind of magic, not ordinary snow. Every snowflake and every icicle contains magical energy. After touching the soldier's skin, they will enter their bodies. The rich frost elements can freeze their blood and organs, and the sharp icicles will pierce their skin. This kind of killing is very terrible and very painful. Poor soldiers of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands. They had lived in tropical and subtropical areas since childhood and had hardly seen snow, but they eventually died from ice and snow. Bang, bang, bang. The soldiers continued to shoot with a hint of excitement, a hint of nervousness, and a hint of hesitation on their faces. I just flick the trigger and the enemy dies? How did the battle turn out like this? Killing is that easy? In just 5 minutes, I killed 6 people. In the future, if someone else also wields a weapon like this, won't I end up like these people, dying before I even make a move? Watching the enemies fall row after row and be killed like prey, the soldiers of the Silver Moon Kingdom felt the cruelty of this battle. This was an unequal battle, and they won, which was the inevitable result, but for some reason, many people were not as happy as they had imagined. Chapter 1, 80 Times Have Changed. The gold-level magic swordsman saw his soldiers falling down one after another and being frozen into ice cubes by the fierce blizzard. He was extremely anxious and wanted to kill Long Ji first. However, Athena stood in front of him and said coldly, "Your opponent is me." A golden light emerged from Athena's body, and her entire attire changed. The white dress disappeared, replaced by tight golden armor. Her soft golden hair was tied into a ponytail, and the golden scepter in her hand turned into a spear. Still as stunning as ever, but even more heroic. Athena Valkyrie form. The gold-level magic swordsman was stunned when he saw this scene. He couldn't understand how the beautiful woman who was a magician just now suddenly turned into a close combat. However, Athena didn't give him a chance to think and rushed over with a spear. The gold-level magic swordsman could only resist as the two powerful men of the same level fought each other in close combat. In this way, no one can stop Longji. He can wreak havoc and release his magic. The blizzards came one after another, and the entire land was covered in white snow. All the soldiers of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands were buried. They wanted to escape, but the snowflakes and icicles that represented death had penetrated into their bodies. The frost element occupied their bodies, and their brains began to gradually lose consciousness. The soldiers of the Silver Moon Kingdom stopped firing because there was no need for them to do so. 2 minutes later, Longji slowly put away his magic wand and looked at his masterpiece with a satisfied smile. The earth was covered with snow, and 2,000 soldiers were buried. They slept here forever and would never wake up again. Murat was furious when he saw this scene. He attacked like a madman, swinging his magic sword into a series of moon blades, and the vast magic power surged out like the waves of the sea. But Thor was not panicked at all. He was equally powerful. Thunder shone, and divine power descended upon the world. Holding Thor's hammer, he released endless thunder, making it impossible for Murat to do anything. Bloodthirst Technique, Level 2. Murat roared, and a dazzling red light appeared on his body again. His body grew taller to 2 meters and 3 meters. His arms and thighs became thicker and stronger, and the magic sword was like a toy in his hand. Red lightning flashed from his body, and his aura was no longer like that of a human. Instead, he looked like a mad lion, which was chilling. Crack the earth. Murat punched the ground, causing it to collapse and a crack to appear, rushing towards Thor at a high speed. Thor dodged it cleverly, but it was not that simple. Finally, a red beam of light appeared from the crack in the ground, as thick as a bucket, and hit him. Thor held the hammer head on, but the energy contained in the red beam of light exceeded his expectations. The powerful force made Thor unable to resist it, and he fell heavily, leaving a human-shaped mark dozens of meters long on the ground. Ahem! Thor stumbled out of the mud, looking utterly miserable, with blood even trickling from the corner of his mouth. He coughed twice, then stood up again, smiling and saying, "Interesting. You're strong, and you did quite well." Murat said nothing. He grabbed a nearby boulder and threw it at Thor. The huge stone seemed weightless in his hand. Thor narrowed his eyes and dodged like a flash of lightning. Boom! The huge rock fell to the ground and cracked directly, raising a cloud of dust. Thor appeared behind Murat and hit him with a hammer. Murat staggered and almost fell down. Murat felt pain and immediately turned around and fought with Thor. It has to be said that Murat, who had used the second level of the Berserk Bloodthirst technique, was extremely powerful and fast. For a moment, Thor could only passively defend and was at a disadvantage. You know, Thor is not an ordinary person. As the god of thunder in the Nordic world, he is a real god. The divine power in his body is much stronger than the magic in this world. But even so, he was still suppressed by Murat, which shows how powerful he is. On the other side, after getting rid of the ordinary soldiers, Longji set his sights on the gold-level magic swordsman. The magic swordsman and Athena in Valkyrie state were fighting fiercely. Both of them were close combat, and they were evenly matched. Everyone guns up. Longji gave orders to his musketeers. The soldiers loaded their guns and pointed them at the gold-level magic swordsman. The gold-ranked magic swordsman, mid-battle, suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill, his hair standing on end. As a magic swordsman with extensive combat experience, he was very familiar with this feeling. It was the feeling of being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Escape. This was the only thought in his mind. The gold-level magic swordsman decisively gave up Athena and turned to flee towards the mountain behind. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, the gunshot rang out. Magic defense. The gold-level magic swordsman roared, and a demonic shadow appeared behind him. The demonic shadow put his hands on his chest in a defensive posture, and a circular red shield appeared around him. Bang, bang, bang. Dense steel balls hit the red shield, and in just 2 seconds the shield shattered. Countless blood flowers burst out from the body of the gold-level magic swordsman. He wailed, twisted his body strangely twice, and then fell to the ground. Is this the end? Longji was quite surprised. The opponent was a gold-level magic swordsman, not a fragile magician. Not to mention the magic combat skills of the red shield. Even the strength of his physical body was comparable to that of bricks and stones. But such a strong man actually died like this? Not only him, but the soldiers of the Silver Moon Kingdom were also stunned. They only fired 1 shot, and no one thought of killing the gold-level magic swordsman. They just wanted to restrict his movements and disrupt his rhythm so that Athena and Longji could work together to attack the weak point. However, the result was beyond their expectations. Not only did the opponent die, but his death was so simple, as if he were made of paper, without any challenge at all. The soldiers looked at the muskets in their hands and gained a deeper understanding of this new weapon distributed by the kingdom. Muskets and cannons. These 2 weapons allow them to have the ability to kill magic professionals. For many years, this world has respected magic professionals who have the same status as aristocrats and enjoy aristocratic privileges. Mortals dare not confront these magic professionals when they see them, and can only swallow their anger and keep the peace when they are bullied. However, times have changed now. The emergence of muskets and cannons indicates that their status as mortals will inevitably be greatly improved, and those magic professionals will no longer be able to bully them unscrupulously. Chapter 181, The Terrifying Bloodthirstiness. The Silver Moon Kingdom only needed 600 soldiers to kill the gold-level magic swordsman with a single volley. The soldiers' confidence soared, and it seemed that magic professionals were no longer so scary. Longji came to Athena and looked at Murat, who was suppressing Thor like a little giant, and said, "This tough guy is the only one left." Athena said, "This guy's unusual. We must be careful." Longji said, "Let the soldiers try it. Maybe we'll work on him?" Athena thought for a moment and said, "Okay, let's try it first. Everyone guns up." Longji shouted loudly. The soldiers cocked their rifles again, this time aiming at Murat. Both Thor and Murat sensed the movement here. Thor was quite surprised to see the gold-level magic swordsman being shot to death so easily. He did not expect that the new weapon, such as the musket, could be so powerful. Now the soldiers raised their guns in unison, and Thor immediately knew what his troops were thinking. Heavenly punishment. Thor swung his hammer, and Murat dodged like a ghost, but suddenly a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit him accurately. This is Thor's divine punishment. Once it is cast, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, thunder will strike you, and you will never be able to escape it. Roar! Murat was hit by the thunder, and his body froze. Unlike Athena or Longji, Thor controlled the thunder, and the thunder was at the speed of light, so it was impossible to react. Therefore, when fighting with Thor, he could only take the beating first and then fight back. Taking advantage of Murat's daze, Longji shouted, "Fire! Bang! Bang! Bang!" 600 musketeers opened fire in unison. The bullets hit Murat, and a layer of red light appeared on his body, condensing into a protective film. The hardness of this protective film was obviously stronger than the shield of the gold-level magic swordsman. The bullets hit it and made a sound of metal hitting metal. The red protective film kept shaking. When the first wave of firepower was over, this protective film was still there. At this time, Murat also came out of his dizzy state. His eyes were like those of a prehistoric beast, staring at the Silver Moon Kingdom soldiers who had just opened fire fiercely. The soldiers were frightened by the fierce and bloodthirsty look and retreated one after another, while Longji and Athena stood in front of them. Roar! You all deserve to die. Murat roared to the heavens, and a dazzling crimson light erupted from his body. His body grew even larger, rising from 2 meters 34 to 3 meters. His broad back tilted slightly forward, and his fingernails grew longer like blades. A long tail, covered in red scales, even sprouted from his back, creating a terrifying sight. Thick red hair appeared on Murat's chest, back, and shoulders. He no longer looked like a human, but had turned into a monster. Berserk Bloodthirst Technique, Stage 3. Where had the people of the Silver Moon Kingdom ever seen such a situation? It was completely beyond their knowledge and imagination. Longji even muttered to himself, "Could this guy be a foreign race from the north?" The soldiers were terrified and trembling with fear. Oh my God, what on earth are we fighting? The confidence he had just gained from killing the gold-level magic swordsman was shattered at this moment. Only Thor and Athena were calm and composed. Come to think of it, these two are gods from the mythological world, beings that dominate the world. What kind of monsters have they not seen? Jormungandr in Norse mythology or Cerberus in Greek mythology, which one is not more powerful than this humanoid monster? While the Berserk Bloodthirst spell was powerful, granting the caster increased strength for a short period, it also had significant side effects. Murat, having transformed again, had completely lost his rationality and human consciousness, and his bodily functions were overwhelmed. If the battle could not be resolved within a short period of time, his body would be unable to withstand the overwhelming force and would disintegrate into a pool of mud. Boom! Murat suddenly attacked as fast as a ghost, crossing a distance of hundreds of meters with a whistling wind and arriving in front of the Silver Moon Kingdom team. Longji and Athena were startled and immediately used their means to resist, using 2 defensive magics, Frost Shield and Wisdom Blessing. However, Murat seemed not to notice, and with a roar, he punched forward. The Frost Shield and Magic Blessing were shattered in an instant, and Longji and Athena were directly exposed in front of Murat. Murat roared hoarsely, and he threw a punch toward Athena. Athena was not to be outdone. Suddenly, a huge angel shadow appeared behind her. The angel swept over with a huge sword in his hand and blocked Murat's way. The two forces intertwined, causing a huge explosion. Athena screamed in pain and was blown away by the huge force, falling dozens of meters away. Longji took the opportunity to use magic. A crystal-clear ice spear condensed in his hand and shot towards Murat while spinning. The ice spear penetrated Murat's chest, but before he could be happy, his wound was healed again. Longji was stunned. What the hell was this? Such a large wound. You could even see the heart beating, and yet it healed instantly? Drinking moon well water or using holy light couldn't heal this quickly. Roar! Murat knocked Athena away, then turned to look at Longji. Longji felt as if he was being stared at by the god of death, and his whole body was cold. Monster, your opponent is me. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, knocking Murat unconscious again for a moment. At this time, the soldiers of the Silver Moon Kingdom took the opportunity to open fire and fired a second round of bullets. Bang, bang, Bang! Bullets hit Murat, but this time the red protective film did not appear for some reason. Countless bullets penetrated his body, and blood flowers exploded on his body. However, these wounds healed quickly, constantly bursting and healing, and this scene shocked everyone. Frostjanova. Longji also took the opportunity to release his strongest skill. Frost Nova also has area damage, but it requires a pre-swing, and the damage is several times higher than that of Blizzard. Bang! Countless icicles exploded on Murat's body, leaving his skin torn and covered with wounds. He looked like someone had poured a bucket of blood on him, and his condition was unbearable. Finally, let me get rid of you. Thor summoned another bolt of lightning, which struck Murat's head, and everyone smiled with a winning smile. In such a seriously injured state, coupled with this final powerful blow, there was no way Murat could survive. Chapter 182 Waterspout. With the belief that they would win, thunder flashed down, but an accident still happened. A blue trident symbol suddenly appeared on Murat's forehead, flashing a dazzling light. The blue light formed a shield around his body, dispersing the deadly thunder. There was a strange look in Thor and Athena's eyes. They sensed a mysterious power from the blue light. This power was so familiar and so powerful. Divine power. I think our target has finally appeared. Thor grinned. Athena gathered her hair from her ears and said, "The last divine artifact I got was a dark magic ball. I don't know what this one is." Thor said, "It seems that this thing is not easy to use, otherwise this guy would have taken it out long ago." "When it comes to things involving gods, there are always various restrictions," said Athena. At this time, the blue trident symbol on Murat's forehead began to emerge, quickly grew larger, and finally turned into a 3-meter-long energy weapon, hovering above Murat's head, aimed at Athena and Thor. Roar! Murat roared, stretched out his hand to grasp the trident, and his whole aura changed. The bloodthirsty red light in his eyes disappeared, replaced by the blue of the sea. He swept the trident across, and suddenly an ocean appeared under his feet. The ocean expanded rapidly, the earth sank, and the rocks and forests were swept into it. The soldiers of the Silver Moon Kingdom panicked when they saw this scene. Long Ji frowned and shouted, "Everyone, evacuate quickly and run to the mountain." The soldiers of the Silver Moon Kingdom quickly ran up the mountain. A mere trifle. Thor snorted disdainfully, and he smashed the ground with Thor's hammer in his hand. Countless thunders flashed and turned into thunder dragons that hit Murat. 2 snow-white wings suddenly appeared behind Athena. She jumped up. The wings matched her heroic armor, making her look more like a god in heaven. Heaven's thorn. The golden spear in Athena's hand shone brightly, and the light on the tip of the spear grew brighter. It was as if she was holding a beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth and fell from the sky. Poseidon's storm. Murat held a trident in his hand, and a whirlwind suddenly blew up in the ocean under his feet. Then 2 huge sea spouts appeared, dozens of meters high, and the sky became gloomy. Rumble. 2 sea spouts. One collided with Thor's 10,000 thunders, and the other blocked Athena's heavenly thorns. The thunder and golden light were swept into the ocean and became the power of the sea spouts. Go! Murat pointed his trident in the distance, and 2 huge sea spouts moved towards Thor and Athena. Not only could a water spout absorb energy, it also had immense destructive power. The sand, rock, land, trees, and houses along its path were all swept up and shredded. Furthermore, it moved at an incredibly fast speed. Thor and Athena exchanged a glance, and Thor asked, "How's it going? Can you withstand it?" Athena nodded, "No problem." Thor said, "Well, you resist, and I'll kill him." Good. Thor stood behind Athena, and the 2 waterspouts lost their target of Thor and rushed toward Athena. The fierce wind blew Athena's hair. In front of the waterspout that was dozens of meters high, this beautiful goddess from the world of Greek mythology looked so thin, but she had an indomitable momentum and fearless belief. Absolutely, defense. Athena put down her spear, crossed her arms over her chest, and the pair of white wings behind her folded in front of her, completely wrapping her up. Boom! The 2 waterspouts merged into one, rising directly to 100 meters, with a diameter of more than 20 meters. With the sound of a tsunami and an oppressive feeling as if the end of the world was coming, they instantly swallowed Athena. Murat smiled cruelly, but before he could be happy, a bolt of lightning struck him on the head. Heavenly punishment! Murat was struck by the lightning, and his body froze. Then a majestic figure wrapped in lightning appeared in front of him. Toalet di Toashama. Boom! Thor's hammer brought up endless lightning, and the surrounding space dimmed, as if night had fallen. The hammer hit Murat's head hard, and lightning instantly poured into Murat's whole body. Murat let out a shrill howl, and a blue light suddenly burst out from his body, as if he was fighting against lightning. Thor exclaimed in surprise, "Such a strong divine power." The lightning and the blue divine power fought against each other, but the divine power in Murat was ultimately rootless and soon could not hold on and eventually disappeared. Without the protection of the blue divine power, Murat was swallowed by the terrible lightning. His huge body quickly shrank to the size of a normal person. His whole body was burnt, and he fell to the ground. Saul stood beside Murat's body, exhaled, and said, "It was really difficult, but at least I finally killed you." At this time, the blue trident turned into streaks of light and penetrated into Murat's body. Thor was stunned and reached out to take a blue bead from the body. The bead is very small, only the size of an egg, blue and crystal clear, with a vortex slowly rotating in the middle. If you look closely, it looks like there's an ocean inside. At this time, the water spout gradually subsided, and a figure wrapped in white wings appeared. The wings suddenly spread open, revealing the beautiful figure. Thor came to Athena's side, looked her up and down, and exclaimed in admiration, "I didn't expect you to be so powerful and unscathed. I was really worried that you wouldn't be able to withstand that attack just now." Athena glanced at him and said, "It's not like a true god has descended, so why should I be afraid? However, the absolute defense I just displayed has completely consumed all of my divine power." Thor took out the blue bead and said, "This is what I found from that guy, a divine artifact." "A divine artifact?" Athena took the bead and looked at it. She said, "It's similar to the dark magic ball I saw last time, but the divine power contained in it is greater than that dark magic ball. I think there are probably many more things like this in this world." "I'll give you this bead," Thor said generously. "Give it to me." Athena was stunned and shook her head. "You killed him, so naturally you are the one to use him." "That's not true. If you hadn't held off the water spout and held that guy back, I wouldn't have had the chance to attack. This is a trophy shared by both of us. Then we should split it equally between the two of us." No. If we split it equally, neither of us will be able to break through. I just took a look, and the divine power contained in it is just enough for you to break one seal, but if I use it, I can't even break a single seal. So I'll give it to you." Thor smiled. "We all serve His Majesty. If we return and see that neither of us has broken through, His Majesty will be unhappy." Chapter 183 Redemption Points. Well, okay then. Athena didn't refuse too much. She walked to the side and began to absorb the divine power contained in it. At this time, Long Ji came over with the soldiers of the Silver Moon Kingdom. The battle, just now, was too terrible, and the soldiers of the Silver Moon Kingdom were not qualified to participate at all. Long Ji didn't even have a chance to take action. The soldiers were horrified to see the devastated area. The dirt looked like it had been plowed, and houses, rubble, trees, and other debris mixed together in a mess. Is this the power of magic? Oh my God, that's horrible. The soldiers were amazed and naively believed that Murat had used magic in the end. Thor did not explain to them, but said to Longji, "General Longji, the stubborn elements have been eliminated. You can take control of Lava Island with your troops." Longji nodded and said, "Okay, pass on my orders. Companies and platoons will occupy strategic locations on Lava Island, search for criminals, maintain order, and appease the people. Everyone can take turns to rest tonight. When our follow-up troops arrive in 2 days, we can set off for home." As night fell, Thor stood guard by Athena's side. Seeing Athena's body covered in the blue aura of the gods, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Such a powerful divine power. How can there be so many divine artifacts in this world? Thor was daydreaming when Athena suddenly opened her eyes. Golden light flowed in her eyes, and a sacred breath came to her face. "You made a breakthrough?" Thor asked impatiently. Athena looked at her body, stretched it a bit, and smiled. "Yes, my seal has been lifted again. I can now use even more divine power." Thor laughed heartily. "That's great. I'm sure His Majesty will be very happy to hear this news." Athena said, "Our mission is now complete. Let's go find Xiao Long, Long Ji, and the others." "Good." Silver Moon Kingdom, Silver Moon City, Su Fan's official residence. Su Fan was reviewing documents. As a young king, he had great ambitions. All departments were busy every day, and officials had no time to rest. Various data, plans, and schedules flew onto his desk like snowflakes. All of this has led to the rapid development of the Silver Moon Kingdom. The current Silver Moon Kingdom has a particularly high demand for rare mineral resources due to the rise of the military industry. At the same time, the construction of large-scale infrastructure has also brought many employment opportunities to the kingdom. Now Su Fan has set up a special employment and labor bureau to be responsible for coordinating the labor force within the kingdom, especially the refugees who have moved from the north in the past year. They are all registered, managed uniformly, and assigned to different positions as needed. Ding! Special mission completed. Your troops have slain Murat, commander of the First Fleet of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands. He possesses immense power and high status. Your troops have successfully retrieved a divine artifact from him, allowing your hero to be unsealed. Congratulations on receiving the quest reward, Berserker's Book. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Su Fan was extremely surprised and said to himself, "Great! Thor and Athena have lived up to everyone's expectations. Now that they have the divine artifact, their strength can be further improved." Su Fan couldn't wait to open the system interface and saw the icon of the Berserker's Book in his backpack. Berserker's Book records the primitive magic of ancient barbaric times. Using magic to activate the blood within, you become a berserker. At the cost of blood, your body grows in size. Unafraid of pain or life and death, you charge forward courageously, unstoppable. Note, this book has no significant side effects, so use with confidence. Great, I can use this to form a Berserker Legion. Su Fan thought about it, took the Berserker's Book in his hand, called Su Long into the room, and said, "Go call Gaia, over." "Yes." Su Long clasped his fists. Seeing Su Long leave, Su Fan looked at the points in his maul again, which became 18979. In this battle, he killed more than 10,000 enemies, which was a brilliant achievement. Su Fan thought about it and directly spent 10,000 points to buy 100 books of knowledge, and then spent another 8,000 points to buy 8 moon wells. As a result, his points were only 979. The Silver Moon Kingdom is currently very short of people. With these 100 books of knowledge and 8 moon wells, the number of senior researchers and magic professionals will increase significantly, which can effectively alleviate the problem of talent shortage. There are now a total of 16 moon wells in Su Fan's territory, and the amount of moon well water produced is considerable. At the slowest rate, one magician or magic swordsman can be awakened in one day. However, in actual practice, the awakening speed will be much higher. Some people have a high magical talent and can break through by just drinking a glass of moon well water. This situation is also very common. Now that Su Fan has a mysterious holy land, he can change his job to become a priest and a witch. He plans to form a mixed magic legion, so the number of people is naturally not small. Soon, Gaia walked in. Now the 4th Army and the 5th Army are stationed in Silver Moon City, and Gaia and Rise are available at any time. "Your Majesty, what do you want me for?" Gaia asked. He is a student who follows Wadron's Magic Academy and is a gold-level magic swordsman. He is steady and has a good sense of the overall situation. He is also brave in combat and likes to charge forward alone. Su Fan handed the Berserker's Book to Gaia and said with a smile, "This book is for you." "This is..." Gaia was puzzled. He picked it up and read 2 pages. He was surprised and said, "It's the secret method of the Berserker." Su Fan said, "That's right. Gaia, I plan to let you practice this secret method and then give you 100 magic-heavy armored soldiers and let you form a Berserker Corps. What do you think?" Gaia was overjoyed and immediately agreed. "Really? Thank you, Your Majesty. With this Berserker's Book, I can train them into true Berserkers in just 1 month. Then we'll be the sharpest blades in your hands." Haha. Okay, I'll check your results in a month. Chapter 184 Commercial Train. A general was sailing on the sea with a fleet of more than a dozen large sailing ships. He was tall and strong with a calm face. He was already middle-aged, but his tough aura had not diminished at all. "Report to General Black Dragon. Dragonsnake Island is not far ahead." A soldier reported to the man. "Okay, I understand." The general nodded. That's right, this general was Black Dragon, the former defender of Blackstone City. He had fought hundreds of rounds with the 3rd Army led by Long E, causing heavy casualties to the Silver Moon Kingdom. Finally, under the double attack of Long and Paladin. The Black Dragon was forced into a desperate situation. Seeing that both Blackstone City and Blackrock City had fallen into the hands of the enemy and the Grand Duke of Blackrock had been killed, the Black Dragon had no choice but to surrender. After surrendering, the Silver Moon Kingdom did not dare to directly reuse Black Dragon, but instead placed Black Dragon in the Ministry of Internal Affairs as an internal affairs official. Now that the Navy is going to war, someone is needed to lead the Navy to occupy Lava Island and Dragon Snake Island. The 5 armies have their own tasks, so Su Fan thought of the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon is calm in combat, experienced, brave, resourceful, and good at defense. It is most suitable to be responsible for building artillery positions and garrisoning Lava Island and Dragon Snake Island. Pass on my order, the 1st and 2nd teams will land on Dragon Snake Island and start building the artillery positions according to the plan. The 3rd and 4th teams will follow me to Lava Island. The Black Dragon ordered. Yes. Black Dragon brought more than a dozen large ships with him on this expedition. They were all confiscated civilian ships. They had no firepower except for a few crossbows. The ships were full of soldiers and supplies. The fleet was divided into 2, and the Black Dragon brought part of the fleet to the Lava Island. Ha ha! General Black Dragon, you are finally here. Xiao Long came forward with Athena, Thor, and Long Ji. How's it going? I'm not too late, am I? Black Dragon said with a smile. After surrendering, Su Fan treated him with due courtesy. Although he had abolished the special privileges of a noble, he still took great care of him in life. He also allowed a number of his old subordinates to re-enter the army or serve as officials in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. This touched Black Dragon deeply, and he worked very hard. It's not too late. This place is quite far from the other major islands of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands. It will take at least a month for the Paus Islands leaders to learn of this and organize a fleet to counterattack us, Xiao Long said with a smile. He had a detailed map of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands and had run several simulations with naval officers, so he had a clear understanding of the evolving battle situation. The Black Dragon said, "That's good. I brought 100 cannons and plenty of ammunition. If we give us a week, Lava Island and Dragon Snake Island will become impenetrable fortresses. The enemy will then have no chance of breaking through this line of defense. There are 100 cannons, and there are 50 cannons on each island. This density of firepower is enough to deal with ordinary traditional sailing ships. No matter how many more come, they will just be food for the soldiers. Ah, that's good. We will continue to stay here for 5 days and then return. We need to rotate soldiers and replenish ammunition." Xiao Long said, "Okay, in these 5 days, we will speed up the construction of the fort and strive to complete it as soon as possible." April 10th. The weather has gradually become warmer, and the summer atmosphere in the Silver Moon Kingdom is becoming more and more intense. In the fields, farmers are working hard. Looking at the neatly arranged grain fields and the turning windmills in the distance, smiles appear on the farmers' faces. In the east of Silver Moon City, there's a huge new building with a stylish and unique design and a very good surrounding environment. Early in the morning, before the morning mist had completely dissipated, the place was already crowded with people. Anthony stood at the front of the crowd with his wife and beautiful daughter. His wife and daughter were very excited. "Father, we are so lucky to be the first ones to get a number. My daughter is only 8 years old this year. She is fair and tender, wearing a fashionable new snow white dress. She looks cute, like a little girl." At this moment, she dances with joy, pulls Anthony's arm and says, "Dad, can we really take the train today? I must be dreaming." Anthony smiled and rubbed his daughter's head, saying lovingly, "Of course. I heard that this was an order signed by His Majesty himself. The first commercial train officially runs today. Luckily, your father knows the station master here, so we were first in line. Otherwise, I don't know how long we would have to wait." As he spoke, he turned his head and glanced behind him. There was a huge crowd of people, stretching as far as the eye could see. The noise was deafening and the scene was shocking to the extreme. Fortunately, I'm number one. Anthony was still frightened. Yes, today is the first official operation of the Silver Moon Kingdom's commercial passenger train. Because the news was released early, it attracted so many people to rush to grab tickets and want to experience it. In the past 6 months, people in the Silver Moon Kingdom have known about the existence of trains. They are very curious about this steel monster that runs on the rails, trailing long trails of smoke, moving at an incredible speed and tirelessly. Many people even believe that it must be a monster, a living being. Many people also wanted to take a ride on this magical train out of curiosity, But before, it was a freight locomotive used to haul coal and transport large quantities of goods, and very few people could ride it. Now that we have this opportunity, you can experience it just by buying a ticket, which naturally attracts crowds of people. At this time, the ticket window in front of us opened, and the railway attendant inside the window said with a smile, "Hello, sir. Welcome aboard the Nozomi Express. Please choose your destination and travel time." Anthony said excitedly, "I'm going to North Wind City right now." The waitress smiled and said, "The nearest train is at 9:30 this morning. Would you like a hard seat, hard sleeper, or soft sleeper? What's the difference between these three?" Anthony was stunned. He hadn't expected there to be so many rules for riding a train. Shouldn't you just find a seat wherever you want after you get on? The conductor was very pretty, wearing a red uniform that made her look lovely and charming. She had a charming figure and a pretty face. She patiently explained, "A hard seat is just an ordinary seat, while a hard sleeper has beds for 3 people, and a soft sleeper has a luxurious bed for 2 people. The experience is completely different." "Huh? There are beds in the train? Does that mean we can sleep in it?" Anthony was incredulous. The ticket seller smiled and said, "Yes, but the prices are different. A hard seat is 1 gold coin, a hard sleeper is 2 gold coins, and a soft sleeper is 3 gold coins." Anthony had plenty of money. He was the owner of a chain of food courts worth millions. Money was just a number to him. So without a second thought, Anthony said, "Of course, soft sleeper beds. Give me 3. The ticket seller glanced at Anthony's daughter next to him and said with a smile, "Sir, your daughter is less than 1.2 meters tall, so she can buy a child ticket. It's half price, and a soft sleeper ticket only costs 1 gold coin and 5 silver coins." "Really? That's great." Anthony felt better and gave a perfect score to the management and service of the train without hesitation. Chapter 185 Anthony Family. Anthony waved his hand and bought 3 soft sleeper tickets. After getting the tickets, he followed the guideline to the platform. "Platform 2. We're in car number 9. A very auspicious number." Anthony was in a good mood. Holding his beautiful wife in his left hand and his lovely daughter in his right hand, he walked to the second platform and found a long steel monster lying on the rails. The majestic and powerful momentum hit him in the face, and a weird feeling that obviously did not belong to this era filled Anthony's heart. "Wow, Dad, is this a train?" The cute little girl screamed, and she couldn't wait to pounce on it to study it carefully. Hey, baby, don't go over there. This thing is still very dangerous." Anthony quickly grabbed his daughter. As a big boss, he was naturally well-informed and paid close attention to trains. He had heard that a few foolish people had crossed the railway line to take a shortcut and were crushed to pieces by a speeding train. This kind of thing happened quite a bit last year, with some even trying to use their superior skills to catch a speeding train and board it for a ride. However, they generally failed, with some suffering disability and others' death. So, after so much time, the people of Silver Moon Kingdom have come to realize that trains are dangerous and can kill people. Anthony took his daughter and wife to carriage number 9, where a conductor was already waiting at the door. "Hello, please show me your ticket." The conductor spoke politely. Her manners were elegant. Her posture was upright, and she bowed slightly to show politeness, making Anthony feel that he was respected enough. Wow, this service, this attitude, it's truly the hallmark of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Anthony sighed. Since the establishment of the Silver Moon Kingdom, the service forms and attitudes of all officially established service venues, from restaurants of all sizes to hotels, from public affairs service halls to concerts, have exceeded people's imagination. In the past, there was no such thing as service attitude in restaurants and hotels. It was considered very good to find a waiter who nodded and flattered you. It was not like now, from the inside to the outside, from the uniforms, gestures to the manners and speech. Although you don't have to bow and scrape like a waiter, it makes you feel extremely comfortable, as if you were a nobleman, and your behavior and speech become civilized and elegant involuntarily. This feeling, this novel and elegant service model, can only be experienced in the Silver Moon Kingdom. After checking their tickets, Anthony, his wife, and daughter boarded the carriage. The layout here is so exquisite. After entering the carriage, Anthony's wife and daughter were amazed and dazzled by the sight. Trains were a new thing to them, and they saw everything for the first time. Although the space inside the carriage was narrow, it was very clean and tidy, with carpets and expensive magic lights hanging, just like living in a miniature hotel. Anthony showed a satisfied look and said, "It's really good. The layout, decoration, and service alone are worth the price of admission. After some searching, he finally found his seat according to the seat number on his ticket. It was a private compartment with 2 small beds, both of which were white and soft. There was a small table in the middle with a rose on it. Wow, that's pretty good. Anthony picked up the rose, smelled it, and smiled. It smells so good, and it's still fresh. Here, I give it to you, my wife. The wife took the flowers and smiled shyly. The daughter shouted beside her, Dad, I want some too, I want some too. Anthony laughed and said, Don't worry, I'll buy it for you when we get to Beifeng City. Yeah. The daughter nodded vigorously, then sat on the bed and looked at the scenery outside the window. Glass has not yet been developed, and a kind of natural crystal is used as a substitute. It is expensive, but it can barely see the people and scenery outside. The wife asked, Northwind City is so far away from here. It used to take 15 days to get there, but the ticket says we can arrive tonight. It's only half a day, right? Are they kidding us? Anthony smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. I've never taken a train before, but trains are pretty fast. Maybe we can arrive tonight. But it can't be this fast. Doesn't this thing take a break in the middle? The wife patted the bed, expressing her incomprehension and disbelief. Haha, we don't believe it, so we came to experience it today. Please don't be gone for 7 or 8 days at a time. It will delay a lot of things for me. After getting in the car, his wife seemed particularly anxious and even began to regret it. Anthony had no choice but to keep comforting his wife. Okay, Karen, don't worry. If it doesn't reach Northwind City tonight, we can wait until the train is tired and resting for a meal, then get off and take the carriage back. It won't take long. Okay, I'll trust you for once. The advantage of a soft sleeper is that there are 2 people in one compartment, so there's no need to worry about being disturbed by others, and there's no such thing as standing tickets. In addition, the waiters are very friendly, and there are many value-added services. Sir, would you like some juice? It's free, please. The waiter came over with a cart. Seeing the various flavors of juice on the cart, my daughter shouted in surprise, I want to drink it, I want to drink it. Anthony said helplessly, Then please pour 2 glasses of grape juice. Okowo. The waiter poured juice for them, and then left in a leisurely manner pushing the cart. At this time, the carriage was already full of people. There was only a bang sound of the door closing, and after a while, the train started. Steam locomotives are not as good as modern trains and are far inferior to greenskin trains. They're not very comfortable or balanced. However, for the natives of this world, everything that is happening now is refreshing their cognition. Anthony and his family of 3 sat in the carriage, watching the scenery outside the window, constantly receding. In just a few minutes, the train had sped out of the train station and headed west along the railway line. Chapter 186 sera Faliance. In carriage number 1, Su Fan, Kong Ding, a beauty, Faline, Xiao Saw, Gould, as well as Carl and Chris, all the core members of the Silver Moon Kingdom were there. This carriage has been modified and is decorated magnificently with high-end carpets from the north and leather sofas. The reception table is filled with snacks, flowers, and fine wine. It is clean and tidy, like a moving palace. Xiao Suo and others looked at the scenery passing quickly outside the window, and everyone had a wonderful look on their face. Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, then smiled and said, How is it? What do you think? Xiao Suo sighed. Too fast, too much. Everyone laughed. Su Fan also laughed and said, Very direct, but that's the truth. The biggest feature of our train is its speed. If there are no trains, it would take us 15 days to walk to Beifeng City, and even 5 days on horseback. But with the train, we can reach Beifeng City in less than a day. Carl said excitedly, With a train, we can use it to transport soldiers. I calculated that if we squeeze in, one carriage can hold 100 people. We could transport thousands of soldiers on one train. As long as there's trouble in Beifeng City, we can send a large force to support it within a day. As the Minister of Logistics, Carl always thought of making the decision from a military perspective. Gould also said, It's clear that the emergence of passenger trains will have a huge positive impact on the economy of our Silver Moon Kingdom. It will speed up the movement of people across the kingdom, accelerate economic activity, expand trade, strengthen the connections between cities and regions, and greatly increase the speed of information dissemination. Philin said, Yes, passenger trains and freight trains will bring profound changes to our Silver Moon Kingdom. Our Silver Moon Kingdom will become a truly powerful country in the world. As long as time passes, all the wealth in the world will come to us. The core members of the Silver Moon Kingdom are all smart people. Even if some of them do not have good backgrounds, after 1 or 2 years of practice, presiding over local work, and listening to Su Fan's training and teachings every day, even the dumbest people will become smart. Therefore, the people present immediately saw something deeper in the passenger train and saw the subsequent impact that the emergence of the passenger train would bring. After a brief discussion, Su Fan concluded, "Our railway speed will continue to increase. In the near future, we will build high-speed railways and even motor trains and maglev trains. By then, it won't take us a day, but only 1 or 2 hours to get from Silver Moon City to North Wind City." So fast. High-speed rail? Maglev? Emu? I don't quite understand what you're saying, but it looks really impressive. Everyone was full of longing. They did not doubt Su Fan's words at all, because the young king himself was synonymous with miracles. In the past 2 years, he had built such a powerful kingdom from scratch, trained such a powerful army, and created such a magical alchemical creation. For most people, they would rather call the train an alchemical creation. Woo woo woo. The train sped across the wilderness, crossed the Great Wasteland Industrial Zone, past Violet City, and finally arrived at North Wind City. When Anthony and his family walked out of the car, they couldn't believe it. Is this really North Wind City? No way, it's faster than we thought. Anthony himself couldn't believe it, and the other passengers getting on and off the bus were also discussing it excitedly. It was not until they got off the platform and walked out of the train station that they saw the familiar streets of North Wind City, the tall city walls, Anthony's family, and the other passengers that they were truly convinced that they had indeed arrived in North Wind City. Standing in the howling cold wind, looking at the lights of the countless homes in North Wind City, Anthony was in a trance and muttered to himself, "In one day, I covered hundreds of kilometers. I must be dreaming. This is a great country. Long live the Silver Moon Kingdom." Someone shouted loudly after walking out of the train station. This statement resonated with many people who echoed it one after another, because they all knew that the train was invented by their respected king. King Su Fan, who is full of miracles and hope, has gradually become a faith in their hearts, a faith on par with the moon goddess Alun. When they arrived in Beifeng City again, Long, Yi, Paladin, and the mayor of Beifeng City had been waiting to greet them in advance. When they saw Su Fan and others coming out, they immediately went to greet them. "Ah, General Long, Yi, General Paladin, long time no see. Su Fan Smaïd. Ah, Your Majesty, long time no see." Long, Yi, and others responded quickly. "Come on, take me to your military camp. I want to listen to your military report." Su Fan waved his hand and walked straight ahead. Yes. Everyone soon arrived at Beifeng City, which was the base of General Long, Yi of the Third Army. Su Fan asked Xiao Sao, Gould, and others to go to the Beifeng City Lord's mansion to inspect the internal affairs, while he brought a Beauty and Carl to the military camp. After everyone sat down, Su Fan asked, "I heard from a Beauty that you discovered traces of the enemy some time ago?" Paladin said, "Yes, about 10 days ago, our scouts spotted the Dragon Breath Army not far to the north. They looked like members of the Night Owl Legion, but there weren't many of them. We only spotted a small group of about a dozen people." "The Drug Lord Army? Has the Dragon Breath Army united again now?" Su Fan is noted coldly. "Last year, due to the intense fighting situation in the northern Sunset River, the Sun Empire and the Dragon's Breath Army signed a ceasefire agreement, and both sides withdrew their troops from both sides of Star River. Afterwards, the armies of the Thunder Kingdom and the Storm Kingdom came back to help Sun City resist the invasion of the alien army, and the area near Sun City became a bloody battlefield. However, two different voices emerged within the Dragon Breath Army. One voice argued that the war with the Sun Empire could no longer be fought, that victory was hopeless, and that further attempts to restore the glory of the Moon Empire were unrealistic and would only result in meaningless casualties. The primary goal now was to work together to resist the alien army. However, Grand Duke Longxi and his direct troops disagreed and insisted on capturing Sun City, killing Luo Xiong, and rebuilding the Moon Goddess Empire. As a result, open and secret struggles began within the Dragon Breath Army, and the original plan to send troops to attack the Silver Moon Kingdom was shelved, giving Su Fan a chance to breathe and develop. Since the beginning of this spring, Su Fan has asked the Beauty in Beifeng City to pay close attention to the movements of the Dragon Breath Army, and Su Fan has also been paying attention to the actions of the Dragon Breath Army. Paladin said, "According to the information we have inquired, there's been a clear split within the Dragon's Breath Army, and factional struggles have become clear. Now, they can no longer be completely called the Dragon's Breath Army." Su Fan was stunned. What do you mean? Paladin said, last month, a total of 12 lords invited Grand Duke Longxi to Floating Cloud City in the name of reporting on military work. After arriving in Floating Cloud City, Grand Duke Longxi was placed under house arrest by these 12 lords, and an announcement was issued that they would withdraw from the rule and management of the Dragon Breath Army. It's unknown what they discussed, but the Duke of Dragon's Breath was eventually released. The 12 lords formed the Seraph Alliance, absorbing many neutral lords. Now, the Seraph Alliance is rapidly expanding, poised to divide the world into 3 parts with the Dragon's Breath Army and the Sun Empire. Chapter 187 Returning Victoriously. Before this, the number of lords who held a neutral attitude was relatively small, far less than that of the Dragon's Breath Army and the Sun Empire. They could not step onto the center of the world stage and could only be regarded as supporting roles. But now the emergence of the Seraph Alliance has united these neutral forces all at once, and they have joined the alliance one after another, causing the Seraph Alliance's sphere of influence to expand rapidly, and it seems that it can now share equal power with the Dragon's Breath Army and the Sun Empire. In other words, the Dragon's Breath Army split into 2. One part formed the Seraph Alliance, hoping to unite to resist the alien race, and the Dragon's Breath Army, for various reasons, did not break with them, but instead set their sights on us. Su Fan sorted out his thoughts and asked. Paladin said, yes, I think the Dragon Breath Army may have considered the strength of the alien races and the difficulty of the Seraph Alliance, so they set their expansion target on us. Haha, this Dragon Breath Army is really a cause for concern. Su Fan sneered, walked to the large map hanging on the wall, and said to Paladin and Long, draw it for me. In which direction the enemy appeared? Paladin picked up a staff and pointed to a small red circle, saying, this is Cloud City, the closest city to us. It belongs to the Dragon Breath Army, and the Poison Dragon Legion is stationed here. Then Paladin pointed to a small red circle next to it and said, this is Qinxiang City, where the Night Owl Legion is stationed and is also under the Dragon Breath Army. These 2 cities are dozens of kilometers away from us, and we have many scouts stationed there. These 2 armies have been silent throughout the winter, but now they are suddenly active, and their intention to target us is obvious. Su Fan stood beside the map with his hands behind his back. A beauty, Carl, Paladin, and others stood beside him, and no one spoke. After a while, Su Fan asked, a beauty, what is the overall situation of the Dragon Breath Army now? How many cities do they have? And how many soldiers do they have? Paladin was a general, and the intelligence he received was only about the military situation in winter. A beauty was responsible for the overall intelligence, and knew more about the big picture than Paladin, Long, and others. A beauty sorted out his thoughts and said, Your Majesty, excluding the 12 lords who have left, there are now a total of 49 lords in the Dragon Breath Army, with a total of 63 cities and countless villages and towns under their jurisdiction. In addition, the Dragon Breath Army has 18 legions, each with a full strength of 50,000 people, theoretically totaling 900,000 people. Of course, in reality, they couldn't have so many soldiers. The number of fully staffed legions would not exceed 10. We estimate that the total strength would be between 500,000 and 600,000. Most of these 18 legions are deployed in the northern vicinity of the Xingyao River, with only the Poison Dragon Legion and the Night Owl Legion deployed in the south, totaling nearly 100,000 men. Su Fan asked again, The Dragon Legion is the trump card of the Dragon Breath Army. What is the current situation of this legion? In which direction is it deployed? Now that the production of muskets and artillery is increasing, Su Fan is no longer too worried about encountering ordinary cold weapon armies. He now only cares about the trump card of the Dragon Breath Army, the famous Dragon Legion. A beauty said, The Dragon Army appeared near the Xingyao River before. Some people saw hundreds of dragons circling in the sky. It was a very scary scene. But after the truce and the cold winter, the Dragon Army hasn't appeared for some time. No one knows where they are. Su Fan was silent for a while, then said to Paladin and Long, I'm sorry to both of you generals, but please continue to defend. We can't take the initiative to attack the Dragon Breath Army in the short term. Long, and Paladin felt a little regretful, but both said, Your Majesty, we understand. They all knew that the kingdom was sending a fleet to attack the kingdom of the Paus Islands. This ocean kingdom was much more powerful than they had imagined, and naval warfare was the most expensive. The Silver Moon Kingdom was now continuously investing money in the navy. Su Fan shook his head and said with a wry smile, Our foundation is too weak right now, and we can't fight on multiple fronts. But don't worry, after I suppress the kingdom of the Paus Islands, my next target will be the Dragon Breath Army. April 15th. A fleet slowly emerged from the surface of the East China Sea. When the soldiers on the watchtower saw the Silver Moon King's flag flying high and the thick smoke coming out of the large iron pipes, they waved their hands excitedly. General Xiao Long is back. Xiao Long, Athena, Thor, and Long Ji walked off the warship and saw Su Long standing on the deck to greet them. Generals, congratulations on your victory, Su Long said with a smile, cupping his fists. He had deliberately worn red clothes today to look especially festive. Well, red represents festivity, as Su Fan had stipulated. This concept had gradually spread throughout the Silver Moon Kingdom, and whenever there was a happy event, large quantities of red accessories and clothing would be purchased. Ah, it's Su Long. Where's His Majesty? Xiao Long and the others rushed over to greet him. They did not dare to neglect Su Long, the steward beside Su Fan. Su Long said, His Majesty has prepared a celebration banquet for you. Generals, please settle the soldiers and follow me to Silver Moon City. Okay. Xiao Long and the others were in a good mood after winning the battle. They asked the deputy general to settle the soldiers. Xiao Long, Athena, Thor, and Longji followed Su Long to Silver Moon City. In the magnificent lobby of the Oriental Pearl Hotel, the largest hotel in Silver Moon City, Su Fan met the 4 generals who had returned victoriously. Haha, everyone, you've worked hard on this expedition. Come on, take your seats. We won't leave until we're drunk. Su Fan was also in a good mood. After capturing Dragon Snake Island and Lava Island at once, the Silver Moon Kingdom now had an overseas stronghold. There is also a large sea area between the 2 islands and the mainland, which almost all belong to the territorial waters of the Silver Moon Kingdom. This change is of great strategic significance. Chapter 188, Multi-Front Operation. Su Fan held a grand celebration for Athena and the others. He also learned that Athena had absorbed the powerful force contained in the divine artifact, breaking a seal and greatly enhancing her divine power. If converted to the level of this world, it would be the strength of a mage and an earth-level magic swordsman. In this way, Su Fan's Silver Moon Kingdom now has 2 mage-level heroes. If principal Wei Drawn is counted, there will be 3. On April 17th, Xiao Long set out again with 5 Tai-level warships. This time they rotated the sailors, replenished fuel and ammunition, and the condition of the warships returned to its peak. Their mission this time was to defend against possible retaliation from the kingdom of the Paus Islands, and to launch a counterattack at the right time to delay the time until June. Because the second batch of Tai-level warships will be successfully built and put into service in June, by that time, Su Fan's naval fleet will reach as many as 10 ships, and the combat effectiveness at sea will be greatly increased, and it may even be possible to directly subdue the kingdom of the Paus Islands. In Silver Moon Bay, a huge fleet also set sail. These were civilian ships. The harbor was officially open today, and civilian ships officially resumed ocean voyages. Although the trade is only with Lava Island and Dragon Snake Island, these 2 islands are rich in resources, producing fruits, grains, natural rubber, rare metals, various spices, and gems. It can be said that they are rich in resources and very valuable to the Silver Moon Kingdom. Not to mention that there are large and small reefs around these 2 islands. There are rich marine resources near these reefs, which can also make businessmen make a lot of money. The merchants of the Silver Moon Kingdom were like a group of hungry wolves. After being hungry and thirsty for several months, they rushed towards their prey like crazy. Ding! Main quest completed. You have completed your revenge, opened up overseas bases, expanded your territory, reopened shipping routes, and resumed overseas trade. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward, Basic Medical Knowledge System. While these civilian ships were going out to sea in large numbers, Su Fan also completed the main task. The Basic Medical Knowledge System contains a huge amount of knowledge. Su Fan spent a whole week writing the basic medical knowledge in his mind into a book, gave it to Su Long to print, and then began to prepare for the establishment of a medical school. Medicine is an important driving force for the progress of human civilization. It not only prolongs human life and reduces diseases, but also contributes to social stability and even drives the development of the medical economy. Su Fan's plan is to spend 2 years training medical students. After 2 years, these medical students will enter the hospital to work. In about 5 to 10 years, the medical level of the Silver Moon Kingdom will reach the level of the post-World War II level on Earth. By that time, People all over the world will come to the Silver Moon Kingdom for medical treatment. Medicine will become another killer weapon of the Silver Moon Kingdom. Ding! Main quest updated. Your kingdom prospers, but threats from all sides also increase. To the southeast, the Kingdom of the Paus Islands is deeply displeased with your aggression and will surely dispatch a massive force to suppress it. From the north, the Dragon's Breath army is also stirring, ready to launch a large-scale war against you. Find ways to withstand the flames of war from both directions and test your achievements over the past 2 years with battle and blood. Mission objective: resist invasions from both the Kingdom of the Paus Islands and the Dragon's Breath army. Mission reward: internal combustion engine technology system. A new task appeared, and Su Fan felt very complicated after seeing the content of the task. I've tried repeatedly to avoid multiple fronts and focused on development, but I never expected to end up facing a situation like this. The Kingdom of the Paus Islands and the Dragon's Breath army are both behemoths. Su Fan knew very well that with his current strength, if he simply fought against one side, it would be okay. But if he was asked to resist invasions from 2 sides at the same time, Su Fan was really unsure. You must know that this world is not just a world of cold weapons. This world has magic and countless powerful people who can turn rivers and seas upside down and block millions of soldiers with one sword. If the operation is not done properly, the number of soldiers Su Fan has now will not be enough. Take, for example, the Dragon Army, with more than 100 dragons soaring in the sky at the same time, spewing terrifying dragon breath and releasing terrifying dragon language magic. What can his army use to fight? Not to mention the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, which must also have the same magic legion. On the other hand, Su Fan only has 100 paladins, 100 berserkers, and a mixed auxiliary magic legion of priests and witches is still in the process of being formed and is far from complete. Such strength is not something I can show off. April 20th. Su Fan ordered Thor to lead the 20,000 men of the First Army to support Beifeng City. The 100 magic-heavy infantrymen of the First Army had been handed over to Gaia for management, so the First Army now became a pure cold weapon force. At the same time, Su Fan ordered Rise to lead the Fourth Army to garrison Violet City. Gaia led the Fifth Army to garrison the Great Wasteland, and Su Fan's guards to garrison Silver Moon City. The troops were dispatched, and the Silver Moon Kingdom became an iron barrel. A tense atmosphere spread instantly. In terms of the Navy, Su Fan hired a large number of civilian ships to transport supplies to Lava Island and Dragon Snake Island. Long Ji began to expand the Navy at the Silver Moon Bay port, preparing to expand directly from the current 10,000 people to 30,000 people. Time passed in a tense atmosphere. May 1st. Intelligence came from Beifeng City that a large number of enemy troops were spotted outside the city. The Poison Dragon Legion and the Night Owl Legion, totaling 100,000 people, began to march south to attack Beifeng City. On the evening of May 2nd, Su Fan received intelligence from the ocean that as early as April 25th, Longxi Island had discovered a large fleet of the Kingdom of the Paus Islands, and the defenders of Longxi Island immediately opened fire in retaliation. The Silver Moon Kingdom encountered the most violent invasion since its founding. Northwind City. At this time, the city gates were closed, cutting off communication with the outside world. Cannons were mounted on the city walls, and soldiers were constantly patrolling. Paladin was sitting with Long, E, and Thor, looking at the sand table in front of them and discussing the next deployment. I suggest taking the initiative, leveraging the strengths of my Holy Knights of Light, giving them a surprise attack, and striking a blow to their arrogance, Paladin said. Longy also said, I agree. My Third Army has now become a complete firearms force. We have a large number of muskets and artillery, which can be fully deployed in the field to form a large line of defense. I am confident that this line of defense will become a chasm of death for them, preventing them from taking a single step forward. Chapter 189, Highland Número 1. Both Paladin and Long E were full of confidence. They could be said to be the generals with the most experience in battles in the Silver Moon Kingdom, and they had never been defeated, which gave them enough confidence. Thor said, I have no objection to your desire to keep the enemy out of the city. However, the enemy is formidable. This is a battle of 100,000 men. We must plan ahead and ensure that all forces work together to avoid conflict. A battle of 100,000 troops, plus the 60,000 troops from the 3 armies of the Silver Moon Kingdom, totals to 160,000 troops. Both the combat methods and combat thinking must be transformed. A situation like the one before where Paladin could kill the enemy with just one ambush of 100 Paladins would never happen again. Long, he pointed to a small hill on the sand table and said, I plan to use this hill as a defensive line. Your Majesty once gave a lecture at the Armed Forces Officers Academy on positional warfare. I plan to give it a try to see if this new method of warfare is truly effective. Paladin looked at the sand table and said, Since you are responsible for defense, I will be responsible for offense. I will go around to their rear, and when you are halfway through the battle, I will lead my troops to outflank them. Thor smiled and said, Since you two are responsible for both offense and defense, I will be responsible for support. I will split my forces into 2 groups to serve as your flanks, protecting you and preventing the enemy from circling behind. Well, now that we have made the decision, let's set off immediately. Long, he was an impatient person and couldn't wait to rush to the battlefield. At night, the residents of Beifeng City saw a large number of troops leaving the city. These were Long Yi's troops. They were wearing new military uniforms, without armor or battle robes. They only wore a steel helmet, carried a strange stick on their backs, and had large and small bags hanging on their bodies. The soldiers were in neat uniforms, marching in unison, and no one spoke. The only sound in the dark streets was the clattering footsteps, weighing on everyone's heart. Because the new army had to be kept secret, the residents of North Wind City were seeing them for the first time. Many people were surprised and asked, Are these the troops of our Silver Moon Kingdom? Why are they so different from the other armies? Yeah. Why aren't they wearing armor? Not even the most basic leather armor. What are they carrying on their backs? What kind of weapon is that long stick? Why haven't I seen it before? The residents were very surprised. At this time, one carriage after another came over and came into people's sight. They saw that there was a strange thing behind each carriage, which made them feel even more curious. What is this? Shouldn't the carriage be carrying weapons and food? 2 wheels, and what's that long black smoker? Hey, you don't know this, don't you? Soldiers have to cook when they're away from home. How can they cook without a chimney? But why are there so many chimneys? Do you need so many for cooking? 1, 2. A curious person counted for a long time and found that there were at least 100 carriages pulling these strange chimneys. They didn't know that these were the Third Army's trump cards, the newly equipped field artillery. The current Third Army has a total of 200 cannons. For this purpose, Long Yi also formed a special artillery regiment to act independently and be responsible for firepower strikes. The artillerymen on the carriage raised their heads proudly. One of them laughed at his companions and said, These guys are so stupid. They actually mistook our cannon for a chimney. They didn't even think about putting wheels on a broken chimney and asking us to guard it. This shows that we have done a good job of keeping secrets. These guys are so close to us, and they don't know the existence of the artillery. The enemy is even less aware of it. I'm so hungry and thirsty right now. I really want to go to the battlefield and fire a few shots. I'm curious whether the enemy will be completely stunned by our explosions. Blast the blind? They were all taken away with one shot. So how could they have a chance to be blinded? That's right. Not only the artillerymen, but also the musketeers would touch their guns from time to time while marching, feeling the texture and coolness of the metal from the muskets. Many of them were also excited and wanted to open fire at the enemy right now to let the enemy taste the power of their new weapons. Highland 1. This is the name given by Long Yi to the central hill of this battlefield. It is close to a highway that leads directly to Tianxiang City. If the enemy has an army of 100,000, they will definitely pass through this road. The hills stretched out in a continuous undulation. Long Yi stood at the highest point in his command tent, peering through a telescope for a moment before asking his lieutenant general, How's it going? Are all the regiments in position? The lieutenant general also wore a light new uniform, no armor, only a steel helmet to protect his head. He had a pistol on his waist. This pistol was independently developed by the Strategic Engineering College. It is a revolver that can be loaded with 5 bullets and is very powerful. Su Fan liked it as soon as it was developed and named it Origin No. 1. Since this pistol was developed, it has become the standard equipment for officers of all levels in the Third Army. If you see someone with a pistol on his waist in the barracks, it means that this person is an officer. The deputy general said, General, all battalions and regiments have arrived at their designated positions. We have occupied a total of 19 high grounds and established a 10-kilometer-long defense line. It is absolutely foolproof. Yeah, very good. Long, he felt relieved. Hasn't the intelligence from this morning arrived yet? Not yet. Go tell the military intelligence department that if no intelligence is delivered to me before 1 p.m., have their person in charge come to me and explain the situation. Long, he said sternly. Yes. The deputy general was surprised and quickly agreed. Here comes the intelligence. At this time, an officer walked in from outside, holding a piece of paper. Long, he was delighted and snatched the paper away. After looking at it for a while, Long, he raised his head and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He said, "Inform all regiments that the enemy is only 5 kilometers away from us. All battalions and regiments should prepare for battle. All battalion and regiment commanders should defend according to the plan." Yes. Although there was no radio communication, the information was quickly conveyed to various units with the help of predetermined flag signals and flares. The soldiers loaded their bullets, turned on the safety, unpacked the grenades, and made all preparations. The atmosphere on the battlefield suddenly became solemn and murderous. Chapter 190 Redgar. Redgar was a 19-year-old recruit from the northern border of the Moon God Empire. His homeland had been destroyed by an alien invasion, and he had fled thousands of miles alone, along with his younger siblings, to the Silver Moon Kingdom. In the Silver Moon Kingdom, Redgar received a relief fund, was assigned a house, and was asked to work in a factory. When the Third Army expanded its enrollment last year, Redgar signed up. He originally thought that he would be fighting with swords, guns, sticks, or bows and arrows, but the subsequent training overturned his perception. In the military camp, the soldiers got up at 6 o'clock every morning, carried loads, and ran 5 kilometers across the country. After breakfast, they began to practice weapon combat and formations. After lunch, they learned group combat, digging trenches, building individual bunkers, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, and other things he had never heard of. After winter, he also got a new weapon called musket, and he had to train for 4 hours every day and conduct 200 shooting. Life in the military camp was boring, hard, and tiring, and he often got injured. Redgar thought about quitting, but every time his salary was paid, he would suppress the thought when he looked at the bag of gold coins in his hand. Back off. Are you kidding me? The soldiers of the Silver Moon Kingdom have a salary level twice that of workers and are the best paid people in the kingdom. In just a few months, Redgar had significantly improved his family's financial situation with his salary and had also sent his younger siblings to a newly opened new school, becoming the envy of his neighbors. In addition, because of his outstanding performance and excellent results in shooting training, Redgar was awarded the honorary title of sharpshooter. Hill number 3. This is the defensive position of Redgar's company. Because the enemies this time were all cold weapon troops, they did not dig trenches, but simply built a semicircular bunker with sandbags, in which they placed fresh water, food, bullets, and grenades. Redgar leaned back in the bunker, carefully wiping his beloved gun with a rag. A comrade leaned over and said with a smile, "Brother, this is our first time participating in a battle. How is it? Are you scared?" Redgar smiled brightly. "Not bad. Hey, don't be nervous. If you ask me, we have guns and cannons. The enemy can't even get close to us. We will probably crush them." The soldier was not very old, and his words were full of confidence. "That cannon, is it really that powerful?" asked Redgar. The soldier said, "Of course. You haven't seen the power of artillery, but I have. It's like thunder from the sky. With a single boom, it can kill large numbers of enemies from a distance. It's like magic. It's amazing and terrifying." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a sharp whistling sound coming from above his head. Redgar and his companions looked up, but before they could see what it was, they heard a huge roar in the distance. Rumble. This sound is like thunder from heaven. Redgar and his companions exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Fire." Yes, the artillery fire comes before the army moves. This is the combat thinking that Su Fan personally taught at the Armed Forces Officers Academy. Now that the students of the academy have graduated and joined the Third Army, they have also brought this thinking with them. At this time, the other people in the circular shelter also rushed over. Redgar lay on the shelter and looked to the north, only to see a group of small black shadows appearing on the open plain. Although their specific appearance was still unclear, judging from the number, they were most likely enemies. At this time, a sharp whistle was heard, and the captain of Redgar's company shouted loudly, "The enemy is coming. Everyone, open the safety, load the bullets, and prepare for battle." Yes, yes. In the Silver Moon Kingdom, a company consists of 100 people. The 7th company where Redgar is located is responsible for Hill number 3, which is the frontline position closest to the enemy, while his companions are all behind him. Redgar also opened the safety, loaded the bullet, and aimed at the dense group of small black shadows in the north. At this time, the second wave of artillery fire whizzed past again. Redgar looked through the crosshairs on his gun and saw that more than a dozen fireballs suddenly rose from the crowd of small black shadows. Many small black shadows were blown away, and the people around them scattered. The originally neat formation was also disrupted at this moment. The soldiers in the ring fortification, including Redgar, were all shocked. Is this the power of artillery? It's too strong. In the Third Army, the confidentiality of artillery was even higher than that of muskets, so most soldiers were not clear about the firepower configuration of their own troops. Now they were shocked to see that the artillery had such great power. Of course, after the shock came ecstasy, because these artillery pieces killed the enemy so easily, which meant that they had a greater chance of surviving the battlefield and were more confident of winning. On the other side, the Poison Dragon Legion. This legion was responsible for the attack in this direction. Their battle flag was a bloodthirsty and ferocious green, poisonous dragon. They had a total of 50,000 men, strong soldiers and horses, and carried hundreds of crossbows to attack the city walls. Boom! More than a dozen fireballs rose up in the crowd, and a violent explosion left many people stunned. What's going on? Why is there an explosion? Where does this magic come from? It's not magic. There's no disorder of magical elements. What on earth is this? The Poison Dragon Legion was in chaos, and finally the Legion commander stood up. He called himself General Poison Dragon and was an Earth-level magic swordsman. The Legion was named after him. Don't panic, don't panic. Hold the formation steady. General Poison Dragon rode on his horse, trying his best to control his men while waving the big sword in his hand, emitting a series of powerful magical sword energy, intercepting the whistling shells and causing them to explode in the air. However, the Third Army's artillery fire was not aimed at this one point only. There were 5 artillery positions arranged along the 10-kilometer defense line. General Julong could block one side, but it was difficult for him to block all of them. Damn, what the hell is this? General Poison Dragon was also frightened by the power generated by the explosion of the artillery shells, which was no less powerful than the magician's fire explosion technique. In addition, there were countless shrapnel flying around, which were very sharp and equally lethal. However, with wave after wave of artillery fire, the Poison Dragon Legion was soon dispersed. The soldiers were frightened and fled in all directions, with no formation at all. It was a pity that these armies of the old era had no idea about artillery, let alone effective defense and counterattack. In just 5 minutes, the Poison Dragon Legion suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 191: The End of the Cavalry Era. After a period of chaos and heavy casualties, the Poison Dragon Legion finally stabilized. The various troops began to organize themselves in an orderly manner, forming a dispersed formation and launching an attack on the Silver Moon Kingdom's position in units of hundreds of people. 50,000 people, densely packed, swept across the earth boundless. In particular, the Poison Dragon Legion also had a large cavalry unit. They rode on war horses and were divided into several teams, led by magic swordsmen, who launched a charge towards various positions. On hill number 3, a cavalry unit also rushed over here. The horses' hooves trampled the ground, making a rumbling, thunderous sound, beating like a war drum in the hearts of the Silver Moon Kingdom soldiers. Boom! A shell accurately hit the cavalry unit, knocking 5 cavalrymen off their horses. In the process of falling, the 5 cavalrymen hit their comrades next to them, causing a small-scale chaos. However, these cavalrymen continued to charge. They're coming at us. The company commander shouted, "Aim, prepare to fire." Kala. Redgar and his companions cocked their rifles and aimed at the enemy. On hill number 3, there were a total of 100 guns, all aimed at this group of cavalry. Fire. The company commander gave the order and pulled the trigger first. Redgar aimed at a cavalryman and fired decisively. Bang, bang, bang. There was a burst of violent gunfire, and dozens of cavalrymen were hit and fell off their horses, triggering another riot. What the hell is this weapon? Slingshot? Crossbow? How can it be so powerful? The range of the second-generation musket far exceeds that of traditional bows and arrows, and after being hit, it will leave a wound the size of a red date, which is very scary. Keep charging. The leading magic swordsman shouted loudly. Now, the two sides were only a few hundred meters apart. They could already see the Silver Moon Kingdom soldiers behind the circular bunkers on high ground. If they could rush up, dealing with these enemies would be as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. They held their weapons tightly in their hands, and even several magic swordsmen raised their swords. The magic power gathered on the blades, ready to emit a magical sword energy. Boom! Another shell exploded directly among several magic swordsmen. Hot flames surged out, and a powerful shock wave carried countless shell fragments, swallowing all the magic swordsmen. Redgar fired again, and with a bang, another cavalryman fell. Hey, good shot, bro. His companions gave Redgar an approving look. Redgar smiled, continued to aim, and then fired. Bang! Another cavalryman was knocked down, and Redgar silently drew a 1 on the ground with a stone. Although it was the first time for these soldiers to go to the battlefield with guns, they were confident and had something to rely on with the support of artillery, and they were mentally relaxed. Redgar was calm and composed. Without saying a word, he shot one person after another, drawing admiration from countless people around him. Although they all knew that Redgar had the honorary title of sharpshooter, that was an honor during training. Now on the battlefield, the targets he was shooting at were all dynamic targets, and Redgar could still hit the target every time. This was terrifying. A minute later, the cavalry unit finally broke through the heavy artillery bombardment and was only 100 meters away from Hill Number 3. This unit also suffered heavy casualties, and the few hundred remaining cavalrymen were all wounded and bleeding. There was only one magic swordsman left who was leading the group. He roared and fired a magical sword energy, which hit the number 3 position directly. However, because of the sandbags blocking it, only 2 soldiers were affected. One was directly torn in half by the powerful and sharp magic sword energy, and the other was hit by the flying sandbag, suffered a serious head injury, and fell unconscious. Each of the last few hundred cavalrymen roared like a wild beast, as if they wanted to vent all the anger that had accumulated in their hearts. They are cavalry, which should be the most powerful military force of this era. They are fearless and will not give up until their death. They will sweep across the world and be invincible. But what are they going through now? The army of more than 2,000 people was beaten by all kinds of strange weapons along the way. Their companions died one after another, but they never even saw the enemy. They have fought wars all over the world, but when have they ever fought a war like this? Frustrated, angry, and violent. Now, there's only a short distance of 100 meters, which only takes a few breaths for the cavalry. They licked their dry lips, their eyes bloodshot, and looked at the soldiers of the Third Army hiding behind the bunkers like hungry wolves seeing a little white rabbit. Just 100 people, they could be killed in a moment. However, the next scene was something they would never forget. The Silver Moon Kingdom soldiers who were hiding behind the bunker put down their weapons and picked up a hammer from the side. A mallet? Yes, that short wooden stick looks just like a mallet. Then the soldiers pulled the rope and white smoke came out of the mallet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The soldiers threw these strange short clubs at them with all their might, and hundreds of such clubs flew in the air in disorder. The cavalry of the Poison Dragon Legion charged forward, wondering, what's the point? Don't they even have bows and arrows? Are they going to use these wooden clubs to beat us to death? Are you kidding me? However, before they could think about it, the hammers had already fallen into their team, followed by a violent explosion. Boom, boom, boom. These things are naturally not hammers, but second-generation grenades developed by the Silver Moon Kingdom, which are most suitable for close-range defense. Redgar and his troops threw out hundreds of grenades at once, causing a violent explosion. Flames rose, gravel flew, and the violent explosion completely engulfed the cavalrymen. The neighing of war horses and the wailing of cavalrymen rose and fell. In the flames, one could faintly see human figures falling unwillingly. The front has turned into a sea of fire. Keep throwing. The company commander gave calm commands, and the soldiers obeyed, throwing another wave of grenades, which caused another explosion. Now they should all be dead. The company commander let out a breath. The cavalry charge just now had brought him tremendous pressure, and he felt better now. A soldier nearby laughed and said, "They must all be dead. No one can withstand such heavy fire." The soldiers of the 7th Company all wore relaxed expressions. Only Redgar stared intently at the sea of fire ahead, still holding his gun. At this time, a cavalryman rushed out from the sea of fire, carrying flames and murderous intent. It's the last magic swordsman. Chapter 192, The Depressed Poison Dragon General. Oh no, there's still one alive. The company commander shouted, "Everyone, fire!" But the soldiers had just thrown grenades and thought the enemy was all dead. They were completely unprepared, and now they hurriedly picked up their guns, but they had no time to shoot. It's over, it's over. All our efforts have been in vain. The captain of the 7th Company had a face full of regret and despair. Although they didn't suffer any casualties, there were no magicians in their company. The magic swordsman's rushing in was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. All 100 of them would be killed. At this moment, gunshots suddenly rang out. A bullet accurately hit the magic swordsman's forehead. At such a short distance, the magic swordsman's magic shield could not withstand the bullet at all and shattered instantly. Then a blood flower exploded at the magic swordsman's forehead. Up! The magic swordsman rolled his eyes and fell heavily to the ground from his horse with regret and anger. The soldiers of the 7th Company were all stunned and looked at Redgar quickly. They saw that Redgar was still in the shooting posture, and a wisp of white smoke was slowly dissipating from the muzzle. Haha, the last one is solved. Redgar smiled brightly and made a victory gesture to his teammates. Haha, Redgar, well done. The captain of the 7th Company laughed, and the other soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. A cavalry unit of 2,000 men was completely killed by their 100 men in just a few minutes. Although they were assisted by artillery fire, this achievement was ultimately attributed to them. This result was enough to make them stand out among other units in the army. However, the Poison Dragon Legion has a total of 50,000 people, and these 50,000 people are still charging forward, one after another, fearless of death. Rather than saying that this battle was a confrontation between two major forces, it would be more accurate to say that it was a confrontation between the old and new eras, the era of cold weapons and the era of firearms, the era of cavalry and the era of steam industry. On hill number 1, Long Yi stayed in his command tent, observing the situation on the battlefield with a telescope. He saw continuous artillery fire, and most of the enemies were killed without even catching a glimpse of their own side. The sound of gunfire resounded throughout the earth, and the sound of bangs was endless. The screams of soldiers and the neighing of horses merged together and echoed in Long Yi's ears. War has really become different. Long Yi sighed. He was aware of the power of muskets and artillery, and had organized his troops to conduct small-scale exercises, but now that he was actually fighting the enemy, the scene still shocked him incomparably. Killing people is as easy as killing chickens, and life is as worthless as grass. The winner is decided without the two sides even having to come into contact. Simple, rough, cruel, and cold. Report to the general, position number 4 has been attacked, and all the soldiers on the position have been killed. At this time, a soldier hurried in to report. Huh, what's going on? Long, he narrowed his eyes. Since the war between the two sides started, such a situation where an entire position was taken down has never happened before. This is the first case. I don't know. It seems like a magic swordsman rushed forward. The soldier said, Magic swordsman. Long, he gritted his teeth. His army could easily deal with traditional armies, but he had no real solution for magicians. While artillery and musketry could potentially inflict casualties, these magic swordsmen were highly mobile and could easily evade the fire. As long as they weren't hit in the vitals, there wouldn't be much of a problem. He looked through his binoculars toward position 4, which was completely silent. A troop passed through, their leader emitting a gleaming light. I'll go meet him in person. Long Yi snorted coldly, mounted his warhorse, and rushed towards the target with a group of personal guards. On the other side, General Julong led an army of 5,000 people, wielding bloody swords, and captured hill number 4, killing all 100 people responsible for defending the position. But his troops also suffered heavy losses. Although he was an earth-level magic swordsman with great strength, he could not withstand the fierce artillery fire and hail of bullets. Seeing his soldiers dying like grass being mowed, General Poison Dragon went crazy. He single-handedly launched a combat skill and destroyed the entire enemy position with his own strength. But even so, his heart was still bleeding. Let's go to the next position, General Julong said. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, another wave of artillery shells flew towards them. The soldiers screamed and fled in all directions. General Poison Dragon snorted coldly and slashed quickly with the big sword in his hand, stirring up a series of magical sword energy. It has to be said that the Earth-class magic swordsman was extremely powerful. He alone intercepted more than half of this wave of artillery shells, leaving only 7 or 8 shells that hit the ground and exploded, killing more than a dozen soldiers. General Dulong's face was as gloomy as water. He looked at the several positions in front of him, his heart filled with sadness. It was too difficult. Every step was too difficult. The army was like walking in a quagmire, and no one could imagine who would be the next to die. Artillery shells exploded around them, and bullets flew past their scalps, as if the god of death was dancing around them. Every soldier was nervous and on the verge of collapse. They are also a powerful force that has fought all over the world, but this is the first time in their lives that they have fought a battle as difficult as today. General, there are enemies coming over there. Someone screamed, and General Poison Dragon looked towards the east and saw a large number of soldiers from the Silver Moon Kingdom appearing, each of them holding a strange fire-breathing tube and rushing towards them. Hey, you dare to come and seek death? General Dulong sneered. He raised his sword high and shouted, "Follow me. Kill all these guys who are looking for death first. Charge!" He led an army of more than 4,000 people, which was equally mighty and full of murderous aura. On the opposite side was the army led by Long Yi, a 1,000-man guards regiment, and 2 reinforced regiments, the 3rd and 4th regiments, with a total number of 5,000 people. 5,000 versus 4,000. The Silver Moon Kingdom not only had the advantage in firepower, but also in the number of troops. The only thing that is not an advantage is probably high-end combat power. Long Yi is only a gold-level magic swordsman now, and is no match for General Dulong, the earth-level magic swordsman. On Long Yi's side, seeing General Dulong leading his troops rushing towards him, he quickly ordered to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. Dense gunfire rang out, and the bullets intertwined into a large net of death, killing hundreds of people in one wave. Load, chamber, aim, and pull the trigger. The soldiers became more and more proficient in the operation of muskets in actual combat, and their accuracy was rapidly improved. Long Yi's soldiers were like the cold god of death, reaping the lives of their opponents with expressionless faces. Chapter 193, Head-on Bullet Resistance. Amidst the hail of bullets, a burly figure rushed over like a whirlwind, his body emitting a yellow, magical light. Seeing this, Long Yi calmly gave the order, "Fire at him." Bang, bang, bang. All the soldiers aimed at the target and opened fire. The density of bullets suddenly increased. General Poison Dragon roared, and a magic shield appeared on his body. Dense runes flashed on the magic shield. Countless bullets hit his shield, making a sound of metal hitting metal. Bullets have impact, and with so many bullets hitting him, General Poison Dragon was forced to slow down his forward speed a lot. Soon, the magic shield was broken, but General Poison Dragon used a more powerful defensive magic skill. Metal form, the power of steel. General Poison Dragon roared. His body was covered with a layer of metallic color, and his whole body size became larger. This metallic color even covered his entire face, leaving only a pair of eyes revealing 2 white rays of light. If Su Fan were here, he would definitely exclaim, "Isn't this Iron Man?" The current General Duran is completely a metal man, very similar to Iron Man. Even his voice has become muffled and not like a human. "Don't stop, keep shooting," Long Yi commanded. At this time, the 4,000 soldiers led by General Dulong also caught up. They were a little smarter now. They no longer rushed up in a swarm, but formed groups of 3 or 2, cooperating and supporting each other, moving in a graceful manner, and often relying on rocks and bushes for cover. As a result, the density of their formation was very small. Looking around, the entire plain was filled with soldiers of the Dragon Breath Army. They held up broadswords, swords, and spears, and held bows, crossbows, and battle flags, and rushed towards Long Yi fearlessly. On Long Yi's side, the 5,000 soldiers divided the work and cooperated with each other. Liang Long Yi personally led a 1,000-man army to intercept General Dulong, and the remaining soldiers were responsible for resisting the attacks of these ordinary soldiers. At this time, artillery support also arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One shell after another whistled in the sky, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The soldiers looked up to see what was flying, but the shells were flying too fast and did not leave a trail of fire, so they could not see clearly at all. Boom, boom, boom. This wave of artillery shells hit the Dragon Breath Army, causing considerable casualties. The soldiers were blown away by the impact of the shells, and their bodies were pierced by gunpowder, flames, and shrapnel. Dozens of craters appeared on the barren land, and hundreds of corpses were dumped next to the craters. However, the casualties this time were much lighter than at the beginning. The soldiers of the Dragon Breath army had gradually become accustomed to the existence of artillery fire and began to consciously avoid it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another wave of shells came flying. An officer of the Dragon Breath army saw that it was too late to escape, so he shouted loudly, get down quickly." He saw one of his comrades still standing there stupidly, and in his anxiety, he didn't care about anything else and knocked him down. Immediately afterwards, with a boom, the shells fell beside them and exploded violently. When the soldier struggled to get up, he found that his superior had been killed in the explosion while protecting him. "No!" The soldier cried bitterly and knelt beside his superior's body. Self-blame, regret, anger, fear, and other negative emotions suddenly flooded into his heart. "You bunch of demons!" The soldier's eyes were red, and waves of extreme fear and anger hit his brain. He stood up suddenly, holding a spear, and rushed towards Long Yi's position with a determination to die. Bang! A bullet hit his chest accurately, and a flower of blood exploded on his chest. Intense pain filled the soldier's mind. The world in front of him became darker and darker, and the ground under his feet seemed to become softer and softer. Finally, the soldier fell heavily to the ground, and his companions followed one after another, and soon the soldier was covered in mud. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. War is so cruel. The other side. General Julong used his magical combat skills and advanced with difficulty, facing the hail of bullets. Being continuously bombarded by countless bullets, his body seemed to be fixed in place, and it was unrealistic for him to escape at this moment. On the opposite side, Long Yi's eyelids twitched wildly when he saw this scene. Fuck, he's worthy of being an Earth-level expert. He's so terrifying that he can actually move forward despite the bullets. Long, he was convinced from the bottom of his heart. Although he was a gold-level magic swordsman, only one realm lower than the opponent, but when he asked himself, he knew it was impossible for him to withstand the bullets head-on like the opponent did. If I were standing in that position myself, I probably wouldn't be able to hold on for even 5 seconds before being beaten into a sieve. Long Yi sighed. He had a new understanding of the Earth-level magic swordsman and was even more afraid of him. Humph. Although you can withstand bullets head-on, you will definitely have to pay a huge price. With me, I don't believe I can't kill you. Long Yi took out a bow in his hand, an enchanted longbow. Although the Silver Moon Kingdom is now a wealthy and powerful country with countless wealth and many magic professionals, it has very few magical equipment. In this world, magic equipment is scarce, and only major kingdoms and major forces can legally own it. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary magicians to own magic equipment. Most of the magic professionals in the Silver Moon Kingdom were awakened by Su Fan using the power of the Moon Well. 100 paladins, 100 berserkers, and even the newly recruited students of the Silver Moon Magic Academy had no magic equipment and could only use ordinary weapons. Even these generals could not each get a piece of magic equipment. Su Fan had 4 pieces of magical equipment: an enchanted longsword, an enchanted longbow, a flaming scepter, and a flaming holy grail. Due to the needs of the war, Su Fan gave the enchanted longsword to Paladin and the enchanted longbow to Long Yi, while he kept the flaming scepter and flaming holy grail. The combat effectiveness of a magic professional with equipment and without equipment is definitely different. Long Yi held the enchanted longbow, drew his bow, and pulled the arrow. The magical power in his body continued to flow into the longbow, and a silver magic arrow condensed into shape. Humph! You can take so many bullets, but can you take this magic arrow of mine? Long Yi grinned grimly, and his fingers loosened the bowstring. With a swoosh, a silver magic arrow shot out at an extremely fast speed, releasing a dazzling light like a small sun. Chapter 194, Gale Poison Dragon Drill. General Poison Dragon fought in metal form, resisting the hail of bullets with all his might. Suddenly, he saw a magic arrow shooting towards him. He roared, and suddenly a khaki door appeared in front of him. The door opened, revealing a black hole. Countless bullets and a magic arrow were all absorbed into it. Long Yi was stunned. He had never thought that the opponent had such a method. Was he really a magic swordsman? Why did the combat skills he displayed look more like magic? Besides, this golden gate is so powerful. Why wasn't it used earlier? However, he soon discovered the reason. The Golden Gate only existed for 5 seconds before disappearing, revealing General Dulong once again. Haha, this kind of powerful fighting skills can only stop you for a while, but not forever. Long Yi smiled. He bent the bow and pulled the string again, and the second magic arrow flew out. His soldiers also opened fire again, and the sound of gunfire echoed throughout the earth, as if to clear away all obstacles. However, the 5 seconds of the Golden Gate that had just been summoned were enough for General Poison Dragon to adjust his state and deliver a fatal blow. He was seen holding a magic sword and spinning like a whirlwind. Strong winds formed around him, and magic elements gathered towards him like a tsunami. Gas Poison Dragon Drill. General Poison Dragon roared wildly, and he spun faster and faster, gradually forming a terrifying green hurricane with his body as the center. Long Yi was stunned. What the hell was this? Why did this guy have so many incredible skills? Metal Form, Absolute Defense, Golden Gate, and now this Gale Poison Dragon Drill. Buddy, are you a magician or a magic swordsman? Long Yi is also a magic swordsman, and he studied under the Moon Goddess Magic Academy, but he does not master many combat skills, and they're all straightforward, simple, and rough, not so fancy. Long Yi's eyes gradually became solemn, because he felt the threat of death from this green hurricane. Earth level is stronger after all. Long Yi sighed, and he ordered the soldiers to continue shooting at the green hurricane, but the dense bullets hit the hurricane, but they were all bounced away by the fierce green gale and could not hurt him at all. What a monster! Report. Our attack failed to break the enemy's defense. Oh no, he's coming towards us. The soldiers exclaimed as they saw the green hurricane formed by General Poison Dragon growing bigger and bigger, and also began to move slowly towards Long Yi's third army. The movement speed was slow, but the acceleration was fast, and it brought a huge sense of oppression, making every soldier's eyelids twitch. At this rate, we'll all die. This hurricane is deadly. What should we do? Should we run? Don't run. Keep shooting. Follow orders. Some soldiers simply could not bear the tremendous pressure brought by this violent hurricane and wanted to escape in 2 groups, but they were suppressed by officers at all levels. General, the morale of the army is unstable. We must come up with a solution as soon as possible. The deputy general came to Long Yi with an anxious look on his face. Long Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Go call for artillery support. Tell the artillerymen the coordinates here and have him bombard him to death. I'll go stop him." After saying that, brilliant magical light burst out from his body, and he rushed forward alone. In terms of strength, Long Yi is far inferior to this earth-level demon swordsman, but he still rushed forward resolutely. The deputy general remained where he was, stunned, muttering, "General, with the 2 of you fighting each other, how can the artillery cover you? If a shell strikes, won't you also be in trouble?" Long Yi turned his head and looked at him, shouting, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up. Without artillery support, we will all die. Don't worry about me. Fire at me." "General." The deputy general's face changed, and the soldiers were also stunned, staring blankly at the figure going away. Their generals, leading by example, have thrown their own lives behind their backs for the sake of victory and to avoid causing huge casualties to the army. This spirit makes them admire and move them. The deputy general's face was gloomy and uncertain, but he finally gritted his teeth, turned around, and walked towards the artillery position. "General, you can't go." The soldiers immediately surrounded the deputy general and shouted, "General Long, you must not be killed by our own people. Otherwise, how can we go back and see His Majesty the King?" Yes, our weapons are used to fight the enemy. When did we start using them on our own companions?" "That's right, General Long Yi is our commander, not our enemy, so we must not fire." The soldiers were excited and stared at the deputy general with sharp eyes. The deputy general was sweating coldly. The eyes of these soldiers seemed to be ready to devour someone. He was afraid that if he took another step forward, he would be pinned to the ground and knocked unconscious. "Okay, then we'll see what happens." The deputy general finally compromised and said, "Don't underestimate the enemy, everyone. I will kill the other enemies first and then retreat in an orderly manner. Commander of the 3rd Battalion, you must hurry and find General Saul and ask him to come to our rescue." "Yes." A man clasped his fists and left quickly. After the deputy general finished making the arrangements, he sighed slightly. Although there were many troops marching out from Northwind City, only General Thor could compete with this earth-level magic swordsman. Apart from him, Not even Paladin can do it. However, Thor was in charge of leading the 20,000 troops of the First Army to provide support in two directions. According to the battle plan, General Thor should be more than 10 kilometers away now. By the time General Thor arrived, the outcome would have probably been decided long ago. No, we must find a way to hold him back until General Thor arrives, otherwise we're all finished. The Deputy General is also a magic swordsman named Carter, but he is a silver-level magic swordsman. He is not from the Magic Academy, nor is he a system soldier awakened by the power of the Moonwell. Instead, he is a wandering warrior from the War God Empire. Because he was shocked and amazed by the Silver Moon Kingdom, he joined the army. Relying on his wisdom and personal strength, he now serves as the deputy commander of the Third Army, assisting Long E in managing all military affairs. Carter's mind was clear and his thoughts were racing. He said to the soldier beside him, "Go. I'll give you 5 minutes to find me a sharpshooter." Yes. The soldier's position was military affairs advisor, specifically responsible for the internal organization and assessment of the troops, and he was familiar with the elite soldiers and generals of each unit. Without thinking much, he immediately ran towards Hill Number 3, the position of the 7th Company. Chapter 195, Dangers Abound. Hill Number 3. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and an enemy in front fell to the ground. The comrade next to him gave him a thumbs up and said, "Brother, you're really good at shooting. Which one is this?" Redgar wiped his sweat, glanced at the mark he had carved on the nearby mound, and said with a smile, "This should be the 83rd one." 83. If this number were placed on Earth during World War I and World War II, it would be astonishing enough to be reported to the entire army, famous all over the world, and worthy of being recorded in history. But in this world, this magical world, there have been too many times in history where the strong have been angry and have massacred cities at will. Now this little record is nothing at all. Not to mention, the enemy was still an army from the cold weapon era, so Redgar didn't need to bother with covering or hiding. He could just stand behind the bunker and shoot openly, and the enemy could only stare blankly. For him, killing 83 enemies was just like hitting 83 moving targets, without any external influence. Redgar was about to fire another shot when he froze, his face becoming a little embarrassed. He said, "My barrel is too hot. I can't fire anymore." The companion glanced ahead and said, "The enemy is getting scared now and isn't attacking much anymore. You've been fighting for so long, go down and rest, drink some water, and let your gun barrel cool down." "Good." Redgar nodded. He was a carefree person, never anxious or panicking no matter what happened. Even now, on the battlefield, he ate and drank as usual, without any burden on his heart. Perhaps, only such a person can become an excellent sharpshooter. Redgar retreated into the shelter, then took out a can of beef from his backpack, opened the cork, and ate it with relish. Wow, this canned beef. I really never get tired of eating it. Redgar's mouth was full of oil after eating. Then he took out a piece of dry biscuit and took 2 bites, then drank a big mouthful of water. Canned food, water, and white flour biscuits. This was the soldier's food. It is worth mentioning that canned food was also invented by Su Fan. Su Fan took a food course in college, which mentioned the canning technology. The principle is very simple. He asked people from the Research Institute to experiment for a week, and they succeeded. After this kind of food was developed, it immediately caused a huge sensation in the Silver Moon Kingdom. Because of its slightly strong taste, long-term storage, and easy portability, it was loved by travelers, merchants, and sailors. Even ordinary people would occasionally buy canned food to satisfy their cravings. When they had extra money, they would buy some canned food and keep it at home for emergencies. The Silver Moon Kingdom also quickly developed a complete canned food industry chain. Various canned foods were developed, bringing huge profits to the Silver Moon Kingdom. At the beginning of this year, Su Fan's army was equipped with canned food as the main marching rations and began to establish military reserve warehouses, among which canned food was the largest reserve. The combination of canned meat, canned fish, canned vegetables, and canned fruits also provided the marching soldiers with good nutritional supplements. The flavors were diverse, and they were never tiring to eat, making them deeply loved by the soldiers. Redgar was enjoying his meal when he heard someone shout, "Captain of the 7th Company, urgent orders." The captain of the 7th Company immediately agreed. "Here we go. Call the sharpshooter in your company, Redgar, and hurry up and rush to position number 4 with me." "Yes." Redgar heard it all clearly and was stunned. Number 4 position? Didn't General Long lead most of his troops there? It was said they were facing the enemy's main force, and should be engaged in a fierce battle right now. Why would they suddenly send someone to call him at this critical moment? At this time, the captain of the 7th Company ran over quickly and called out to Redgar, "Come quickly. Someone is looking for you." Yes. Redgar ran over quickly and left with a military advisor. When he saw Carter, the deputy commander of the 3rd Army, Redgar was even more puzzled. Why did the deputy commander look for him? Carter, however, was not in the mood to think about anything else. Seeing Redgar coming over, he immediately said, "Young man, I heard you were a sharpshooter?" Redgar snapped to attention, saluted, and said, "Report, I don't deserve it." "Humph, what's there to be afraid of? Remember, you are a soldier. Your mission is to kill. You must have courage, pride, and murderous intent. I don't like your humility." Carter frowned. "Yes, I am a sharpshooter of the 7th Company. No one can survive my gun," Redgar exclaimed. Carter nodded in satisfaction and said to him, "Redgar, I want you to help General Long Yi. Use your superb marksmanship to aim at the enemy chief's head and heart to buy time for General Long Yi." Only then did Redgar see that not far ahead, Long Yi was fighting fiercely with the metal monster. To be exact, he was being beaten by that guy with a metallic sheen all over his body. Both of them are strong, and their fight has a huge impact. No one within 100 meters dares to get close to them. The area within this 100-meter radius was completely devastated, with potholes all over the ground, as if it had been bombed. Bang! General Julong punched Long Yi in the chest with enough force to rip an elephant in half. A plundering light erupted from Long Yi's body, and a magic shield appeared in time to neutralize it. However, Long Yi was not feeling well either. He retreated dozens of meters, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. So strong. Long Yi wiped the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly. He had just tried his best to counter the opponent's Gale Poison Dragon drill, but his arm was directly broken and 3 ribs in his chest were also broken. With one blow, he was seriously injured. As a last resort, he drank the bottle of Moonwell water he carried with him, and his condition returned to its peak. Then he attacked again and fought fiercely with General Poison Dragon. At this time, General Julong said, "You are very good, but you are no match for me. Today, no one can save you." Brush. He suddenly accelerated and rushed over with a whistling sound. Long Yi had no choice but to take the punch head on. With a crack, his entire arm bones were broken. Long Yi grimaced in pain, sweat pouring down his face. If the beating continued like this, he wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. However, he had no time to think, as General Poison Dragon's second wave of attack came again. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 men fought fiercely, and Long Yi was almost killed by being hit in the vitals several times. He shouted loudly, "Carter, what the hell are you doing? Call for artillery support." Chapter 196 Sharpshooter. Long Yi was extremely anxious. He originally wanted to rely on the tremendous power of artillery to launch a saturation attack on this place. At the same time, he took the opportunity to break through the opponent's defense and let the artillery shells directly wipe them out. As for whether he could survive, he didn't care at all. So he yelled at Carter, but Carter remained indifferent. "Go to hell." At this moment, the Poison Dragon General in front of him suddenly put his fingers together like a knife, and his palms suddenly became sharper and longer, forming a sharp metal knife, which cut towards Long Yi's neck under the reflection of sunlight. Long Yi fought hard. The magical energy gathered on his arms, forming a huge recoil force, trying to block the metal knife of General Julong. But at this moment, Long Yi suddenly felt a chill on his back, and his hair stood on end. "General, be careful." Carter and others screamed from behind, their voices distorted with fear. Long Yi subconsciously wanted to dodge, but his body could not react at all and did not respond. "It's over. It's really over now." Long Yi felt a deep despair. The gap between his realm and that of his opponent was too huge. Whether it was strength, speed, or various combat skills, he was completely crushed. General Julong also revealed a cruel smile, because behind Long Yi, he used the power of magic to summon a long metal needle, which was about to pierce Long Yi's chest. Bang! A gunshot rang out, breaking the situation as a bullet accurately shot into General Julong's right eye. Poor General Julong. Although he was made entirely of metal, his eyes were still one of his most vulnerable parts. Caught off guard by the high-speed bullet, blood splattered everywhere, his body stiffened, and the sharp metal knife in his hand instantly vanished. The long metal needle that appeared behind Long E, without the support of the caster, turned into a ball of magical elements and dissipated into the air. Redgar licked his chapped lips. It was because of excessive mental tension and too much pressure that a large amount of water in his body was consumed in a very short period of time, causing his lips to chapped. Nailed it, Redgar muttered to himself, his expression calm, his movements steady as ever. He reloaded the gun and aimed again at the fallen enemy chief. Beside him, Carter shouted excitedly, "Redgar, well done." He looked at Redgar and liked him more and more. He thought to himself, this guy is really a treasure, a rare talent. I must reward him handsomely when I get back. On the battlefield, Long E was also stunned. The joy of surviving a disaster surged in his heart. He didn't care about anything else. He rushed to attack and knocked General Julong down with one punch. Wow! General Julong screamed and fell heavily to the ground. The metal covering his body quickly peeled off and returned to its normal form. Then his whole body convulsed and trembled constantly. He covered his eyes and screamed in pain. Blood kept flowing down, staining his face, neck, and chest red. General! At this time, the soldiers of the Poison Dragon Legion rushed forward one after another. Among them were 3 magic swordsmen, and they were all silver level. The combined combat power of the 3 was not low. Long, he was in a very bad condition at this time. He had several broken ribs, his entire arm was broken, and he was spitting blood from his mouth, not to mention that his internal injuries were even more serious. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the soldiers behind Long E opened fire again fiercely. The bullets intertwined into a large net of death, mercilessly shooting the soldiers of the Poison Dragon Legion. Retreat, retreat. 3 silver-level magic swordsmen, all officers, gave orders at this time, and the soldiers of the Poison Dragon Legion began to retreat like a tide. General, what should we do? Should we give chase? Carter came to Long E and asked. Long E covered his injured arm and shook his head. Don't chase me. I no longer have the fighting power to continue chasing. But they are still very strong. The Poison Dragon General is only blind in one eye. After the brief pain, he can still fight. It won't affect anything. Pass on my order. All troops, hurry and destroy the enemy. It's getting late, and we must repel all the enemies before night falls. Yes. Long E looked at the slowly setting red sun at the end of the western horizon and frowned slightly. Although his troops were powerful and equipped with new weapons, they also had a fatal flaw, which was their poor close combat capabilities. Especially at night, Long E's Third Army had no night vision goggles or lights, and it was pitch black in front of them. Once the enemy sneaked up on them, they would have no chance to react at all. Even a head-on confrontation, the soldiers cannot find the target in the dark, so how can they talk about shooting accuracy? Long E was well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of his troops, so he ordered the entire army to repel the enemy before nightfall. The soldiers of the Poison Dragon Legion had already been frightened. If it weren't for the officers at all levels holding them down, they would have run away long ago. Oh my God, what kind of weird battle is this? All kinds of weapons that have never been seen before. Fire magic is terrible as pyroblast exploded one after another on the ground. Steel balls that are sharper and faster than the strongest crossbow arrows exploded directly in a bloody flower when they hit, and many people were directly beaten into sieves. Not to mention, they were almost completely suppressed. The soldiers attacked one after another, but to no avail. The number of enemies killed and wounded was limited, and their own people died on the way to the charge. Once upon a time, wars were fought with swords and spears, with infantry charging in formation, cavalry flanking, and archers raining arrows to suppress the enemy. Every punch hit the flesh, and every sword was deadly. But in the current battle, before the two sides even come into contact, one of them has already been knocked down without even seeing the enemy's clothes or the appearance of the person who killed him. This was horrible. The soldiers of the Poison Dragon Legion were not only physically injured, but also suffered even greater psychological trauma. They looked at the plain leading to the Third Army's position, which was covered with the corpses of their comrades, and could not help but despair. How can they fight this kind of battle? The Poison Dragon Legion retreated quickly. The soldiers of the Third Army chased them for a short while, and then stopped. They returned to their positions and began to clean up the battlefield, strengthen the defense line, replenish ammunition, and rest and rotate shifts. Long E, sitting in the command tent on hill number 1, drank a small bottle of moon well water that had been stored in advance, and his injuries began to improve. Tonight, all troops are on alert. Soldiers, sleep in your uniform, keep your guns in hand, and follow rotational duty. Artillery positions must be repositioned. Today's firing must have revealed our artillery positions to those with discerning eyes. Also, remember to deploy more secret sentries. Long he lay on the camp bed, closed his eyes and rested, making arrangements one by one. Carter carefully recorded them beside him and said, "General, you can rest assured to rest for a night. I'm here with you." Chapter 197, The Prototype of a Sniper. By the way, what was the name of the soldier who fired at the critical moment? Long, he suddenly spoke while lying on the camp bed. Carter smiled and said, "I knew you would ask this. His name is Redgar. He is a soldier from the 7th Company of the 1st Battalion of the 1st Regiment. He is a natural sharpshooter." A natural-born sharpshooter? Long, he was stunned. That's right. I heard this kid's vision is naturally different from others. All targets appear to him to move slower and are larger. So, as soon as he picked up a gun, his shooting skills were better than others. After a few months of training, his shooting skills have long been perfected. When you were about to fight General Julong, I called him over and asked him to help you at a critical moment. I didn't expect this guy's shooting skills to be so accurate that he was able to hit his eye during the gap between your fights. I didn't expect there are such talented people in my army. It's not simple, it's not easy, haha. Long you repelled the enemy and achieved excellent results, especially defeating General Julong, the Earth-level magic swordsman, and blinding one of his eyes. This made Long feel as sweet as eating honey. Carter, can you find Redgar? I want to meet him. Long asked hopefully. Haha, of course. Soon, Carter found Redgar, who was resting in the camp. Redgar was stunned to see Long lying on the camp bed, but looking in good spirits. He did not expect that his commander would recover so quickly. Zizi, these magic swordsmen are really abnormal, with such powerful recovery abilities. Of course, Redgar didn't know about the existence of the Moonwell, so he attributed it to his commander's identity as a magic swordsman. Report to the commander. Private Redgar is here to report. Redgar stood at attention and saluted. Military salute. This is also something created by Su Fan, or it can be said that he brought it to this world, because he always wanted to guide the troops of this world towards the Earth Army in his memory. This military salute symbolizes obedience and respect to superiors, so it must naturally be moved over for use. Long he looked Redgar up and down and said with a smile, "Are you my savior?" Redgar scratched his head sheepishly and said with a smile, "I don't deserve to be called your savior. That's what I should do." Long he also stood up and stood in front of Redgar. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. His expression became solemn, and his body also stood straight. He said slowly, "I almost thought I was going to die. I could even see the scythe of the god of death swinging towards me. It was you who shot and saved me. It was you who blinded the eyes of General Julong, an Earth-level magic swordsman. I, Long, salute you." After saying that, he also saluted. Redgar was moved. The man in front of him was the high-ranking commander of the 3rd Army, a well-known figure in the military field of the Silver Moon Kingdom, and also a powerful gold-level magic swordsman. He was deeply touched that he could treat him so solemnly. "Redgar, our army believes in rewarding meritorious service and punishing faults. You have made outstanding achievements. I suggest promoting you to be the guard squad leader of my command post. What do you think?" Long asked with a smile. From an ordinary soldier, directly entering the military headquarters and serving as the commander's guard squad leader, this leap is undoubtedly huge, and the rank will also be promoted, which is very tempting for every soldier. But Redgar shook his head. Long was startled and said, "Why? Are you not satisfied? You can also come to my staff and serve as a marching staff officer." "How about that?" Redgar smiled and said, "General, I'm just an ordinary soldier. I know I haven't been to school much, let alone led soldiers. I'm just a country bumpkin. I still want to return to my company and continue to be my head soldier. I like that feeling, charging in a battle and watching the enemies falling one by one under our guns, which makes my whole body feel boiling." Long looked at the soldier in front of him in surprise. Out of gratitude, he wanted to promote this soldier. After all, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. But he didn't expect that this guy really didn't want to be a general, but only wanted to be an ordinary soldier. "Well, I respect your wishes, and I will inform your superiors that you will have the right to act independently. I hope you can protect yourself and maximize the damage to the enemy, especially their senior personnel." Speaking of this, Long suddenly thought of his previous meeting with Su Fan. When Su Fan explained to him how to use the new army, he mentioned a special type of soldier, the sniper. Snipers are equipped with special guns, have extremely accurate marksmanship, and have very strong psychological qualities and reconnaissance skills. They usually hide in the dark and find the right time to shoot and kill senior enemy personnel. They are the assassins in the new army. Before long, he just listened and didn't understand, but now that he saw Redgar, the term sniper suddenly appeared in his mind. Therefore, he authorized Redgar the privilege of independent action in the hope that this talent could maximize his abilities. At the same time, he also used it to test whether the legend of the sniper was true. If it was really useful, he planned to dig deeper into this kind of talent in the army and set up a special sniper training class. "Thank you for your kindness, General." Redgar saluted, then talked with Long Yi for a while. Long Yi also told him a lot about snipers. Redgar listened carefully, and his eyes gradually brightened. "Sniper. Sounds great. I like this name." Redgar laughed. "Then, I hope you can continue to work hard and become the king of snipers one day, and become a nightmare in the hearts of the enemy's top leaders." Long Yi stretched out his right hand, and Redgar held it tightly. The soldier and the general smiled at each other. At this moment, there are no constraints between superiors and subordinates, no distinction between high and low. There's only mutual understanding and support between the two people. Of course, although Redgar didn't want to be promoted, he still had to get the rewards he deserved. After Redgar left the command center, Long Yi found Carter and asked him to make arrangements. In addition to granting Redgar the privilege of free action, he also had to give him a bonus of 1,000 gold coins and award him the Medal of Honor for first-class meritorious service. Chapter 198 Knight Al-Samir. Samir is a magician, a powerful mage with a cold and cruel personality. He excels in summoning magic, especially in summoning armies of magical night owls, hence his nickname, Night Owl General. He was a general of the Dragon Breath Army, leading the 50,000-strong Night Owl Legion from Tianxiang City, taking another route, intending to bypass Beifeng City and attack from both sides with the Poison Dragon Legion. However, they encountered an obstacle halfway through their journey. On the vast plain, 50,000 troops were lined up in battle formation. General Samir, the Night Owl, rode on his warhorse, looking at the enemy who was ready for battle in front of him. 500 meters away was the Second Army led by Paladin, a force of 20,000 men, looking at them solemnly. On this vast plain, a total of more than 70,000 people were confronting each other. A solemn and murderous atmosphere permeated the air. It seemed that even the birds and insects sensed that something was wrong and stopped singing. There was silence between heaven and earth. The Silver Moon Kingdom actually has such a powerful army. It's not simple. General Samir of Night Owl sighed in his heart. He had done some research before attacking the Silver Moon Kingdom this time. He knew that although this kingdom was developing extremely rapidly, had strong economic strength, and was well known, he did not think that the other side's army was as elite as his Night Owl Legion. The Silver Moon Kingdom is a newly established kingdom after all. It has not experienced any major battles and is full of new recruits. This was what Samir thought before, but when he saw the army in front of him, his mind changed. The army before him was in neat formation, with flags fluttering. Every soldier was wearing armor and holding spears, looking imposing. The 20,000-strong army was divided into 10 phalanxes, with a battle line of more than 5 kilometers. Leading the group was a cavalry unit of 3,000 men, each of whom was wearing heavy armor and a demonic mask. Their horses were also covered in armor. They held 3-meter-long lances in their hands, swords on their waists, daggers on their legs, and a small shield on their right arm. When these 3,000 cavalrymen stood here, they seemed invincible and could sweep away all enemies. Even the battle-hardened General Samir felt a sense of oppression in his heart. Heavy cavalry. These heavy cavalrymen are the wealth that Su Fan has accumulated bit by bit over the past 2 years. They are all system soldiers with extremely high quality. They are not afraid of life and death and move forward bravely. Each of them is like a tiger coming down the mountain. These cavalrymen are so elite. I didn't expect that the Silver Moon Kingdom has such elite troops. I didn't expect it. Samir sighed sincerely. The officer next to him laughed and said, "So what? In front of you, sir, they are all ants. Don't underestimate them, or you'll end up in trouble." General Samir of the Night Owl said lightly. Until now, he still thought that the Silver Moon Kingdom was not worth mentioning at all. It only had 5 cities in total and had only been developed for 2 short years. If it were somewhere else, the army might have just been formed, so how could it have any combat effectiveness? Then, his gaze turned to the front of the cavalry team, where there were 100 cavalrymen wearing silver light armor and riding white horses. Compared with the heavy cavalry who were fully armored, they were lightly equipped. Each of these 100 cavalrymen was holding a spear and a broadsword, and also wore a cloak, looking quite out of place. Samir laughed in silence and said to the people around him, "The Silver Moon Kingdom is still young after all. They actually put light cavalry in front of heavy cavalry. I really don't know what they're thinking." The officer next to him also smiled and said, "I heard that the king of the Silver Moon Kingdom is called Su Fan. He seems to be only 20 years old this year. He used to be just the son of an earl, a dandy. How could he understand the art of war? In my opinion, those heavy cavalry behind are just for show." "Ha, you're right. Money can buy equipment, but it definitely can't buy experience. What good does it do these heavy cavalrymen have excellent equipment? Only after the battle will we know whether they are worthy of this equipment." General Samir of Night Owl is very arrogant and proud, and his officers are also very arrogant. They look down on the Silver Moon Kingdom just because it was established too recently. On the other side, Paladin and the Paladins stood at the forefront of the army. Paladin was the commander of the Second Army, but he preferred to lead the cavalry into battle, and the actual command of the rest of the troops was in the hands of the deputy commander, Enliang. Enliang is a good general with extremely high military literacy. He is steady and generous, and he plans before taking action. In the battle to capture Beifeng City last year, it was Enliang who commanded the army. This allowed Paladin to attack at will and become the charge general he dreamed of. Looking at the enemy's 50,000 troops deployed in formation, they also stretched out for at least 5 kilometers, stretching as far as the eye could see, densely packed, as if the entire plain was occupied by the enemy. Spears are like a forest, flags are fluttering, war horses are neighing, and the atmosphere is full of murderous aura. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums came, beating Paladin's heart again and again. He and his soldiers were all stirred to passion by the rumbling sound of the war drums. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the war drums became more and more rapid and frequent. The war horses began to snort, and their hooves dug the ground involuntarily, like sharp arrows. The arrow is on the string and must be shot. Soldiers. Paladin drew out his sword with a swish, and silver flames ignited on the sword, releasing a breath of sacred light. This is the enchanted sword given to him by Su Fan. Paladin used magic to amplify his voice and shouted, "It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only a moment to deploy it. His Majesty the King has been very kind to us, giving us land and houses and the highest salary so that we no longer have to worry about anything. And for what? For today." Paladin's voice was loud, rolling like thunder, echoing across the vast plain and carried by the breeze to the ears of every soldier. The soldiers' eyes widened with anger, and they gripped their spears tighter. Their blood has been aroused, their morale is rising, their fighting spirit is high, and they are fearless. We have fled here from all over the world. The Silver Moon Kingdom is our new home. We have a bright future, and we will build it into the legendary paradise. This is the promise of His Majesty the King and the prophecy of the Savior. But now the enemy is invading our new home, making us homeless again and plunging us into war again. What should we do? Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. Kill, kill, kill. On the side of the Silver Moon Kingdom, the shouts and cries of killing shook the heavens. The white clouds in the sky were blown away, and the rumbling sound of war drums was drowned out. The soldiers roared loudly, their eyes red, wanting to pour out all the murderous intent in their hearts. Chapter 199 Cavalry Clash. Trample, tramp. The sound of horse hooves is rustling. On the Silver Moon Kingdom side, 3,000 cavalrymen began to charge. Paladin held high the enchanted sword and led the way, followed by 100 holy knights of light, and then 3,000 heavy armored cavalry. At the same time, battle flags were waving, and each phalanx began to attack. 20,000 troops set out together, following the footsteps of the Paladin and the Holy Knights of Light, and fearlessly charged towards the enemy that was twice their number. On the Night Owl Legion side, Samir sneered, "Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for being cruel. Order all units to launch a counterattack." "General," a deputy general hesitated and said, "We should defend now. This is the safest way. Once we neutralize the enemy's first wave of attacks, We can then take measures based on the battlefield situation and decide whether to attack. This is the only way to be absolutely sure. Huh? Who do you think you are? How dare you question this general? Night Owl General Samir glanced coldly at his deputy general, who suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It felt as if Samir was going to kill him. I dare not. The deputy general broke out in a cold sweat. He felt grief-stricken at the same time. Following such a cruel and tyrannical leader, everything he said was wrong. The enemy only has 20,000 men, while I, the general, command 50,000 warriors. What's the point of defending? Pass my orders, 1st Cavalry, 2nd Cavalry, charge, and take care of their cavalry. The rest of the troops, follow the battle plan, and don't make any mistakes. Yes, General Samir of the Night Owl was a very proud man. Facing an enemy that was obviously smaller than himself, he completely gave up on defense and switched to offense. An army of 50,000 began to attack, with equally great momentum. Between heaven and earth, on the vast plain, a battle destined to be remembered in history began. Although the Night Owl Legion is not ranked high in the Dragon Breath Army, it is still a regular army. It has been fighting for many years and is brave in combat. There are 7,000 cavalry in the army. However, these 7,000 cavalrymen were all ordinary light cavalrymen. They had no heavy armor and held ordinary swords and spears in their hands. In fact, it is not difficult to understand if you think about it. For a lord, cavalry is a very expensive type of soldier because they not only need to raise cavalry, but also war horses. In order to maintain the combat effectiveness of the war horses cannot be fed too poorly. The best fodder is even supplemented with eggs and meat. The food expenses for a war horse may be higher than that for a soldier. Heavy cavalry, on the other hand, cost more than double that of regular cavalry. The armor worn by the knight and his horse alone was so valuable it could easily equal 10 years' salary for a soldier. Therefore, many lords knew that heavy cavalry was powerful and wanted to own heavy cavalry units. But in the end, they were often defeated by reality and had to give up this beautiful idea in order to save costs. Boom, boom, boom. The cavalry on both sides were charging. The earth was shaking. The infantry following behind them were even more dense, and the rain of arrows from the sky was one wave after another. Paladin, open the shield. Paladin roared loudly, and a milky white magic shield with a divine light suddenly appeared on his body. The 100 paladins behind him were also equipped with the same magic shield. From a distance, they looked like a milky white duck egg, but in the eyes of Night Owl General Samir, this scene was like a bolt from the blue. How can there be such a magic swordsman? The senior military officers following General Samir were also stunned, and their brains froze. What the hell is going on? Why are there so many magic swordsmen? From Watma, they were stunned and stunned. They had never imagined that there would be such a large number of magic professionals in this legion. It's not like they haven't seen those powerful magic legions before, such as the Moon God Legion of the Moon God Empire, the War God Legion of the War God Empire, and now the Dragon Legion of the Dragon Breath Army. There are thousands or even tens of thousands of magic professionals in each legion. But they're the ace troops, the top existence in this world, and the trump cards and magic weapons on which all major forces rely for survival. In the Silver Moon Kingdom, such a small new power that was only born less than 2 years ago, actually has such a magic legion. Although there were only 100 of them, the brilliance they radiated on the battlefield struck the hearts of the Night Owl Legion hard, oppressing them to the point of suffocation. General, what should we do? With these guys here, our cavalry is probably no match for them, the lieutenant asked anxiously. He was also a veteran of many battles and had immediately anticipated this scenario. Although his cavalry was numerous, they were no match for these 100 magic knights. General Samir of the Night Owl had a face as black as the bottom of a pot. He was originally a cold type of person, and now his expression was even colder, like a poisonous snake that would choose its prey to bite, making people dare not look directly at him. Samir immediately gave the order. Tell the archers to concentrate their attacks on these magical cavalry. Also, order the troops from the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th battalions to engage in a rotational attack. Once the cavalry retreats, immediately surround them and wear them down until they are dead. Yes, several deputy generals clasped their fists and immediately went down to make arrangements. Finally, let this general meet them. Samir smiled coldly and rushed down on his horse. Several lieutenants stayed where they were, looked at each other, and one of them said, General Samir, is a powerful mage. He should have no problem dealing with these people. Another deputy general smiled bitterly and said, "It's hard to say. The enemy's leading general is obviously at a high level. Plus, he has so many magical cavalry at his disposal. I'm afraid it will be difficult for General Samir to win." On the other side, Paladin led the Holy Knights of Light and galloped all the way and was the first to come into contact with the enemy's cavalry. Holy Light cross-slash. Odyspire technique. Cross-shaped sword energies shot out, and silver spears condensed from magic were thrown. Under the impact of the powerful magical energy, the cavalry of a Night Owl Legion were cut into pieces like pieces of paper. For a moment, people and horses fell to the ground, and blood flowed like a river. Kill. Paladin took the lead and rushed into the enemy formation. It must be said that cavalry is indeed the most powerful type of troops. Even though the paladins put on the Holy Light shield, they were still hit hard by the force generated by the high-speed movement of the enemy cavalry. Even Paladin had to slow down his marching speed. The huge impact force made his Holy Light shield shake, and it was very unstable. Chapter 200, Night Owl Army. Paladin led the Holy Knights of Light to break through the enemy's cavalry formation, and people and horses fell to the ground, wailing continuously. Behind them, 3,000 heavily armored cavalrymen also caught up and collided violently with the Night Owl Legion. Cavalry against cavalry, but the Silver Moon Kingdom has heavy cavalry and is more powerful. The 3-meter-long lance, coupled with the high-speed charge, made the charge so powerful that the light cavalry of the Night Owl Legion could not defend themselves at all. They were instantly picked up and flew into the air, then collided with their companions behind them, knocking them off their horses. The charge of cavalry was much more brutal than that of infantry. War horses were smashed into pieces the moment they came into contact. Once the knights fell off their horses, they would be trampled to death by their own side or the enemy. Their deaths were horrific. The cavalry here began to engage, with swords flashing and shouts of killing. The large infantry forces of both sides also began to engage soon after. On the vast plain, a total of more than 70,000 people were fighting here. It seemed as if there was an invisible meat grinder reaping the lives of the soldiers. The Knights of Holy Light performed brilliantly in the battle. Each of them was blessed with a Holy Light shield. After experiencing the most dangerous first wave of collisions, these soldiers were no longer fearful and killed indiscriminately. The cavalry of the Night Owl Legion had no way to deal with them. 100 paladins, holding spears and great swords in their hands. The power of Holy Light surged out, and the surrounding enemies fell one after another like wheat being cut, and no grass grew wherever they went. As a gold-level magic swordsman, Paladin is like a tiger among the flock of sheep, killing indiscriminately. Holy Light cross-slash. This is the most basic offensive skill in the Paladin class system. It consumes little energy and has strong attack power. Even if it reaches the gold level, it is the most cost-effective skill. He swung his sword, and silver flames surged on the enchanted sword, forming a cross with a horizontal and vertical line. Go! The long sword was swung, and the cross sword light shot out, cutting the 5 soldiers in front into 2 halves. The momentum did not stop, and the soldiers behind also suffered. They were hit one after another, and their bodies were split in 2. After one strike, a road paved with flesh and blood appeared in front of them, cruel and bloody. That's all. Paladin sneered. Now, nearly a year has passed since the establishment of the Holy Knights of Light. The Paladins have grown very fast. Several silver-level magic swordsmen have appeared and are becoming more and more powerful. Such an army can be considered a small magic legion, and it can crush the enemies in front of it. He was very proud and believed that if he continued like this, the 50,000 troops in front of him could be eliminated in one go. But at this moment, his eyes fixed and he looked suddenly towards the north. They saw a large group of night owls in the sky with a faint green light. They made strange noises and flapped their wings as they rushed towards them. It was General Samir of Night Owl. He took action. Paladin immediately thought of the information that a beauty had provided him when they were in Northwind City. Although the Night Owl Legion and the Poison Dragon Legion are not ranked high in the Dragon Breath Army, they are at least reorganized legions of 50,000 people. As the leaders of the legions, General Poison Dragon and General Night Owl Samir, both are very powerful. Especially this Night Owl General Samir, who is a summoning magician. The magic he casts is very different, so we must be vigilant. Just like the large group of night owls with faint green light flying in the air in front of him, Paladin sensed a strong magical aura from them. These things were all summoned by the night owl general Samir. The profession of summoner is also a niche one in this world. They use mysterious magic to cut through the barriers of dimensional space and summon monsters from other worlds to help them fight. Even in legends, some summoners who have reached the level of Grand Mage can summon demons from hell and angels from heaven. Of course, that is just a legend. There are very few summoners now, and there is no one who can reach the level of Grand Mage, so these statements need to be verified. A large group of night owls rushed over. Paladin's eyes focused. He knew that he could not let these things land, otherwise it would cause huge casualties to his troops. So Paladin immediately used his magic combat skills. Suddenly, a bright silver line appeared in the middle of his forehead. This bright silver line was like an eye in the sky. With a light shout from Paladin, the eye in the sky suddenly opened, and then silver magic energy arrows shot out and rushed towards the army of night owls in the sky. The silver magic arrow was very powerful and lethal. The night owl that was hit immediately let out a wail, then turned into a ball of green smoke and disappeared into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There were also a large number of silver magic arrows, which kept hitting the blue night owls, and the number of these night owls was also decreasing. In the back, Samir saw this scene and snorted coldly. Interesting, but one wave is not enough, then 2 waves. Come again. He slammed the magic wand in his hand to the ground, and a green magic circle appeared under his feet. Runes flashed, and the bright light combined into silk threads. Then, the shadow of a huge tree appeared above Samir's head. This tree is an illusion, but it is lifelike, wrapped in a green light mist, with lush branches and leaves, and countless green fruits hanging upside down. Suddenly, these fruits opened their eyes, flapped their wings, and rushed out, flying towards the battlefield. It turns out that the things hanging upside down on this big tree are not fruits, but blue magic night owls. There were crowds of them at night, even more in number than the first wave. They made unpleasant sounds, shrill and creepy, adding a sense of weirdness to the bloody battlefield. Samir stood at the back, quietly watching his summons enter the battlefield. Unlike Marat, who could cast bloodthirsty rage spells, and the poison dragon general, who could transform into metal form, he was a magician, a summoning magician at that. His task was to constantly summon monsters and command the monster army to fight for him, rather than going into the battlefield to kill the enemy himself. Although summoners have means of self-preservation and offensive magic, they generally do not use them, or do not have the opportunity to use them. Once it's cast, it means that all of your summoned creatures are dead, and the enemies have already rushed to your side. Even if you use offensive magic, it will probably be useless. Your magic arrows are completely useless against my monster army, Samir muttered to himself. Confidence was evident on his face, and he was convinced he would win.